Chapter 1 I'd Become a Zombie? Exercise makes you stronger. Z City Culture Square. Roar! A horrifying hiss woke up the blurred consciousness of Chen Fei. Wasn't I watching a meteor shower in the suburbs? How did I fall asleep? Chen Fei slowly opened his eyes. It was as if a faint layer of fog was covering his eyes, and he couldn't see very well. Even the glare from the outside world wasn't as blinding. When he settled down to take a look, he was startled by the scene in front of him. Surrounded by cloudy eyes, white skin, walking in a strange manner, and even face hanging with rotten flesh? More accurately said, walking dead zombies? Crashed cars, not yet extinguished fire. The smell of blood and fire filled the air. Dilapidated and depressed. Chen Fei looked down at his spread out hands. The movements were slightly stiff, as if the muscles of his body were fighting against themselves. I've become a zombie? Looking at his greenish hands, that was clearly not the skin color a normal person should have. Chen Fei was somewhat incredulous. Opening his mouth, he realized that he could only make a sound similar to the low roar of a wild beast. The sound that reached his ears was somewhat numbing. No? Watching a meteor shower only, to me dryware? Congratulations to the host for activating this system. Exercise will become stronger. When the host completes the act of exercising, he will be rewarded by the system with attribute points, which can be freely distributed. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 8. Strength, 7. Spirit, 7. Race, zombie. Evaluation, miscellaneous soldier tip. The average value of a normal adult male human is 10 points. There was a sudden burst of extra beeps in his head. Chen Fei was confused and confused again. True Chao Dan. Good news, there's a system. Bad news, I really became a zombie. System authentication. From today, I am the man who will become the zombie king. Chen Fei quickly accepted reality. What does that saying say? Life is like a bow, although a woman is dry. Since you can't resist, then enjoy it. Chen Fei understood how the system was used. It wasn't complicated. As long as one does what the system considers to be exercise, they will be rewarded with attribute points. Exercise must have a certain intensity. If it was just walking, it was estimated that it would have to be counted by the hour. The intensity and time directly affected how much was rewarded. Chen Fei reached out and slapped the face of the zombie next to him. Man, you guys shouldn't have self-awareness, right? Roar! The zombie that was slapped taunted Chen Fei with a hiss before continuing forward. Rude, sprayed me in the face. And bad breath. I can see that there is no self-consciousness. That's right, if they could retain their self-awareness, they wouldn't be called zombies. It's called a zombie. That direction, is it the city center? Chen Fei looked in front of him. There was indeed a vague call over there. It was accompanied by a strong aura of danger. Chen Fei dismissed the idea of going to take a look. All three of his own attributes were lower than an ordinary adult male. The priority was to become stronger. Chen Fei wanted to try the system, but with the zombies crowding the zombies outside, he couldn't exert himself at all. This was still the fact that the population of Z City was not particularly large. It is hard to imagine those super first-tier cities in Kyoto. Zombies stacking zombies? 1,000 layers of zombies? Perhaps it also had something to do with the sense of calling in the city center. Chen Fei looked around. It didn't take long to determine that this was Culture Square. This place wasn't too far from where he lived. I remember there's an iron pavilion nearby. Soon Chen Fei determined the direction. Walking against the herd of zombies. After walking for about 10 minutes, a large signboard appeared within view. Big and Dry Gym. A very plain and unassuming name. The sense of calling from the city center had disappeared by the time he reached the side. Chen Fei had even been tricked into getting a card when he first passed by, and had come here twice afterward. The glass door is broken on one side, and the security light inside is flickering. There were still bloodstains on the floor that had dried and blackened. A few scattered zombies roamed inside. Each was well built, wearing shorts and tank tops. Those muscles presented an explosive sense of power. It made Chen Fei feel like he could be whacked away by the other party. Fierce zombies? I've said that your kind are not allowed to turn into zombies. This is too damn scary. Chen Fei muttered in his heart. Luckily, I'm also a zombie. The fierce zombies didn't care about Chen Fei who came in. The area of the gym is very large, and there are all kinds of fitness equipment. At this time, the sound of a radio came from the sky outside. It was a very gentle female voice. On the 7th day of the global catastrophe, after the initial chaos, our country is relying on the air raid shelters in various cities to establish gathering places. Please ask the survivors who received the broadcast to go to their city's gathering place as soon as possible. The Z City gathering places are located at. The gathering places have strong enough armed forces to protect the safety of all citizens. The motherland will not abandon anyone. Please rest assured, citizens, the situation is under control. The crisis is only temporary. Hope belongs to us. Is that so? Questions arose in Chen Fei's heart. Well, how the survivors were doing didn't seem to have much to do with himself. The nearest gathering place was at least 20 miles away from his own. In his current state, he would probably be patched up as a soldier before he even got close to the human gathering place. As for trying to communicate with the human gathering place, there were too many uncertainties. Fitness first, chest training, bench press, get it up. Because he had run a fitness card, Chen Fei had learned some general knowledge about fitness during that time. For example, the three major items, bench press, hard pull, and deep squat. Symbols of strength. Chen Fei walked to the barbell bar and stretched out his right hand to take it away. The hand sank, and the bar slid to the ground. Is it so heavy? Or is it because his strength is too weak? I remembered correctly that the empty bar was only 20 kilograms. Chen Fei had to bend down and grab it with both hands, straightening his back vigorously and lifting the empty pull. Completed hard pull x1, attribute point +1. Without warning, a prompt sounded in his head. No, empty bar hard pull is also counted? Who are you looking down on? Chen Fei did not expect that this could even be regarded as being exercised by the system. Once again, he bent over and stood upright. No beep this time. Do 5 in a row. Completed hard pull x6, attribute point +1. The beep sounded again. Chen Fei did not stop moving. He did 20 more substandard pulls in a row. Completed hard pull x20, attribute point +1. It seemed that as one gained more attribute points, the same intensity of exercise would require more time and repetitions in order to continue gaining attribute points. It wasn't based on one's current strength intensity. Thought I could have a bug card. Chen Fei was slightly disappointed. It wasn't without good news. As a zombie himself, it seemed like he couldn't feel tired. Just now, that one pouring out. An ordinary person would have to breathe heavier. But I don't feel a thing. I seem to have found a perpetual motion machine. System, add 3 points of strength to me. Adding points successfully, current host strength 10 points. Chen Fei could clearly feel that his body was much stronger, and the empty pole in his hand became a bit lighter. He put the empty bar down, walked to the side of the dumbbell rack and chose a pair of 15 kilograms dumbbells. Lying down on the bench press bench next to him, he pressed the dumbbells in front of his chest at the same time. Straighten your arms hard and lower them again. Completion of dumbbell bench press x5, +1 attribute point. Completion of dumbbell bench press x23, +1 attribute point. After practicing for an hour or so, during which Chen Fei didn't stop except to change to a bigger weight, a strong feeling of hunger suddenly arose. So it turns out that one can be hungry too. It was also right, the energy consumed always needed to be replenished. There was a supermarket not far from the gym. Go there to find some food. Chapter 2 Fighting counts as exercise. The dumbbells that were put down. Add physique to 15 and the rest of the attribute points to strength. Chen Fei recited silently. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 15. Strength, 16. Spirit, 7. Race, zombie. Evaluation, miscellaneous soldier. At first, exercising to add points was still quick. However, as Chen Fei gained more attribute points, later on, even if he increased the weight, he still had to repeat the exercise many times to add points. Nearly an hour of exercise reaped 16 attribute points. It seemed fast, but this last point took 10 minutes to reward. It was foreseeable that it would become increasingly difficult to add points later on. However, getting stronger is a good thing. Spiritual attributes are not known to Chen Fei. Chen Fei prioritized improving his strength. The increase in strength and physique gave him a very obvious feeling. This kind of feeling of getting stronger is really very addictive to the zombies. Chen Fei walked to the mirror wall. A great feature of the gym, the mirrors were big enough. Chen Fei struck a pose of a positive exhibition of two heads, feeling that his muscles were a little bigger. Ignoring the pale pupils, the dead face, the green and white skin. Barely small handsome. Wanted to smile, but the corners of my mouth didn't move. Well, high-flying little handsome. If you replace these overalls plus white t-shirt sleeves with a small suit, it's not like we don't have the talent to be a domineering president. It should be zombie president. Solve the stomach problem first. Feeling the growing hunger, Chen Fei walked into the nearby locker room and found a duffel bag from inside. By the way, he picked up a steel pipe at the gym. Passing by a fierce zombie, Chen Fei even tapped the other's shoulder. Roar! This time Chen Fei dodged fast and didn't let the other party spray himself in the face. Let you be arrogant for a while first. Chen Fei was in a good mood. Walking out of the gym. After confirming the direction, Chen Fei took a step forward. He wanted to hum a little song, but what came out of his mouth was a low roar. Crashed cars on the street, destroyed greenbelts, broken floor tiles. The wind was also sluggish. A large number of zombies were roaming around. There were also some zombies fighting each other, seemingly grabbing something. Through the gaps Chen Fei saw limbs and broken arms. From the color of the skin of the mutilated limbs, it did not look like that of a normal human. Yonghui Supermarket. The supermarket was large, several thousand square feet. Divided into 3 floors, Chen Fei has been here a few times. Remembering correctly, the first floor was food, the second floor was home appliances, and the third floor was clothes. Many of the shelves in the supermarket collapsed and things rolled everywhere. Some of the shelves were empty. Looking at the labels, they were instant food like instant noodles and bread. There were 3 or 2 zombies roaming around inside. Looks like there are already survivors who have come to the supermarket. Chen Fei muttered in his heart. It was estimated that the other party would either go to the gathering place or hide in the neighborhood. No one would easily give up such a good supply point as the supermarket. Chen Fei slightly raised his vigilance. His current physique and strength did exceed that of an average adult male, but it was also limited in strength. Moreover, the strongest thing about humans was their intelligence, using weapons to engage in sneak attacks. Compared to zombies, they were much dumber. Casually picking up a bag of potato chips and tearing it open. The hand that was holding the chips reached the edge of his mouth, and a strong feeling of nausea went straight to the sky. What the hell is this? Chen Fei threw down the chips and opened another can. Still guilty of nausea. Walking further into the vegetable section, most of the vegetables had already wilted. It felt like there was a large piece of in front of him. Finally, he walked to the meat section. Just the smell of meat in the air gave Chen Fei the urge to drool. Zombies like to eat meat, and rightfully so. But the problem was that there was only the smell of meat. Where's the meat? Where is Laozi's meat? Looking at the empty cupboard, the broken cupboard glass, as well as the zombies around. Definitely eaten by these guys. Marred, if not for the fact that his heart was a bit resistant to humanoids, Chen Fei really wanted to eat zombies alive. Suddenly Chen Fei noticed the freezer inside the stall. The zombies did not possess enough intelligence. The operation of opening a freezer was something they did not know how to do. This, coupled with the smell of meat in this place, caused there to be quite a few zombies roaming around all the time. It was difficult for survivors to approach this place. Chen Fei walked over to open the freezer a little gap and saw that it was full of goods. Although the ice inside had melted long ago and there was a faint smell of rotting meat, it still made Chen Fei's fingers twitch. It's the end of the world, so what's the point of picking? Anyway, we are zombies, we can't die from eating. Good, now the question is how to remove the meat. Chen Fei walked to the side of a zombie. Seeing as you're dumb and stupid, get a good life in your next life. With that said, Chen Fei swung the steel pipe and smashed it on the other's head. With a muffled bang, the steel pipe bent and deformed. The head of the zombie in front of him turned into a mosaic, with juice splashing everywhere, spraying Chen Fei all over his face. He actually had the urge to taste a bite. I don't want to be Uncle Pluck. Chen Fei wiped the juice off his face and retreated to the side. The dumbfounded zombie also couldn't imagine that his own kind actually sneak attacked him. It really puzzled the zombie. A smell of rotting blood spread out, and the surrounding zombies turned around to look this way. Their noses shrugged a few times before their mouths opened wide. Roar! Hissing and roaring, numerous zombies swooped towards the fallen corpse, gnawing and biting to share their food. It seemed that the zombies were not friendly with each other, it was more driven by instinct. Eating the same kind of food. A strong odor could arouse their appetite even more. Chen Fei very decisively copied the plastic bag on the stall. Opening the freezer, clunking the meat into the bag. Sleeved 2 more layers of bags to avoid transmitting the odor. Then loaded into the backpack. This backpack had to be 40 to 50 pounds. Roar! There were still zombies that noticed Chen Fei's side, although the latter had already filled the backpack and closed the freezer. However, the residual odor caused those zombies to slowly approach the side. The loud commotion attracted some zombies from outside. For a while, Chen Fei was surrounded. We're on our own. The words came out of his mouth, but became a threatening hiss. Many zombies stopped. There were also quite a few that turned to grab the corpses with those zombies just now. Between the fights, some zombies were accidentally injured and were swarmed by the zombies next to them to eat them up. The scene was chaotic. There were also a few zombies still approaching Chen Fei with their teeth and claws open. You! Chen Fei picked up the already deformed steel pipe and slammed it on the head of the nearest zombie. Another perfect headshot. Juice inevitably spilled onto Chen Fei's body, and the scent of rotting blood in the air thickened a few points. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. Fighting can also add attributes? And it only took 2 strikes to add it. This seems to add more than normal workouts. The suddenly resounding beep caused Chen Fei to be confused for a split second, and then casually inserted the steel pipe in his hand into the mouth of a pouncing zombie and fiercely exerted his strength, giving the opponent a mind-blowing blow. One seemed to have found a way to get stronger faster. Chen Fei became excited, completely not caring about the sticky feeling on his hands. Well then, now begins the moment of the hunt. Chapter 3, Zombies Get Hungry Too. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. Looking at the more than a dozen headless corpses on the ground were being gnawed on by more zombies coming from outside. Some of the zombies ate with stomachs so big that carrying a baby was not so exaggerated. It felt like it could explode at any moment, yet they were still eating. No, the hunger is getting stronger, there is a feeling that I will starve to death at any moment. It wasn't a description. A strong alarm did come from the body. Not caring about anything else, Chen Fei drilled into the supermarket's staff locker room. Smoothly unlocking the door to the room, he dropped the steel pipe that was deformed beyond recognition and took out the meat in his bag. Cooked? There is no such good condition. Let's just eat it raw. Splat. 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 It smells better than I thought. Perhaps it's because his sense of taste has changed since he turned into a zombie. 40 to 50 pounds of meat was clanked into Chen Fei's mouth. That intense feeling of hunger slowly disappeared. System, add all points to strength. Touching his slightly bulging belly, Chen Fei was deeply satisfied. Points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 15. Strength, 23. Spirit, 7. Race, zombie. Evaluation, miscellaneous soldier. Having only solved a dozen zombies, the latter hadn't put up much of a fight. He actually gained 7 points of attributes. The consumption was also really high. The answer that the stomach gave Chen Fei. There was a big difference between it and working out. In order to protect and kill his enemies, Chen Fei exploded with full force every time he struck. No wonder Bumpman lights up red every time he fights for 3 minutes, his stamina can't keep up. 3 minutes wasn't a mistake, it was the truth. Set a small goal first, kill all the supermarket zombies. Feeling the power coming from his body, Chen Fei jumped into action. Coming to the front door of the supermarket, Chen Fei moved a few shelves from the side to block the gate. This way, the cleanup operation would be smoother. If the zombies outside kept pouring in, Chen Fei wouldn't be able to clear it. He might cause a zombie wave to riot or something and drown himself. After doing this, Chen Fei first walked along the escalator that had stopped to the second floor. He came to the second floor to choose a weapon. In addition to ordinary home appliances, the second floor also had kitchenware, bicycles, fitness equipment, and so on. Only the fitness equipment in the supermarket was far less complete than that of a gym. Not to mention that the weights are not as big. The arrangement of this floor is more simple and atmospheric. Quite a few bloodstains that had already dried could be seen on the white floor. Yet it was not as chaotic as the first floor, and there were no zombies roaming around. Perhaps it was because zombies didn't eat iron and plastic? One piece of merchandise was neatly arranged. Only a few shelves and goods were knocked over. Walking to the kitchenware area, Chen Fei picked up a bone chopper. He didn't even glance at the 50-centimeter watermelon knife next to it. With this thickness, it should be able to easily open the canopy. Chen Fei touched the thick back of the bone chopper. The image of himself holding a chopper in his hand and killing people had been automatically generated in his mind. In comparison, the watermelon knife's thin blade was not resistant at first glance. Selected a few more resistant knives. Suddenly I caught a glimpse of a radio on a shelf of appliances not far away. Followed the label and found one with batteries. Found the battery and inserted it. Squeak! This is Z City 1. Gathering Place radio station. Chen Fei researched a bit before receiving the not-so-clear sound. The main reason was that Chen Fei had only come into contact with the radio when he was a child. There weren't many radio users nowadays. Luckily, the threshold for operating this kind of appliance was not high. Latest news from Kyoto, research indicates that the global catastrophe is due to the presence of an unknown factor in the air, and that it has a serious impact on precision equipment. Squeak. Zombies possess evolutionary characteristics. Subsequently, the major gathering places will cooperate. The voice was intermittent, and it wasn't clear if it was due to bad signaling. But at least it allowed Chen Fei to have a channel to receive information from the outside world. According to the previous outside broadcast, there were 6 large air defense holes in the entire city of Z, only 4 of which had formed gathering places. The rest of the small and medium-sized air raid shelters were complicated, and the broadcast did not introduce them. The one closest to here is number 2. Number 1 is hundreds of miles away. But even the large bunkers can only hold a few thousand people. So can there be 100,000 survivors? Thinking about this, Chen Fei couldn't help but sympathize with them a bit. One must know that the resident population of Z City was over 6 million. It hadn't been thought about in detail before humans were so difficult. The radio continued to emit a voice. Considering the recent increase in zombies' sensitivity to sound, tomorrow will be the last citywide broadcast, so please ask citizens who have received the news to head to the nearest gathering place if possible. Kyoto update. The radio was repeating. It wasn't that the gathering place didn't want to send people to search and rescue. The gathering ground itself could not protect itself in this situation right now. No wonder we haven't seen any drones clearing out the zombies. It's gotten to the point where we can only rely on the radio to deliver the news, so I guess many of the modern weapons can't be used. Putting away the radio, Chen Fei chose 2 more spares and packed a few boxes of batteries. The backpack was full. Putting down the backpack, Chen Fei used a chopper in one hand and a chopping and cutting knife in the other. The brightly shining chopper emitted a chilling light. Then, let's get close next. Chen Fei smiled in his heart and took a step down. Third floor of the supermarket. There was a corner surrounded by several 2-meter-high shoe racks. Lin Fan was a freshman who had just graduated from the university, with medium to high looks. A big sunny boy with an inch of hair. 7 nights ago, he brought his girlfriend Lu Weiwei to the supermarket. Suddenly many people in the supermarket became strange. A few unaffected people were surrounded by more than 10, even 20 people. There were screams, blood, and the scene was chaotic for a while. The doorway was blocked. Lin Fan was forced to bring the panicked Lu Weiwei to the 3rd floor and set up this temporary shelter now. Along with them was a mother and son, an old man, and a middle-aged man in a suit. The young woman looked 27 or 18 years old, slightly elegant. The child is still in infancy. The old man's eyes were lifeless and his temples were gray. The middle-aged man wore gold-rimmed glasses, looked gentle, and said very little. It was not known what he was thinking about. Fan, did you hear anything? Lu Weiwei looked scared. Lin Fan barely managed to squeeze out a smile and touched her head as a sign of comfort. There are movements every day outside, it's fine. At this time, the young woman holding the child looked over. Hey, the water for milk powder is gone, why don't you go get some more? There was a commanding tone in her voice. How do you people talk? Lu Weiwei huffed. These days at first the young woman was quite polite to Lin Fan. After all, witnessing Lin Fan whacking away zombies with one punch was truly terrifying. But this Lin Fan was too nice. These days to collect food and scout the outside world, Lin Fan was the one who went alone. Several times, he even took the risk of trying to go to the 1st floor to block the door and then clean up the zombies. Although the result was a failure. With the strength that Lin Fan had shown, if it wasn't for them dragging their feet, it was estimated that one person could safely reach the gathering place. It wasn't as if they were spending time here. He's the only one here who can safely operate outside, who will go if he doesn't? The young woman didn't give the slightest bit of face, acting as if it was only right for you to help. Lu Weiwei still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Fan. Alright baby, it just so happens that we're almost out of food, I'll go and come back. The tone was soothing. Fan, you're just too nice. Lu Weiwei touched the other party's face with some heartache. Go and come back quickly, pay attention to safety. Well, I know. While this was happening, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Chapter 4 Decisive Human Survivor. 176 zombies on the 1st floor of the supermarket, all taken care of. Most of them were attracted in by the previous commotion. At this moment, the zombies outside smelled the smell of blood and hit the shelves at the entrance. Chen Fei thoughtfully moved over a few large shelves. In addition to a few gaps, it is difficult to see inside. Come to the side of the freezer where the meat is placed. Open it. Snap. I didn't expect the one-day stinky meat to be this delicious. System, add the remaining attribute points to spirit. Chen Fei recited silently in his heart. Points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 41. Strength, 42. Spirit, 10. Race, zombie. Evaluation, miscellaneous soldier. Silently feeling the power in his body. It seems that the brain is a lot more active after the spiritual strengthening. The control of the body is a bit stronger than before. Moreover, with the increase in attributes, the increase in strength was not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Chen Fei was tempted to say, I'm going to fight 10. It wasn't like the zombies didn't resist during the cleanup. Knocking out the mufflers was great, but as soon as the zombie corpses multiplied, it triggered a riot among the other zombies. They all thought Chen Fei was here to steal food. The result was that there were only about 20 zombies killed by the muffler, and the rest were killed head-on. It was estimated that this was also the reason for the fast increase in attribute points. After all, confrontation has intensity in order to complete the exercise more effectively. Looking down at the t-shirt that was stained black and red with blood, as well as the work pants that had torn a few holes. Gotta change clothes. We're a cultivated zombie, not like those brainless guys. We need to look good. Covering the freezer with his hand, he headed for the escalator. Come to the 3rd floor. Why are there so many women's and children's clothes? Chen Fei rarely bought clothes offline. How would he know this offline? Luckily, he found men's clothing in a corner. Casually found a fitted black short sleeve and work shorts. There was still a pair of shoes to change. Suddenly there was a feeling that the entire supermarket was his own checkroom. What was going on? There are delicacies? Chen Fei's nose twitched. Turning his head to look at another corner, several wooden shoe racks surrounded that side. That scent couldn't be faked, feeling more than 10 times stronger than freezer meat. If it wasn't for the strengthening of a few mental points, he would definitely be unable to restrain himself from pouncing over there. Thinking, Chen Fei slowly walked over. That side is. How should one communicate with humans? He couldn't speak, and he didn't know sign language. Would they be able to understand if they made a few gestures? Thinking like this, Chen Fei had already reached 3 meters in front of the shoe rack. Bang! The shoe rack suddenly collapsed. A figure rushed towards Chen Fei with a speed that was clearly faster than normal. The opponent's hand flashed with a cold aura, pointing straight at Chen Fei's throat. Chen Fei quickly retreated and dodged the blade. Roar! He wanted to say one of his own. But in Lin Fan's eyes, the green-faced and fanged Chen Fei gave him a huge sense of oppression. This roar was even more full of killing intent. This zombie in front of him was completely different from the zombies he had encountered before. A sneak attack at close range could be dodged. The other party was much stronger than the zombies he had encountered before. Moreover, the average zombie would just mindlessly pounce on him, never dodging and retreating. This guy definitely possessed a certain amount of intelligence. You guys go first, I'll stall him. Lin Fan stared at Chen Fei closely, with a stance that was ready to strike. These words were told to the few people behind him. However, the young woman shivered and shouted, "I'm not leaving, you're trying to trap us mother and son." According to experience, staying by Lin Fan's side was the safest. Run? Where to run? The middle-aged man, however, obeyed and ran outside, bypassing Chen Fei and Lin Fan who were confronting each other. The old man didn't move and didn't seem to have much desire to survive. Lu Weiwei was worried. Fan. She could only do what the other party said. Staying would only drag the other party down. Seeing this, the young woman glared hatefully at Lin Fan and gritted her teeth to follow Lu Weiwei. The zombie didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, so the crowd was slightly relieved. Chen Fei suppressed his inner longing and reached out to gesture in the air. He wanted to say, "I won't hurt you guys." Lin Fan, however, had a grave face. "You're the first zombie with intelligence I've encountered. Do you mean you're letting me go and the others stay behind?" Being intelligent, it was troublesome. Roar! "No, you stupid boio." Chen Fei still wanted to gesture. Lin Fan, however, spoke in a firm tone, "Unless I die today, you won't be able to harm them." After saying that, Lin Fan took an arrow step forward, and the steel blade in his hand attacked again. There seemed to be a sound of breaking wind in the air. Also at this moment, the middle-aged man who left suddenly rushed up, holding a watermelon knife and slashing at the back of Chen Fei's neck. "Combine your efforts to kill him." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, seemingly using all his strength. Speechless, Chen Fei raised his leg and kicked the attacking Lin Fan away, the latter crashing through the shoe rack before stopping. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei backhanded a knife. Before the middle-aged man landed his blade, he chopped off his head. There was a fluttering sound. The middle-aged man's body fell limply, and the remaining consciousness in his head finally saw his headless body. He knew how powerful Lin Fan was, and even more so, he understood how terrifying the zombies were that even Lin Fan had to deal with cautiously. However, without taking out the zombies, where could the few of them escape to? Without Lin Fan, they wouldn't be far from death. Instead of waiting for death, it would be better to put up a fight. Obviously he failed. Chen Fei felt very speechless and pressed on with no chance of communication. These few human survivors were also too decisive in their actions. However, the other party had asked for his life, so he definitely could not stay his hand. The young woman who had not yet descended the stairs subconsciously turned back, just in time to see the scene of Lin Fan being defeated in one move and the middle-aged man being killed. Immediately, her soul was in a state of shock, and her two strands trembled. She almost fell down the stairs inadvertently. Fortunately, Lu Weiwei held her up. This scene also scared Lu Weiwei so much that she turned pale. Cough! Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the dead body of the aged man in his eyes, anger burning in his chest. It was also at this moment that the old man, who had always had lifeless eyes, picked up Lin Fan's knife. Crossing over Lin Fan, he rushed towards the zombie. "Return my old man's life." Plop! He also collapsed. "Damn it," Lin Fan slowly stood up and roared, "You mad zombie, I want you dead." His killing intent surged, his speed went up a notch, his power increased again, and he rushed towards Chen Fei. Roar! "No, dude, you're not sick, right? You guys started it, and you're all chopping towards our heads. My physique is up, but I don't want to use my head to test the knife off. Now you're going berserk? If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it." Chen Fei dodged his opponent's attack. One hand grabbed the opponent's wrist holding the knife, the other hand against the opponent's chest, and over the shoulder fall. Lin Fan only felt the sky spinning in front of his eyes before he flew out. Bang, clatter. The reinforced windows of the supermarket crashed through, and Lin Fan was just thrown out. The zombies outside heard the commotion and saw the person who fell down. They hissed and surrounded him. Landing on the ground, Lin Fan's eyes went black, feeling as if his body had been hit by a car. His left arm even lost its strength, it should have been fractured. His body was densely scratched with bloody cuts from the glass. The dripping blood crazily tugged at the nerves of the surrounding zombies, and one by one they came running wildly. Lin Fan stood up with strong support. Just in time, he saw that the supermarket door was blocked, while Lu Weiwei and himself inside were looking at each other through the gap. Lin Fan was just about to speak, but he heard Lu Weiwei nervously yell, "Lin Fan, run." After shouting, she turned around and left the supermarket entrance. Chen Fei walked to the broken window and looked down to see Lin Fan crashing through a few zombies and turning the corner to run out of sight. The opponent's strength was not as good as his own, but it was much higher than an ordinary person. Under the outburst just now, he was at least as strong as he was when he had 30 points of strength. Since he was feuding, he definitely had to eliminate the roots. So damn inexplicable. Chen Fei was just about to jump down and chase after him when he heard a gasping, scared but determined voice from behind him. "I know you can hear me, eat me first, my meat is tender." It was Lu Weiwei. She wanted to fight for her boyfriend to escape time. However, Chen Fei didn't give a damn about her, and leaped. Chapter 5 Reliable Woman. The floor of the supermarket was a bit higher than the average building, but it was only 8 or 9 meters down from the third floor. Chen Fei was still very confident in his current physique. Bending his knees slightly, he steadily landed on the street and looked at the scattered zombies around him. There were indeed quite a few before, but most of them had gone after Lin Fan. Roar! Seeing Chen Fei approaching him, a few zombies roared lowly. It seemed that they were a bit scared. So much so that they backed away, not daring to look directly at Chen Fei. Could it be that they could sense the kingly aura on my brother? Chen Fei secretly said in his heart. This was out of Chen Fei's expectation. After a brief thought, Chen Fei recognized the direction, and his legs fiercely powered up to chase after that human. The speed was comparable to that of a normally traveling small car. Lu Weiwei was lying next to the window and saw the scene, her face turning white. The color of worry was evident. Half an hour passed. The terrifying zombie came back, but there was no sign of Lin Fan. Lu Weiwei was relieved. Lin Fan hadn't been caught. Boing boing. At this time, the child in the young woman's arms wailed. She went upstairs in the morning, but didn't bother with Lu Weiwei. Looking for a corner to hide. The zombie wasn't there, it should have been lured away by Lin Fan. This place was finally safe. The young woman took out the milk bottle from her arms. There was still a third of milk inside. The milk was still warm. Lu Weiwei subconsciously turned her head to look, then turned back. A hideous and ghastly face like a demon suddenly appeared, its pale eyes locked with her own. Ah! She subconsciously screamed miserably and hastily backed away. Her legs went soft, her heart beating wildly, and her back sweating. Chen Fei scratched his head and walked in through the window. Seeing a zombie act so humanely, Lu Weiwei was puzzled, but more than anything, she was afraid. She had seen zombies eating people with her own eyes, and even if the other party had intelligence, it seemed that they would only treat themselves as rations. It was like humans looking at chickens and ducks. Roar! Chen Fei opened his mouth and reached out to gesture, pointing at the other party and then at the ground. Lu Weiwei couldn't read too well, but she could feel that the Chen Fei at this moment was nothing but a bit more terrifying in appearance. There seems to be no malicious intent. Mr. Zombie, are you asking me to stay here? She asked bravely. Chen Fei nodded in relief. Finally, there was someone who could barely understand his sign language. He walked downstairs. Then he came back up with a pen and paper in his hand. He was seriously writing something. Seeing this, Lu Weiwei was even more puzzled. No, zombies can write? This is more surprising than seeing a sow climbing a tree. Chen Fei looked at his own crooked words, secretly saying that it was difficult to do these fine things after turning into a zombie. But one should be able to see what was written. Handing the small book to Lu Weiwei. The latter was startled and looked down. I'm a good guy, scribbled out zombie, it's safe here. Lu Weiwei had grooves in her heart that she didn't know how to spit. Without waiting for her to respond, Chen Fei pulled a shoe rack with one hand as easily as carrying vegetables. Plug the broken window. How is Lin Fan? The person you threw down? Lu Weiwei gathered her courage. Chen Fei turned back, lowered his head and began to write. Handed it over, didn't he catch up, shouldn't he be dead? Lin Fan? Running really fast, and a bit of dog luck on the body. Several times Chen Fei wanted to get close to the zombies, but the zombie herd somehow rushed away. In the end, the wave of zombies was caused. When Chen Fei rushed out of the zombie tide, no other figure. That kid is a bit like the son of destiny. Look at this woman's concerned appearance, should be the other party's girlfriend or something like that. Keep it for the time being. In case Lin Fan really didn't die and became strong to find his own trouble, this woman can still be a shield. Plan pass. Getting this answer, Lu Weiwei sighed in relief. Even such a powerful Mr. Zombie hadn't been caught, so it should be fine. It had to be said that Lin Fan's kid had a good eye. Although Lu Weiwei wasn't considered a high-scoring beauty, her body was very material. Unfortunately, Chen Fei was not interested in women at all right now, he only wanted to get stronger. System, add spirit to 20, add strength to the rest. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 41. Strength, 47. Spirit, 20. Race, zombie. Evaluation, miscellaneous soldier. Chen Fei only felt that the whole person was wrong, and the whole zombie head was active several times. The only thing that is not happy is that this evaluation has not changed until now. Look down on who? Where are the miscellaneous soldiers that we are so strong? Just a little while ago, Chen Fei was a little hungry again. At this rate, he would have to eat 10 meals a day. No wonder most of the other zombies are wandering slowly. Saving energy. The meat reserve in the supermarket's freezer was quite a lot, but it was estimated to be enough to build his own for more than 3 days. He tried to keep his eyes off the 2 human corpses. Bowing his head, he wrote. Writing was a little easier after the mental boost, but there was still a gap compared to normal people. Handing it to Lu Weiwei. Mr. Zombie, you're asking me to get rid of the bodies? Lu Weiwei's face was unsightly, a bit torn, and then she gritted her teeth as if making some kind of determination. Okay, leave it to me. People under the roof, it was better to try to listen to each other. Besides, doesn't this just show that this zombie doesn't eat humans? A good thing. Perhaps in the beginning, himself and the others misunderstood the other party, so that they had gotten into this situation now. But now it was too late to regret. Watching Lu Weiwei talk to the zombie, the young woman had an unreal feeling. She moved further into the corner, trying to avoid the line of sight for fear of being targeted by the terrifying zombie. Chen Fei didn't even bother to give a damn about her. He went downstairs to eat meat. An hour later, Chen Fei came back again. The duffel bag was still on his back. The 2 corpses were already gone, even the bloodstains had been wiped almost invisible. The shoe cabinet in front of that broken window from before had traces of movement. Lu Weiwei was sitting on the ground panting heavily, her magnificent peaks floating up and down. Chen Fei gave a thumbs up. This woman did things reliably. Lu Weiwei felt more and more like Chen Fei was like a human. Perhaps it's mimicking humans after having intelligence? Lu Weiwei guessed in her mind. The broadcast 2 days ago had mentioned that zombification was irreversible. Once one became a zombie, one became a walking corpse. Now it seemed that zombies could not only evolve and become stronger, but even evolve intelligence. Chen Fei handed over a note. You change, I'll leave. He then pushed open the shoe cabinet and jumped down from the broken window. Before leaving, he did not forget to bring the shoe cabinet with him. It was only then that Lu Weiwei reacted to the fact that her short sleeves were already wet, and the bra inside was hidden. Her face was slightly red. On second thought, it's nothing to be looked at by a zombie, just like being looked at by a cat or dog. Chen Fei came out for one thing, to find zombies to fight. He took out 2 knives from his backpack and crashed through the zombies that were dividing the 2 corpses. With 1 foot on the mangled corpse, he roared at the surrounding zombies. Roar! The surrounding zombies followed suit and hissed, somewhat fearful of Chen Fei. After hesitating for a few seconds, the desire for meat overcame everything, and they came charging. Chapter 6 Mr. Image Conscious Zombie. Until darkness came, the shoebox in front of the broken window slowly moved. Lu Weiwei, who had already changed into a camisole tank top with jean shorts, was energized. This outfit better emphasized her body advantage. Of course, the main reason was that it was summer and it was cool to wear. In the afternoon, she heard the hissing of the zombies downstairs. Taking a look downstairs. That zombie was actually holding 2 kitchen knives in its hands and chopping other zombies. It was horrible. She only knew that zombies would uniformly feed at night, and would only attack their own kind if there wasn't enough food around. In the first few days, the zombies targeted people and animals that were not zombified, and then gradually attacked their own kind. Rarely was there this deliberate cleanup of zombies. Could it be that it treats this area as its own territory? Not allowing other zombies to approach? Lu Weiwei thought as she did. Chen Fei had already returned, covered in filth. Saha! A stream of white gas came out of his bloody mouth full of fangs. He could feel a sense of crisis as the night came not quite the same. Plus the meat in his backpack ran out. So he came back. Otherwise he would have killed a lot of people based on the tireless nature of the zombie body. Lu Weiwei turned on a table lamp and looked at Mr. Zombie through the faint light. She could feel that Mr. Zombie was a little more terrifying than before. System, spirit added to 30, the rest evenly distributed to physique and strength. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 55. Strength, 56. Spirit, 30. Race, zombie. Evaluation, miscellaneous soldier. A lot more points were added, but it was getting more and more difficult to obtain attribute points. And as time passed, the surrounding zombies seemed to be less daring to approach this side of the supermarket. Instinct made them choose to stay away from here. The physical and strength boosts only made Chen Fei feel bigger and stronger. The mental enhancement, however, made him feel like his control over his body was getting finer and finer. It was already easier and more comfortable than when he was normal. Mr. Zombie, Lu Weiwei's tone was soft. You'll be even more manic at night, so you shouldn't eat us, right? Chen Fei was filled with questions and shook his head. Could it be that his sense of crisis knew because of this? But even if the zombies outside are strengthened twice as much at night, it's not much of a threat to himself, who is still not a zombie. At this time, Chen Fei took out a palm-sized radio from his backpack and used it in front of Lu Weiwei. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he put the radio down. What's that? It was Lu Weiwei's turn to be filled with question marks. No, is it okay for a zombie to use a radio? Mr. Zombie, you're not a human in zombie skin, are you? Squeak. Sea and sky. The radio was playing a song and Chen Fei was listening to it. Lu Weiwei was even more puzzled. Mr. Zombie was tired of listening to a song to relieve himself? At least Mr. Zombie didn't eat himself. She had to live herself. Lin Fan was probably still alive as well, and she still wanted to see each other. For that reason, there was no harm in holding back. Mr. Zombie didn't seem to be squeezing himself either. After playing the song for more than 10 minutes, suddenly the radio stuttered. Hello survivors, this is the Z City Gathering Place 1 radio station, broadcasting the latest news. The Kyoto research team has discovered how to artificially awaken. The awakening ceremony will be at noon tomorrow, organized by the leadership teams of the major gathering places. There are certain dangers associated with artificial intervention, so the general public will sign up voluntarily. Thank you for your cooperation. Repeat the broadcast. Chen Fei was thinking. Awakened ones? It seemed that humans should have appeared as awakened long ago, but to be able to find artificial intervention for awakening in such a short period of time, one had to admire the researchers. That Lin Fan was definitely an awakened person, he just didn't know exactly what grade he was. Hearing this news, Lu Weiwei's heart inexplicably rose with hope. Lin Fan was an awakened person. If the survivors could all become as strong as him, perhaps it would be possible to end this calamity. As for the question of voluntary awakening, I believe that after so much experience, no one would be unwilling to awaken. Chen Fei suddenly got up, scaring Lu Weiwei with a jolt, his body tensing up. Instead, he walked over to the men's clothing area and changed into clean clothes. I'm not going to be able to do that. Lu Weiwei had a big groove in her heart. No, you're a zombie who pays so much attention to your image, aren't you? After doing so, Chen Fei came back and picked up the radio, dropping a note. Rest early, don't be afraid, it's safe here. That's not true, the zombies outside are all scared of being killed. Lu Weiwei couldn't understand Mr. Zombie more and more. In order to not let the other party be wary, Chen Fei returned to the first floor and first had a dinner. And then came to the second floor to assemble the supermarket's fitness equipment. No, 100 kilograms is so light? Chen Fei was somewhat speechless as he held the barbell. This was already the limit weight here. Not even one more piece could be found. There's no way to progress too fast. Who made brother a genius? It's better than nothing. Chen Fei lay down and clunked the bench press. Anyway, I don't need to sleep, so I'll live her attribute points. Complete flat bench press x 100 plus 1 attribute point. Complete barbell bent over x 50 plus 1 attribute point. Complete strength push x 75, attribute points plus 1. This night Chen Fei was working out, and when he was hungry, he went to the first floor for a dry meal. One can be such a hardworking bee. Attribute points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 65. Strength, 64. Spirit, 50. Race, zombie. Evaluation, big miscellaneous soldier. Chen Fei's one night of cultivation focused on strengthening his spirit until it exceeded 50, and the evaluation finally changed. Well, it's turned into a big mongrel. True Chao Dan Ah. It seems like we still need to develop on all fronts in the future. Chen Fei stroked his chin. At the same time the evaluation changed, Chen Fei could also feel some sort of change in his strength. The guess was that all three items exceeded a certain value to usher in a wave of changes. Moreover, as his spirit improved, Chen Fei's control over his body became more and more refined, and his brain was active. The world in his eyes were showing subtle changes. The current him wouldn't be able to beat 10 of last night's self. Go to the first floor to settle breakfast. And then walked to the third floor. Lu Weiwei, who was still sleeping, instantly woke up. The alertness was strong. Mr. Zombie? Good morning. Lu Weiwei forced a smile, polite. Chen Fei nodded in response, carrying his backpack and pulling open the shoebox to jump out of the window again. When he landed, he was greeted by the rising sun, but he couldn't see any zombies in the vicinity. Even the corpses of some of the previous zombies had been cleaned up. If it wasn't for the residual bloodstains and the air's dilapidated scent, Chen Fei would have thought he was in the wrong place. Go back to the gym first, those fierce zombies shouldn't be weak. Chen Fei stepped forward, the corners of his mouth moving lightly, actually revealing an evil smile. Big and dry gym. A few burly zombies were slowly roaming around. Chen Fei counted them, and there were actually more than half of them missing. Moreover, the remaining few zombies seemed to be taller than before. Chen Fei was just about to approach. Roar! The nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular and gnarled fierce zombie roared angrily. It seemed to be warning Chen Fei. The latter, however, held 2 chopping knives and walked in without showing any weakness. For a moment, the remaining fierce zombies all turned around, as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 7 Awakened One Squad. The few fierce zombies in front of them seemed to form a group and possessed a certain territorial consciousness. Already evolved to produce a territorial consciousness? Chen Fei grew cautious. Not waiting for him to move forward, a large zombie swooped over. The speed that did not match its size made Chen Fei's heart startle. Good fellow, no worse than the strength of that human yesterday. Chen Fei dodged out of the way and slashed at the other party's neck with a backhanded slash. Ding! With a CUI sound, the chopping blade broke off. And the zombie's neck was only cut with a 10-centimeter wound, not enough to kill it. Inferior knives harm people. The fierce zombie is actually still a tank. It's a good thing I didn't do anything when I left yesterday. These guys definitely didn't evolve to this level in one night. After thinking so much, everything was just between lightning and fire. The remaining few zombies also stormed up. Chen Fei let out a cold snort, and his feet lashed out. The floor was stepped out into a crater. Blocking away the opponent's fist, an uppercut hit one of the zombies in the jaw. With a bang, the zombie was sent flying, parabolically landing on the ground, its jaw exploding. It rolled on the ground a few times and climbed back up. The face with the rotted-off chin came charging again. Chen Fei did not have time to pay attention to him. In a flash, he sent the remaining zombies flying. These zombies were thick-skinned, but their agility was no match for Chen Fei. 1, 2, 3. 9. Can't even make it to 10. Chen Fei spat in his heart. Casually grabbing a zombie, he wheeled a circle, sweeping the rest of the zombies away. And then slammed downward. Bang! The floor sunk into a large pit. Without waiting for the zombie to react, Chen Fei's sandbag-sized fist had already landed on its head. Plop! The head blossomed and juice splashed everywhere. The zombie struggled for a couple of moments and died. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. Chen Fei ignored the tone in his head and grabbed another zombie by the neck and pushed it against the wall. The force was so fierce that spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the wall. With one punch, the headless zombie fell down softly. At this time, Chen Fei once again turned to face the remaining 7 zombies. Roar! Majestic, domineering. Several zombies trembled, not daring to move forward. Chen Fei pointed at the zombie with a rotted jaw. The latter did not move. Apparently they did not yet possess the intelligence to discern instructions. Instinctive fear prevented them from striking again. Chen Fei slowly stepped forward, grabbed the neck of the zombie, and then grabbed the other party's head with one hand. The latter's struggles appeared very feeble, hissing with fear. Chen Fei lashed out. There was a tearing sound. This fierce zombie could no longer fumble. Roar! Chen Fei roared again. Several zombies backed away. Not buddies? I've come here to fight with you guys, why did you guys wimp out so fast? Speechlessness was Chen Fei's native language. He took out another piece of meat from his backpack and ate it in front of the fierce zombies. The latter obviously had some cravings, but only dared to growl lowly. It didn't even dare to touch the corpses of the few zombies on the ground. No fun, not playing anymore. Chen Fei turned around and left the gym. It was time to go to the city center to take a look. What exactly was attracting himself before? Chen Fei had just left when a few fierce zombies pounced on the corpses and began to gnaw on them. At the same time, inside a certain office building near the city center, a team of 5 people gathered here, 4 men and 1 woman. Captain, according to the news brought back by the scouting squad, that particular zombie is in this neighborhood, but I don't sense any abnormalities. The female team member was puzzled. Squads like theirs were made up of awakened people. The woman's ability was perception. The auxiliary type. A 300-meter radius was within her perception range. However, it consumed too much spirit and could be used up to 5 times a day. The remaining few people were all combat types. The young man known as the captain's face was grave. The special zombie is primed with intelligence. It's not that easy to capture. It is very important research material. It must be brought back. The city center was not safe. 2 of the 6 large air raid shelters with no news were in the city center. And there have been more zombie movements close to the city center recently. The danger of this operation was high. The team member who was observing the downstairs with binoculars said in surprise, "Captain, a zombie carrying a duffel bag appeared on the street. It will observe the surrounding when it moves. It seems to be a mission target." Upon hearing this, several people came forward. The captain grabbed the binoculars to look at the location the other person pointed to. The streets were roaming with zombies, broken and depressed. Even many buildings were damaged. A zombie observing the surrounding area, its abnormality was too conspicuous. Along the way, Chen Fei identified a few more good strongholds, as long as he cleared out the zombies inside. The supplies in the supermarket were quite a lot, but Chen Fei only ate meat, so he had to think about the follow-up. As for what to do if he couldn't find meat in the future, we'll talk about that when the time comes. That being said, why is that sense of calling gone yesterday? 100 meters away on a 5-story residential building. The squad had moved to this ambush after identifying the target. "Captain, it's almost over here." The expressions of the crowd began to look serious. According to the news brought back by the previous scouting squad, this zombie had at least captain-level strength, and ordinary light weapons could not cause fatal damage to it. That's why one team member took out the RPG he was carrying. The captain level couldn't even carry it. It only said to try to capture the live ones. But everyone knew that it was impossible to catch captain level zombies alive with just one squad. The dead ones were just as well studied. Captain, it seems to have noticed us. The female team member's face changed dramatically, her tone trembling. The captain shouted lowly, "Fire!" Buzz. Chen Fei, who had just noticed a human on the roof of the building in the distance, had his scalp numb and rolled violently to the side. Lousy, didn't he provoke you guys either? Boom. The rocket exploded where Chen Fei had just been. The shockwaves and shrapnel hit Chen Fei's body with a clanking sound, leaving some white marks on his greenish-white skin. Fortunately, he had dodged fast. If he really wanted to be hit, he would have shed layers of skin without dying. Roar! Chen Fei opened his mouth, but could only let out a roar. Looking up, he was already surrounded by 4 humans. They were wearing black combat uniforms, and each of them had a stony face. Quick battle. The captain's face was extremely ugly. He only knew that light weapons were no threat to captain-level zombies, but he had never seen one that could dodge such a close-range RPG. Of course, allowing him to be prepared, he could barely dodge it. As things stood, he could only go for it, even if it cost him something. Chen Fei had no time to react as the 4 of them attacked at the same time. One of them transformed into a half-human, half-wolf form, and his size skyrocketed. It was damn cool. Flames appeared in the hands of another 2. The last one who spoke was the one who held his right hand in a false grip, and an ice blade appeared. Ow. The werewolf's huge hand slashed at Chen Fei's head like a sharp scythe. The latter's body bent, dodging the sharp claws while his right fist swung violently, smashing into the werewolf's abdomen. The werewolf's eyes went black, and his huge figure flew out, smashing through the door of a store, living or dying unknown. Chapter 8, Harvesting a Sandbag Little Brother. Strong, too strong. You have to know that old Lu has a strength close to the captain level. In the squad, the combat power is only the captain. Moreover, his self-healing power and attacking power were all very strong after the wolf humanization. But just like this, he was still struck by the other party and died. This zombie is definitely more than captain level. The intelligence is wrong. Take old Lu and you guys retreat first. The captain exhaled a mouthful of cold air. I'll stop him. Pitiful reconnaissance squad, Dayu immortal board. Chen Fei seriously sized up the other party, obviously the leader of the group. This guy was quite a bit stronger than the kid from yesterday. Plus, these guys were all awakened, no wonder they dared to act outside. But captain. Not waiting for the team members to finish, the captain roared with a grave face, "Hurry up, the movement over here will soon attract a large number of zombies, you must bring the news back." This zombie's strength is not captain level, it is likely to be commander level. This time, a mistake in intelligence had caused the squad to be in danger, but the entire army must not be wiped out. Chen Fei hesitated for a split second before deciding to kill them all. He himself was indeed a human before, but now he was a zombie. Even if one was friendly to humans, there was no guarantee that the other party did not have bad intentions. Besides, it was the other party who had sneak attacked first. Chen Fei's temper was not so good that he would happily let the other party off the hook even after being sneak attacked. With a flash of his body, Chen Fei rushed towards one of the people playing with fire. Clearing the minions first. Your opponent is me. The captain roared, his speed skyrocketing as his ice blade slashed at the back of Chen Fei's head. The latter had to turn around to fend it off. The moment he grabbed the ice blade, the cold aura gave Chen Fei a feeling of limited movement. At this moment, a flame ray came, and Chen Fei backhanded a slap. Boom! The flame ray was, however, slapped away alive. Feeling the temperature on the back of his hand, Chen Fei slammed his fist at the captain who was holding an ice blade. The captain dropped the controlled ice blade and once again coalesced one, barely crossing his blade to block. Ka chow! The ice blade shattered in response, and the captain retreated back and forth. What? The team member who had struck out was shocked. Even the captain level couldn't have easily slapped away my flame ray. Cut the crap and run away. The captain was too lazy to spray him. Another team member had already come out carrying the team member who was beaten back to his original form and dying. This time they obeyed and turned around to run. The opponents were too strong, so they couldn't help by staying behind, instead they would easily drag their feet. The surrounding zombies heard the commotion and surrounded them, but these ordinary zombies obviously couldn't stop the awakened. Captain level? Commander level? Is this the human division of awakened strength? Chen Fei pondered slightly before striking again. Roar! The captain gritted his teeth and once again condensed his ice blades to confront Chen Fei. The 3 team members who had already run out a few blocks converged with the female team member. Although the female team member was an awakened, her battle power was not strong, so she did not participate in the siege. Her face was anxious. Where's the captain? That zombie is too strong. The captain broke the back for us, I'm afraid. One of the team members bowed his head, somewhat ashamed. Before a few people had time to feel sad, the female team member suddenly changed her face. Bang! A figure fell and smashed right on top of her, instantly blasting her. The two team members looked at the zombie that was more than 2 meters tall, slender, and had a hideous and terrifying face like a beast, and their faces were horrified. Chen Fei pinched the captain's neck. The latter was covered in blood and was already at the end of his rope. The surrounding zombies surrounded, but did not dare to come forward. The ground had quite a few cracks due to the battle between the two, and several trees in the greenbelt had fallen. I know you can understand, the captain grinned. You're not a commander-level zombie, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to drag it out for so long. Don't be complacent. Ka-ching. Chen Fei was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and directly snapped the other party's neck. The former was not in a very good mood. It was true that he had been stalled for more than 10 minutes by the other party's lifeless attacks. He had also suffered some minor injuries as a result. I'm afraid that the few members of the team had fled long ago. Chen Fei casually threw the other party's corpse towards the zombie group. System, add some spirit. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 67. Strength, 66. Spirit, 60. Race, zombie. Evaluation, great mutilator. The captain alone had provided Chen Fei with 10 attribute points. As expected, the higher the intensity of the battle, the easier it was to gain attribute points. In comparison, the gains from regular workouts were becoming less and less impressive. Perhaps it was limited by the equipment? Chen Fei touched his backpack. The meat he brought out was not quite enough, so let's call it a day. Turning around, he headed back. Shoo! Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking Chen Fei's path. It was also carrying the corpse of a human in a special operations suit in its hands, throwing it in front of Chen Fei. It seemed to be the human awakened from before. Roar! The 2-meter-tall zombie looked down at Chen Fei, and there was provocation in its roar. Chen Fei seemed to be able to understand the other party's meaning. Was this to take himself as a little brother? Does it already possess intelligence? Chen Fei stroked his chin and looked up. Compared to him, his figure of less than 1 meter 8 was indeed weak. Chen Fei fiercely struck out, grabbing its calf before the other party could react. Swung up, smashed on the ground. The ground is trembling. Picked up again, smashed down. Roar! At first, the tall zombie was angry and resisted, trying to break free. Immediately after that, he realized that he was no match at all, and his roar was tinged with a plea for mercy. Intelligent zombies really are different. Chen Fei put down the other party and roared. It probably also meant to take the other party as a little brother. In fact, Chen Fei had taken advantage of the sneak attack and taken him by surprise. Otherwise, judging by the physical strength the other party displayed, it wouldn't be much weaker than the captain from before. At the very least, he would be able to fight against Chen Fei for a while. This was quite the quality sandbag. Tall zombie, what does it mean? Family members who understand. This guy doesn't speak of martial virtues. But it still succumbed as Chen Fei had raised his sandbag-sized fist. That killing intent didn't look like a fake. Roar! Come with me. Today's trip wasn't a wasted one, at least one sandbag minion had been harvested. The limping tall zombie followed behind Chen Fei, still carrying the human corpse in his hands. At the same time, Z City's number 3 gathering place. Relying on the air raid shelter, the human survivors built a 10-meter-high city wall on the periphery. It was ugly, but there was no need to doubt its sturdiness. One of the guards on the wall suddenly saw a figure outside, stumbling and running. It was followed by no less than 100 zombies. Look, is that a member of Dingwei's squad? Upon hearing this, the patrol captain looked over and ordered, after confirming, quickly, notify the awakened and cover his withdrawal. He was too close to the zombies to shoot. No need, I'll go down. The person who suddenly appeared was wearing a black combat uniform, a man in his 40s. The skin color shifted to a bright copper color. Leaping down the city wall. It's Commander Wei, great. The patrol soldiers cheered. Commander Wei was like nobody's business, wherever he went the zombies were blasted. Absolute power crushing. Soon the zombies were cleared and the team members were picked up. What's wrong with you guys? Looking at him in this miserable state, someone couldn't help but ask. The team member gasped for air, the panic in his eyes was hard to hide. The intelligence was wrong, that particular zombie's strength should be commander level, and there is a second captain level zombie. Chapter 9 did not say take you off. 5 people from Dingwei's squad went out, and 1 person returned with serious injuries. Bringing back important information. This caused the higher-ups of the number 3 gathering place to shake. And as the originator of all this, Chen Fei had already returned to the supermarket with his own minions. Roar! You stay outside. The tall zombie was obedient, and along the way that corpse had an arm gnawed off by it. Chen Fei himself didn't want to eat humans, but he wouldn't stop other zombies from doing so. It was just a corpse, he wasn't a saintly mother. Moreover, the decisiveness and viciousness of these human strikes, Chen Fei had absolutely no need to help each other collect corpses. As a former human, Chen Fei for the first time deeply understand that, not my kind, their hearts must be different. He could also understand what the humans were doing. If he was a human, the situation was so bad, the zombies were still evolving, and even intelligent zombies appeared. Definitely want to catch back to study. As for telling others that he is still a human, at heart, it is even more unpleasant to feel. The chain of suspicion thing is so amazing. Maybe one should shift one's thinking. Doomed to be antagonistic? Chen Fei was speechless. It was better to avoid humans as much as possible in the future. He had already learned twice about the decisiveness with which humans struck out. There was no chance for communication at all. Climbing up the stairs, Lu Weiwei and the young woman who were on tenterhooks at the supermarket heard the sound of the shoe cabinet being moved away, and their hearts beat a little faster. Seeing that it was Chen Fei returning, Lu Weiwei was relieved. The young woman, however, was even more worried. In her opinion, this zombie was intelligent, but it was most likely using itself as a reserve food. She wanted to escape, but knew that going out was death. That was why she hadn't even dared to sleep last night, and it was only after Chen Fei had left for most of the day that she had gotten some sleep. Chen Fei was just about to go downstairs when the sound of a radio came from outside. The 8th day of the global catastrophe. Today is the last citywide broadcast. Recently the zombie strength has been strengthened, and many special species have already appeared, so please ask the citizens who are still surviving to go to the nearest gathering place as soon as possible. The sound of the broadcast gradually diminished. Chen Fei went downstairs and ate something first, filling up his backpack again. In Lu Weiwei's puzzled eyes, went out. Mr. Zombie? She had thought about escaping during the time Chen Fei had been out. She also wanted to go to a human gathering place, but the odds were that she would be split up by other zombies just after leaving Mr. Zombie's territory. As a human, she seemed to be relying on the zombies for protection, and Lu Weiwei always had a feeling that it wasn't quite real. I also don't know how Fan Fan is doing. She looked outside. Chen Fei came down and patted the tall zombie, signaling it to follow him. The two zombies quickly arrived at the gym. The 6 fierce zombies instinctively backed away when they saw Chen Fei coming. What sense of territory? Nothing. But the taller zombie was still carrying the human corpse in his hand. Roar! A fierce zombie roared at the tall zombie provocatively. Bang! It was slapped against the wall by the tall zombie and couldn't even be buckled. Putting down his backpack, Chen Fei cleared an empty space in the gym. Roar you, come practice with me. Upon hearing this, the tall zombie retreated 2 steps, apparently somewhat afraid to do so. Chen Fei did not wait for the other party to agree, directly went up and jumped up with a sinus. To the tall zombie fan confused. Sure can be killed but not humiliated, this funeral and you spell. 5 minutes later. Being held down on the ground of the tall zombie begged for mercy roar. Chen Fei let go of the other party. High in both offense and defense, but instead, not too agile? Looking at the tall and slender figure of the other party, Chen Fei felt out of place. Are your long legs for show? In terms of strength, the tall zombie was about the same as the human captain, with higher defense, but the degree of difficulty was far less than the human captain. Human awakened have special abilities, instead, zombies seem to be much simpler. Completed fighting training, +1 attribute point. The beep sounded. Roar! Continue! The tall zombie, however, retreated back and forth. Chen Fei went up and bunked 2 punches, knocking the tall zombie's anger out. Another 5 minutes. The tall zombie barely injured Chen Fei, but ended up being held down. Again, he begged for mercy. Not hearing the beep, Chen Fei roared again. Tall zombie, what the hell? Too much bullying of the zombie. The tall zombie no longer dared to resist after being punched 5 times. If you want to fight, just fight. Destroy it, this damn world. How can there be such zombies? What a coward. Chen Fei looked down on the other party in his heart. There was no choice but to start assembling the fitness equipment. The barbell pieces were filled. Then take the barbell of several hundred kilograms and do the curve lift. Complete barbell bent jerk x10, attribute point +1. Assemble another one to do the flying bird. Complete the flying bird x5, +1 attribute point. Getting stronger can be addictive, especially this visualization of seeing oneself getting stronger. Seeing that the boss stopped punching himself, the tall zombie had a feeling like he had been pardoned and hurriedly hid in the corner, fearing that the boss will come back again. As the afternoon passed, the attribute points increased more and more slowly. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 82. Strength, 81. Spirit, 81. Race, zombie. Evaluation, big mongrel evaluation, big mongrel evaluation, big mongrel. The tall zombie felt that his boss had gotten stronger again and ran over to roar around Chen Fei. It seemed to be very happy. Chen Fei patted the other party. It would be dark soon, so it was time to go back. There was no telling if the big one would have a seizure at night, so let him stay in the gym. Roar, you stay here. Chen Fei pointed at the other party and then at the ground. The tall zombie responded, sort of agreeing. It was also considered to be convinced by Chen Fei's beating. It was good that the boss was stronger. It was best to be stronger than that guy so that it could take revenge. Chen Fei didn't know about the tall zombie's little plan and took the already empty backpack and left. Before walking to the supermarket, Chen Fei could vaguely hear a baby crying. It should be the human baby in the supermarket. The five senses had also been strengthened considerably after the spirit reached 80 points. No longer need to worry about being attacked by enemies at close range. Back to the third floor of the supermarket. Chen Fei wrote a note and threw it to Lu Weiwei. Transferring the place tomorrow? Lu Weiwei was a bit puzzled, but didn't ask much. All listened to Mr. Zombie. The consumption of meat was faster than Chen Fei expected. Before, he didn't consider that he was still consuming it from working out at night. And as he became stronger, he ate even more. No, can't leave here, the young woman who hadn't made a sound spoke up. What if I leave here and my child doesn't have milk powder to drink? My child is only 5 months old. The voice was trembling, but still stood out. She gathered enough courage before she dared to meet Chen Fei's pair of pale eyes. The latter's bloody eyes she didn't dare to look at. Chen Fei glanced at the other party before writing another note and throwing it to Lu Weiwei. Mr. Zombie said you can stay here, it's safe for at least a short period of time. The corner of Lu Weiwei's mouth twitched. There were actually just a few words on the note, it doesn't say to bring you either. But she still euphemistically conveyed it. Upon hearing this, the young woman was not happy. No, how can safety be guaranteed if you're not there? Chen Fei was speechless. No way, big sister, you really expect a zombie to protect you? What a big face. This is also his own goodness, change a zombie to come, you have long been eaten alive. Chen Fei turned around and went downstairs without paying any more attention to the other party. Seeing the young woman still want to talk, Lu Weiwei hurriedly ran over to cover the other side's mouth. This woman's brain is really bad. Say less, or Mr. Zombie will eat us if he's not happy. Lu Weiwei lowered her voice. The young woman broke away and her eyes reddened. I just want my child to live. Chapter 10 The Gentle Mr. Zombie. How could the young woman not see that Chen Fei did not want to take herself away? It was already good enough that the other party hadn't eaten herself. However, she knew more than anything else that she could not survive in this post-apocalyptic world alone with her child. Before, she had Lin Fan to protect her, but now she relied on the zombies to protect her. She didn't care who protected her, as long as she could keep her child alive. The child is only 5 months old. For this reason she was willing to risk offending that zombie, even if the other party ate her. Lu Weiwei was a little moved. You stay here, there will be no danger for a short time, maybe luck by the Gathering Place search and rescue team. Speaking to the end, she was not confident. Gathering Place really have search and rescue team has long come, the nearest gathering place is only 20 miles away. The human situation might be far less optimistic than what was said on the radio. It had to be said that Lu Weiwei hated this woman in front of her, she was bossing her boyfriend around and always looked superior. However, the child was innocent. The other party's love for the child was also great. The young woman's eyes were filled with loss and despair, and then she looked at Lu Weiwei with humble thirst. Tomorrow, can you bring my child along? She hugged her child and flung herself to her knees. I know I had a bad attitude before, I'm sorry, oh. The ever-stalwart woman who had been so far in the disaster still couldn't hold back her whimpering. The baby seemed to sense its mother's emotions and followed suit with a wail. Lu Weiwei opened her mouth, she admitted that her heart was soft and wanted to agree. But could she really take care of a baby? Would Mr. Zombie allow himself to take a useless baby with him? She couldn't even quite understand why Mr. Zombie had brought himself along. Maybe he was really using himself as a reserve food. Boom! There was a sudden loud bang, and the shoebox in front of the broken window was knocked over. It was already dark, and by the faint light of the table lamp, Lu Weiwei saw a tall figure drilling in through the broken window. Roar! The tall figure roared, instantly locking onto Lu Weiwei's side. Shoo! The zombie was extremely fast, its sharp claws stabbing at the young woman on the ground. The latter's face changed drastically, and she subconsciously protected her child under her body. Plop! The sharp claws pierced through the young woman's back, penetrating through her chest, almost piercing through her child as well. After that, the young woman's entire body was slowly lifted by the zombie. Blood dripped on the baby's tender cheeks, and the baby was placed on the ground, crying even more fiercely. The young woman has not yet broken, but her voice is very weak, trying to look up to Lu Weiwei. Please. The zombie was still trying to make a move, a figure was faster than it was before, kicking the zombie away. Roar! Who told you to come over? The tall zombie was not Chen Fei's little brother. Chen Fei moved the first time he heard the commotion, but he was still a step too slow. The tall zombie shook off the young woman's corpse and stood up. The eyes didn't seem to be the same as during the day, more confused and manic than before. Is this the source of the sense of danger? Why am I unaffected? Chen Fei wondered. But obviously now was not the time to think about this, as the tall zombie killed over. Chen Fei grabbed his opponent's stabbing sharp claws and slammed his fist on his opponent's head. The big one was a lot stronger than it was during the day, and perhaps it could fight 3 human captains now. But Chen Fei had also gotten much stronger after the afternoon's workout. So Lu Weiwei, who was in a state of shock and confusion, saw the smaller Chen Fei holding down the bigger zombie and whacking it. Dum 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 dum. The entire building began to vibrate, and it felt like the floor was about to be punched through by Chen Fei at any moment. Mr. Zombie is so strong? Lu Weiwei was very surprised. She suddenly realized something and bent down to pick up the still crying baby. In passing, she wiped the blood off the baby's face. As a woman, she was soft-hearted, even if the young woman's previous attitude was no better. After several minutes of continuous pounding, the floor tiles had long since dried and crumbled, and the exposed concrete was showing spiderweb-like cracks. It felt like it would collapse at any moment. Roar! Hearing a familiar pleading roar, Chen Fei stopped. Roar? What's wrong with you? Roar! I don't know, boss, don't fight, I'm wrong. Chen Fei pulled up the other party and looked at the latter's head that had been dented by his fist. It felt like the tall zombie's eyes cleared up quite a bit. Roar! Kill you next time, Chen Fei roared. At those words, the tall zombie trembled and shrank in aggravation. It truly didn't know what was going on. Roar! Roll back, I'll clean you up tomorrow, Chen Fei glared at the other party. The tall zombie wanted to cry, but could only leave. It knew that it had invaded the boss's territory and offended the other party. This beating was not unjustly received. But when it thought of the boss's fist, its brain hurt. When it left, it didn't forget to take the young woman's corpse away. It knew that the boss didn't like to eat humans. Just drive away? Lu Weiwei somewhat couldn't believe her eyes. Then look at the place where Mr. Zombie fought before, this power. No wonder Fan Fan couldn't win. Who could win against this kind of monster? Chen Fei blocked the window and moved a few shelves to be blocked as well as the first floor. He then looked at the baby in Lu Weiwei's arms as he passed by her. Frightened, Lu Weiwei thought that Mr. Zombie liked to eat the tender ones. Hugged it even tighter. Chen Fei dropped a note and went downstairs. You can go to the second floor if you're unsure. Lu Weiwei finished reading the note, picked up the bottle on the floor and put it in the child's mouth and went downstairs. After what happened just now, she felt it was safer to stay closer to Mr. Zombie. As a result, just after going downstairs, she saw a scene that made her brain almost go down. Was she going downstairs the wrong way? Mr. Zombie was listening to the radio playing songs and working out? Strange, too strange. Are zombies this disciplined nowadays? Chen Fei ignored Lu Weiwei, who was holding the child, and continued working out. Lu Weiwei didn't know when she fell asleep, and when she opened her eyes again it was already the next morning. She was woken up by the sound of her child crying. In fact, this child was still very well behaved, and rarely cried during the time they took refuge together. Pull? Lu Weiwei could smell the faint odor of. She wasn't very skilled at changing the child's diaper, and the process took more than 10 minutes. It was good that the child didn't struggle and move around. Lu Weiwei was about to use mineral water to make milk powder for the child when a note floated over. The child is still small, can't drink cold. It was written by Chen Fei. Even if it was summer now, such a small baby would easily get diarrhea from drinking cold. And this kind of small illness could kill a child in this kind of post-apocalyptic world right now. Mr. Zombie? Lu Weiwei looked up at Chen Fei, who had just finished his workout. No, you're a zombie who still knows how to bring up a baby? Chen Fei wrote another note, pack up and leave in an hour. If you're not willing to come with me, you can stay. In fact, and human beings get along with quite a test of his patience, really afraid that one day did not hold back to eat each other alive. As for the future, to run into that dog luck in the body of Lin Fan. Later, things to be said later. Moreover, experiencing yesterday's events let Chen Fei understand a truth. It seems to be difficult to get along with human beings amicably. The purpose of shifting positions was to look for food on the one hand, and to lean towards the city center on the other. He could feel that the source of that calling feeling from before was doing him a lot of good. He was a bit strong himself, so it was time to go and see what was going on. Lu Weiwei froze as she looked at Chen Fei, who was descending the stairs. Mr. Zombie, a bit gentle. Chapter 11: The beginning of a misunderstanding. Chen Fei found a large hiking bag from the supermarket and packed all the remaining meat from the supermarket into it. As for weapons, he didn't take any more. The quality of that broken knife was too poor, and the manufacturer must have cut corners. It didn't feel as good as his own fists. Lu Weiwei, on the other hand, packed 6 cans of milk powder, a few packs of diapers, and a large insulated cup. Even brought a pot. Instead, she had very little for herself. Regarding whether to follow Chen Fei or not, she only hesitated for a few minutes on this issue. Following a zombie might be dangerous in the future, or it might be used as reserve food. But it seems that staying in the supermarket is even more dangerous. Lu Weiwei rationally analyzed the wave. Whether or not a situation like last night's would happen again was not guaranteed by anyone. It was possible that Mr. Zombie had just left today, and he himself would be eaten at night. Those shelves could stop most ordinary zombies, but not the special kind like last night. At least as far as we've been together these past few days, Mr. Zombie won't eat anyone. Lu Weiwei convinced herself. pushing aside the shelves blocking the door to the first floor. A zombie with a human just walked down the street. Scattered zombies could only be seen when they left a certain range of the supermarket. They saw the humans but did not dare to rush up. The aura on Chen Fei's body made these ordinary zombies instinctively fearful. In their opinion, Lu Weiwei was that powerful zombie's food and could not be robbed. It was somewhat similar to the suppression of superiors over inferiors between beasts. Lu Weiwei was a little worried at first, but when she saw that those formerly crazy zombies didn't dare to approach, she was relieved. Soon came to the gym, inside the fierce zombie only two left, but gave a person the feeling of oppression a little stronger. Only at this time was being held down and beaten by a tall zombie. Even if the two zombies let out hissing like begging for mercy, it didn't make the tall zombie stop. Roar! Come out! Chen Fei's roar interrupted the tall zombie that was committing violence. The latter's body jolted and hurriedly ran over, shrinking its neck and circling around Chen Fei. The ingratiating meaning was obvious. Last night's head, which had been whacked and dented by Chen Fei, had also recovered. This recovery ability was indeed strong. Did Mr. Zombie take it in? Lu Weiwei was a bit incredulous. The zombie's concept of superiority and subordination seemed to be much stronger than that of humans, and this submission of the tall zombie was from the bottom of his heart. After listening to the tall zombie roar for a while, she probably understood that the fierce zombies had initially evolved intelligence after devouring each other last night. Strength has also been improved to a certain extent. Currently, these two fierce zombies were accepted by the tall zombie as little brothers. Roar! The tall zombie called out to the two fierce zombies to come out and recognize their boss. The 2 meter tall, muscular zombies slowly walked out. They looked at Lu Weiwei somewhat eagerly, but didn't dare to make a move. Their own boss's boss? That would be. No, the CPU of the two zombies is going to burn. Anyway, it is right to obey. Chen Fei does not care about two more little brothers, greeted on together to the direction of the city center. That afternoon the supermarket came a team of humans, dressed differently. But they are all extremely capable. There were 7 people in total, 3 women and 4 men. Lin Fan, the special species you said is really here? The female in her 30s frowned in confusion. There are only some ordinary zombies in the supermarket in my perception. The one known as Lin Fan was naturally the person who had escaped from Chen Fei a few days ago, Lu Weiwei's boyfriend. Instead of escaping to the gathering place, he was saved halfway by the current squad. The squad was from a team of hundreds of survivors, and their mission was to find a special kind of zombie, kill it, and bring it back. In addition to Lin Fan, 5 of the squad were awakened, and the captain was a bit stronger than Lin Fan. A healing ability, a perception ability, and the captain was a bestialization ability. The remaining 2 were fire ability and wind ability respectively. That ordinary person is also not simple. It is said that before the disaster is a famous fighting expert, very good at killing. General awakened person is not really his opponent. At that time, Lin Fan's injuries were already very serious. After being saved by the other party, he agreed to join the squad. Lin Fan's injuries were healed by the team's nurse. It's likely that it has already left. Lin Fan's face was grim, and there was a monstrous hatred in his gaze. That zombie has already possessed intelligence, and its strength is comparable to the captain's. Vivi was not there, and had most likely been eaten. He was mentally prepared before he came, but his hatred deepened after confirming this news. Zombies, all damned zombies, go to hell. In the next instant, Lin Fan struck, his hand flashed with a cold aura, his body turned into a stump and rushed into the supermarket. Wherever he passed, the zombies were all killed by a single slash. The woman who spoke just now had her eyes twitching at the corners of her eyes. The captain was a young man in his 30s with an ordinary appearance, calmly saying, he should have suppressed it for a long time, let him vent it. Actually, he was not as calm inside as he was on the surface. The speed that Lin Fan exploded just now was already close to his own after animalization. It was truly an extraordinary talent. In the past few days together everyone had also understood each other. Lin Fan had been hiding in the supermarket with his girlfriend after the calamity, rarely exercising his abilities, and was still able to have this kind of strength. His ability is berserk increase, right? The stronger the emotion the stronger the strength. Theoretically it can increase indefinitely, and every time he exits the state his strength can gain a certain amount of increase. It seems that there are no side effects? A male team member sked. Awakened people would more or less have side effects or limitations after using their abilities. Those like Lin Fan were indeed very rare. Not long after the zombies in the supermarket were cleared, Lin Fan's aura was a little stronger. Weiwei, don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for you. The closer to the city center, the more zombies there were. Chen Fei came to one of the strongholds he had identified yesterday, the 24-hour gym. On the second floor, there were no zombies inside. It was only the entrance that needed to be blocked. This was the time for the little brother to perform, and it was not a bad feeling to have a henchman to call on. The main reason I chose this place is because it's already within the city center. Plus there are several large food markets around. How could Lu Weiwei know that Lin Fan went to find himself so quickly? In her opinion, even if Lin Fan escaped from life, that kind of injury will need to recuperate for a period of time. She also didn't know that because of the misunderstanding, the rapid rise of the human side's first king-level powerhouse was created. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to get it right. A locker room in the gym served as Lu Weiwei's room. There are so many zombies here, Lu Weiwei couldn't help but think of the dense number of zombies downstairs. It seems like there's even less of a chance to escape. If possible, she still wanted to leave Mr. Zombie. The human gathering place was where she should go. After the stairs up to the second floor were blocked, Chen Fei led a few minions towards the nearest food market. When they came back again, a zombie carried a freezer, and Chen Fei even carried 2 more bags. Completed weight stretching, attribute point +1. A prompt sounded in his head. Chen Fei placed the freezer in a corner of the gym, added to spirit. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 89. Strength, 88. Spirit, 89. Race, zombie. Evaluation, great mischief. The points gained last night weren't as fast as they were in the beginning. All of this was to be expected. Placing the freezer in a restaurant next door, Chen Fei leapt up to the second floor gym. Walking up to the door of Lu Weiwei's room, he knocked on the door, dropping his backpack. Lu Weiwei carefully opened the door and was a little embarrassed for a moment when she saw the food bags exposed in the backpack. Thank you, Mr. Zombie. Chapter 12, The Systems Change. After settling the new stronghold, the sky was already slowly darkening. In order to prevent his little brother from having a seizure at night, Chen Fei worked out by the door of Lu Weiwei's room. As for the few little brothers, they were free to go about their activities. The tall zombie seemed to be quite hyper when he left. The remaining 2 fierce zombies didn't know what to do, so they were taken away by the tall zombie. Chen Fei wasn't worried that they wouldn't return once they were gone, nothing more than a few minions. Hearing the movement of Mr. Zombie Fitness outside, Lu Weiwei inexplicably felt a little relieved. Until now there was still a feeling of unreality. The self-disciplined Mr. Zombie, it seemed to be keen on exercising. The baby in her arms wailed again. Pulled. Having changed the diaper several times today, Lu Weiwei was also slightly experienced. Changing it in 3 tries. Baby ah. Your mom didn't have time to tell me your name. Lu Weiwei teased the baby a few times, somewhat helpless. I don't know if you'll live to become a big girl one day. Before, they were living together for 7 days, but at that time, every day was fearful and the atmosphere was depressing. Plus the fear of attracting zombies, so everyone rarely spoke. When the back was a bit more stable, the young woman was a bit of a demon. Lu Weiwei hated the other party, so she didn't ask about the other party's child. A few others, an old man who was lost in thought, a middle-aged man who spoke little, as well as Lin Fan, who had more than enough kindness and was not very careful. On the contrary, none of them had asked. The baby hemmed and hawed. What a well-bred little guy. Lu Weiwei somewhat liked this little guy. Unfortunately, the fate was bitter. This Chao Dan's world. Spreading a few layers of clothes on the floor, she put the baby down. In a daze Lu Weiwei dreamed of meeting Lin Fan, who was already a very strong and powerful awakened person, clearing the zombie crisis in Z City. The next morning, Lu Weiwei felt a little strange. Why didn't the child cry today? Turning her head to the side, the baby's face was unusually red. Fever. Lu Weiwei touched the little face and was startled. What should we do? She hurriedly opened the door and looked at Chen Fei, who was working out at the door with some fear. Mr. Morning. Morning zombie, can you help find fever-reducing medicine for babies? She didn't even hold much hope. People are zombies, why would they help themselves? Chen Fei, however, put down the barbell and nodded his head in agreement. There was nothing much on the street, just a lot of pharmacies. If she remembered correctly, there was one not far downstairs. Thank you, Lu Weiwei smiled politely. Mr. Zombie, you were so nice. Was sent a good person card? No, it should be a good zombie card. Chen Fei rolled down the window, and not long after returned with a bag of pillboxes. There was also a note inside. It reads, I don't know which one is useful, so take a box of each, and if you have capsules, it's best to break them open and melt them into water. Mr. Zombie was so thoughtful. He actually knew that children eating capsules would easily get stuck in their throats. Lu Weiwei still wanted to thank him, but Chen Fei amplified the sound of the radio a bit. He had been listening to it at night as well, only turning the sound down. He didn't need to sleep, but he couldn't disturb others. We are quality zombies. Generally free Chen Fei's radio would not rest, in order to avoid missing the news of the humans. Waking up today, he knew very little about the situation today. After Lu Weiwei fed the child the medicine, the song on the radio suddenly stopped. Urgent news, the Kyoto No. 3 gathering place was overrun by a special kind of zombie. Please pay attention to all gathering places and survivors. Never trust zombies, those who are not of my race will have different hearts. What follows is an overview of how the gathering place was overrun by zombies. The Kyoto No. 3 gathering place and a commander-class zombie agreed to work together to kill another special species zombie. The top management of the gathering place was planning to touch the fish and wait for the 2 zombies to be defeated before seeing how the situation was handled. As a result, the 100-member team composed of awakened people was undermined by the special species, and the two zombies were actually a group. In the end, only one commander escaped with serious injuries. Immediately after the zombie wave broke out, the gathering place was overrun. Only a few survivors managed to survive. So far, the first large-scale gathering place was destroyed, and the high-level zombies were labeled as cunning. They were no longer brainless aliens. Can a commander-level zombie communicate with humans normally? Chen Fei noticed this information. According to what the human captain with the ice blade had said earlier, he wasn't considered a commander level yet. It was unknown if he would be able to speak when his three-dimensional attributes had all broken 100. Interjecting a piece of news, the Kyoto research team has already researched a specific cultivation method for awakened ones. At present, awakened people can only enhance their strength through fighting, but in fact, that is inefficient in passive absorption of unknown factors. We can actively absorb unknown factors through a certain method, so as to strengthen the supernormal capabilities, but the process has a certain risk. As of today, only the first two stages of cultivation have been discovered. The Gong method will be open to all gathering places after improvement. It has been decided to divide the strength of the awakened according to the order. First order preliminary awakening, most awakened people awakening ability at this stage. Second order accumulation of quantity, a few awakened people are at this level when they awaken. The amount of accumulated energy varies from person to person. Most captains belong to this level, individual commanders belong to the powerful second order. Third order ability enhancement, currently don't know how to break through, each commander has his own sense, short time can't find effective shortcut. Fourth order ability sublimation, guess. This news seemed to be to hedge off the bad news in front of it. How long had it been since the global catastrophe, and it was really strong for humans to be able to research to this point. And that was even with many precision devices not working. The news was repeated again. Lu Weiwei, who heard this, looked at Chen Fei with some doubt. Is Mr. Zombie really not to be trusted? She was doubtful. Perhaps Mr. Zombie was really different from other zombies? Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 92. Strength, 91. Spirit, 91. Race, zombie. Level, late first order. The tone appeared abruptly, and the information confused Chen Fei. The evaluation was gone, and it had changed to a rating? Is this the system receiving external information and changing it? No, how could the system be so strong that it didn't even know the rating and needed to receive the relevant information itself to change it? For a while Chen Fei felt that his CPU was a bit insufficient. Forget it, don't think about it, Chen Fei shook off his wild thoughts. That said, why am I only in the late first rank? Obviously, that human captain didn't have much resistance in my hands. At that time, all three of his attributes were just over 60 points. Perhaps this is the power of the system? The feeling of being hung up was really good. Chen Fei was enjoying the thrill of raising his strength more and more. Roar! A roar interrupted Chen Fei's thoughts. He walked over to the window and took a look down. Good lord, the number one minion was followed by more than a dozen zombies, looking all kinds of strange. It wasn't hard to see that they were all evolved zombies, all of which were of the first order according to their rank. Chen Fei tumbled down. The many zombies looked at the figure that landed on the ground, and one by one, they all lowered their heads. The boss said, "This is the boss of the boss." The number one little brother roared twice in some triumph. Chen Fei patted the other, roar. Good job, keep up the good work. In fact, he was just talking casually. These zombies were not strong, whether they were useful or not was another story. Just as a way to find something for his little brother to do. The first little brother to get encouragement instantly energized, greeted the many little brother left, continue to collect little brother. Inside a large shopping mall in the city center. Are you saying that there are zombies collecting forces? The zombie that was short but had a sharp aura spat out human words. You bring some of your men to deal with it. The Lord is in a critical period of evolution. There can't be a mess. After saying that, it looked towards the mountain of flesh that completely occupied the center of the mall, with admiration and anticipation in its eyes. The mountain of flesh was writhing and seemed to possess life. There were many ordinary zombies lining up at the various intersections of the mall to put themselves into the embrace of the meat mountain, and while they disappeared, the meat mountain seemed to grow a little bit stronger. Chapter 13 Zombies also from the heart. The zombie who reported the situation was stout, standing up nearly 4 meters tall, like a small mountain. However, in front of the mountain of flesh, it appeared to be petite. If you look at it seriously, the burly zombie is very much like a fierce zombie, except that the muscles are more solid, even a bit like steel. It led the order and then exited the mall to gather its men. Chen Fei had thought that he was already considered one of the top batch of zombies, but after hearing that broadcast, he felt that he still had to settle down. There was one interesting thing about humans. That was that their messages were usually words within words, with a lot of information. Chen Fei also pondered for a while before figuring it out. Is it the fourth order in the conjecture? Why are they researching so fast? Does it mean that someone has already seen a fourth order zombie, or a suspected fourth order? I'm only at the first rank. Even if I'm stronger than the average first rank, I can't possibly be a fourth rank opponent. Let's break through the second rank first. Chen Fei set a small short-term goal. When all three of his attributes broke 100, perhaps he would be able to reach the second rank. At that time, he might be able to have the combat power of the third order, which was the commander level in human language. Even if he really encountered a fourth order zombie, he could still run away if he couldn't beat them. I also don't know if the rank characteristics that humans talk about work on zombies. Chen Fei was exercising, but his little brother was going crazy. A group of special species swept through the streets. Everywhere they went, they touched one and beat one. Not to mention, little brother number 1 had no other skills, but the speed of collecting minions was really fast. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that it has lived in this area before. In half a day, it had already collected 30 first order minions, and its confidence had doubled. The ordinary zombies in the surroundings were afraid to avoid this lineup. Roar! At this time, a 4-meter-tall lanky zombie with more than 10 special species blocked the way. Little brother number 1 was just like a chicken in front of the other party, not as tall or as strong as the other party. Howl! It's you. The burly zombie recognized the other party. Roar! I won't lose to you this time, come and fight. The two sides were at loggerheads. Although the number of stout zombies on the side was not as good as this side, each zombie could single-handedly defeat 2 zombies on this side. Belonging to all of them were elites in the first order. And the lanky zombie and the number 1 little brother also against. The first hand-to-hand, the first little brother fell into the wind. Hard to say that the latter is only the early stage of the second order, the other party is the late stage of the second order. The situation appeared to be one-sided, and the number 1 junior brother could only retreat with a loud roar. Roar! Chase, kill them all. The burly zombie actually had a hint of contempt in his eyes. Soon there were zombies that were caught up and then surrounded and killed. Seeing that its minions were attenuated one by one, but it had yet to reach the boss's new territory. It stopped in its tracks. Roar! You guys go back and tell the boss that I'm not a coward. The next moment, it rushes towards the rear of the zombie group. There was no reversal, it was definitely being rounded up. However, it did resist the beating and was not killed by its many opponents for a while. The newly collected minions dispersed in a flurry, with only 2 fierce zombies running in the direction of where Chen Fei was. System Edition. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 94. Strength, 95. Spirit, 94. Race, Zombie. Level, Late First Order. It took most of the day to add 9 points, attribute points were getting harder and harder to earn. Chen Fei was no longer working out at the gym, and was now carrying a small car on the side of the road to do deep squats. Then switching to an SUV. But even so, the speed of adding points was still slowing down. Seeing that it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon. At this speed, it's estimated that it will take 2 more days to get to the second stage. Chen Fei was a bit helpless than the time that the third stage will take. Thinking about it was not a small drop. It was mainly because of the simplicity of obtaining points in the early stages, and there was no harm without comparison. Getting people to have a withdrawal reaction. At this time, his ears twitched and he seemed to hear a familiar roar. Turning his head, it was the 2 fierce zombies running towards him. Panicking and roaring as they ran. Mayday? Something happened to little brother? Chen Fei was inexplicably a little happy. Did this mean that his little brother had encountered a zombie that was stronger than it? But it must be strong and limited, otherwise these 2 guys couldn't escape. Good, just in time for the lack of sandbags. Chen Fei dropped the SUV on his shoulder. The SUV smashed into the ground with a bang, the car deformed. Before the 2 fierce zombies could react, they only felt a gust of wind blowing around them. The boss's boss had already left. At the same time, the lanky zombie like a small mountain pinched the head of the number 1 little brother like a dead chicken and growled disdainfully. The former felt that the guy in front of him had a bit of talent and wanted to collect a little brother. Little brother number 1, however, felt that the other party was not his boss's opponent and did not care to be his little brother. Bang! Another punch. The body of the zombie in his hand surged up and fell down again, still wanting to make a move. At this time a figure in the distance rushed in with incredible speed. The stout zombie roared angrily, dropping the zombie in his hand, and took heavy steps that shook the earth. It also rushed towards the other party. The visitor was none other than Chen Fei, his hostility undisguised. Roar! Dare to beat up my little brother, looking for death. Well, this was an excuse for a dry fight. In fact, Chen Fei didn't have much affection for his little brother, and he had accepted it as a sandbag. But the latter is not on the road, a few beatings will not dare to resist. And in the eyes of the number 1 little brother, his own boss actually got angry for himself. Good moving zombie. Swear to follow the boss. Both sides violently collided together, a touch of separation. Both backed up a distance. They were evenly matched. No, Chen Fei only retreated but was not injured, but the burly zombie's right arm was sunken. Obviously lightly injured. Roar! The lanky zombie was enraged. In its view, Chen Fei was just an insignificant little dot. He had actually been injured by a small speck. The two sides collided again, you and I going back and forth. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. Hearing the beep, Chen Fei became even more excited. As expected, it was only by fighting that one could increase their strength faster. The more the two zombies fought, the more joyful they became, and the commotion they caused grew bigger and bigger, and the onlookers couldn't get a ride. The green belt was smashed, the car was thrown by the burly zombie as a weapon, and then kicked away by Chen Fei. Even the two zombies fighting close to the building directly smashed the door, and then from the other side of the wall out. Chen Fei was fine, the big body of the burly zombie directly gave the building a big hole. Listening to the beeps that keep appearing, Chen Fei fights more and more vigorously. The lanky zombie, but the more you fight the more strenuous. Because Chen Fei has attributes to add, the two sides from the beginning of an even match to the back of the lanky zombie was pressed to fight. The latter stared at Chen Fei's tiny figure in disbelief. Roar! The lanky zombie was furious and suddenly exploded. Chen Fei thought that the other party was going to fight to the death. As a result, the guy turned his head and ran. Chen Fei froze. No, are all zombies so submissive? But he did not chase, because his stomach was a little hungry. Moreover, cannot be sure that the other side has no ambush, the morning radio is not in vain. Cannot underestimate the intelligence of these zombies. I should have known to eat something before coming. Chen Fei has some regrets. Next time I'll catch it back as a sandbag. This big one looks very resistant to beatings. Chapter 14, Under Siege. Watching the lanky zombie fleeing away, its minions also scattered in all directions. Chen Fei smoothly tenderized two slow runners to death. Afterwards, he returned to the stronghold carrying the seriously injured number 1 minion. Along the way, Chen Fei also listened to his little brother explain the situation. The feeling is that enemies see each other. Chen Fei did not care much about the little brother's grudge. Is there a stronger one behind that zombie? Little brother number 1's statement had mentioned that the lanky zombie had a boss. Moreover, the lanky zombie was on the same level as it before, and as a result, it couldn't win the fight after not seeing it for a few days. Even Chen Fei had only suppressed the other party, and it was a bit difficult to kill it in a short period of time. Zombies only submit to those stronger than themselves. Then that lanky zombie's boss was most likely of the 3rd rank. Boy, did I run into someone else's territory to develop my power? Chen Fei seemed to know why little brother number 1 had so coincidentally collided with the lanky zombie. Most likely, it was the latter who took the initiative to come to the door. Sitting on the freezer and gnawing on the meat, he felt the gains from this battle. With all 3 attributes reaching 97 points, it didn't feel like it was impossible to touch base with the other party. After eating his fill, Chen Fei continued to exercise. Exercising to gain points couldn't be slacked off even if it was slow. As a top-tier liver emperor, he knew very well the truth that less is more. It was like some games. Even if you can only accumulate a small amount of resources in a day. But as long as the time span is long enough, it's still a huge fortune. As for little brother number 1, he was already able to act after just this amount of effort. What a strong self-healing ability. Chen Fei couldn't even help but lament in his heart. As dusk approached, today, Chen Fei instead did not have the previous feeling of palpitations once night came. Solely, he exercised on the road. The words were split into 2. The short zombie in the mall spat out human words with a slightly angry face. You mean there was a very strange zombie? That's why the fight wasn't won? The humans seem to be aware of it. I can't leave my lord's side for a while. You can take half of the second order walkers. Quick battle. It was interested in the strange zombie in the lanky zombie's mouth. But today was an important juncture in the lord's zombie's advancement. After all the effort and cost in the previous stage, something must not go wrong. All hidden dangers must be eliminated. The lanky zombie that received the order left warily. Just now it had the feeling that it would be killed by the boss at any moment. This time, the lanky zombie had summoned more than a dozen second-order zombies, of which there were even 2 that were not weaker than it. It was very confident in getting rid of the strange zombie that made it flee in panic. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 99. Strength, 99. Spirit, 99. Race, zombie. Rank, late first order. The gains from working out all night were average. During this time, Chen Fei also attempted a set of Wang Bao Quan, but unfortunately, it was only a little stronger than a normal workout. The main thing was that there was nowhere to use the power. So Chen Fei started directing his little brother to find something heavy to stuff inside the car. What concrete blocks, iron, what sinking stuff? Another fierce zombie was sent to the neighborhood to find a large car. How can an SUV be enough? It must at least be upgraded to a minivan. Lu Weiwei, who was holding the child, couldn't help but probe and look when she heard the commotion downstairs. The child's fever went down last night, only a little diarrhea. Children are weak, and now the survival conditions are poor. It was indeed easy for all sorts of problems to occur. Mr. Zombie seems to have been exercising? Lu Weiwei was a bit speechless. Was it really good for a zombie to be self-disciplined to this extent? looking at the busy few zombies, as well as Chen Fei, who was lying on the ground using his SUV as a barbell to do bench presses. The more you look at it, the more you feel awkward. Looking at it too much was a bit skeptical of life. After studying the system over the past few days, Chen Fei realized that rotating various movements could gain attribute points faster, so he wouldn't keep repeating the same fitness moves. Suddenly his ears twitched. That zombie from yesterday? Chen Fei dropped the vehicle in his hands and got up to look at the end of the street. Over there, a dozen zombies in various forms were walking this way. The speed was so fast that none of them seemed to be worse than the number 1 minions. All second order? The two fierce zombies noticed over there and tried to run away in fear. It didn't take long for the two sides to confront each other. Roar! Submit or die. The lanky zombie had a strong attitude and was a bit arrogant. A powerful aura swept over. The zombies brought along also let out a provocative roar. In their eyes, Chen Fei was a bit strange and did not feel strong. The two fierce zombies behind Chen Fei had long been trembling. The suppression in rank was too obvious. Roar! The ones who should submit are you. Chen Fei was not affected by the other party's aura in the slightest, nor did he give the other party any face. Submission? Jokingly, Chen Fei felt a bit hyper. It was reasonable for him to avoid the front line for the time being. Maybe it's affected by zombification? Chen Fei had a plan in mind. Whatever, big deal, a fight. He was confident that even if he couldn't win the fight, he could still run away. As for the few minions, he could only wait for himself to avenge them when he was strong. We are also righteous zombies. Roar! Kill him. The burly zombie's face is ferocious. If it can't be subdued, then it will kill. It doesn't have that much patience. Today, it had brought so many second order to kill the other party with ease. Not waiting for the former to make a move, Chen Fei rushed towards the offending enemy with great speed. The lanky zombie was a bit confused. The other party actually didn't run when they saw their side of the lineup, but instead, they made a preemptive strike? Too much of a look down on the zombie. Roar! The zombie roared. In an instant, the zombies fought each other short-handedly. Chen Fei lashed a whip leg on the face of a reddish-skinned zombie at the very front, directly denting this zombie's face. The crimson figure flew backwards with a whoosh. Without much time to think, Chen Fei backhanded a certain zombie's incoming huge fist. This zombie has gotten stronger again? The burly zombie's heart was wildly shaken. It was the first time it had seen a kindred spirit that had become stronger so quickly. A hint of greed flashed in its eyes. Eating it itself would definitely allow it to advance, and by then it would be in existence on the level of the boss. Thinking that he could not be afraid of the boss, the burly zombie was excited. The power difference between zombies was a powerful concept of superior and inferior, but only if the gap was large enough. Once both sides were at the same rank, even if one side was slightly stronger, it wouldn't necessarily be able to subjugate the other side. Don't underestimate the upward mobility of the zombies. Soon Chen Fei was suppressed. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. Hearing the beeps, it felt great even after taking a beating. With attribute points, Chen Fei was definitely the first to add them. On the other side, the number 1 junior who had just not recovered much had the urge to flee as he watched his boss being surrounded and beaten. Any one of the opponents was stronger than he was in his heyday. The boss was definitely no match for so many zombies. What to do? Why don't you defect to the other side later? The other party should let themselves go? As for the boss, a dead boss is no longer a boss. Little brother number 1 has already thought of a way to save his life. We're so smart. Lu Weiwei, who heard the commotion upstairs, poked her head out to look. Finished, Mr. Zombie, if he is killed. Thinking of this, Lu Weiwei face blanched. Even if they are not found by the zombies, they will have to starve to death here. Seeing Chen Fei's resistance becoming more and more strained, Lu Weiwei seemed to be able to envision her own end. System plus Chen Fei shouted in his heart. Chapter 15, Changes. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 100. Strength, 100. Spirit, 100. Race, zombie. Rank, early second stage. Feeling the boiling sense of power within his body, he seemed to be more than 10 times stronger. Chen Fei grinned a bloody, evil smile. He violently grabbed a zombie's head and blasted it with a fist. Boom! The headless zombie flew out of the battlefield. For a moment, the rest of the zombie's movements were stifled. Shocked. Roar! Quickly kill him, the lanky zombie reacted, roaring with panic. How did this strange zombie get stronger so fast? And it can still get stronger while fighting. It's too unreasonable. The zombies roared and attacked again. But then the situation reversed. Chen Fei, who should have been suppressed, was like a demon possessed. 3 or 2 moves to solve a zombie. The strong body of a second-order zombie was like papier-mâché in Chen Fei's hands. It was just like a piece of papier-mâché in Chen Fei's hands, piercing through and tearing apart at will. The road was even pitted by his powerful force. A few green belts were directly flattened. In less than 5 minutes there was only the stout zombie left on the field. The latter's right leg was broken, and his huge body collapsed in a store that was crushed into rubble. Roar! Submit, or die. Chen Fei stood on the lanky zombie's chest, looking down on the other party. The aura of a forced king emanated from his body. The top was shattered from the fight, revealing that well-proportioned body. The small body really made the zombie unable to understand why it had this strong power. The burly zombie's breath was disorganized, but said it would never give in. It admitted that this strange zombie was stronger than expected and had great potential. But it wasn't even necessarily a match for its own boss, let alone the Lord. There was no reason for it to choose to submit. Rebellion would only end in a few days of late death. Apparently, zombies rarely had the sense to recognize the times. Put. Chen Fei's palm turned into a sword and did not enter the other party's head, and the latter's eyes glazed over as its vitality gradually disappeared. Roar! Chen Fei roared freely. At this moment, he was so powerful and invincible in the eyes of his junior brothers. The number one junior brother felt ashamed of himself for planning to defect earlier. Strong admiration also rose in the hearts of the two fierce zombies. Boss's boss, so fierce. Lu Weiwei upstairs was shocked beyond words. Especially when she saw Chen Fei kill a zombie that was several times bigger than his own size. She couldn't believe that that kind of monster was something a human could fight. A 4-meter tall body like a small mountain, its head alone was the size of a human's torso, right? But he was stepped on by Mr. Zombie, who was the height of a normal person. Mr. Zombie's small body exploded with great energy. I don't know why, but I actually admire Mr. Zombie a little. Of course, it was just power worship. After this battle, Chen Fei gained a lot. Firstly, there was a breakthrough in strength. Secondly, he determined his own strength level. Far more than the second order, enough to the third order do not know. I guess the difference is not bad. The main thing was that he hadn't fought or seen it before. These zombies would rather die than submit. It seems like their boss is undoubtedly a third order zombie. Chen Fei figured this out. It was fortunate that he hadn't wandered around the downtown area before. Now, quite wanting to touch base with a third order zombie. Of course, he wouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with third order zombies. Who knew how many third order zombies were in the other party's lair? Chen Fei did not want to be surrounded. There were few human survivors and even fewer awakened ones, but there were some commander-level awakened ones. However, up to now, the humans had not even cleared the zombies in the city center, so it was evident that the water in here was very deep. Getting stronger is the priority. Instead, Chen Fei felt even more that he needed to sink his teeth in again after his rank was raised. Seeing that his enemy had been killed, little brother number 1 excitedly ran over and stepped on the body of the burly zombie. It seemed like he was showing off his strength. Chen Fei glanced at his little brother breathlessly and walked off to replenish his energy in the store where the freezers were kept. The number 1 little brother ran over and roared excitedly again. Being annoyed by the little brother. Roar! Get lost and collect the little brother. Being reminded by the boss, little brother number 1 remembered that it still had a mission to perform. Although his injuries had not fully recovered, in order to help the boss, he had to collect more minions. Chen Fei didn't know that this guy was serious, and also underestimated this guy's speed of collecting minions. The first little brother left with a fierce zombie, and his ears were finally clean. Another fierce zombie outside to clean up the battlefield. Those zombie corpses for them are great tonic. Stock up and eat slowly. After eating his fill, Chen Fei came outside and looked at the minivan pushed back by his little brother. There are still goods inside? Chen Fei held the front of the vehicle and waited a few times, almost enough. So upstairs, Lu Weiwei saw that Mr. Zombie, who had just finished fighting not long ago, had started exercising again. No? Mr. Zombie, you're so strong and you're still working so hard? If only I could awaken too, Lu Weiwei said with envy on her face. I don't know if I can still go to the human gathering place. Mr. Zombie was still a zombie no matter how friendly he was. Not eating people now didn't mean not eating all the time. If she could, she definitely hoped to go to a human gathering place. The sun was about to set and it was getting dim. It was another day of hard work. Chen Fei, who was working out, suddenly looked up. I feel wrong? Chen Fei was puzzled. Just a moment ago, he felt the earth tremble, very slightly. Not like an earthquake. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. He felt it faintly here, but it was very obvious inside the large shopping mall in the city center. The short zombie stood firmly in place, not affected by the shaking of the earth in the slightest, grinning wildly with a wide mouth. Ha ha ha, my lord is about to succeed. Soon, Z City will completely become our world. No, the entire world will be our world. It didn't understand what the benefits of occupying territory were. But Lord had said to become the god of this world. And the first step to becoming a god was to occupy this world and clean out the disobedient bugs. As the vibrations continued to expand, the walls of the mall all began to crack and collapse. The cause of all this was the majestic figure like a building in the center of the mall. A huge lump of flesh like a small mountain. It stretched out its fleshy tentacles, and its unconscious swings were able to smash the concrete. The entire mall was already riddled with holes under its ravages, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. Roar! A roar like one from the abyss spread out. The human survivors had always had squads sent to scout the downtown area. This was especially true of the number 3 gathering place closest to the city center. Ever since Dingwei's squad was almost completely wiped out, they had increased their scouting efforts even more. The special species were more numerous and stronger than the humans had imagined. Even the outskirts of the city center were able to come across unicorn-class zombies. At this moment, a certain scouting squad. Put! A male team member spat out a mouthful of blood, his head swelled up and he almost fainted on the spot. I sensed the owner of the roar. It's too huge, the special ability level is too strong, it's more than just a commander level. It found us, run! There were 3 people in the squad, all of them were second-ranked combatants. To be able to seriously injure a second-order awakened person just by their might, this was most likely the legendary 4th-order zombie. Damn it, a 4th-order zombie has actually appeared. Chapter 16, Mr. Zombie is happy to be a father. While saying that, the captain had already picked up the injured team member on his back and ran wildly into the distance. The scouting squad members were all speed and perception type awakened. Their combat strength was average, but their escape ability was extremely strong. Even if they faced the pursuit of a 3rd-order zombie, as long as the other party wasn't a speed class they could escape. Because the evolved zombies were so strange, the humans were differentiated according to the type of zombie ability. However, in the next second, the 3 of them were puzzled at the same time. Looking at the 3 corpses that fell softly, the short zombie stepped out of the dimness and licked the blood from his hands. My lord has yet to fully awaken, so I can't let you mole crickets spoil it. After saying that, it looked in the direction of the mall again. It had been about 10 days since the calamity, which wasn't too long to say, and wasn't too short to say. After all, for many survivors. Too many things had happened in these days, more than how many years of experience before. It wasn't like the humans hadn't sent people to the city center to explore. There was even a time when the 4 major gathering places jointly sent out strong commanders to go there, only to be blocked by a dozen 3rd-order zombies on the periphery. In order to avoid casualties, they didn't reach the core area of the city center that time. At that time, the commanders didn't realize the special nature of those zombies and didn't know that the zombies might have intelligence. Then later on, they just sent 1 or 2 teams to explore. Dingwei's squad had even just reached the outskirts of the city center before they were lost. Meeting of the senior management of Gathering Ground Number 3. The 5 people present were the highest leadership team of the gathering place. 2 of them were commanders. The human survivors of the commander level awakened were all awakened at the 2nd stage at the beginning of the calamity. Later, they were promoted to the 3rd stage or the late stage of the powerful 2nd stage in the continuous fights. It could be said that they were the absolute pillars of the major gathering places. Scouting Team 3 has not returned and has lost contact. The youth in the power suit stood straight and reported, it is tentatively considered missing. Is a squad being sent to search? The man in his 50s looked at the 2 commanders. Wei Bin and Zhang Hong. The meaning was obvious. The ones that could keep the scouting squad from returning could only be 3rd-order zombies, or numerous 2nd-order ones. Either way, it would require the commander to lead the team to make it work. I'll lead the team out. Wei Bin stood up, his face calm. Zhang Hong is better at defense than me, it's only safe to have him at the gathering place. It's impossible for a scouting squad to go missing for no reason, it seems like there's a big danger downtown. The humans had just gotten over the initial chaos, and honestly didn't want to toss and turn at all. But if any terrifying existences appeared among the zombies, it would be a devastating blow to humanity. So this trip was a must. With that, it was Commander Wei who led the 4 second-rank captains to go out and search the morning after the accident of the scouting 3rd team. As well as, probing what exactly happened in the city center. Say, why is it that after coming over here for a few days, that sense of calling hasn't reappeared? Chen Fei was somewhat puzzled. He still remembered that strong sense of calling that caused many zombies to wander towards the city center at that time. Now the sense of calling was gone. The zombies on the streets seemed to be less than before? It was getting stranger and stranger. But for some reason, Chen Fei did not have a sense of crisis. At this time, Lu Weiwei from upstairs suddenly poked her head out and anxiously shouted, Mr. Zombie, the child doesn't seem to be able to make it. No, a diarrhea to the child is gone? Chen Fei leapt to the 2nd floor and looked towards the child in Lu Weiwei's arms whose breath was getting weaker and weaker. He wasn't a sympathetic person. However, he had a feeling that the child's current condition was somewhat related to last night's tremor. Since that vibration, something in the air seemed to have become more abundant. Increased concentration of unknown factor? Or something new? Chen Fei pondered. If this continued, the child should not survive the day. Roar! Make it turn into a zombie on its own accord. He subconsciously tried to speak, but could only roar out. Right now, there were no healing conditions at all, nor was there a nurse. Making the child actively infected seemed to be the only way out. Regardless of whether Lu Weiwei heard or not, Chen Fei reached out and ripped off the nail cap of his left index finger. The grayish-black nail cap carried rotting blood and was shoved directly into the child's mouth. Chen Fei felt that this would work. What's the point? Lu Weiwei was all confused. Mr. Zombie, this. Well, there was no other way. But can't you be normal? This hand was a bit sudden and disgusting. Surprisingly, the child whose breath was originally weak actually sucked on that disgusting-looking nail cap with his small mouth. The heartbeat is slowly getting stronger. Wait, isn't it too strong? You can hear the drumming heartbeat. Teething? Lu Weiwei's eyes widened. No, why is it growing so fast? And it's gotten heavy. She knew that even people and animals that didn't turn into zombies in the early stages of the plague would be injured or infected in other ways. Had even seen an infected person with her own eyes. But she didn't know that infected children would still grow faster. This change visible to the naked eye is a bit appalling. Not to mention her, Chen Fei was also confused. Chen Fei reached out and lifted the still-changing child, pointing to the locker room and signaling Lu Weiwei to go back first. The latter definitely obeyed and ran back. The milk bottle left outside was forgotten to be taken in. Kazi. The child seemed to be chewing on its nails, but its little biting power wasn't enough to bite Chen Fei's nails. 100 or so physiques were not for show. The child suddenly opened its large kawaii eyes, struggled to hold Chen Fei's arm, and endeavored to lock eyes with Chen Fei. There was curiosity in his eyes. Daddy? She swallowed a bit and opened her mouth in a milky voice, almost giving Chen Fei a frightening spray. What the hell? Is this a zombie or a human? Why can you talk? Chen Fei confused. If the zombie, the other party obviously cannot be the third stage. To say that it is a person. Only half an hour in the past has grown in 7 or 8-year-old children in general, that a mouth of sharp teeth is not like a person. The clothes on the little girl's body were broken, so she was naked and hugged Chen Fei's arm. Hungry. The little girl looked at Chen Fei pitifully. Roar. There's food over there. Chen Fei pointed to the backpack at the door of the locker room. The little girl actually seemed to understand, jumping off the ground, stumbling a bit, not adapting. Just about to walk forward, but like she remembered something, she turned back and reached out to pull Chen Fei's little thumb. Not willing to part with Chen Fei look. Chen Fei had to walk over with her, and even thoughtfully helped her pick up the bottle and stuffed it into her mouth. The latter didn't seem to resist much. So this should be considered a human? Chen Fei's head was confused for a moment. Zombies didn't drink milk. Lu Weiwei, who heard the commotion outside, couldn't resist her curiosity to open a doorway and look outside. Seeing a 7 or 8-year-old girl drinking milk, her head went down for a moment. Where is the child? What about a child that big? Oh, even bigger. Mr. Zombie, she is? Lu Weiwei lowered her voice, somewhat in disbelief. But she saw Chen Fei nodding slightly. Good news, the child is alive and well and growing up. Bad news, grew up too fast. She was not expecting that she would be able to experience the feeling of bringing up a child in just a few days. The little girl seemed to notice the person across the doorway as well, poking a small head to look over and heave a smile. Sister? Shouldn't it be Mom? Chen Fei kind of wanted to spit. It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of Lu Weiwei. It was mainly because the feeling of being a happy father himself was a bit marvelous. Chapter 17, Strange Girl. Chen Fei, who was happy to be a father, handed the child over to Lu Weiwei. The child is so big, it can't be naked all the time. Clothes, toys, snacks. Well, none of it can be missing. Anyway, it is now only $0 purchase, not heartbreaking. And Chen Fei also wants to see how this little girl is in the end. Was about to roll down the window. The next second, the little girl whooshed and hugged Chen Fei's thighs, tearful. Daddy, doesn't he want me? Chen Fei was speechless. Then he carried the little girl on his back and rolled down the window, leaving behind a dumbfounded Lu Weiwei. Her speed. Awakened? Just landed on the ground. There were zombies in the distance looking over, but also just looked at them without any other action. Before, when I brought Lu Weiwei over, the other zombies' eyes will have a longing, this time to see the girl actually did not react? Chen Fei became more and more puzzled. Not long after, Chen Fei brought the little girl to a children's clothing store before the door was locked. Chen Fei kicked the glass door. He casually chose a piece of clothing to put on the little girl, and then took a few more sets. The toys and stuff would be fine when the time came for the minions to find them. Return to the stronghold and send her back to the second floor. Just about to go back downstairs to work out, this girl hugged Chen Fei's thigh again. Good guy. People and machines are separated by 3 meters and automatically follow it. There was no other way. Chen Fei let her watch her workout from the side. Those zombies didn't seem to hurt her anyway. Dad, go for it. Well, one more atmosphere group. Until noon. Little brother number 1 returned with more than a dozen first-order zombies. When it saw the little girl, a curious look flashed in its eyes. It couldn't help but bend down and use its slender fingers to nod the little girl's head. It seemed to be confirming whether the other party was of the same kind. What for? Without the slightest bit of fear, the little girl puffed up and stared at little brother number 1. You're not allowed to touch it. You say you're not allowed to touch it and you don't touch it? Eh? She can talk? For a moment, little brother number 1 retracted his fingers in fear. Sensually, the little girl in front of him was not strong. Little brother number 1 felt that his clever brain was a bit insufficient. The only thing that was certain was that the little girl had a familiar aura about her. Boss's child? It stared wide-eyed at Chen Fei, who was still exercising. No, can we zombies still have children? Little brother number 1 shook his head, his CPU burning a bit. Chen Fei lazily ignored the interaction between this big and small. Roar. You go find her some toys and snacks. Upon hearing this, little brother number 1 nodded his head sagely and left with a group of little brothers in great numbers. Just think of it as the boss's child. That what toys and snacks have to be found with care. The little girl didn't care about the little episode. She stared at Chen Fei with her big, cute, soulful eyes, squatting on the curb, her small hand propped up on her chin. Nor did she feel bored. It wasn't long before little brother number 1 returned with a dozen or so first-order zombies, carrying something in his hand. How long has this been? Did it collect a few more minions? Chen Fei turned his head slightly to look, not quite sure. Only to see little brother number 1 walk over to the little girl and throw the severely injured zombie dog in its hand in front of the girl. The zombie dog was a bit taller compared to the large dogs, and had a mouth full of sharp fangs. A single mouth gave the illusion that it could bite off its neck at any time. The body was rotting in many places. It was supposed to be terrifying and powerful, but now it was just like a dead dog. Roar! Young master, your toys and snacks. Little brother number 1 was a bit smug. In the city, zombie animals are not easy to find. Either they are too weak and become food for other zombies, or they are very strong and can't be caught. This level of zombie dog in front of me, but the number 1 little brother spent a lot of effort to catch. Such a good toy that can be used as a snack after playing with it. It's perfect. Chen Fei, however, had black lines all over his head. Are these things for children to play with? Just as he was about to reprimand his little brother, he saw the little girl happily grabbing the ears of the zombie dog. The latter roared in anger and was about to bite at the former. Snap! Dogs don't listen. The little girl grunted and withdrew her slap. The zombie dog was slapped dumbfounded. His jaw was all a bit skewed by the huge force in the other party's hand. Even if he was injured, why could even a small child pinch him? Looking at the little girl who was not as tall as himself, the zombie dog doubted life. Chen Fei also did not expect this girl to be so bold. It doesn't matter, she likes it, so save yourself from being pestered all the time. The zombie dog was urged by the girl to get up. The latter had to struggle to get up. The little girl was also not polite at all, rolling over and climbing onto the back of the zombie dog. Writing dog game. Mourning can be killed, not humiliated. The zombie dog's head turned and opened its mouth to tear. Pa! The zombie dog, crack. Commander Wei, the zombie tide has broken out, we must retreat. The male youth had a serious face. At this moment, the 5 people were precisely in the square outside the nearly collapsed mall. On the opposite side was a third-order zombie that was badly injured, as well as hundreds of first- and second-order zombies. Each of the human parties carried injuries. A few captains saw Commander Wei at full strength for the first time. If it wasn't for him, the squad would have been wiped out long ago. But even if Commander Wei was strong, he couldn't deal with so many zombies. Who would have thought that this time, searching for the whereabouts of the reconnaissance team and exploring the core area of the city center in the meantime? Who would have thought that this time, searching for the whereabouts of the scouting team and exploring the core area of the city center, they would come across something so big? A suspected fourth-order zombie was about to be born. The human survivors didn't even realize it before this. No, perhaps the fact that the commanders were stopped at the periphery had already given us some clues. I just hate that I wasn't more decisive at that time. How many days has it been since the disaster? Humans hadn't even explored the path to the third order yet. Today's third-ranked powerhouses rely entirely on strong talent and total luck to rise up. It would not be too much to say that there is not even one in a million. As a result, there is actually a fourth-order zombie about to be born. Desperate and helpless. You guys bring the news back. Wei Bin's face was grim. He knew he had to do something. Until now there hasn't been a second third-order zombie showing up, and that fourth-order zombie hasn't fully awakened yet either. This is most likely the only chance. If I die, have the major gathering places, unite all the survivors, and round up the fourth-order zombies. His words were filled with determination. If there was a second third-order zombie on the other side, he would have already made his move. It wasn't hard to see. For some reason, there was only one third-order zombie left. And the fourth order didn't make a move. The remaining few people were all shaken at the words. Wu Dongqi, you are the fastest, we will stay behind to assist Commander Wei. The person who spoke was the oldest among the 5, and was also well liked in the gathering place. His expression was bland and he seemed to have no fear of life and death. As early as the moment his family members all died in the calamity, he didn't have much motivation to live anymore. After his awakening, he only wanted to guard some more survivors. Perhaps dying here was not bad. Human, I admit that you are very strong. The short zombie covered his injured abdomen, his tone indifferent, but none of you can escape today, all of you become my lord's sustenance. That night, Wu Dongqi, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, returned to the gathering place and delivered the news. Commander Wei died in battle, decapitating one enemy of the third rank, 13 of the second rank, and dozens of the first rank. Inside the international shopping mall in the city center, the fourth order zombies are about to awaken. Chapter 18, Human Movement. The zombies on the streets have been getting fewer and fewer in recent days, giving people the illusion that the zombie crisis is about to pass. The zombies have been devouring each other. Even if there are more of them, they can't carry so much consumption? Chen Fei didn't know if his guess was right or not. But according to the characteristic that zombies would devour each other, it seemed that the number of zombies decreasing day by day was doomed. But was it really that simple? Forget it. There was no delay in getting stronger. How can one slack off because of some boring external factors? Besides, the unknown factor in the air wasn't decreasing, instead it was slowly increasing. Completed bench press x100 plus 1 attribute point. System, add some spirit. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 121. Strength, 124. Spirit, 120. Race, zombie. Rank, early second stage. It was clear that he could clearly feel that he was getting stronger every time he added points, but his rank hadn't moved. I don't know how many attributes are needed to reach the third rank. At the current rate, it was estimated that it would be unlikely without a large number of months. Adding points has been getting slower and slower lately. Isn't my hanging a bit inferior? Chen Fei was speechless and suddenly realized something. Hey, I can talk? Surprise, surprise, disbelief. It's not like only third-order zombies can spit out human words. Wait, it doesn't seem like it's explicitly stated that this is related to the rank. Maybe it's the fact that spirits can speak when they reach a certain tier, and most of the other zombies have low spirits. The only way to have enough mental power is to reach the third rank and get a metamorphosis. Himself was an exception. Sensei, this was a good thing. Dad? The girl next to him tugged on the zombie dog's ear and cocked her head. After a few days of friendly relations, the zombie dog was completely tamed by the little girl. Do not obey cannot, dare to bare teeth directly is a sinus. The little girl does not know the weight, that is a real fight. Obviously our first order, zombie dog in front of the girl did not have much resistance. Not to mention the fact that there is a strange zombie next to it. Strange but scary. Chen Fei grinned helplessly. I've said I'm not your father, shop brother. Saying this, he also dropped the car and reached out to pinch the other party's cute bouncy little face. No, you are daddy, the little girl shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Does daddy not want me anymore? Chen Fei was defeated. Touching her little head, he suddenly remembered something, half joking, since it is my daughter, I have to give you a name, just call Chen. Xiaohan? Before the disaster he also fantasized that he would get married in the future, give birth to a daughter, and then call her by this name. However, he was a single dog. Yeah, my name is Chen Xiaohan. The little girl was very happy, pushing the zombie dog aside and hugging Chen Fei's thigh. Thank you, daddy. She took it seriously. It seemed like Chen Fei's act of naming her was some kind of heavenly gift. Upstairs, Lu Weiwei was even more shocked in her heart. Mr. Deathstroke spoke? It seems like only third-order zombies possess the ability to spit out human words. She seemed to have a whole new perception of Chen Fei's strength. That said, why is the name so famous? It wasn't that this was abnormal, it was precisely too normal. The thought of Mr. Zombie being keen on imitating humans didn't seem to be incomprehensible. Chen Fei certainly hadn't revealed his name to Lu Weiwei. She was just a hostage in Chen Fei's eyes. Whether she was useful or not was another story, and it didn't take much effort anyway. Even recently, Chen Fei was considering whether or not to send Lu Weiwei to the human gathering place. Nowadays, his own self was not in much danger even if he approached the human gathering place. As for that Lin Fan who was full of dog luck. I've sent your girlfriend to a safe place, so let's just forget about that little grudge. You should know that it was Lin Fan who attacked first. At this time, a rumble sounded from afar, and there were also gunshots. The density of the sound was not something that could come from a squad of a few people. Moreover, human awakened squads usually didn't carry light weapons. Light weapons no longer posed much of a threat to first-order zombies, so it was better to use abilities. Chen Fei's face was grave. It's a large force of humans? Picking up Chen Xiaohan, Chen Fei made a few leaps to the roof of a residential building and looked in the direction of the sound. So many people are deployed? This is to clean up the zombies in the city? With Chen Fei's eyesight, he could see clearly from a few hundred meters. The silhouettes over there were vast, at least thousands of human survivors. And all of them were wearing combat uniforms. Among them were dozens of modified armored vehicles. Someone was driving the road in front of them while clearing all the zombies they encountered. The armored vehicles were loaded with machine guns and gun barrels. Chen Fei always felt that this was not that simple. The direction of the other party's advance seemed to be pointing straight towards the center of the city somewhere. It was fortunate that it didn't pass by his side, or else he would have to retreat strategically. Report, approaching the target area. A voice came from the intercom. Several people in the command vehicle looked at each other and nodded their heads. The middle-aged man holding the walkie-talkie spoke in a low tone. The first and second gun platoons will shell for 1 round, and each awakened squad will cooperate to clean up any zombies of the first order or above that may appear at any time. Attention, this action is of great importance, no one shall drop the ball. Although it had been explained clearly before the battle, it had to be emphasized again now. Roger. Cannon platoon ready. Saturate the ammo level and release. Boom boom boom. Actually, the human survivors all knew that unless the equivalent quantity was sufficient, hot weapons could not pose much of a threat to zombies above the third order. Even some second-order zombies were able to resist small-caliber artillery shells with their own abilities. Most of the missiles were equipped with a guidance system, but now the guidance system was useless, and even the launchers were having problems. The missiles were still being modified. Even if they could be launched, there was no guarantee of accuracy at long distances. It can't just be launched and left alone. There are quite a few people who are willing to take the missile to the target location and detonate it. To die together. But what strength can detonate the missile in front of the enemy? Commander? 1 is not enough, at least 2. It's not worth trading the lives of 2 commanders for the possibility of 1. Nukes? Well, it was rumored that 1 had already been used on the Goryo side. The result was that the third order zombies did die out, but stronger zombies popped up out of nowhere, and the news of the suspected fourth order also came from there. Otherwise, why would humans be so passive to such a point? However, who would have thought that even if the human race had been prepared to take a slow approach, the result was that the zombies simply didn't give a chance. Even if you don't mess with the other side can still produce the fourth stage. Or rather, the evolution of zombies never stops. Luckily, the fourth order zombies in Z City hadn't evolved yet, and before that, Commander Wei had already cleared out a lot of the other side's defense forces. Otherwise, humans could only evacuate Z City. Report, all ammunition carried has been fired. A full half-hour later the voice came from the intercom. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. All squads follow the original plan, general attack. Chapter 19, Meat Mountain? The commotion caused by the humans was too great for Chen Fei to pretend he didn't hear it. There must be powerful zombies there, so powerful that they sent so many people to clear them out. Chen Fei had a guess after just a brief thought. It was necessary to go and take a look. It always felt itchy in his heart to not eat such a big melon. Anyway, he would just watch from afar and might be able to see a sparring match between the third rank. This is also good to assess their own strength. As for whether or not to make a move, can pick up the leakage, there is a danger to escape. After Wei Bin's sacrifice, the 4 major gathering places held a meeting and immediately finalized the plan to eliminate the zombies. But it always takes time for preliminary preparations and mobilization and such. Sometimes large-scale operations were like this, you couldn't just crash in like a headless fly. Actions without a plan would likely lead to total annihilation. It was also these days of delay that they lost their last hope. The human party had advanced to the mall that had been bombarded into ruins by artillery fire. The smoke caused by the explosions cleared. The mall collapsed, and even the tall buildings around it were shattered to the point of breaking glass, and the few buildings that were close by were even more wrecked. At the site of the mall was a huge mountain of flesh, like a mountain. A single zombie continuously coalesced out of the meat. First order, all first order zombies, there are also some second order. Someone yelled in horror. Only to see no less than 1,000 zombies of various forms standing opposite the human camp, and they were rarely even humanoid. Some of them were covered in pus, as if they would explode at any time. Some had hands that were just big knives of flesh and blood. Some were very small in size, but moved extremely fast. And so on. They all roared angrily and rushed towards the humans. Scalp numb, the crowd only felt chills all over their bodies. It was clearly summer, but it was like entering an ice cellar. Old me and you guys will fight. Someone yelled and fired. But the bullet hit a huge zombie and didn't enter the other party's body. Then, there was no more. Awaken 1 squad, stall the zombie army, fire units cover, the commander yelled, demolition team install bombs as planned. In fact, he was shaken when he saw that mountainous mountain of flesh. But things could only be hardened now. The plan was that the Awaken 1 squad would only have to face less than 200 zombies of the first rank or above at most. Obviously, the number of opponents far exceeded the plan. Moreover, there were still zombies being fabricated in the mountain of flesh, joining the battlefield. That fourth order zombie had already completed its evolution. Is that kind of monster really something that people can fight against? Someone despaired. In just a moment, hundreds of Awakened ones had already gone up against the zombie army, falling into a disadvantage in just one look. Boom! A huge fireball fell into the zombie group, wiping out dozens of zombies in a single strike. "It's Commander Zhao," someone shouted. "Brothers, don't be afraid. With the commanders here, this battle will be won." The middle-aged man known as Commander Zhao was dressed in a well-tailored dark-colored suit, the lapel of his coat swaying slightly with his light steps, revealing an unspoken calmness and elegance. A ball of fire jumped at the tip of his fingers. Suddenly his face changed slightly as he looked towards the top of the meat mountain. Third-order zombies? 5 of them? There were only 6 human third-order powerhouses in Z City excluding Weibin, who had been sacrificed not long ago, and 5 were deployed for this operation. That meant that the third-order powerhouses were all held back. Didn't they say third-order zombies? Wait, could this meat mountain still create third-order zombies? Commander Zhao's scalp went numb. For a moment he couldn't even stabilize his composure. He had thought that even if the other party appeared to be of the fourth order, it wasn't as if he didn't have a fighting chance with 5 against 1 on his side. Moreover, the other party's body was so large that it must be difficult to move. It was simply a living target. Now you tell me that the other side can produce third-order zombies. How can this still be a fight? Humans, give up resistance and become my lord's sustenance. It is your honor to be part of my lord. The third-rank zombie in the lead spoke in a haughty tone. Their appearance drew the attention of several commanders. "Want us to surrender? Dream on." A commander roared. "One by one, let's see who finishes their opponent first." The 5 commanders attacked the 5 third-order zombies with a vertical leap, and the latter swooped down at the same time. For a while the other human awakened were suppressed again. Report, the bomb was swallowed by the mountain of flesh. "No, save me." Zip zip. The intercom heard the screams of the demolition team. A team of demolition teams were then killed. Inside the command vehicle, the middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Did the humans really lose? Time came half an hour ago. That is, the humans had just finished shelling. Chen Fei had managed to keep that girl Chen Xiaohan by Lu Weiwei's side, and this time it was useless for her to cry. Speaking of which, the place of the shelling wasn't that far from Chen Fei's location. Chen Fei ran for a few minutes and arrived. It was just in time to see the humans advancing to the meat mountain. To be honest, the first time he saw the meat mountain, Chen Fei was also startled. This size how to kill off? It could even be said that the attacks of the third rank were scratching an itch for the opponent. Why does it feel like this meat mountain is delicious? Chen Fei was slightly puzzled. This feeling was strange. The smoke from the explosions dispersed, and the human and zombie armies met head-on. In terms of battle power comparison, the humans were at a huge disadvantage. Right from the start, Chen Fei sensed some powerful aura at the top of the meat mountain. Third stage? It doesn't feel like much of a threat. Chen Fei crouched at the 7th floor window of a tall building, stroking his chin. He did not intend to make a move. In a battle of this scale, getting involved by himself was a complete death wish. Helping zombies was not good for one's heart, and helping humans would probably result in a pike being hit by them before they could even make a move. We don't do things that are not pleasing to the eye. Looking towards the mountain of meat, find a place to go and take a look. Making up his mind, Chen Fei directly jumped down the stairs and landed firmly on the ground. Taking a detour, Chen Fei came to the side of the meat mountain. Reaching out, he touched the meat mountain. As a result, many tentacles stretched out from the wall of flesh, wrapping around Chen Fei's hand. Is this trying to absorb me? Feeling the power of suction and pull from the tentacles, Chen Fei sneered. It just so happens that I want to taste you as well. Using his hand as a blade, he fiercely stabbed into the flesh wall and then grabbed it. Zira. A large piece of meat was torn off by Chen Fei. However, he did not see the other party bleed, but rather, countless pieces of flesh and blood wrapped around each other like tentacles, repairing the gaping position at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zip. Chen Fei took a bite and his eyes lit up. This meat was much tastier than rotting meat, and a feeling of longing actually emanated from within his own body. The chunk of meat that was the size of a torso was eaten by Chen Fei in 3 bites. However, there was no sense of satiety. Instead, he became even more gluttonous. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 121 slowly improving. Strength, 124 slowly improving. Spirit, 120 slowly improving. Race, zombie. Level, early second stage. Level, early second stage. Chen Fei's eyes glazed over and his face was ecstatic. There's such a good thing? A 10% tonic meat. He was still about to continue eating the buffet when he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind him. Chapter 20 Inside the Meat Mountain. Chen Fei backhandedly slapped away a strangely shaped fist. However, he was unexpectedly hit on the waist by a huge force. Instantly, he felt a pain in his waist. The entire person directly slammed into the meat wall, and the first tentacles of the meat wall surged out to entangle Chen Fei. Chen Fei only felt a blackness before his eyes. A faint light was then seen. The blood-red faint light was like a strong light shining through the flesh wall. But the wall of flesh was not transparent. In front of him was a corridor made of blood and flesh, which was 10 meters wide. The visibility inside the corridor was very low. 10 meters ahead it was not very visible. The flesh and blood was bulging as if it was alive. What followed was a power trying to invade Chen Fei. Am I coming inside the meat mountain? Chen Fei surveyed his surroundings. He attempted to externalize his senses, but found that he could only perceive a distance of about 30 meters as well. And it would be isolated once it touched the meat wall. It was clear that he was entering through the meat wall, but the rear was also dark. Chen Fei turned around and slammed his fist on the flesh wall. Thud! The wall of flesh emitted a muffled sound, trembled for a few moments, and then did not move again. One must know that Chen Fei's strength nowadays was capable of scrapping a car with a single punch. Looking once again into the depths of the corridor, that sense of déjà vu calling caused Chen Fei to go into a trance. Second-order zombie? As the voice rang out, the wall of flesh 7 or 8 meters away parted into a portal-like opening. 3 zombies with powerful auras stepped out from it. At the head was a humanoid zombie, and to the left and right were a zombie cow with a twisted face and a strange zombie made up of a dog's head and a cat's body. The cow zombie's tone was cold. Strange zombie, my lord is a bit interested in you. Today you will also become part of my lord. Your lord? Chen Fei was puzzled. You mean this meat mountain? That may have to disappoint you, he said and stomped on the meat under his feet. Humph. Ignorant weakling, the dog-headed cat-bodied zombie disdained. It's an honor for you to be a part of my lord. They did not make the first move. After all, in their eyes, Chen Fei, no matter how special he was still only a second-order zombie. Saying this nowadays was more like showing off. They seemed to be eager to find a pretender to witness their power. Chen Fei muttered in his heart, scratch that, being able to make a third-order zombie recognize its owner, this meat mountain-like thing couldn't really be a fourth-order zombie, could it? Kill him. The humanoid zombie was impatient. Saying so, he approached Chen Fei with a flash. The speed was extremely fast, far from being comparable to a second-order zombie. The opponent's oddly shaped fist seemed to be the guy who had just made a sneak attack outside. Chen Fei's reaction speed was extremely fast, dodging the fist that carried a strong wind, and smashing a backhanded fist on the opponent's chest. Bang! The humanoid zombie actually flew out backwards. How is that possible? The cow zombie was slightly shocked. You actually didn't have your strength suppressed. One must know that this was their lord's body, and there were invasive forces interfering with outsiders all the time. Even if they were third order, when they came here, they still had to divide their energy to resist the infestation. As a result, this second-order zombie in front of them was actually unaffected? This is not a problem. There were many second-order zombies among them, but there were none that could match the third order. After the third order's ability was strengthened, their strength got a qualitative leap. That's why the third rank was almost crushing against the second rank. It's no wonder my lord has taken a slight interest in you. The dog-headed cat-bodied zombie seemed to understand something. Can you suppress strength here? Chen Fei said as he had closed in on the bull zombie and slammed his fist down. There was indeed a force that tried to encroach at first. However, that power seemed unable to even break through his own flesh. So Chen Fei ignored that. The bull zombie hastily retreated and managed to dodge the attack. Chen Fei slammed his fist on the wall of flesh, and 7 or 8% of the 10% force was dipped. The wall of flesh rippled. Chen Fei hemmed and hawed, looking towards the 3 zombies. I won't be able to get out for a while, so I'll finish you off first. Third-order zombies? It felt just average. Seemed like good sandbags. I admit that I was careless just now. The humanoid zombie got up and looked at the dent in his chest, his tone full of anger. But do you really think that with you you're our opponent? Come together and kill him. Arrogant but not careless, rounding up and killing was the least laborious. The dog-headed cat-bodied zombie had already circled around behind Chen Fei, forming an encirclement. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. Hearing the system beat, Chen Fei's heart was greatly tranquilized. Casually pulling off a piece of meat from the meat wall, he directly stuffed it into his mouth. Damn it, dare to desecrate my lord, go to hell. The cow zombie's eyes widened in anger, erupting with amazing strength. Chen Fei, however, did not retreat but instead advanced, grabbing the other bull's head and fiercely exerting his strength to fling it up. The bang was right on top of the dog-headed cat-bodied zombie that had just attacked, and both were flung out. The humanoid zombie used the opportunity to grab at Chen Fei's neck. The latter twisted his head to look at the other party and grinned. What? The humanoid zombie's pupils shrunk violently. The movement was even faster. However, he was caught by Chen Fei's backhand, grabbing his wrist with his backhand and violently pulling it back. The sandbag-sized fist quickly enlarged in the eyes of the humanoid zombie. Bang! It flew out again, its face already deformed. The cow zombie had already climbed up. How can this be a second stage? Not waiting for it to think carefully, Chen Fei had already attacked. Grabbing the cow's horn was to press down hard, and the hardened cow's horn actually snapped with a click. The dog-headed cat-bodied zombie's figure flashed with extreme speed, and a claw scratched at Chen Fei's waist. Z? Hit the waist again, oil cake, right? Chen Fei was furious. The monstrous zombie, however, was even more surprised. His own claw was enough to kill any second-order zombie in seconds. even if the other party was an iron zombie with amazing defense. But this zombie in front of him was actually only scratched out with a few not-so-deep wounds. Only now did the three zombies realize. The second-order zombie in front of them was actually not weaker than the third-order zombie in terms of strength, speed, and body strength. No one knew about the battle inside the fourth-order zombie. The 5 commanders in the outside world had already been entangled with 5 third-order zombies for a long time. Hundreds of meters in a circle were cleared and became a third-order battlefield. "Damn zombies," Commander Zhao yelled, "Yendi." A towering flame shadow appeared behind him out of nowhere. The flame shadow was like an emperor, looking out of the corner of his eye. The silhouette was 100 meters tall and slammed his palm at the 3 zombies. The 3 zombies showed shocked faces and fought to resist. Boom! In less than 3 seconds, the 3 third-order zombies were burned to ashes by the flames. The earth was scorched black where it was blasted, and rolling waves of heat rose. Even the surrounding temperature was a few degrees higher. Ho ho ho! Commander Zhao's face was pale as he panted heavily. "I'm running out of power, it's up to you guys behind me." With that, he was about to exit the battlefield. The remaining 2 zombies looked at each other in dismay. Obviously, they didn't expect a human third-order powerhouse to develop their abilities to such an extent. Without saying anything, the 2 zombies turned their heads and ran towards the meat mountain. Several commanders attempted to block them, only to have the zombies fight and explode, directly rushing out of the encirclement. The wall of meat actively parted a portal. The 2 zombies rushed in without looking back. The several commanders looked at each other and deliberated for a while before finally deciding to enter it to find a way to kill the fourth-order zombies. Chapter 21 Unlimited Brush Room? No, Self-Help Practice Room. Chen Fei looked at the corpses of the 3 zombies. Either their heads had been blown apart or torn apart at the waist. Then he looked down at his own sunken chest, as well as several wounds that were healing. Casually pulling a piece of meat from the wall of meat, he stuffed it into his mouth. The single third-order zombie was only a bit weaker than Chen Fei. However, the other parties 3 together still posed a certain threat to Chen Fei. Especially that dog-headed, cat-bodied zombie, specializing in attacking Chen Fei's waist. What a big ing disease. It's a good thing Chen Fei can get stronger in battle, or else it's still up in the air as to who's going to die. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 131 slowly improving. Strength, 132 slowly improving. Spirit, 131 slowly improving. Race, zombie. Rank, early second stage. Rank, early second stage. Fighting with a third-order zombie provided himself with quite a few attribute points. Going inside? Chen Fei was caught in a conundrum. Knowing that there were fourth-order zombies here, he was rather less inclined to explore that sense of calling, even though the body seemed to crave it. It was at this moment that the familiar sense of calling came again from the depths of the corridor. There was also that sense of danger. Only it didn't have the feeling of certain death that it had at first. "I can't find a way out anyway, so let me see what's hidden inside." Chen Fei took a step forward. He had just left not long ago when the bodies of the 3 zombies on the ground were wrapped in the tentacles sticking out from the wall of flesh before disappearing. After walking forward for a few hundred meters, the wall of flesh in front of him parted. 3 familiar figures appeared in front of Chen Fei. Resurrection armor? Chen Fei looked at the 3 zombies with slight surprise. The humanoid zombie sneered, "I admit that you're strong and special, but that's all, you can't get out of here, and consuming will kill you. I'll give you one more chance, submit to my lord and offer up your flesh. My lord is magnanimous and will grant you the power to not die." They were indeed surprised by Chen Fei's strength. And it was the kind that was strong in every way except for not having any special abilities. With this kind of flesh, it was no wonder that my lord would be interested. Immortality? Instead of being surprised, Chen Fei came to be interested. "Is this your last words?" This seemed to be a practice room with unlimited monster brushing. It mainly also provided a buffet. The 3 zombies were enraged. "We are immortal, and my lord has given us stronger power this time, you still think?" Bang! Before the humanoid zombie could finish, it only felt a flash in front of its eyes, and then flew out backwards. Chen Fei seemed to be keen on whacking it. So much ing nonsense, Chen Fei was speechless, compared to humans who strike out decisively instead. I really didn't know where these zombies had gotten the bug. Could it be that they all got the pretense syndrome? Anyway, they were going to do it, so why say so much? The 4 zombies were once again entangled together. Chen Fei could clearly feel that the other party's strength had increased. After resurrection, they also improved their strength along the way? How BT? However, we are not freeloaders. The 3 zombies were still full of confidence when they first fought, but they were immediately surprised to find out that the second-order zombies in front of them were more powerful than the first zombies. The second-order zombie in front of them is much stronger than the first time they fought. 10 minutes later. You hide your strength? The cow zombie that was dying on the ground was full of unwillingness. Chen Fei didn't bother to give a damn and crushed the cow's head with 1 foot. This time, Chen Fei didn't rush to leave, but instead observed the corpses of the 3 zombies. Just as he wanted to pick at them, he saw the wall of flesh extend countless tentacles to wrap the corpses, and they disappeared into thin air. 1, 2, 3. Chen Fei counted in his mind. 3 minutes later, sensing something, Chen Fei looked behind him. 3 figures wrapped in a furious aura rushed to kill. It was anger, killing intent. 3 minutes? Chen Fei was not very sure. Once again, a short fight ensued. The humanoid zombie was the first to fly out. Unsurprisingly, the strength of the 3 zombies had increased again. However, the latter was even more shocked. How did he get stronger again? No, are you this polite? Whose territory is this in the end? 10 minutes later. Looking at the wound on his side waist, Chen Fei fell into deep thought. His own waist seemed to have been targeted by that dog-headed cat-bodied zombie. This time when the tentacles appeared, Chen Fei tried to make a move to stop it, but was stopped by more tentacles. It wasn't long before the 3 familiar figures attacked again, a few moments faster than last time. It took 5 minutes this time? Chen Fei stroked his chin. It seems like your immortality is not without limits. He didn't know what the longer consumption time meant. But it wasn't that as long as one killed enough times, the other party might need an extraordinarily long time to revive. Feeling good. In fact, even if the other party resurrects infinitely, Chen Fei is not worried. It is just a high-quality practice room. Then consumption, Chen Fei was not afraid. 9 minutes later. How is it possible? You've gotten stronger again. The humanoid zombie's eyes were filled with shock before dying. It was no longer the contempt it had at the beginning. Obviously my lord gave us stronger power. Why did this zombie become stronger faster than himself? Is this reasonable? Moreover, after his own resurrection, he was in full condition, so why is it that every time he sees the other party again, he is also in full condition, and even his injuries have recovered more or less the same? Isn't this self-healing ability a bit perverted? Could it be that his ability was self-healing? Is it? Chen Fei looked innocent. It should be that you guys are too weak. The humanoid zombie gasped. Chen Fei casually pulled off a large piece of meat from the wall of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. A free buffet was nice. Feeling the attributes boosted by a few battles, he really liked this place more and more. But after walking a few kilometers, why haven't we reached the core area yet? Chen Fei rubbed his chin in confusion. The mall doesn't seem to have such a long depth. That mountain of meat did look exaggerated from the outside, but it wasn't several kilometers to be right. It didn't take long for the wall of meat to part. Just as it parted, Chen Fei rushed over and grabbed the neck of the humanoid zombie that hadn't yet shown its head. It was directly held down. Another corridor? Chen Fei looked around in slight surprise. He had thought that he would be able to rush straight to the core area. Damn it, how dare you humiliate us like this, go to hell. The humanoid zombies roared angrily. They don't die anyway, so they don't know what it means to be afraid. If they couldn't do it once, they would do it twice, and if they couldn't win, they would exhaust the enemy. They still didn't believe that they couldn't exhaust an outsider in their own territory. The result of the 3 zombies spoke for itself. Even this time, one of the cow zombies' legs was unloaded and gnawed on by Chen Fei. The flavor is actually the same as a mountain of meat? Chen Fei gnawed on the cow's leg. These zombies were all fabricated from the meat here? Then what does that count as now? Ingredients to beat people up? Chen Fei was speechless, humming a little tune as he walked forward. On the other side, each of the 4 commanders carried injuries on their bodies, their breath disorganized. 3 men and 1 woman leaned against each other to recuperate. The 4 commanders were from each of the 4 major gathering places. San Haojia, a spectacled youth, looked literate and refined, with ironclad abilities. Bearded fluorescent, valiant, female, ability sonic boom. Zhang Hong, ability gravity. Wu Junshang, early 20s, mediocre looking, ability perception. The most tragic of them, Wu Junshang, had a 20-centimeter long bloody gash on his abdomen and seemed to vaguely see his internal organs bulging. The 4 of them looked ahead, and despair inevitably arose in their hearts. Chapter 22 Strength 1 against 5. Are these monsters immortal? How did they resurrect twice? Bearded Fluorescent's forehead was sweating. They had already come in for half an hour. As soon as they came in, they realized that their strength was suppressed. They tried after the portal closed earlier and couldn't open it at all. Various abilities bombarded the wall of flesh and at best made a crater, which was then quickly filled. Even so, the 2 zombies that had originally fled actually turned their heads and desperately launched an attack. The 4 of them cooperated well, but helplessly their strength was suppressed, and they suffered some injuries before killing the 2 zombies. I thought I could continue to explore. In the end, within a few minutes, 2 zombies appeared again, and a few points stronger than the first time. This time, they paid a bigger price and only seriously injured the zombies. Thinking of restricting the zombies should be fine. However, they did not expect the wall of flesh to appear countless tentacles to directly take the zombies away. Now, it was their 3rd time to kill those 2 zombies. This time the 4 commanders were all severely injured. and the alien energy in their bodies was about to bottom out. At this rate, there would be casualties next time, and the next time, the whole army might be wiped out. It's all my fault. Wu Junchang was ashamed. After his third rank, his abilities had increased. Perception even carried some predictive attributes. He had unleashed his ability before coming in and realized that entering this place was the key to this battle. It was stated during the deliberation. But he didn't expect this to be the situation now. I don't blame you, the opportunity is fleeting. Zhang Hong patted the other party's shoulder and consoled, it's only because we're not strong enough. Entering this place was originally a gamble. No one would have thought that those zombies had the ability to resurrect here. Obviously they lost the gamble. Old Zhang, did you hear the humming sound? Sun Haozhe, who wore black-framed glasses, looked at Zhang Hong next to him with a puzzled face. The latter's face changed slightly as he nodded, it does seem like there is. The crowd simultaneously turned their heads to look behind them. Only to see in the darkness, a well-built, bare-chested zombie wearing tattered shorts walked this way with its hands clasping the back of its head. It seemed to notice this sight and stopped in its tracks. The four people who had just taken a short break instantly entered a fighting state. A second-order zombie? Bearded Fluorescent's face was grave. No, it gives me a dangerous feeling. When they reached the third stage, their perception of the strength of their supernatural abilities were all very accurate, so they were all able to detect that the visitor was of the second stage. But that sense of danger couldn't be wrong. Humans? Chen Fei shot a glance at the four people and was also on guard. Several encounters had allowed Chen Fei to clearly recognize the decisiveness of the human strikes. That was really able to make a move without BBs. Honestly, Chen Fei did not want to kill them, but if the other party made a move, he himself would not be polite. I advise you guys not to make a move, I'm just passing through and won't harm you. Chen Fei kindly advised. Second stage zombie only, who gave you the confidence? Sun Haozhe snorted coldly, zombies can't be trusted, let's all make a move together and settle it as soon as possible. He also didn't want to delve into why the second order zombie opened its mouth to speak. Upon hearing this, the remaining three hesitated, but they were still poised to attack. It was at this time that an angry roar came from not far away, blaspheme my lord several times and humiliate us, give me death. The three zombies were extremely fast, directly ignoring the four human commanders and crossing over to kill Chen Fei. The latter had to eat some meat after every fight, and occasionally spoke a few words of trash. The zombies were already short-tempered. The four commanders were confused. The zombies were fighting? Is that second-order zombie still gaining the upper hand? Zhang Hong gulped, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. Could it be that his perception was wrong and that zombie was more than second order? Suddenly, another familiar voice came from not far away, only the tone was tinged with doubt. What are you three doing? Kill the humans first. Bang! The humanoid zombie was sent flying, landing on the ground and instantly bouncing up to join the battlefield again. It didn't care about the words of the two zombies that had just arrived. Even the cow zombie roared, kill this zombie first, it has repeatedly blasphemed against my lord, deserve to die. The dog-headed cat-bodied zombie tried unsuccessfully to pull out its waist and angrily said, hurry up, we are not opponents. Not? 3 third-order zombies versus 1 second-order, and they still say they're not opponents? 2 new zombies. One with 2 hands of meat knives, stout body, more than 2 meters tall, full of power. The other had a slender figure, both claws were sharp and pointed, and the nails were more than 20 centimeters. Just a slight hesitation, at the same time to join the battlefield. Humans can be killed later, those who desecrate my lord must die. Chen Fei smashed the waist of the dog-headed cat-bodied zombie with a sense of smoothness. In the next second, a gust of wind whistled behind him, and his back ached. How is it possible to take a knife from me with such a shallow wound? The double-sword zombie's face showed horror. The 4 commanders who had inexplicably become spectators were also astonished. The double-dagger zombie's double daggers were incredibly sharp, even they didn't dare to take them head-on. The wound on Wu Junchang's abdomen was caused by it. As a result, that zombie was only lightly injured? This flesh was a bit outrageous, no worse than a third-order strong body species zombie. 2 more? Chen Fei laughed instead of being angry, it just so happens that I feel like I can't keep up with the intensity of the accompanying training. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. Add points. Chen Fei stormed up and threw a whip leg over his opponent's head. The double-blade zombie didn't react at all, and his face was directly whipped askew. The body flew out uncontrollably. The sharp-clawed zombie took advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack, and was grabbed by Chen Fei's claws with a break. Ka-ching! Broken? Bearded Fluorescent's mouth was so wide open that it could have been stuffed with eggs. The strength of that claw was such that even her sonic boom couldn't shatter it, and it was actually broken by a second-order zombie? Where did this monster come from? Its strength and flesh seemed to be stronger than the average third-order zombie. However, Chen Fei was strong, but his opponents were after all 5 third-order zombies. Under the struggle, his injuries continued to pile up. The 5 zombies were no better. Bang! Finally, the first casualty appeared. It was a dog-headed cat body zombie whose head was directly kicked out. This guy had been staring at Chen Fei's waist and was definitely going to be focused on. 1 against 5 and still managed to kill back? The corner of Zhang Hong's eyes twitched. Although he still couldn't figure out why the zombies were killing each other, this was good for a few people. At least they could rest a little longer. 3 minutes later, there was another crunching sound as a headless cow fell. Followed closely by the humanoid zombie also fell. The 3 of them had struck the most aggressively, so they received extra care from Chen Fei. The clawed zombie's strength was greatly reduced without its claws, and the 4th one fell. In the end, there was a double knife zombie with a broken arm and Chen Fei, who was drenched in blood, confronting each other. The latter is like a devil possessed, no fear of life and death. The momentum does not reduce rush to the other side. The double blade zombie still wanted to resist, but felt a black eye, consciousness faded. Chen Fei smoothly ripped off a large piece of meat from the wall of meat and stuffed it into his mouth without a care in the world. The wounds all over his body were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 167 slowly improving. Strength, 166 slowly improving. Spirit, 131 slowly improving. Race, zombie. Level, early second stage. Level, early second stage. Chen Fei had only added points to his physique and strength on these occasions. Leveling up for a short period of time is not hopeful, and the increase in spirituality currently has the least impact on strength. Then, physique and strength are evenly distributed. After all, it wasn't the usual workout now. After eating several pieces of meat in a row, Chen Fei turned his head to look at the 4, his tone flat. You guys want to make a move? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong helplessly shook his head. We are not your opponents. It seemed to be resigned to their fate. Such a powerful zombie, not to mention that the 4 of them were currently not lightly injured. Even if they were to encounter them outside in their full strength, it would be hard to say whether they would win or lose. Chen Fei, however, surprised them by crossing over a few people and walking deeper. Bearded Flux looked towards that back. What a strange zombie. Chapter 23 Faceless Zombie. The further Chen Fei walked, the stranger he felt. How come we haven't reached the end after walking for so long? Chen Fei subconsciously surveyed his surroundings. Those zombies too, why aren't they coming out? Scared of being beaten? Not to be. The corridor was still a corridor, with a black hole in front and a black hole in the back. The blood-red shimmering light looked more and more bizarre. If it wasn't for the fact that several times against the enemy had increased his attribute points, Chen Fei would have suspected that he had entered an illusionary realm. Tear. Ripping off another piece of meat from the wall of meat, Chen Fei chewed. Since it doesn't appear, let's eat a full meal first. Chen Fei then began to eat. 1 piece, 2 pieces. After eating hundreds of pounds of meat in a row, Chen Fei realized that he actually didn't feel satiated, but instead, he was craving for more. Adding stuff, right? Be careful of reporting you. Chen Fei walked and ate as he walked, not stopping for a moment. Come on, let's melt into one. Suddenly, a murmuring voice sounded. It was like someone whispering against one's ear. It carried a very strong compulsion that took the heart. Chen Fei's eyes were mesmerized for a split second, and he slapped himself in the face with a snap. After coming to his senses, he threw away the chunk of meat in his hand. Could it be that eating too much would be assimilated? It wasn't right either. For a moment Chen Fei was even more puzzled. Only to quicken his pace. I still don't believe that there is no end to this corridor. Chen Fei hurried on with all his might, his pale eyes flashing with a resolute look. Soon Chen Fei realized that the light around him was getting fainter and fainter. There was a feeling that he was running towards the abyss. The murmuring in his ears grew stronger and stronger, constantly trying to compel Chen Fei. Every time this happened, Chen Fei would give himself a wakefulness spell. I fell asleep? Chen Fei's consciousness blurred and gradually came to his senses. Looking down at his surroundings, he could not see anything. His body seemed to be bound by something, wrapped tightly. Tried to struggle, but found that he couldn't use his strength. The system is adding points. The host's remaining attribute points are insufficient. The familiar beep made Chen Fei feel slightly more at ease. I've been running before, and I lost consciousness while running. Chen Fei tried to recall. No, I seem to have encountered a zombie. Chen Fei's body shook. The brain ached. Time returned to an hour ago. Meat Mountain Core Area. In the center of the field that was the size of a soccer field was a square blood pool the size of a swimming pool. There was a humanoid zombie sitting in the blood pool, except that it was covered in chunks of flesh and had no skin. There were also no facial features. Tailbone position: a bowl-thick tube connected to the bottom of the blood pool. There are countless cocoons of flesh and blood over the blood pool. Some were cracked, some were intact. The consumption of continuously resurrecting third-order zombies in a short period of time is not small. The faceless zombie's tone was gloomy. These wastes, they can't even do the smallest thing well. It seems that it is still necessary for me to take action personally. Looking down at the blood pool, leaving for the time being shouldn't have too much of an impact. After saying that, it got up while the tube behind it fell off. It walked over to the wall of flesh, its body slowly blending into it. It soon came in front of the rapidly advancing second-order zombie, blocking its way. A strong mental fluctuation swept out, and in the first moment both sides met, there was no nonsense. Chen Fei only saw the other party for a single glance before his eyes darkened and he collapsed with a boom. Maneuvering its tentacles to bring Chen Fei up, it found 4 more humans and did as it was told. Eat you if you can't move. Chen Fei struggled to no avail and opened his mouth to bite. Blah blah blah. It was good to be able to gnaw. Soon in front of him to gnaw a large piece of empty, and lowered his head to start gnawing. The faceless zombie in the blood pool looked toward the 4 people hanging in mid-air in front of him. At this time, the 4 people were wrapped up with only their heads exposed. They had also just come to their senses and suddenly realized that they were being grabbed by the zombie. Submit to me and I will grant you immortality. The faceless zombie's tone was cold and arrogant. Like a king facing his subjects. Majestic and domineering. The spiritual fluctuations around his body and the strength of the energy in his body far exceeded that of a third-order zombie. With just one glance, Wu Junchang knew that the other party was a fourth-order zombie. At the beginning, they thought that they were a few third-ranked zombies who could at least fight against the fourth-ranked zombies, but they lost their ability to resist in a single glance. Although all 4 were seriously injured, they knew that even if they were at full strength, they would never be a match for the other party. At most, they would have lasted for a few more minutes. The gap between the 3rd and 4th rank was much greater than they had expected. Wu Junchang began to wonder if his ability was deliberately punking him. Was this an existence that a human could fight against? Why do you need us to submit? Could it be that there is a limitation to your ability? Zhang Hong was surprisingly calm. Can you tell us what the 4th rank is really like? There was no use panicking, it was a dead end now. Perhaps there was something more to learn before dying. The faceless zombie was slightly displeased, but still patiently said, Human, why do I need to satisfy the curiosity of a mole? I do need to enslave your souls, but I don't mind simply having a few more puppets. Once more, will you submit to me now? Bearded Flux laughed. Who said we want to submit? If you want to kill or die, you hurry up. If the old lady frowns a little bit, it counts as my loss. Become a zombie's slave? Then it would be better to die and count the balls. Being able to come from the early stages of the calamity to the present, none of them had a soft egg. They recognized that this zombie was strong, but it was impossible to ask them to submit. Even if they could, they would fight to the death to make the other party pay a price. Very well, humans, the faceless zombie clearly had anger, and its mental fluctuations were all a bit stronger. Since you are unwilling, then you will become my puppets. Although the soulless puppets were weak, the faceless zombie didn't have the patience to slowly subdue them. With his own abilities, it was only a matter of time before he dominated this world. In the next instant, all 4 of them were simultaneously wrapped around their heads by flesh tentacles and transformed into flesh cocoons. The hanging tentacles slowly pulled up. Bark. It was at this moment that a faint chewing sound reached the ears of the faceless zombie, and it violently turned its head to look at a 2-meter-sized meat cocoon. Is it that strange second-order zombie? Whoosh snap. The flesh cocoon fell, splashing a pool of blood. The pool of blood rippled, as if a boulder had fallen into a calm lake. A well-built figure broke free from the flesh cocoon, dyed in the color of blood. An excited luster flickered in its pale eyes. Just after falling and accidentally drinking a mouthful of blood, a beep actually appeared from the system. The 3 attributes went up a little at the same time. Eating so much meat didn't raise it, and a mouthful of blood was enough? Could this blood water be a 10% tonic medicine? And this blood water smelled really good, more than 10 times more flavorful than the meat on the meat wall. Gulp! Chen Fei gulped and turned his head to look at the faceless zombie in the center of the blood pool. It felt like he was staring at each other, but the faceless zombie had no facial features, so Chen Fei wasn't very sure. The latter pointed to the pool of blood at his feet that didn't go past his knees, trying his best to keep his tone kind and calm. Good morning, buddy. There are so many drinks, you shouldn't mind if I have some, right? Chapter 24, 3 parts practicing, 7 parts eating. The faceless zombie surveyed the zombie in the blood pool with slight surprise. Actually managed to break free? And there's not a single trace of transformation on your body. The faceless zombie stood up, dragging the tube behind him. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Join my legion, and I will not only grant you immortality, but I will also make you the leader of the legion. It felt full of sincerity. A mere second-order zombie, one granted it the right to be one person and gave it the ability to be immortal. Such reuse and honor. To ask, was this not enough? As a result, Chen Fei glanced at it, cupped the blood and drank it. The other party didn't refuse equals acquiescence. Chen Fei didn't find the blood water disgusting in the slightest, but rather enjoyed it. While drinking it, he surveyed the surroundings and took the time to speak. Well, think about it first. I also think that we zombies should be united. Chen Fei began to blah 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 a whole lot, but the action did not stop at all. The faceless zombie at first thought that Chen Fei had the idea of submission, but looked at the other side seems to have no indication. Not to mention kneeling and submitting, he didn't even say anything definitive. They were all empty words. Gradually the faceless zombie's patience waned, and that perfunctory attitude made the zombie angry. Griffin, are you perfunctory? No, how would I dare to perfume you with my small second stage? You are a powerful fourth stage zombie. Exterminating hundreds of me is not a problem. I just woke up from a nap and I'm a bit thirsty. Chen Fei waved his hand, the blood stained on his hand flung down. It dripped down into the pool of blood. As zombies, faceless zombies did not understand many behaviors. For example, the false and the snake. However, it could sense Chen Fei's lack of submissive intentions, yet its mouth kept complimenting it. You are very much like a human. The faceless zombie's tone chilled a bit. Stop your behavior, or I would not recommend killing you now. How could Chen Fei let go of such a good tonic? Don't underestimate my obsession with becoming stronger. Subjugated? Probably enslaved. Chen Fei didn't want to be subjected to a zombie, he was just addicted to getting stronger. Anyway, sooner or later, he would have to do it, so he would try to drink his fill before doing so. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 187 continuously improving. Strength, 186 continuously improving. Spirit, 141 continuously improving. Race, zombie. Level, early second stage. Just this one moment could be worth several hard battles. This feeling was like eating hyunmai, one simply couldn't stop. 3 parts practicing and 7 parts eating, the trainer honestly doesn't deceive me. Chen Fei sighed in his heart. It was at this moment that a powerful spiritual pressure slammed onto Chen Fei. The latter only felt that his brain was empty, and the scene in front of him was illusory for a moment. Shaking his head, Chen Fei was dizzy and his body shook. Flop! Plunging headfirst into the pool of blood. Gulp! Instinctively, he took a big gulp, then his mind cleared up a bit. But without moving, he opened his mouth and sucked furiously. The faceless zombie that was about to maneuver its tentacles to bind Chen Fei made a move, his tone tinged with anger. Griffin, how dare you? Did he think that he couldn't detect that he was sucking on the blood pool? Good guts! The tentacles snapped, like arrows, so fast that remnants could be seen. Most third-order zombies couldn't dodge this strike. Put! Chen Fei's right waist was penetrated. Although a zombie's perception of pain was far lower than a human's, Chen Fei still almost roared out at this instant. What kind of boss has what kind of little brother? No wonder that dog-headed cat-body zombie likes to attack the waist, so there is a good boss. Chen Fei fiercely exerted his strength, pulled out the tentacles, and came to the edge of the blood pool with a few bounces. Looking up. Good guy, he was surrounded by dozens of wrist-thick tentacles. The blood hole on Chen Fei's waist was slowly being repaired. Thanks to the improved physique, the repair speed was faster than before. Give him another 5 or 6 minutes and it would be healed. But the problem was that the other party could not possibly wait for his recovery before making a move. It seems like you're not the type with great battle prowess. Chen Fei's muscles tensed as he stared at the other party warily, while his mouth flirted. I can't believe you didn't second me. Ignorant ant, even if my ability is not a combat type, the 4th rank is powerful enough to crush you. The faceless zombie was also surprised by the opponent's strong physical body, as well as that reaction speed. Originally, that blow just now was aimed at the other party's head, but at the critical moment the latter moved half a body position forward. But it doesn't matter. As he said, even if the ability was not a combat type, 4th rank was 4th rank. Even a third-order zombie of the strong attack type could not be its opponent. The condescension was successful. Chen Fei grinned. If you can't kill me in seconds, then you're going to suffer old age. This kind of dangerous situation was something Chen Fei did not like. He just enjoyed the feeling of getting stronger and was happy to fight. But if you wanted him to get into danger, 80% of them were unwilling to do so. I should have known better than to come and eat melons. Doesn't it smell good to secretly work hard at home and then amaze everyone? I'm so damn cheap. Chen Fei laughed to himself for a moment and fiercely launched his right foot, managing to dodge a tentacle. Another mental shock. Chen Fei was in a trance, his dodging speed slowed down by a hair, and pain came from his right shoulder. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. Add some spirit. The trickiest thing was not these tentacles. Rather, it was the opponent's mental attacks. It was a good thing that he had drunk a lot of blood and water, and his spirit boost continued to increase. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been directly stunned like the first time. But every time he took a hit, he felt like his head was going to explode. Xiao Dan's was a spiritual attack that was intangible and had no substance, there was no way to defend against it. It was at this time that another spiritual shot came. Nay, this skill is so shady. As his right calf was pierced through, Chen Fei couldn't help but curse angrily. In passing, he scooped up a handful of blood and poured it into his mouth. Then frantically ran around the pool of blood, tactically dodging from time to time. Surrounded by a wall of flesh, there was no way for him to leave. He really became a turtle in a jar. Completed sprint training, +1 attribute point. The strange way of adding points appeared again. Chen Fei added to spirit. After failing to take down Chen Fei several times in a row, the faceless zombie felt insulted. "Griffin, give me death." For a while, the tentacle attacks became more frequent, as if there were several machine guns shooting Chen Fei at the same time. Chen Fei dodged woefully, and from time to time, new wounds had to be added to his body. However, as his physique continued to improve, the tentacles no longer pierced through his body as easily as they did in the beginning. However, the other party's tentacles were still too numerous and their attacks were too intense. Honestly speaking, any third-order zombie would have died long ago. Only Chen Fei's hexagonal warrior could pull one or two. In his busy schedule, Chen Fei still didn't forget to take a sip of blood. "Desecrating my majesty several times, you successfully angered me." The faceless zombie's tone was somber, his spirit vibrating. The number of tentacles sticking out from the surrounding wall of flesh doubled, and its speed increased even more. A spiritual shock stronger than before slammed into Chen Fei's mind, causing his body to freeze. In the next instant, dozens or hundreds of tentacles simultaneously penetrated Chen Fei's body. There were also tentacles wrapping around his body in the aftermath. A sense of death crept into Chen Fei's heart. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Chapter 25: The Final Plan. After the four commanders entered the mountain of flesh, the human forces retreated. The commander had no choice but to give the order to retreat. The zombie army pursued for 3 kilometers, seeing that they were unable to completely kill the human armies, before turning their heads back. Temporary Stronghold Command Headquarters. This was the place chosen before the operation, 10 kilometers away from the destination. Before the calamity, this place was a warehouse where teaching aids were stored. Warehouse Office. Report: 1,389 people were deployed for this battle, of which 445 were First Order Awakened, 68 were Second Order Captains, and 5 were Third Order Commanders. Remaining 356 people, of which 133 are First Order Awakened, 34 are Second Order Captains, and 1 is Third Order Commander. Listening to his subordinate's report, the commander's face grew darker and darker. In fact, Chen Fei's previous guess had overestimated the situation of human survivors. Currently, the number of known survivors in Z City was only a little over 30,000, with 20,000 of them in each of the 4 major gathering places, and another 10,000 forming scattered small teams. Less than 1/5 of the 20,000 could actually fight. It could be said that the 4 major gathering places had all mobilized, except for the minimum force needed for guarding. The result was obvious. A great defeat. The casualties were enormous. There were even 4 commanders who entered the interior of the Meat Mountain in order to find a solution to the Fourth Order zombies, and their lives and deaths were unknown. The walkie-talkies couldn't be contacted either. "Commander Zhao, how is your recovery?" The middle-aged commander looked at the elegant youth next to him. The latter's face was grave, recovered 50%. If he hadn't used his big move to exterminate 3 Third Order zombies, resulting in a power deficit, he would have definitely entered the Meat Mountain as well. It was a good thing that he didn't enter, or else all of the commander-level powerhouses of this operation would have been lost, and it would have been an unbearable blow. "I suggest activating the final plan." Another commander had firm eyes. "What about the 4 commanders? Third-ranked powerhouses are valuable assets to humanity. People won't forget their sacrifices, but we don't have time to hesitate. No, I suggest waiting a few more days." You fart. If the several commanders have already fought to the death to seriously injure the Fourth Order zombies, and because we hesitated causing us to miss a good opportunity, how can we stand up to their sacrifices? For a while several commanders argued. At first, it was fine, but later, they directly used profanity. They were even more brawling than country bumpkins. Even Commander Zhao couldn't intervene. He had no choice but to walk out of the office. Outside, many people were sitting on the ground resting against the stacks of books. There are also people treating wounds. None of them were injured, even though second-rank captains were all badly injured. "Good day, Commander Zhao." Many people saw that the visitor was Commander Zhao and rushed to greet him. The atmosphere was depressing. Apart from the cannon fire washing the ground at the very beginning of this battle, the back was simply crushed the entire time. It was normal for morale to be low. "Final plan?" Commander Zhao sighed, his eyes turning resolute. According to the worst-case scenario before the operation, if the battle was lost, it would be led by at least 1 commander. A large amount of pre-prepared ammunition and a few large yield missiles would be sent over and then manually detonated. At the time, people didn't feel that the situation would be as bad as this, and some even felt that this preparation was superfluous. The only Third Order zombies on the other side and the intelligence had all been decimated by Weibin, leaving the Meat Mountain as a threat. Gathering so many commanders and awakened ones was just to deal with the zombie that was most likely of the 4th rank. They were already paying enough attention and caution. In hindsight, perhaps it would have been better to be more direct from the start. In fact, the radio said something about precision equipment being affected. The truth was the situation was worse. The humans had lost the means to even remotely detonate their missiles, let alone guide them. Most missile silos and launchers were malfunctioning. Instead, the older the equipment, the less affected it was. Radios could receive radio stations thanks to the fact that there was nothing highly technical about the thing. It could be argued that the global catastrophe was the equivalent of the entire planet suffering a powerful EMP. Subsequent unknown factors have even played on the effects of the EMP, resulting in mankind being unable to recover their original technological weapons. The Kyoto research team is working hard to improve the powerful weapons that can be used after the catastrophe, but that can't be done in a short period of time. The awakened are the survivor's shield. There's no guarantee that the enemy won't take action with timed detonations. Many things have proved that the level of intelligence of high-level zombies is not lower than that of humans. The safest way is manual detonation. It only takes a split second, and it's impossible for a fourth-order zombie to react. Everyone hadn't dealt with a fourth-order zombie before, and they didn't know how big of an explosion would be able to solve the other side, and whether the follow-up would be like Goryo's. But there was no other way. It was humanity's last resort. After strolling around and consoling a few of the more seriously injured personnel, Commander Zhao returned to his office. At this time, several people in the room had stopped arguing. There seemed to be an agreement. Initiate the final plan? Commander Zhao asked knowingly. Yes, one of the commanders apologized slightly. It doesn't necessarily have to be you, Commander Zhao, who goes. It was previously planned to be decided by lottery. Commander Zhao reached out to interrupt the other party, revealing a frank smile. I'm alone, it's better for me to go. I'll set off when I recover 70% of my strength. You guys find 2 voluntary second-rank captains to accompany me. Zhao Tianlong was a university tutor whose parents left early. He himself was more competitive and bought a house in Z City, marrying the girl he had been in love with for a few years. Gave birth to a cute daughter. It should have been a happy family of 3. Who would have thought that the sky fell into a terrible disaster? At the beginning of the disaster, his wife and 6-year-old daughter died in front of him. Seeing his closest relatives died in front of him, he suffered a huge stimulus, awakened the flame ability. The strength is even stronger second order. Subsequently, all the way to burn-kill zombies, a certain exhaustion, and then recovered already third order. At that time is still the 3rd day of the disaster. It can be said that he is the earliest third-order strong man in Z City. Talent and strength are all top of the line. It's not hard to tell from the fact that he killed 3 third-order zombies with one big move. On the 4th day of the calamity, Zhao Tianlong was accepted by the No. 1 gathering place and became the first commander of the No. 1 gathering place. He led the No. 1 gathering ground through a period of chaos. The gathering place had suffered many crises, and he was the one who saved the day. Most of the armed men of the gathering ground 1 had honored him. Song Haojia, on the other hand, only joined the gathering place with a team of 100 people after the chaos ended. It could be said that Zhao Tianlong was the soul of gathering ground 1. Many of the armed men worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. Now, this commander knew that the survivors were facing a critical situation and the time had come when they needed their strength. Commander Zhao, the commander, had some difficulty speaking. At the moment, there were only 2 commanders left in Z City, one who was not good at fighting in the Shoujia, and the one in front of him, Zhao Tianlong. To be honest, both were pillars of humanity. But one had to admit that Zhao Tianlong was indeed the most suitable for executing the final plan. There's no need to say more. Zhao Tianlong's eyes were all steely. Remember to send my regards to that old man Chu Tianhui when you get back. Just tell him that I'm leaving first, and guard mankind well for me. If you can't, take all the survivors and evacuate Z City. The wild is no more dangerous than a 4th-order zombie. After saying that, Zhao Tianlong began to close his eyes and rest. Unconsciously, 2 figures flashed through his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Perhaps, I should have accompanied you guys a long time ago. Several commanders began to discuss the specific details of the operation. With an explosion of that magnitude, the surrounding area must have been leveled, and the closest gathering place, the 3rd, must be evacuated. No one expected that the casualties of the operation commander could be so high. Simply gather all the survivors together, otherwise the follow-up on Chu Tianhui a 3rd order certainly cannot take care of. In the end, whether to withdraw or stay depends on the result. The survivors of Z City have reached the point of survival. Chapter 26, Burning Flame of Life. Finalized. Within a day, the survivors of Gathering Ground 3 and 2 evacuate to Gathering Ground 1. Except for very important supplies, all things affecting the evacuation would be thrown away if they could. Life is the most important thing. Leave 2 second-order captains and 3 first-order awakened with strong body-like abilities to cooperate with Zhao Tianlong to complete the final plan. All firepower units are integrated, responsible for covering the squad's movements. The remaining people will return to the gathering place to assist in the evacuation of the survivors. Zhao Tianlong's squad's operation time was set for 6 in the morning the next day. Chen Fei's stronghold. At 2 in the morning, Chen Xiaohan, who couldn't sleep, fiddled with the radio left behind by Chen Fei. The sound was so loud that it woke up Lu Weiwei. Xiaohan? Why aren't you sleeping? Lu Weiwei dazedly wiped the corners of her eyes and struggled to open them. Survivors of Z City, please proceed to gathering ground number 1 if possible. Just that one sentence played over and over again. No explanation of the situation. But Lu Weiwei, who had a more delicate mind, instantly realized that something was wrong. It always felt like there was something going on here. Knowing that zombies had intelligence, some news humans would definitely not broadcast on the radio. However, in order to ensure the safety of the survivors in the non-gathering place, a slight hint was given. Those who can understand should withdraw, and those who can't understand can only recognize their own bad luck. After all, compared to killing fourth-order zombies, sacrificing some human survivors was worth it. Xiao Han, follow me. Lu Weiwei completely sobered up and pulled the little girl's soft little hand to go outside. It turned out that she couldn't pull it at all. Turning her head, she could see Qin Xiaohan's eyes were firm. No, I'm not leaving. What if Dad comes back and can't find me? I'm taking you to find your dad. Lu Weiwei lied in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up. Really? Sister, you're so nice. She cheered up. She actually took the initiative to counter-pull Lu Weiwei outside. The latter let out a sigh of relief. Take hold of you. Don't blame sister for lying to you. Regardless of whether the radio is hinting at something, leave first. If it's a misunderstanding, then come back to Mr. Zombie. Mr. Zombie has been gone since the daytime noise. Normally Mr. Zombie would come back at night, but not this time. Maybe something's wrong. It's definitely not possible to flip down from the window. Chen Xiaohan is not afraid, but Lu Weiwei is an ordinary person. So the two came to the gym's main entrance. The obstruction was pushed away by Qin Xiaohan. The small body has great strength. Just downstairs, the number 1 junior who heard the commotion ran over. Roar! Where are you guys going, young lord? Little brother number 1 couldn't help but take a few glances at Lu Weiwei. The former constantly hinted to himself that this woman was the boss's reserve, so he couldn't afford to be a jerk. Chen Xiaohan hemmed and hawed. I'm going to find Dad. Are you guys going? Bring my dog with you if you go. The first little brother nodded and greeted the dozens of little brothers in the darkness around him. The zombie dog wagged its tail and came to Chen Xiaohan, bending down. It seemed like it was asking Chen Xiaohan to ride it. Chen Xiaohan had no problem riding it as a matter of course. Looking up at Lu Weiwei, who was holding herself next to her, let's go big sister. Thus, Lu Weiwei led the way, and a group of zombies marched in the opposite direction of where Chen Fei had left. Little brother number 1 was a bit puzzled, but seeing that the young master trusted the human, he didn't say anything. 6 o'clock in the morning. A large truck pulling containers departed from the warehouse. Zhao Tianlong sat on the front of the truck with a deep gaze. The truck was also escorted by 4 armored vehicles on the front and back, left and right. After driving more than 8 kilometers, the left and right armored vehicles stopped. The doors of the vehicles opened and several 3-man squads ran out from them. One of the team members was carrying a gun, one was carrying ammunition, and one was digging a hole for the gun mount in the green belt. The movements were clean and smooth as they set up the guns and aimed them. These were the stock of ammunition that had been left in the warehouse beforehand, now to cover the squad's advance. When Zhao Tianlong's squad approached the target, it would definitely be discovered by the zombie army, and at that time, the first wave of artillery fire would wash the ground. Open the road. Killing the third order is out of the question, but there is still a great threat to the second order, and the first order is even more unlikely to be able to just hold them order. At least it would take a little pressure off the squad. The armed men who followed them today were all less injured. But without exception, they all held a death wish. The higher-ups didn't listen to Zhao Tianlong. They felt that it wasn't safe to give only 2 second-order captains. Zhao Tianlong didn't object either. Perhaps he was being merciful. Sometimes, sacrifices were necessary. Slowly, against the early morning light, a mountain of meat came into view. At the same time, the army of zombies escorting around the meat mountain heard the commotion and looked towards the truck. Fire! The makeshift commander inside the armored vehicle at the front of the truck ordered in a low voice into the walkie-talkie. Bang! Whoosh! Whoosh! Cannonballs streaked overhead and landed accurately in the midst of the zombie army, blowing up gusts of smoke and blood. At the same time, the escorting armored vehicles staggered left and right, the people inside filling the shells. Bang! Moving to fire. The already devastated earth was plowed once again. But this time the fire was not as intense as last time. The ammunition ran out when the trucks were still 200 meters away from their targets. The zombie army only lost 100 or so points. Nearly 2,000 left? It looks like it's still making a steady stream of zombies. Zhao Tianlong's face was grim. It really shouldn't be delayed for too long. The only fortunate thing was that there were no third-order zombies sitting in it. Roar! The zombie army rushed towards the truck. Zhao Tianlong picked up his walkie-talkie. Thanks to the brothers for covering, you guys evacuate with all your might. Attention, awaken one squad, other than the driver and detonator, the rest of you get out of the car and open the road. If the car stops or rolls over, detonate immediately. Although a distance of 100 or 200 meters didn't seem to affect the explosion kill, but being able to get a little bit closer had a better chance of success. It was the vicious battle that came next. Zhao Tianlong's body erupted with powerful flames, and his entire body transformed into a fireman, directly smashing into the zombie army. Commander Zhao seems to have gotten stronger again? A captain was surprised and lamented. If it wasn't for this crap, Commander Zhao would have been the closest to a 4th-ranked powerhouse. It won't even be long before he's promoted to the equal rank. Damn zombies. A captain jumped out of the truck with 2 First Order awakened, each exercising their supernatural abilities and rushing towards the zombie army. The disproportionate number did not make them feel fear. The driver was a First Order awakened and the detonator was a Second Order captain. It was also to ensure that the detonation went smoothly. The zombie army without Third Order zombies was like dirt in front of Zhao Tianlong. The deaths and injuries were huge in just a moment of contact. However, there were too many of them, and even though Zhao Tianlong's divine might was overwhelming, his advancement speed was incredibly slow. Many zombies even bypassed him and rushed towards the truck, and the 2 First Order didn't hold out for a few seconds before they were gobbled up. The second-rank captain's ability was stone humanization, but it was also very difficult to resist. There were already zombies climbing onto the truck and starting to destroy it. 150 meters remained. Zhao Tianlong, who was being dragged down, roared, "Yendi!" 150 meters of flaming shadow appeared and swept his hands across the ground, actually killing the zombies within 50 meters in front of him. Then it brought the truck forward. The shadow only existed for less than 10 seconds before dissipating. The truck took the opportunity to advance 60 meters. More and more zombies climbed onto the truck, and the truck container was deformed. Several small holes were even made. Attempts were being made to enter the container. The truck could no longer advance. Bang! Suddenly, Zhao Tianlong, who was supposed to have a deficit in his powers, grabbed the front bar of the truck despite the siege of several second-order zombies. The disappearing flames surfaced on itself once again. And his vitality was rapidly fading. The fire of life was burning. The truck was actually dragged forward by him for more than 30 meters. Detonate! Zhao Tianlong finished yelling as his vitality dissipated and he was drowned by the zombies. Boom! The heavens and earth shook tremendously, like an earthquake erupting. Terrifying explosions swept out carrying boundless flames and shockwaves. Houses collapsed wherever the explosions and shockwaves reached, and the vegetation looked like it had been bent over and then instantly vaporized. The entire city center was leveled to the ground, and the buildings further away were also shaken. The shockwave was even felt by the number 1 gathering ground, which was dozens of kilometers away. On the wall of the gathering place, a group of people wearing combat uniforms, in a certain direction, saluted. Chapter 27, New System Function? Chen Fei, who had been run through his torso and limbs by countless tentacles and was hanging in midair like a dead dog, felt a tremor. It was the earth that was trembling furiously. Although the faceless zombie was faceless, Chen Fei could feel that it was in great pain and anger at this time. Damned mole crickets, ah! Its mental fluctuations raged wildly. Those tentacles flung wildly. The entire one epileptic male. One could see that the blood water in the blood pool seemed to be rapidly decreasing. Outside, the mountain of flesh that should have been the size of a shopping mall disintegrated and dissolved inch by inch under the violent explosion. Those zombie armies also vaporized along with a certain truck, a certain commander. 4 armored vehicles that didn't get far were lifted off the ground and exploded. Under the heat and powerful impact, the size of the mountain of flesh shrank crazily. The blinding light and heat continuously wore down the meat mountain. The original behemoth quickly shrunk to only the size of a swimming pool. It was 5 meters tall. Inside, Chen Fei was also surprised to find that the surrounding temperature was much higher, as if he was inside a whole box. This temperature alone could steam an average person. Fortunately, he had a strong physique and only felt warmer. The wall of flesh kept approaching the blood pool. Then it was fixed. Ka-ching! Somewhere the wall of flesh dried up and cracked like a spider web. It came off. Endless hot flames poured in through the gap. It was as if a flaming beast that chose to devour people, mercilessly devouring life. The faceless zombie manipulated its tentacles to frantically repair the meat wall, but the speed of disintegration was significantly faster. Soon, the hanging meat cocoons fell one by one, and the meat on them was retracted, revealing an oddly shaped object inside. It seemed to be zombies that were still unformed. Among them were also the 4 humans that had just started transforming. More or less the characteristics of zombification appeared on their bodies, their expressions were painful and their breath was dying. Immediately after that, Chen Fei's body became empty, the binding tentacles were withdrawn, and he fell from the air. The blood could only reach half the height of his calf, and it continued to fall. Those 4 humans were lucky to land at the feet of the faceless zombies. That side was undoubtedly the safest. As for Chen Fei, he had already begun drinking the self-service drinks. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 209 continuously improving. Strength, 207 continuously improving. Spirit, 191 continuously improving. Race, zombie. Level, early second stage, level, early second stage, level, early second stage. The faceless zombie who noticed Chen Fei's movements became even more furious. Damned mole cricket. Even if it couldn't help, it actually took advantage of the fire. This blood pool was the root of its power. If not for that, it could have completely fled this place in the first place. If a fourth-order zombie really wanted to run away, the humans wouldn't have the chance to detonate the missile at close range. The faceless zombie had obviously suffered the disadvantage of not being able to move. Coupled with the fact that its abilities were not of the strong attack or defense type, it resulted in a very difficult resistance. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for now. Chen Fei flirted with the other party. As his physique continued to improve, the recovery speed of the injuries on his body also increased. Boom! A pillar of fire struck through the wall of flesh. Immediately afterward, the wall of flesh could no longer resist the impact of the explosion, and countless flames came crashing in carrying boundless might. It directly wrapped both Chen Fei and the faceless zombie. ZZ. Chen Fei only felt his body rolling hot. No, it should be a violent burning sensation. It felt like he was going to be burned to death in the next second. The powerful impact also caused Chen Fei to fly forward for a while before falling prostrate on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the pain nerves of a mourning corpse weren't strong, he could have fainted from the pain. The skin on his body was burned out, repaired, and burned out. Again. Over and over again. The only constant was that Chen Fei was still drinking the self-service drinks. The faceless zombie transformed its tentacles into several huge shields, protecting its surroundings tightly. It would not protect Chen Fei. The speed of the blood pool's descent accelerated, and soon it was only 5 centimeters high. 4 centimeters? Of the 4 humans, Song Haojia and Zhang Hong were unlucky and were not within the protection of the shields, and were affected by the explosion, their bodies scorched. Becoming coal people, their breath was all gone. If it wasn't for the fact that their third-order physical bodies were still quite strong, it was estimated that there would be no crumbs left. The remaining 2 people happened to be at the feet of the faceless zombie, so they were protected by the shield and temporarily saved their lives. The situation was urgent, and the faceless zombie didn't have time to throw the 2 out. From the distance, a mushroom cloud could be seen rising from the city center. The glass windows of many tall buildings were even shattered. The explosion ended, and as far as the eye could see, the city center was in ruins. The surrounding temperature was ridiculously high. If an ordinary person was here, I'm afraid they would die in minutes from the high temperature burning. Taking a breath could burn dry the lungs of a normal person. The center of the explosion was razed to the ground. The original blood pool location of a few pieces of flesh and blood shields were also tattered. As the explosion subsided and the shields fell, the seemingly intact faceless zombie appeared. At its feet were 2 other badly burned but breathless humans. The latter really had to be thankful that the faceless walker was tough enough to survive. It scanned the area. The blood pool was gone, and all of its efforts were ruined. I'm afraid it would take a long time to regain its fourth-order strength. After all, it had sacrificed more than 10 third-order zombies and numerous other zombies in exchange for its promotion to the 4th rank. And its ability was destined to require a large supply of energy. Otherwise, the bare bones, it could only be considered the weakest 4th rank. It touched its chest and sighed in relief. Fortunately, the stuff is still there. Suddenly it looked down at some charred husk in the rubble. That strange zombie wasn't dead? It seemed to have moved a bit. It couldn't be. That kind of explosion took a huge amount of energy to block even for a 4th rank zombie like itself. If it wasn't for the fact that he had more energy, he probably would have been killed. What right does he have to be a 2nd order zombie? Completed heat resistance training, attribute point +1, flame resistance +1%. Add all physique. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 267. Strength, 214. Spirit, 199. Race, zombie. Rank, early 2nd order. Flame resistance, 37%. The burnt skin on Chen Fei's body began to fall off. The injuries were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The new skin that appeared on his body was no longer a mixture of 2 colors, but a light greenish color. It gave off an extremely hard feeling. The eyes were still pale and the hair was burnt out. Something new has appeared again? Chen Fei slowly got up and touched his bald head, muttering, "It seems that the system's features still harbor private goods. I told you how my hang is a bit weak, so it turns out that I still have to fumble around on my own." Looking around. Good lord, all there was rubble as far as the eye could see. Humans used missiles? The corner of Chen Fei's eye twitched. A missile only added 37% flame resistance, a long way to go. In fact, it didn't take long to withstand the explosion for a beep to appear in Chen Fei's head. Only Chen Fei didn't have time to care about that. Drinking more blood and water to boost his attributes was the only way to make himself more prepared to withstand the explosion. It was estimated that if it wasn't for his flame resistance, he would have mailed himself. Of course, he also had to thank himself for this strong self-healing ability. Physique hadn't been added for nothing. Suddenly, Chen Fei, who sensed something, looked up and locked eyes with the faceless zombie. It should have been staring at each other. You actually didn't die? The faceless zombie was slightly surprised, but his tone remained arrogant. That's fine, if you leave here, I'll let you live. Chen Fei froze for a second. You old dang didn't die? Griffin, watch your words, otherwise I don't mind killing you. The faceless zombie said but did not move. Realizing what was going on, the corners of Chen Fei's mouth curled up into a slightly evil smile. I was wrong. Chen Fei lurched forward, his body rising up into the air, instantly arriving at the faceless zombie's heels, his sandbag-sized fist slamming down. What are you barking at? Chapter 28 on the importance of mending. Chen Fei could believe what the zombie said? He didn't believe anyone's words. We all have a grudge, there is no reason to let you leave to recover your strength. We will take advantage of your illness to kill you. The feeling that the faceless zombie gave Chen Fei was very weak. In fact, there is no need to feel. It is visible to the naked eye. It's so big that its flesh was destroyed and its blood pool was destroyed. How much strength could it retain with nothing left? No matter how strong the fourth rank was, there had to be a limit. The faceless zombie had been vigilant and reacted the instant Chen Fei made his move, its mental attack striking out. It was only that the power of its spiritual attack had been weakened by quite a bit. But even so, it should be able to affect a third-order zombie. Bang! The fist blasted into the faceless zombie's face with unabated force. The latter's head tilted in some disbelief. My spiritual attack has no effect on you? The faceless zombie continuously retreated by more than 10 meters. Chen Fei was also surprised that his full-force strike had not injured the other party. It's fine, it's good to touch. Chen Fei wasn't worried at all. Fourth rank, nothing more than that. He had drunk so much blood water that he would not experience hunger in a short period of time. Who was more afraid than consumption? Chen Fei burst forward again, his speed actually causing a burst of air-breaking sounds. In the blink of an eye, he was close. The faceless zombie was just about to make a counterattack, but realized that his fist had already arrived in front of him. It could only backhand a fist to Chen Fei's waist. I am of the fourth rank, even if I am seriously injured, I am not an ant that can be defeated. The faceless zombie roared in anger, intending to exchange injuries for injuries. Its ability was not a combat type, and now it was even in extremely poor condition, its speed somewhat unable to keep up with Chen Fei. But it didn't matter, the physical strength of a fourth stage was not comparable to a third stage. It still doesn't believe that Chen Fei experienced the explosion and didn't have any problems at all. Exchanging injuries for injuries, sooner or later, it would take down this mole cricket. Bang! Chen Fei's waist ached. Nima is really staring at my waist, right? The two zombies went back and forth, fighting as one. The faceless zombie occasionally used mental attacks, but gave up after realizing that it had limited effect on Chen Fei. Its condition was getting worse and worse. Its speed and strength were clearly declining. Soon, it only had the strength of a third-order zombie. The surrounding area was swept up in smoke and dust by the aftermath of the battle between the two zombies. Rubble splashed. How is it possible? Why have you gotten stronger again? The more the faceless zombie fought, the more surprised it became. Chen Fei's strength and physical body strength had actually reached the late third stage at this point. One had to know that at the beginning, Chen Fei had only been able to fight with a few of the third-order zombies under his command, and they were still on par with each other. As a faceless zombie that had just been promoted to the fourth rank, the strongest zombie that it could fabricate was only at the early third rank. Together, the five of them would not be strong enough to fight at the late third stage. So even if one's strength and speed were weakened, one would not be suppressed. But the reality was that he was now being suppressed. And this second-order zombie was getting stronger and stronger? But why was the other party still in the early second stage in perception? This was unreasonable. Chen Fei didn't have the time to talk, he was fully focused. Only now did he clearly recognize the power of the fourth rank. Without abilities and with only so much flesh left, it was actually so strong. A beeping tone kept ringing in his mind. Chen Fei didn't even think to add to his strength. The physical body was already enough to resist the opponent's attacks, and the opponent's mental attack methods didn't have much of an effect on him. Then, he would raise his strength. I still don't believe that I won't be able to defeat you, pretender. Chen Fei gritted his teeth and punched even harder. Suddenly, Chen Fei saw a shimmering light flickering on the faceless zombie's chest. That familiar sense of calling caused him to lurch in his movements. Bang! The faceless zombie took the opportunity to grab Chen Fei's neck and slammed it down. It wanted to continue its attack, but it felt a pain in its arm. Tear! Chen Fei bit down on the faceless zombie's small arm and violently tore off a piece of meat. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. So this is the thing that has been seducing me. Chen Fei's eyes gleamed as he reached out and was about to grab the shimmering light. The faceless zombie subconsciously felt bad, flinging Chen Fei away and bursting back a dozen meters away. A moment ago, it felt like something in its chest was about to come out through its body. Furthermore, after it was torn by the other party, it actually had a feeling that its power had been taken. Although it was just a trace of it, if in one's heyday one couldn't even perceive such a small loss of power. But the feeling was especially obvious now. I recognize your strength. Fighting like this will only result in 2 losses. The faceless zombie tried his best to calm himself down. Not much longer, the humans will surely come to check the situation. I suggest a truce, how about it? Simply put, wimped out. Too many uncertainties, coupled with the inexplicable existence of Chen Fei, made it, as a 4th rank, wimp out. I think that's a good suggestion, Chen Fei nodded, not waiting for the other party to breathe a sigh of relief. But I'm a rather rebellious person. I refuse to accept your suggestion. With that, he struck again. He felt that the object in the other party's chest was important to him. Moreover, even without this layer of reason, everyone was feuding. Chen Fei would definitely beat up the dog. Tear. After exchanging a few more moves, the faceless zombie was once again chewed off a piece of flesh by Chen Fei. Everyone was incapable of pure physical combat. In less than half an hour, the faceless zombie despaired and realized that the second-order zombie in front of him, the mole in his own eyes, was a little stronger. The zombies aren't completely tireless. Who would explain why this second-order zombie was so energetic? Obviously Chen Fei did not know this. In his cognizance, as a zombie himself, he really never got tired. Regardless of whether it was fitness or combat, other than hunger, there were no other negative buffs. Bang! The faceless zombie that had already been gnawed to the point of not having a few good pieces of meat all over its body collapsed helplessly to the ground, its spirit wilting. It was like a candle in the wind. It wasn't that it hadn't tried to run, it was really that Chen Fei was pestering him too tightly. Before it could run more than 10 meters, it was caught up and pulled back to continue fighting. Fighting and cannot beat, running and cannot run away. I should have known to run at the beginning. Who would have thought that a second-order zombie is so BT? But now it is too late to regret. Chen Fei grabbed the other party's calf, flung it up, and then slammed it. The ground was smashed with a big human-shaped crater. Don't look at the other party as if they can't work. What if they are loaded? Mending must mend. The faceless zombie was really prepared to take advantage of Chen Fei's relaxed vigilance to send out a desperate spiritual attack. If you are not well, then you must also make the other party pay the price. As a result, it was broken by Chen Fei before he finished building up his strength. Directly give smashed confused. My. The hallowed 4th-order zombie suffocated and died. Looking at the miserable faceless zombie on the ground, Chen Fei violently grabbed the other party's head with both hands. With all his might, he twisted it down. Phew! So hard to kill. Chen Fei let out a long breath. He looked towards the flash of light that hadn't disappeared from the other party's chest, which seemed to be a fragment. The fragment was only the size of a thumb, yet it gave off a mysterious and powerful feeling. Chen Fei subconsciously reached out, and as soon as he touched it, the shard even instantly rushed out of the faceless zombie's chest. Turning into a shadow, it blinked and disappeared into Chen Fei's mind. The latter could not even react. A little sleepy? Chen Fei's eyelids fought, trying his best to cheer himself up. In the next second, it fell down with a thud. The flesh and blood of the faceless zombie seemed to be melted by some sort of power. It wrapped Chen Fei in it. A blood cocoon over 3 meters in size just appeared in the ruins. Chapter 29, System Panel, New Skills. Darkness, complete darkness, without any light. It was like a land of nothingness. There was no concept of light. Who am I? Chen Fei was puzzled, with no memory at all. He subconsciously walked forward. There was no path under his feet, yet it seemed like there was a path. It seemed like he was searching for something, yet it seemed like he was simply walking forward. He kept walking forward in the darkness, kept walking forward alone. Forgetting to think, forgetting to explore. Slowly, he felt a little lonely. Why is it lonely? What is loneliness? He couldn't figure it out and slowly stopped thinking about it again. I don't know how long he had been walking, maybe a year? 2 years? Or maybe tens of thousands of years? And who knew? There was no concept of time here. That thing called loneliness appears once in a while, but fades quickly. It seemed that with a long enough span of time, its appearance would be insufficient. In this dark place of nothingness, it seemed as if he could do nothing but move forward. Until one day he decided to try to deal with something called loneliness. He felt that the world should not be so dead, and that the void should be full of life. Chen Fei slowly opened his eyes, his head full of questions. I fell asleep? How long have I been sleeping? Since becoming a zombie, it was the first time he had slept. How strange. It seemed like he had a dream, a very, very long dream, but couldn't remember the content. It just felt a bit lonely? How strange. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 397. Strength, 354. Spirit, 329. Race, zombie. Rank, mid-second stage. Flame resistance, 37%. Skills, 1. Attachment, enslave souls, create attachments. Attachments are absolutely loyal to you. Unable to enslave those whose spiritual strength is stronger than the host, the number of dependents is linked to the spiritual strength. Current dependence 030. Note: the other party's existence of resistance to psychological enslavement success rate will be greatly reduced. 2. Super regeneration. With strong vitality, you are the undefeatable little strong man. 3. Flesh and blood contract disabled. Using flesh and blood to feed can give others part of the host's own characteristics. The taker will have a strong affinity for the host. The recommended interval between uses is 3 days, otherwise it reduces the physical attributes. Chen Fei could vaguely see a simple panel. The system seemed to have produced some sort of change. Skills? Could it be the reason for that fragment? Chen Fei pondered. There didn't seem to be anything else besides that fragment. Rather, he really had to thank the faceless zombie. This wave of his own blood earned. However, Chen Fei also realized that he knew too little and felt like his entire body was foggy. If he could unravel these mists, he might be able to learn some interesting things. Attachment should be the ability that comes with the shard. The faceless zombie relies on this ability along with its own ability to mess with the zombie army. It was fortunate that the shard's skills were not of the combat type, otherwise Chen Fei would have mailed it by now. He also had to thank humanity for sending a rocket. The first big brother on the list was just a cow. The second skill should be his own. In fact, this was something he had noticed earlier. The stronger the physique, the stronger the recovery, is not super regeneration. As for the blood and flesh contract, it seems like Chen Xiaohan is the case. Chen Fei surveyed his surroundings. He seemed to be wrapped in a blood cocoon again. Only this time there is no sense of binding. At the same time, outside in the ruins a human squad was rescuing the 2 commanders who still had a breath. They saw the blood cocoon not far away when they came, but they couldn't hit it after a few attacks. So they decided to save the 2 commanders first. Originally, their mission was to find out if the 4th Order zombies were still alive. Who would have thought that there were still 2 commanders alive? It was just that their injuries were too severe. It's likely that the 4th Order zombies were just entangled by the commanders and then ate all the power of the explosion and died. The 2 commanders must be saved. If it was true as speculated, it would be good news for the humans. The 4th rank was not invincible. Milkmaid, can you do it? Shut up, the 2 commanders are too seriously injured and have a tendency to zombify. My ability can only temporarily hang on to their lives. Perhaps the only way to save the 2 commanders is to send them back and let more healing awakened people take action. With this kind of injury, I'm afraid that traditional medical techniques could only pronounce death. Roar! It was at this moment that a roar came from the distance. A team member's face was ugly. There's a 2nd Order zombie with more than 50 First Order zombies moving rapidly this way. Retreat! The leader gave the order. The squad carried the 2 commanders and ran away in a puff of smoke. The 2nd Order zombie was naturally Chen Fei's number 1 junior. This guy had sensed the movement over here in the morning and planned to wait for almost the same time to come and take a look. If the boss is dead, he is the boss, and if the boss is still, just show himself. Tear. Suddenly, a crisp sound caused the crowd that was evacuating to subconsciously turn around and look. That blood cocoon actually broke open from the inside. A green-skinned inch-hair zombie with a slender and well-proportioned body, wearing nothing, walked out from it. Chen Fei's hair had already grown out. He looked up at the sky and projected that it was now afternoon. He himself had slept for at least 6 hours. A 2nd Order zombie? Nope, the awakened with perception found that the other party's level of danger was not weaker than a 3rd Order zombie in the slightest. He had only ever felt this way in the body of Commander Zhao Tianlong. Good news, the 4th Order zombie should be dead. Bad news, they couldn't win against a 3rd Order zombie. Humans? Chen Fei turned his head to look at the human squad that had already run away, with no intention of chasing after them. Roar! It was at this moment that a roar came from the distance. The moment he saw Chen Fei, junior number 1 knew that he had come to the right place. Looking again at the human squad running away, he had great intentions of preparing to strike. Take down these delicious humans to give to the boss. Regardless of whether or not they could catch up and win the fight, they had to put on a good show in front of the boss. Don't chase. Chen Fei's tone was flat. He naturally saw that his little brother was jumping at the chance. Turning to shout out, his voice seemed small but spread extremely far. Go back and tell your executives that it's fine for you to want to survive in Z City, but everyone's well water doesn't offend the river water. Just don't come to mess with me. Creatures like humans were highly suspicious, especially in times of distress. As a former human, Chen Fei himself couldn't believe the survivors. Then draw the line. Everyone plays their own game. It was hard to say that Chen Fei had saved the 2 commanders this time, and had already been considered benevolent. Previously in faceless zombie fighting time, try to avoid 2 people lying corpse place, otherwise 2 people that state simply cannot stand the aftermath of the battle. Of course, if it really died, Chen Fei is not very concerned. Anyway, it is not their own kill. The dish just practiced more. Who could blame him for dying? This zombie is a bit strange. The leader frowned. Even if a 2nd rank could talk, could a zombie really talk so well? He didn't believe it anyway. As for the other party's warning, just ignore it. Under the watchful eyes of little brother number 1 and the other zombies, the human squad disappeared at the end of the field of vision. Chapter 30, Little Brother. Seeing the human squad disappear at the end of the line of sight, little brother number 1 turned his head and ran towards Chen Fei. Running around Chen Fei twice, he seemed to be celebrating something. The boss seemed to have gotten stronger, and as a little brother, it was honored. Chen Fei grabbed little brother number 1 with a flat tone. How come you guys are okay with that big explosion? Also, where's Xiaohan? Little brother number 1 shivered and lowered its head. Roar. We were looking for you and then she was taken away by the humans. That night, Lu Weiwei said she was taking Chen Xiaohan to find Chen Fei. In actuality, it was away from the city center. As a result, she met a large group of human survivors who were evacuating halfway. They thought that the two of them, Lu Weiwei, had been captured by zombies. Several second-order awakenings were mobilized to beat up a bunch of zombies. There were even a few minions who drank their hearts out. The number 1 minion could only watch as Chen Xiaohan and the two of them were taken away by the human survivors. That zombie dog was also a real dog and took advantage of the chaos to run away. If not for that, Chen Xiaohan wouldn't have been taken away by the humans. Then the missile exploded at 6 o'clock. Little brother number 1 waited at a distance, waiting for the aftershocks of the explosion inside to dissipate and the afterglow to drop before coming in. It was secretly delighted. Told you, the boss left this way. That female human actually took the opposite direction. How stupid. I'm still smart. So you lost Xiaohan? Chen Fei looked at his little brother, and then sighed. It's fine, letting her follow a human life is better than following me. That chirpy girl was suddenly not there. Chen Fei still had a feeling of disappointment. But after knowing about his third skill, he understood that Chen Xiaohan was just a human who had gained certain characteristics of her own. Since she was a human, it was better to live with humans. What was the point of following a bunch of zombies? Next, Chen Fei planned to go to the wilderness. Meat was hard to find, so one couldn't just sit around and go out hunting. It was also unknown why humans must establish gathering places in urban areas. Could it be that the wilderness is more dangerous? Chen Fei pondered, if there are zombie dogs, then other creatures will be zombified as well. There are many different kinds of creatures in the wild, and it is estimated that the number of zombies is even more than in the city. And the wild environment is complicated and not suitable for defense. Those animals are also a bit stronger than ordinary human zombies. In that case, the wilderness would indeed be safer than the urban area. But to Chen Fei, it was a huge hunting ground. Taking another look at the little brother. That said, this guy's speed in collecting minions was really fast. It's only been how long, and the henchmen are all over 50. According to this development trend, it's estimated that it won't be long before he's able to put together a battalion. It's not impossible to form a zombie army. Let's go. Chen Fei greeted, shift position. Gathering ground 1. At this time, more than 20,000 survivors had gathered here. In order to accommodate more people, gathering ground number 1 was being expanded. The surrounding zombies had been cleared out. The 2 seriously injured commanders were brought back by the squad, along with good news. The 4th order zombies were dead. The High Command informed all the survivors of this news, undoubtedly breaking the oppressive atmosphere. The gloom was swept away. Humans could even kill a 4th order zombie, so sooner or later they would be able to get through the calamity crisis and restore a clear sky. Conference room. There's a strange zombie? The middle-aged man couldn't help but frown after hearing the report from the leader of this operation. Could it be that even without the use of nuclear bombs it would cause the kind of situation in Goryeo? No, if that was the case, it was impossible for the squad to come back unharmed. Not to mention bringing back 2 seriously injured commanders. Try to avoid conflict with it before the 2 commanders awaken, and send another team to keep a close eye on its movements. The middle-aged man's expression was serious. Also, turn on the talent detection to accelerate the artificial awakening program. But the detection method has certain drawbacks, someone worried. Now is not the time to be indecisive, we must grasp more power. The path of the 3rd order has already had a brow, and will soon be able to explore the method of cultivation. All we have to do now is to do the preliminary work. Only a strong enough power will allow humanity to survive. Most people agreed with this proposal. Only the artificial awakening limited the age to 18 to 40 years old. Too young to withstand the alien stimulation, too big to waste resources. Awakening did not come without a price. It was clear that humans had mastered much more than what was said on the radio. On the other side, Lu Weiwei and Chen Xiaohan followed a group of people into the number 1 gathering place, and she had been looking for Lin Fan for most of the day. As a result, she didn't find any, not even any news about Lin Fan. As an awakened person, if Lin Fan was in the gathering place, surely there wouldn't be no news at all. Could it be that Fan has? For a while Lu Weiwei's heart was like ashes. The little girl seemed to see that her big sister was in a bad mood and held her hand. Big sister, we can definitely find it. Lu Weiwei lowered her head and forced a smile. Although she knew that the person Chen Xiaohan was referring to was different from what she thought, she was still comforted by the little girl. In the evening, on the outskirts of the southern part of Z City, a group of zombies walked hugely on the edge of the city. A few kilometers further on were the rolling mountains. At this time, the sun could be seen going down in the fire clouds. It was peaceful and beautiful. If it wasn't for the group of zombies standing next to him, Chen Fei would even have the illusion that the calamity hadn't happened. There were very few humanoid zombies here, but from time to time, one could see the zombie bodies of other animals. Cats and dogs were common, and so were bug zombies. However, none of them were very strong, and they scattered and fled before Chen Fei got close. There was a village ahead. From now on, that will be our stronghold. Chen Fei pointed to the village not far away, and then looked to junior brother number 1. From now on, your task will be to gather news and guard the stronghold. Previously, Chen Fei was just enjoying the feeling of getting stronger, and had a feeling of working behind closed doors. If it wasn't for the trouble actively coming to his door, Chen Fei could even keep exercising in secret. The hamster attribute was obvious. But after this incident, he felt that it was quite necessary to learn some secrets. We can't just turn a deaf ear to what's going on outside the window. Of course, the main thing was to see if he could still find the shard. A small piece of this thing would be enough for him to work out for a long time. It's definitely a heavenly treasure. It's all about practicing and eating, so you have to eat well. Then, let the little brothers keep an eye out. There are many zombies, and I still need to work out to improve my strength. I can't let myself, as the boss, work hard on everything. Tear. Chen Fei tore off a piece of meat from his left arm and handed it to the number 1 junior brother. Do a good job, the benefits won't be spared. Junior brother number 1 took it and swallowed it in one gulp without hesitation. Immediately, his aura around his body shook, as if he was brewing something. The original tall figure shrunk a bit, only 2 meters tall. However, the dry and thin appearance became capable and looked powerful. Mid-second order. Late second order. Many thanks, boss. The number 1 minion prostrated itself on the ground, respectful, its tone filled with excitement. Yes, it was able to speak, and it felt filled with power. This huge boost made it excited. Following the right boss was really important. From now on, you'll be called Morning Biao. Chen Fei picked up the other party and smiled. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 31 Train Station. Morning Biao's change fell in the eyes of the crowd of zombies. The eyes were filled with envy and yearning. The level of intelligence of a first-stage zombie wasn't high. But for power, no matter what stage it was longing for it. If one had enough strength, then one would not be bullied. Looking at Chen Fei again. None of the zombies dared to make a move. Instead, they were fearful. Most of them had come into contact with Chen Fei for the first time. I didn't expect the boss of the boss to have such strong means. I really didn't follow the wrong zombie. The crowd of zombies entered the village. Many houses in the village were damaged to varying degrees, and there were many claw marks. The air is filled with the smell of dilapidation. On the ground, there are bloodstains that have long since dried up and turned black. There was no trace of life. Silence was the main theme here. Chen Fei found a small 3-story house in the middle of the village to stay in. The little brothers were taken by Morning Biao to hunt in the mountains. The harvested prey would be brought back first and distributed by Chen Fei as the leader. Even if Chen Fei hogged all of it, the group of zombies would not have a problem with it. This hierarchical system was similar to that of a wolf pack, even more entrenched. And the role Chen Fei was playing now was that of the alpha wolf. It was quite suitable for managing the zombies. The zombies did not have any feelings to speak of, and it mainly depended on who had the biggest fist. As for accepting these zombies as dependents, Chen Fei did not have this intention for the time being. They are too weak. At the very least, they should have the strength of a Deathstroke Puma. With the flesh and blood contract skill, Chen Fei didn't have to be as troublesome as the faceless zombies to collect dependents. Feeding once or twice and then directly activating the dependent's skill would be the end. One skill to raise favorability, and one skill to collect loyalty. It was simply a divine match. Completed Barbell Curl X233, attribute point +1. In the courtyard, Chen Fei grabbed the side of a small sedan with both hands and lifted it just as easily. The inside of the small sedan was stuffed with heavy weights, yet it was a little too much for Chen Fei's workout needs. When my strength goes up, will there really be anything left for me to use for exercise? Chen Fei looked towards the private house next to him. The foundations of such self-built houses were usually very shallow, unlike those high-rise buildings in the city where deep wells had to be drilled. Suddenly Chen Fei had a bold idea. Once this idea appeared, it simply lingered. So he walked out of the yard and came to a small 1-story house that covered an area of just 60 to 70 square feet. The house looked a bit old. It should be an earlier self-built house. This kind of foundation was even shallower. Chen Fei walked to the side of the house, bent his knees, turned his hands into knives, and plunged into the root of the wall. The muscles of his entire body tensed. Fierce force was exerted. The wall root was actually slowly lifted by Chen Fei just like this. It slowly separated from the foundation and broke. The speed was slow. This was the action dip lag, indicating that the power limit had been reached. Completed hard pull x1, attribute point +1. It's true that there are always more solutions than difficulties. But the house was pulled up with much less resistance. Moreover, the structure of the house was not strong enough. Originally Chen Fei was planning to pull it up with the foundation. It was estimated that his strength wasn't enough yet either. Boom! The house didn't withstand the tossing and collapsing after all. Nope, I can't just tie all these things together. Chen Fei praised his own ingenuity. To cite one thing, couldn't all those large and heavy things be bundled together? Cement utility poles or something. If that doesn't work, let's take down the pylons and drag the train cars back. And then there's the high-density materials. It's a long way to go. It's true that working out can make people smarter. Chen Fei stroked his chin and returned to the yard. As soon as he came in, he saw mountains of prey of all colors. Zombie pigs, chickens, ducks, and so on. There was no lack of first and second order zombies among them. It must have been killed by Funeral Biao. Boss, I was going to take in this second order zombie pig, but it had a strong attitude, so I accidentally killed it. Morning Biao pointed at a pig that was 4 meters long. There was some embarrassment in his tone. The zombie pig was dark and fat, and from the residual scent. The second stage of the middle. Morning Biao killed it without much effort. This pig stays, you divide the rest. Chen Fei nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, you guys go and collect the poles around the village and bring back the wires. As for Chen Fei himself, remembering correctly that he saw the train station on his way here. Tomorrow, he planned to go to the train station to look for any trains. The railroad tracks were even if the humans were expected to use them. A green train couldn't be too high-tech. No, humans could still make steam trains, which had long been obsolete. It doesn't make sense that an armored car can be modified to drive, but a train can't. Only the human being is now difficult to protect themselves. When they slow down, the god may be able to use it. Getting the meat, the zombies left happily. Chen Fei, on the other hand, ripped off the pig's leg and started gnawing on it. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 397 slowly improving. Strength, 354 slowly improving. Spirit, 336 slowly improving. Race, zombie. Rank, mid-second stage. Rank, mid-second stage. Rank, mid-second stage. Rank, mid-second stage. Flame resistance, 37%. Skills, 1, attachment 2. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood packed remnant. Is it true that eating the flesh of a zombie that has entered the rank will gain a boosting effect? Chen Fei didn't feel surprised, mainly before the faceless zombie that ate and drank much better than now. Now this second rank zombie pig actually gave Chen Fei a feeling of tastelessness. Another night of exercise. The next day after saying hello to Morning Biao, Chen Fei drove with full force. Also carrying a scrapped SUV. Carrying a bag of meat. Target, train station. Completed weight-bearing long-distance running, +1 attribute point. The train station was more than 30 kilometers away from the village, and Chen Fei had only run for about 10 minutes while weight-bearing. Simply a humanoid supercar. Boom! Dropping the SUV immediately drew the attention of many zombies near the station. Only to feel the powerful aura of Chen Fei's body, the zombies backed away. Arriving at the waiting hall. It was unexpectedly quiet inside. A hunched zombie sat crouched at the security checkpoint, staring straight at Chen Fei. You need to buy a ticket to enter the station? Chen Fei inquired half-jokingly. Saying so, he also looked the zombie in front of him up and down. The hunched zombie got up, that dry and thin body, less than 1 meter 5. Yet it gave off a very strong feeling. A third-order zombie, and quite a bit stronger than the faceless zombie's henchman. It should be close to the late third stage. Second order? The ickle zombie had a cold attitude. This is my territory, get out or I'll kill you. Bang! Chen Fei's body suddenly lunged forward, and the ickle zombie did not react at all. It was directly sent flying by a punch, collapsing the security gate and then rolling out more than 10 meters before barely stopping. How is it possible? The speed of the second stage is so fast? The rickety zombie climbed up with difficulty. A speed species of his own actually couldn't even react. Not only was it speed, the other party's strength was also strong beyond words. Seeing that Chen Fei was still going to make a move, it hurriedly waved its hand. Wait, there's no need for us to kill each other. Oh? Chen Fei's figure flickered and arrived in front of the other party. The latter was startled. This is the second stage? Second rank so strong at 8. If you want this territory, I can give you half of it. The rickety zombie gritted its teeth and seemed to make a big concession. Chen Fei was speechless. I'm not here to steal the territory. The conversation turned, how about joining my command? The two zombies stared at each other. Chapter 32, High Wind. The rickety zombie was quite cooperative. After only 10 minutes of being beaten up, it willingly became Chen Fei's little brother. Chen Fei valued the other party's speed, which was suitable for helping him to find out information. Still need to learn more about the current situation. In the meantime, I'll look for that strange fragment. Otherwise, Chen Fei wouldn't have bothered to collect it and directly slaughtered it and brought it back to replenish the nutrition for his little brothers. He doesn't eat humanoid zombies, but his little brothers do. You're pretty fast, from now on you'll be called Blizzard. Chen Fei finalized the other party's name. Gale didn't know that his boss had a bad taste in picking this name. It was kinda like it. Many thanks boss for the name. Just like that, the two zombies arrived at the station platform. There were several trains docked separately on the platform. The bloody scene inside could be seen through the windows. It should be that they had already gotten on the train during the calamity and hadn't departed yet, but as a result, the crisis broke out and one didn't run away. There were also quite a few windows that were smashed. These Chen Fei did not care. Came to the locomotive. Fortunately, the structure of the connecting port wasn't very complicated. Chen Fei tinkered for a while and managed to separate the locomotive. Just pull out whatever you can. Great strength and no need for tools. Boom! Chen Fei pushed the locomotive forward with all his might. Completion of thrust training, plus 1 attribute point. This series of movements of his gave the nearby blast wind a confused look. No? What is the boss doing? We zombies, can we not roll? Boss's strength is really strong. Gale sighed, admiring the boss a bit. That's how zombies are. They worship power above all else. You have the bigger fist, you are the reason, you are the boss. Of course, after subjugating them, as long as the enemies they encountered were not stronger than their bosses, they would generally not backfire. As for the strength to catch up with the boss after the backlash. At that time, they are not the boss? How can that be considered a backlash? It's a very simple and crude thinking pattern. As he pushed and pushed, Chen Fei realized that it was not right. At first it was quite difficult, but after the locomotive got going it became much lighter. How does that work? Chen Fei directly came to the side, took hold of the wheel, and struggled to lift it. Completed hard pull x10, attribute point plus 1. It had to be said that the locomotive was really heavy. Chen Fei couldn't even lift it completely. 100-odd-ton contraption was no joke. Even if it was just lifted on one side, it would still weigh tens of tons. I also don't know if I can wait until the third rank to carry the locomotive and do deep squats. Chen Fei began to look forward to it. Not to mention, images were already starting to form in his mind. While exercising, Chen Fei turned his head to look at Blast Wind, idly. Tell me if you've come across anything strange or anything. The other party was a third-order zombie anyways, so he should be able to have some insight. Gale was speechless. To say that the strangest thing I've encountered is encountering you, boss. It didn't dare to say this. Suddenly it looked like it remembered something. 2 days ago a group of humans tried to rob my territory, but I repelled them, but unfortunately I didn't catch them. It was a pity that the humans were so fragrant. Oh? Tell me in detail. Chen Fei came to be interested. 2 days ago, the major gathering places should have been crusading against fourth-order zombies. There was no reason to split their troops to come to the station. Could there be something special about this place? I'll have time to examine it carefully. To be able to retreat from a third-order zombie in one piece, the other party must not be simple. It was a group of humans wearing the same clothes with a pattern on their chests. Gale tried to recall. There were 5 of them, 1 third-order and 4 second-order. All of them were very strong. Luckily I'm stronger. It was slightly smug as it said this. Blast Wind continued. Their leader's ability seemed to be able to predict my actions. Luckily I was fast. When they saw that they couldn't help me, and I injured a crazy second rank, they could only run away. That second-order human as well went crazy as soon as they met. His power was quite strong, but he couldn't get next to me. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei was keenly aware of the word crazy. Berserk ability? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Forget it, I can't think of anything. Uniform clothing, patterns, Chen Fei pondered. Is there any other powerful organization in the human race? There was too little information to analyze. The other party had come once, so they might come a second time. It could always be met. As far as Gale's nature of taking the territory as his life was concerned, he probably didn't know why the team of humans had come to the station. Is there any more besides that team of humans? Chen Fei asked, not stopping his workout at all. Blast Wind made a contemplative gesture. A few days further back, a third-order zombie came and asked me to submit to his master, saying something about granting me immortality. But it was too weak, it couldn't even take 10 moves from me, so I dispatched it. Good fellow. This is the subordinate of the fourth-order zombie in the center of the city. Has he developed his downline to this side? Really dedicated, ah. Not waiting for Chen Fei to continue to ask, Blast Wind seems to have opened up the box, hand dancing eloquently. Talk up. There is also, here before is a third-order zombie's territory, but that guy is not my opponent, but also dare to have such a large territory, was driven away by me. It seems to have run away to the mountains. Chen Fei was speechless. This guy's eyes were all about turf. With this guy's strength close to the late third stage, there were indeed few opponents. A good battle record was to be expected. Encountering Chen Fei counted against it. Among all the zombies encountered, Gale was definitely the zombie with the strongest sense of territory that Chen Fei had ever seen. Next, Gale transformed into a chatterbox and blabbered on and on. This mouth was like a borrowed one. Stop, 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 you don't need to tell me what you ate at night. Chen Fei was filled with black lines. Blasted Wind had just that little memory, and pretty much had to shake it out. Chen Fei's words changed. Do you remember the pattern on that team of humans' clothes? Draw it for me. Sizzling Wind began to ponder, trying to recall, feeling very fuzzy. For a moment, he actually couldn't remember. Scratching its ears. Good, it found something to do, not blah blah blah. Blast Wind scratched at the tiles with its claws, shaking its head every now and then. It seemed to not be very happy with its drawing. After exercising for 2 hours, Chen Fei got a little hungry and took out the meat from his backpack. Naturally, it was the meat of the second-order pig from yesterday. Eating the meat of these entry-rank zombies could maintain the state for longer. In the past, exercising for an hour would make you hungry, but now it would only take 2 or 3 hours. If it's replaced with a third order, it's estimated to last 6 or 7 hours. I don't know if I've never eaten it before, but I have eaten the meat of the fourth order. Chen Fei walked over to Blizzard and looked down. Good lord, there were more than 30 patterns drawn. All of them were strange and weird, and it was hard to see what they had in common. There was even a painting that looked like poop? Chen Fei noticed that the paintings were all wide at the bottom and pointed at the top, kind of like a fire? It wasn't necessarily useful, but the next time he saw a similar pattern, he should be able to think of it. Chen Fei kicked the other party. Alright, stop drawing. Blast stopped moving and looked up at Chen Fei. Boss, I really can't think of it. There was some fear of getting beaten up. The image of being held down and punched by Chen Fei was still fresh in his mind. It's fine, Chen Fei stroked its not-so-smooth head. Go patrol your territory, I'll find you later. Gale nodded and got up to head towards the station. Chapter 33 Ming Lord? It was like 5 or 6 in the afternoon when Chen Fei stopped working out. Putting on his empty bag, he returned inside the station. Gale was sitting crouched at the ticket gate, just staring blankly ahead. Come with me, Chen Fei patted the other's shoulder, take you to the new territory. New territory? Is it boss's territory? Gale was a little expectant and a little reluctant. The boss's territory is definitely bigger than his own, but his own territory. After dwelling on it for 3 seconds, Blast Wind followed Chen Fei's footsteps. Since recognized the boss, then follow the boss to mix. It did not take long for the 2 zombies to return to the village. Gale took a look and brightened up. Is the mountain over there also our territory? Our territory is really big. Not for now, it can be in the future. If you want to, take charge of this piece. Chen Fei said casually. Chen Fei didn't care about the territory or anything else. It wasn't like it could raise its own strength. Let it toss and turn as it likes. Of course, your first task is to help me keep an eye out for some strange zombies in news. You can report back to me if you find it useful. Chen Fei did not forget to add one sentence. Blizzard hurriedly nodded his head in response, leading Blast Wind to his courtyard. At this time, the courtyard was already piled with zombies of all colors. It should be the prey that Funeral Biao had fought. Boom! A loud noise came from outside. Going outside, Morning Biao returned with his minions dragging a utility pole. It threw down exactly 1 utility pole. It then commanded the zombies to set it up. It was quite decent. Has the number of zombies increased again? Chen Fei looked at the crowd of zombies suspiciously. He hadn't seriously counted them before, but it had obviously increased. There were already 78 zombies. No, Morning Biao, do you collect minions at such an exaggerated speed? A day down, hunting, poles finished, but also collect some little brothers along the way? I'm not convinced that you can even get a little brother in the countryside. You are the labor model this model. This is my new little brother Blast Wind. Seeing Morning Biao doubtfully looking at Blast Wind, Chen Fei introduced, that's my first little brother, Morning Biao. Hearing his boss say that he was the first, Funeral Biao was able to tilt his head up and nod. Afterwards, Morning Biao was shocked to realize that Blast Wind was a third-order zombie. For a moment, he had even more admiration for Chen Fei. He himself had only collected about 20 minions in a day, and only 3 of them were second-order. The rest were all first-order weaklings. As a result, the boss brought back a third-order zombie after a single trip. One is better than a group. Blizzard's tone was slightly arrogant. Morning Biao, right? From now on, follow me to expand your territory. Hearing this, Funeral Biao's expression was ugly. Why should I listen to you? I'm of the 3rd rank, you're of the 2nd rank. Blast Wind's tone was disdainful. You don't want to fight? Just fight. This Funeral Biao is still not afraid of you. Morning Biao temper came up. I'm the one who came first. Chen Fei didn't stop. He also wanted to see how strong Funeral Biao was. Late 2nd stage? The actual battle power was definitely stronger, as it had gained a portion of Chen Fei's characteristics. The most obvious was the spirit. The 2nd stage could talk. Then was the physique and strength stronger as well? It was just the right time to measure it. So the 2 zombies came to an open space. surrounded by zombies eating melon. They are all little brothers of Funeral Biao, naturally cheering for their boss. The two sides pulled away 20 meters or so, and confronted each other to measure. Immediately afterward, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. Blast Wind was a speed species and a third rank. More than 20 meters drew closer to him in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, his speed was much higher than Morning Biao's. The latter could only defend passively. But after the exchange of hands, Windy realized that for a while he actually could not take Morning Biao. The latter's physical strength is actually comparable to an early third-order zombie. Strength and speed are also. It seemed to have no shortcomings at all. This made Blast Wind think of Chen Fei. So all-powerful? Why does it have the same aura as the boss? Blast Wind was messed up. It was reasonable to say that it could kill any second-order zombie in seconds, and even defense types could be taken down within 10 moves. As a result, it exchanged more than 30 moves. Although it was suppressing the Deathstroke Puma, it just couldn't hammer it. Well, not bad. Chen Fei expressed his approval. It seemed that in the future he would have to cultivate more quality little brothers. Such a little brother was strong in all aspects and was a quality tool. Morning. After exchanging dozens more moves, Morning Biao, who had been passively beaten, gave up his defense. A fist slammed into Blast's ribs, which the latter managed to dodge, instantly pulling away. I lost. Morning Biao was not willing to lose, but he wasn't too weak to lose. He had been suppressed the entire time, and if it wasn't for the power granted by the boss, he would have been rested long ago. Blast Wind had a serious expression. You're strong, let's level up from now on. Saying that, it walked to Morning Biao's body and stretched out its hand. The two Morning did not fight. Are you so strong because of the boss? Gale couldn't help but ask. Morning Biao nodded its head. You should have learned about the boss's power. As long as it wants to, it can grant us even more power. Before yesterday I was still in the early second rank. The following words didn't need to be said. Blast Wind looked at Chen Fei with two glowing eyes, but the latter had already turned away. It knew that it had just joined and had little merit. The boss would definitely not grant himself power. Territory, I'm going to strike down a bigger territory to give to the boss so that I can gain power. Blast Wind secretly made up its mind. In its opinion, the boss had taken himself in just to fight for territory. It just so happened that he was good at it. Strike down turf, gain power, and then strike down bigger turf. What a good plan. Spying? Wasn't that incidental? I'll be in charge of fighting the territory from now on, give me some men. Blast couldn't wait to look at Morning Biao. The latter hesitated for a while, his tone was helpless. I'm very slow in collecting minions, I can only share half of them with you, and the rest will have to hunt and expand my power. The two Morning discussed for a while longer. The matters of cooperation were finalized. Morning Biao was responsible for going out to collect minions and absorbing battle power. Blast Wind is responsible for bringing the minions to fight the turf. If there is a zombie that is worthy of subjugation, then subjugate it, if not, then hand it over to Morning Biao. If there is a zombie that is worth taking in, then he will take it in, if not, then he will give it to Biao. Short-term goal, take a 10-mile radius. Including a few mountains over there. Chen Fei how to know, he just collect some tools. Morning, help himself to run errands. As a result, these guys are getting bigger and bigger. Returning to the yard, Chen Fei picked a few second-order zombies and let Morning Biao distribute the rest. The boss was so generous that it moved the zombies. None of them felt that it was wrong for the boss to get something for nothing. This was because in their opinion, it was only right for them to contribute some food as they enjoyed the boss's shelter. That food was already considered Chen Fei's. Even if they didn't share it, everyone was fine with it. There was plenty of prey on the mountain anyway, so they could find it themselves when they were hungry. Boss has treated us well, we need to work more attentively. Morning Biao began to PUA his men. Blast Wind on the side also felt it was reasonable. Anyway, if he was the boss, his men would accept all the food they paid tribute to as they were told. Not to mention that Chen Fei had the ability to boost the power of others, this alone was enough to make the zombies sell their lives. Looking up at the starry sky, Blast Wind sighed, I followed a bright master. Remembering Chen Fei's words from earlier, Blast Wind's eyes were firm as can be, I'm bound to not let my boss down. Chapter 34, The Phantom. Day 31 of the Calamity. Gale was busy after arriving at the village. Even Chen Fei could rarely see it. It might also be related to the fact that Chen Fei had to go to the train station to exercise. Occasionally, when they were able to meet up, they were also reporting on their work, saying that they had already struck down wherever and whatever. On the contrary, there is no useful information. It feels like this guy is putting the cart before the horse. In a short period of time, the train station had been able to fulfill Chen Fei's exercise needs. He didn't bother looking for anything else. Train stations during the day and bundled poles at night. Hepatic Emperor Chen Fei worked out moment by moment. At night, the moonlight was faint, spilling onto the ground like a layer of frost. The short-haired zombie with light green skin and bare upper body. He is carrying a large bundle of poles on his back and doing deep squats. On the opposite side squatted a hunched zombie. Humans have popularized the cultivation method and found the path to the third stage? Chen Fei was slightly surprised. For the first time in so many days, Blizzard had brought back useful information. The pace of humans was faster than expected. Perhaps it was because of the merger of the 4 major gathering places. The radio stations hadn't had much news lately, simply playing some songs. Chen Fei directly lost his biggest source of intelligence. Otherwise such an important matter would have been reflected on the radio. How did you know? Chen Fei reacted. This guy, Blast Wind, had always only reported on the progress of the land grab, and it was rare for him to gather intelligence. To be honest, Chen Fei already had the mindset of finding another junior to be in charge of intelligence. Blast Wind touched his head. When I was grabbing territory today, I came across a group of humans, and there was a person inside who had your scent on him as boss, and it just so happened that Funeral Biao was there as well. Then that person found no one's place to meet Funeral Biao and said something. Oh, Funeral Biao called her young lord. Young lord said that she would come to visit you, boss, sometime. Hearing this, Chen Fei knew who it was. Who else could it be but Chen Xiaohan? No, how old does she look? Chen Fei's workout movements paused for a moment. Why was the little girl still on a mission with the team? Humans didn't go so far as to use child labor. Blast shook his head. I don't know but taller than me. Growing so fast? Chen Fei was aware that his third skill would cause the target to grow faster. But would this cause the opponent to age faster? Could it be a side effect? Chen Fei shook his head and shook off the thought. Let's wait until we see that girl. One could not run into someone's gathering place. Even if one did not have any malicious intent, the humans would definitely feel that you want to invade. 80% of them would have to fight. Gale, you've been slacking off lately. Chen Fei's tone was slightly colder. Hearing this, Gale was jolted. Frightened, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. Could it be that his own speed of grabbing territory had left the boss unsatisfied? The territory had expanded to a 10-kilometer radius. The main zombie minions are not enough, otherwise it could be bigger. This is not considering the territory to be too big to defend. Chen Fei sighed and continued to squat deeply, keep poking around for information. He was too lazy to say anything. Gale, however, was anxious. It felt like the boss was very disappointed in himself. His own performance is too poor, no wonder the boss has not been helping himself to improve his strength. Still too short-sighted. How is 10 kilometers of territory enough? Boss is so strong, even if he occupies the entire Z city, it should be. Can't defend it? Then let's recruit more brothers and expand our manpower. I'll be knocking on the door of Morning Biao. This guy has recently been promoted to the 3rd level, a little bit of drift. Completed weighted deep squat x233, attribute point +1. Add spirit. Chen Fei recited silently. Add points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 442. Strength, 441. Spirit, 441. Race, zombie. Rank, late 2nd order. Flame resistance, 37%. Skills, 1, dependent, 532. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant. Chen Fei had collected 5 dependents. Other than the death puma that had recently broken through the 3rd stage, they were all late 2nd stage zombies. Blizzard tried it once. The guy didn't resist, instead he was looking forward to it. Save the flesh and blood contract. But it failed. This guy's mental strength was also at the top of his class. Never realized it before. Otherwise, even an average 3rd order zombie Chen Fei should have been able to succeed. Since it didn't work, it was all the more reason not to feed it. Wouldn't boosting it a bit more delay the progress? The rest of the dependents had all used flesh and blood contracts beforehand. Looking at the late 2nd stage, they all actually possessed early 3rd stage combat power. After becoming dependents, the loyalty of those zombies was absolute. These were Chen Fei's true dependents. Similar to Blizzard, it is estimated that those who are stronger than Chen Fei will join the enemy. Morning's common sense, understood. In addition to this, Morning Biao has received more than 300 new minions. Morning Biao doesn't accept ordinary zombies, at the very least, they must be 1st order zombies. The speed has slowed down in the last 2 days. Even if the zombies have been evolving, it's not like they can just casually find zombies that have entered the rank. Moreover, many zombies have their own forces. There were not a few 3rd order zombies that occupied territories that belonged to them like Blizzard before. In order to avoid conflict, Death Puma chose to collect the zombies that had fallen behind first. After Blast Wind reported on his work, Blast Wind found Morning Biao who was PUAing his minions. Boss is very dissatisfied with our work efficiency. It's true that it's a bit slow. Morning Biao nodded seriously. Maybe it's because our previous tactics were too soft. Why don't we go to the territory of those 3rd order zombies? I think it's okay. Blast Wind expressed his approval. Boss has given us so much strength, we can't keep fighting small, but it's just some 3rd order zombies. The 2 zombies agreed at once. Decided to rest assured and boldly go to do it. So Morning Gao began to mobilize his minions, and by the way, let the remaining few zombies that had been strengthened by Chen Fei show themselves, demonstrating their formidable power. And then draw a pie. As long as you do a good job, the boss will grant everyone power. Except for the absence of a zombie whose ability was concealment, the rest of the zombies were exuberant. Roar! Hit the ground and dedicate it to the boss. A certain late second stage zombie that heard the roar from afar showed disdain. A bunch of fools, the boss asked you to gather intelligence and you guys don't care at all, you still have to rely on me. There is a meaning of being ashamed to be in the company of Morning Gao. Soon a female zombie came in front of Chen Fei and bowed respectfully. She was only about 1 meter 5, with a slender figure, light steps, and a rather calm breath. It was even a bit weak. If it weren't for Chen Fei's strong perception, it would probably be difficult to even notice her arrival. Master, I've already found the human organization you mentioned. The female zombie's tone carried admiration and currying favor. Her eyes were filled with Chen Fei. The latter froze. Did I arrange for it to gather intelligence? How come I don't remember? I'm not mistaken, this is my third dependent, named Phantom. A hidden species. After getting a blood contract, the ability is even stronger than before. As long as she is willing, it would be difficult for a third-rank powerhouse to detect her presence. Chen Fei pretended to nod calmly. Speak. This organization is called Sunrise, and based on the content of their conversations, we know that they have branches throughout the country and have recently been executing a plan. Chapter 35. Outside the zombie really food. Chaoyang? Chen Fei put down the pole with recognition in his tone. You're doing a great job, keep focusing on that organization. As for the plan, Phantom said. The details weren't probed. After all, the Phantom was only at the late second stage. Even if his strength was comparable to the early third rank, there was likewise more than one third-rank powerhouse within that organization. I'm afraid it would be dangerous to go deeper into the organization. Roughly, we only know that the organization is conducting some kind of experiment. If it succeeded, it would allow humans to grasp a powerful force, and would likely change the status quo of the end times. Being in the post-apocalyptic world, is the heart towards the rising sun? Chen Fei was a bit interested in this organization's slogan. As expected, the information that humans possessed was far more than imagined. According to Phantom, the organizational pattern of the rising sun was a mountain and a sun. Rather, it was Chen Fei who had guessed wrongly at first. It wasn't his fault either, it was mainly because that guy Blizzard's drawing skills were really bad. Receiving Chen Fei's approval, Phantom had a satisfied look on his face. Subordinate leads the way. With that, his breath slowly lowered and his figure slowly blended into the darkness. Indeed a good sneak. Chen Fei recognized the other party's ability, that said, when did I let it scout for information? Perhaps it was a time when one had said it without thinking. Just as well, someone was finally acting as an intelligence agent. That Gale guy wasn't reliable at all, so it was better to let it be a fighter. A good speed species doesn't utilize its strengths, and thinks about fighting territory all day long. He's not doing his job. The next day, Chen Fei was still running to the train station in the morning as usual. This had become his habit. Self-disciplined zombies were the most attractive. Another day of hard work, Chen Fei hummed as he finished his fitness and packed up his things, when he suddenly paused in his movements. Someone has entered the station? Nowadays, his perception was very sharp. Although the other party was trying hard to tighten their aura, they were still captured by Chen Fei. 5 people? A late third stage, an early third stage, and 3 late second stage. This lineup was really luxurious. One could basically walk sideways in the end times. Chen Fei also did not intend to have too much contact with humans. As long as those guys felt that they had a chance of winning, they most likely wouldn't waste a word and would just come up directly. Meanwhile, the station waiting hall. How about it? What about that third-order zombie? The inch-headed youth looked to the second-order team member next to him. The latter was the team's perceiver. That third-order zombie's breath isn't there, but there's a second-order zombie on the station platform. The team member was using his ability when his face suddenly changed. It seems to have noticed me. It disappeared. Instantaneous movement? The inch-headed youth's face was delighted. Although the third-order zombie had disappeared, the harvest would be greater if this rare breed could be captured. It was indeed more troublesome to capture this kind of zombie, but it wasn't completely helpless. The ability could not be used indefinitely. It's not instantaneous movement, it's that it's too fast, much faster than even a third-order speed species. The team member shook his head, quite sure that he hadn't perceived it wrong. The zombie had run along the railroad tracks with a bag on its back the first moment it realized he was there. The speed was so fast that he lost his target in an instant. But there was still a clear difference from instantaneous movement. A second-order zombie is faster than a third-order speed species? The young man with an inch head laughed. Good thing, if we can capture this zombie, it will greatly help our research. Zombies usually have a sense of territory, let's keep watch here. Lin Fan, you take one person and ambush it, when the time comes, break its back. Upon hearing this, the short-haired young man nodded in response. He was the vice captain, early 3rd stage, and his ability was berserk increase. For a short period of time, he was able to erupt with the power of the late 3rd rank. It was most suitable for him to cut off the zombie's rear path. Since confirming Lu Weiwei's death, Lin Fan became silent. He kept killing zombies and honed his skills in battle. Especially after leaving the 100-member team and joining the current organization, Lin Fan has gained a lot of strength after each battle. Every time he fought, his strength improved considerably. Therefore, he was also jokingly called crazy by people in the organization. 2 days ago, he fought with a 3rd-order zombie and his strength reached the early 3rd-order stage. He successfully killed a 3rd-order zombie. His speed of progress shocked the entire organization. He had also entered the core of the organization and was able to understand many hidden secrets. Chen Fei, who was moving quickly, was somewhat puzzled. Why did the humans go to the train station? I've wandered through the entire train station and didn't find anything special. It can't be for the purpose of catching Blizzard, can it? That configuration, if it was the previous Gale that ran into it, could really be caught. Now, well, Gale's strength was already the best of the 3rd rank. Not to say to win the team of humans, running away should not be a big problem. Don't underestimate the ability of speed species to save their lives. Couldn't figure it out. Chen Fei didn't think much about it. It was better to not go to the train station for the last few days. Just in time to find some new fitness equipment, the poles are a bit out of place. Chen Fei had a new plan. Completed long-distance running training, plus 1 attribute point. When returning to the village, Chen Fei realized that there were actually only a few scattered zombies patrolling. If it weren't for the prey piled up in the yard, Chen Fei would have thought that he had come to the wrong place. Funeral Biao and Blast Wind are getting more and more playful. He shook his head helplessly. They might have drifted a bit. Find some time to tighten their skins. Chen Fei felt that he was still too friendly with his little brothers. There weren't many that did their job properly. On the contrary, it was Phantom, who probably just occasionally heard his words and went straight to executing them. Eating the beef leg, Chen Fei felt that he would have to train Phantom more in the future. Meanwhile, outside a shopping mall in the city, 2 groups of zombies faced off in the square. The numbers were almost equal. Morning Biao, you and I don't interfere with each other. Why did you suddenly invade my territory today? The burly zombie glared angrily. Recently, Morning Biao's expansion movements were not small, but it didn't disturb the 3rd-order zombies. Everyone also turned a blind eye. As a result, this guy actually came to his territory to pick a fight. Your territory is in the way. Morning Biao was nonchalant. Now you have 2 choices, submit or die. Very well, a mere early 3rd stage. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The burly zombie showed no weakness. In its opinion, it was more than enough for it to kill an early 3rd-order zombie at the middle 3rd-order stage. To dare to start a war, it simply didn't know what it was about. I heard that you are very brave. With a whoosh, Blizzard suddenly appeared behind the lanky zombie. The lanky zombie was a strong-bodied species and was not fast. But to say that it would make it completely unable to react, even the late 3rd stage wouldn't be enough. You are? The lanky zombie's tone was obviously a bit weak. Blizzard casually pinched and exploded the head of a zombie that was roaring at him, his tone indifferent. I am the first general under the boss, the first zombie to open up the territory, Blizzard. Listening to what you just said, you want to touch it? The stout zombie hardened his head and roared angrily as he turned to strike. District speed species, who was afraid of who? At 8 or 9 in the evening, Blast Wind and Deathstroke Biao returned victorious with a large troop. The boss is really the boss. We were just too stable before. The 3rd-order zombies outside are really damn good, said Blast Wind as he kicked the lanky zombie being dragged by Funeral Biao. The latter had already been seriously injured and lost the ability to resist. Reflecting back on the battle just now, it was really a sound-crushing. Chapter 36 Phantom's Business Ability. Looking at the lanky zombie lying on the ground in front of him, for a moment Chen Fei did not know what to say. Looking up again, he saw the expressions of Morning Biao and Blast Wind, who were eager to be praised. The soft-hearted Chen Fei coped smoothly. Good job, keep up the good work. These 2 living treasures. They must have gone to invade other zombie territories on the strength of their battle prowess. It wasn't that they pitted the zombies that were beaten up. It's really because I don't know what benefit there is in doing so. It's understandable to collect little brothers, but why do you need so many territories? Forget it, let them do whatever they want. Anyway, there should be no zombies in Z City that can threaten them. Gathering information with the Phantom will be enough for now. Since you're here, join me. Chen Fei looked towards the severely injured zombie with a flat tone. But in the eyes of the lanky zombie, if he didn't submit himself, the other party would definitely kill him without hesitation. The other party's little brother was able to violently beat himself up. There seemed to be nothing to lose by submitting. I am willing. The burly zombie opened his mouth with difficulty. Tear. Chen Fei tore off a piece of meat from his arm and threw it into the other party's mouth. The lanky zombie froze for a few seconds, not quite understanding the other party's behavior. However, it still swallowed the meat. In the next second, it only felt a warm current throughout its body, its injuries were recovering rapidly, and its body became more and more lanky. The muscles were gnarled. The skin turned a light green color, giving it an indestructible feeling. Looking at Chen Fei again, it was inexplicably affectionate. The lanky zombie hurriedly climbed up and knelt in submission. Lord God's might. I would like to serve the Lord to the death. In less than a short minute, not only had it recovered from its injuries, even its strength had increased a bit. But it didn't advance like Morning Biao and a few other second-order zombies. Perhaps the boost from using the blood-flesh contract on zombies of a higher rank than me isn't that great? Chen Fei silently memorized the skill characteristics. After all, the description of the flesh and blood contract only granted some of the characteristics, and did not say that it boosted strength. Boosting strength might just be incidental. Even so, it was a very huge boost for many zombies. Chen Fei looked at the other party. In the future, you will be called Tai Ta and be responsible for guarding the stronghold. Although no one would come to this place either, there had to be something for the other party to do. A strong body species zombie, watching over the house was just right. With that, Chen Fei raised his hand and placed it on Tai Ta's head, attachment. It was easy to successfully enslave the other party's soul. Instantly, Tai Ta only felt that the Chen Fei in front of him was like a heavenly god on earth. His magnificent stature inspired respect, as if he was an unshakable mountain. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Chen Fei told Tai Ta to die right now, the latter would not hesitate for a second. Host's current number of favorites, 630. A system prompt sounded in Chen Fei's head at the right time. This is how you get favors? Blast was a bit sour. On second thought, it was probably because he hadn't done enough. Letting the boss down. Many thanks, Master, my subordinate will live up to his promise. Tai Ta was excited, as if he had been given some important commission. Guarding the territory, this was not an important position. Half of Tai Ta's original men were killed in the resistance. The remaining half naturally joined Chen Fei when they realized that their boss had surrendered. The other zombies were driven away by Chen Fei, leaving Tai Ta alone. Anything strange in your territory? Or any intelligence about humans? Chen Fei inquired as per usual. Basically, he would ask about any zombie above the second rank that joined him. The Iron Tower didn't know what Chen Fei was referring to, but its mind spun fast. There's nothing strange, but a few days ago a group of human powerhouses passed through my territory and I overheard a piece of information. It said something about there being suspected fourth-order zombies in the wild, and that fourth-order zombies were gathering zombies in large numbers. I don't know exactly what the situation is. That team of humans is a bit strong, I don't dare to follow them. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei fell into deep thought. The wilderness? Fourth order? It seems like there is indeed something in the wild. He had a deep understanding of the power of a fourth-order zombie. Although his own strength had increased quite a bit recently, he did not feel that he could single-handedly challenge the fourth order. The difference between the third and fourth rank was simply greater than even an ordinary zombie to the third rank. The faceless zombie wasn't even a combat class fourth rank and almost killed himself. If it was any other kind of zombie, it was estimated that he would have mailed himself without waiting for the humans to detonate their missiles. Later you go tell Funeral Biao and the others, try not to go to the deep mountains. Chen Fei continued to exercise. You also go down. Unconsciously the henchmen seemed to be growing in number. Crossing over was not a bad thing. Not long after Tai Ta left, a petite figure stepped out of the darkness. Phantom shadow? Chen Fei didn't turn his head back. In fact, Chen Fei had sensed it when the other party was still 50 meters away. Phantom Shadow knelt down on one knee. Master, today, I infiltrated into the human gathering place and came across a human with your scent, Master. The two commanders of the humans have awakened and their strength has further advanced to the mid-third stage. My subordinate was almost discovered by them. The Sunrise organization has 3 strongholds, but so far my subordinate has only found one, in the south of the city air raid shelter. Their personnel activities are more frequent. My subordinate saw them catching zombies to go in. Phantom didn't wander around much this day. In the morning, she went to the gathering place to walk around, and in the afternoon, she went to look for the Sunrise organization and really let her find a stronghold. Followed a small team of the Sunrise organization to find it. And also learned that the other side had 3 strongholds. The air defense shelter in the south of the city? Chen Fei had some impression, as if it was left over from the war era. He had even visited it before. He didn't expect it to become a stronghold of the Sunrise organization. That's not far from here. Chen Fei was calculating in his mind. That squad at the train station before was probably their people. The city's southern air raid shelter was about 10 kilometers due east of the train station. Close by plus catching zombies, more than likely. Well, what you saw at the gathering place should be Qin Shaoan, Chen Fei acknowledged with a nod. Don't lurk too close afterward. You can't afford to have anything happen to you, you're very important to me. The tone was earnest, the expression serious. But in Phantom's eyes, her master was that concerned about herself. It made her heart surge with excitement. Don't worry, Master, Phantom will still have to serve her master. Chen Fei was satisfied. It was good to have a subordinate who was serious about his work. If only Blast Wind could be so obedient. The next day, Chen Fei did not go to the train station but walked on the road. A small car of 3 to 5 tons could not even enter Chen Fei's eyes. Trucks of 10 or so tons were barely usable. Suddenly, Chen Fei saw an overturned rear 8-wheel in the distance. Several steel coils fell to the ground and the concrete pavement was smashed. Chen Fei remembered seeing a video of a steel roll sliding and rolling after getting on the wrong side of a car. It looked like the steel roll rolled slowly. Then someone tried to push to stop. The result was that the person became a cake. Someone in the comment section said that a steel roll could be 15 to 30 tons. The size of this thing was not big for Chen Fei, but the weight was just right. At once, his eyes glowed. Excellent fitness equipment, I've decided it's you. Chen Fei walked forward, clasped the steel coil with both hands, and fiercely exerted force. The road underneath his feet let out a mournful sound, and it actually crumbled by inches. Boom! One by one, the steel coils were righted. Then Chen Fei pushed and walked back. Chapter 37, Goodbye Qin Shaohan. Huffing. Boom! A loud ringing sound spread out and the earth trembled with it. On the village road, the zombie with short hair and light green skin was rolling over the steel roll, using the steel roll as a tire flip. Every time it rolled down, it caused a large chunk of the village road to crumble. The cement road was smashed into a gravel road. Tai Ta on the side was dumbfounded. Master's power is really strong. Even if I am a strong body species with the strongest power at the same level, I can't easily flip this thing. The envious look spoke for itself. He then saw Chen Fei carrying a steel roll in a deep squat and a half-back steel roll in a push-up. Tai Ta, come assist. Chen Fei shouted as he lay toward the ground. Tai Ta dully went up and helped Chen Fei carry the steel coil up for push-ups. By the time Chen Fei stood up again, the original lying position was already dented. The corner of Tai Ta's eyes twitched. There was really some confusion as to his master's intentions in doing this. Could it be that this would make him stronger? If Morning Biao was here, he would have laughed at his lack of knowledge. This was a cultivation method that belonged uniquely to the boss. Normal zombies can slowly evolve by devouring each other. But Chen Fei was through exercise. Even faster than other zombies devouring each other. Don't look at Chen Fei's realm has always been the second stage. In a real fight, Morning Biao and all his minions would not be enough to beat Chen Fei. Morning Biao also tried to imitate Chen Fei's workout. It was ineffective and gave up. Gale was the same. They all decided that Chen Fei was special. All day long, Chen Fei was working out or eating. There was basically no rest. Gradually Tai Ta also got used to it. Until the afternoon, Tai Ta, who was guarding Chen Fei's side, suddenly had a stare. Master, there is a human aura. Another frown. That breath is so strange. Why is there a sense of familiarity? Oh, it's very similar to the aura on the master. It seemed that Morning Biao himself had it as well. Chen Fei released his senses, dropped the steel coil, and put on his clothes, stepping towards the village entrance. At that moment, a youthful young girl of 2 or 8 years of age was walking into the village. Morning Biao said that Dad is here. The young girl looked around. The last time she met with Morning Biao, the latter had pointed in this direction. Had she gone to the wrong village? The young girl suddenly sensed something and turned her head just in time to lock eyes with Chen Fei, who was walking slowly. Dad! The young girl happily pounced on her. Chen Fei caught the young girl, slightly puzzled. Why are you here? Although it had changed a lot, the scent was Qin Shaohan all right. More than half a month, a swaddled baby grew into the appearance of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. If it wasn't for the end of the world, it would probably not be believed by anyone who said it. That said, she still thought she was her father? Our squad was on a mission nearby, looking for a rare material, so I snuck out. Chen Shaohan spat out her tongue with a playful face. Chen Fei touched her small head. It's not good to leave rashly. This girl was actually already at the early stage of the second rank. It seemed that it wasn't just as simple as growing up. But in the end, she was only less than a year old. Humans were using child labor. No, it should be using young laborers. Chen Fei incidentally sensed the other party's state. Vitality is strong, unlike the appearance of any side effects. Perhaps he was being overly concerned. It's fine, we searched separately, we'll go back after a while. Qin Shaohan seemed to be very attached to the feeling of being in Chen Fei's arms. It was clear that the two hadn't spent much time together. It should be the effect of the flesh and blood contract. However, in Chen Fei's eyes, Chen Shaohan was still a child. By the way, what materials are you guys looking for? Chen Fei subconsciously asked. Chen Shaohan did not hesitate to betray the humans. The research institute has found quite a few things infected with unknown factors that appear to have various effects. We came to the suburbs this time to look for a type of ore that I heard was used to build weapons. Weapons built with that ore can kill third-order zombies. At those words, Chen Fei's face changed slightly. Can kill third-order zombies? If that ore was used to make a warhead, wouldn't it be the case that in the future, everyone below the fourth order would have to be doused in bullets? Nice guy. However, on second thought, it was right, animals would be infected by unknown factors resulting in zombies and humans awakening. It would make sense that some materials would be infected to produce unknown changes. Perhaps this was just the beginning. And as humans who were good at researching and using tools, it didn't make sense that they wouldn't utilize these special materials. What are the characteristics of that material? Chen Fei was clearly interested and continued to inquire. Chen Xiaohan's pretty brows furrowed as she stammered, I can't say for sure, anyway, it's just very special. Good. It's okay to let you out on a mission. Forget it, Chen Fei hurriedly interrupted her, running her head and looked towards Tai Ta, who was waiting on the side. Command down, in the future, when you see special materials or plants and other things, bring them back. Yes, master. Tai Ta led the order and left. Chen Fei and Chen Xiaohan then chatted for a while. It was basically the latter who was talking. How life in the gathering place was going and how much she missed Chen Fei. Lu Weiwei had been in a low mood recently. Anyway, she talked about big and small things, just like reporting work. If it wasn't for Chen Fei's reminder, Chen Xiaohan probably forgot about returning to the team. The latter was a bit reluctant to even want to just stay by Chen Fei's side. Your sister Lu is still waiting for you, Chen Fei rubbed the other party's head. It's not like we won't see each other again, just come back later when you're free. She was a human after all, and living with humans was the right way to go. Besides, Chen Fei was not really her father. The little girl was only there because she was affected by the blood contract. It was believed that with the passage of time, there would come a day when she would become mature and understand the reasoning behind it. Chen Xiaohan's eyes were slightly reddened, but she was still strong enough not to shed them. Sucking in her nose, she took one step and turned back 3 times until the village entrance. Turning around, she waved, Dad, I'll see you next time. Chen Fei also smiled and waved. What a way to make it look like a parting of life and death. It was at this moment that another petite figure brushed past Chen Xiaohan. Phantom stopped in her tracks and turned her head to survey Chen Xiaohan. Young lord? She had sought out Morning Biao to learn about Chen Xiaohan's relationship with her master after reporting the intelligence yesterday. Morning Biao told her that she should address Chen Xiaohan as such. Although she didn't understand why she should be addressed this way, and she kinda looked down on Funeral Biao, but Funeral Biao, as the earliest zombie to follow his master, shouldn't have lied. It didn't seem hard to understand that the master had a human daughter. At Phantom's level is aware that zombies are normal people and animals transformed. It just still didn't stop them from enjoying eating people. You are? Chen Xiaohan looked at this zombie who was about the same height as herself with some confusion. Compared to the other zombies' repulsive faces and horrifyingly grotesque forms, the Phantom was much cleaner looking. Intelligence Captain under Master Phantom. Phantom introduced himself slightly proudly. This title was self-appointed. That was how Blast Wind and Morning Biao and the others played it anyway. Oh. Nice to meet you. Chen Xiaohan wiped away her tears and politely extended her hand. Phantom reached out, You're welcome, young lord. One person and one zombie just shook hands. It was very friendly. This scene was worthy of a world-famous painting. Afterward, he watched Chen Xiaohan leave, and Phantom walked towards Chen Fei. Chapter 38 Special Ore. Why did you come back so early today? Chen Fei was slightly surprised. It was reasonable to say that Phantom preferred to leave early and return late. The Phantom walked closer to Chen Fei, kneeling on one knee and dragging up an object with both hands. Master, today, I followed a squad from the Chaoyang organization and discovered that they were collecting this strange ore. Chen Fei reached out and took the fist-sized stone in the other party's hands. Sensing it carefully, he found that it was actually rich in energy. It was very similar to the unknown factor in the air. Ka-ching! Chen Fei gave it a firm grip, and the ore shattered in response. Why does it look quite tasty? Saying so, he placed a small piece of crushed stone into his mouth. Ka-ji. Sugar? It was actually sweet. It tastes good. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 456 slowly improving. Strength, 455 slowly improving. Spirit, 455 slowly improving. Race, zombie. Rank, late second order, rank, late second order, rank, late second order. Flame resistance, 37%. Skills, 1, attachment, 632. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood packed remnant. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. The energy strength of this ore is merely equivalent to the meat of a first-order zombie, but the rate of enhancement to attributes is comparable to second-order zombie meat. This was equivalent to the difference between meat dishes and protein powder. The former was healthy and satiating, while the latter concentrated the essence. The energy in the ore was easier to absorb. Where is the source of the ore? Chen Fei spoke with anticipation. There was finally a fitness supplement. Phantom pointed in the southeast direction. It's at the foot of the mountain, 13 kilometers from here. It could be said to be right next to the territory. Of course, at this time, Chen Fei did not know exactly how big his territory was. Master, is it necessary for us to go and pick the ore back? Phantom respectfully inquired. She didn't know what the stone was useful for. Nor did she need to know. As long as the master ordered, anything would be taken back. Let Morning Biao and Blizzard go, you have your tasks. Chen Fei casually arranged the tasks down. It was time for those two fellows to do some serious work. Yes. Phantom replied respectfully. Chen Fei suddenly thought of something and threw a piece of ore to Phantom. Try to see if you can absorb the energy inside. Phantom's shadow caught the ore in a panic, a little confused. Following Chen Fei's example, he placed the ore into his mouth. Click. Can't bite. Phantom helplessly spat out the ore wrapped in saliva and stared. It seems like there's less energy? Uncertain, she held the ore in her mouth again. 3 minutes later, she spat out a plain stone. Her eyes lit up and she looked at Chen Fei with a face full of surprise. Master, I feel like my power has increased a little bit. Although it was very faint, the chimera was very sure that it was not her illusion. Chen Fei nodded and ate the remaining ore. It seemed that zombies could directly absorb the energy in the ore. It was also unknown if it was possible for humans. This kind of resource must be in one's hands. Have Deathstroke Biao and Blast Wind take care of this as soon as possible. Chen Fei had a serious expression. There was no need to threaten, as Morning Biao was his own dependent, he would definitely carry it out. As for Blast Wind, it would be fine to beat them up if they didn't listen. Yes. Phantom was thrilled and retreated to leave. Chen Fei continued his workout. Having only just begun his workout not a moment ago, Tai Ta hurriedly ran over. A sliding knee came before Chen Fei, respectfully offering a thumb-sized stone with both hands. Master, I found a strange stone outside the village. These dependents were just like that, too respectful. Of course, sliding on one's knees was a newly unlocked skill of Tai Ta. This wave was displayed in front of his master to show his unbelievably hot loyalty. Boom! Chen Fei dropped the steel coil and reached out to pinch the stone. Surprised, he found that the stone's energy concentration was even higher than the one Phantom had just brought back. It was just too small. Is there more? Chen Fei inquired while observing the stone. Tai Ta respectfully replied, I've already asked my subordinates to start digging, and I haven't found any yet. Kazi. Chicken flavor? Chen Fei savored the flavor. Master? Seeing that Chen Fei did not say anything for a long time, Tai Ta looked up at Chen Fei in some bewilderment. It's fine, go ahead and keep an eye on the excavation. Chen Fei waved his hand. Tai Ta responded by retreating. On the other side. Xiaohan, where have you run off to? Been looking for you for about 10 minutes. A female member's tone was worried with some blame. Don't look at the fact that Chen Xiaohan was a second-rank captain level. Everyone who had been in contact with her for a while knew that this girl was too simple. It wasn't a pretense. Rather, she really gave off the feeling that she was still a child. It clearly looked like she was already 16 or 17 years old. She has also gone through a chaotic period. Why is she still so innocent? This made many people feel protective. Chen Xiaohan hemmed and hawed, I'm sorry Sister Wu, for making you worry. The woman knocked her on the head in mock anger. The latter shrunk her neck, but did not hide. The leading man's face was serious. Did you find the materials? No. Chen Xiaohan lowered her head, her eyes rolling, her two small hands going nowhere. Like a child who had done something wrong. She hadn't looked for it at all, but had gone to look for Chen Fei. But she couldn't tell her teammates that she had gone to meet her zombie father. The leader was about to reprimand. When he saw the little girl's pitiful appearance, he sighed helplessly. It's fine, this isn't a short-term mission, and we all only have a little to gain, so let's stop here today and come back tomorrow. Every time he saw Chen Xiaohan leading the team, he had the illusion of seeing his own daughter. It was a pity that his daughter had already turned into a zombie at the beginning of the calamity. The small team of 5 hit the road back home. After returning to the gathering place, Chen Xiaohan rushed home after submitting her quest progress. She lived with Lu Weiwei in a small 2-room apartment. The gathering place had been expanded and pushed outward quite a bit, and one of the neighborhoods happened to be included in it. So much so that more than 20,000 people could barely live there. Because Chen Xiaohan was a second-order awakened, the accommodations for the two of them were quite good. Other survivors who weren't awakened were usually 2 or 3 people crammed into a room. Lu Weiwei also received a talent test. It was a pity that she didn't have the talent to become an awakened. The good thing was that it didn't leave any after effects. Many people had more or less problems during the testing and awakening process. Back? Lu Weiwei, who was cooking, knew who was back without turning around. Chen Xiaohan bounced to the kitchen door and colorfully said, Sister, I saw Dad today. Mr. Zombie? Lu Weiwei's hand movements gave a start while she continued cooking. She didn't know how to describe her feelings towards Mr. Zombie. Everything started as a misunderstanding. Lin Fan might have died because of him, but she herself had lived until now because of him. It was complicated. That's why she didn't respond to the chattering Chen Xiaohan and chose to remain silent. She kept comforting herself. Compared to the countless people who died in the calamity, she herself was already considered very lucky to be alive. Fan, I don't know if you're doing well over there. Lu Weiwei couldn't help but froze, and Mom and Dad, grandparents, there's no news at all. I'm so useless. A tear slid down the slightly thin cheeks, sliding down the pot. Chapter 39 10,000 Evil Capital Morning. What? Boss, let us go back to digging? Morning Biao was directing his men to clean up the battlefield and couldn't believe the news Phantom had brought. Today, he and Blast Wind had managed to take down another third-rank zombie's territory. This zombie didn't have many subordinates, but the resistance was unusually fierce. So it was all killed. Who would have thought that while this side was breaking new ground, the boss over there actually summoned himself back to dig for mines? Although he didn't know what mining meant, it didn't sound like a good word. Phantom disdainfully said, "This is the master's order. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask the master." She looked down on Blast Wind and Morning Biao, the two guys with pits in their brains. All they knew was fighting and killing all day long. "Phantom, pay attention to your attitude." Morning Biao's tone was not good. "I'm the boss's number one little brother. First come, first served, understand? But the master values me more." Phantom didn't show any weakness. "Besides, the master only said that you are the number one little brother, but he didn't say that you are the number one. One word difference and you're still playing word games? Don't treat the zombie as a little cutie. Indeed cannot beat you, but is not convinced you. Our allegiance is to the great master. You are very good." Morning Biao gritted his teeth, but did not dare to disobey Chen Fei's order, and waved his hand. "All zombies gather." Blizzard looked disdainfully at Phantom with disdainful eyes. He wasn't very concerned about Phantom's attitude. As long as it was Chen Fei's order, he would definitely do his best to fulfill it. Doing a good job was the only way to get the boss's favor sooner. So the group of zombies walked back in great numbers. Returning to the village, Biao and Gale went to find Chen Fei at the first opportunity. The zombie army by the remaining three Chen Fei's dependents to watch. It didn't take long for the two of them to return. "Brother Biao, what's the word?" A zombie with knives in both elbows leaned over and inquired curiously. Morning Biao sighed. "Elbow blade, red ghost, you two take 100 zombies to the Iron Tower and listen to its arrangements." Both Elbow Blade and Red Ghost were Chen Fei's dependents. Only dependents were given names by Chen Fei. The main latter didn't have the energy to help name a few hundred zombies. There was also no need for some low-level zombies to have names. Slowly, all zombies believed that getting a name from Chen Fei was a supreme honor. And generally bestowing a name and an honor were simultaneous. Saying this, Morning Biao looked at a 3-meter-tall zombie again. "Big one, you follow me in Blizzard to the source of the mine. Phantom, lead the way." Funeral Biao glared at Phantom with some resentment. "I can't believe I let this Phantom guy be intimidating. No way, must redeem the image. I, Morning Biao, am the boss's number one junior." Phantom smiled disdainfully and led the way in front. The distance of more than 10 kilometers is not too far for the zombies. It did not take long to reach the foot of a mountain. From a distance, a group of zombies saw a few human dogs searching. Should also see this side of the zombie army, directly scared away. "These damnable humans don't know that this place is close to our territory?" Blast Wind eyes cold. Obviously, even if it was close to the territory, it was still provocative behavior in Blast Wind's opinion. Seeing that Blast Wind was about to go after them, Phantom faintly spoke. "You go after them. Delaying the master's business will make you suffer." At those words, Blast Wind's movements were stuttered and the corners of his eyes twitched. He admitted that the Phantom was indeed a bit underpowered. But her words were too much for the zombie to refute. Gale gritted his teeth and glared at Phantom. The group of zombies quickly arrived at the source of the mine. The mountain had been dug out with a number of small pits that could only be drilled into one person. And it wasn't deep. It was obviously the handiwork of those humans just now. Morning Biao began to command the group of zombies to continue digging along the pits. Blast Wind, on the other hand, led a portion of the zombies to look for containers. The zombie digging team started working on this. "Those zombies are all of the entry level?" The voice of the person wearing a black combat uniform and carrying a large hiking bag trembled. There was a mountain and sun pattern on the chest of the combat uniform. They were running wildly. Just a moment ago, they saw several hundred zombies, and they were all of the entry rank. The leading few zombies among them even gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Third-order zombies, and there was more than one. Other than those third-order zombies in the city center, it was rare for third-order zombies to act together. Just like a wolf pack can't have two wolf kings. Unless their leader was stronger. It's too strange. According to the intelligence, it's only right that there are no third-order zombies in this neighborhood. Another person's face was gloomy. Could it be the fourth-order zombies in the mountains? It's not right. The zombies it summoned didn't have many human forms. It's fortunate that those zombies didn't come after us, or else we would have been accounted for here today. Someone said thankfully. Indeed, this time, the team was full of second-order awakened. Their strength was moderate. The other party had more than one third-order zombie. If they really wanted to chase and kill, it was estimated that even if the several people split up and ran, the probability was that they would still be wiped out. It was just a matter of dragging it out a bit longer. There might be a new fourth order or special species. This information must be brought back. The special species in his words was not the kind that was talked about on the human radio at the beginning of the calamity. Currently, according to the characteristics of the zombies, they were categorized into strong body species, speed species, stealth species, sharp blade species, spirit species, and special species whose strength far exceeded that of the same level of zombies. The abilities of the special species were all rather bizarre, but they were all incredibly strong. Those who could subdue a third-order zombie could only be a third-order special species, except for the fourth order. Of course, it could be both. That would be a bad situation. I hope it's not a fourth order mother nest. The one in the center of the city before was only just evolved and didn't create a huge zombie army. If it really wants to create countless zombie armies by the mother nest, Z City will have to give up. The leader was already praying. Obviously they also knew about the 4 major gathering places joining forces to deal with the fourth order zombies. Even knew more. That zombie was named the mother nest within the Sunrise organization. Its ability is to nurture an army of zombies, with an unknown upper limit. The weakest time is when it has just been promoted, before it has time to create a large-scale zombie army. Once it passes the weak period, its destructive power is absolutely top among the 4th rank. A very strange phenomenon appeared on the outer road of the city's southern ring. Teams of zombies carrying large bags advanced from the foot of a mountain somewhere towards a certain village. Then they go to the foot of the mountain again with empty bags on their backs. Apart from feeding, taking a break is an insult to them. This amount of exercise is not much different from normal wandering for walkers who have entered the ranks. It wasn't like they were required to run. The first-order zombies would not complain. Second-order zombies are basically digging. Diao supervised the work. Gale can't stay idle, hunting in the mountains. One of them, big guy, deserves praise. He is strong and digs the fastest. Phantom occasionally came to convey Chen Fei's orders, basically let Morning Diao nimble. When it comes to capitalizing on the evils of morning, Chen Fei eats zombie meat, or as a snack, and then exercises non-stop. He's been working hard every day. The rate of progress these days was also much faster than before. During this period, Chen Xiaohan came once more and ran out of sweat when she came. Hardly saying that the place where she was performing her mission was very close to here. This girl actually knows how to lie now, really not learning. Chapter 40, Xiaohan's arrest. On the 5th day of the zombie digging team's operation, a shutdown was announced. The reason? The mine was dug out. The entire foot of the mountain was dug up with holes, and there were not many good pieces of land to be found. Over the past few days, the mine collapsed more than once. Fortunately, the second-order zombies are resistant to construction. Buried zombies dug out can continue to work. Not much delay in progress. There wasn't even a need for employee care. As for the site of the Iron Tower, after 3 days of searching, he didn't find that kind of stone again. It was thought that not all special materials appeared in bulk like minerals. Through the tireless efforts of the digging team, Chen Fei's yard was now piled up with a small mountain of or more than 10 meters high. Looking at his results, Morning Biao nodded in satisfaction. Chen Fei slapped him on the back of the head. Distribute some to everyone. Morning Biao shrunk his head, his face moved. Boss, you're just too good. He had used this kind of ore, and absorbing the energy inside could rapidly increase his strength. It was true that there was meat to be eaten when following the right boss. It was obvious that he could have it all to himself, but he rewarded his subordinates. Soon Morning Biao gathered all the zombies outside the door and lined up one by one. Chen Fei continued to exercise away. One mourner won. Whoever dares to take more this mourner chopped him up. Morning Biao stared right there. What do you mean? Big one, you take such a big piece? Big one had an innocent face. Wasn't it you who said take one? Saying that, he spread out his hand, and in his hand was the size of a normal person's head. Forget it, it won't happen again. Morning Biao didn't know how to retort, and could only speak viciously. Except for the big one, the other zombies were still very disciplined, basically taking fist-sized oars. A circle down the small mine was only missing a small corner. Even so, Funeral Biao was still afraid of taking more. He himself only took a fist-sized piece. Gathering place number 1. Damn zombies, how dare they sneak up on us and take quite a few people, someone on the city wall shouted angrily. Even Captain Xiaohan was taken. I feel a bit strange, aren't those zombies too organized? Someone was skeptical. His words woke up the crowd. The sudden outbreak of the zombie invasion last night was a bit weird. A total of 5 third-order zombies appeared to restrain the 3 commanders, and then a third-order speed breed sneaked into the gathering place with dozens of second-order zombies, directly taking Captain Chen Xiaohan and the others captive. Without the presence of the commander, they couldn't stop them at all. Chen Xiaohan's popularity in the gathering place was still relatively good. At 16 years old, she was at the 2nd rank, and was at the top level among the captains. She was pure and lovely, with a simple character, treating people kindly. Many people treat her like a sister, and even treat her like a daughter. As a result, she was captured by the zombies last night. The other captain, who was in the same defense line as her at that time, blamed himself very much. Said he didn't protect the girl. Argued all night to lead the team out to look for it. However, everyone knew that most of the people who were captured by the walkers had already been eaten. Xiaohan was so unlucky. I heard that her sister cried all night. Someone sighed. The ones who still had relatives before the calamity were in the minority, and as a result, her sister was still captured. This was a huge blow to anyone. A certain hidden species heard this news not far away, and its breath fluctuated slightly. The young master was captured? Must go back and tell the master. With this thought, Phantom was about to act. Damn zombies, still dare to come closer, die. A furious roar came out from the gathering place. It shook one's eardrums raw. Although it was only for a moment, Wu Juncheng sensed it. There were zombies right near the gathering place. As a mid-third stage, his ability was still perception, and he only realized it when the zombie leaned so close. It was simply provoking him. In the next second, two third-order auras rushed over the city wall towards the Phantom's location. The latter could only show herself and run without looking back. She had obtained Chen Fei's flesh and blood contract reinforcement. However, her actual battle power could barely be considered early third rank. It was estimated that she was not even a match for Wu Juncheng in single combat. If this was caught up to her, she would surely die. Humph. Want to escape? Bearded Fluorescence snorted coldly. A sonic boom that was invisible and tasteless blatantly struck the Phantom's spine. Put. The Phantom's body lurched forward uncontrollably, spitting out a mouthful of rotting blood. However, it did not dare to slow down. Borrowing the force of the other party's attack, he even pulled away a greater distance. Must bring the message back. Phantom's eyes were firm. Why are second-order zombies so capable of running? Bearded Flux frowned. After chasing them for 10 kilometers, the three of them didn't catch up after all. It was mainly just her who had long-range means. Chu Tianhui ability was shelter and didn't follow. Wu Juncheng ability perception. None of them were combat types. That zombie was not only able to run, it was also resistant to being beaten up. Obviously, it is the second stage, and it ate 5 or 6 sonic booms from Bearded Fluorescent, but it didn't die. Instead, the distance between the two sides grew larger and larger. Go back, we can't leave for too long. Wu Juncheng let out a long breath, obviously suppressing his anger. These zombies were simply bullying people too much. But the humans were helpless. Nowadays, there were more than 20,000 people in the gathering place, but there were still only 3 people at the third rank for the time being. It was indeed inappropriate for the two to leave for too long. The road to the third level is still clear, but the second level can't break through even if the time is too short. Now is the critical period. On the other hand, in the small village on the outskirts of the southern part of the city, Chen Fei carried a steel coil and squatted deeply. His feet were halfway into the ground. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 500 slowly increasing. Strength, 500 slowly rising. Spirit, 500 slowly increasing. Race, zombie. Rank, late second stage. Rank, late second stage. Flame resistance, 37%. Skills, 1, attachment, 732. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown. No change in rank? Chen Fei was slightly surprised. Is it still going to continue to improve? There might be time to learn about human cultivation methods. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to third rank if he broke 503 items, but now it seemed that he had guessed wrongly. The second rank was the accumulation of quantity. Could it be that one's accumulation was not enough? In the past few days, Chen Fei had collected another hidden species dependent, the Fate Shadow. Like the Phantom, it was responsible for gathering intelligence. The specific division of labor was arranged by themselves. Chen Fei only looked at the results. While this was happening, Chen Fei sensed a faint aura slowly approaching the village. Frowning, he dropped the steel scroll and disappeared in a flash. However, he saw a petite figure collapsing at the entrance of the village. Chen Fei's face changed as he stepped forward to help the Phantom up. The latter's breath was already weak. These zombies that had been enhanced by the flesh and blood contract did not have the kind of perverted recovery ability that Chen Fei had. They were merely more resistant to being beaten than the average zombie. When the injuries reached a certain level, they would enter a state of near death. Today, Phantom was almost on the verge of death. Tear. Chen Fei stuffed a piece of his own meat in the other's mouth. Such a good tool of mourning could not die. Physique decreased by 10 points, current physique 490. Only 2 days had passed since the last time he used the blood-flesh contract. Dropping his physique was expected by Chen Fei. As the blood and flesh entered, the breath on the Phantom's body stabilized and her injuries slowly recovered. Her eyelids trembled a few times and slowly opened. What's going on? Anger was suppressed in Chen Fei's voice. God damned, give me quality tool mourning to beat like this. Phantom was touched that her master was angry because he was injured. But she can distinguish between light and heavy. Her voice is still a little weak and said, the master. is less, the young master was taken captive by the zombies. Chapter 41 Bad Lin Fan. Xiao Han was captured? After hearing Phantom's report, Chen Fei froze for a second. Chen Xiaohan was captured by zombies inside a human gathering place? Then his tone went cold. Who did this? The Phantom shook his head, somewhat terrified and apologetic. My subordinate is incompetent. The human gathering place is fine? Chen Fei frowned. It seems like just a few people were taken. Phantom also felt a bit strange when he said this. To hold back 3 human commanders, simultaneously charge into the gathering place to capture people, and then retreat in one piece. It would take at least 4 or more third-order zombies. They would also have to work well together. Even if the zombies have been evolving, it is not trivial to gather so many third-order zombies at the same time. How can they still require the zombies to cooperate with each other? Unless there is a boss behind them who is steadily suppressing them. Furthermore, why didn't the other party just destroy the human gathering place? Just capturing a few people, there was no need to make such a big commotion. Blast wind. Morning Biao. Chen Fei's voice was like flat thunder. Terrifying waves of sound swept out, and the surrounding dust was shaken up by the sonic boom. A few hundred meters away, Blast Wind's body suddenly trembled and suddenly disappeared in front of Morning Biao's eyes. The latter then reacted to the fact that it was the boss calling out to him. Blast Wind, I at Funeral Biao rushed towards the village entrance at full speed. You old six, you actually didn't bring me along. Boss. Blast Wind knelt on one knee. Feeling the powerful aura on Chen Fei's body, Blast Wind was scared and at the same time somewhat yearning. Was this the power of the boss? How great! Chen Fei's tone was grave and unquestionable. The young master is being taken captive. You bring all the speed species and find the young master within a day. The number of third ranked on the other side is in the minority. Come back and inform me after you find it. Don't engage hastily. Understood. Blast Wind spoke in a serious tone. Chen Fei looked at the subsequently arrived Morning Biao again. Have the rest of the zombies let go of absorbing the ores and try to raise their strength. There's a tough battle to be fought soon. No problem. Morning Biao answered. The 2 zombies retreated together. Chen Fei, however, was not at all relaxed, but was actually somewhat exhilarated inside. Since the battle in the city center, Chen Fei's strength had increased very much, and nowadays, if he went back to that time, he would probably be able to hammer a faceless zombie to death with one hand. However, if the opponent this time was a combat-type 4th rank, Chen Fei really didn't have much certainty. In any case, it was right to think the worst of the situation. Originally, it was not Chen Fei's style to risk his life. However, since Chen Xiaohan had called herself dad, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. As for Phantom's injury, it could only be said to be reasonable. You can't send a zombie to spy on someone else's information and still be polite when they find out. If that was the case, the human race would have been extinguished long ago. But one size fits all, objective this kind of thing is not a normal person can have the thinking. It's a bit hard to feel. I'll go to the human gathering place again sometime. You recover a bit, also go absorb more energy and strive to advance to the 3rd rank. Chen Fei helped Phantom up. The latter was already able to move. Boosting strength was definitely the right thing to do. After Phantom's 3rd rank, it was estimated that she would be able to enter and exit the human gathering grounds at will. To bring shame to my master, my subordinate deserves to die. The Phantom trembled and knelt down. Afraid of Chen Fei's chastisement, yet willing to accept it. Chen Fei, however, waved his hand indifferently. It's fine, go. After arranging everything, Chen Fei continued to exercise. While exercising, he stuffed ore into his mouth. Evening. Blizzard returned with a few second-order speed species, and the second-order zombie species was still dragging half of a zombie's body in its hands. Judging from the energy tier, it should be an early third-order zombie. Blocking Blast Wind's way to find someone, they were done away with in passing. Blast Wind knelt on one knee. Boss, there's news from young Lord. It's in the air defense shelter in the south of the city. It seems to be a human stronghold there. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei's workout movements lurched as a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Sunrise Organization? He did not expect this matter to be related to humans. What happened to those third-order zombies? Gather all the zombies and prepare to depart. Chen Fei dropped the steel roll and ate another ore. Blizzard led the way. Soon Morning Biao Tai Ta came with a large group of zombies respectively. Seeing the scene, Chen Fei froze for a split second. Has the number of minions gotten bigger again? It seems like there are already over 600 zombies. Among them, there were more than 100 of them of the 2nd rank. It wasn't all humanoid zombies, there was also a portion of animal zombies. Normally, Chen Fei didn't pay attention to the movements of Funeral Biao and Gale, but he didn't expect these 2 guys to explode soldiers so fast. Not bad for you. Morning Biao. It was estimated that he didn't even forget his job when he was digging. Half a day of absorbing ore energy, the ore has been consumed by 1/10. There seems to be no breakthrough zombies. Also expected. But everyone's essence was high. Boss, all the walkers have arrived. There was a hint of anticipation in Morning Biao's tone. This was the first time that Chen Fei had ever gone on an imperial expedition, and it was also to save his young master. Although it was known that the number of third-ranked opponents in the intelligence was much higher than his own side, but so what? As long as the boss was there, all enemies were nothing but dogs and chickens. Taita, bring 100 zombies to guard the house. The other zombies set off. With a command, hundreds of zombies roared in anger and followed right behind Chen Fei. Taita was first a bit lost, then his spirit lifted. The boss had entrusted such an important matter as guarding the territory to himself. He must not let the boss down. At the edge of the city, under the gradually dimming sky, a legion of zombies is approaching the air defense shelter in the south of the city. Outside the air defense shelter in the south of the city, it was already dark. A squad of awakened ones was heading back. It's been a few days since we stood guard. The zombie at the train station shouldn't have died outside, right? A team member couldn't help but complain. Today's squatting watch had yielded nothing. The inch-headed youth, however, was calm. Special species are all more sensitive, and they are all much stronger than other zombies at the same level. Second-order special species aren't weak even if they run into a third-order zombie outside. And the zombies won't give up their territory easily. Don't worry, it will take a little more time at most. They can definitely be captured. Catching a second-order special species is a great achievement. Lin Fan was the only one who was more silent along the way. He always felt a bit panicked. Suddenly he touched the team member next to him with his elbow. Old Wang, activate your senses. What's going on? Is there a situation? The young man with an inch head turned his head to look over, not blaming, but instead holding his breath. Many people within the organization knew that this guy Lin Fan carried a bit of evil. Every time he said something wasn't right, he would soon encounter a situation. Once or twice was fine, the problem was that there were quite a few times. It was clearly not a perception type ability, but it was excessively accurate. It was also because of how his words were few yet valued. I don't know, I just feel a bit panicked. Lin Fan shook his head, somewhat unable to describe the feelings in his heart. The team member known as Old Wang immediately unleashed his ability. Instantly, his face changed drastically and his voice trembled a little. There is a group of zombies heading towards the stronghold, another 200 meters to turn the corner and we'll be able to bump into them. What? The inch-headed youth lowered his voice. How many zombies? I immediately withdrew my ability after sensing it, and was almost discovered by the other side. Old Wang wasn't very sure. At least 400 of them. All of them are entry-level zombies, and the aura of the first few is terrifying. They should all be third level. Upon hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. The inch-headed youth's tone was grave. Quickly go back to the stronghold and notify Professor Gu that they are evacuating. Chapter 42, Faceless Zombie? Ha! Chen Fei, who was advancing, lightly eeped. Boss, what's wrong? Gale's head came over, curious. Chen Fei shook his head. It could be my illusion. Just now, it seemed as if someone was spying on him with their abilities, but they disappeared in a flash. If it wasn't an illusion, then it was someone from the Sunrise organization. With such a large movement on their side, it was normal for them to be detected by the other side. It was just that this hidden sentry was planted a kilometer outside the stronghold, which was truly prudent. The air raid shelter in the south of the city was more than 40 kilometers away from Chen Fei's village. It took the zombie army an hour and a half to catch up. The main reason was that they passed by the territories of two third-order zombies, who wanted to break off a few words. As a result, they were beaten up by Chen Fei. Leaving them alive, he would go back to subjugate them after this matter. South of the city, under the air raid shelter, under the dim light, a dozen people in white coats were busy. Dozens of huge vessels were neatly arranged. In the vessels, unknown liquids were soaking various forms of zombies, and there were even a few that were clearly humans. At this moment, quite a few people were surrounding the vessel instrument in the center. Experiment Z103 is about to lose its vital signs. Increase the agent injection. Yes, the dose has been increased. Experiment Z103's heartbeat is accelerating. Vital signs are disappearing. Recording data. Recording complete. The liquid level in the vessel the researchers were gathered around dropped and then opened. It was then carried away by two men in protective suits. It was thrown into a passageway in the back. Proceed. Like emotionless machines, they kept debugging and recording. Soon two more people carried an unconscious little boy and placed him directly into the vessel. The vessel closed. Inject the chaos factor, and the recorders record the data of experiment Z104. The middle-aged man at the head's voice was indifferent, like he didn't have the slightest emotion. Roger. The middle-aged woman next to him answered and began to observe the record. Soon the vessel was filled with unknown liquid, and a syringe was stuck into the little boy's heart. In less than 30 minutes, the little boy's end was the same as the previous one. The middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy as he murmured, "Why can't the same dose of inhibitors succeed? Could it be that Z5 and Z99 are special cases? No, to be precise, Z5's loss of memory and humanity isn't even considered a success. It was at this moment that an inch-haired young man in a combat uniform hurriedly ran in, locking onto this side with a single glance. Professor Gu, a large number of zombies are approaching, please evacuate you and the other researchers first. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man known as Professor Gu frowned, his tone clearly somewhat displeased. With the Z99 around, can't you still not be able to defend the stronghold? The young man with an inch head sweated, his tone was careful and respectful. That group of zombies is huge in number and all of them are of the entry level. If we fight hard, we can't spare the manpower to protect you. Considering Professor your safety, it's better to evacuate first. You guys are the hope of mankind, nothing can happen to you. Otherwise the president will cut me. That's something he didn't say. Humph. Professor Gu snorted coldly, I'll leave 2 people to collect and destroy the information, if we can't hold it, then. Next, without him saying more, the inch-haired youth understood. It wasn't that he was worried about what the group of zombies would do, those zombies probably didn't understand anything. The main thing is that if the guard is lost, there is a possibility that the things here will be exposed, triggering a series of uncontrollable effects. This type of situation has also been prepared by the organization to deal with it. Seeing the researchers packing up things to withdraw, the inch-headed young man sighed in relief. Walked out of the laboratory. Outside, a group of people in combat uniforms were already waiting. The people looked at each other and nodded. Divide half of the people to protect Professor Gu's evacuation, the rest of the people will follow me to stall those zombies for at least half an hour. The young man's expression was solemn, his tone was undeniable. Old Lu, you go in. Once a zombie enters the stronghold, it means that we are out of position. At that time, we will directly detonate the bombs underneath the ground. Being in the end times. Heart to the rising sun. The crowd chorused. Subsequently dividing their troops with great discipline, half of them followed the inch-headed youth and rushed outside. Not long after, more than 40 figures stopped in front of the zombie army. Although the sky was dark, this was nothing to everyone who had entered the rank. It was merely that they could not see as clearly as in the daytime. Stop the comers. The inch-headed youth voiced out a stop. Chen Fei waved his hand, and the legions of zombies stopped in their tracks. 3 third order and the rest are second order? You guys can't stop me. Chen Fei's tone was calm, as if he was speaking a fact. It was also true. Just the fact that Chen Fei had so many entry-rank zombies under his command was not something that the other party could contend with. The might of a third order awakened was limited. Being surrounded by dozens of second order could not be carried off as usual. Not to mention the fact that there were 2 third order zombies. Among them, Blizzard was the best of the third order. It is estimated that in a short period of time, picking the opposite side of the 3 is not a problem. The expression of the young man with an inch head was obviously a little surprised. The leader of this group of zombies was actually a second-order zombie? Hello, zombie lord. The inch-haired youth squeezed out a smile and tried to be as polite as possible. You and I don't have any grudges, why did you suddenly come in force? Oh? There's still a grudge between us? Chen Fei sneered, suddenly looking to the side. 6 third-order zombies? Could this be your backbone? He could feel that the 6 newly appeared auras were hostile to him. Interesting. Before he came, Chen Fei was still puzzled as to how Chen Xiaohan, who was captured by the zombies, would appear in the stronghold of the Sunrise organization. So it seemed that humans had the means to drive the zombies. At this time, Old Wang approached the inch-haired youth and whispered in a low voice, and the latter's eyes lit up as he surveyed Chen Fei. This lord, you only have 2 third order, so what if you are a special species? The inch-headed youth's tone was no longer as polite as before. Retreat here, or stay here today. If it wasn't for the suddenness of the incident, the inch-headed youth would have loved to capture this second-order special species. Unfortunately, the response was hasty and there was no guarantee that it would be caught. If he spooked it this time, he was afraid that it would be difficult to encounter it again next time. This matter would have to be considered in the long run. The last time the train station was merely perceived, the other party simply didn't go to the train station, so it was evident that the special species was sensitive. Lin Fan, who was waiting in a tight line, suddenly had his pupils shrink. Although Chen Fei's skin color had changed, his form hadn't changed at all, as well as that face. Damn zombies, Lin Fan's breath soared, veins popped on his forehead, and his eyes were scarlet. Give me back Wei Wei. Swoosh. A figure swept past, the inch-haired youth didn't even have time to block. Directly increased to the middle of the 3rd stage? It's still continuously intensifying. This damn thing ran into a father-killing enemy? A certain team member couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. The inch-headed youth was even more nearly broken. Things could only go up now. Do it! In the next instant, more than 40 figures rushed towards the zombie army. The 6 zombies on the other side also rushed over. Gale, I'll leave these humans to you, try to capture them alive and ask about Xiaohan's whereabouts, and leave the zombies over there to me. Chen Fei didn't even look at Lin Fan. It felt a bit familiar, but was still more concerned about those third-order zombies. Don't worry, boss. Blizzard licked his lips and patted his chest in assurance. With a flash of his figure, he directly matched up with the berserk Lin Fan. The other humans were also surrounded by zombies. Chen Fei came to the front of the 6 zombies. When he saw the zombie at the very back, he couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Faceless zombie? Nope, you're only at the late 3rd stage. Chen Fei immediately dismissed it. It was just a likeness. The other party did not have that kind of fragment in their chest either. It seems like the Sunrise organization has quite a few secrets. Saying that, Chen Fei directly leaped over the 5 zombies and went straight for the faceless zombie. Chapter 43, Crushing the Bureau. Air Defense Shelter in the south of the city, East Exit. More than 40 people in combat uniforms escorted more than a dozen researchers out of the air defense cave. The researchers' white coats had been taken off and replaced with all black. Captain, where are we retreating to? A team member couldn't help but ask. He remembered correctly that the other 2 strongholds were not in this direction. The man known as the captain lowered his voice and spoke in a serious tone. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, do a good job of escorting. Remember, release your perception ability every 10 minutes. Roar! It was at this moment that a hissing roar came from the back. The crowd subconsciously turned their heads to look at the rear. More than 100 zombies were frantically rushing this way. All of them were entry-rank zombies, but the highest was the late 2nd rank. The captain sighed in relief. Yellow team and I will stay behind to break the back, you guys keep moving. Saying that he was about to stop, only to hear the lead zombie behind him shout, humans, those who surrender will not be killed. Special species? Or 3. The captain didn't hold back his foul mouth. Facing Chen Fei's brazen strike, the faceless zombie burst back. A spiritual attack struck the former. At the same time, he maneuvered the remaining few zombies to surround Chen Fei. Chen Fei only felt a slight tingling in his head. It was like being kissed by a mosquito. The strength of the opponent's spiritual attack was not even as strong as a 4th-ranked faceless in the case of a serious injury. Of course, it could also be because Chen Fei's mental strength had been raised to 500 points. The few zombies that had surrounded and attacked up were like puppets on strings. Although they worked together well, they were too dull. Your kind of zombie's ability is to create and manipulate zombie puppets? Chen Fei actually had a guess in his mind. This ability coupled with the fragment's dependence might have created some sort of chemical reaction. It would be able to create thinking 3rd-order puppets. So 4th order, what exactly was it? Why was the gap between the 3rd and 4th orders so huge? Boom! A zombie was easily whacked away by Chen Fei, its torso all directly dry exploded. Not like normal 3rd-order strength, pseudo-3rd order? I told you, 4th-order faceless has just been promoted and can only create early 3rd-order zombies. You're a late 3rd order, why would you be able to make it that far? Chen Fei drifted off. Boom! Another zombie was whacked by Chen Fei. Not to mention the pseudo-3rd stage, even a normal early 3rd stage would probably not be able to make it through 3 moves in Chen Fei's hands. The faceless zombie was fearful. What kind of monster is the 2nd-order special species? All the values are close to the 4th-order level, aren't they? Although he hadn't fought against a 4th order, the faceless zombie had a feeling that the other party wouldn't be weaker than a 4th order. It was just damn outrageous. He hurriedly maneuvered the remaining 3 zombies back to help. At the same time, he yelled, Team Xiao, this special species is too strong, I can't stand it. One must still goad, one's life is important. Ha! Chen Fei's eyes lit up as if he wanted to see through the other party. Your colonel is human? He really did not expect the Sunrise organization to have such a hand. It actually allowed humans to turn into zombies that retained their memories and could still be driven by themselves. Chen Fei casually slapped away the 3 zombies that were escorting the faceless zombie, clamped down on the other party's neck with one hand, his voice indifferent, hand over a human young girl that you captured last night. Even if he was curious about the secrets of the Sunrise organization again, Chen Fei would not forget the primary purpose of coming here. Human maiden? The faceless zombie tried to break free, but found that it was powerless. The other party's hands were like iron clamps. His fists had no effect at all on the other party's body half the time, and it felt like he was tickling the other party. He really couldn't figure it out. A group of zombies ran here to save a human? Ridiculous to the extreme. Perhaps it was just an excuse for the other party to start a war. The faceless zombie's tone carried a hint of begging for mercy, I said. In the next instant, a figure was as swift as electricity, stabbing at Chen Fei's neck with his hand turned into a knife. When? The imagined scene of blood and flesh flying across the floor of the funeral head did not appear. Instead, the figure's fingers twisted and snapped. Concealment species? Or a speed species? Chen Fei was a little unsure, and smashed his backhanded elbow on the opponent's head. With a thud, this zombie incarnation was mindless. Rather, he did not expect the other party to hide a hand. A 3rd-order hidden species was not even noticed by Chen Fei at first. It was good that Chen Fei's physical body was strong enough, or else it would really have to turn over in the gutter. At the same time, the inch-haired youth and the others who had heard the plea for help were also struggling to hold on. His afterglow caught a glimpse of Chen Fei subduing the faceless zombie and exploding the zombie's head with a dry elbow. One could not help but feel chills in their hearts. What kind of monster is that? Second order abusing late third order? Captain Xiao couldn't believe his eyes. No matter how strong the special species was, it couldn't be as strong as this. Even so, his own two mid-third order were actually held back by an early third order from the other side. Zombies, all die. With a roar not far away, Lin Fan's aura around him once again soared, actually approaching the late third stage. In a moment, he went from being suppressed by the blizzard to fighting in equal battle. But the whole person was like a wild beast that had lost its mind, manic. He only knew how to attack, abandoning defense. All along, the people of the Sunrise Organization had thought that Lin Fan's ability had no side effects. Now it seemed that it just hadn't reached the point of triggering the side effects. Losing one's mind to gain more power was not a good thing in this situation. Lin Fan rushed towards Blizzard with a speed that was comparable to a speed species of the same level. Where did the epileptic gong come from? A figure appeared suddenly, blocking in front of Blast Wind. The faceless zombie was thrown to the side like a dead dog. The iron fist smashed down, carrying a boundless huge force that actually caused a sound of breaking air. The crowd and the zombies could only see the residual shadow. Bang! How fast Lin Fan came, how fast he flew backwards. Boom! It continuously rolled dozens of times and skidded dozens of meters on the ground before coming to a stop. During this time, he also smashed down a few zombies. It's time to die. Lin Fan's chest was dented with a large crater and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to get up, in his eyes was boundless hatred. Just halfway up, his body went soft and collapsed. The theoretical infinite increase had to be gradual, and when it suddenly ran into cliff crushing, the ability to be even better would be for nothing. When the tolerance exceeds the limit, it also loses its combat power. Humans, those who surrender will not be killed. Chen Fei spoke blandly. While facing a huge number of zombies surrounding him, Captain Xiao roared, "Zombies cannot be trusted, let go." However, in the next second, he saw that his team members could not support themselves one by one and were overwhelmed by the zombies. There seemed to be sounds of gnawing and biting. A figure rushed in at a speed he couldn't react to and grabbed him by the head. The latter only felt that his body was out of control and the sky was spinning. Boom! It smashed into the ground, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Plop! Fresh blood gushed wildly from Captain Zhao's mouth, unable to fight again. Gale, take half of the zombies and chase them east. Red Ghost and the others are already tangled up with each other. Chen Fei dropped Captain Xiao in his hands like a dead dog. Subordinate, lead the way. Blizzard answered and led more than 200 zombies straight to the east. Before approaching the air raid shelter in the south of the city, Chen Fei had already had the three big dependents, Red Ghost, Elbow Blade, and Big Guy, bring more than 100 zombies to encircle around the back. The quantitative advantage was here, and it was definitely a dumpling tactic. One will not be spared. Just did not expect, and the other side of the evacuation team collided, but also in their own perception range. To be on the safe side, let Gale go there. Chapter 44. This organization is a little evil. Positive battlefield. The last of the third order human powerhouse was drowned by Death Puma with a bunch of zombies. Only after confirming that the other party had lost the ability to resist did they stop. If you can beat up a group of people, you certainly won't fight alone, and the zombies aren't cute. This is not bad. There is Funeral Puma present. Other humans were not so lucky. Except for the two that Chen Fei personally solved, the rest of them all partook in the siege. At less than the third level, it was difficult for the zombies to completely suppress their instincts. Not to mention the fact that the humans were injured after the encounter, and the scent of blood constantly seduced the lower-ranked zombies. It made sense that they would be eaten. The faceless zombie, Lin Fan, and the two third-order powerhouses were thrown together. Keep an eye on them, they might still be useful. Chen Fei patted Morning Biao's shoulder. He then led a dozen second-order zombies into the air defense hole. The air defense shelter was large, and there were some traces of life inside. The dim lights were still on. It didn't take long for Chen Fei to come to an iron door, which looked like it was a post-installed door. It should be here. Chen Fei reached out and grabbed the iron door. He could sense more than one life breath behind the door. That faceless zombie was also tough talking and didn't explain anything. But Chen Fei had his own way. Click. Creak. The iron door was forcibly broken and deformed by Chen Fei, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing sound. If someone with a bad heart stood here, it would probably tremble all over. As the iron door opened, the dim light struck in. There were a total of 5 unconscious people, with Chen Xiaohan lying in the far corner. Bring them all out. Chen Fei waved his hand, walking himself over to the young girl and picking her up horizontally. The remaining 4 were carried in the hands of several zombies. Chen Fei suddenly looked to the side, seemingly sensing some kind of movement. Underground? No wonder I didn't sense it first. Chen Fei handed Chen Xiaohan over to the zombie next to him. You guys go out first, I'll go down and take a look. If there was a strong enemy, these second-order zombies wouldn't be of much help. It was better to let them send the person out first. In fact, even if he didn't sense any movement, Chen Fei would still explore the stronghold of the Sunrise Organization. The faceless zombies alone proved the extraordinary nature of this organization. The zombies led the order and went out the same way. Chen Fei, on the other hand, let go of his senses and quickly found the entrance to the basement. It was another iron door, and it was even thicker than the previous one. The inside was blocked. Bang! Bang! Chen Fei chose to open the door with his fist. The thick iron door was directly smashed and continuously twisted and deformed. It seemed to be emitting a mournful cry. Boom! Finally, the door opened. The iron door and the thing blocking the door flew out a few meters away before smashing heavily on the ground. Into the eye were 4 rows of huge vessels, and the one in the center was even more conspicuous. Inside seemed to be humans who had just lost their vital signs. Chen Fei walked over and saw some papers along the way. It seemed that the other party had left in a hurry. There were also 2 people in the corner burning information, the firelight more conspicuous than the light. It was also their movement that caught Chen Fei's attention. The 2 people did not seem to care about who exactly forced their way in, their eyes fixed on the fire, accelerating the movements in their hands. Chen Fei was about to step forward, but he felt the earth tremble violently, and a heat wave followed him underground. Boom! In just an instant, Chen Fei and the 2 fellows who were still burning the paper were flooded by the intense flames of the explosion together. The shockwave of the explosion sent Chen Fei flying, and then he was pressed against the wall. In the end, they were drowned along with the earth and rocks. Completed high-temperature resistance training, attribute point +1, flame resistance +1. Chen Fei only felt his skin layer being scraped away hard and then regenerated. Add physique. Outside. Morning Biao, who felt the earth tremble, changed his face drastically, and he was just about to check the situation when a pillar of fire shot up into the sky. The entire air defense shelter was blown apart. Countless earth and rocks rose up into the sky. Imagine blowing up a cow dung. Now is the scene of blowing up a cow dung magnified 1,000 times 10,000 times. Boss! Morning Biao's heart thumped. The shockwave spread, wrapped in flames that would devour anyone. Some of the zombies that got close were directly burned to ashes where their flesh and blood flew everywhere, miserable. Retreat! Morning Biao picked up Qin Shaohan, who had just been rescued from inside. Unfortunately, even the speed of the 3rd rank could not be fast enough for the explosion to spread. Fortunately, the bomb was detonated underground, and most of the power was absorbed by the earth. The earth and rocks that were lifted up from the sky could hardly kill the zombies of the 1st rank. Except for a few unlucky people of the 1st rank. Morning Biao lunged forward, immediately protecting Qin Shaohan under her body. Immediately afterward, he was drowned by the countless falling earth and rocks. First Order Gathering Ground. The people within the gathering ground that was stranded for dozens of miles could also clearly perceive that the earth trembled. It wasn't as bad as the one more than half a month ago, but it was not to be underestimated. Wu Juncheng came to the city wall and looked to the west. An explosion? An explosion of such a large yield cannot be caused by an ordinary survivor team, could it? Beard Flux also rushed over, his face was grave. Could it be caused by zombies? Impossible. Wu Juncheng's face was ugly. If it's true, then I'm afraid that there's another 4th order zombie. Martyr, humans really do have a mixed fate. We just found the path to the 3rd order, new weapons were researched, and mass production has just begun. As a result, there was another problem. I'll go take a look, you and old Chu guard the gathering place. After saying that, without waiting for Wu Juncheng to say more, bearded fluorescence feet emitted a sonic boom and directly leaped out dozens of meters. Not long after that, he had already disappeared into the darkness. Wu Juncheng opened his mouth and sighed. Nowadays, with this situation in the gathering place, it seems that only bearded floor is the most suitable to go out. Pass the order down, everyone goes to 2nd level alert. Wu Juncheng waved his hand and then found a seat on the city wall. Obviously, he was prepared to wait for bearded Flux to return. On the other side, the huge explosion caused the entire air defense shelter to collapse. A crater 100 meters in diameter appeared at the original location of the air defense shelter. Light green hands reached out from the ruins that were bubbling with fire, and a figure crawled out from the ruins. So damn crazy, not even wanting life. Chen Fei recalled those 2 people who had destroyed the information. They seemed to have revealed a relieved smile at the end? So their existence was a bait to attract incoming enemies if they were unable to destroy all the information? This organization was a bit evil. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 501. Strength, 501. Spirit, 501. Race, zombie. Rank, late 2nd order. Flame resistance, 47%. Skills, 1, favors, 732. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown. Boss. Morning Biao held the unharmed Qin Shaohan in his arms, stranded a long way away, and looked at Chen Fei from outside the crater in a pleasantly surprised manner. Sure enough, this explosion couldn't hurt the boss at all. However, only Chen Fei knew that although the explosion this time was not as strong as the last time, the problem was that most of the power of the last explosion was resisted by the faceless zombie. This time, Chen Fei was carrying it himself. He didn't have to hide. Fortunately, he had flame resistance and his physique was far superior to last time. Otherwise, he would have been mailed. Chen Fei, who only had 3 or 2 strips of cloth left on his body, leapt up to the pit in a few steps and came to Deathstroke Biao's side. Even facing the explosion straight on only increased flame resistance by 10%, how many times do I have to take it if I have to fill it up? Chen Fei shook his head. It was at this time that Blast Wind and a bunch of other zombies escorted a few humans back. Chapter 45, A Research Randomizer. Before the explosion, the red ghosts and other zombies had surrounded the group of humans. The humans in combat uniforms escorted the dozen or so researchers in the center, vigilant and ready to strike at any time. Many of the main researchers were ordinary people, affecting the speed of retreat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been caught up by a group of first and second rank zombies. Of course, it is also related to the strength of the 3 dependents far exceeding the current realm. Just as soon as they exchanged blows, the 2 third-order powerhouses on the human side were restrained. The rest of them wouldn't have a chance to escape with the others. Captain, what should we do? Some team members had already panicked. This was a ING deadlock, it would be strange not to panic. Gather all the information you're carrying and find a chance to destroy it. The captain gritted his teeth and lowered his voice, staring dead on at the zombies that didn't rush out. Some of the important information the researchers had brought with them. Now it seems that it can only be destroyed. It didn't matter if these walkers would want which information. Anyway, it couldn't be circulated. Humans, those who surrender will not be killed. The red ghost stared dead on, his tone more or less contemptuous. If it wasn't for the fact that these people might be useful to their master, he would have done it long ago. No killing for surrender. The big man repeated. Matching his tall body, it was a bit dull. Humph. How can we trust you? Someone snorted coldly. Getting humans to believe the words of a zombie? It was as ridiculous as someone telling you that tigers don't eat meat. Elbow Blade sneered, the blade in his elbow seemed to be flashing with blood. You don't have a choice, you have 1 minute, it doesn't matter if you don't surrender. Just as well, not having a good time fighting. We can surrender. It was at this moment that the earth trembled, and all the zombies lost their concentration for a moment. Buzz. Instantly, someone used a flame ability and burned the books and materials that had already been secretly put together. Seeing this, Big Guy pounced on them. Its huge body easily crashed through several blockers. It didn't know why the other party was suddenly burning things, but it was right to go against the humans. Maybe these things would be useful to bring back to its master. Damn walkers. Seeing that the big one was about to seize the information that hadn't been burned, a third-ranked captain erupted with a sharp aura, wind blade. The invisible wind blade slashed at the big one's neck as the latter fished out an object from the flames. Immediately afterward, he turned around and slammed his fist in the direction the wind blade was coming from. Bang! Plop! 2 simultaneous sounds. The third-ranked captain flew out backwards and smashed into a nearby building, alive or dead. The big man was able to avoid the vitals, but his chest was still cut out with a deep bone wound, and his breath was even more disorganized. Obviously the injury is not light. But in his hand, he grasped something. Big one? The red ghost reacted and roared, damn human, die. The crowd of zombies roared. At once the scene was in chaos. Not far from here, Gale, who had just found this side, saw Big Guy being sneak attacked and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Behind him, he brought up a burst of residual shadows and directly fell into the crowd. Big Guy's serious injuries had obviously caught Chen Fei's attention. Sensing his master's gaze, Big Guy giggled and stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and spreading his large hand out. Master, is this useful? Chen Fei sighed, took the notebook, and scanned the escorted men. Take them all with you and go home. Chen Fei stood on the ruins and looked at the remaining zombies. He also looked at the huge figure that was being carried by a dozen or so zombies. This battle was actually crushing. Only some unlucky zombies were killed by the explosion. But basically, they were all first-order zombies, and the second order weren't even that brittle. A great victory situation. However, Chen Fei did not know what to say. It was clear that he was treating these zombies as tools. But after spending time together, especially a few dependents, was it no longer simply treating them as tools? Seeing the big one's silly smile, Chen Fei did feel moved. After all, his blood was still not cold. These zombies also had consciousness and emotions. Sometimes they were even more pure than humans. As their leader, had he been too selfish? Perhaps, when the zombies become intelligent. When the zombies became intelligent, they were already considered a brand new intelligent race. Perhaps it was because of the fluctuating state of mind. Chen Fei didn't realize that 2 of the people that Morning Biao had been told to watch in the beginning had disappeared. Morning Biao thought that those 2 had been buried by the aftermath of the explosion. The boss had told everyone to go back again, so he didn't think much of it. Meanwhile, a certain human commander was watching this side from afar. Back to the village. Chen Fei let his zombies go about their business. He didn't rush to find the humans, but sat in front of his courtyard. Rarely, he didn't exercise. It seemed like he was fuming. Even Phantom and Shadow did not react when they approached him. Master? Phantom spoke with some concern and looked at the blackened zombie next to him. Shadow, what's wrong with Master? I don't know, maybe he's resting? Shadow couldn't answer either. He was out gathering intelligence for this battle and didn't make it. Phantom was also injured, so Chen Fei did not let her go. Therefore, little was known about the battle. In fact, even if they knew, most of them would not be able to empathize. After all, in their eyes, the Master was incomparably great and was faith. Doing anything for the Master was proper. Even if the Master told himself to die, he wouldn't bring half a bit of hesitation. I heard that this time it was a great victory, killing quite a few humans. Phantom was a bit envious, and capturing some of them back. It would have been great if I was present. So that I can see my Master's magnificent figure when he fights. If I can help my Master out, I'm willing to die even if I have to. She didn't know about the other zombies, but this was her idea anyway. Chen Fei suddenly turned his head to look over. Don't come and disturb me if there's nothing to do. The two zombies thought Chen Fei was angry and hurriedly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Master, spare your life. My subordinates have no intention of offending Master. AI. Go down. Receiving Chen Fei's forgiveness, the two zombies thanked him profusely and left. Willing to die? Chen Fei muttered to himself. Perhaps Phantom would think this way due to the influence of the flesh and blood contract plus favors. But Chen Fei felt that it was time for him to do something. On the other side, northeast of the city's southern air defense shelter, two figures were moving forward at a rapid pace. The speed was comparable to a car traveling at high speed. The commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, but the latter could not catch up and could only hiss impotently. Professor Gu, do you need to rest? The man in combat uniform in front turned around and said with concern. Professor Gu shook his head. Team Chow doesn't need to take care of me. I'm a late second order wind awaken anyways. Running for such a while isn't too much to bear. They left the air defense cave in the south of the city one step ahead of the evacuation team. That evacuation team could be the large force that had successfully evacuated, or they could be the outcasts who were covering for Professor Gu. This was planned from the start. Compared to a stronghold and some information, Professor Gu was the most important. The moment they heard the explosion, they knew that there was nothing wrong with their response this time. It wasn't that they had been overly cautious. Ugh, don't think about it. Chen Fei shook his head to shake off the thought. Chen Fei took out a notebook that was quite burnt. Opening the first page. Research random notes. Zhang Changfeng, May 13th. Starting to research a strange. Today. Chapter 46. The more I learn, the more confused I get. This thing is really weird. Some people went crazy after touching it. Looks like you can't just touch things from now on. I realized that I seem to be able to remember what it looks like, but I can't describe it with words. It's really weird stuff. Just reading the first page, Chen Fei was filled with question marks. Chen Fei flipped to the next page, his mind growing more and more curious. May 15th. This thing seems to be constantly emitting particles of some kind, and it's constantly assimilating everything around it. The particles were also detected in the air of the lab. This thing is like a virus. May 22nd. There's no progress in the research. I heard that another team has been set up overseas. Old Chang is over there, and he said that people who come into contact with that stuff will be corrupted? Like the zombies in the movie. I think he must be joking. After all, he's always been very unorthodox. This kind of unscientific joke is his specialty. May 23rd. I take back what I said before, the very existence of this thing is unscientific. The difference in the angle of refraction of light is as much as 11 degrees between two sets of experiments with identical conditions within the range of influence of the particles? And the rays don't seem to be straight. The sense of confusion is getting stronger. Am I affected too? The particles emanating from it alone are so strange, if we understand its true nature. I feel like we're studying something that transcends generations. If it succeeds, I'm sure my name will be in the history books, too. May 27th. Today is a particularly meaningful day, as the research group has finally settled on a name for this particle, the chaos factor. The foreign group seems to be called fall factor. I heard it's a bit evil over there. A dying animal exposed to fall factor can actually be energized? Wouldn't that make it possible to develop a longevity drug? Old Zhang wasn't kidding about the zombies, was he? I suddenly had an idea. I always thought it would be interesting to mix these two particles. June 3rd. Another one has gone crazy. Even wearing a protective suit doesn't seem to have much effect anymore. I feel like I'm losing my mind too. I can't concentrate on every experiment. The organization has approved my request for a leave of absence. I should go and relax. June 17. When I came back from vacation, there was a big man in the group, Professor Fuyang Gu, an academician at the age of 45. After many days, I find myself actually able to keep up with the research progress. It seems that this topic is not generally difficult to chew on. No wonder the organization told me to take some more time off, make sure it's okay before coming back. I heard old Zhang say that he has already created a potion with the fallen factor, without saying what it does, he just bragged about it. June 21st. Big Brother Gu was a bull. In just a few days, he led the team to make an important breakthrough, and the Chaos Agent was launched. The effect is to change the genetic structure, it's very unstable, and its naming is very consistent with its name. The results of each experiment are different, but one of the experimental white rats injected with it gained a lot of strength and beat a cat? It feels like the genetic warriors inside the movie aren't very far away. The assimilation of the chaos factor has spread to the entire institute, and it's even accelerating. It always feels like it's not a good thing. Scrolling back further, basically all but the date was burned. Until July 23rd. We tried to make two particles collide. What kind of stupid thing did we do? July 23rd? The first day of the calamity? Chen Fei closed his laptop, feeling his head spinning a bit. The calamity is actually likely to be artificially triggered? The time of the particle collision and the time of the catastrophe coincided perfectly. It wasn't all man-made, to be precise. According to the records on the randomizer, both the chaos factor and the fallen factor were assimilating everything around them. And the rate of diffusion is constantly increasing. Even if mankind didn't collide the two things, it was estimated that it wouldn't be more than a few years before the two streams of particles would still meet. The catastrophe was destined. It's just that the plague came early because of the humans' death-defying behavior. So the zombies appeared because of the fall and the chaos factor? If the two things were really as divine as recorded, 80% of them were. It was indeed very unscientific. But the fact was that it had already happened. After reading this, not only did Chen Fei not have the feeling of sudden realization, instead, his head became more and more messed up. How to put it? It felt like the Chaoyang organization was even more mysterious than imagined. Why was that item indescribable? Where did they come from? Why did he retain his memories, and was it related to the Sunrise Organization's experiments? It seemed to be unrelated. After all, one had a face. Too many questions tickled Chen Fei's curiosity. Gale. Chen Fei had just finished shouting when a figure came rushing from the distance, kneeling on one knee in front of Chen Fei, his right fist against his left chest. "Boss, please command." It was evident that the zombies' etiquette had improved recently. "Bring those humans over." Chen Fei tried his best to calm his emotions. "Yes." Blizzard's figure disappeared, bringing up a breeze. Soon, Blast Wind brought a group of zombies and escorted those humans over. Even the faceless zombie and the third-order captain, who were in the midst of serious injuries, as well as the few people who had been rescued along with Chen Xiaohan, carried over. The latter was still in a coma. As for Chen Xiaohan, she was huffing and puffing on the second floor of Chen Fei's residence. Aren't there two people missing? It should be dead. Chen Fei didn't think much about it, but instead looked at the middle-aged men and women. There were 9 people in total, all ordinary people. "Which one of you is Professor Gu Boyong?" Chen Fei's voice was indifferent. There was no response. They couldn't see ahead, but felt that the presence speaking in front of them was extremely terrifying. The fear that came from biological instincts made them unable to resist trembling. Chen Fei spoke again, who was called Zhang Changfeng. "My patience is limited." Not forgetting to remind the other party that Zhang Changfeng was killed by one of your crimson-skinned subordinates. A woman trembled as she replied. At that time, the scene was extremely chaotic, and Zhang Changfeng himself was still a First Order awakened, so he was casually killed by the Red Ghost. Chen Fei nodded his head and did not seem to care about the man's death. "The plague was caused by your research project?" The crowd was alarmed, and for a moment, their backs were constantly sweating. It was still the woman from earlier who spoke first. "It should be considered." "Don't be nervous, I don't kill people in general," Chen Fei spoke in a calm tone. "Next question. What is the purpose of your organization's existence?" "To save humanity." This time they spoke in unison, without the slightest hesitation. Chen Fei looked suspicious, but did not look deeper. "You have the technology to turn people into zombies and retain their memories? That zombie in the city center was also your handiwork?" No one answered this time. This involved the secrets of their research. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. "Put." Without waiting for Chen Fei to open his mouth, Blast Wind directly gave a penetrating blow to the person next to him. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the sharp claws that had pierced through his chest, turned his head to look at Blast Wind, and then struggled twice to lose his slow vitality. Blast Wind's tone was threatening. "My boss asked you guys something. If you can't answer, I'll kill one of you." For a moment, everyone's souls were in danger, trembling all over, but still no one opened their mouths. In fact, not answering was also an answer. Chen Fei already had an answer in his heart. Perhaps that Fourth Order Faceless was a failure. After all, it was already out of control. Just now, they had said that they would save mankind, but in the end, they were the cause of the disaster. The Fourth Order zombie crisis was probably caused by them as well. I feel that this organization is a bit of a moralistic organization. And it has strong brainwashing techniques. It was easy to see from the performance of these people now, clearly scared to death, but still insisted on being tough. Again, it made Chen Fei think of the two people under the previous explosion. Where is the thing that produced the chaos factor? What exactly is it? Chen Fei continued to ask. Still no one answered. Put. Another person fell. It was when Chen Fei was preparing to endure the pain and use his flesh and blood contract skill to control one of them again with his favors. As a result, someone roared, "Demons, sooner or later, you will be wiped out, I'll be waiting for you down here." After shouting, the eyes of the crowd, including that third-ranked commander, carried determination. Click. It seemed like something was being bitten. In just a breath of time, the breath on these people first became majestic and then plummeted. Until the breath of life disappeared. It was simply too late to stop and save them. Suicide? Underestimated the extent to which this organization brainwashes people, careless. Chen Fei cursed in his heart as he dodged forward in a flash, ready to control the faceless zombie. As a result, when he got close, he realized that the faceless zombie had already died of mental exhaustion. Chapter 47, Habits. Number 1 Gathering Place. At this moment, the 3 great commanders and the highest leaders of the original 4 gathering places were gathered in the conference room. Since the calamity, the frequency of their meetings was frighteningly high. It wasn't once or twice that they had met at night like this. Everyone had gotten used to it long ago. People have arrived, Commander Hu, please explain the situation first. A white-haired old man coughed lightly and looked towards bearded Flux. The latter rose and saluted the crowd in a circle before his expression was serious. The place of this explosion is suspected to be a stronghold of the Sunrise Organization, but the target is a zombie we've seen before, she said as she looked at Wu Junshang, the second-order special species that we met in the mother nest. The strength of this organization, Sunrise, should be clear to everyone, a behemoth that brought together a large amount of combat power and talent in the first hour after the calamity. Even the path to the Third Order was discovered by them. As far as I know, each of their strongholds has at least 3 or more commander-level battle forces. But even so, they were still forced to blow up their strongholds. It's evident that the strength of that special species is even stronger than we expected. Most notably, he has gathered hundreds of entry-rank zombies, and his power is so vast that it cannot be ignored. Before this, everyone had guessed that Chen Fei was a late third-order strength. This was because Beard Flux and Wu Junshang had seen Chen Fei take on 5 early third-order zombies at the same time. Although they won, it did not look easy. It was already terrifying enough for a second-order zombie to have late third-order strength. As for that fourth-order zombie, it must have been blown up by a missile, or else it could have been slaughtered by a second-order zombie? Why did he attack the Sunrise Organization's stronghold? Wu Junshang had a suspicious look on his face. Xu Tianhui was fiddling with 2 walnuts. Maybe it's just a simple desire to eat people. Could the previous zombie invasion incident be related to that zombie? The white-haired old man suddenly shifted the topic. At those words, the crowd fell silent. One after another, they looked at bearded Flux. Although we didn't see the zombie from that night in that group of zombies, we can't rule out this possibility. Bearded Flux wasn't very sure, and after finishing, he also fell into deep thought. Their knowledge of that second-order special species was also limited to the battle in the city center. One couldn't label the other party as a good person just because a walker spared them once. Maybe the others just weren't hungry at that time. At that time, I did see that group of walkers grabbing some people and leaving. Bearded Flux added. Although she was far away, she could still distinguish between people and zombies. Since the other party was able to capture people from the Sunrise Organization, it didn't seem to be that difficult to invade the human gathering place. Besides, whether it was or not, if humans wanted to continue to survive here, they would have to resolve any unstable factors. Just like the last battle in the city center. I don't think there's any need to discuss this matter. The new weapons have been put into mass production, and it's time to clean up the zombies in the downtown area. A middle-aged man snorted coldly. They had recently kept sending teams out to look for special materials, ores, and so on. Most of them could be used to build weapons. The harvest wasn't a lot, but it was still enough to supply armed personnel. The calamity had been going on for more than a month, and the zombies were all devouring each other to lower their numbers by a lot. Plus, the battle in the city center had blown up quite a few zombies. In fact, the number of zombies in downtown Z City was no longer so terrifying. The main reason why it is still difficult for humans to survive is because there are more and more high-level zombies. Ordinary weapons couldn't hurt them, and the human side had a limited number of strong people. They also had the intention of cleaning up the zombies long ago. While the third-order zombies didn't embrace the group, they would break them down one by one. Today, a large number of third-order zombies suddenly appeared and knocked down the human stronghold. It undoubtedly brought this plan forward. I agree to advance the clearing plan. Wu Junshang expressed his agreement after only a few seconds of thinking. There was even less to say about Bearded Flux. She was a staunch main combatant. With this 3 votes in hand, it only needed 1 more vote to pass. I disagree, our accumulation is still too little. The white-haired old man sighed. The new weapons were strong, but the supporting ammunition reserves were severely insufficient. It would be difficult to keep up even if the production schedule was increased after the purge began. The remaining 2 leaders also voted against it. Finally, everyone converged their eyes on Chu Tianhui. I agree to start the clearing program. Chu Tianhui coiled his walnuts. His tone was calm but his eyes were sharp. We don't have time. The zombies are evolving much faster than we expected. Nowadays, our new weapons can still pose a threat to early 3rd stage zombies, but what about later? We don't have the time or opportunity for trial and error. We can't wait for the zombies to evolve to the point where we can't fight back before we regret it. The crowd didn't expect that the usually amiable Chu Tianhui was actually a staunch main combatant at this moment. The white-haired old man was helpless, but turned his eyes firm again. What Chu commander said is reasonable, then. Start increasing the production tomorrow, extend everyone's working hours, and the ordinary combatants are also organized into the team that collects resources, and start clearing the day after tomorrow. Chen Xiaohan felt like she had a long, long dream, dreaming that she was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Seeing her mother die in front of her eyes. There was nothing one could do about it. Then came the dream of Dad. Suddenly opening her eyes, Chen Xiaohan jumped up. Bending slightly at the knees, she stood on the bed, alertly looking around. A breeze blew the curtains, and the morning sunlight came in through the window and fell on the young girl's body. The young girl's hair danced lightly. Where is this? Chen Xiaohan tiptoed out of bed. Bare little feet stepped on the floor. She remembered that she had been scratched by a 3rd-order zombie and then stabbed by something. Her head sank into a deep sleep. The young girl opened the door to her room and went down the stairs. Just in time, she saw Chen Fei, who was doing 1-finger inverted push-ups in the courtyard. Awake? There's food on the table. Chen Fei didn't look up, still working out. Chen Xiaohan looked to the table next to him. There was a large bag of fast food on it. This morning, she had asked Blast Wind to go to the nearest supermarket and purchase it for $0. Dad, why am I here? Chen Xiaohan picked up a ham, tore it open with her teeth, and ate it. Chen Fei half joked, you sleepwalked yourself here last night. Only a ghost would believe this kind of words to deceive a child. Well, Chen Xiaohan believed it. I knew it. How could a zombie run to a human gathering place to catch people? So it was his own sleepwalking. This dream was quite real. Dad, why are you exercising every time I see you? The young girl sat on the stool, swinging her 2 small and delicate feet, her paws stained with some ash. It seemed that since the beginning of his memory, Dad rarely rested. Could it be that he wasn't tired? Chen Fei spoke in a casual tone, because I get stronger when I exercise. Why do you need to get stronger? The young girl was puzzled. In her perception, there was little concept of strength and weakness. As long as there was good food and fun, then anything was good. Fighting was not fun at all. Chen Fei's movements were stuttered before he continued, already used to it. In the beginning, it was to enjoy the feeling of becoming stronger, and it slowly became a habit. Just like fitness, the very beginning was for a good body, slowly forming a habit. That's how fitness addiction came about. Besides, no matter what time it is, a big fist is the hard way. After being weak, you have to be beaten. Only by becoming stronger could one live in Chao Dan's world. Chapter 48, Visitor from the Deep Mountains. Chen Xiaohan ate and drank her fill and then chatted with Chen Fei for a while before she was ready to say goodbye and return to the gathering place. Running out on her own sleepwalking must have made her sister worried. Don't go back, stay here. Chen Fei unexpectedly spoke. The young girl was confused on the spot. Then cheered. And then worried in the end. Sister Lu will worry about me, right? It's fine, I'll write a letter for you later and have Phantom make a run for it. Chen Fei spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the young girl breathed a sigh of relief. What sister? Surely it would be happier to stay by Dad's side. Chen Fei's main reason for leaving her behind was because he was worried that this girl wouldn't be able to explain herself when she returned. It would not be good to be labeled as colluding with zombies at that time. On this point, Chen Fei had inexplicable confidence in humans. The young girl who was finally able to live with Chen Fei didn't have that much to worry about as she ran off to play with the animal zombies. Those zombies were also willing to mess around with her. After all, it was the young master face still had to be given. Chen Fei got up, not in a hurry to write a letter. Blizzard. The voice was not loud, but a figure soon arrived at speed. Boss, what are your orders? Gale had a respectful face. The number of times the boss had summoned himself had become more frequent in the past 2 days. As long as he did well, did that mean he would be able to obtain the boon? Looking forward to it. Chen Fei reached out and placed his hand on the other party's head. Don't resist. Gale nodded honestly. Attachment. Current attachment, 830. Success. Unexpectedly reasonable. After all, no matter how strong Gale's spirit was, it was only a 3rd-order speed species. Chen Fei's spiritual power had increased a lot since the last time he failed. With over 500 points of spiritual power, it would be unreasonable to fail again. Sizzling Wind only felt that the entire morning brain had become a lot more active, and then the boss stature had become a lot more magnificent. It was like a god in the world, and like a majestic mountain. The next task for you in Morning Biao is to expand the territory. Anyone who meets the obstruction, those who can be subdued will be subdued, those who can't will be directly killed. Shinfei's pale eyes had a cold light. Leave 100 speed seats to carefully search for special resources inside and outside the territory. Let Taita lead the team to mine the territory, and outside the territory, you know how to do it. Take 80% of the ores in my courtyard and distribute it to everyone. If you encounter humans, first draw the line. If they make the first move, then kill. After a flurry of arrangements, Shinfei let out a long breath. It was useless to fight for territory before, but it was different now. The appearance of special ores and materials had undoubtedly made the turf useful. After thinking for so long yesterday, Shinfei understood one truth. It was useless to be strong on one's own. The power of a single mourner was limited. Everyone getting stronger together was the way to go. His men become stronger, his territory expands, and he taps more resources to accelerate his strength. A perfect closed loop. With the attachment skill in place, one only needed to control the strongest group of zombies to not be afraid of these guys turning against them. Subordinate leads the way. Blast Wind was thrilled beyond measure. Finally, the boss was enlightened. Although there had been times before when he had been allowed to hit the ground running, it wasn't taken seriously enough. There wasn't any time that was as strong as today. That's right, tell Taita that those few humans who were rescued with Xiaohan will just be driven out of the territory directly when they wake up. Shenfei remembered those 4 humans. He was not in the mood yesterday and forgot all about them. Let them live and die on their own. One could not expect a zombie to send them back to the human gathering place. Even if Shenfei was willing to estimate the other party, he did not believe that a zombie would be so kind. Yes. Blizzard left in a hurry. With Blizzard's terrifying speed, the orders were soon conveyed into place. Morning Biao and Tai Ta respectively brought the zombies under their hands to collect the ore. The crowd of zombies first gathered outside in the open space. The formation was a bit chaotic, but there was no noise, and they all looked on with bated breath. In a way, they were more orderly than humans. Remember, you guys, the boss spends so much resources to train us, he values us. Morning Biao stood at the entrance of the courtyard and began to PUA the little brothers underneath. We can only repay the boss by becoming stronger, laying down more turf, and collecting more little brothers. Roar! The zombies were exuberant. Next, the zombies began to line up to receive the ores. Each zombie received a large bag. Their bags were still left over from the last dig. Seeing that the ore was getting less and less, Shenfei was not half heartbroken. He would not be able to finish it himself for a while. This resource thing was only a resource if you used it out, keeping it was only waste. Let the minions get stronger and then dig more resources back. Stick to the path of sustainable development. Master is too good to us. Elbow Blade couldn't help but feel emotional. Long live the master. As he did so, the crowd of zombies roared and catered. Phantom's eyes were even more sparkling as he looked at Shenfei. The master's stature was incomparably magnificent. Shenfei, however, was unaffected and ate the ore while exercising. There was a limit to how much the other zombies could absorb over a period of time, and the rate of absorption was far inferior to Shenfei. Yesterday, before the battle, they were told to let go of their absorption, and as a result, they didn't absorb much. Shenfei was different, at least so far he didn't feel the limit. Clunking finished. Clunk clunk clunk. It was just like eating sugar beans. In the past, there was no group breaks between workouts, but now it's good to put down the equipment without anything in your mouth. The mouth cannot rest. Host, Shenfei. Physique, 505 continuously improving. Strength, 505 continuing to improve. Spirit, 504 continuously improving. Race, zombie. Rank, late second order. Flame resistance, 47%. Skills, 1, favors, 832. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown. The energy concentration of this ore was average, but as long as you ate enough of it, it was just as effective bullskin. Doing the math like this, one day would add at least 30 to 40 attribute points, quite a bit faster than just exercising before. It was evident that nutritional balance was really important. In the afternoon of that day, Elbow Blade broke through to the early stage of the 3rd rank, and his battle power went to the next level. Morning Biao and Blizzard led the zombie army out on the battlefield. The primary goal was to capture the 3rd order zombies that they encountered yesterday. Not long after the zombie legion left, a blackened zombie appeared in front of Shenfei, kneeling on one knee with his right fist against his left chest. Master. The visitor was Shadow. Shenfei, who was about to go back to find a pen and paper to write a letter, had a movement. What is it? A bird flew in from the deep mountains, saying that it wants to see you, master. The shadow lowered its head. Deep mountains? Shenfei frowned, his hand movements pausing slightly. Let it come over. I didn't remember wrongly that Tai Ta had said something about information about the wilderness before. Could it be related to that suspected fourth stage zombie? Yes. Shadow answered and then retreated. Soon, the shadow returned. Chen Fei sensed something and looked up into the sky. A zombie bird with a wingspan of more than 3 meters descended from the sky and landed 10 meters in front of Chen Fei. The hurricane winds that wrapped around it fanned up gusts of dust. The bird closed its wings and stood more than a meter tall. Its aura was already in the middle of the third stage, and its demeanor was arrogant. Greetings, Lord, I have come on behalf of my master to invite you to join his command. Chapter 49, Time to Knock Knock. Join you? Chen Fei walked up to the zombie bird. What are the benefits? Tiny second rank, you're not qualified to talk about conditions. The zombie bird's tone was arrogant. My master is already fourth rank. Becoming my master's subordinate will be a supreme honor. The zombie bird obviously looked down on Chen Fei a bit. Even if the latter was a second-order special species, it was still only second order. Battle strength topped out at the mid to late third order, and was not necessarily a match for himself. He didn't know why his master had asked him to invite the other party. Sending a random second-order person would be considered giving face. If you can get shelter from the fourth rank, you can just be happy. Oh, Chen Fei waved his hand indifferently, you can go back if there's no benefit. These zombies' brain circuits were still peculiar. If it was an ordinary zombie, perhaps they would choose to defect. But Chen Fei would not. He was comfortable being the boss. Why would he want to be a little brother to someone else? Besides, the other party had no benefits, and even if they did, their attitude was still poor. Could it be that you want to defy my lord's will? The zombie bird was a bit incredulous, even revealing an undisguised killing intent. Don't be too presumptuous. It was the first time its solicitation had been rejected since its master had been promoted to the fourth rank. What a boldness! This is defying my lord's majesty. Chen Fei lowered his head to meet its gaze, his voice gradually chilling. Defy? Big bird, your master is merely your master. The clayman still has 3 points of fire. This big bird had no count at all. Good, very good, dare to blaspheme my master, give me death. The big bird roared, its wings unfurled, wrapping invisible wind blades to smash towards Chen Fei. The latter casually slapped his hand and a wind blade was deflected. Boom! The courtyard wall next to it directly exploded. An extra large hole appeared. How is that possible? The zombie bird's pupils shrunk. His own full force strike was actually slapped away by the other party's hand. What kind of perverted flesh strength was this? Second order? Second order, you damn. Realizing the wrong, zombie bird wings flapped to escape, Chen Fei grabbed the other party's claws. Fiercely yanked downward. Boom! The body of the bird directly smashed a large pit on the ground. Feathers flew about. Want to run away after pretending? Chen Fei swept his eyes coldly. Barbecued zombie bird for dinner today. The prerequisite for not beheading incoming emissaries was that the emissary did not make a fool of himself. It seemed that the other party was not sincere in their solicitation either. Chen Fei's mind spun fast after his mental strength was raised. It quickly considered multiple possibilities. When the other party sent this kind of brainless subordinate to solicit, it was probably not acting on any good intentions. What? The zombie bird hadn't slowed down yet. You can't kill me, my main. Boom! Plop! Chen Fei stomped on the other's neck, then tossed the big bird's corpse aside. So much nonsense. Chen Fei patted the dust off his body. Shadow, take care of dinner. After saying that, he turned around and went home. A conflict had already occurred, so surely one could not let the other party leave peacefully. It was still the other party who had moved first. Chen Fei had always known how to be courteous. Furthermore, Chen Fei was also eager to taste the flavor of barbecuing a big zombie bird. Yes. After the shadow answered, he shouldered the big bird's corpse and left. He was not surprised by his master's choice. Much less would he question whether his master had offended a fourth-order zombie by doing so. The master definitely had his reasons for doing so. His own task was to follow orders. The task now was to pluck the feathers of the zombie bird. It took a good deal of rummaging at home for Chen Fei to find a sketchbook and pencil. Willing to make do with it. Xiaohan is staying on my side, don't worry. Chen Fei just wrote this sentence. There was no excessive explanation. It didn't seem necessary to him. Just after writing it, Chen Fei suddenly remembered something. What did I bring Lu Weiwei's for in the beginning? Chen Fei began to recall and suddenly brightened up. Oh, it was to be a hostage to prevent a certain dogluck kid from coming back to take revenge. That said, did we run into that guy last night? No wonder it felt like that epileptic male was a bit familiar last night. Wasn't that Lin Fan? Good guy. How long has it been since I've seen him? He's at the third stage. At that time, I was only thinking about saving people and didn't pay much attention. It could also be that he had only met him once, and his impression had faded after too long. Only now did he realize that Lin Fan and the other Captain Xiao had disappeared. It's 80% that they took advantage of the chaos and ran away. The dog luck kid really lives up to his name. Chen Fei was somewhat admiring the other party. Running away from himself twice in a row. The chi luck was heaven-defying. It seems that in the future, we need to deepen our memories and kill that guy when we come across him again. I guess that the madman may not be able to listen to reasoning. Putting the letter into his pocket, Chen Fei continued to exercise. Late night. Is Xiaohan alright? So she's at Mr. Zombie's place, said Lu Weiwei, who had just left work and was relieved to see the letter at her doorstep. Then, somewhat unsure of what she was feeling, could it be Mr. Walker invading the gathering place? After spending a few days together, she felt that Mr. Zombie was not that kind of zombie. But nothing is absolute. The fact was that the captive Chen Xiaohan was at Mr. Zombie's. Nowadays, Lu Weiwei was visibly more haggard, perhaps because of her work, or perhaps because she was depressed. She really wanted to die once and for all, but she was afraid of death. There was a voice telling her that it was better to live than to die. Recently, the highest directive in the gathering had extended everyone's working hours from 12 to 14 hours. All major production lines were running 24 hours a day. Lu Weiwei felt that this was good. When she was busy, she wouldn't think much. When she was tired, she went home and slept. There was no time to think. Not far away, Phantom made sure the letter was delivered and slowly disappeared into the darkness. She had already recovered from her injuries and had promoted to the 3rd rank along the way. Having obtained Chen Fei's flesh and blood twice, her recovery ability was more than a little stronger than before. Nowadays, as long as she didn't give away her breath, she could be said to be able to come and go as she pleased in the human gathering place. Why does she think that her master is invading the human gathering grounds? Phantom held her doubts and circled around the gathering place several times. Finally, she found the answer. The 2 night shifters who had just finished using the restroom and were about to go back to their workstations were full of grievances. It's all because of the damn zombies. If they hadn't invaded the gathering place, we wouldn't have to work for so long, and now I'm so tired every day when I get home I just want to go to sleep. That's right, another person sighed. I'd say those awakened people are useless, they can't even look after their homes. Shoo, don't dare to talk nonsense. Listening to the sound of the discussion into the plant, Phantom left the gathering place. They dumped the pot of zombie invasion on the master? Phantom already had a guess in his mind. This is something that has to go back and tell the master. In front of the fire, Shadow was roasting a large bird. After listening to the Phantom's report, Chen Fei, who was in the middle of a weighted deep squat, nodded. Go and tell Morning Biao to be careful of the humans when they make their move. Increasing production was definitely the next big move. Many decisions of humans could be analyzed from some details. Combined with the intelligence brought back by Phantom, more than likely the next target of the humans would most likely be themselves. Invasion or not was likely just an excuse for the other side. After all, before this the human survivors had also combined their forces to deal with the 4th-order faceless zombies. Today's humans were birds of prey, and any instability could cause them to go all out. Chen Fei put down the steel coil and walked over to Shadow, taking the roasted zombie bird and nibbling on it. Time to find some time to knock them around. Chapter 50, Expansion in Action. 6 in the morning. Thousands of armed men stood outside the walls of the first gathering place. The formation was neat and imposing. The foremost of these squares each held an unpainted firearm in their hands. The gun was emitting a strong energy fluctuation. It must be a new type of weapon for humans. Guns forged with special materials and ores, as well as matching bullets. The 4 leaders and the 3 commanders nodded their heads as they looked at the imposing team. A mid-level commander ran up to Wu Junchang and saluted. When Wu Junchang returned the salute, the intermediate commander lowered his hand. His stance was erect and his voice was loud, reporting to the commander, the clearing army should be 2,762 people, the actual arrival is 2,762 people, among them, the firepower battalion is 860 people, the reconnaissance battalion is 300 people, the awakening battalion is 1,000 people, the various pointy knife squads are 590 people, and the commanding officer is 12 people, please give instructions. All personnel checked their weapons and equipment, then set out to clear the zombies as planned. Wu Junchang's eyes were incomparably resolute. Placed before the calamity, he was just an ordinary office worker in his early 20s. An ordinary person who earned as much as he could and spent as much as he could with no prospects. After the catastrophe, he awakened his perception ability because of his extreme fear, and he was a strong second-order person from the start. Although he didn't kill all the way through like Zhao Tianlong Zhao Commander, he also experienced many life and death dangers. He was promoted to the 3rd rank during a certain crisis and became the commander of the 4th gathering place. He wasn't like the other commanders who had outstanding battle power or unparalleled defense. He wasn't even a professional. However, he relies on his perception ability and is now considered an excellent commander. He was the main person in charge of this sweeping plan. Yes. The mid-level commander yelled. The 2 men saluted again. Those armed men standing guard on the city walls all looked over. There were expectations in their eyes. The gathering place was very determined for this operation, and all the battle forces that could be mobilized were deployed. All units, act according to the plan, victory belongs to humanity. The mid-level commander turned to look at the crowd of armed men. Victory belongs to humanity. The crowd of generals shouted, their voices rising straight to the sky. The units began to move. The early part of the plan would be to split into 3 groups and clean up the zombies within 10 kilometers of the east, north, and south roads. Beard Flux, Wu Junchang, and a captain closest to the third rank sat on one road each. Chu Tianhui was still in his old job guarding the home. Soon the armed personnel split into 3 units and set out to eliminate the enemy under the leadership of the person in charge of each road. This process only took less than 5 minutes. The scene was in strict order, with a clear division of labor, just like a large-scale mechanical operation. At the same time, the ordinary people who were working who heard that skyrocketing roar looked up. Must win Otherwise, won't my 14 hours of work a day be in vain? They were born to die outside, what's there to complain about if we do a little work? Screw it up for me. Comrades, let's step up the production of bullets, we can't let the front line be deprived of ammo supplies. Nowadays, electricity is limited, so many production lines can only rely on hand rubbing. But even so, most of the people still had high fighting spirit. There was also a consideration for the human side not choosing to go to the west first to find trouble with Chen Fei. For one thing, there was a small scouting team that brought back intelligence. Chen Fei's territory was more than 30 kilometers away from the gathering place in a straight line, and it would be impossible to push through for a while. It would be better to clean up the zombies in the other directions first, which would also ensure the safety of the team that was out looking for resources. When the 3 sides were almost cleaned up, then the 3 roads would be united and pushed straight to the west. To be precise, it was the southwest direction. Unlike the actions of the humans, the actions on the side of Death Puma and Blizzard were much more arrogant, pushing out in all directions. Morning Biao led a team to the east. Gale led a team to the south. Red Ghost led a team to the west. Elbow Blade led a team to the north. Big Guy is still recovering from his injuries and is following Tai Ta. The original territory of 10 kilometers had expanded to 15 kilometers in just over a day. In addition to the 2 third-order zombies that were severely beaten by Chen Fei the night before, Chen Fei captured 2 more. Among the third-order zombies that were sent back, there was one strong-bodied species that was disobedient and was crushed by Chen Fei. It was also considered an example. The remaining 3 were successfully transformed into dependents. This kind of fight can be convinced to the fact that the blood and flesh contract step can be eliminated. Only the stubborn ones need to be treated. You can also use the flesh and blood contract as a strengthening skill. In the future, the dependents will be able to make up for it. The 3 zombies are a strong body species with stone-like skin, named Monolith, middle 3rd stage. A regular humanoid spirit species, but he has 1 eye, named Mind's Eye, early 3rd stage. A sharp blade species whose hands were formed into knives, named Blade, early 3rd order. Chen Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. Go to my courtyard and absorb the ore to recover, then go help Funeral Biao and the others. Yes. The 3 bereaved eyes were filled with awe as they simultaneously got up and entered Chen Fei's courtyard. Looking at Chen Xiaohan who was absorbing the ore energy in the courtyard, the 3 mourners looked at each other and started absorbing as well. Chen Fei held up the steel coil with both hands and pushed it towards his head. Completed strength push X 2333, attribute point +1. Attribute points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 517 continuously improving. Strength, 517 continuously improving. Spirit, 516 continuing to improve. Race, zombie. Rank, late 2nd stage, rank, late 2nd stage, rank, late 2nd stage. Flame resistance, 47%. Skills, 1, attachment, 1132. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown. Chen Fei could feel his power still rising. Nowadays, even a late 3rd order strong body species was far less powerful than himself. But even so, his rank was still late 2nd rank. The human's path to the 3rd rank is so tightly covered, Chen Fei was helpless. The phantom has been strolling around the human gathering place for several times now, and there's not a single clue. On the contrary, the cultivation method of the 1st and 2nd orders is not difficult to obtain. Chen Fei had seen the humans' 1st and 2nd order cultivation methods, and they were very simple. The 1st order ability awakening, depending on each person's talent, initially carried different strengths of energy. Some people were late 1st order or even 2nd order upon awakening. The 2nd order is a minority. Some people just awakened at the early stage of the 1st rank. This stage was all about constantly polishing the ability and improving the fit of the alien energy. When you can absorb energy again, it means you've made a breakthrough. Aside from being more time consuming, there was basically no threshold. Similarly, this stage is also very weak. The 2nd stage of quantitative accumulation, as the name suggests, is to constantly absorb energy to grow the alien ability. Depending on the person's different physique, the amount that can be accumulated is different. To put it bluntly, everyone has a different upper limit of tolerance. It could be absorbed from the air, or from special resources, or in battle. The latter was more dangerous. The vast majority of commanders relied on battles before advancing to the 3rd rank. Constantly consuming and absorbing, boosting the amount of energy in their bodies, they broke through the third rank one day. The advantage of this kind of breakthrough was quick adaptation and strength. The bad thing is, may absorb more than the upper limit of tolerance one time, GA. And most commanders are covered in dark wounds. Of course, nowadays humans have the right path to the third order. Phantom and Shadow's main task has become borrowing the human's third order cultivation method. Chapter 51, Not a Request. The 42nd day of the calamity. Chen Fei's territory had expanded to nearly 2,000 square kilometers. The urban area accounted for 1/6 of the entire Z city. The number of henchmen had even surpassed the 1,000 mark. With the number and quality of his men steadily rising, so did the rate of expansion. Basically, they couldn't touch any decent resistance. Except for Blast Wind, Boulder and Blade, who were responsible for the south side. The south side was deep in the mountains, the situation inside was relatively complicated, and the zombie ranks were generally a bit higher than those inside the city. Even though Gale was very strong and had the help of Boulder and Blade, it was still difficult to advance. But it is still difficult to advance. In the end, we can only stop. Currently occupying 5 hills. The digging team led by Tieta expanded to 200 zombies, still busy. The city is fine, just collect some special materials. No veins were found for the time being. But there are 3 veins in the 5 mountains. It was dumbfounding to give Tai Tao all the digging. In the past few days, Chen Fei had collected 3 more third-order dependents. They were named Dali, Shifa, and Lightning. All of them were mid-third order. The first 2 were strong body species, and Lightning was a speed species. The first time the blood-flesh contract finished cooling down, it was given to Blizzard to use. The latter's strength had increased quite a bit as a result, but it was still at the 3rd rank level. Looking at the various colors of ores that had been piled up to the outside of the courtyard, Chen Fei was a bit emotional for a moment. It's true that the more we use it, the more we have. This was the benefit of expanding one's territory. The mines within the territory could be mined at will, no ungrateful zombies dared to disturb them, and the humans even avoided this side of the world. It had been several days since I heard Shadow report any human activity in the neighborhood. The ore in front of us is only 20% of the total. It can't be spent, it simply can't be spent. Kazi. Casually dropping a purple ore into his mouth, should we not share some more with the men? Chen Fei was a bit embarrassed. He himself was sitting on the fence. At first, the idea was to let the minions let loose, and step in when they encountered trouble that they couldn't solve. As a result, none of them could fight. Master. A pitch-black figure suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee. Speak. Chen Fei spoke in a calm tone. Reporting back to Master, the armed team of humans is already approaching our territory. Their weapons can threaten the early 3rd stage. Should we have Morning Biao and the others retreat for the time being? The Shadow lowered its head. Chen Fei pondered for a few seconds and looked at Shadow. No need, we will run into each other sooner or later. I'll go over there. Humans' new weapons were indeed a nuisance. If both sides really met, it was estimated that all but the 3rd order zombies would be accounted for. Saying so, Chen Fei exerted his feet. Boom! The village road that was originally smashed into a gravel road was directly stepped out into a crater. The Shadow looked up, but Chen Fei's figure could no longer be seen. Master has become much stronger again, the Shadow worshipped, and at the same time, was ashamed. The Phantom has been at the 3rd stage for several days now, and although my abilities are much better, I am becoming less and less useful to Master. Turning his eyes firm. Must break through. Only by reaching the 3rd rank could I better serve my Master. Rush to borrow the human's 3rd order cultivation method before the Phantom. He did not understand why the Master used the word borrow. Anyway, whatever the Master says is right. The words are divided into 2. Morning Biao led his 200 subordinates to convince the newly captured 2nd order zombies. The territory of 2nd order zombies is not as large as that of 3rd order zombies, and there are fewer subordinates. Many 2nd order zombies are even lone wolves. However, they are more or less combatants. Slap. Morning Biao slapped the 2nd order zombie's face. His tone was cold. I'll give you 3 more seconds. If you don't submit, you'll die. Roar. I submit. The 2nd order zombie wanted to cry. What is this called? He was resting properly in his territory, but a large group of zombies rushed in and beat him up without saying a word. After the beating, the other party's leader even slapped himself. He slapped him for a few minutes before asking questions. You can ask directly. We zombies are the most sensible. Very well, from now on you're my little brother. Of course, I still have the boss above me. His orders are more important than mine. Morning Biao had a relieved look on his face. Although they had become Chen Fei's dependents, Morning Biao and Gale still kept calling Chen Fei boss. It was a habit. They felt that boss was similar to master. At this moment, a short but lean figure appeared. Morning Biao, the humans are about to approach the territory. The visitor was none other than Lightning. So soon? Morning Biao was slightly surprised. Did you see how many people? More than 2,000, Lightning's eyes were gloomy. There are 3 third-order auras, but that's nothing, it's mainly those weapons that Phantom mentioned that are troublesome. The second-rank captain who had sat all the way through the human clearing operation had been successfully promoted to the 3rd rank. The newly promoted commander, Han, was a 37-year-old middle-aged male with the ability to control Earth. The city wall of the gathering place was made by the Earth-awakened people led by him. Otherwise, a project of that magnitude wouldn't have been done in just a few days even before the calamity. Concrete was also Earth. Thanks to the upgraded equipment, the casualties on the human side were not large. Ordinary zombies and first and second order zombies can only wait for death when they encounter them. The early third order zombies could only avoid the front line for the time being. The middle of the third order is not so common, plus the human first firepower to cover a wave to give you disable, and then let the awakened people siege. The first time I saw this, I was able to get a good look at it. Casualties are basically in the siege of third order zombies. Within the range of acceptance. There was no such thing as an undead war, and it was even more so after the calamity. When these people appeared in the clearing team, they were ready for anything. As the master said, negotiate first. A cold glint flashed in Morning Biao's eyes. If the other party makes the first move, then we'll fight. This time, we'll just go, let our subordinates move back a kilometer. Morning Biao added. After all, a first or second order zombie going over is just giving away food. The minions that were not easy to collect could not be wasted on this. Good. Lightning nodded, I'll go negotiate first. After saying that, Lightning's figure disappeared in a flash. On the main road, Wu Junchang, who was marching, suddenly raised his hand. Tell the back, stop. The commander passed the order backward. The order was quickly passed backward. The group of over 2,000 people stopped. Wu Junchang looked up at the roof of a large truck in front of him and his expression changed slightly. Mid-third stage? Human, stop. The front is my lord's territory. Turn back here and we will not violate the river water. Lightning roared out. If we move forward again, then we will go to war. Well, water does not interfere with river water? Wu Juncheng sneered. Do you think that there is still a possibility of peaceful coexistence between us? The armed men behind him were all dusty, but all of them had high fighting spirit. These past few days were all about big victories, and their morale had long since accumulated to a terrifying level. Not to mention that there was only one mid-third stage zombie on the opposite side. Even if it was a late third stage, as long as Wu Juncheng gave the order, the crowd would not hesitate to open fire. I didn't say peaceful coexistence. Lightning's tone was tinged with disdain. Drawing a line with you is my lord's order. This is a mercy to you, not a request. Chapter 52, The Siege. At those words, the crowd was enraged. Bearded Fluorescent's violent temper was even more direct in his greeting. Screw you, mercy. If you want to fight, then fight. Hearing the other party cursing, Lightning forehead veins jumped, at any time to storm out. At this time Morning Biao, who had finished arranging his subordinates, appeared. Human, keep your mouth shut, or I don't mind tearing it up right now. Morning Biao was even angrier than Lightning, but considering Chen Fei's orders he didn't make a move. The boss had said that the human would fight again if he made a move. But it was so angry. Commander, who was at ease, a middle-aged man, soothed twice, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. They say they're drawing a line, but in reality, they're also afraid of our power. In my opinion, it's the same old rule, first suppress a wave of firepower, then the sharp dagger squad will follow us in the siege. Han Yuan had just been promoted to the 3rd rank and had been given the position of commander, so it was a time of great vigor. He had even successfully surrounded and killed a mid-third stage zombie. In his opinion, the 2 third-order zombies on the other side were not enough to worry about. As for the master they were talking about, he was nothing more than a special species that was invincible at the 3rd order. Less than 4th order, the human party was confident in taking down the other party. Even if you are a 4th order, haven't humans ever killed a 4th order zombie? What we need to do now is to take down this group of zombies before the other side gathers their forces. A little bit of weakening the other side before full-scale war was a little bit. Well, Wu Junchang nodded as he activated his ability, be slightly careful. His ability could give a slight hint. It wasn't a prediction of the future, but rather a sense from the underworld. In the sensing, this battle should be a thrilling one. Perhaps it was true that he had overestimated the strength of that zombie. That's right, it's only a 2nd order special species. It was nothing more than having more subordinates to take down a small stronghold of the Sunrise organization. Fire battalion ready. The people carrying the new type of firearms quickly lined up in a neat and orderly manner. The first row knelt and held their guns, the second row stood and held their guns. Hundreds of blackened muzzles pointed forward. The safeties were turned on. Open. Before the commander could finish shouting, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. No, it should have jumped a long distance from a high building to land in the middle of the funeral puma and humans. Boom! The ground was directly smashed out of a pit, and the surrounding road surface cracked inch by inch. The visitor's light green skin, normal human body type, short hair, short sleeves and short pants, but has a horrible bloody mouth. Wu Junchang and Bearded Fluorescent's pupils shrunk, subconsciously tensing their muscles. It's him! Bearded Fluorescent's eyes changed. Those armed men were a little frightened in their hearts when they saw the scene. What kind of zombie body is so perverted, just now that height was dozens of meters? As a result, the other party didn't even bend his knees when he landed. Han Wan Wan is very disdainful, second-order special species? It's just a bit stronger, it's just right, I'll take you first. Fire! With a command, all the gunmen pulled the trigger at the same time. Day. Countless firepower poured out. It instantly rained down on Chen Fei. However, there was no scene of blood and flesh flying around as imagined by the crowd. Even Chen Fei was slowly advancing against the firepower. It seemed as if such a powerful firepower pour was unable to affect him even a little bit. Dang. Many bullets landed on Chen Fei's body and were bounced off, hitting the ground and splattering countless sparks. The new ammunition that could easily penetrate a late second-stage zombie could not even break Chen Fei's defense. Whoosh. 3 rockets were fired. From different directions, they were pointed straight at Chen Fei. The latter's eyes glazed over, his speed was incredibly fast as he directly grabbed 2 of them and lifted his leg to kick at the other one. Boom! The rockets exploded, bringing up rolling smoke and dust. Han Wan Yuan's face was delighted. Hard catch with your bare hands? Ridiculous to the extreme. As a result, his smile froze in the next second, only to see a figure walk out of the explosion. Aside from his clothes being severely damaged, there didn't seem to be any signs of injury. It was at this time that the 2 rows of gun holders had also finished their magazine capacity and were in the process of changing their magazines. But judging from their trembling movements, it was obvious that they were somewhat flustered. This was the first time they had encountered a zombie that was unharmed under fire coverage. This kind of force is just right for massaging. Chen Fei's tone was calm as he continued on, but you guys are really not very polite. Thanks to his own strong physique, any other mid-third stage strong body species would have to be seriously injured here. Humans remained unchanged. As long as they felt there was an opportunity, they would always make the first move when they encountered a zombie. Even if they say a few words, they are still stalling for time to prepare for the attack. Seeing that Chen Fei was still going to advance, Wu Juncheng stepped forward, his tone grave. There's no need to waste ammo, the other party is at least in the late third stage. All personnel of the Sharp Knife Squad, follow me and surround him. Just as he finished speaking, Bearded Flux had already emitted sonic booms from his feet, rushing to Chen Fei's front in the blink of an eye. Her right hand clenched her fist with a burst of sonic booms on it, and she smashed it blatantly at Chen Fei. She was filled with killing intent. Die! Wu Juncheng fished out a dagger from his arms. The dagger was as black as ink and emitted energy fluctuations. It was a cold weapon forged from special materials and was exclusively for the commander. It was difficult to forge, and not all weapons forged from all materials could provide a boost to the commander. Currently, humans had only forged 2 of them, and they were in the hands of him and Han Wan Wan. The 2 lacked the means for melee combat, and this dagger sort of made up for it slightly. Wu Juncheng was no longer a solid mid-third stage, and his speed was quite fast. He killed Chen Fei from the side at the same time as Bearded Fleur moved. At this time, the latter backhandedly grabbed Bearded Fleur's fist, and the powerful sonic boom drummed madly, carrying a might that was enough to blow up the head of an early third-order zombie. However, hitting Chen Fei's body only blew his hair and broken clothes. In the next instant, Chen Fei took a step to the side, right into Wu Juncheng's arms. The latter's stabbing dagger was skillfully dodged. Snap! Ka-ching! In Wu Juncheng's incredulous eyes, Chen Fei easily slapped his wrist. The dagger fell in response. Damn! Bearded Flux's anger soared as his other hand clenched his fist and smashed it against Chen Fei's head. Each one of you has such a foul temper. Chen Fei yanked hard and struck with a knee. Can't talk properly, can you? Bearded Flux only felt as if he had been hit by a car in the small of his back, bowing uncontrollably before flying out violently backwards. After landing, she rolled continuously on the ground, and several people who were ready to catch her were knocked away together. Only then did Han Yuan react, crouching down and bracing his hands on the ground. Except for the Sharp Knife Squad, everyone retreat 100 meters, beware of other zombies sneaking up on them. The armed men led the order to retreat. Hundreds of second-order awakened stood according to their abilities. Among them, the Earth-type awakened people cooperated with Han Yuan. They had long been familiar with cooperating like this. A chain made of earth and stone gathered rose up from the ground and wrapped around Chen Fei, attempting to block Chen Fei's mobility. Wu Juncheng hurriedly retreated to avoid being affected. At the same time, various colors of alien energy smashed into Chen Fei. Chapter 53, You Have No Choice. Did it work? Blood spilled from the corner of Bearded Flux's mouth as he got up with difficulty. Looking at the position Chen Fei was in, he was still being continuously bombarded by all sorts of alien energies. The roiling alien energies were dyeing the sky colors into colorful shades. Wu Juncheng tried to activate his abilities, but the energy fluctuations over there were just too great. Nothing could be perceived except a large mass of energy. I don't know, Wu Junchang shook his head helplessly, but even the late third rank can't carry this kind of indiscriminate bombardment. The Sharp Dagger Squad were all second order awakened. Half of them had long-range means. Since the popularization of the human cultivation method, there were constantly awakened who had broken through to the second order. Advancing to the second order was not a difficult task in the first place. Previously, there was no proper guidance, so one could only feel the elephant blindly. A single second order awakens attack on a third order zombie might only be considered a scrape. But more ants bites more elephants. Quantitative change causes qualitative change. With this level of attack density, I'm afraid that no one or zombie would be able to carry it until the fourth order. With Chen Fei's location as the center, the ground collapsed in a 10-meter radius, and earth and rocks tumbled. The earth was baked black. Or holes were made by the ice picks. The attack lasted for 3 minutes. What special species, but nothing more than that. Han Wanwan's forehead was sweating as he raised his hands and stood with his arms crossed. Confident, powerful. Compelling aura overflowing in all directions. The attacks gradually stopped. Completed heat resistance training, +1 attribute point, +1% flame resistance. Points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 548 under continuous improvement. Strength, 547 continuously improving. Spirit, 547 continuing to improve. Race, zombie. Rank, late second stage, rank, late second stage, rank, late second stage. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 1432. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown. Click. A small sound spread out, and the crowd that had just breathed a sigh of relief instantly tightened their muscles. Only to see a figure walk out of the pit that had been blasted out, its light green skin still intact. Even the short hair was still there. He seemed to be eating something. If it wasn't for the fact that his clothes were gone, everyone would have wondered if he had withstood that wild bombardment or not. Even at this moment, a terrifying sense of oppression was emanating from all around him. How is that possible? Han Wanyuan's pupils shook wildly and subconsciously retreated half a step. It's impossible to carry it even if it's a late third-order strong body species. Why is he unharmed? He had misjudged this point. Chen Fei was still slightly injured by the skin. But compared to his terrifying recovery speed, it was not worth mentioning. Bearded Flux clenched her silver teeth as she recalled the first time she met Chen Fei. At that time, the latter did not have such a despairing sense of oppression. Obviously still at the second rank, why is he so strong? Wu Junchang held his right wrist with his left hand, his face unsightly. Had he been fooled by his perception ability again? The last time he used his ability before entering the Meat Mountain, the answer he received was that he could find a way to break the situation by entering it. As it turned out, the loss of the 4 commanders allowed the humans to directly activate the final plan. The result was that the fourth order zombies were blown up. Myself and Bearded Flux had actually survived. Could it be the same this time? Thinking like this, Wu Junchang surveyed the surroundings, looking for a way to break the situation. Whoosh! Chen Fei made a flash and arrived in front of Han Wanyuan. The latter was startled and was about to unleash his ability. Ka-ching! Chen Fei kicked the side of the opponent's knee, directly dry-folding the latter. Ah! Han Wanyuan fell to the ground with an unsteady center of gravity, looking at his folded leg and crying out miserably. Even his breath was so disorganized that he was unable to use his supernatural abilities for a moment. How to break the game? Wu Junchang was sweating profusely. However, he couldn't find it at all. A powerful zombie wouldn't suddenly appear to with the other party. Even if it came out, it would most likely kill all the humans first. He finally understood why the second rank of the district could gather so many entry-rank zombies. Why the stronghold of the Sunrise organization was destroyed by the other side. Everything was strength. Everyone had underestimated this strange zombie. Damn it, is humanity's fate doomed? Bearded Flux was unwilling. Last time, the fourth order zombie was unable to move and was still able to be blown up with a large yield missile. What about this time? The other party would obediently be bombed? Seeing that Han Wanyuan was injured, many members of the Sharp Dagger Squad surrounded and killed. Bang! 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 Figures flew out like dead dogs. The sound of a single voice meant the death of a second order awakened. Chen Fei waved his hand in a myriad of shadows. The crowd couldn't even touch Chen Fei. The latter's speed and strength had reached an extremely exaggerated level. It was only after 30 to 40 people died that the rest of the awakened were cowed and did not dare to step forward. One could only pray for Commander Han. Trying to communicate with you guys is still a lot of work. Chen Fei stopped his movements, shook off the blood on his fists, and swept his eyes over the crowd. Can we have a proper talk now? It was true that as a zombie himself, trying to explain, negotiate, and communicate with humans that was all extremely difficult. Not without a beating. Talk? The corner of Wu Junsung's mouth twitched. There is still talk between us? Not to mention that this particular species might be the culprit for invading the gathering place. Even if it wasn't, everyone had fought to this extent. Are you really willing to talk? The goal of the humans was to clear out the zombies. The zombies want to eat the humans. When this irreconcilable and contradictory relationship exists, everyone is doomed to a hostile relationship. Anyone who says they want to coexist peacefully is naive and ridiculous. Who believes? Who dares to bet? Especially since humans have a precedent of being destroyed by zombies in their gathering places. This has led to the fact that when humans encounter a zombie, they will most likely make the first move. Kill if you can, run if you can't. If you're planning to captive humans, there's no need to talk about it, we have no fear of dying, Wu Juncheng added stiffly. Before we die out, we'll also bite off a piece of your meat. He had heard that there was a strong man in a certain gathering in the next city that had been killed, and the higher-ups had promised the zombies to send people to the other side on a regular basis in order to save their lives. And the other party would definitely shelter the gathering place. After all, this was a long-term meal ticket. If that was the case, Wu Junsung felt that he might as well fight to the death. I don't like eating people, Chen Fei shook his head, not caring if the other party believed him or not. I only want one thing, and that's your human's third-order cultivation method. If you're willing to give me a copy of it, I can spare you. Even using this land as a boundary, in the future, the northeastern part of Z City will be completely under your control. I will no longer expand over there. There were not too many materials to be found in the city anyway. Chen Fei's next focus would be on the deep mountains to the south. The big bird that he slaughtered last time had a fourth-rank boss that was in the deep mountains to the south. Sooner or later, he would have to touch it. The method of cultivation? Don't you zombies evolve just by devouring? Why bother with this? Wu Juncheng's soul asked 3 times in a row. Chen Fei casually kicked away Han Yuan, who was still wailing. It was just enough to kick the latter in front of a group of humans. The latter subconsciously retreated a few steps. A healer then stepped forward to use his ability to help Han Yuan heal his injuries. Consider me curious, Chen Fei's tone grew impatient. I can forgive your rude behavior, I'll give you a minute to think about it, if you refuse we'll continue. It could be considered a chance for Chen Fei to give alms to the other party. After all, killing all these people would only take a little more time for Chen Fei. In the end, if he left 1 or 2 of them behind, once the flesh and blood pact plus favored minor stance was given, it wouldn't be difficult to want anything. Now it was up to these humans to be sensible or not. Wu Juncheng frowned, his tone full of hesitation and distrust. How can I trust you, in case you get something after? Without waiting for the other party to finish, Chen Fei said indifferently, you have no choice. Chapter 54, Alien Energy Cultivation Method. Desperate, helpless. Some people gritted their teeth and were furious, their fists clenched. They wanted to say that the big deal was to fight. But after seeing Chen Fei's terrifying strength, no one felt that their side still had a chance of winning. When the gap in strength was large enough, the courage to fight for one's life all seemed especially ridiculous. I hope you can keep your word. Wu Juncheng gritted his teeth and looked at a late second stage awakened person next to him. The latter hesitated. Commander Wu, I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Wu Juncheng's expression was serious, yet his heart was clear. Is this the no danger in his perception? It was true that he didn't have anything. But the difference is also too big. The next time to believe perception he ate. At that time, the awakened person took out a small book from his pocket and there was nothing on the cover. It looked like a plain little notebook. Because this action army is outside overnight, so the senior management specially approved to transcribe a few copies of the third order cultivation method for the late second order awakened to take with them. This would not delay everyone's cultivation progress. If a few more third order powerhouses can appear in this operation, it would also be excellent for humanity. It was just that no one had expected that this book would be used in this situation. Wu Jun undertook the small book and turned to throw it at Chen Fei. The latter raised his hand to catch it, and did not expect the other party to still have this thing with him. Originally, he had planned to have the other party send someone back to retrieve it. In that case, it seemed to have saved him the trouble. Chen Fei wasn't worried about the other party swindling him and casually waved his hand. You guys go back. In the future, this will be the dividing line between your territory and mine. After saying that, Chen Fei turned around and left. The crowd was confused. It ended just like that? The promised zombie couldn't be trusted. How come this zombie was quite good at talking? He laughed? Bearded Fluorescent's beautiful eyes were stagnant and somewhat unbelievable. The back of this departure of the other party was just like the first time he encountered it. Could there really be zombies that don't eat people? Wu Juncheng, however, was greatly relieved. Just now he felt that he was carrying an incomparable burden on his shoulders. He felt that more than 2,000 lives were pressed on him. Never had this sense of suffocation. Looking back, he actually bet on a zombie to keep his word? What a bold choice, what a helpless choice. It was good that the bet was right. Everyone, pack up. And go home. Wu Juncheng couldn't talk about what he felt. Winning or losing? Neither. It was a human being who had been given a piece of survival land by a zombie. And there was no guarantee that the other side wouldn't renege later. There was only one option for his side to accept. Otherwise, with the strength shown by the other party, no one would be able to help him even if he broke into the gathering place alone. Going home? Bearded Flux was a bit confused, but a slight change appeared in his eyes as he looked at Wu Junchang. Although the latter's compromise with the zombies seemed like a cowardly move, how much pressure should he have endured at that moment? How much scolding did he have to endure afterward? All along, Bearded Fleur thought that Wu Junchang was just a small kid. If he didn't have the right abilities, he would never have been the chief of this operation. Obviously in his 20s, but not very mature. However, today she changed her opinion of him. Perhaps having walked away from a life and death crisis, everyone was relieved. They even began to celebrate. Going home, what a comforting word. The human purging army came in a rage and returned with a weird atmosphere. Joyful? Depression? Anger? Discontent? Despair? Perhaps all of them. Upon learning of the return of the cleansing army, Chu Tianhui and the 4 leaders traveled a distance of 3 kilometers to greet them. Returning from a great victory? Good job. Seeing that so many people had returned, Chu Tianhui patted Wu Junchang on the shoulder, very pleased. Turning puzzled, why is everyone's mood not high? Tired? The atmosphere was weird to the naked eye. How come there was no look of triumph at all? Wu Junsung shook his head helplessly, no. What's going on? Chu Tianhui's face changed and became serious. Bearded Fluorescent leaned over, that zombie is much stronger than we expected, the threat level is not below that of a 4th-order zombie, but he doesn't seem to have the intention of slaughtering humans. Perhaps we misunderstood that zombie from the beginning? What exactly is going on? Chu Tianhui hurriedly pressed the question. Wu Junchang stopped Bearded Fleur from continuing, it's better for me to say it. We first struck with fire, then gathered all the awakened above the 2nd order to surround him, but we couldn't hurt him in the slightest. In the end, we could only use the 3rd-order cultivation method in exchange for staying alive. He said that the northeast of Z City will be ours in the future, but I can't be sure of the credibility of his words. At least he did spare us, otherwise. After roughly describing what happened, Wu Junchang looked at the large army behind him. The few leaders who happened to lean over also fell silent when they heard this. So in fact, the Grand Army couldn't do anything about the other side at all, and was forced to make a deal? As the chief leader of this operation, I will bear all the consequences. Wu Junchang gritted his teeth. He had prepared himself on the way back. Bearded Flux wanted to say something else, but he yanked him aside. Everyone together couldn't hurt him? Could it be that he's already at the 4th rank? Chu Tianhui's face became even more unsightly. If that was the case, even if the other party temporarily spared the humans, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't strike again. Could it be that they would shake their tails and beg for mercy at that time? Dignity and the right to live never depended on the charity of others. Rather, it relies on a hard fist. Boiling a frog in warm water is most undesirable. But the problem today is that mankind's fists are not hard enough. Cleaning up downtown? It ended up being a joke. Alas! You can't be blamed for this, as that zombie said, we had no choice, the white-haired old man sighed, his otherwise radiant appearance rapidly emaciated, at least the viable forces were preserved. There's still hope if the people are still there. The crowd nodded. There was nothing wrong with Wu Junchang's choice. On the contrary, fighting hard to the end might have wiped out the entire army. At that time, it would really be difficult for the humans who lost such a large force to survive again. A collective meeting was held before the army entered the city. Very simple. The details of this operation must not be mentioned to anyone when they return. The top brass will announce that this is a great victory. Survivors need hope. Only with hope can order be maintained. If everyone despairs, then the survivors of Z City will really come to an end. When Lu Weiwei heard the news of the army's triumph on the production line, she didn't know whether to be happy or not for a moment. Everyone around her embraced each other and celebrated the victory. Only she was in a daze. Is Mr. Zombie dead? What about Xiaohan? The thought that the girl had lost her mom, and as a result, her dad had also lost his. Instantly, they felt sorry for each other. On the other hand, Chen Fei explained that Morning Biao did not need to expand further to the east. He then returned to his residence, having changed his clothes before returning. He sat in front of the courtyard and opened his small notebook. Alien Energy Cultivation Method. Introduction. Since the calamity, there have been countless awakened people, and all of them are just crossing the river blindly. Today, with my perception to create this cultivation method, although this method is suitable for both young and old, but each person's talent physique is different, the effect of cultivation is also different. I hope that future generations can also create a new law, perfect the method of cultivation of supernormal capabilities, and then continue to make efforts. Chapter 55, Ferrying the Heart Bridge. The words written by the person who copied it are not bad. The front part of the alien energy cultivation law Chen Fei just roughly swept his eyes, finally stopping at this page. The second stage is the accumulation of quantity, and how is this quantity determined? I'll roughly quantify it. The early stage of the second stage is roughly 100 to 199 energy units, the middle stage of the second stage is 200 to 299 energy units, and the late stage of the second stage is 300 to 499 energy units. The amount of energy units accumulated in the late second stage varies according to each person's upper tolerance limit. Theoretically, the more you accumulate, the stronger you will be after the breakthrough. But exceeding one's tolerance limit will risk losing control of one's energy. A minor internal injury could kill you. It is recommended to stop absorbing energy when it becomes saturated. And as long as you reach 399 energy units, you'll meet the minimum breakthrough requirement. Most third-order commanders have reached their limit and are unable to suppress their breakthroughs. Lucky breakthroughs lead to commanders, unlucky breakthroughs. These commanders are missing a key step. I've named it the Bridge of the Heart. According to the 10 volunteers, the situation that each person faces when crossing the bridge is similar. If you cross the bridge, your mind will be clear, and you will be able to see the origin of your powers. Afterwards, they use the accumulated energy units to strengthen their powers, and when the strengthening is complete, they are promoted to the third level. The whole process varies from person to person, from 1 or 2 days to 7 or 8 days prediction. Those who are promoted to the third level without passing through the heart bridge will be at risk of losing control of their energy at any time as their strength rises, or they can cross the heart bridge again to make up for this step, but the difficulty of crossing the heart bridge after the third level will increase by several times, and the success rate will be low. The following is the method of crossing the heart bridge. After reading it, Chen Fei was a bit confused. Do my attribute points count as one energy unit? Chen Fei muttered, if it counts, is it more than 500, or more than 1600? How do you look at it? It's over the upper limit. Perhaps one was special. And one did not feel saturated with energy. There was still room for improvement. Try crossing the heart bridge? Chen Fei became curious. It said that crossing the heart bridge was not a one-time success, and it required many attempts to find a way to get through it. There were even some people who somehow made it through. Chen Fei also did not doubt that humans did not lie to themselves. If the alien cultivation method was useless, then he would personally go to the gathering place and lay down, thinking that the other party should welcome themselves. According to the cultivation method, Chen Fei began to meditate on his inner vision. At first, he could not find the feeling, but as his breathing gradually calmed down, Chen Fei seemed to be able to see a bridge. It was very long and could not be seen to the end. Under the bridge is a river, but it seems not, it is fog. Can't really see. It is like looking at flowers in a dream, hazy. Chen Fei tried to lift his leg to walk onto the bridge, his body was floating, and it was difficult for him to exert force. Very laborious step out, just walked on the heart bridge, whispered in the ear. Not being able to hear what was said, he felt disturbed. Noisy. In the next instant, Chen Fei opened his eyes and stared blankly ahead. Where was there any bridge, any river? It was still the familiar ragged village road. The steel coil lay on the ground, seemingly waiting for Chen Fei's favor. When did it get dark? Chen Fei was somewhat alarmed, remembering correctly that it was only 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned. It was only right that he had only stayed on the heart bridge for a short while. How could a few hours have passed in the outside world? This feeling was like suddenly sleepy in the afternoon, thinking of lying down on the bed and squinting for a while, but the result was that it was dark when I opened my eyes. Master? Phantom suddenly appeared, as if relieved. How are you? She had originally come back to report information, only to have Chen Fei sitting at the courtyard entrance with his eyes tightly closed. To avoid the latter being disturbed, Phantom had been guarding the side. Nothing. Chen Fei propped up his forehead with a somewhat surreal feeling. You've come to find me, is there new information? Master, I've already found the human's third-order cultivation method, but that archive room is guarded a bit tightly, Phantom said, rushing to explain. Non-subordinate doesn't dare to forcefully intrude, it's really because I'm afraid of delaying the Master's major event. Well done, Chen Fei nodded, but I've already obtained the cultivation method. You and Shadow follow up by probing more about the deep mountains in the south. It had been a few days, and that big bird had long since finished digesting itself. With Chen Fei's understanding of these zombies, it was impossible for the big bird's boss to hold back his breath. But until now there was no half-hearted news from the other side. There was definitely something going on in the deep mountains. Subordinate obeys. Phantom bowed. There was some self-reproach in her heart. What herself and Shadow had taken so long to borrow. It was also necessary for the Master to do it himself. It always felt like it had failed the Master's cultivation and expectations. The Master was kind enough not to blame himself, but he must learn from his mistakes and strive to not make them again. Thinking of this, the Phantom was full of fighting spirit. Seeing the Phantom leave, Chen Fei was about to start his workout, but his eyes stared. A vague panel surfaced. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 559. Strength, 558. Spirit, 558. Race, zombie. Rank, late second order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 1432. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown. All 3 attributes have increased quite a bit. Could it be because of the heart bridge? Chen Fei wondered. There seemed to be only one possibility. It's not after crossing the heart bridge that you start strengthening your abilities. A bit confused. Could it be because he was a zombie using human cultivation methods that this was the case? Unable to figure it out, Chen Fei decided not to think about it. It would be fine if he could become stronger anyway. He also couldn't see that while he was crossing the heart bridge, the energy factor in the air around him turned into a vortex and madly surged into his body. It was like a black hole, and like a whale swallowing. Phantom noticed something, but she felt that it was reasonable for her master to be so powerful and have some divine manifestations. In contrast, it was rather more strange for a zombie to become stronger just by exercising. Chen Fei walked back to his room. He chose to lie on the bed. Meditating on his inner vision, his breathing slowed down. Seeing the heart bridge for the second time was smoother than the first time. The bridge that could not be seen to end, the streaming animal that seemed like a river, the sky could not be described. It felt there, and it felt not there. Chen Fei's location was already half a foot on the bridge. Does it still come with automatic archiving? Chen Fei ignored the murmur in his ears. Having suffered a loss once, how could he be affected this time? Those sounds were annoying, just like when you were about to fall asleep in a daze, only to have mosquitoes flying by your ears every now and then. But as long as he thought that he could become stronger if he held on a little longer, Chen Fei was incomparably determined. He felt that his body was heavy, like a ghost had pressed down on his bed in his sleep. Every time he moved a step, Chen Fei had the feeling that he was about to run out of strength, but after realizing it, he felt that he still had strength left. Since turning into a zombie, this was the first time Chen Fei felt strained. Adding that murmuring sound in the ear, it really annoys people. 1 step, 2 steps. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Fei's head was empty and he froze as he fell backward. In reality, Chen Fei kicked his right foot violently. Boom! The bed collapsed. This? How is it still night? Did I sleep for a long time? Chen Fei walked outside the house, but saw that it was still the same. If he had slept for more than a day, it was expected that both Shadow and Phantom would be around. Just like before. However, the perception was that they were not there. Obviously this time, it felt like a long time had passed. The result seemed to be the opposite? Suddenly his afterglow noticed that the ores closest to the house seemed to have turned into ordinary stones. Chen Fei grinned, revealing a slightly evil smile, crossing the heart bridge? Interesting. Chapter 56, Another Big Bird. Ever since Chen Fei had ordered no further expansion to the east, Morning Biao and Lightning had gone to support the south side with a group of minions. The east side was fine with letting their men make their occasional rounds. At this moment a mountain converged on Chen Fei's 5 dependents. Morning Biao, Blast Wind, Lightning, Boulder, and Blade. They were looking towards the deep mountains. Hasn't there been a lot less movement over there recently? Morning Biao was a bit uncertain. There were movements in the deep mountains from time to time when he first came for support. The second-order speed species that were sent out to scout were all going nowhere. Shadows would occasionally appear, but his strength was limited and he didn't dare to get too close to the place where the movement was emanating from. The result was a double take. Everyone guessed that the movement over there was mostly caused by a battle. Blast, on the other hand, looked at Blade. Those guys are still guarding that hill? His path south was stopped by a group of third-order zombie wolves. The leader of them was a late third order. Under his command were 3 mid-third order and 7 early third order. If not for the fact that they were completely suppressed by Blizzard's side in terms of numbers, I'm afraid that it would have been more than just a blockade. Gale had fought with that late third order zombie wolf 3 times, and each time it was a draw. This was still the case when Blast Wind had been strengthened by the flesh and blood contract. Yes, they've been guarding against us. Blade was a bit upset. Why don't we gather all our subordinates and fight them? No way, Blast immediately objected. I suspect that the movement in the deep mountains is related to those wolf zombies. It's likely that this is just a part of their forces. What does the boss say? The crowd of mourners all looked at Lightning. The latter had just returned from the village, and the purpose of his return was to consult Chen Fei. Lightning shook his head helplessly. Master seems to have something important to do, and Phantom is guarding the doorway, not allowing me to enter. At those words, the mourners were helpless. Blizzard suddenly looked at the opposite mountain and frowned. There are 3 more third-order auras. More than that, the number of entry-order zombies is still increasing. Lightning, go gather all your men and prepare to evacuate. At the same time, send Speed C to Elbow Blade, Red Ghost, and Iron Tower for support. Blast Wind spoke rapidly. If it was said that before, Blast Wind's side could slightly suppress the wolves over there by virtue of their numerical advantage. The 2 sides had formed a standoff. Now the situation was starting to reverse. The number of the other side was increasing. At this rate, soon the numbers would not even be inferior to this side. Lightning was about to leave when a zombie eagle with a wingspan of more than 5 meters swooped down from high altitude, bringing up a gust of hurricane wind. It hovered above the heads of Blizzard and the other zombies. His eyes were full of disdain, and his tone was cold. "My lord already knows about your beheading of our messengers, but my lord is merciful and will give you one more chance: submit or die." The aura of the late third stage was undisguised, even vaguely wanting to overpower Blast Wind. Damn! Morning Biao was very unconvinced, but his body subconsciously prepared for battle. It seemed that as long as the other party dared to make a move, he could immediately counterattack. "This matter needs to ask my boss for his opinion." Blast Wind's gaze was fearless. "You guys aren't in a hurry for this 1 or 2 days, right? Humph. Still want to stall for time?" The zombie eagle seemed to see through Blast Wind's mind at a glance. "No need to bother, I'll go and capture your master. A mole-like existence still dares to put up a fight. Also let you guys see what is meant by strength. The weak do not deserve to be followed." After saying that, the zombie eagle didn't wait for Blast Wind to open his mouth, and even more so, ignored the angry eyes of several zombies. It directly spread its wings and headed in the direction of the village. The speed was so fast that it broke through the sound barrier, and the hurricane brought up by the rising winds alone blew down many trees. "How dare you blaspheme against my lord?" Blade swung his right blade, directly cutting a tree next to him that was thicker than a man's waist, gritting his teeth. It must not be forgiven. The remaining few zombies also had gloomy eyes, their killing intent undisguised. The boulder roared, "Die, all of you." He wasn't very good at talking, but these few words were enough to express his anger. Only to see the boulder, with his strong physical body, directly crash through the shrubs and rush down the mountain, heading for the opposite hill. For a moment the remaining 4 zombies didn't react. What to do? Lightning was a bit frozen. All the emotions that had just been brewing forked and split. Morning Biao sank his voice. "Then fight." Blizzard echoed, "Catch them off guard before their numbers converge." "No, brother? Just now you were saying retreat." Spitting it out, Lightning Charge wasn't slowing down at all. At the same time, he roared, "All zombies listen to the order, kill for me." Although this kind of roar couldn't deliver the message to all the zombies' ears, but there was no time, it could only be like this. For a while, countless roars in the mountain responded, and their roars traveled further. At the same time, in the opposite mountain, the 2-meter-tall zombie wolf king heard the roars from the opposite side and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "A bunch of mole crickets, don't know what to say," the zombie wolf king roared. "If you want to fight, then fight. All the zombie beasts, follow me to kill the enemy." Hundreds of beast roars spread out, shaking the sky and the earth. Soon both sides met in the valley. Although the boulder was the first to charge, speed was not his advantage. Instead, Blast Wind and Lightning arrived first. Without negotiation, the moment they saw the zombie wolf king, Blast Wind's monstrous anger could no longer be contained. The battle between the two sides was imminent. Small 3-story house in the village. Chen Fei walked out of the front door and stretched. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 811. Strength, 812. Spirit, 811. Race, zombie. Rank, late second order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, favors, 1432. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown. Isn't this crossing heart bridge of mine a bit long? Chen Fei was somewhat puzzled. Counting the time, it had been 8 days since he had crossed the heart bridge. The enhancement brought about by crossing the heart bridge was great, but it was as if there was no end to one's heart bridge. The methods that humans used to advance in rank had instead become tainted in their own case. No matter what, it was good to be able to raise one's strength. At least this method accelerated the speed at which one absorbed the ore. In the past few days, the ores in the courtyard had been reduced by a large portion, and it was finally possible to get off the ground. Chen Fei didn't take in any new dependents, mainly because he was now somewhat unable to look at the second rank, feeling like it was a waste of grids. And catching the third order alive wasn't as easy as it was at the very beginning of the expansion. After all, zombies aren't cuties either. Watching their neighbors being captured and killed one by one, they must have abandoned their territories and fled for their lives. Chen Fei did take the time to give the blood and flesh contracts to Boulder, Lightning, and Blade respectively. None of his 3 appearance changes were great, and his rank hadn't increased, he was just stouter. Strength was increased to a certain extent. Oh? Another big bird? Chen Fei looked up at the sky in slight surprise. A black dot rapidly zoomed in, wrapped in a boundless hurricane and swooped in. "You're the one who defied my lord. This long time or second stage, how unbearable, go back with me." The eagle zombie sneered, not putting Chen Fei in its eyes in the slightest. Reaching out its claws, it was about to claw at Chen Fei. Chapter 57, Melee. In the valley. Boom! After tens of consecutive exchanges, Blast Wind and the Wolf King zombie both retreated tens of meters. Gale's claws violently grabbed the ground, plowing out ravines before barely stabilizing his stance. The Wolf King zombie, on the other hand, continuously crashed through several trees to stop. I've always wondered why your strength and physical body are not weak when you're clearly a speed-type zombie. The Wolf King zombie licked its fangs. I think I can evolve even more perfectly by eating you. Ow. With a wolf whistle, the zombie Wolf King attacked again. It was considered a strong-bodied species. Its speed was not as good as Blast Wind, but in all other aspects, it was superior to Blast Wind. Each of them had their own strengths, so they fought equally. It seems to be a matter of course. Only the zombie Wolf King himself knows that he is the second general under the master. Undefeated in 100 battles, devouring all kinds of opponents before evolving to the late third stage. It was precisely for this reason that it was assigned to guard the mountain. But it was a seemingly simple and incomparable task that actually allowed him to come across such an outstanding zombie. The zombie Wolf King was incomparably excited. As long as he ate the other party, he would definitely evolve to the point where he was invincible under his master. Even that stinky eagle could no longer be his opponent. This was the opportunity. It may not be who eats who today. Blizzard threw out both claws, bringing up residual shadows behind him as he rushed towards the other side. Compared to the flagging battle over here, Morning Biao and the other 4 dependents were pressed. They were all fighting 2 or even 3 at a time. Morning Biao punched away a third-order zombie wolf, and his back was also attacked by another third-order zombie wolf. Several bone-deep wounds gushed out putrid blood. These guys are more than a little stronger than the zombies in the city. How did they do it? The more Morning Biao fought, the more alarmed he became. When he thought about it, he was crushed when he encountered opponents of the same level in the downtown area, but now he was suppressed to the point of losing. On the other side, Lightning was even only able to rely on its speed advantage to maneuver between the 3 mid-third stage zombie wolves, and the slightest mishap might result in a serious injury. It was like dancing on a tightrope. Boulder's situation is not bad. This guy's defense is amazing. Even if it is suppressed by 3 third order, it will be fine for a while. Blade belonged to give up all defense and face everything with the most powerful attack. A time to 1 against 2 Blade also slightly prevailed. However, the latter himself knows that this crazy attack can't last long. Once there is a mistake, is doomed. The remaining 3 third-order zombie wolves were surrounded by a large group of second-order zombies. The rest of the zombies and the other party's newly added entry-order zombie beasts were in a mixed battle. The situation was balanced for a short time. But as the number of enemies increased, this balance was slowly broken. Plop! Blade didn't lower his head. He knew that his chest was pierced by the wolf's claws. Master gave me the name of Blade. I shall be like Blade, and cut down all incoming enemies for my master. Phew! Puff! Blade's left edge plunged into the other party's claw that pierced through him, restricting the other party's movement. The latter struggled violently, but realized that he could not break free, and for a moment, he actually panicked a bit. Blade decisively struck. His right blade violently plunged into the opponent's chaotically swinging head. The head penetrated. At the same time, a strong wind coming from the side of the blade. Bang! You guy looks like a madman every time you fight. A pitch-black figure appeared, barely knocking away the zombie wolf that had attacked Blade. You haven't finished repaying your master's favor yet, so you can't die so casually. Shadow? Blade shook off the already dead zombie wolf and was slightly surprised. What are you doing out here if you're not hiding in the shadows? Bull, if the master knows that I watched you die, I'm afraid he'll chastise me. Don't you dare try to trap me. Shadow skimmed his lips, as if he was quite serious. He also didn't ask if the other party was alright. Having his chest pierced was just that, not a fatal wound for a zombie. Not to mention that Blade had received an increase from the blood-flesh contract. Boom! It was at this moment that the 3 third stages that were under siege, the 2 wolves and 1 fox rushed out of the encirclement. They locked onto this side at the first opportunity and killed along with the zombie wolves that had just been knocked away. 4. Very well, today I, Blade, will kill all of you. Blade was fearless and swung his dual swords, advancing instead of retreating. Shadow was speechless. If it was those early third-order ones in the city, it could still resist. But these zombie beasts were obviously experienced in battle, far from the zombies in the city. Accompany you. The shadow brought up dark shadows in its hands, and the shadows transformed into blades. It followed right behind Blade. 100 meters away, Blast and the zombie Wolf King were already all over the place. Both sides knew that they couldn't take each other down in a short period of time, so they both coincidentally adopted the fight method of exchanging injuries for injuries. It was impossible to say who was superior or inferior. My lord has already dispatched a large army to come. You don't even know how powerful my lord is. You guys are bound to lose, so why bother struggling uselessly? The zombie Wolf King said this on his lips, but his eyes were no longer as contemptuous as they were at the beginning. The opponent's figure was small, but it was indeed a worthy opponent. Blizzard gasped for air, blood bubbling from his mouth and nose, but grinned. Like you said, you guys have no idea how powerful my boss is. Neither side was likely to give in. In the next instant, both sides once again transformed into residual shadows and kept sparring. At this time, a roar spread in the distance, even slightly suppressing the noisy shouts and killings of the battlefield. I am the #1 junior under the boss's seat. Today you all have to die. only to see the funeral puma covered in countless bloody mouths. Many can see white bones, but his hands are carrying 2 wolf heads. The aura was so majestic that those first and second rank zombie beasts around him didn't dare to approach. Stop pretending, come help me. Lightning was in agony. To say who was the most miserable, it was him. We are only a speed species, why do we have to fight 3 at once? Okay, I'll help you. Morning Biao dropped the bloody wolf head and ran. It quickly joined the battle. Lightning's pressure was much less. Tell the master that I'm not a coward. A shout spread out. It was Blade. He and Shadow were ultimately no match for each other and lost after only a few moves. Obviously, he was ready to die. Don't fart, with me here, you won't die for a while. Shadow was also injured, pulling Blade to transform into a shadow. He actually managed to dodge the siege of the 4 zombie beasts. This ability of his is a bit interesting, capture the live ones and bring them back to the master. The zombie fox's eyes lit up. When they fought, Shadow had only used his shadow blade, and as a whole, he could only barely resist a 3rd-order zombie. It was only now that he realized. The Shadow's ability was considered a rarity within the hidden species. They felt that such rarities were of course to be offered to their masters. Damn, Shadow, so you can take people and run. Blade couldn't help but spit out. He had always thought that Shadow's ability could only be used by himself. Shadow's expression was ugly and his breath fell rapidly. Don't talk, I won't last long using my ability like this. Having said that, he did not leave Blade behind. Gradually, the number of zombie beasts actually began to overtake Death Puma's side. The crowd of zombies were counter-suppressed. In this way the 3rd-order zombie beasts had even less to worry about. This battle seemed to end immediately. Whoosh! Boom! It was at this moment that 2 figures fell from high altitude one after another. A deep pit was smashed out and a loud noise erupted. Chapter 58, Unconscionable? On the village road. There was an additional zombie eagle with a huge body on the ground. Its head was plunged into the pit, its wings were broken, and it had already lost its life. Chen Fei was slightly surprised. This zombie eagle was actually able to catch 2 of my moves. Although the first move only exerted 50% of its strength, one must realize that Chen Fei's 3 attributes were all quite high now, and his strength was far from being comparable to that of a 3rd-order zombie. A glimpse of the leopard in the tube. The overall strength of the zombies in the mountains was much stronger than the zombies in the city. The petite figure ran over and knelt down on one knee, terrified. My subordinate deserves to die for letting the enemy offend the master. It's fine, Chen Fei waved his hand and turned his head to the south. Did something happen? Recently, he had been crossing the Heart Bridge, not paying much attention to the outside world. But a powerful late 3rd stage zombie eagle sneaking up on him was telling. It was just the right time to go out for a walk. You stay here and protect Xiaohan. After saying that, Chen Fei smoothly grabbed the eagle's claws and leapt up tens of meters in one long leap. Boom! A sonic boom sounded in the air. Chen Fei disappeared at an extremely exaggerated speed. The village was only a few kilometers away from the mountains. When approaching the first mountain, Chen Fei sensed the movement of the battle in the distance. Chen Fei's eyes stared, recognizing his bearings. His speed was a few points faster. A mountain of 700 to 800 meters, he scaled it in a few breaths. Tell master that I'm not a coward. This roar could be heard even by Chen Fei, who had yet to arrive at the battlefield. He violently threw the corpse of the zombie eagle in his hand. He then bent his knees and lashed out, the mountain collapsing into a large hole as he stepped on it. He was the first to strike afterward, instantly arriving over the corpse of the zombie eagle. Looking down, 2 large armies were fighting in the valley. On the ground were the corpses of various zombies, many of which were the minions that Funeral Biao had collected. That is, Chen Fei's subordinates. When he saw a shadow with a blade that was struggling to evade the 4 zombies surrounding it, a surge of anger arose. Chen Fei kicked hard, and the corpse of the zombie eagle was like a cannonball, rushing straight to the center of the battlefield. The former also followed suit, falling down with a brazenness. Whoosh! Boom! The corpse of the zombie eagle was already huge, coupled with the fact that the strength of its flesh was not low, it directly smashed the ground into tens of centimeters. Chen Fei, on the other hand, landed on the side and happened to step on a 2nd-order zombie rabbit. Plop! Stomped into rabbit sauce. The commotion was so loud that many zombies looked this way coincidentally, and some even forgot that they were still fighting. The surrounding battlefield was briefly quiet for a few seconds. Eagle Warlord? A 3rd-rank zombie recognized the corpse of the zombie eagle and couldn't believe his eyes for a moment. How could this be possible? The Eagle War General was the #1 powerhouse under its master, even the zombie Wolf King was no match for it. How could it die? For a time, the Morning Beast side had difficulty accepting this reality. Master? The shadow was already on the verge of not being able to hold on, but seeing Chen Fei arrive, his heart was greatly relieved. It's all our fault for being incompetent. Blade was however very self-blaming, otherwise, dealing with these guys wouldn't have required Master's personal arrival. As soon as his words came out, Shadow also expressed his approval. The enemy boss hadn't even made a move yet, but his own boss appeared first. it was invariably weaker by a head. Bringing shame to their master undoubtedly made the two zombies feel very guilty. So what even if your master comes? The four zombies took the opportunity to surround them, their tone disdainful. Whoever comes today will have to die. Obviously, the death of the zombie eagle was shocking to them, but not enough to disintegrate the will. Without seeing it with their own eyes, who knows if the zombie eagle was surrounded and killed? Anyway, they didn't believe that a second-order zombie could manage to kill the zombie eagle unharmed. Shadow and Blade's faces changed dramatically. At the same time, the battlefield, which had been silent for a few seconds, was once again fighting, and hissing sounds continued to spread. Shoo! Who gave you guys the courage? A figure blocked in front of Shadow and Blade, his hands were used as knives, and it was like cutting tofu into the heads of the two zombies. The latter hadn't even reacted until they died. Still retaining the stance of charging, they didn't flop to the ground with a soft thud until they lunged out a dozen meters. Boom! Chen Fei's legs were not idle either. The other two zombies were directly kicked to rot their torsos and flew out backwards. It looked like they wouldn't survive either. Shadow and Blade didn't have time to speak. They only felt a flash before their eyes, followed by a hurricane. Chen Fei had already appeared beside the scaly Morning Biao, casually patting the latter. Well done, recover first. Saying so, his hand had already clamped down on the neck of a zombie wolf and exerted a slight force. Ka-ching! It was directly pinched off. On the other side, the zombie wolf king who glimpsed the scene with his afterglow hurriedly took advantage of the blow against blast wind and retreated tens of meters away. Second rank killing third rank this easily? How is that possible? The zombie wolf king felt like its view of zombies had been refreshed. If it remembered correctly, even its own master was only able to kill a mid-third stage zombie so easily when he was in the early third stage. His own wolf clan's combat strength was even higher after he turned into a zombie. It was strangled to death so easily? Over there is. It was then that the zombie wolf king noticed the corpse of the zombie eagle and was horrified in his heart. War General Eagle was killed by him? What kind of monster is he? Oh, the zombie wolf king howled. The situation has changed, retreat. Just after giving the order, it itself even turned around and ran. Gale wanted to chase after it. The footsteps that he had just taken were soft, and he almost fell down. In fact, if it continued to wear out, the blast wind would definitely lose the battle. It was merely holding its breath. Sizzling Wind recognized itself as the number one zombie under Chen Fei. If it couldn't even slow down the other party's strongest combatant, then what face would it have to call itself so? As the zombie wolf king's order spread, the crowd of zombie beasts left their opponents behind and burrowed into the mountains and forests in the back. They were already in an advantageous position, and their evacuation wasn't hindered too much. On the contrary, the two mid-third stage zombie wolves on Lightning's side were resolved by Chen Fei just as soon as they had the intention to escape. There was simply no time to run. Chen Fei was about to go after the zombies that were originally surrounding the boulder when he suddenly stopped. Raising his head, he looked towards the opposite side of the mountain. Roar! A tiger's roar came from the opposite mountain. A powerful might traveled to the heart of every zombie along with the sound. Perhaps out of instinct, the first and second rank zombies on Chen Fei's side actually got down in unison. Such a sense of oppression was by no means unusual for a zombie. Chen Fei's face was even more grave. Fourth order? Although he hadn't seen the main body, Chen Fei was pretty sure that the other party was a fourth-order zombie. You have proved your strength and value. Become my affiliate. I can spare you the offense regardless of previous suspicions. A voice full of might came. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I can give you a day to consider. After saying that, there was no movement in the mountain, as if they didn't bother to say something threatening. After all, in the eyes of the fourth rank, Chen Fei was nothing more than a special second-rank zombie. In the end, it was still a second rank. One day? Chen Fei pondered, but did not answer the other party, instead beckoning to Lightning and Morning Biao beside him. Within half a day, gather all the zombies. Having fought to this point, you say you don't care about the past? I don't believe it. I only believe in my own fists. Chapter 59, Convergence of the Army. Chen Fei knew zombies too well. He doesn't even believe in the punctuation marks of what the other side said. Think about it differently. If Chen Fei was a fourth-order zombie facing the offense of a second-order zombie, would he let him go? No. If a second-order zombie was this strong, wouldn't it be a great tonic to eat it? It's only normal for zombies that have evolved by devouring to think this way. Even if they don't eat it, can't they beat it up before taking it in? Combined with the fact that the other party didn't come looking for trouble for so long before, but today. That meant that the other party was in a critical period. The higher the level of the zombie's mind, the more uncomplicated it is. Chen Fei sighed in his heart. They have all learned to play schemes. Seeing that there was no more movement in the mountains, Chen Fei turned around and headed for his own mountain. Morning Biao had already started directing the zombies that were still alive to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, he secretly sent out several teams of speed-breed zombies to deliver the news. Half a day was enough time for the zombies from the other two paths to arrive for support. Remember to ask Tai Ta to bring more ores when he comes. Morning Biao seriously commanded. A team of speed species then left in separate directions. In fact, if it wasn't for the fear that his men would be finished off by the other party's men when they dealt with the fourth order zombies, Chen Fei would have rushed up just now. Earlier in the air, Chen Fei had realized that the other party still had a steady stream of reinforcements. If he hadn't arrived himself, Morning Biao and the rest of the zombies definitely wouldn't have been able to hold out for long. At the top of the hill, Chen Fei found a rock and sat down. Shadow. Subordinate is here. A shadow appeared from behind a tree and knelt on one knee. Although his breath was unstable, the power to use his ability was still there. Chen Fei closed his eyes. Wake me up when the army assembly is complete. With that said, without waiting for the shadow to agree, Chen Fei had already begun meditating on his inner vision. Even though he had just experienced a battle, he was already familiar with crossing the Heart Bridge. It didn't take much effort to see the Heart Bridge. The big battle was imminent, so it would be better to be able to improve a little bit. The worst-case scenario was that he was about to face a fourth-order zombie in its heyday. Nowadays, Chen Fei could not be sure of his ultimate strength. However, the thought of meeting a fourth-order zombie did not frighten him. Instead, he was somewhat excited. Chen Fei had no intention of avoiding the battle. After all, the other party's aura in his perception just now didn't give him too much of an oppressive feeling. Furthermore, Chen Fei always felt that the other party's breath was mixed with something familiar. As he watched the magnificent figure with pale green skin frantically absorbing the energy factor in the air, the shadow silently retreated to the side and began to be vigilant of his surroundings. The words split into two. The bruised and battered zombie Wolf King lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to look directly at the tall and majestic figure in front of him. The latter was more than 3 meters tall just by lying on the ground, and he was afraid to be more than 5 meters when he stood up. The zombie Wolf King was like a small chicken in front of it. The latter's huge physical body combined with its tattooed skin was inherently oppressive. The overall shape was still that of a tiger, but its eyes were scarlet, its eyebrows were like lightning, its fangs were nearly a meter long, and its bloody mouth seemed to be able to eat a cow as long as it was open. There were a few scratches on the tiger's back, which didn't look like they were caused by zombification, but instead looked like injuries. Wolf head, do you know the crime? The huge tiger head stared at the other party, and the breath it exhaled carried heat waves. The zombie Wolf King's entire body trembled. Long gone was the arrogance he had when facing blast wind before. Please also spare my life, give me a chance to make up for my mistake. Sensei was wrong or not, admitting it would be the end. Behind it were several other zombie beasts, all of which were third-order zombie beasts that had just withdrawn from the battlefield. On top of that, there were several other beast-like zombie figures on the left and right sides, looking at the prostrate Wolf King zombie with teasing eyes. Humph. The tiger zombie grunted angrily. If it wasn't for the fact that I just finished fighting with that stupid bear, and now my men are less than half, I would have eaten you. The implication was that the zombie Wolf King would be spared this time. Though all in all the latter was not at fault. The provocation was done by the zombie eagle. Furthermore, no one could have imagined that the other party would react so violently in response to the stress. Could the zombie Wolf King still run away without a fight? I am afraid that the face of the weak zombie tiger will not be good, or even worse. The zombie Wolf King's heart suffocates, but can only be held in the heart. Those zombie birds that collect intelligence are really damned. The eagle war general was also. Even if you die yourself, you still have to pit this wolf. A rabbit that was stronger than a pig spoke up. Lord, do we really want to collect that zombie? The zombie tiger grinned a creepy smile. For him, becoming an aide on my evolutionary path is a gift. Disregarding the past grudges? Just kidding. It was just a reprieve. If not for the fact that he hadn't finished absorbing the treasures that he had managed to snatch with great difficulty, he would have done it long ago. After seeing Chen Fei's formidable strength, a voice appeared in the tiger zombie's mind. Eat him. It's fine, let you live for half a day more. When my strength goes further, I'll let you know what despair is. The first time Elbow Blade and Red Ghost in the west and north received the news, they summoned all their men and even abandoned the targets they were attacking. There's a big battle, the master needs me. This was the thought in the minds of several dependents. Compared to that, expanding their territory seemed irrelevant. Unbeknownst to the Red Ghost, while he was away, a group of humans wearing combat uniforms with a mountain and sun pattern on their chests watched the entire process from a distant high rise. Something's not right, one of the youths frowned. That group of zombies has been expanding wildly for a while now. Why did they suddenly withdraw? They had been monitoring the actions of the Red Ghost and other zombies this entire time. After all, if the latter continued to expand, sooner or later, they would have to discover one of the Sunrise Organization's strongholds. The destruction of another stronghold some time ago seemed to be the work of these zombies. The Sunrise Organization really couldn't handle another one. But the scale of these ranked zombies was too large. Even the Chaoyang Organization didn't have a good way to deal with them. The constant surveillance is just to be able to evacuate in time. Not to lose as much as before. At least they didn't continue to expand any further. Someone sighed in relief. That should be a good thing, right, Captain? Several people looked over at a saucy woman in her early 20s. The latter frowned her pretty eyebrows, her tone serious. That's not necessarily a good thing. Like this, Xiao Dai and I will follow up and see what's going on. You three go back and report the situation. Ever since the South was controlled by zombies, the Sunrise organization rarely sent teams to explore. At least not close to the village that was suspected to be the other side's lair. It could be said that the members of the Sunrise organization in Z City didn't know anything about what was happening in the South. However, they remembered one piece of intelligence. There were suspected fourth-order zombies deep in the mountains to the south. The organization had also sent squads to scout. The result was that those squads all disappeared. Mostly sacrifices. The probability of there being a fourth-order zombie was extremely high. If it was really a fourth-order zombie, it might explain why these zombies suddenly retreated. Of course, she wouldn't jump to conclusions before confirming it with her own eyes. Captain, it's not too safe for the two of you to follow. Someone was worried. Although that Crimson Zombie is only in the early third stage, there's also a third stage spirit species. Even if your ability is sneaking, Captain, you're likely to be discovered. They had suffered a loss once, so they only dared to monitor from afar during the time behind. That one-eyed zombie's perception was excessively strong. It's fine, I'll just follow from afar. Shadai's blessing ability can also strengthen my sneaking, so I can run away even if I can't. The woman's tone was firm. She then pulled on the hand of a 17 or 18-year-old teenager and broke away from the team, chasing after the red ghost in the direction it left. Chapter 60, Voodoo? Doesn't exist. The gathering speed of the zombies under his command was even faster than Chen Fei had expected. For these ranked zombies, running a few dozen kilometers did not take much at all. When Chen Fei was woken up, only 3 hours had passed. All of the dependents, with the exception of Phantom who was assigned to protect Shin Xiaohan, were all present. One after another, they knelt down on one knee. Master Big Brother. Chen Fei nodded and slowly rose. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 825. Strength, 826. Spirit, 825. Race, Zombie. Rank, Late Second Order. Flame Resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, Attachment, 1432. Super Regeneration 3. Flesh and Blood Contract Remnant, on cooldown. Compared to the more than 800 attribute points, the improvement of these 3 hours was very limited. But this time, Chen Fei could vaguely see the end of the Heart Bridge. Chen Fei felt that it wouldn't be long before he could successfully cross the Heart Bridge. Now, to open the whole thing. Inform down, except for those who are unable to fight anymore due to previous battles, all of you will go forward with me and cut down the enemy, said the man who also looked towards Blade and Blast, Shadow and Blade. You guys do what you can. It was also considered caring for his subordinates. Subordinates lead the way. The subordinates earnestly led their orders. Blast, Wind and Blade were touched in their hearts. Why didn't Chen Fei mention Funeral Biao? The latter's own recovery ability was strong, plus it had been increased by Chen Fei's flesh and blood contract. It had already recovered more or less in just 3 hours. The order was soon conveyed. In the dense forest, Chen Fei approached the opposite hill with an army of zombies numbering up to over 2,000. There was no cover. Such a large movement could not be concealed either. Chen Fei and the zombie army were detected by the zombie beasts on the opposite side of the hill shortly after they moved. A zombie beast immediately roared in warning. However, this warning roar was directly ignored. All zombie beasts prepared to meet the enemy. There was a third-order zombie python spitting out snake letters with a cold aura in its eyes. Damn it, do they really think they are our opponents? The zombie rabbit was annoyed. Since you don't want to live, let's make you all happy. In the mountains, countless morning beasts roared. Their numbers were only a little more than Chen Fei's side. The previous battle had caused them to lose quite a few third stages. But even so, the third-order aura in the army of morning beasts was no less than Chen Fei's side. Is the playing field developing so well? Chen Fei teased in a mischievous manner. In his heart, he could not count on it being easy. Chen Fei's perception was fully open, and instantly, the armies of both sides were enveloped. As long as he wanted to, he could clearly perceive the movements of each zombie. He was also able to focus his energies exclusively on a small area. Soon enough, he locked onto the strong aura at the top of the hill. Recognizing the target, Chen Fei's feet exerted force and his body rose up in the air, about to cross over the army of zombie beasts and rush straight to the top of the mountain. Swoosh! A gray-haired rabbit as fat as a domestic pig leaped up to block Chen Fei's front. If you want to see my master, first get past me. Put! Bang! Without waiting for the rabbit to finish, Chen Fei went up with a whip leg. The gray-haired rabbit fell violently like a meteor, and its waist was even more so when it was jerked to fold by a leg. Boom! The gray rabbit smashed out a large pit on the mountain. The body was twisted, blood was coming out of its mouth and nose, and its breath was dying. Where did the pig rabbit come from? Chen Fei was slightly displeased as his body slowly descended, and after landing, he did not wait for the morning beasts to surround him and jumped up again. He directly crossed over the army of morning beasts and rushed to the top of the mountain. Trees collapsed wherever he passed. There was no way to stop Chen Fei's footsteps. On top of the mountain, the zombie tiger slowly opened its scarlet eyes, its huge nostrils spitting out hot breath. Very well, your choices have successfully angered me. The zombie tiger rose, its massive figure of more than 5 meters tall giving off a full sense of oppression. You will pay the price for your choices. It let out a roar, waves of sound sweeping through, sand and gravel flying around it. Chen Fei's strength made it impossible for it to manage to ignore the other party and continue absorbing the treasures. The zombie tiger also did not expect Chen Fei to not only not surrender, but also dare to take the initiative to attack. Not to mention a day, not even half a day. The zombie tiger could only choose to stop absorbing. The sudden interruption caused the zombie tiger's internal breath to disorganize a bit. It forcibly stabilized its chi. Its fourth-order aura still made Chen Fei feel the pressure. Such a big one? Chen Fei stopped after approaching and was a bit surprised at the first sight of the other party. The strength and weakness of these zombie beasts seemed to be able to be seen from their size. But a 5-meter-tall tiger was indeed too bluff. It felt like facing a standing hill. Compared to it, Chen Fei's 1-meter-7+ height looked like a bug. Griffin, die. The zombie tiger did not have the slightest intention of talking nonsense, and with a single movement of his body, he immediately brought up a 10-step gale. It actually disappeared from Chen Fei's field of vision. Chen Fei subconsciously blocked to the left, and immediately afterward, he felt like he was hit by a train. The body flew out to the right uncontrollably. Boom boom. After consecutively crashing through several large trees and skidding tens of meters further, Chen Fei was barely able to stop his body. Looking up, he happened to lock eyes with the zombie tiger. The latter was obviously a bit surprised. You can barely keep up with my speed? What the hell? What the hell is this second-order zombie? Even though the zombie tiger had a preliminary understanding of the strength of the humanoid zombie in front of him, it seemed to have underestimated the other party. Good, I think eating you can make up for my loss. With that, the zombie tiger's mouth rose and disappeared once again. Its speed was so fast that Chen Fei's eyes could not keep up. Only perception could barely lock on. It was estimated that the zombie tiger could not have imagined that a second-order zombie's mental power could be as strong as this. Chen Fei turned to block, barely blocking the other party's huge tiger claws, while his body was short, narrowly avoiding the other party's 2 claws combined. However, the zombie tiger did not have the slightest intention of letting Chen Fei take a breather. Both claws kept waving. Chen Fei continuously dodged, and if he couldn't avoid it, he resisted. Wounds continued to appear on his body, and his bones emitted a wailing sound, as if they were about to fall apart. However, they recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. For a while, the two sides were entangled like this. It looked like Chen Fei had the strength to deal with it, but in reality, he was being suppressed. If other zombies were here and were suppressed like this, I'm afraid they would be exhausted sooner or later. But who was Chen Fei? Completed fighting training, attribute points +1. Add physique. Feeling his physique further strengthened, Chen Fei's bottom line increased greatly. More so, he had caught the gaps in the opponent's attacks several times to counterattack. Unfortunately, it was difficult to inflict effective damage on the zombie tiger. The words were split into two. The armies of both sides had already come into contact, and for a while, the sounds of killing resounded through the clouds. The entire mountain range echoed. Chen Fei's dependents confronted the opponent's third-order zombie beasts. 13 versus 15. It should have been 16, but that late third-order rabbit ran to block Chen Fei's path and was kicked with only 1 breath left. It definitely couldn't participate in the third-order battle. Even as the battlefield expanded, the severely injured gray-haired rabbit would sooner or later die under the waves of the battle. Leave that zombie wolf to me. Gale dragged his still unrecovered body and reached out to point at the opposite zombie wolf king that was just as covered in wounds, his eyes resolute. It's time for us to come to an end. Just what I want. The zombie wolf king roared confidently. Both sides moved and soon disappeared into the forest. Hey, shouting at you big head snake, let's both try. Taita pointed at the giant python on the opposite side. Having been in charge of mining, he had long been suffocated. It was also because of the digging, he instead had time to absorb more ore. Nowadays, he was already in the late third stage. More than once, Taita wanted to change his position. Frontline fighting was what he craved for. But when he thought that mining resources was also important, and that his master had personally appointed him, he can only dig well. Right now he just wanted a good fight. The opposite python was also in the late third stage. It seemed quite suitable. Humph. The giant python snorted coldly, his eyes cloudy. It was obvious that it couldn't look at Taita. Voodoo? How could a zombie be voodoo? Not to mention that the number of zombie beasts was superior. As for the zombie wolf king, let him be. Anyway, one less of him wouldn't be in the way. Go on, kill them all. Python coldly spoke. 14 versus 12, the advantage is mine. Chapter 61 War between zombies. Humph. Underestimating me? Taita was secretly upset. I'll kill you today and roast snake meat for my master. The third rank of both sides made a move at the same time, and a melee broke out. Taita directly looked for the giant python on the opposite side that was thick enough to be a man. The former relied on his strong body and powerful strength, holding onto the python's tail. Taita's forehead veins jumped. The opposite python laughed coldly. His voice was full of disdain. Compare strength with me? Not self-important. The snake's body twisted and the force was transferred to the tail, shocking Taita's body with pain. The latter gritted its teeth and held on, roaring, "I am the captain of the guards under my master's seat, the captain of resource exploitation, killing a long worm of yours, hand to hand." It fiercely pestled its feet into the ground, and the already not-so-sturdy ground under its feet actually crumbled inch by inch. Taita moved his steps with difficulty, actually dragging the python alive. The latter's pupils shrunk. It should be known that it was number one under the zombie tigers in terms of strength. Now it was actually shaken by a zombie so much smaller than itself. No longer taking it lightly, the zombie python opened its bloody mouth and went straight for the Iron Tower's head. The latter twisted and turned violently, holding the snake's tail, and started to spin around. Boom, boom, boom. The zombie python rose up in the air, losing its center of gravity. It was thrown by the tremendous force. Even the snake head that attacked the pylon was out of control. The exaggerated body length directly smashed the surrounding 30 meters of trees, collapsing. The rest of the third-order zombies and beasts didn't dare to approach this side. The melee had just begun, and Taita hardened and opened up a single battlefield. Whoosh! When the flinging speed was high enough, Taita let go. The python's huge body turned into a parabola and landed in the distance with a bang. Taita did not give his opponent a chance to slow down, taking advantage of the first move, then pressuring the opponent to fight. In an instant, Taita caught up, and before the giant python raised its head, he leaped up and rode on the opponent's head. A pair of iron fists fell madly like a rainstorm. Only a muffled sound was heard. The python that was arrogant just a moment ago was suppressed to death. The snake's head kept flinging, trying to shake off the Iron Tower. A few dozen meters away, the boulder play remained stable, pestering the three morning beasts alone. The latter tried to get away. The boulder directly pounced on them and held them one by one. The latter kept struggling and attacking, but were unable to shake the boulder's stone-like body. Third-order boulder, under the full defense, even Blast Wind does not dare to say that it can break his defense in a short period of time. In this way, the numerical disadvantage was directly wiped out. However, the overall strength of the morning beasts was still higher than Chen Fei's familiars. "Shadow, pester one, I'll come back to help you when I'm done with one." Blade's eyes were firm, as if he had completely forgotten Chen Fei's words from earlier. After all, the latter had only said that he would act according to his strength. Blade felt that he was still in good shape, and single-handedly killing one or two of the same rank was completely out of the question. The blackened zombie nodded in response. If he was asked to take on a third-rank head-on, he couldn't do it right now, but his abilities were better suited to stalling for time. Blade also began his set of extreme attacks that gave up all defense. This side had just finished distributing them, and over there, Funeral Biao had already faced off with a mid-third order zombie boar. The latter's charging power was immense. However, after a few impacts, the zombie pig realized that Biao's injuries were getting worse, but his counterattacks were not weakening at all. There was even a momentum of exchanging injuries for injuries. The three dependents, Mind's Eye, Red Hair and Vigorous, cooperated with each other to hold off the three mid-third order zombie pigs. For a while, they were on equal footing. The rest of the zombies have also found their opponents. The opponents were not fixed. After all, a melee is not like a one-on-one battle, where one has to guard against other enemies. The aftermath of the battle affected each other. Even a certain zombie pretended to be repulsed, then approached a certain zombie and launched a surprise attack. Lightning almost suffered a loss, but fortunately he was fast enough. If it were any other dependents, they would probably be seriously injured if they were hit like that. They are very experienced in melee. Try to stall the fight. Lightning roared angrily and once again rushed towards the mid-third stage zombie White Crane on the opposite side. The latter dodged Lightning's attacks several times by virtue of being able to fly. The more they fought, the more Lightning's fire grew. As the only third-order speed species under Chen Fei's command, Lightning thought that it would not be too much worse than Blast Wind. But Blast Wind was dealing with the opponent's top combatant, but he himself was being teased by a not-so-strong same rank. Flying around is annoying. A cold light flashed in Lightning's eyes as he flung something in his hand with such speed that his eyes couldn't even catch it. The zombie White Crane was horrified in its heart and was just about to dodge, but felt a pain in the chest. Looked down, a small bloody hole appeared in the chest. Then look at each other. The latter's fingers were missing a finger, still bubbling out with rotting blood. Crazy. The zombie White Crane cursed as it was about to rise higher into the air, only to feel its body sink. Lightning actually grabbed its ankles and followed it high into the sky. Idiot, the sky is my home turf, really looking for death. The zombie White Crane sneered. With both wings, it rose into the air at great speed. In a few breaths, it came to a height of nearly 10,000 meters. Affected by the violent air currents, Lightning climbed onto the zombie white crane's back with great difficulty. His body was still a bit unstable, but he didn't hesitate to stab down with a claw. The zombie white crane only felt a pain in the back, angrily cursing, "Are you crazy? So high, if I die you won't survive either." It had intended to fling Lightning down at a high altitude and drop this guy to death. As it turned out, the latter made the first move. Is that so? The corners of Lightning's mouth rose with an evil smile, then, "Die together." Saying that, Lightning, who had finally stabilized his stance, stabbed a claw at the other party's neck. A certain mountain. Looking from afar, the woman's heart shook tremendously. This is? A zombie battle? She somewhat couldn't believe her eyes. She knew about zombies devouring each other, but she had never seen such a large-scale battle. It couldn't even be considered a battle anymore, it should be called a war. The sounds of those killings resounded through the sky, chilling the nerves. The most noteworthy thing was the huge figure on top of the hill over there. Even if it was thousands of meters away, she could feel the full oppression. And the humanoid zombie fighting against it could not be seen too clearly. But it wasn't hard to see how powerful it was. The entire top of the mountain was bald from the battle between the two sides. Boulders and dust were flying. The height of the mountain was being cut down layer by layer. What kind of power is this? I'm afraid that only a fourth-order zombie could do this. Captain, shouldn't we go back first? The teenager was a little worried. The woman shook her head. There are too few things that can be seen at this distance. Let's go forward another 300 meters. At these words, the teenager's forehead sweated. The other party had already said this for the third time. 300 meters further was almost at the edge of the battlefield. There was a high possibility that it would be detected by those two terrifying zombies. Don't worry, those zombies don't have the energy to explore the surrounding area. The woman could see the teenager's worry. Remember to mark it. She knew the dangers too, but a big event like this had to be kept an eye on. If possible, even take the opportunity to strike and kill a fourth-order zombie when the other side was defeated. This kind of research material was too precious. Credit aside, perhaps humanity could find a way to the fourth order by studying fourth-order zombies. That way humanity would have hope. Along the way, they left behind the unique markings of the Sunrise organization. It was believed that it wouldn't take long for the support team to arrive. Chapter 62 Blade Conspicuous Bag. Why is this second-stage zombie's recovery ability so strong? The zombie tiger began to feel alarmed. More than that, he seems to be slowly getting stronger. The two sides had already exchanged no less than 100 moves. The zombie tiger had trouble understanding why any zombie would be this peculiar. It had thought that even if Chen Fei was able to catch his attack, that it would only be for a short period of time. Essentially, Chen Fei was still second stage. However, the reality was that Chen Fei had quickly adapted to the high-powered battles and continued to grow stronger. Of course, even so, Chen Fei was still being suppressed. Completed fighting training, +1 attribute point. Add physique. Chen Fei's face was grave, he was not at all relaxed. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 875. Strength, 826. Spirit, 825. Race, zombie. Rank, late second order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 1432. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown. The fourth order zombie was stronger than Chen Fei had expected. If not for the skill ultra regeneration, it was estimated that he would not have been able to carry it off. Almost every 2 moves the system prompted for additional points. The attribute points that Chen Fei gained were all added towards his physique so that he could recover from his injuries faster. This kind of high-intensity battle was simply dancing on a tightrope. It couldn't be said that Chen Fei's perception was wrong. The zombie tiger was clearly a speed species. Even with its massive size, its strength was still not considered top-notch amongst the fourth-rank zombies. When the zombie tiger could not manage to kill Chen Fei in a single move, the latter's chance would come. Chen Fei would not know that the zombie tiger had taken the initiative to interrupt the process of absorbing the treasure in order to deal with him. The hasty interruption was not without cost. At first, the zombie tiger was able to suppress the injuries caused by the interruption. Only a portion of its energy needed to be divided. But as time passed, the intensity of the battle grew. The injuries in the zombie tiger's body became more and more difficult to suppress. This caused it to be unable to utilize all of its strength. Humph. I don't believe it. The zombie tiger's eyes changed and its figure disappeared once again. When it appeared, it was already behind Chen Fei. Boom! Chen Fei barely turned around to block, but he was still slapped tens of meters away. Coupled with the slope of the mountain, he flew out hundreds of meters before landing. After landing, Chen Fei stuck his feet into the ground and carved out 2 dozens of centimeters deep and tens of meters long gullies. Consecutively, he knocked down several large trees that were as thick as a man's waist. Ka-ching! Chen Fei took the time to grab a handful of ore from his pocket that had been crumbled into small rocks and stuffed it into his mouth. It was already a habit of his to carry oars in his pocket. Chen Fei let out a low roar, twisted his body, and slammed his right fist to the left. Bang! The tiny fist and the huge tiger claw collided. An air wave tumbled outwards from around both sides, blowing the surrounding shrubs to bend over. Even both sides of the body gravel flying, hid in some tree trunks directly penetrate, leaving behind densely packed holes. Chen Fei turned around, his left fist followed. The zombie tiger's claws also continued to slam into Chen Fei's body. Obviously, the latter was not much bigger than the claws of the zombie tiger. However, under the bombardment, there was actually a sense of parity. As a proud fourth-order zombie, the zombie tiger could have relied on its speed advantage to slowly consume Chen Fei. However, it chose to fight Chen Fei head-on. A mere second order, become my ration earlier, the zombie tiger roared, to be turned into a stepping stone on my evolutionary path is a gift to you, why resist? Its claws picked up speed once again and slapped at Chen Fei. The latter, on the other hand, kept punching, his fists like the wind, waving out countless shadows. The aftermath of the battle continued to expand, 50 meters of earth and rocks tumbling around both sides, trees collapsing. From a distance, there was an additional crater on this side of the mountain. A large and a small two figures, constantly changing positions, every place will make the mountain bald piece. Each time the pair bombarded each other, they even made a loud explosion-like sound. In less than 10 minutes, one side of a mountain as high as 800 meters was smashed into 1,000 holes. The destructive power of a fourth-order battle was simply comparable to a bomber washing the ground. The two humans who were just a bit closer in the distance were horrified in their hearts when they saw this scene. Is this the fourth rank? But why is that humanoid zombie in my perception only of the second rank? The woman was incredulous. If it was a third-order special species fighting a fourth order, it would be fine if they were able to fight on equal footing. After all, special species were all weirdly capable, and it was understandable for individual special species to be so powerful that they could fight over a large order. But to say that a second order fights a fourth order? It could be my illusion, after all, my ability is not perception. The woman justified herself in this way. Shao Dai, be ready to use your ability to bless me at any time. The two were closer to the battlefield than they had previously agreed. A few dozen meters further on, they would run into a large group of the entry-level zombies that were fighting each other. The valley had already been rippled by the battle. The sounds of killing echoed through the mountains like thunder, shaking one's eardrums. The two were less than 500 meters away from Chen Fei and the zombie tiger. It could be said to be quite bold. However, where the zombie tiger and Chen Fei had a bit of residual strength, they could have discovered these two uninvited guests. There was only one way for a human to end up on a zombie battlefield. One could only say that they were lucky. The zombie tiger's excess energy had to suppress the injuries in his body. Chen Fei, on the other hand, was fully focused on the battle. Over there is the third stage battlefield? The woman turned her head to look at the other side, her pretty brows furrowed. So many? More than 20 third-order zombies were mixing it up, and that massive might was only a little worse than a fourth-order battle. It was hard not to attract attention. The third-order melee lasted for more than 10 minutes before the first fallen third-order zombie appeared. Ito Blade, will behead another enemy for my master today. The bloodied blade's right blade was raised, and the head of a double-eyed, godless zombie beast was lifted by him. Who else is there? At his feet was the headless corpse of the beast of death. The afterglow was still present. Rotten blood gurgled out from the other's smooth neck. Many zombies and beasts were attracted by the movement over here. They have separated a sliver of their spirit to observe this side. Blade, this guy does not learn. Learning from Death Puma and Blizzard as a conspicuous bag. But this guy has proud capital. Whoosh! Boom! At this moment, a huge figure descended from the sky and violently smashed into the center of the battlefield. The few first-order zombies that couldn't dodge were directly smashed into meat cakes. The blade that had just attracted the eye didn't look handsome for more than 3 seconds, and the limelight was stolen. White Crane. A third-order zombie beast recognized the corpse with thousands of holes. On its back was a short figure covered in dozens of bloody holes. The latter's breath was weak. Like a candle in the wind, it could go out at any time. Shadow, take lightning away. Blade wasn't angry that the limelight was stolen, instead he was the first to react. Leave your opponent to me. Blade? Shadow hesitated slightly, but still turned into a shadow and rushed towards lightning on the White Crane's back. The third-order zombie wolf that was being dragged by the shadow was about to stop it. In the next second, a figure covered in blood stepped in front. Your opponent is me. Blade's eyes flashed with a cold aura, as if he viewed the 1-meter-tall zombie wolf in front of him as a dead dog. At this moment, Blade's aura peaked. Chapter 63, Eating While Fighting. Shadow carried Lightning, whose breath was weak, and ran towards the outskirts of the battlefield. We have to send Lightning out, or else this guy won't be able to resist the aftermath of the battle here. The shadows on Shadow's body began to cover Lightning. It soon arrived at the edge of the third-order battlefield. This melee fought the third-order battlefield had expanded to a 300-meter radius. However, everyone was within the valley, trying their best to avoid the mountain that kept sending out loud noises. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure attacked at an extremely tricky angle. The shadow was already in poor condition, and now it had to protect the weakened lightning even more. There was simply no time to dodge. "Boar, you dare to ignore me?" Morning Biao roared. He wasn't slow and directly grabbed the boar's hind legs and lashed out. The boar was caught off guard and thrown out. It brushed against the shadow. Boom! The boar's huge figure smashed a large mark on the ground. "Protect lightning," bereavement Puma swept past Shadow. Shadow gritted his teeth as he listened to Morning Puma's voice getting further and further away. A sudden roar came from the other side. "That one-eyed zombie is too annoying, kill him first." It was obvious that the defense had been broken by Mind's Eye's powerful spiritual power. Although the spiritual species was not as perverse as the special species. But spiritual attacks were intangible, making the zombie defenseless. Even if the Mind's Eye was only at the early stage of the Third Order, it was the weakest in a 3-on-3 group battle. But giving the other party a shot of spiritual attack at a critical time was enough to affect the battle. However, the Spirit Seed was weak in every way except for its strong spiritual power. Killing brittle mages first in a group fight. Obviously the Morning Beasts understood this. Protect the Mind's Eye. Shifa's feet moved to the front of Mind's Eye, alerting the surroundings. Vigor roared, his huge fist directly smashing into one of the Morning Beasts. The latter had to defend with all its might. The reason why Vigor was given this name was because his strength was extremely exaggerated even among the strong-bodied species. The other dependents of the same strong-bodied species were completely no match for him when it came to strength alone. Including Tai Ta, who was still in the middle of the third stage and had received an increase from the flesh and blood contract. The biggest threat to the three beasts in the group battle here was Vigor. At this moment, an invisible spiritual impact hit the beast, and the latter lost his eyes. When he came back to his senses, the fist had already smashed on his head. Ka-ching! The beast's head was tilted, and it flew out blatantly. At the same time, the other two Morning Beasts surrounded and killed the Mind's Eye. Red Hair took one in each hand, forcibly dragging down the two Morning Beasts. "Those who are in the way, then you will die first." The two Morning Beasts' sharp claws attacked Red Hair's head and heart. Put! Red Hair barely lowered his head to dodge the blow, but a sharp pain came from his chest. With a tearing sound, a large piece of flesh and blood was torn off by the other party. Breath continued to drop. After all, he hadn't received an increase from the blood and flesh contract, and he wasn't as strong as Vigor. "Red Hair?" Vigor roared, charging in with great strides. Boom boom boom. Two figures were constantly bombarding each other on the mountain, and this side of the mountain had already been plowed over. There were constantly dirt and rocks rolling down the mountain or being thrown. This was still the case where neither side had deliberately damaged the mountain. It was merely the aftermath of the battle. For the first time since facing the Fourth Order faceless zombie, Chen Fei had gone all out. Even the exertion had not reversed the situation until now. That familiar aura, leaning in close, Chen Fei once again sensed, is that fragment? But he didn't use any powerful abilities. Could it be that it was interrupted before it was fully absorbed? Chen Fei's mind raced and guessed. Perhaps the day that the other party had said before was reserved for his own absorption of the fragments, and it wouldn't even take more than a day. It was fortunate that he had struck decisively enough, or else when the other party had finished absorbing, he could only run. Not even necessarily able to run. "I admit that you are in addition to that stupid bear the second let me feel tricky guy." The zombie tiger body disordered breath, obviously some inhibition, but compared to that stupid bear, you are still far from it. You are so anxious to find me to fight, I'm afraid you can also hear the voice of the underworld. That's also right, although your rank is not enough, your strength is barely enough for the fourth rank, so it's normal that you can hear it. Since everyone's goal is to eat each other, then, immortality. At those words, Chen Fei frowned. What was all that said? I didn't hear anything at all. Forget it, you say it is what it is, and anyway, everyone would have had no room for détente. Any excuses or reasons were all for naught. The zombie tiger no longer suppressed the injuries in his body, and his disordered breath was directly exposed. That familiar feeling was becoming more and more obvious. Chen Fei was certain that there were fragments on the other party. It was likely that he had not sensed it before because the other party was absorbing it. Moreover, the zombie tiger's strength was definitely stronger than a fourth order faceless. Whoosh! This is my true speed. The zombie tiger laughed coldly and looked at Chen Fei, who hadn't had time to react yet, as its giant claws fell. It wanted to fight a quick battle and then find a place to properly recover from its injuries. Any further delay would be a big change. Boom! Chen Fei felt a sharp pain in his back just as he tried to respond. The body let out a mournful cry and seemed to be on the verge of falling apart. The image in front of his eyes changed rapidly before he smashed into the mountain. It directly smashed into the large mountain by several meters, and the mountain shook. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1, attribute point +1. Add physique. Chen Fei gritted his teeth, braced his hands, and his legs lashed out, rushing out of the pit. The zombie tiger's face changed, becoming even more grave. This isn't even dead? How is that possible? What kind of monster are you? It admitted that Chen Fei's strength was not weak, but it could only be considered a floor in the 4th rank. It wasn't even as good as when the zombie tiger had just been promoted. But this guy was simply an undefeatable powerhouse. Good, very good, the zombie tiger laughed back in anger, its scarlet eyes replaced by greed and madness. Eat you, must eat you. It disappeared once again, bringing up a hurricane that plowed a furrow in the ground. Chen Fei landed on the ground and observed left and right, his mental power constantly sweeping around. However, he could only barely perceive a blurry figure. It was too fast. Put! Chen Fei barely dodged, but could only avoid the vitals. 3 sharp claws penetrated Chen Fei's chest. The latter, however, did not have the imagined shock and fear. Instead, he laughed strangely. Chen Fei disregarded his injuries and allowed the other party's sharp claws to cut off half of his body horizontally. With his backhand, he grabbed the zombie tiger's tiger paw. A bite came down. Tear. Gnawing down a large chunk of meat. It just so happened that he was hungry, so he would eat while fighting. Seeing that the 3 attributes continued to improve, Chen Fei's heart was greatly determined. There was nothing he could do at this point in time. It could only be the same old thing, using the method of consuming a 4th-rank faceless to consume this big cat. Damnable mole cricket. The zombie tiger was furious. The other party actually ate its own meat. Damn it! The sharp claws stabbed at Chen Fei once again. The latter barely dodged the sharp claws that attacked his head. The wound that had just sprouted on his body hadn't had time to be repaired, but it was once again torn apart. Chen Fei didn't care about the severe pain in the area and bit the tiger's paw one more time. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 925 continuously improving. Strength, 837 continuously improving. Spirit, 836 continuously improving. Race, zombie. Rank, late 2nd order, rank, late 2nd order, rank, late 2nd order, rank, late 2nd order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, favors, 1432. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown. Chapter 64, The Human Who Wants to Be a Yellow Bird. The zombie tiger had seriously injured Chen Fei 5 times in a row. The latter had also gnawed off a piece of flesh from the zombie tiger 5 times in a row. The zombie tiger realized that he could not stop the latter's perverted recovery power no matter how badly he injured the other party. It even created a strange balance. On the contrary, he himself. Although compared to the 5-meter-tall figure, that bit of meat was nothing, but if it went on like this he would sooner or later be eaten up. Presuming to eat me? Then I'll swallow you in one bite. The zombie tiger's gaze condensed, opening its mouth to bite on. As a result, the sirens in his heart sounded wildly. It seemed like something terrible would happen as soon as it ate the other party. It subconsciously stopped its forward body and retreated explosively instead. However, Chen Fei was like a maggot in his tarsus. In the moment the zombie tiger hesitated, it directly embraced the other party's right front paw. He opened his mouth and bit. The powerful flesh of the zombie tiger was like tofu in Chen Fei's mouth. One bite made a pit. Damn it, damn it! The zombie tiger roared, frantically flinging its right front paw. It did not succeed in shaking Chen Fei off. The zombie tiger tried again to poke Chen Fei to death with its left front paw. However, the latter was not defenseless. He tried to avoid the vital parts as much as possible. As for the injuries that kept accumulating on his body, as long as they weren't shredded, it didn't affect him from gnawing on the zombie tiger. Flesh buds continued to emerge from Chen Fei's wounds, tangling and connecting the wounds. Again, he was injured a 2nd and 3rd time before he could recover. Recovering from his injuries required energy, so he would eat the zombie tiger's meat. Eating meat would inevitably injure him again. Deadly cycle. Boom, boom, boom. The zombie tiger raised its right front paw and smashed it into the ground, then raised it again and smashed it down. The earth was overburdened and the crater that was smashed out continued to expand. Chen Fei only felt that his back was constantly being hit hard. Not only did he not let go, he also took the opportunity to climb upwards. Seeing his right front paw being gnawed on miserably, the zombie tiger gritted its teeth and fiercely chopped a claw onto its own right front paw. Put! Chen Fei only felt the flinging stop and his body was thrown away following the other party's right front paw. It then smashed onto the ground. Strong tiger breaks wrist? The corner of Chen Fei's eyes twitched, admiring the other party's determination. At the same time, he did not forget to tear off a piece of meat from the broken paw with his hand and swallow it. The meatball was very chewy. The zombie tiger stared at Chen Fei warily. It swore that this was the weirdest zombie it had ever seen. Can't give him another chance. The zombie tiger decided in its mind. Chen Fei's injuries were still recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Second skill, super regeneration. The zombie tiger was already retiring, but was unwilling to do so. The figure moved again. The broken palm had a bit of an effect on its speed, at least now Chun Fei could barely lock onto his opponent. In his senses, the zombie tiger's left front paw attacked his head. Having suffered such a big loss, the zombie tiger was unlikely to leave this way. It thought it had the advantage of speed, so even if it couldn't win, it could still run in the end. Pouncing. The zombie tiger's forward body suddenly gave a start, something in its body jumped a little. It happened to interrupt the zombie tiger's condensed chi. The cost of interrupting the absorption erupted here. When it decided to go all out, it was expected, but I didn't expect it to come so fast and so suddenly. The treasure was originally snatched by the zombie tiger from the hands of another 4th-rank zombie bear. For this reason, it was also injured. The first time he got this thing, the zombie tiger had a feeling that after absorbing this thing, he could get an unprecedented evolution. In order to absorb this thing, it made all the preparations. It even left the territory just to avoid that zombie bear. Incidentally, it resolved a zombie that didn't give it face. Who would have thought that the situation would be so out of control? Damn it, it's just at this time. The zombie tiger stopped its stance and was just about to retreat when it realized that a figure had taken the opportunity to climb onto its back. And the first thing it did when it came up was to tear off a large piece of meat from the tiger's back, snapping and devouring it. Chen Fei crawled forward, wanting to try to use a blood and flesh contract on the zombie tiger. It might be possible to subdue the other party. However, the zombie tiger seemed to sense that something was wrong. It began to accelerate crazily, and the powerful airflow pressed Chen Fei to lie on the back of the tiger, unable to move forward at all. Not directly be thrown off the back of the tiger already counted Chen Fei's strength enough. After all, there is no handrail on the tiger's back. Chen Fei could only continue to eat meat. A buffet was good for nothing. Damn mole cricket. The zombie tiger was furious, and tried several times to slap Chen Fei down with its claws. The latter, however, still had a death grip. Unable to do anything else, the zombie tiger leapt up high, blinking to hundreds of meters in the air. It then violently fell down. The back landed on the ground. Boom! The airwaves tumbled and smashed right on the edge of the battlefield of the zombie army. Many zombies and beasts that were close were directly blown tens of meters by the aftermath. They fell to the ground, and even fell to their deaths directly. Plop! Chen Fei's eyes glared as blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. However, he still grabbed onto the tiger's back and did not let go. Get off my back, damn mole cricket! The zombie tiger was furious. What responded to it was a sharp pain in its back. The giant tiger once again leapt up high and smashed down. The crowd of zombies only felt the ground shake. The location of the zombie tiger was not fixed every time it smashed. Many zombies and beasts were killed. In the distance, a 6-member third-order squad that had just entered the mountain range. Hearing the commotion, it felt like there was a giant pile driver smashing the ground. To the southeast, the late third-order leader man's face sank, no need to look for markers. With this much commotion, a person would know which way to go. The woman's 3 team members went back and immediately reported the situation. Many people within the organization felt that it shouldn't be so much as a battle between 4th-order zombie forces. However, they still summoned the 3rd Order's strongest people to form a small team to investigate the situation at the first time. Now, it seemed that it was really a 4th Order battle. The 3rd Order would never be able to make such a big commotion. The squad moved forward at full speed and soon found the woman and teenager who were watching the battle at the edge of the battlefield. They suppressed their breath and tried to hide themselves as much as possible. Captain Ouyang, what's the situation? The leader stepped forward and asked. At those words, Ouyang Ling turned back, her tense spirit relaxing a bit. However, she first looked at Lin Fan, who was at the end of the group. That's right, this guy had taken Captain Xiao to find another stronghold of the organization after running away. He had recovered from his injuries, and even furthered his strength because of his special ability. Now it was the middle stage of the 3rd rank. Captain Xiao hadn't fully recovered. This time, the latter was responsible for guarding the stronghold. Ouyang Ling looked at another female 3rd rank, Li Sisi. Your ability is perception, sense if the zombie on that tiger's back is 2nd rank. 2nd rank? Li Sisi froze. Her first reaction was that the other party was joking. That giant tiger was clearly 4th Order. To be able to make it in such a sorry state, that humanoid zombie must be 4th Order as well. However, Li Sisi still used her ability and instantly her perception enveloped her. A mid-3rd stage perceiver, determining the other party's rank wasn't difficult to do. Moreover, the other party was in the middle of a fight and had no effort to hide. Is it really the 2nd rank? How is that possible? Li Sisi's face showed surprise. A 2nd-ranked fighter against a 4th-ranked fighter? What's wrong with this world? Wait a minute. The crowd looked at Lin Fan as they recalled the information provided by Lin Fan and Captain Xiao when they entered the stronghold. The leader of the zombies that destroyed the Chaoyang No. 3 stronghold was a 2nd Order zombie. It wasn't right. With the strength of the other party, how could it still be 2nd Order after such a long time? At first, they thought that the people in the 3rd stronghold were too weak. Now it seemed that it should be that the zombie was too fierce. Lin Fan? Yang Ling was a little worried. Lin Fan already had a gloomy face and his anger was about to be suppressed. The zombie that killed his girlfriend, the zombie that killed his companion was right there. If he didn't know that the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and that he would be giving it away if he went up now, Lin Fan would have definitely rushed up. Don't be in a hurry, at this rate the two zombies will surely lose both of them, at that time we'll make a move. The leading man's eyes flashed with a fine light, the body of the fourth stage zombie, transported to Kyoto, perhaps Commander Lee can use this to deduce the path to the fourth stage. It was at this moment that a loud noise resurfaced and the earth trembled. Chapter 65 The Life-Burning Zombie Tiger. Boom! The zombie tiger couldn't remember how many times he had jumped up and smashed down. From the hundreds of meters in the beginning to the thousands of meters later. This was already its current limit. Even its back had gone numb. Chen Fei was firmly attached to the zombie tiger's back like a parasite. Injured? Then eat meat. As long as he wasn't killed in seconds, Chen Fei would be able to recover quickly. He knew that he was not strong enough to kill a fourth stage zombie. This was his only way to win. The zombie tiger began to regret it. Regret grabbing this treasure from the zombie bear. Regretting letting his men recruit the other party only to turn it into a war trigger. The Eagle War general really deserved to die. He even regretted underestimating this humanoid zombie, thus condoning the arrogance of his subordinates. Step by step into this situation. But it seems reasonable. The subordinates think that the Lord is invincible, so they can't tolerate half a grain of sand in their eyes when recruiting low-level zombies. Saying more, this has already happened. Admit defeat? This thought only appeared in the zombie tiger's mind for a split second before it was dismissed. If the other party can hear the voice that is full of divinity, such as the mouth of the heavenly constitution irresistible voice, then it must be impossible to coexist with itself. Not only between the two sides, there could be no room for détente between any fourth-order zombies. This is an evolutionary choice. Tear. Chen Fei was dyed in blood, both from the zombie tiger and from himself. Chunks of meat were bitten in his mouth. The zombie tiger's back had been gnawed out of a large pit under Chen Fei's relentless efforts. It was like a piece of pudding being scooped off by a spoon. Chen Fei was then deadlocked within the hole. His tiny stomach was like a bottomless pit. It was clear that the meat he had eaten was bigger than his own size, yet he still didn't stop. I have taken you too lightly. The zombie tiger's breath had begun to weaken, but it was still arrogant. If I had ignored my injuries and gone all out from the start, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been pushed to this extent. But don't think you've won. My flesh and blood, it's not that easy to digest. The zombie tiger's eyes stared, as if it had decided something. It stepped on the tiger's paw, crushing the earth, and the mountains echoed with a breaking sound that hurt the eardrums. The zombie tiger charged forward at an incredible speed. At the same time, Chen Fei could clearly sense that the zombie tiger's vitality was rapidly draining away. A fourth-order zombie still has the means to burn its life? Chen Fei was confused and wanted to let go, but found that the zombie tiger's muscles were taut and a powerful wind pressure appeared around its body. Chen Fei was held down to death. Previously, the zombie tiger wanted to get rid of Chen Fei, but the latter had a firm grip on him. Now Chen Fei wanted to break away, but was instead suppressed. The boomerang was too fast, catching the zombie off guard. In the blink of an eye, the zombie tiger's speed increased to several Machs as it picked a rocky hill. It used several kilometers to accelerate. The powerful hurricane generated by the acceleration directly plowed a gully several kilometers long. Wherever it passed, grass and trees flew. Sand and gravel splattered. The zombies that were affected, not to mention, were directly torn apart by the wind pressure. Before approaching the rocky mountain, the zombie tiger slightly changed its body shape, causing its back to rush towards the mountain wall. Boom! The humans who were several kilometers away only felt a blur before their eyes, and the huge figure disappeared. Immediately afterward, the earth trembled, like an earthquake erupted. Separated by too much distance, Li Cici was unable to perceive the situation. Even when she tried to lock onto the other party when the zombie tiger first made its move, she was shocked by the airwave. The spirit was disturbed quite a bit. The fourth rank is so powerful? The crowd gulped. The first time they saw a fourth rank battle, their three views were constantly refreshed. The fourth rank was far too much stronger than the third rank. Humans hadn't even explored the path of the fourth rank so far. The zombies, however, had already appeared in more than one fourth order by virtue of their characteristics. There are even some special species that don't reach the fourth level but have the strength of the fourth level. Is there really any hope for mankind? Quick, those two zombies have most likely already lost both of them, now is the time. The leader man reacted and immediately ordered. Where's Lin Fan? Yang Ling came back to her senses and subconsciously looked at Lin Fan's location. The crowd turned back at the words. It was discovered that Lin Fan had already disappeared. This guy had set off while everyone was still shocked. You will die this time. Lin Fan was filled with rage and his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Halfway up the stone mountain, a large cave with a diameter of more than 20 meters was very eye-catching. The cave was very deep and the light was very faint when looking inside. Chen Fei felt that the lower half of his body had disappeared and his consciousness was chaotic. It felt like his soul was about to go out of his body. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. Add. Physique. Chen Fei gritted his teeth. With difficulty, he raised his hand and touched the huge, broken body. The breath of the zombie tiger in his senses was rapidly weakening, like an open smashing flood. Even if he didn't bother with it, it was estimated that it would die in less than 10 minutes. The zombie tiger head is only half, the voice is weak, but full of disbelief. Why? You haven't died yet? He himself used the bottom of the fourth order to burn his life as a price to forcefully enhance his strength. This collision, even that stupid bear wouldn't dare to resist it. Why was this second order zombie still alive? And the breath is still slowly getting stronger? You damn! If you are alive, how could I possibly die? Chen Fei hemmed and hawed. Looks like I won. The lower half of his body was growing, flesh buds twisting around each other, tearing and pulling. Without forgetting, he continued to eat meat. The zombie tiger's spirit was huge. It's all this time and still eating. You damn it! Like a flashback, the zombie tiger raised its head to look at Chen Fei. I am not willing. Before he could finish, his breath choked. The tiger's head fell with a thud, and its life dissipated. The zombie tiger that could have lived for a few minutes was infuriated. It was too bullying to the tiger, too inappropriate. Chen Fei did not try to use the blood-flesh contract on the zombie tiger. He was already in a bad state, and using it during the skill cooldown would deduct his physique. Furthermore, he wasn't sure that he could revive a zombie tiger in this state. It wasn't whether the injuries were serious or not. Rather, the other party's burning life could not be stopped. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 975 continuously recovering. Strength, 847 recovering. Spirit, 846 recovering. Race, zombie. Rank, late second order, rank, late second order, rank, late second order, rank, late second order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, favors, 1432. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood pact remnant, on cooldown. Snap. Chen Fei frantically gnawed on the remnants of the zombie tiger's body while releasing his senses and frowned. Swoosh. In the next instant, a tiny object stabbed into Chen Fei's head. The latter was first stunned. Only then did he recall the possibility of that familiar scent being a strange fragment. His head sank as sleepiness struck him. Chen Fei bit the tip of his tongue to force himself to stay awake. Now was not a good time to sleep. It was fortunate that Chen Fei's spiritual power was strong nowadays, and he was able to suppress his drowsiness temporarily. Humans? 7 third order and 1 second order. Chen Fei noticed the nearest one. The scent is a bit familiar. Could it be the dog luck kid? Wasn't able to find you. Well, now, you've come to deliver yourself. Chen Fei grinned. These humans wouldn't think that they could be a handful of yellow birds, right? With other zombies here, perhaps these people would have succeeded. But these people didn't understand Chen Fei's recovery ability at all. The second skill, super regeneration, was something that became stronger as Chen Fei's physique improved. Together with the energy provided by the flesh and blood of the fourth order zombie tiger next to him, at least 20% of his strength could be recovered before the other party arrived. It was definitely far from enough to deal with a fourth order, but it was still more than enough to deal with a group of third orders. When Lin Fan arrived at the place in a rage, he only saw Chen Fei still rapidly gnawing on the remains of the zombie tiger. It had already eaten a tiger leg. Not taking Lin Fan's arrival seriously in the slightest. The latter's ability erupted and his strength drew up to the late third stage, and his feet lashed out. Actually came to Chen Fei in a breath. Chapter 66, Coming Fast, Running Faster. Die! Lin Fan roared, his fist smashed down carrying the sound of breaking wind. Chen Fei's lower body had almost recovered. His right foot, which showed white bones and no paws, moved and dodged sideways. At the same time, he backhandedly grabbed the former's wrist and twisted it. Ka-ching! Lin Fan's wrist snapped in response, but he didn't care in the slightest. The other fist had already smashed on Chen Fei's head. It works! Lin Fan was overjoyed in his heart. The opponent had already weakened to the point where he could injure himself. As long as he delayed his self-healing speed and waited for the others to arrive. Combining the strength of the 7 third stages, there was a chance to kill this second stage special species. Lin Fan had waited for this day for far too long. Ever since that day, he had lived in a nightmare every day. The only way to feel alive was to keep fighting. Constantly becoming stronger. In order to get revenge one day, Chen Fei suffered a punch from Lin Fan but didn't take half a step back. Instead, he calmly pushed away his opponent's punch. Dog luck brat, you said how good it is for you to hide well and develop. Chen Fei sighed and lashed a whip leg at his opponent's waist. Put. Lin Fan's mouth spilled blood and his figure flew out backwards. It continuously rolled a dozen times before stopping. This scene was somewhat familiar. But this time, Lin Fan immediately got up, and instead of being timid, he laughed out loud. His aura rose once again. He was like a madman. It was at this time that the remaining few humans arrived, and the leading man's face was ugly. The situation was much worse than he expected. The fourth order zombie tiger was dead. But the second order special species was still alive. Not only was it alive, it had retained a lot of its strength. Lin Fan in his ability-enabled state was almost crushed. This recovery speed was simply exaggerated. Do it! The leader did not hesitate and gave the order to fight. There was no turning back now. Kill the other party before he recovered too much. Bring him and the corpse of the zombie tiger back. The human race's situation would definitely improve. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai landed a blessing shot on Lin Fan. On the way here, Ouyang Ling had whispered that she would give the blessing to Lin Fan if there was a fight. Xiao Dai didn't understand, but listening to the captain wouldn't be wrong. As for the others, Xiao Dai could only apologize. He was a second order awakened person, and his limit was to bestow blessings on a third order. Even because Lin Fan's strength skyrocketed to late third order after using his ability, the effect of bestowing blessings would be greatly reduced. The others didn't say anything either. Although the optimal solution was to buff the leader, Lin Fan's strength wasn't bad either. The latter's ability to get stronger the more he fought was not a waste of Xiao Dai's bestowal of blessings. For a while, all sorts of alien energy rays appeared, and those with long-range means smashed into Chen Fei. The latter's body was still being repaired. Some of the attacks were too late to dodge. Fortunately, the output of these people was far inferior to the zombie tigers, so Chen Fei was still able to carry it. Boom! A huge fireball smashed in. Chen Fei did not choose to dodge and directly resisted it. The flames dispersed and Chen Fei was unharmed. The repair of his two paws was complete, and all that remained were internal injuries, as well as the life force that needed to be replenished. If the zombie tiger was eaten whole, give Chen Fei a little more time. Not only would he be able to recover from his injuries, he would also be able to increase his strength by quite a bit. Obviously, these humans would not allow it. Swoosh! Lin Fan, who had been blessed, attacked once again, his speed not even much slower than a speedy species like Blast Wind. He also held a dagger with a dark body in his hand. It stabbed at Chen Fei's waist. The other few people also gave up their exotic bombardment and switched to melee combat. However, before they could get close, they saw a figure flying backwards rapidly. It flew directly out of the cave. How is that possible? The leading man's pupils shook tremendously. Why can he still retain so much strength after fighting a fourth order zombie? Could it be because of that terrifying self-healing ability? We can't say that the second rank is greater than the fourth rank, can we? If that was the case, the former wouldn't have used such a despicable method of fighting. They had seen Chen Fei's rogue tactics. Team Wang, Li Cici's face changed drastically, his aura continues to rise, the damage we inflict on him can't catch up with his self-healing speed. She was a perceiver, and she could see more than the others. Of course, she wasn't like Wu Junchang. It was very rare for the latter's ability to carry a bit of precognition. There were also differences in abilities between awakened of the same type, and sometimes the differences were so great that it wasn't too much to say that they were two different abilities. For example, Zhao Tianlong. His move Yen Di couldn't be used even by a late third stage flame awakened. Of course, humans wouldn't know that Zhao Tianlong had developed his abilities to the point where he needed to burn his life to use them at the end of his life. He was a typical example of an ability that was developed too much, but the realm couldn't keep up. He had to passively burn his life as fuel for his powers. These were all things of the past. How? Someone shot another fireball, only to realize that the zombie remained unharmed, and could not help but exclaim, "Why is a second-rank zombie so counterintuitive?" The disparity in rank didn't seem to apply in Chen Fei's case. The situation has changed, retreat. The leading man looked at the massive remnants of the zombie tiger and ordered through gritted teeth. Earlier, he had felt that there was a fight to be had before making his move. The truth was that there was no fight at all. If we don't run, are we waiting to die? You want to come and go as you please? You're home? Chen Fei moved his feet. In an instant, he arrived in front of the leader, his fist carrying the intent of destruction. Go, the leader yelled, I'll hold him off. The leader's body exuded coldness, and the cold ice supernormal ability came out through his body, forming an ice armor around him. Bang! Ka-ching! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the ice armor, emitting a mournful sound. It seemed like it would not be able to support itself at any time. Captain Wang's entire body was lifted off the ground and crashed into the stone wall with a bang. Team Wang. The eyes of the crowd shifted before they gritted their teeth and turned to flee. The opponent was too strong, and it would be useless for them to stay and fight to the death. Chen Fei just wanted to chase after them. An ice blade appeared in front of him. Wang Zhou's mouth spilled blood, but his voice was no less serious. Don't underestimate me too much. No matter how I say it, I'm also a late stage of the third rank. When the human's path of the third rank was announced, Wang Zhou was in the early stage of the third rank. He was one of the few who succeeded in crossing the heart bridge with a third rank body. On the day of his success, he reached the middle stage of the third rank. Coupled with these days of diligent cultivation and constant battles, 2 days ago, he was promoted to the late third stage. It would be too much to say that it was a demonic genius. Even sometimes Wang Zhou thought to himself that he wasn't much worse than Kyoto Commander Li. Perhaps one day he would also be able to obtain the title of commander within the organization. The commander of the Sunrise organization was not the commander of an ordinary survivor gathering place, but rather the top 3 in terms of strength within the organization to qualify. The 3 commanders were all amazingly talented. And this was Wang Zhou's goal. He knew that it was dangerous to stay behind to break the back this time. But he also knew that if he couldn't even pass this hurdle, he wouldn't be qualified to ask for the position of commander. Commander was not just strength, it was also bearing. You are very good, Chen Fei nodded his head in recognition, but it is a pity. With that said, the sandbag-sized fist smashed into the other party with lightning speed. Wang Zhou's face was grave as he crossed his sword to block. At the same time, the ice armor on his body surface was rapidly repaired. Ka-ching! When Wang Zhou came back to his senses, he felt his chest cool and his eyelids sank. The chest was so permeable. Tear. A piece of flesh and blood was stuffed into his mouth. Chapter 67 The Third Order. Wang Zhou subconsciously wanted to spit out the bloody meat in his mouth. However, the bloody meat was stuffed directly into his throat. The putrid blood on it had already flowed down his esophagus and into his body. In an instant, the way he looked at Chen Fei changed. This zombie doesn't seem that detestable? Wang Zhou was shocked into a cold sweat just as this thought rose. But for some reason, even though his mind kept telling him that zombies could not be trusted, the zombie in front of him became incredibly obedient. It even felt like it was his own relative. Snap! Wang Zhou hurriedly slapped himself. The penetrating wound in his chest, however, slowly recovered under the influence of the blood contract. Current physique, 965, continuously recovering. With 10 less points of constitution, the recovery speed was more or less affected. But it was not a big problem. It's just that the drowsiness is getting stronger and stronger. Those humans in his senses had already run away. The dog luck kid was also carried away. The speed of a third-order powerhouse fleeing with all their might is still very fast. Chen Fei is now chasing after them and will probably fall asleep just as he catches up with himself. In that case, it really becomes a living target. There is no hurry, the monk can't run away from the temple. This human status within the Chaoyang organization should not be low. Chen Fei had a plan after a slight analysis in his mind. If he could take it as a dependent, he could gather more intelligence. It was still more appropriate for humans to penetrate within the human race to obtain information or humans. It would also be able to find the other side's stronghold. Chen Fei reached out and placed his hand on the top of Wang Zhou's head. Don't resist. Dependence. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhou raised his head and froze as he looked at Chen Fei. The expression kept changing, and finally let out a long breath. It had really given up on resisting. Even if the other party was trying to control himself, it didn't seem that hard to accept. After all, the other party is a relative. How can a relative harm himself? Current favorites, 1530. At this time, Chen Fei's eyelids were already sinking uncontrollably. The dog luck kid really does have a lot of dog luck. Chen Fei couldn't help but spit out his words and looked at Wang Zhou again. You'll be escorting me from the side. Yes. Wang Zhou bowed his head in a humble manner. At this moment, Chen Fei was already like a god in his eyes. The latter's words were holy orders. Chen Fei walked over to the remnants of the zombie tiger's body and fell headfirst. The zombie tiger's remnants turned into blood and water, wrapping Chen Fei up. However, unlike last time, this time, the excess flesh and blood was directly poured into Chen Fei's mouth. The latter's injuries were rapidly repairing, and it didn't take long as to return to full strength. Black, endless black. Have I been here before? Chen Fei wasn't very sure. Who am I here again? No one answered, and he could not find an answer. It seemed that he had just tried to solve something called loneliness. But he failed. It was as if the answer could be found by moving on. The feeling of loneliness appeared occasionally, but over a long enough span of time. It doesn't seem to exist. Chen Fei snapped his eyes open and let out a long breath. It was still a bit unrecovered. It always felt like having the same dream again. But it still didn't remember anything. It wasn't like there was no difference. It seemed that the sense of loneliness was stronger after waking up this time. He cut through the blood cocoon and took a step. Not controlling the force at once, he accidentally jumped out several meters and directly hit the stone wall. Chen Fei exited from the stone wall. A human-shaped crater appeared on the stone wall. It was then that he gazed at it. The panel surfaced. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 1165. Strength, 1047. Spirit, 1046. Race, zombie. Rank, early third order. Flame resistance 49%. Skills 1, favors 1552. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood pact remnant, on cooldown. No? I haven't crossed the heart bridge yet. Chen Fei was a bit anxious, and I have to glimpse the origin of my powers after crossing the heart bridge. I still have to strengthen my powers. Chen Fei was still thinking that he was so strong even at the second stage. If he strengthened his alien energy in a human way during his breakthrough to the third stage, that would definitely take off. Now that he had inexplicably broken through, would it affect his subsequent becoming stronger? It's not like there isn't good news. One of the dependents isn't missing. It meant that one's sleep was light this time. How long have I been sleeping? Chen Fei asked calmly. Wang Zhou knelt on one knee. Master, you have slept for 10 minutes. He didn't understand why Chen Fei was clearly advancing in rank, but he said he was sleeping. Anyway, whatever the master said was right. Chen Fei let go of his senses and found that the range of his senses was as high as 20 kilometers in a circle, which was more than a little stronger than before. With this strength, it wouldn't be suspicious to say that he was already at the 4th rank. So have I strengthened my alien origin or not? Chen Fei carried doubts in his heart. His feet moved without hesitation, recognizing the direction and charging straight ahead. Leaving behind a sentence, you stay here first, I'll come back for you later. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei disappeared. The speed was only a little slower than before the zombie tiger had burned its life. Seeing Chen Fei leave, Wang Zhou had mixed emotions for a moment. He was a strong human being, but now he was worshipping the zombie as his master. There were some unspeakable feelings. Of course, if his master needed it, he would not hesitate to sell the human. But what to say? It just didn't feel right in his heart. Soon Chen Fei arrived at the battlefield. The zombie tiger is dead, Chen Fei roared, his voice drowning out the sounds of the killing, making the battlefield quiet. Those who surrender can live. Upon hearing this, a morning beast roared angrily from the 3rd stage side of the battlefield. Impossible, my lord is immensely powerful, how could he be killed by you? Put. Chen Fei pointed his toes and kicked out a stone, directly penetrating the opponent's head. Seconds. Chen Fei's tone grew cold. You only have 10 seconds to consider. Swoosh. Several third-order zombie beasts that were still fighting had their heads pierced through, including the giant python on the side of the iron tower. The rest of the zombies finally stopped and prostrated themselves on the ground. The zombies were like this. As long as you could his boss to death, then they would surrender without any guilt. Individuals who were brain dead might be thinking that they didn't see the boss's corpse and didn't believe in it. This kind of direct kill is good. There was no need to waste time and energy for a few third stages. The fact that Chen Fei had appeared here and the zombie tiger hadn't could explain everything. Boss Master is mighty and invincible. The dependents shouted excitedly, as if relieved. Some of them, like the boulder, were not seriously injured. Some were like blades, and there was a high possibility that they would die if they fought further. Shifa was not badly injured either, but was cheering all the same. They had won this battle. Those prostrate morning beasts shivered, not daring to raise their heads. Chen Fei looked towards Morning Biao, who was sitting on the boar's corpse. I'll leave the next collection task to you, those who don't listen will just be killed directly. The latter smiled and patted his scarred chest. Don't worry boss. Collecting minions, he, Morning Biao, was a professional. All morning beasts gather over here. If you don't gather in 1 minute you can go to hell. Morning Biao didn't care about the injuries on his body at all. Instead, he was in high spirits. The army of more than 2,000 morning beasts now only had 1,000 left. The zombies on Chen Fei's side were similar. This battle was only an hour or so before and after, but the level of gruesomeness was so gruesome that it made one's scalp numb. The ground was filled with broken limbs and flowing rotting blood. The valleys were all dyed the color of blood. Especially those large pits, which were basically all caused by Chen Fei and the zombie tiger earlier. The two of them were responsible for the high number of casualties among the ranked zombies and beasts this time. At this moment, a bloodstained hunched figure walked back from outside the battlefield, dragging a large zombie wolf carcass in his hands. Chapter 68, the predecessor of the Sunrise Organization. Blast stopped walking and looked at Chen Fei with reverent eyes. Sure enough, Big Brother is invincible. He barely grinned as he could no longer support himself and collapsed head-on. Chen Fei dashed forward and supported Blast Wind. Without hesitation, he tore off a piece of meat from his arm and stuffed it into the other party's mouth. Current physique, 1155. Blast Wind subconsciously swallowed it, his breath stabilized, and his injuries were slowly recovering. He originally thought that the boss might have to fight with that 4th-order zombie for some time. He was at a disadvantage in the front battlefield. If he could resolve the zombie Wolf King and bring the latter's corpse back to the 3rd-order battlefield, this would deter the enemy and at the same time boost our morale. Not seeking to be of help, at least not dragging the boss down. However, after seeing Chen Fei standing there unharmed and shouting out the words that the zombie tiger was dead, he was relieved. With the master in everything is not a problem. On the other side, Morning Biao had already begun to PUA the morning beasts. Those entry-level zombie beasts were being talked over, their unintelligent heads were about to turn up in smoke. Chen Fei came to Blade's side. The latter was already exhausted and was lying on the ground resting. Master! Blade struggled to get up and salute. Chen Fei reached out and held it down. Rest well. At those words Blade was moved. He had dragged his injuries to decapitate a same-rank morning beast and then dealt with another of the same rank. If it wasn't for Chen Fei coming back in time, I'm afraid that in a few more minutes he would have been out of his misery. But when he heard his master's words, Blade felt that everything was worth it. Chen Fei placed Blizzard next to Blade. It was at this moment that a figure slid and knelt, his head lowered in a mortified tone. Master, I didn't even beat one of the same rank. I disgraced you. Please be chastised, Master. He initially pressed the python to fight, but the latter quickly counterattacked. Behind him, Tai Ta was purely beaten. If it wasn't for the leather, Tai Ta would have been seriously injured at the very least. Chen Fei patted the other party's shoulder and didn't say anything, but flashed away. Tai Ta froze for a second, then sweated furiously. Chen Fei's attitude was too strange. He would rather be chastised. In the future, he would have to work harder, become stronger, and bring back more resources before he could do so. Soon Chen Fei arrived at a spot outside the battlefield. The blackened zombie's breath was weak, yet it still wrapped the lightning with shadows. Only at this time, the shadows were extremely fragile, as if a gust of wind could blow them away. The two zombies fell to the ground, both losing consciousness. Chen Fei casually dispersed the shadows and checked Lightning's status. It was okay. Lightning was slowly recovering from its injuries. Shadow was also only overly consumed, not to the point of fatality. Just rest well. The two dependents were brought to Blade's side and put down. The four zombies were lying neatly. It didn't take long for Morning Biao to finish cleaning up the battlefield with a group of zombies. The efficiency was surprisingly high. The remains of those zombies and beasts were packed. These were all great tonic. The zombies didn't mind devouring their own kind. As for those third-order zombie beasts that were still alive, they were all brought before Chen Fei. The latter looked at the 8 differently shaped zombie beasts in front of him. Among them were 3 wolves, 2 large birds, 2 foxes, and a buffalo. Don't resist. Chen Fei's voice carried a majestic aura. The several morning beasts shuddered and obediently prostrated themselves on the ground. Chen Fei smoothly took these morning beasts into his family. With the previous deterrent, coupled with the death of the zombie tiger, these third-order beasts simply could not bring themselves to resist. At this moment, the Chen Fei in the latter's eyes was boundless and magnificent. They began to doubt and blame themselves as to why they had gone against their master before. Zombie tiger? Sorry, don't recognize it. Don't mention it in the future. They were afraid that their new master would misunderstand. Your names are Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Third Dog. Chen Fei pointed over the 3 wolves one by one. He was satisfied with the names he had given them. The 3 dogs didn't know why their master had given them this name, but what his master said was right. Many thanks to master for the name. The 3 wolves gave the same thanks. You too. Chen Fei looked at the 2 large birds with a slight hesitation, Shuttle and Paratrooper. The 2 birds bowed their thanks. Chen Fei looked at the 2 foxes again. He wanted to name them Dodgy, but when he saw that they were both male foxes, he directly gave up. Xingqiu, 9 tails. Chen Fei finished looking at the last 2-meter-tall buffalo. You'll be called Erniu. Chen Fei turned his head to look at Morning Biao on the side, his tone serious. Command down, wait for me to come back in situ after all the zombies have finished their preparations. The Sunrise Organization's sneak attack on himself was not over. Although it wasn't in a critical situation, it didn't mean that anyone could be messed with. Yes. Morning Biao led the order to leave. After doing so, Chen Fei returned to the cave with the shuttle and paratroopers. Wang Zhou was waiting here, and when he saw Chen Fei arrive, he naturally knelt on one knee. Master. He had already accepted his current identity, and even felt incredibly fortunate. The 2 large birds beside Chen Fei he directly ignored. What's your name? Chen Fei nodded calmly, briefly introduced the Sunrise Organization. Subordinate Wang Zhou betrayed the organization without hesitation. The Sunrise Organization originated from the pre-cataclysmic Sunrise International Research Institution, and this institution has considerable influence in various fields. In our country, this organization is also heavily involved. The specifics are unknown, it is only known that they have made considerable achievements in various fields. The Sunrise Organization quickly collected a large number of awakened people after the calamity, and at the same time launched various researches. After listening, Chen Fei had a basic understanding of this organization. Your organization is researching on turning people into zombies. How much do you know about this? Wang Zhou was slightly embarrassed. Master, I only know that there is a research within the organization that seems to be related to controlling zombies. The specifics are unknown. He explained the organization's rough structure again. In a nutshell, combatants like Wang Zhou were basically only responsible for collecting materials and catching zombies. Research secrets were rarely allowed to reach them. Even strong people at Wang Zhou's level didn't know that the Fourth Order faceless zombies in the city center were caused by the Sunrise Organization's research. This also had something to do with the fact that they had never seen the Fourth Order faceless body. Otherwise, they would have quickly realized it. The secrecy of this organization was done very well. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Wang Zhou added, I vaguely heard that there are 3 factions within the organization, and although the ultimate goal is the same, the paths they take are still different. It's very likely that the research you're talking about, Master, is another faction. Hearing this, Chen Fei nodded. Do you know about Professor Gu Boyong then? Of course I know. He's a renowned academician in our country, and has achieved quite a lot in basic biology. Wang Zhou nodded. I heard that he's also one of the organization's top staff. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to meet him in person. The exchanges between the 3 strongholds in Z City were not very frequent. Gu Boyong's whereabouts were even more highly kept secret. Now it seemed that the other party had not gone to the stronghold where Wang Zhou was after escaping from the stronghold. It might even have left Z City. Basic biology? Chen Fei did not understand the doorway, but still understood the gold content of an academician. Did he do anything special after the calamity? Wang Zhou shook his head. This he really hadn't heard of. Chen Fei continued to ask, where did the alien cultivation method come from? Chapter 69, Heroes Come Out of Chaos? Chen Fei had never been able to figure it out. Why is it that in just a few dozen days of the disaster, humans were able to create the alien energy cultivation method? And it didn't come blindly, it was systematic. The cultivation method is Li Commander. Oh, Li Commander is Li Chenxi in Kyoto. Wang Zhou has nothing to hide. In the organization only the top 3 in terms of strength can obtain the name of Commander. Commander Li is again the head of the top 3 commanders. No one knows what his ability is, but the alien ability cultivation method was indeed deduced by him, and the experiment was successfully announced at the first time. He is a great man. This sentence Wang Zhou said in his heart. Chen Fei pondered for a few seconds, then asked immediately, humans have appeared at the 4th stage? Wang Zhou still shook his head. The strongest human being currently is in the late 3rd order, and even the characteristics of the 4th order are stuck in the conjecture stage. However, as far as I know, as long as I can obtain the corpse of a 4th order zombie, it is possible for Commander Li to use it to deduce the path to the 4th order, which is the organization's long-term mission. Speaking of this, Wang Zhou was a little scared. Wasn't their squad's previous goal to kill Chen Fei to seize the corpse of the zombie tiger? It was just that they didn't expect Chen Fei, who had gone through that great battle, to still retain that much strength. Hearing this, Chen Fei was slightly surprised. That Commander Li was a bit bullish. It was possible to deduce the path to the 4th stage just by relying on the corpse of a zombie. One must know that the path of evolution of zombies and the path of human cultivation are fundamentally different. That means that Commander Li just doesn't fully understand the characteristics of the 4th order. Otherwise it could have come out of the path of the 4th order at any time? Is this how heroes emerge from troubled times? Chen Fei lamented in his heart. It wasn't just Commander Li. That Gu Boyong was also something. Just by researching that indescribable thing alone he was able to come up with a potion in a short period of time. He even researched a way to make humans convert to zombies but retain their memories after the calamity. There's also that dog luck kid. Forget it, he doesn't count. Right, do you know where the thing that caused the calamity is now? Chen Fei then remembered the randomizer. It was thought that if he could find that thing, many of his doubts could be solved. Wang Zhou clearly froze. What thing that caused the plague? Isn't a plague a natural disaster? Obviously, Wang Zhou really did not know. Chen Fei once again admired the secrecy of the Sunrise Organization. Researchers and combatants had to live in 2 spaces now? This organization was so damn evil. Next, I'll give you a task. Chen Fei sighed helplessly and turned serious in tone. You return to the Sunrise Organization and try to collect as much useful intelligence as you can for me without exposing yourself, mainly that thing that caused the calamity. The shuttles and paratroopers are dedicated to docking with you. Yes, Master. Wang Zhou and the 2 big birds led the order. 1 person and 2 birds sized each other up. It quickly withdrew its sight. Wang Zhou had some indescribable feelings in his heart, but he did not want to disobey his master. Suddenly realizing something, but master, me going back now will easily arouse suspicion. Not waiting for him to finish, Chen Fei waved his hand to interrupt, an evil smile appearing on his face. It's fine, you tell me the location of the stronghold, I'll have the zombies besiege the stronghold after you return. At that time, the defense on the north side is weak, you only need to bring a few important researchers to break through the siege. Suspicious? Just kill the other party until they didn't have time to think much. With Wang Zhou's strength, it would be reasonable to bring people to break through the siege. At those words, Wang Zhou's heart tightened. It was somewhat difficult to choose. On one side was the master who could not be disobeyed, and on the other side was his former companion. The absolute loyalty of the dependents was not completely devoid of their own thoughts. After a few seconds of celestial warfare, Wang Zhou still chose to obey his master's arrangement. The stronghold is underneath the twin group. The idea that the master was greater than everything had already taken root in Wang Zhou's mind. The two talked for another 10 minutes or so, and after determining that they could not obtain any more useful information from Wang Zhou, Chen Fei let the other party leave. The two large birds flew high into the sky, following Wang Zhou. Chen Fei, on the other hand, returned to the battlefield. Morning Biao and a bunch of other zombies were already ready and waiting. Chen Fei stood in front of the army of zombie beasts, his pale pupils transmitting unrivaled majesty. Next, those of you who are still able to fight will follow Morning Biao as he goes forward to exterminate a human stronghold. Said to look at Funeral Puma, the stronghold is in the underground of the Twin Group in the west of the city. It is the two highest buildings next to each other over there. The Twin Group is also considered a landmark building, so it shouldn't be possible to get it wrong. It seemed that the cultural literacy of the zombies would have to be improved in the future. This time, Chen Fei did not intend to go personally. As the boss, he couldn't do everything himself. It was just a stronghold of the Sunrise organization. Right now, there are at least 1,000 zombies and beasts that can still fight. A pile of them could kill a stronghold of the Chaoyang organization. Of course, Chen Fei also explained to leave a weak point in the north. He did not explain why. He was afraid that his subordinates would not act enough if they knew. Morning Biao and other dependents also do not pursue the question. What the master boss said was right. It didn't take long for Biao to order all the zombies. In addition to him, there are 8 third-order zombies, which are Tai Ta, Boulder, Elbow Blade, Dolly, Big Wolf, Little White, Xingqiu, and Erniu. The rest of the entry-rank zombies were more than 1,000. Considering that these zombies had just gone through a big battle, they were definitely not in good condition. Chen Fei asked Tai Ta to take some of the zombies back to fetch the ore first. 1 hour later. After seeing the army leave, Chen Fei returned to the village with the remaining zombies. All go recover from your injuries. Chen Fei dispersed the group of dependents. He casually found some clothes to put on. There were still children at home, so he couldn't go back naked. Stepping into his yard. Dad! A petite figure jumped up. The young girl beamed. Phantom's sister said you went out to play, why didn't you bring me? A bit angry. She rarely went out to play during this period of time. The playmates had all followed the several armies to expand their territories. Either that or they were mining over at the Iron Tower. Chen Fei wouldn't play games with her. During this time, Chen Fei was at the Crossing Heart Bridge, and the young girl didn't even have the entertainment of watching zombies work out. She had no choice but to keep absorbing more energy. Now it was all late second stage. As a result, just before, when she heard the commotion and was ready to go out to take a look, she was stopped by Phantom. Dad went out to play actually do not bring their own? The young girl looked 16 or 17 years old, in fact, is still a child's heart. Just want to play. But did not suspect that the Phantom lied to himself. At this time, the Phantom also came out from inside and knelt down on one knee. Master. Well, Chen Fei nodded, in the future, you and Shadow will mainly focus on the deep mountains. It's enough to have Wang Zhou keep an eye on the human side. Phantom led the order to retreat. Chen Fei, on the other hand, put down Chen Xiaoan, who was relying on his arms, and rubbed the other party's head with a smile. There wasn't much fun this time, so I'll take you out next time. Alright. The young girl hesitated for a few seconds, but still chose to forgive. After letting the young girl continue absorbing the ore again, Chen Fei returned to his room. Only then did he have the time to meditate on the system panel. No one noticed that 10,000 meters up in the air, a large bird with an extremely weak breath glided past the village, like leaves floating in the wind in the water. Even a fourth-rank spirit species couldn't detect its presence without careful perception. It slowly headed towards the deep mountains. Chapter 70, Back to the Old Job. Deeper into the mountains. Within a huge cave. The black-furred giant bear with a body as tall as 6 meters was lying on a pile of purple crystals. The crystals were emitting energy fluctuations. The crystals emitted energy fluctuations, which turned into wisps that merged into the giant bear's body. The giant bear looked at the large gray and white bird below, his voice filled with majesty. Found that thief tiger? The large gray and white bird lowered its head, its tone respectful and humble. Back to the master. Found it, but it was killed by another zombie. The gray and white big bird's breath was extremely introverted. Even in close proximity, if it wasn't of the 4th rank, it likely wouldn't be able to perceive it. Late 3rd order concealment species, and among similar zombies the large gray and white bird was considered top-notch. The giant bear grunted coldly, nostrils spewing out hot breath. Where's the stuff? It should have been absorbed by that zombie. The large gray and white bird was a bit panicked, but the strange thing is that the zombie was only at the 2nd stage when my subordinate first arrived, and it was only at the early stage of the 3rd stage after absorption. It hadn't always been observing from a height of 10,000 meters. The large gray and white bird had been scouting at a low altitude during the battle between Chen Fei and the zombie tiger. It was only that the late 3rd order concealment species wanted to hide itself, and the Chen Fei and the zombie tiger at that time couldn't detect it. Early 3rd order? The giant bear felt a bit ridiculous. That stupid tiger was actually killed by this kind of mole? Inform down, gather all the battle forces, and set off once I finish absorbing these crystals. The gray and white big bird was a bit hesitant, but Lord, do as I say. A cold aura flashed across the giant bear's eyes. But if the other party dared to speak another word of nonsense, it would definitely eat the other party. Please forgive me, my lord, my subordinate will go and convey it. The large gray and white bird prostrated itself on the ground, its body trembling uncontrollably. After speaking, it slowly retreated and left. The giant bear snorted coldly. These subordinates weren't very obedient, so it was really better to eat them all and turn them into nourishment for his own evolution. But have to wait for this time to end. The giant bear had a guess in its heart. The zombie tiger was most likely interrupted halfway through absorbing the treasure. Coupled with the fact that it was injured by itself when it stole the treasure from itself earlier. Otherwise it wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Even if it was a second-order special species, at most a third-order mid to late-stage battle power would be right. It's good that that stupid tiger is dead, saving me from having to personally take action. A cold aura flashed through the giant bear's eyes, but a mere mole cricket dares to covet my treasures, so it will be transformed into a ration for my evolution. In the zombie tiger's perception, it had snatched the treasure from the zombie bear. However, the truth was that the zombie tiger relied on its speed advantage to steal the treasure while the zombie bear was off guard. If it wasn't for the fact that the zombie tiger had too many subordinates, the scene was chaotic at the time and attracted the zombie bear's attention. The zombie tiger wouldn't have had a chance. In terms of hard power, the zombie tiger that was promoted to the 4th stage late was inferior to the zombie bear. The newly absorbed fragments did not provide Chen Fei with new skills. However, the attachments grid was 20 more. Is it hard to believe that this strange fragment only has this one skill? Subsequent absorption of more fragments would only strengthen this skill? Obviously, no one could give Chen Fei an answer. Chen Fei didn't look too deeply into the changes regarding the skill. Relying on himself to think through it would not help. It was fine if it worked and worked well. The key was that after reaching the early 3rd rank, Chen Fei could feel that the increase in his strength was not as great as he had imagined. One must know that a normal early 3rd rank would have no problem beating up a dozen late 2nd rankers. However, at this moment, Chen Fei felt that he could at best fight 3 or 5 late 2nd ranked himself. Of course, it couldn't be calculated completely like that. After all, at the late 2nd stage, his strength had reached the level of a 4th stage floor. After the 3rd stage, he should be able to slightly suppress the zombie tiger in its heyday. Essentially, the two sides were a full rank difference. Perhaps I didn't finish crossing the heart bridge? Chen Fei thought of this and began to meditate on his inner vision. Soon enough, he saw a familiar scene. Only this time, he didn't see the bridge in the first place. Looking back, it was behind him. So, where is the alien energy origin? Chen Fei had a question mark on his face as he began to look around. He attempted to lift his leg. An incomparably strong sense of obstruction came. Chen Fei only felt like a mountain was being pressed on his body. It was fine if he didn't lift his legs, but as soon as there was a movement to lift his legs, the pressure skyrocketed. Unable to do anything, Chen Fei could only stand in place. Looking ahead. It always felt like there should be something in front of him, yet nothing could be seen. This feeling was very marvelous. Without realizing it, Chen Fei opened his eyes. Gazing at it. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 1155. Strength, 1047. Spirit, 1046. Race, zombie. Rank, early 3rd order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 2352. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood pact remnant, on cooldown. The attributes did not change. Chen Fei fell into deep thought. According to the method of alien ability cultivation, it's only right that one would be able to glimpse the origin of the alien ability after crossing the bridge of the heart. Chen Fei got up and paced back and forth, perhaps because I'm a zombie? Without supernormal abilities it would be even more impossible to glimpse the origin of supernormal abilities? Chen Fei accepted this reality. There was nothing he could do if he didn't accept it. The way humans and zombies advanced was inherently different. Zombies relied on devouring to evolve. Humans, on the other hand, had supernormal abilities upon awakening. What else can we do? Go back to their old ways. Exercise plus eat. Coming to the entrance of the courtyard, Chen Fei looked towards the steel coil. Going up and grabbing the steel coil by one side, he directly pinched and deformed the steel coil. It was easily lifted up. Sure enough, it's too light. Chen Fei shook his head, casually dropping the steel coil. Should we go drag the train back? Boom! The ground shook as the steel coil fell to the ground. Chen Fei disappeared in a flash. It didn't take long for Chen Fei to arrive at the train station. It was clear that the calamity hadn't been long, but the train station looked a bit depressed and dilapidated. Perhaps this was the lack of popularity. Chen Fei lightly arrived at the platform. The locomotive that was used for exercise before was still in place. Chen Fei came to the locomotive, reached out and grabbed the wheel and lifted it. Boom! The locomotive was directly overturned. The corners of Chen Fei's mouth twitched, somewhat speechless. He hadn't exercised during the crossing heart bridge and had fought directly with the zombie tigers in the back. He had no concept of the strength of his current power at all. Thinking about it for a moment was understandable. The zombie tiger was still a speed species, and its strength was nothing in the same class. Just like that, it also carried Chen Fei and smashed out a cave in the stone mountain. Strength cannot be said to be not big. In comparison, his own act of overturning the locomotive at once seemed to be nothing. Chen Fei came to the front of the carriage. Straight away, he went up to dismantle it. Then carried the carriage and threw it. Bang! The carriage smashed precisely on top of the locomotive, twisting and deforming. Chen Fei continued. Only after stacking 5 carriages did Chen Fei walk over. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, a green-skinned zombie carried a hill made of a locomotive and carriages stacked up to the south. Because of its size, a large portion of the locomotive was dragging on the ground. The ground made a creaking and shrill sound. From above it looked as if the abandoned locomotive was moving by itself. It was a bit like an ant moving a leaf. Completed weight pulling, attribute point +1. Chapter 71, The Fallen Twin Towers. The structure of the locomotive and carriages stacked together was unstable. It definitely couldn't be the equipment one would use for long-term exercise. On the way back to the village, Chen Fei kept thinking, what is something heavier and more structurally stable? Z City wasn't a coastal city, otherwise finding a harbor would be an easy solution. It wasn't like there weren't other heavy things. The problem was that with a small support area after carrying it himself, a lot of things would collapse. At the end of the day, it would be good to have half of the weight on Chen Fei. Chen Fei had the intention of finding a 4th-order zombie to fight. Thinking about it, he had already walked to the entrance of the village. In front of him, a large group of zombies were waiting at the village entrance. Boss, Morning Biao was a bit ashamed. We weren't able to wipe out everyone from that stronghold, and accidentally let some of them escape. He did not say that it was because Chen Fei's explanation had led to a weak defense in the north, thus allowing the other side to escape. Not even a single 3rd-order zombie had been arranged over there. The 1st and 2nd-rank zombies simply could not stop the other party's breakout, and instead, there were some casualties. It's fine, Chen Fei threw the train outside the village, smashing the earth to crack and tremble. The other party blew up the stronghold? Yes. Morning Biao nodded. This was a routine human operation now. In the previous explanation, Chen Fei had said not to enter the other party's stronghold in a big way. Just make a show of going in. With the caution of the Sunrise organization, it would blow up the stronghold even if you didn't go in. The scene was already done, and it was up to Wang Zhou to perform next. Suddenly, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Twin group. Damper. He is not a student of architecture. It was also thanks to the information age. A certain time when he swiped the video, Chen Fei had swiped it. That thing was used to protect buildings. There were ones that weighed hundreds to thousands of tons. The main thing was structural stability. According to the height of the twin group's building, I'm afraid the damper could be a few hundred tons. Good feelings. Seeing that Chen Fei was not only not angry, but instead somewhat happy, Morning Biao was a bit puzzled for a moment. The former patted Morning Biao's shoulder. You guys take a break first, and the main focus of the follow-up is on the deep mountains. Said and then looked to Tai Ta. Resource exploitation should be followed. All zombies let go of absorption during this time. There were so many subordinates. Something like finding resources would not even require Chen Fei to personally take action. However, the strength of the minions had to keep up as well. Otherwise, future expansion plans would definitely suffer. Just like this time. It looked like Chen Fei's dependents had killed a few 3rd-order morning beasts on the other side. But in reality, after a little more fierce battle, Chen Fei's dependents would be completely routed. Grab a hold of your strength. Chen Fei swept a glance at the crowd of zombies. A competition will be held 10 days from now. 3rd rank and above can participate, and those who win the top 5 will be awarded the title of War General. All resource distribution afterward will be according to the level of contribution, while the War General's resources will be unlimited. Not only that, the zombie army will also be divided into 5 branches, led by 5 War Generals. Competitions will be held every 3 months, with the winners and losers eliminated. There had to be some means of incentive. It was just as well to use this to perfect the management system as well. Chen Fei's words excited the crowd of zombies. Only the strongest 5 would receive the title. Doesn't it mean that obtaining the title of War General will become an existence above the zombies under the master? It was both a recognition of strength and a symbol of status. Moreover, it will be held once every 3 months, so as long as they reach the 3rd rank, everyone will have a chance. Previously, apart from Chen Fei, there was actually not much of a status gap between dependents. There were also small conflicts between some dependents during the previous expansion actions. The main thing was that no one was convinced of anyone. Of course, they did not dare to show it in front of Chen Fei. It would also not affect the progress of the mission. So the boss master knows everything? The crowd of zombies inwardly admired Chen Fei even more. When Chen Fei turned around and entered the village, these zombies looked at each other. In the end, they all looked at Tai Ta. "What are you looking at me for?" The master said to let go of the absorption. "Don't worry, I won't withhold your ores." Tai Ta was righteous. "Anyway, even if I give you 10 days, you're no match for me." His words were indebted, but again, it was the truth. He and Blast Wind were the only ones in the late third rank among all the dependents. Nowadays, Blast Wind was not yet healed from his injuries. In addition to recovering from his injuries, there wasn't much time left to raise his strength in 10 days. Take a step back. Even if Tai Ta couldn't beat Blizzard, could he still not beat the other third order? He could be considered to have booked a war general title. Tai Ta patted Morning Diao's shoulder and used the tone of a senior. "Cheer up, or else you won't even obtain the title of battle general. That would be a disgrace." Morning Diao's face was ugly. He had always said that he was the #1 junior. If he didn't even obtain the title of battle general this time, it would indeed be humiliating. The news quickly spread amongst the zombies, and even Lightning, who had just woken up, hurriedly absorbed ore energy to recover from his injuries. Those wrecks that were brought back were also being consumed rapidly. The next day, Chen Fei, who had worked out all night, left the village early. Along the way, one could see that the zombies were very enthusiastic. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't bite, they would have wanted to learn from Chen Fei and gnaw the ore raw. In fact, there were also zombies that had tried to swallow the ore raw. The result was that it didn't speed up the absorption rate. Instead, they had to find a way to discharge the ore residue after absorbing it. Chen Fei went all the way to the northwest. Soon enough, he saw the two buildings that were crumbling. Apparently, the stock of explosives in this stronghold was not enough to directly collapse the twin towers. But it looked like it wouldn't last long either. Chen Fei's perception wrapped around the two buildings, and in the blink of an eye the structure of the buildings emerged in his mind. It didn't take long for Chen Fei to find the location of the damper. It was on the penultimate third floor. He leapt straight up, easily leaping hundreds of meters. It smashed straight into the building. The building was shaken even more by Chen Fei's crash. It seemed like it was about to collapse at any moment. After consecutively crashing through several walls, Chen Fei arrived at the empty floor. The decoration was quite technological. So fancy? Chen Fei looked towards the huge white orb in the very center. It wasn't exactly a ball, there was a protruding ring on the outermost part. The orb was suspended by 8 steel cables, in 4 directions. The steel cables were as thick as a thigh. It looked very hard. Not knowing whether it was an illusion or not, Chen Fei felt that the orb was oscillating slightly. It seemed like the thing was indeed swinging to balance the building. Chen Fei went up and dragged the bottom of the orb, tried weighing it, and his eyes lit up. Not bad. So he slammed his fist on the interface between the steel cable and the orb. Ka-ching! The interface cracked, but didn't break at first. Chen Fei went down with a few more punches from the stick. Crack! Ka-ching! The interface let out a sad cry of being overwhelmed. Whoosh! The interface crumbled, and the steel cable was jerked upwards with great speed under inertia. Chen Fei dodged sideways. Ignoring the tilt of the orb, he gave each of the remaining 3 steel cable interfaces a set of combinations. Boom! The remaining 3 connections crumbled almost simultaneously. The orb slanted downwards, smashing straight through the floor. It was as easy as stoning a rock tofu. Chen Fei leapt onto the orb. Immediately afterward, loud noises continued to spread. The orb carried Chen Fei downwards without any hindrance, and no side of the floor could hold on. The already shaky building also let out a final wail at this point, collapsing blatantly. From a distance, it looked like a giant pillar slowly falling down. The direction of the fall was exactly to the other building. Twin buildings, both fell down. A massive earthquake erupted on the ground. The building's body shattered and disintegrated. Along the way, dozens of houses were smashed. Some unlucky zombies in the surrounding area also turned into zombie sauce. The loud noise traveled extremely far. Huge smoke and dust filled the air, covering hundreds of meters in a circle. In the ruins, a figure dragged a white orb far larger than himself calmly away. That night, a human squad arrived at the ruins of the twin mansions. Upon seeing the tragic situation at the scene, each of their faces were extremely ugly. The second stronghold was breached? With this much destructive power, could it be a 4th order zombie? Perhaps we should also evacuate Z City. Chapter 72, From the Deeper Depths. Suburb of H City. In a certain private house, a line of wretched humans were taking a break. This was the neighboring city to the north of Z City. It was also the retreat route for Wang Zhou's group. As expected, Wang Zhou only needed to take away a few important researchers. But even Wang Zhou had underestimated the level of caution of the Sunrise organization. The organization decided to evacuate the first time the Third Order squad went back. No one dared to underestimate the power of a 4th Order zombie. Who knew that Wang Zhou would suddenly return? For a while many people in the organization were suspicious. But Wang Zhou was obviously still human. It was not unreasonable that he managed to escape. After all, he was only facing a severely injured second-order special species. The latter had fourth-order combat power and that was at full strength. Wang Zhou couldn't beat the other party, escaping should still have a good chance. After all, Wang Zhou did block the zombie's attack before the crowd left. If that zombie could really leave Wang Zhou behind, he should also come to the stronghold. One pot is really not a difficult task for a zombie of fourth-order strength. The organization decided to trust Wang Zhou for now. As a result, when everyone was evacuating, they ran into the zombie army head-on. The huge number of rank entry zombies made a group of members of the Sunrise organization despair. The four third-order powerhouses stayed behind to break the back. The rest were divided into 3 teams to retreat from 3 directions. Wang Zhou's team was lucky and did not encounter any very strong blocks. Coupled with Wang Zhou's strength, the casualties were not great. Now there were 5 researchers and 7 combatants left. There were 2 third-order among the combatants. Ouyang Ling was carrying Lin Fan, who was seriously injured and still in a coma. That Xiao Dai, whose ability was to bestow blessings, was also there. Team Wang, why do I feel that you become handsome? Ouyang Ling laid Lin Fan down flat and tried her best to keep her tone calm. It was like a casual conversation. And she wasn't lying either. Wang Zhou was still Wang Zhou. But compared to before, it seemed that his features were more three-dimensional and his body was more robust. It exuded a different kind of temperament even more. There? Wang Zhou touched his face with a surprised face and half joked, maybe this is the charm of a middle-aged uncle. Captain Ouyang, your eyes were full of Lin Fan before, you just didn't notice. At those words, Ouyang Ling's pretty face blushed. Although Lin Fan had only come to the stronghold for a few days, everyone knew about her mind. After all, Lin Fan and Ouyang Ling were of similar age. The looks were okay, and the strength was strong. The ability Berserk increase was even a potential stock. In this post-apocalyptic world, it is definitely considered a good spouse. In contrast, although Wang Zhou was the third order after crossing the Heart Bridge Genius, the level is still a little higher. But after all, in his 40s, he is indeed a bit older. It was only a pity that Lin Fan did not seem to know Ouyang Ling's heart. Or rather ignored it. Ouyang Ling also didn't dare to play straight ball and could only slowly cultivate her feelings. Team Wang is joking. Ouyang Ling's voice was a few points lower, shy. Everyone knew it. But no one stabbed through. The others just looked this way and didn't say anything. The crowd rested for a few hours, then set out to find the organization's stronghold in H City. The strongholds in the city could still have some contact with each other, but after crossing the city, they would need to rely on special markers to find the organization's strongholds. Unless the organization's messenger. Otherwise, very few people will leave the city to act. After all, traveling through the mountains and forests is quite dangerous. Soon a group of people found the special markers left by the organization. That night, they found a stronghold in H City. The latter also accepted the group of fellow members from the next city. Huffing and puffing. Completed weighted deep squat plus 1 attribute point. The workout effect of the large orb was quite a bit stronger than the locomotive. Chen Fei was satisfied with it. It should last for a while. The only bad point was that every time he carried the big round ball his feet sunk into the ground. Slowly the ground was being stepped on by Chen Fei. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 1155 slowly increasing. Strength, 1057 slowly increasing. Spirit, 1056 slowly increasing. Race, zombie. Level, early third order, flame resistance, 49%. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 2352. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood pact remnant, on cooldown. Points are added to strength and spirit first. To have a balanced development of all. I wonder how many attribute points will be needed for the next advancement. Chen Fei lamented slightly, the current ores seem to be too low grade, all of them eating so much is still a slow boost. It was useless for Chen Fei to think about it anymore. The matter of resources still depended on luck. There was indeed a difference between high and low energy in the ores currently being mined by the Tai Ta. What Chen Fei was currently eating was already the highest quality batch of them. He didn't bring the orb into the village. The village road was already broken enough, so if he tossed it around again, he probably didn't have a road, only a ditch. Exercising anywhere was exercise. Chen Fei didn't pick his environment. Chen Fei's dependents and a bunch of zombies were frantically absorbing the ore. The ore stock was decreasing. Everyone's strength also increased significantly. 3 days passed in a flash. The dampers in the other building of the twin mansions were also dragged back by Chen Fei. Most of the zombies that were injured in the previous battle had recovered. The ones with focused injuries, such as blizzard and lightning, they had not fully recovered yet, but they were able to move freely. Chen Fei, who was carrying a large orb in a deep squat, looked to the side. A pitch-black figure appeared, and it was none other than Shadow. The latter had recovered yesterday. He and Phantom hadn't fully joined the team that absorbed the ores, but had gone out on a mission with enough ores. The two familiars also wanted to participate in the competition a few days later. But since their master arranged the mission, they could only carry it out. Definitely the master's mission was more important. What is it? Chen Fei's breathing was calm and rhythmic, and he did not stop his workout. Reporting back to master, there is a small group of morning beasts entering the territory. The shadow knelt on one knee. They came from deeper into the mountain range, and it seems that they are not for the territory, but towards the side. What is the strength of all of them? Chen Fei was calm and collected. The shadow replied respectfully, 3/3 order, the strongest is a mid-third order. A mid-third order coming to look for trouble? It didn't feel like it. Notify down, all hands on alert. Chen Fei was not careless. Once you find them making any unusual moves, directly exterminate them. Who cares what you're here for? If you dare to be wild, exterminate them. Just in time to add a meal. He added, you and Phantom try not to get too close, just keep an eye on each other. Don't fold your own intelligence. Yes. The shadow wrapped around his body in shadow and quickly disappeared from Chen Fei's field of vision. When Chen Fei's order to be on guard spread, the crowd of zombies' wariness rose. They were all very confident in their own boss master. Even Morning Biao heard that the visitors were only 3/3 order and volunteered to lead the team to eliminate them. No matter who the incoming enemy was, just do it and be done with it. Obviously Chen Fei wouldn't let his men be that adventurous. Let's see what the other side wants to do first, while not underestimating any of the enemies. The other side. Deep within the mountain range. The huge black bear was followed by thousands of entry-level morning beasts, each with a sharp and cold aura flashing in their eyes, advancing towards the north. Chapter 73. That small group of morning beasts stayed around the previous battlefield between Chen Fei and the zombie tiger. They seemed to be looking for something. Phantom kept an eye on it. Shadow, on the other hand, came to report on the situation at regular intervals. Could it be looking for the corpse of the zombie tiger? Chen Fei felt that this was more likely. Combined with the words of the zombie tiger from before, it was likely that these guys were the subordinates of another fourth order. Only the remnants of the zombie tiger's body had become the nourishment for Chen Fei's promotion. They were afraid that they would be disappointed. Chen Fei did not allow his dependents to dispose of the other party. It would be interesting to see what else these zombie beasts would do. An hour passed. The group of morning beasts suddenly turned their heads and left towards the south. Want to leave? Chen Fei's eyes turned cold as he moved his feet and directly chased after them. Although the two sides were separated by several kilometers, Chen Fei's speed, which was comparable to that of a fourth-stage zombie. Catching up with the other party would only be a matter of taking some time. Soon, Chen Fei entered the mountain range. Within a few breaths, Chen Fei had already seen those zombie beasts in his perception. Reaching out, he pulled out a few thumb-sized oars from his pants pocket and flexed his fingers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Puff. Several morning beasts fell to the ground one after another, not even having time to react. Gone peacefully. Who? Only the mid-third stage zombie dog was left to survey the surroundings in terror. Grimacing, it was poised to strike. It was certain that if the other party struck out at itself, it would definitely be like those companions on the ground, killed in seconds without even being able to react. A green figure suddenly appeared 10 meters in front of the zombie dog. The airwave brought up even a step later rushed around the gravel flying. The zombie dog felt a huge sense of oppression. Even the momentum built up was instantly broken. Early third stage? The zombie dog was a bit incredulous. Is it really just the early third stage? It had initially gotten the information and thought that the other party had misspoken, and that it should be at the early fourth stage. Now it seemed. The equal rank was right, but the level of danger was not worse than the fourth rank at all. What is the purpose of your coming here? Chen Fei spoke indifferently and stood in a casual manner. It seemed like his body was full of flaws. But the zombie dog's instincts told itself that once it made a move, it would surely die. Great Lord, we are merely passing through. The zombie dog placed its posture very low. If there is anything that offends you, please forgive the sins of a mole cricket. The words were well spoken. It gave people the feeling as if it was really that way. Chen Fei, however, did not buy it at all and turned his head to look to the south. It's useless to speak nice words. He had already vaguely sensed that there was a large group of zombies advancing towards this side, and their speed was not slow. The leader of the group should be of the fourth rank. Its aura was even stronger than that of a zombie tiger. So it seemed that this zombie dog should be the other party's advance team. At the same time, the zombie giant bear also stopped to look to the north. The army of zombie beasts was still advancing. The two sides seemed to be staring at each other across the air. The huge bear's mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, there are two skills. This mental strength, it's already no weaker than a fourth order zombie. Early third stage yet so divine. If I can eat it, then I will become even stronger. It must be eaten. Greed flashed in the bear's eyes. Although they were separated by more than 10 kilometers, Chen Fei could vaguely sense the other party's malice. He didn't wonder why the other party held malice, nor did he retreat. Instead, he grabbed the zombie dog and rushed south only. The distance between the two sides was rapidly closing. Within a few breaths, Chen Fei could already hear the movement of the other party marching. A huge valley was in the middle. The army of zombie beasts was stopped in its tracks under the command of the zombie bear. Instead, there was only one humanoid zombie on the opposite side, carrying a giant zombie dog in its hands. The latter was curled up with all four paws, not daring to move. Seeing that it was his master on the opposite side, his tail couldn't help but swing. Plop! Chen Fei punched the other dog's head. And then the corpse was tossed aside. The giant bear's eyes changed, anger in his voice. Are you provoking me? Provoking? Chen Fei shook his head. No, there shouldn't be a need for this kind of reasoning between you and I. I can feel your intense malice. In the instant both sides made eye contact, Chen Fei knew that the other party was coming from a bad place. It was indeed the same as what the zombie tiger had said. Fourth stage zombies could hear some sort of whisper that allowed them to devour each other for evolution. What exactly was this whisper? Chen Fei didn't know, and he couldn't hear it either. He could only consider all fourth-order zombies as enemies. Even if the next time he encountered another fourth-order zombie, the other party did not show malice in the first place. Chen Fei would not allow the other party to advance in the direction of his territory. You're interesting, the zombie bear probably guessed why the other party was referring to. Can you hear it at the early third stage? I'm even more excited to see what kind of evolution you'll bring me after eating you. Roar! The giant bear roared, its two front paws slammed the ground, and the earth trembled. The shrubs on both sides of the valley trembled. The giant bear rushed towards Chen Fei at an astonishing speed. Only Chen Fei's speed was even faster, and with a single movement of his feet, he stepped out a huge pit. The body was like flying against the ground. The two sides were originally separated by 1,000 meters, but they collided together in the blink of an eye. There was no discussion, and there would be no more superfluous nonsense. After experiencing the battle with the zombie tiger, Chen Fei had no fear of fighting a fourth-order zombie. He was even looking forward to it. These could all be quality chaperones. Boom! The two figures collided and waves of air tumbled. No one retreated. The earth underneath the feet of both sides emitted a mournful sound. Cracked, sinking. The surrounding grass, trees, sand and stones were even flying. Smoke and dust filled the sky and was dispersed again by the huge shockwaves. The aftermath of the battle was even more shocking than the battle between Chen Fei and the zombie tiger. Chen Fei gritted his teeth and held on. This bear's strength was far above that of the zombie tiger. A strong body species? Chen Fei had a number in his heart. The giant bear was even more surprised. How powerful was its own strength, and the other party had actually barely received one of its moves. It raised its front paw and slammed down. Chen Fei launched his toes and dodged sideways. Turning around, he threw a whip leg at the opponent's wrist. Bang! The giant bear only stumbled and was not injured. Die! The giant bear attacked again, obviously a little angry. It was annoyed. Previously, he had taunted the zombie tiger to die at the hands of a mole cricket. As a result, this mole cricket was actually able to fight with himself. There were still so many subordinates watching from behind. As the master himself, the fourth rank and the third rank fought back and forth. It would be a shame to say it out loud. Chen Fei didn't think about it, his pale eyes were incomparably focused. Seeing the moves. The valley continuously emitted loud noises, and the earth trembled, like a 6 or 7 magnitude earthquake had erupted. The scene was even more earth and rocks flying, like a giant mining machine in operation. The zombie bear's men retreated hundreds of meters in a row, afraid of being affected. What to do? A rat bigger than a dog looked at the large gray and white bird next to it. The latter shook his head. Watch for now. The large gray and white bird thought to itself, I was going to tell you that the other party has a fourth-order battle power, but you didn't give it a chance, so you shouldn't be able to blame me, right? They couldn't even intervene in a battle at this level. They could only be cheerleaders. Chapter 74 From the Heart Only. The battle between Chen Fei and the zombie bear lasted for an hour. Every time they exchanged blows, it was a huge destruction to the surroundings. By the end of the fight, there weren't a few good pieces of land left in the entire valley. Boom! The two sides exchanged blows once again and then simultaneously retreated hundreds of meters. The giant bear's defense and strength was amazing, and it was difficult for Chen Fei to break through its defense. Chen Fei's speed was superior, plus his self-healing ability was extremely strong. He recovered quickly from his slight injuries. Neither side could do anything to stop the other. They looked at each other through the air. Each other could see caution and attention in the other's eyes. You're very strong, the giant bear's nostrils spewed out hot breath. It's hard to win if we continue to fight, why don't we call it a day? Although he wanted to eat the other party very much, and there was a constant voice inside him that told him to make a move, but this was also divided into situations. The difference in strength between the two sides was too small, and it was simply impossible to tell the winner from the loser in a short period of time. It was completely unnecessary to spend time here. The giant bear already had plans. When he went back this time, he would eat all of his third-order henchmen. He will become stronger and then come back to eat this little bit in front of him. By that time, he would definitely be able to ascend to the mid-4th rank, and even lean towards the late 4th rank. Stop here? Are you waiting for you to recover your state before coming back to trouble me? Chen Fei sneered. Chen Fei definitely wanted to fight. In just an hour, the other party had given himself hundreds of attribute points. It was simply an ace chaperone. Before, it was still to stop the other party from traveling to his territory. Now the purpose was pure, it was a dry fight. Missing this time, it would be too hard to find another opponent with equal strength. As for the fact that a part of the other party's subordinates seemed to have taken a detour to the rear, preparing to steal Chen Fei's home, Chen Fei wasn't very worried. He had let Morning Biao and the others be on guard before. This little matter could be resolved by the dependents. The only point of displeasure was that the giant bear was too cautious and didn't give Chen Fei a chance to eat meat. However, this wasn't a big problem either. The other party still had a portion of their subordinates watching the battle. Later on, the battlefield would be moved towards the other party's subordinates. Just eat the other party's subordinates when you're hungry. Don't be too arrogant, I haven't used my full strength yet, if you really fight you will die. The giant bear snorted coldly, extremely arrogant. Then you're still talking. Chen Fei cursed angrily, his body moved to attack again. The giant bear could only receive the move. Both sides exchanged blows again. Like a comet colliding, the commotion resounded through the heavens and earth. This time, Chen Fei intentionally moved the battlefield towards the giant bear's men. Although the morning beasts were the first to notice that something was wrong, how could their retreating speed be as fast as the 4th rank? Chen Fei led the giant bear directly into the army of beasts. In just one blast, he had taken away dozens of ranked beasts. The giant bear took the lion's share of the credit. With its large body, it was a killing weapon anywhere. Chen Fei smoothly scooped up a handful of bloody meat and stuffed it into his mouth, grinning. Continue. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. Damn it, the giant bear realized Chen Fei's intentions and became furious. Since you seek death, then I will fulfill you. The giant bear's eyes erupted with infinite killing intent, and the power of its claws soared once again. Slapping on the ground, it directly smashed the ground into pieces, with countless stones soaring into the air. Its claws fluttered, each swing bringing up a strong sonic boom. The stones shot towards Chen Fei at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Although they were all ordinary stones, when the speed and power were sufficient, their killing was just as amazing. It was like a high-speed airplane hitting a flying bird. Obviously, the hardness of the airplane was much higher than that of the birds, but it was still inevitable that the windshield would be shattered. It even penetrated the fuselage. Chen Fei continuously dodged, however, the attacks were too intense. His body was constantly bombarded by rocks. Dense wounds continued to appear. At the same time, these wounds healed themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if there were countless red pens that drew a line on Chen Fei's cyan-colored skin and then erased it with an eraser. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Chen Fei looked up as the giant bear used its body as a weapon and slammed down from high above. Boom! Chen Fei, who was unable to dodge, directly resisted hard. The entire body was lost to the ground. Chen Fei felt his hands and feet trembling. Add strength. Adding points successfully. The physique was still carrying it, it was mainly the strength gap. Chen Fei peeled away the earth and rocks in front of him, advancing underground like a drill. Pounce! Breaking through the earth, instantly turning to block. The bare paw of the giant bear that was big enough to be a human slapped at Chen Fei's side. This can even react? The giant bear was alarmed. It realized that the little dot in front of it had no particular direction to focus on. It seemed to be very strong in strength, body, and spirit. It was precisely the balance of all items, not mediocrity, but omnipotence. There was no weak point of omnipotence. It is the power that explodes out that is more terrifying. Special species can't be this BT. Chen Fei used his strength to retreat dozens of meters, and then his feet powered up and rushed towards the zombie bear once again. The latter didn't know if it was his own illusion. It felt like the strength of this little bitty guy had increased a bit from the very first encounter. Could it be that he also left a hand? The zombie bear wasn't very sure. In the blink of an eye, the two sides exchanged blows again. Chen Fei used his fist against the bear's paw. Both sides whirled out residual shadows. Looking from afar, it was as if both sides had hundreds of arms that were bombarding each other at the same time. The surrounding ground was overwhelmed, cracking inch by inch. Chen Fei was still leading the battlefield in the direction of the retreating army of zombie beasts. Only this time, the zombie bears had learned to be smart. Using stronger and faster attacks to restrain Chen Fei, the latter directly gave up on the confrontation, dodged after an early third-stage zombie deer, and blew up the other party's deer head with a single punch. He grabbed the deer's leg and chewed on it. The next second the zombie bear also arrived, burning with rage. Die. It was not concerned about the death of its subordinates, but because the other party ignored itself. And it was eating its own rations. That's right, in the eyes of the zombie bear. These zombie beasts were both subordinates and rations. Chen Fei held the deer leg in his left hand, and his right fist went up against the other party. Under the counterblast, the slow-running first and second-ranked zombie beasts around him were directly lifted off by the airwaves. The zombie bear's other paw followed suit and slapped at Chen Fei's head. The latter held the deer leg in his mouth and responded with his left fist. No wonder that stupid tiger died at the hands of this little bitty one. The zombie bear had been able to ascertain that the other party had indeed gotten stronger during the battle. It wasn't that he had reservations in the beginning. Not only was he all-powerful, but he also got stronger the more he fought? True Chao Dan. If this trend continued, he was likely to be consumed by the other party. Damn stupid bird, such important information was not said. Humph. Today, you're lucky, I still have urgent matters, the zombie bear roared, still arrogant. Next time I see you again, I'll make sure you know the price of offending me. After saying that, the zombie bear ran towards the east. Chen Fei looked at the army of zombie beasts running towards the south, and then at the back of the giant black bear. After only an instant of hesitation, he lifted the deer's corpse and chased after the giant bear. While chasing, he ate. Compared to those entry-rank morning beasts, it was definitely the fourth-rank morning bear that had a higher threat level. Letting him go today, in case he gave himself a sneak attack one day, wouldn't it be a headache? Not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves thinking. The grass has to be cut off and the roots have to be removed. Sensing Chen Fei chasing after him from behind, the zombie bear really wanted to turn his head and fight with the other party. However, it thought that it might lose and would die if it lost. It chose to follow its heart. As for the desire to eat the other party inside, and the whispers that constantly compelled it, compared to the instinct to survive, it was definitely far inferior. Chapter 75, 3/4 Order. Chen Fei chased all the way, and the zombie bear ran all the way. The mountains and forests had been smashed out into a road more than 60 kilometers long. From a high altitude, it looked like a slit had been shaved into the forest. The speed of the zombie bear was slightly inferior to Chen Fei, but the former's skin is thick. When he was caught up, he resisted Chen Fei's attacks and occasionally counterattacked a few times, then continued to run. The zombie bear was already beginning to feel thankful that he had chosen wisely. The strength of that little nub in the back was still rising. Although the increase was average, it could be clearly perceived. It was estimated that it wouldn't take too long to suppress himself. If he had chosen to fight hard to the end, he would have been the next zombie tiger. Fortunately, he was not a brainless fool. It looked like both sides had moved more than 60 kilometers, which seemed like a long way. In fact, it was only a little over 3 minutes. Even for a fourth-order strong body species, its speed was above the speed of sound. The speed species zombie tiger was even able to reach twice the speed of sound in its regular state. That is to say, Mach 2. It was not too much to say that it was a flesh and blood war machine. It was also that the two sides were now running while fighting, otherwise the moving distance would be even farther. What the hell kind of demonic monster is this? A special species? The zombie bear became more and more alarmed. In its heart, it cursed the large gray and white bird countless times. If the other party was in front of him, he would definitely swallow it in one bite. The zombie bear had read countless funerals and had seen no less than 10 special species, and there were even 2 of them among his subordinates. But these special kinds of strong are quite reasonable. And the promotion of rank is generally slower than other zombies. It's already good enough to be able to fight in the middle to late third stage at the beginning of the third stage. How could there be an early third order beating an early fourth order and still chasing after it? Tear. Chen Fei tore off a piece of meat from the deer in his hand. Tearing a third order zombie deer was not much harder than tearing a piece of paper. Smoothly stuffing the meat into his mouth. Once again, he slammed his fist into the zombie bear's butt. The latter did not turn back. Instead, it used the force of the recoil to scurry forward a large distance. Chen Fei continued to chase, and the giant bear continued to run. This process lasted for another full hour. During this time, it passed by the outskirts of 2 urban areas, directly blasting the buildings along the way into ruins. The roads were also smashed beyond recognition. There were quite a few unlucky zombies that ran slowly. Either they were trampled to death by the zombie bears or lifted off by the airwaves. The venison that Chen Fei had brought with him was also finished. The actions of the 2 zombies drew the attention of many forces along the way. There were zombies and humans. Only no one and no zombie dared to approach. The battle between the 4th level, it was good to watch from afar, but if they got too close, they might be affected. At that time, it would really be a wasted death. Chase so dead? Zombie bear is also speechless. The other party, this is also too persistent. It turned back again, only to find that Chen Fei had already stopped. The latter looked ahead with deep eyes. A forest. The trees were tall and dense, exuding an otherworldly aura. It gave off a mysterious and treacherous feeling. Mid-4th stage? Chen Fei gazed up. More than that, there are 2 early 4th order ones? He did not expect that there were actually 4th order zombies that would act together. Fourth rank zombies shouldn't be hostile to each other? The presence of that kind of voice would make the chain of suspicion incredibly strong. The moment Chen Fei discovered the other party, the latter also discovered Chen Fei. Chen Fei did not hesitate to turn his head and run. He could still exhaust the other party by fighting a fourth rank, but there were three on the opposite side. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. The wind was tight and tugging. Chen Fei was curious, but he couldn't die, Chen Fei knew in his heart. As for the zombie bear, rashly intruding into the other party's territory would not end well. More than 10 kilometers away, a gray python with a body length of 100 meters was coiled around its body, and each scale was as big as a basin. The huge and magnificent body was bursting with power. It gave the impression that a casual flick of its tail could bring down a building. It looked up to the west. A pair of eyes like jewels could not be seen to be sad or happy, and there were two bulging bags on the snake's head, one on the left and one on the right. The snake's letters spat and hissed. Behind the python was a white-skinned humanoid zombie and a mantis zombie that was the size of a normal person. Third stage? Very special. It's a pity that it ran away too fast, otherwise it's not bad to take it under your command. The python's tone was flat. You guys go and capture that bear. It's not bad to harvest a fourth order. The two fourth order zombies kneeled down on one knee and lowered their heads. Their attitudes were extremely respectful. My subordinates will take orders. After speaking, the two zombies moved and disappeared in place. It was indeed difficult for fourth order zombies to act together. But when one party existed the means to enslave the other. As long as the former had enough eyesight, then they would choose to stay as their own fighters first. The gray python was the one that suppressed its inner longing and chose to enslave two fourth-order zombies, allowing the latter to constantly help itself hunt down powerful zombies, bringing it back for itself to devour. This was the reason why it was able to reach the mid-fourth stage. The power of one zombie was limited. It was only by making more zombies work for itself that it would have a constant supply of resources for its own evolution. When the resources acquired were not enough to supply one's own evolution, it would not be too late to eat the fourth-order zombies. This was also why many zombies would lead a team once they became powerful. Chen Fei might not have thought about it. But most zombies would treat their subordinates as reserve rations. Of course, it was extremely rare to have two early fourth-stage zombies under one's command like the gray python. On the other side, the zombie bear was relieved to see that Chen Fei did not catch up. It was good that he had thick skin and flesh, or else he would really be left behind by the other party. This humiliation, I will definitely get my revenge. The zombie giant bear slowed down and moved forward, angry and at the same time having palpitations in its heart. I must quickly improve my strength, or else I'm afraid I won't have the chance to eat that zombie in the future. Suddenly, the hairs on its body stood up. A strong sense of crisis made its hill-like body tremble. Fourth stage? The zombie bear was horrified. How could there be fourth-rank zombies acting together? In the next second, two modest figures descended from the sky, blocking the zombie bear's path one after the other. The strength of the humanoid zombie's breath was average, but the mental strength suppressed the zombie bear's perception to the point that it was misplaced. The mantis zombie's pair of sharp claws seemed to be able to cut through everything. Spirit species and sharp blade species. The combination was perfect. Alone, they could fight the zombie bears to a standstill. Now it was united. The zombie bear only felt its scalp tingle. It could feel the deadly threat from the mantis zombie's sharp claws. I am just passing by, I will leave. The zombie bear resolutely conceded. Just as it turned around, a mental attack directly struck the zombie bear in its mind. The latter's movements lurched and his expression froze. The wings on the back of Mantis shook and leapt onto the back of the zombie bear. A knife slashed down. It didn't take too much effort to cut out a half-meter long wound on the back of the zombie bear. The zombie bear was awake from the pain and roared, "Don't look down on the bear too much. If you want to fight, then fight." Half an hour later, the seriously injured zombie bear was dragged by the humanoid zombie to the side of the python. The latter's aura made the zombie bear's heart tremble. Not to mention the body that was several meters tall while lying down. In front of the giant python, the zombie bear felt like a bigger bug. Mid-fourth stage? How can this still be fun? The gray python slowly raised its head, its eyes were filled with incomparable majesty. Submit to me, or die. Chapter 76, still very stable. Chen Fei spent more than an hour to return to the village. It was mainly because he circled around a few times to make sure that the three fourth-order zombies didn't catch up before rushing in the direction of the village. Otherwise, with his speed, he would have made it back in half an hour or so. The distance between the two sides' territories was thousands of kilometers. It was thought that there would not be any contact in a short period of time. However, the presence of a mid-fourth-order zombie added a sense of urgency to Chen Fei's heart. Prior to this, Chen Fei thought that if he had fourth-order combat power, he would not be invincible, but at least be counted among the top group of powerhouses. Now, it seemed that he was still far from it. The mid-fourth rank gave Chen Fei the feeling that he was more than a little stronger than the early fourth rank. In a real fight, one would most likely not even have a chance to exhaust the other party. Same 4th rank, is the gap so huge? Chen Fei recalled the zombie tiger. In comparison, the zombie tiger really fished. It was also fortunate that he had encountered a zombie tiger at that time. Caveat emptor, develop at ease. Chen Fei came back the first time he shouldered the large orb and started exercising. Completed weighted squat, attribute point +1. Attribute points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 1156 slowly increasing. Strength, 1157 slowly increasing. Spirit, 1156 slowly improving. Race, zombie. Level, early 3rd order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 2352. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood packed remnant. I really have to thank the zombie bear. Fighting this guy added over 100 attribute points to himself. In his previous battle with the zombie tiger, Chen Fei had basically taken a beating. It was nowhere near as much of a boost as this evenly matched fight. If he hadn't encountered those 3 4th order zombies, Chen Fei would have had the intention of continuing to look for zombies to fight. Now, it's better to keep a low profile. At this moment, Morning Biao and a group of dependents dragged a few severely injured zombie beasts over. Boss, these guys suddenly sneaked into the territory. Morning Biao threw the 3rd rank morning beasts in his hands onto the ground. They thought to themselves, fortunately, the boss master had foresight. Otherwise this wave of being sneak attacked would probably have to have quite a few casualties. And with preparation the zombie bear's subordinates were taken away in a wave. Chen Fei's dependents didn't even have focused injuries. The former nodded calmly, leave 2 of them behind, and distribute the rest for everyone to eat. The injuries of these 3rd order morning beasts were too severe, and it looked like they would not survive. Chen Fei did not want to waste attribute points. Another 3 days passed. Chen Fei, who was exercising, stopped his hands and looked up into the sky. A large bird descended from the sky and landed in front of Chen Fei. The visitor was a flying shuttle. Master. The large bird bowed its head and saluted. Chen Fei continued his exercise. What is it? Reporting back to Master, Wang Zhou asked me to bring back 3 pieces of information. Fei Shuttle's attitude was incredibly respectful. The first one is that a messenger from the Sunrise organization has found the stronghold where Wang Zhou is located, and is going to deploy half of the 3rd-ranked powerhouses to Kyoto. Wang Zhou will most likely be deployed as well. It is unclear as to what exactly has happened, and the level of secrecy is very high. Messenger Chen Fei knew that the latter had briefly mentioned a mouthful in his previous conversation with Wang Zhou. It is the person responsible for delivering information in the Sunrise organization, traveling between the major urban areas. Quite a few of the information in the human gathering places were passed on with the help of messengers. Those who could act across the cities were either strong enough or had many means to save their lives. Shuttle continued. The second is about the forbidden places. Humans have listed 3 places in the country as forbidden places. It is said that there are at least 2 or more 4th order zombies in the forbidden places, and the rest of the entry order zombies are uncountable, so it is extremely dangerous. Humans have observed the emergence of new 4th order zombies in the 3rd forbidden place. The 3rd is the appearance of an unknown zombie on the sea, extremely large in size, guessing at least late 4th order. Humans have already issued a directive for coastal survivors to retreat. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei's movements were stuttered. Leaving aside the first piece of intelligence for the moment, with the human's temperament, there must be something related to the survival of the community with such a large movement. Kyoto was far from here. With the specific matter in time unknown, Chen Fei had no intention of eating the melon. Forbidden land? Chen Fei recalled the 3 4th order zombies that he had sensed when chasing the zombie bear earlier. That place is a forbidden land? 3 4th order zombies, and one of them was a mid-4th order zombie. It did indeed qualify as a forbidden place. And there were actually 2 other forbidden places like this. That said, that newly appeared 4th order zombie couldn't be a zombie bear, right? That mid-4th order zombie had a way to enslave 2 4th order, and maybe more as well. It didn't sense a familiar aura from the other party before. Could it be a fragmentation ability? Chen Fei hesitated and shook his head. It was useless to think about this for the time being. The third piece of information Chen Fei didn't care too much about. Z City was located inland, and it was out of one's hands what happened along the coast. When you go back, have Wang Zhou keep an eye out for information about the Forbidden Land. Chen Fei pulled out a handful of ore from his pocket with his free hand and ate it. Also, that thing that caused the calamity, it's best if you can find it. If you can't find it, let Wang Zhou try to climb up the organization's hierarchy. Right, remember to bring some ores over when you leave. Don't fall behind in your and the paratroopers' strength enhancement. Bring some for Wang Zhou as well. Humans seem to have special means of observation. It couldn't always be proximity reconnaissance. It was just as well that Chen Fei utilized it as well. Yes. The shuttle gladly led the order. Inwardly, it was touched beyond measure that its master still remembered himself and the paratroopers. Spreading its wings, it flew high into the sky, flying towards the place where the iron tower in the village was used to store the ore. Wang Zhou, good luck. Chen Fei grinned. As long as he climbed high enough, Wang Zhou would be able to obtain more information. Right now, Wang Zhou was still just a combatant with more strength. But what if he could be the first to advance to the 4th rank? On the other side, after the shuttle received a large amount of ore from the iron tower, it grabbed the large bag and flew into the distance. Tai Ta was counting the ore reserves at the time. He realized that the reserve might not last until the 10th day. Report to the master? Tai Ta shook his head. As the captain of the resource mining team, how can I let the master bother about this small matter? Anyway, the progress he could gain in these few days was limited, so he might as well take those first order zombies to mine. The competition in a few days? No pressure at all. I heard that Lightning was also in the late 3rd rank. So what? It wasn't still steady. So that afternoon, Tai Ta brought more than 300 first order zombies. Fully equipped, they marched forward to mine resources. Most of them were large-sized zombie beasts. These guys were better suited for transportation. Naturally, Tai Ta's actions could not escape Chen Fei's perception. The latter didn't feel that Tai Ta had gone AWOL, but instead praised the other party for being well considered. Have minds I bring some zombies to help Tai Ta. Chen Fei instructed the shadow next to him. The shadow led the order and retreated. The mind's eye, as a spirit species, was even more so already at the mid-3rd stage. Its perception of energy was quite a bit stronger than Tai Ta's, making it just right for exploring the veins. That night Mind's Eye brought more than 200 entry-order zombies to find Tai Ta. Mining team expansion. Tai Ta rejoiced that his master had sent himself a right-hand man. Soon Mind's Eye and Tai Ta found a new vein of ore. The quality was far superior to before. The next day, Chen Fei looked at the blue ores piled up in the corner of the courtyard and nodded in satisfaction. Those ores that were of little use to him were all divided down by Chen Fei. The quality of this blue ore was clearly much stronger than the previous ones. A sufficient amount would allow Chen Fei to increase his attributes at a faster rate. Tai Ta got to know the late 3rd stage of the Qing Show again. Not afraid, still very stable. Chapter 77, The Great Melee of Competition. Today was a very special day. At least it was for Chen Fei's dependents. Other than the shuttles and paratroopers that were out on a mission, as well as the 2 hidden species, the rest of the zombie dependents were all present. Tai Ta, who was the head of the digging squad, did not look very good. How come Vigor is also in the late 3rd stage? Tai Ta felt some pressure and looked towards Morningbiao, who was not far away. Morningbiao, this guy is only in the middle of the 3rd order, but it's a bit strange. Maybe he also has the battle power of the late 3rd order. This period of time has been a bit slack. After experiencing a big battle, and then Chen Fei ordering everyone to let go of absorbing ores, it made sense that their strength would increase. Quite a few second-order zombies had successfully promoted to the 3rd order through this opportunity. Chen Fei didn't accept any of them as dependents, intending to wait until after the fight. Incidentally, Shadow had also reached the early 3rd stage. Although his rank wasn't high, with his abilities, he should be considered top of the line amongst the hidden species. Now Chen Fei had a whopping 33 3rd-order zombies under his hand. The number was a bit more than the zombie tigers back then. Of course, according to the intelligence provided by Qing Qiu and the other zombies. The number of zombie tiger's subordinates before the battle with Chen Fei was more than double the number at that time. In order to help the zombie tiger capture the treasure, many of his subordinates had died in the melee with the zombie bear's subordinates. Chen Fei understood why the zombie bear had brought a large wave of zombies towards his territory. He felt that the fragments of the zombie tiger had been snatched from the hands of the zombie bear. The latter was here to find the fragment. But even if there wasn't this mess, the 2 sides would have erupted into conflict sooner or later. Territory expansion and competition for resources. A bit of friction was inevitable. The location of the fight was chosen on an open field outside the village. Standing on a huge rock, Chen Fei scanned the crowd of zombies below. All 3 ranks can participate in this fight. Chen Fei's voice was flat. The rules of the fight are simple: a big melee, and the 5 zombies that stand to the end are the warlords. There would be no one-on-one opportunities on the real battlefield. Melee was the norm. Unless you were the strongest in the team. For example, Chen Fei and the zombie tiger. Both were cliff-leading subordinates. If they participated in a melee, it was estimated that not many zombies would survive to the end of the fight. The battle between Zombie Bear and Chen Fei was a good example. The former subordinates wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Upon hearing this, the crowd of zombies looked at each other with vigilance in their eyes. The great melee had undoubtedly multiplied their pressure. Especially those zombies and beasts that had just been promoted to the 3rd stage. They were the weakest batch. Then, it begins now. Chen Fei grinned as his figure disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, it appeared on a small slope in the distance. Those zombies that were unable to participate retreated to the distance to watch the battle. Roars rose and fell. It seemed to be cheering on the 3rd-order zombies in the field. Blizzard was the first to move, and his speed was a few points faster than 10 days ago. Plop! A claw gave an early 3rd-order zombie a thorough beating. You lost, stand down. Blizzard's tone was flat. Just now, if that blow had been aimed at the head, the opponent would have already received a box of food. Although Chen Fei didn't restrict people from killing, Blast Wind still tried to control it as much as possible. Thanks for staying your hand. The zombie was very sensible and silently withdrew from the battlefield. The attrition came too quickly for many zombies to react. Blast Wind's presence undoubtedly caused the pressure of many zombies to increase dramatically. They didn't dare to provoke it. At the same time, several zombies were defeated by lightning and a few other late third-stage zombies. The melee was on the verge of breaking out. The newly promoted third rank was undoubtedly the easiest to be taken care of. However, there was soon a situation where several zombies surrounded one. Mind's Eye struck lightning with a mental shock. Taking advantage of the latter's dazed efforts, Akifa surged forward and slammed his fist on lightning's head. The latter came to his senses in time, but could only fall backwards. A fox suddenly appeared. It was Ninetales the Old Six. It bit at lightning's neck. The latter's feet lashed out and his body moved. The fox bit into lightning's thigh. Lightning backhanded a claw and made several bloody cuts on Ninetales' face. Roar! Ninetales let out a miserable cry. At that moment a tall figure blocked the sunlight, and the big man slammed his fist down. The melee attrition was fast. Those third ranks that had just recently advanced quickly all exited the battlefield. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the veteran Third Order, the gap was too great. There were still 18 left in the battlefield. Red Ghost, you and Elbow Blade are teaming up against me, aren't you? Blade over there roared, really think I'm easy to bully? The three dependents were all in the middle third stage, but Blade's fighting style was sharper. For a while, they actually fought a match. It wasn't unreasonable for Blade to be besieged, this guy was indeed more than a little stronger in his class. It wasn't that it was special, but the real-world combat experience was too strong. It wasn't too much to look at him as a late third rank. Gale was targeted by 3 wolves. 2 mid-third order and 1 early third order. Although their individual combat power was far inferior to Blizzard, they were well coordinated and could barely hold on for a while. At 3 this behavior made sense. After all, the zombie Wolf King was killed by Blast Wind. Even if everyone is now a colleague, it is also a fact that there are bad blood. Previously, due to the fact that they were all loyal to Chen Fei, they had all gotten along amicably. This time, it was just the right time to end the karma through a competition. Morning Biao was more rigid, directly looking for Tai Ta to fight one-on-one. And also fought back and forth. The Boulder guy is more meticulous. Turtle cowering, no one to provoke. Qingqiu and vigorously against. Ernia saw that the situation was not right, how come he was left alone? It turned its head to look at the boulder whose skin was like stone, cowering in a corner of the battlefield. Moo! The cow bellowed and charged straight over with its head covered. Dang click! The second cow only felt dizzy from hitting an iron wall. The body was a bit unsteady. The cow's horn snapped. It's so damn hard. Erniu, what do you mean? It was too hard for the ox. It was still in the early third stage, and it was only by luck that it wasn't resolved in the first place. After this collision it resigned itself to its fate and silently exited the battlefield. The title of War General just wasn't something one could covet. At this time, there were still 16 mourners left in the battlefield. The 3 dogs were also out. It didn't take long for the Great Wolf and the Second Wolf to get out one after another as well. Blizzard looked towards the boulder at the edge of the battlefield. Dodging over, a claw fell. With a click, it only left a not too deep scratch on the boulder. The boulder could not do anything else, but its defense was top-notch. Blast Wind's strength had slightly increased over this period of time, but the boulder wasn't standing still either. Monolith, you coward, cowering is not qualified to compete for the title of Battle General, come and fight head-on. Blizzard began his verbal attack. The boulder's brain was slow to turn, once he thought about what the other party said there was some truth in it. But I don't listen, if you have the ability to break my defense. In another few minutes, Big Guy, Ninetales, Elbow Blade, Mind's Eye, Blade, and Red Hair were out one after another. Lightning finished resolving the zombies that surrounded him, and a number of injuries had already appeared on his body. He was just about to let out a sigh of relief, but as a result, his afterglow glimpsed a figure arriving at a rapid pace. Blizzard, who couldn't hit the boulder, rushed over. Blast Wind you! Chapter 78 Dividing the Quota. The 2 third-ranked speed species battled to a standstill. Lightning was surrounded by the 4 dependents before and suffered some injuries. Plus, its own strength was inferior to Blast Wind. It was directly pressed. If it wasn't the same kind of zombie, Lightning could still rely on its speed advantage to maneuver around. But the speed that Lightning was good at was completely inadequate in front of Blizzard. On the other side, the seriously injured Red Ghost looked at the battlefield. Although he still had the strength to fight again, he still chose to withdraw from the battlefield. Inside, he had to admit the power of Blade. The Elbow Blade was clearly also a sharp blade species, but as a result, it was simply finished off. If it wasn't 2 against 1, I'm afraid that only the boulder in the middle of the third rank would be able to withstand Blade's sharp attack. The latter was pure madness for one. Giving up defense, he topped off his attack. Only 7 zombies remained in the battlefield. When the numbers came down, the scene was less chaotic. The cowering boulder was the first to be noticed by everyone. Gale, Lightning was almost out of breath from being suppressed and rushed out. How about tackling the boulder first? Upon hearing this, Blast Wind's hand movements lurched. He really didn't want to let the boulder lie down and win. War generals should be brave and invincible. Letting that bastard become a war general would not be an insult to the image of the boss. Okay. Blast returned a word flatly. So the two late third order speed species reached an agreement. At the same time, they struck out at the middle third order boulder. Seeing this, the boulder was startled. This bully zombie. A single Blast Wind could cause some damage to himself. With another lightning bolt, the boulder didn't think he could hold out for long. Don't fight. Boulder stood up and hurriedly waved his hand. I admit defeat. Boulder was very much from the heart. He didn't feel like it was spineless to admit defeat anyway. Being able to last until now was already better than most third ranks. Although it was completely by needing out. Blast Wind and Lightning were called off before they could kill. The former turned his head to look at the latter again. Shoo! Lightning ran straight away. This had just caught his breath, and he was going to be held down again. Obviously, he was already in the late third stage. Why was it so bad? It was at this moment that Vigorous over there roared angrily, Xingqiu, you've lost. Vigorous huge palms pinched Xingqiu's neck. The latter was like a dead dog, his body softly collapsed and was lifted in midair. At this time, Xingqiu Fox's head had already been whacked out of shape. It regretted. It shouldn't have looked for this guy. Xingqiu originally thought that Vigorous was one step behind himself in the late third stage, so he should not be his opponent. At least before the remaining 5 morning, he should not be in any trouble. As a result, Vigor's power was too strong, and Xingqiu was punched by his carelessness. One wrong step and the whole game was lost. After that, he was deadlocked. Vigor completely utilized his powerful strength advantage, not giving Xingqiu a single chance. That's what led to the current scene. Lightning had just been caught up by Blizzard and was taking a beating, when he let out a sigh of relief. Blast Wind stopped at the right time. On the other side, Taita shouted anxiously, Morning Biao, it's over and you're still doing it, crazy? Morning Biao didn't seem to hear the call at all and kept attacking. Taita cursed in his heart. He also did not remember that he had offended Funeral Biao. Why did he strike so hard? It was not what Taita expected, although Biao was only in the middle of the third stage, but his battle strength was not inferior to the late third stage. Otherwise, he could not have fought with Taita for so long. This is what you did first, don't blame me. Taita's face changed and said that he had already slammed his fist on the opponent's face. Bang! Funeral Biao flew backwards and rolled several times before stopping. Supporting his body with both hands, he slowly stood up. Taita, who was on the alert, realized that the other party did not attack again, and then breathed a sigh of relief. That is to say, this guy's head is really hard, by their own full force punch actually cannot see too much injury. Oh, Funeral Biao scratched his head, just now too involved, did not pay attention to how much is left, absolutely not on purpose. Hearing this explanation from Funeral Biao, Taita always felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! Shenfei flashed to the scene and looked at the 5 dependents in the field. Not bad, you're the first class of battle generals. Morning Biao, you are responsible for dividing all zombies under the 3rd rank into 5 teams equally, and each of you will lead a team to expand in the direction of the deep mountains. Before that, there is also the need to completely take over the territories of the zombie tigers and zombie bears. You are not only responsible for expansion, the exploration and mining of the mineral veins is also your responsibility. To put it simply, Chen Fei had established a system similar to a division. The 5 war generals were solely responsible for the rest of the matters except for following Chen Fei's orders. Chen Fei, on the other hand, stepped in to solve the problems that they were unable to solve. There is no fear that these zombies will get bigger and stronger, but they are Chen Fei's dependents anyway. It is said that the competition will be held once every 3 months. In reality, the 5 of them should be able to sit firmly in the position of battle generals in a short period of time. The 3rd rank will be recruited by yourselves, each according to their own abilities, but the upper limit is 8. Now, you guys recruit your own men first. Chen Fei stepped aside, leaving the 5 dependents room to play. The cap of 8 was also meant to limit a certain zombie. Chen Fei had no doubt about Funeral Biao's PUA tactics. Truly letting him let go of his operation, it was estimated that 80% of the 3rd rank would have to go with him. Soon, the zombies that were previously fighting to death began to communicate with each other. Excluding the Shadow, Phantom, Shuttle and Paratrooper who were not present, there were still 24 third-order zombies on the scene waiting to be recruited by the 5 warlords. Morning Biao was the sharp-eyed one. He didn't go to Qingqiu first, but found Blade first. I don't know what was exchanged, and in less than a minute, he took Blade to find the boulder. The boulder was better to fool, and took it down in 10 seconds. In less than 5 minutes, Morning Biao's team recruitment cap. In addition to Blade and Boulder, there are 3 wolf brothers, hard eyes, red ghosts, and a newly promoted third-order hidden species. The lineup was considered luxurious. In comparison, the remaining 4 dependents that recruited the most was Blast. After all, the strength was there, still recruiting 6 of them. Even Xingqiu brought the 9 tails under Blizzard. Lightning recruited 4. Dali and Tai Ta have 3 each. Vigor was not good with words, while Tai Ta was confident. Recruitment? You guys don't want to come, it's not like I can't train the 3rd rank. These were Tai Ta's original words. Chen Fei didn't care about this uneven distribution, it was all up to each individual. Even if it wasn't for the restriction of a hand, Morning Biao's lineup would have been even more exaggerated. The newly promoted 3rd rank stays. As soon as Chen Fei's words were finished, the rest of the zombies left in a very sensible manner. Looking at the 11 early 3rd rank zombies in front of them. 4 in human form and 7 in beast form. Chen Fei used the attachment skill one by one. Current attachment, 3450. The 11 zombies looked at Chen Fei with even more adoration and respect. They were even willing to die for the former. I won't give you guys names, if you wish you can look for your warlords. Chen Fei waved his hand. The crowd of zombies were slightly disappointed, but they did not dare to make a sound. Being given a name was a supreme honor, but it was Chen Fei's decision to give it or not. Outsiders could not sway it. Chen Fei, on the other hand, was thinking that perhaps in the future he would have to raise the threshold for accepting dependents as well. There were too many subordinates today, and as time went on, there would definitely be more and more 3rd order. Chen Fei's grid was only so small, so he would have to keep some for backup. Chapter 79 Snowing in October. On that day, Morning Biao divided the entry rank zombies into 5 branches evenly. Before expanding in different directions, they also had to annex the territories of the zombie tigers and zombie bears. The former was fine, there should be no remnants left. The zombie bears' territory, however, still had a portion of residual strength. This was what Chen Fei had purposely left for a few dependents to practice on. If anything happened, Shadow and Phantom would convey the news in time. Even though the Shadow and Phantom had missed out on the competition, they did listen to Chen Fei's orders directly. In terms of resources, Chen Fei would not be harsh at all. This included the Wangzhou, shuttle, and paratroopers who were not on this side. All of them were dependents with more specific functions. The 5 zombie armies began to move. The zombie tiger's territory was taken without any hindrance. 8 veins of varying quality were found in it. Thanks to Qing Qiu and other zombie beasts leading the way. The zombie tiger's lair was copied. The good stuff was sent to the rear at the first opportunity. A portion of the zombies were left behind to guard the territory as well as mine the resources. Next, the rest of the army came to the zombie bear's territory. There were still hundreds of zombies stationed here. A battle was fought. Crushed. None of the zombie bear's subordinates had a high fighting spirit and were quickly dispersed. 20% of them were killed on the spot. 40% were captured. The rest ran away. The mountain forest was too big, so Morning Biao and a few other war generals didn't chase after them hastily. Moreover, the ones that ran away were some low-level beasts. The 3rd order ones were focused on by the army and had no chance to escape. My lord will definitely not spare you when he returns. This 3rd order zombie had its head cut off before it could finish speaking. The beast's eyes held shock and disbelief. The beast's head rolled twice on the ground, and the vitality in its eyes quickly disappeared. Blizzard wasn't polite at all, his eyes flashed with coldness. Your master is being chased by my boss, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to come back. Now, submit or die, your choice. Unsurprisingly, most of the morning beasts chose to surrender. The zombie bear being chased by Chen Fei was something they had all seen. There was no need to prove too much about who the boss was stronger. If they weren't scared by the fight, why hadn't they returned by now? The 5 armies grew a bit stronger after subduing these zombie beasts. It was the same old rule of leaving some of the walkers behind to take over the territory and exploit the resources. The 5 war generals looked at each other. At the same time, they revealed smiles. Now is only the beginning. The 5 war generals in the direction of expansion drew lots and were already divided. How about a competition? Taita suddenly spoke out, his tone extremely confident. Within half a month, let's see who can bring back higher level resources. Blast Wind was calm, as you wish. Lightning glanced at Blast Wind and also nodded in agreement. Dali didn't give a word. Finally, it was Morning Biao's turn to take a stand. Only to see him smile mysteriously. There has to be some colorful prize if we compare. How about this? The winner takes all, and the loser loses 20% of the resources gained to the winner. How about that? Upon hearing this, the rest of the zombies frowned. This was a bit of a big game. One had to know that 20% of the resources mined would have to be given to Chen Fei, and it was still the 20% with the best quality. They naturally didn't dare to take the inferior products to perfume Chen Fei, and were even eager to give more. Only the latter only needed 20%. Chen Fei allowed them to distribute the resources in their hands on their own. The general program was to distribute them according to their contributions, with some of the details being decided by the war generals. Chen Fei only controlled the general direction. Several of the war generals had the same concern. If they lost 20% of their resources, it would definitely affect the development speed of their own teams. You guys aren't afraid, are you? Morning Biao spoke out to irritate. Taita snorted coldly, just compare, it's only 20%. Soon the rest of the war generals agreed. Only Vigorous didn't say anything the entire time. It was as if he was forced to make a decision. Soon, the 5 armies began to expand outwards in 5 directions. The 75th day of the calamity. Chen Fei once again received news from Wangzhou. He had already followed the messenger to Kyoto and was currently at the headquarters of the Sunrise Organization. Nowadays, the headquarters of the Sunrise Organization had gathered nearly 300 third-order strongmen. The purpose of gathering the strongmen had not been revealed yet. There are a few more powerful humans in Kyoto that my subordinates and paratroopers are unable to get close to, so I may not be able to bring back the information from Wangzhou in the first place next. Fei Shuttle spoke in a mortified tone. During this period of time, Fei Shuttle's strength had also been improved considerably, and was already in the late third order. The paratrooper was in the middle of the third order. However, it still felt a deadly threat when approaching Wangzhou's location. It was even locked as soon as it appeared at an altitude below 5,000 meters. It seemed that as soon as they descended a little further, they would be killed. Wangzhou had taken the opportunity to go out to pass on the information. Aren't humans only in the late third stage? Chen Fei was slightly puzzled. Could it be that fourth-order powerhouses have already appeared? The shuttle respectfully replied, reporting back to Master, it is not the 4th rank, it is just that the breath of those few late 3rd rank humans is too strong, and it feels like they can break through to the 4th rank at any time. And one of them should be a perceiver. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei was enlightened. There should be a small group of strong humans who had already touched the threshold of the 4th order. They had only stagnated because they hadn't found the path to the 4th order. There should be that person called Li Chenxi in here. Chen Fei still remembered this person that Wang Zhou had mentioned earlier. The latter was undoubtedly a person of amazing talent. Suddenly, Chen Fei looked up at the sky and frowned slightly. It's snowing? What the hell? Chen Fei was somewhat confused. Z City counted as a southern city, and in previous years, no snow could be seen until the end of the year. Counting the time, it was only early October now. Even the north shouldn't be snowing at this time. When the snow drifted down, falling on the grass and trees, the ground, the surrounding temperature only began to fall. From more than 20 degrees in a few breaths to below zero. Chen Fei's physical body was strong enough that this bit of low temperature could only be considered a bit cooler for him. But this situation is really a bit weird. For some reason, Chen Fei suddenly remembered that random book. Chaos? Chen Fei's mind raced. The concentration of energy factor in the air wasn't enough before, and now the concentration has exceeded a certain threshold, so chaos has begun to occur. It was like the chaos of light refraction in human experiments. When the area of influence was large enough, it seemed reasonable that the chaotic seasons would appear. It was hard to imagine what kind of great power the thing had. It was even likely that this was just the beginning. Shuttle, you and the paratroopers will just keep your distance and observe the humans next, and on Wang Zhou's side, tell him not to rush to pass on the information. Chen Fei looked down at Shuttle, you go over first. Right, remember to bring some oars with you when you go back. Chen Fei did not forget to remind. These dependents would not go and take resources without their own orders. So one had to be more careful. The dependents could only help themselves better if they were strong. For example, Wang Zhou would not need to be so troublesome if he was of the 4th rank. The shuttle responded respectfully, understood. Buzz. Spreading its wings, it flew high into the sky against the wind and snow. Shortly after the shuttle left, a pitch-black figure appeared, kneeling on one knee with a somewhat anxious tone. Master, something happened to Morning Biao. Chapter 80 Temporary War General, Blade. The direction of expansion of the zombie army led by Morning Biao was the southeast direction of the zombie bear territory. During this period of time, Morning Biao fully utilized his advantages. Basically, all the third-order zombie beasts he encountered were subdued by him. A few hardened ones were shared by everyone. Saying no could be taken orally. However, the army that had been expanding at an alarming rate had stagnated in the past 2 days. Has the funeral Puma war general not yet succeeded in advancing? Blade poked the ground with his twin blades, poking out holes, somewhat impatient. It was only mid-third stage to late third stage, it wasn't like it was a big hurdle. Normally it would take an hour or so to be almost done. As a result, everyone had to wait here for 2 days. Red Ghost shrugged his shoulders, let's wait for now. It just so happens that the expansion is too fast during this time, everyone doesn't have the time to raise their strength, so take advantage of this to absorb more ores, or else there won't necessarily be such a good opportunity later on. The one eye of the mind's eye was a condensation, looking to the side. The crowd of zombies unanimously turned their heads to look. During this period of time, Deathstroke Biao's team had 7 more third order. In addition to Boulder and Red Ghost, who had each brought some zombies to mine the newly discovered vein. A total of 13 third ranks just looked at the 2-meter-tall figure. The latter's skin was translucent with a faint green color. The green light swayed strangely. A single glance made one's back chill and sweat stand on end. How did the form appear to change? Blade suddenly had alarm bells ringing in his heart. Be careful! Shouting, Blade had already rushed in front of Mind's Eye and crossed his double blades to block in front of his chest. Bending his knees, he made an all-out blocking stance. Bang! Blade was directly blown away with Mind's Eye. It continuously crashed through several large trees before stopping. Morning Biao, are you crazy? Blade got up with great difficulty, his heart was horrified. He admitted that Morning Biao was very strong, and at the middle of the third stage, he was able to fight with Tai Ta. He shouldn't be a match if he fought alone. But even if the other party was now in the late third stage, he would not be able to fly himself with a single punch. Everyone, be careful, Death Puma War Admiral's state isn't right. Mind's Eye covered his head and shook twice to stand up. In his eyes, Funeral Biao's energy intensity was already more than 50% stronger than an unusual late third stage. And it was filled with tyranny. It was good that Blade helped him block that punch, or else Mind's Eye would have landed at least a serious injury. Not waiting for the other zombies to react. Plop! Morning Biao punched through the head of an early third stage zombie cat. The latter died on the spot. It was only then that the rest of the zombies took up a fighting stance and surrounded Funeral Biao. What to do? If he fought, Biao was the superior. If he didn't fight, the latter was so strong that he was likely to kill a few more. Blade forced himself to endure his injuries and joined the encirclement, his face grave. Subdue him first. Mind's Eye, try a mental attack, the rest of the zombies follow me. It was a pity that the boulder wasn't there, or else with the boulder's terrifying defense, it would definitely be able to stall Deathstroke Biao. The latter's eyes were filled with confusion and madness, his mouth moved slightly, filled with tyranny. Die, all die. My mental attacks are ineffective against him, be careful. Mind's Eye's voice carried a bit of urgency. In the next second, Morning Biao killed the 3 dogs. Although the latter was already in the middle of the third stage, he completely dared not take Morning Biao's attack head-on. He could only dodge. However, the speed was not as good as Funeral Biao. Bang! Ow! 3 dog cried out miserably and flew out backwards. Fortunately, 3 dogs avoided the vitals in time and was not seriously injured by one move. At the same time, the rest of the zombies swarmed up and held Morning Biao down. The latter kept struggling, but every time he barely broke free a little bit, he was held down again. It was at this time that a pitch-black figure appeared, somewhat confused. What is wrong with Morning Biao, you guys? He quickly realized that Morning Biao's situation was not right. Blade made a strong effort to suppress Funeral Biao. Shadow, you quickly go back to the master, we can't hold on for too long. In a short period of time, so many zombies could still suppress Funeral Biao, but Blade couldn't guarantee that he could hold it down after a long period of time. If they really can't, they can only kill. Upon hearing this, the shadow nodded seriously and disappeared into shadows. Carrying the shadow in one hand, Chen Fei hurried along while listening to the shadow talk over the general situation. Chaos and madness? Chen Fei always felt a bit of vestigial feeling. Could it be caused by the rising concentration of energy factor in the air? Why did this happen with regard to Morning Biao? Chen Fei wasn't quite sure, perhaps seeing it with his own eyes would provide the answer. The village was hundreds of kilometers away from the location of Funeral Biao's army, and even Chen Fei took more than 2 minutes to arrive. Along the way, perception was fully open. Can't suppress it, try not to kill him. Blade's urgent voice came from over there. Chen Fei's 5 senses were incomparably sharp as he put his shadow down and increased his speed once again. A flash came to the center of the battlefield. With his left hand, he pinched Blade's blade, and with his right hand, he pinched Morning Biao's neck. The latter was clearly larger than Chen Fei, but after being pinched, his knees bent and he knelt down. Morning Biao's eyes were filled with madness, still trying to struggle and fight back, his claws constantly slashing Chen Fei's arm. However, he couldn't even leave a white mark. Chen Fei's physical strength was not something a third-order zombie could break through. Master? Blade hurriedly retracted his blade and trembled as he knelt down, his voice trembling. My subordinate deserves to die. How did he strike out his blade at his master? Damn it! When the other dependents saw Chen Fei's arrival, they almost simultaneously knelt on one knee or prostrated themselves on the ground with a pious expression. Master! The third-order zombie that had newly joined the team still maintained the action of preparing to strike, somewhat confused. Chen Fei waved his hand. It's fine, you guys retreat first. Yes. The dependents got up and retreated back. Those newly joined zombies were still a bit confused, but they could guess roughly from the actions of Blade and the other zombies. This early third order that suddenly appeared was the boss that the Funeral Puma War general was talking about. A powerful existence comparable to the 4th rank. It was the first time Chen Fei had appeared on the front line. Plus, he had asked Shadow and Phantom to relay instructions to a few of the battle generals. There was no need to send zombies that hadn't reached the late third order to the rear. Chen Fei was going to take the boutique route for collecting dependents in the future. So it was normal for the newly added third order to not recognize Chen Fei. The zombies retreated. Chen Fei, on the other hand, was observing the state of the funeral puma. The more he looked at Chen Fei, the more he felt that the other party's state was something he had seen before. However, he could not recall for a moment. Blade, you will temporarily lead the position of war general. Chen Fei did not even look back as he lifted up Morning Biao and disappeared in place. It was only at this point now that the shadow that had just been left halfway behind arrived. Where is the master? The shadow surveyed the surroundings. Blade replied, I'd become a war general? Although it was only temporary, it was still a war general. Happiness came too suddenly. The heart's eyes, however, poured a pot of cold water. Don't be too happy too early. The master's outburst of funeral puma will soon recover. You can't be a war general for long. Let's think about what to do next. The time limit for the bet is only 2 or 3 days away. With the resources we collected, we won't necessarily be able to win. Don't wait for Funeral Biao to come back and see that we have lost 20% of the resources. The corner of Blade's eye twitched and looked deeply at Mind's eye. You kid can shut up if you can't talk. What else can we do? Then keep looking for resources. Chapter 81. Just like the rising sun. Small village. In less than half an hour, the buildings and the ground were covered with a thin layer of snow. The temperature had come to 10 degrees below zero. This was a low temperature that hadn't even been seen in the history of Z City. It didn't even seem to be over yet. The young girl in the floral dress didn't seem to be affected by the low temperature and was happily playing with the snow in the courtyard. It was new and strange to her. At that moment, a figure walked into the courtyard gate. Dad! The young girl ran to Chen Fei with gusto, an innocent smile hanging on her pretty face. I'm at the 3rd rank. Just as she finished speaking, she realized that Chen Fei was carrying a zombie in his hand. Morning Biao? Why is he green? That's how little girls talk, more direct. Chen Fei instantly brightened up after seeing Chen Xiaohan. So it was that time in the supermarket? He remembered, it was that time when Morning Biao went berserk and killed Chen Xiaohan's mother. Chen Fei's thoughts flew around, thinking of many possibilities. I remember leaving the supermarket side the next day. Chen Fei's memories continued to clear in his mind. At that time, it felt like there was danger outside at night. But there was no longer that feeling at night after leaving the supermarket. Chen Fei thought it was because he could already ignore that kind of danger after his strength became stronger. Now it seems that it is not necessarily so. The funeral Biao is also in that side of the night. That night went crazy. Afterwards, everything was normal for Morning Biao, plus a lot of things happened. Chen Fei also gradually forgot about this. Now that he suddenly touched it, the memories buried deep in his mind continued to become clearer and clearer. Now that he thought about it, the danger that he had perceived in the darkness at that time was probably something that could make the zombies go crazy. It was likely that he would also be affected if he went out at night. Another outbreak after such a long interval can affect even the late 3rd stage, or perhaps it was Funeral Biao's promotion to the late 3rd stage that caused the outbreak. Chen Fei looked towards the still struggling Funeral Biao in his own hands. Could it be inside him? Dissected? Forget it, it's uncertain. It's better to see if you can wake up Morning Biao. Bang bang bang. So on the village road, Morning Biao was held down and beaten by Chen Fei. Chen Fei tried to control his force as much as possible, fearing that he would punch his opponent to death. Morning Biao's head sank into the ground. Gradually the confusion and madness in his eyes subsided. Old boss. Poof, stop fighting. Morning Biao spat out blood and begged for mercy. The entire morning was dumbfounded. Wasn't he expanding his territory? Wasn't he in the deep mountains? How did one wake up being beaten up? No, it seems like he woke up being beaten up. Why do I feel that this scene is a bit familiar? Chen Fei stopped. Do you remember what happened? No, don't know. Morning Biao was confused and replied weakly. As soon as he woke up, he was getting beaten up. It would be hell if he could know. Well, you come with me back to the city. Said also did not wait for funeral Puma opposition, directly mention on and go. Also did not pay attention to the young girl froze to see the whole process, and then confusedly looked at Chen Fei disappeared. Small mouth pouted, angry. Dad went out to play and did not take himself. And also ignore people. Morning Biao only felt the scene in front of his eyes receding rapidly, and the powerful wind pressure made it difficult for him to move. It didn't take long to arrive at the Yonghui supermarket. As time passes, the number of zombies decreases, and only scattered zombies can be seen on this side. And many of them were ranked zombies. Ordinary zombies instead became a rare breed. Have you sensed anything special? Chen Fei put down the morning puma and asked. At the same time, his senses were fully open. As a result, other than some zombies around, there was nothing special. Much less a sense of danger. Morning Biao shook his head repeatedly. Special? No. He did have a slight impression of this place. Chen Fei looked at the sky, the snowflakes drifting down hit his face and slowly melted. Spend the night here. This was Chen Fei's decision. Coming inside the supermarket, the supplies and whatnot were already gone. It seemed to have been raided by human survivors. Coming to the second floor, Chen Fei found a place to sit. Morning Biao did not understand, but respected. Standing beside Chen Fei. Time passed and night fell. Chen Fei still did not sense anything wrong. Neither did Morning Biao fall into chaos and madness. There was nothing strange about asking him either. As a dependent, Morning Biao should not be able to lie. Everything seemed so natural, yet indescribably weird. Until the next morning. Did I guess wrong? Chen Fei felt like he had missed something. There were two possibilities. One was that the thing was inside Morning Biao. The second was that the thing had disappeared. Thinking of this, Chen Fei looked at Morning Biao again. The latter's body trembled. For a moment, Morning Biao felt like he was going to lose his life. However, that sense of crisis soon lifted. It was as if it was an illusion. Boss? Morning Biao was confused. Chen Fei let out a long breath. It's fine, go back. You stay in the village for the time being. At that, Chen Fei grabbed Morning Biao and left the supermarket. It was impossible to let Morning Biao, a time bomb, go and plague the team. Chen Fei also wanted to take a good look at Funeral Biao. Blade was not far from the late third stage, and with his good battle prowess, he should be able to handle the position of a battle general. Returning to the village. Chen Fei left Morning Biao behind and returned to his courtyard alone. Just as he entered the courtyard, he saw the young girl who had an unhappy face but seemed to be waiting. The latter snorted coldly and turned her head back to the house. She seemed to be muttering something like bad father. Chen Fei rubbed his nose. Shouldn't he comfort himself? Forget it, he didn't know how to comfort girls. After taking some of the high-quality ores that the familiars had sent back during this period of time, Chen Fei continued to go outside the village to exercise. He couldn't delay getting stronger. Talking in two places. Kyoto, the headquarters of the Sunrise Organization. This was the largest research institute of the original Sunrise Organization, and after the disaster, it was used as the organization's headquarters. Compared to Z City, Kyoto is very warm, and the temperature has even risen during this period of time. At this moment, there were hundreds of people sitting in the thousands of square feet stepped conference hall. Among them, there were no less than 300 third-ranked powerhouses. The Sunrise Organization had summoned a large portion of its battle force over this time. It had even affected branches everywhere. Wang Zhou sat in the second row. The first row was the top level of the organization. The ones behind were seated according to their strength. It could be seen that Wang Zhou's strength was considered the first tier in the entire Chaoyang organization. The row sitting on the stage was the organization's top leadership team. There were 10 people in total. Wang Zhou felt a great sense of oppression from the 5 people on the left. Obviously, they were at the same level, and even Wang Zhou had been increased by the flesh and blood contract. However, Wang Zhou felt that against any of those 5 people, he would definitely lose within 30 moves. It was not too much to say that the 5 people were half-step 4th rank. Especially the one sitting in the center, who looked only 27 or 28 years old, with sword brows and starry eyes, handsome and incomparable. He gave off a feeling of the rising sun. The unintentionally revealed aura made Wang Zhou, who was in the late third stage, feel alarmed. It was only a tiny bit weaker than the master who was in a serious injury situation. Commander Li Chenxi? Wang Zhou glanced at the name seating plate in front of the other party and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Commander Li to be this young. It was also the first time he had seen Li Chenxi in person. As expected, just like the rumors, one could tell that the latter was extraordinary the moment they met him. Just like the rising sun, it was also hope. Chapter 82 Operational Meeting. The personnel have arrived. The old man in a white coat on the far right side of the stage coughed lightly. The following is for me to briefly introduce this meeting first. Old man, I don't like long speeches, so let's get straight to the topic: hunting and killing fourth order zombies. The moment these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. What? Hunting fourth order zombies? How powerful is the fourth order? Is relying on the number of people alone really a match? Could it be to explore the path of the fourth order? I would think that we should have taken action a long time ago, or else we won't have a chance when the zombies are stronger. Various voices appeared in the venue for a while. In fact, everyone knew. Even though the number of zombies was getting smaller, they were getting stronger. If the zombies were allowed to develop, would even stronger zombies appear? Would there be a fifth order above the fourth order? If the fifth rank really appears, I am afraid that even if all the strongest human beings come out, it won't help. At that time, even if there is only one fifth order zombie, it will be enough to bring mankind to the brink of extinction. The gap between the third and fourth ranks is so huge. What will happen between the fourth and fifth ranks? The only way to kill a fourth order zombie is to kill a fourth order zombie before the zombie is strong enough to reach that point. Let Li Chenxi deduce the path to the fourth order. Upgrading the strength of the human race was the only way to avoid the tragedy. Now the question is, can we really hunt the fourth order just by relying on the number of people? Most people didn't have confidence. Silence. The old man's expression slumped as he spoke out solemnly. Although he was only a first order awakened, he had a full aura. Gradually the venue quieted down. I understand everyone's worries, but this operation is imperative. There's no need to worry too much. Our target this time is the two fourth order zombies that are fighting, and they are already heavily injured, their strength is greatly reduced. This is the opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, humanity might really be at the end of the road. The words were heavy, but this was extremely likely. Fourth order zombies would fight amongst themselves, but it wasn't something that could just be picked up. Two severely injured fourth order could be hard to come by. If they missed this time, did they really let the third rank use their lives to pile up the fourth rank? By the time the strongest people were all dead, deducing the path of the fourth rank would be useless. Below, the chief leader of this operation, Commander Lichenzi, will speak. The old man sat down. The 27 or 18-year-old youth stood up, his voice was as if it could penetrate the soul. Hello everyone, although you've most likely heard of my name, many of you are still meeting me for the first time. My name is Lichenzi, Musili, morning, Hopshi, I'm very happy to meet you all. As the chief of this operation, I hope that you can all work with one heart and one mind, he said and swept a circle around the crowd. You are all the hope of mankind. If we can succeed this time, and the path of the fourth order is open, it is the time for us to counterattack. Rebuilding our home and reviving humanity needs everyone here. I believe that there will be our names in the history books. Lichenzi knew everyone's worries, but understood better that this was the responsibility given to the strong by the times. He would step forward. Just like when he had deduced the path to the third stage and announced it at the first opportunity after his successful experiment. He could have recruited his own forces by relying on the alien cultivation method, or even become independent of the organization. But he didn't do that. At the same time, he hoped that more people would come forward. Clap. The crowd applauded. Most people didn't feel that what Lichenzi said was false and empty. The latter was indeed doing that. They asked themselves that they couldn't do it to publish the cultivation method without compensation, even in the end times. No one would doubt Lichenzi's determination either. Isn't it just a fourth order zombie? Him. Someone burst out in foul language. Soon more people echoed, I've always heard that the fourth rank is very strong, I was just about to see it. In fact, when they heard that it was two severely injured fourth order people weren't as worried as before. The ones in full bloom couldn't do it, but the ones that were seriously injured could still be afraid? Lichenzi reached out and pressed his hand, the whole room was quiet. Next, Commander Wu will explain the details of the battle. Lichenzi sat down, and next to him, a burly young man in his 30s rose. His muscular taut clothes looked like they were about to split. It gave the impression that he could smash a cow with one punch. One of the three commanders, Wu Kuei. Wu Kuei coughed lightly and began to talk in detail about the things that needed to be taken care of in combat. Of course it wasn't for the third rank to rush up together to die. First of all, a death squad will deliver a large yield missile. Unsurprisingly, it can be detonated 100 meters away from the fourth order zombies. Those two zombies were both strong-bodied, so even if they were blown up, their bodies would still be partially preserved. This is the best situation. If the fourth order zombie didn't die, then it was time for the strongest human to appear. If one of them is alive, then they will surround and kill them with all their might. If the situation was worse and both were still alive, then the three commanders would deal with one, and the rest of them would deal with the other and any other zombies that might appear. Initially, the explosion could at least deepen the injuries of the fourth order zombies. And the maximum casualties on the human side would not exceed 20%. The organization had prepared very well this time and planned for a long time. They are even confident that they can kill the fourth order zombies if the missile detonation fails. Only then the losses would be huge. The operational details and division of labor were arranged one by one, and this meeting came to an end. After the meeting was adjourned, Wang Zhou ran to Lichenzi's side and greeted him with a smile. Hello Commander Li, my name is Wang Zhou, I was previously a combatant in Z City. Quite a few late third order powerhouses similarly came up to greet him. It was nothing more than the thought that when the time came, Lichenzi could get some convenience by deducing the path to the fourth rank. They had underestimated Lichenzi on this point. He was able to take out the third order path and share it for free, and he didn't think of hiding it for himself on the fourth order path. Compared to personal gain, Lichenzi was more interested in seeing the emergence of strong human beings. There were enough strong humans to break the current predicament. Hello, Lichenzi returned the smile. If this battle goes well, you will probably be the first batch of fourth-ranked human powerhouses in the future, and at that time, Mr. Li might have to rely on you. There was some element of joking, but the crowd immediately felt that the atmosphere was much lighter. Lichenzi was kinder than expected. Commander Li is joking, reviving humanity is originally our mission. Wang Zhou was the first to speak. The rest of the few people turned their heads, with an expression that counted on you kid to lick fast. Lichenzi nodded in satisfaction and reminded, the battle will start tomorrow night, everyone go back and adjust your condition well, and strive to return with a big victory this time. The crowd responded in agreement. After chatting a few more times, the crowd excused themselves. Getting acquainted was enough, and it was impossible to keep pestering people. Wang Zhou was also very sensible. Although he was eager to probe for some information, he still maintained restraint. Nowadays, Wang Zhou had completely taken the shape of Chen Fei. Compared to the survival of humanity, the master's mission was more important. Of course, without harming Chen Fei's interests, Wang Zhou would still support the humans. This was not contradictory. Team Wang, you've changed. Ouyang Ling and Lin Fan walked over, the former half joking. You wouldn't have put yourself this low before. I used to think highly of myself, but now I realize, Wang Zhou sighed, glancing at Li Chenxi's back as he left. His tone was fervent. The world's heroes are like the carp that crosses the river. Chapter 83, Mushroom Cloud. It was night. Wang Zhou found an unoccupied corner and scaled the wall to leave the institute. He ran for another 10 or so kilometers before stopping. Not long after, a figure landed in front of Wang Zhou from a high altitude and slowly retracted its wings. The shuttles and paratroopers had been taking turns hovering over Wang Zhou. Naturally, they were the first to discover Wang Zhou leaving the headquarters of the Sunrise Organization. This time, it was the paratrooper that came. The two birds were still very recognizable. Looking at the size of the shuttle, large paratroopers many. The overall gray color of the shuttle on its fur, and the paratrooper was blue. What's the information again? The paratrooper's beak opened and closed to spit out human words. Wang Zhou scanned around and confirmed that there is no problem before speaking. This intelligence is very important. You or the shuttle, hurry to bring back a trip. The Sunrise Organization gathered so many Third Order to surround two severely injured Fourth Order zombies. I'll go back first. Simply and clearly finished delivering the information. Okay, the paratrooper nodded, his expression quite serious. The master sent word for you to stop passing on intelligence recently and pay attention to your own safety. At these words, Wang Zhou froze for a second, then a touching feeling was born in his heart. Nodding seriously, he turned around and left. Cautiously, he circled around before heading towards the institute. He hadn't been gone for long. It did not attract the attention of others. Returning directly to his room to rest. It was already after 5 in the morning when the shuttle returned to the village. The paratroopers were not as fast as the shuttles, so the shuttles were the ones doing all the message passing back and forth. The latter didn't rest the whole way. Chen Fei was exercising outside the village and was slightly surprised. Why are you back again? Only 2 days had passed since the shuttle had last returned. That is to say, the flying shuttle had just arrived in Kyoto and hadn't stayed long before flying back again. The shuttle slowed its breath and respectfully replied, reporting back to the master. Wang Zhou obtained intelligence that the Sunrise Organization gathered the Third Order in order to round up 2 severely injured Fourth Order zombies. It briefly described the intelligence. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei's eyes flickered for a moment. I told you. There must be something very important for the humans to engage in such a big battle. Hunting and killing the Fourth Order was most likely for the purpose of deducing the path to the Fourth Order. These seemed to have little to do with themselves. No, it wasn't unrelated. The subsequent human beings who had penetrated the path of the Fourth Order would definitely allow the late Third Order to attempt a breakthrough. As long as Wang Zhou did not die in this operation, there was a high probability that he would be among the first beneficiaries. The cultivation method would not just arrive. Now that Chen Fei was also at the third stage, perhaps referring to the human cultivation method could give him a boost to raise his strength. Just like the crossing hard bridge from before. Chen Fei was considering whether or not to go over and take a look. Forget it, my sudden appearance as a zombie could be bad instead. Chen Fei dismissed the idea. The next step was to see if Wang Zhou's life was hard. It would be great if I could create my own cultivation method. Chen Fei inexplicably rose to this thought, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, but my knowledge base is completely insufficient. Wanting to quickly become stronger definitely couldn't just rely on the system to add points. Relying on the characteristics of zombies could devour them to become stronger, but it wasn't fast enough. For the current Chen Fei, the meat of a third-stage zombie beast was of little use. Unless there could be a constant stream of Fourth-Order flesh and blood. Just think about it. There shouldn't be too few Fourth Order, but it wasn't everywhere on the vast landmass. Besides, zombies were not cuties. Just like the zombie bear, if you can't beat it, it will run, not necessarily fight you to the end. Nowadays, one's strength was not enough to forcefully leave behind a Fourth Order zombie. In case the action is too big, the surrounding Fourth Order scared to drive away, just in exchange for hundreds of points of attributes. It's a bit of a killjoy. To be a zombie, one must have a long-term vision. In the short term, Chen Fei does not intend to hunt Fourth Order zombies. Creating his own cultivation method is undoubtedly a way out. Thinking of this, Chen Fei added to Fei's shuttle, subsequently, let Wang Zhou pay attention to the knowledge of human psychic ability cultivation and send a copy back no matter how basic it is. Alright, you go and rest first, don't forget to bring some ores with you when you return. Upon hearing this, the flying shuttle respectfully answered in the affirmative, and then retreated. On this side, Chen Fei was still diligently working to become stronger, and on that side, the Kyoto Sunrise Organization headquarters had already begun to act. 303 ranks assembled in the playground, each wearing black combat uniforms with the logo of the Sunrise Organization emblazoned on their chests. The gazes of the crowd were solemn. The air was filled with gravity and tension. Li Chenxi and the other 3 commanders, as well as the 2 powerhouses of the same rank, wore camouflage combat uniforms. Apart from Li Chenxi and Wu Kuei, the last of the 3 commanders was Perceiver Lu Yu. The latter was the only female commander and was in her early 30s. The other 2 were familiar to many. The main and deputy messenger chiefs. The first and second in command of the messenger team, second only to the 3 commanders in strength. This time, the Sunrise Organization was considered to have all its cards. After all, it was a battle for the future and had to go all out. The destination is 100 kilometers away from here. Let's all make a final check to make sure if the equipment is all together. Li Chenxi's expression was serious, unlike before when he was so kind. Next we have to suppress our breath and go on foot. The death squad that detonated the missiles had already set off first. It was only that no one knew the squad's route except for the 3 commanders and the 2 messenger chiefs. This was to prevent some unnecessary accidents. There was nothing wrong with being careful. The moment the sunrise rose, 330 steps moved. Outside of Kyoto, in the forest, there were constant sounds of zombies fighting. The earth trembled from time to time. This movement was inevitably caused by the 4th Order zombies fighting. In fact, battles between 4th Order zombies usually lasted for a long time. Generally, there would not be a single battle to determine the winner. Situations like Chen Fei's were extremely rare. The 4th Order battle here lasted a full 10 days. Why did the Sunrise Organization gather strong people in advance? Naturally, there was an awakened person in the organization whose ability was prophecy. Although this prophet was only in the late 2nd stage, every time he prophesied, he was able to show the organization the direction. The prophecies weren't detailed, but they brought huge benefits. A month ago, that awakened person suddenly predicted that there would be a 4th Order battle over here, and both 4th Orders would be seriously injured, which was an opportunity for human beings. For this reason, the messengers of the Sunrise Organization ran all over the country to gather strong people. 10 days ago, the organization sent a scouting team to confirm that the prophecy was true. Sure enough, there were 2 4th Order zombies with their respective minions here to start a war. The information about that prophet is a top-secret file. Only those at the highest level in the organization knew of its existence. This was also why some things were not explained in detail in the previous meeting. At this moment, a squad of 10 people carried containers and advanced in the direction of the commotion. They were all power-type 3rd Order awakened. The reason why they carried the container into the forest. The main reason was that mountain forests were not suitable for driving, and human transportation was more flexible. It could deal with more unexpected situations. After getting the prophecy, the Sunrise Organization had secretly opened up quite a few roads in this area, and now the squad was walking on one of them. None of the 10 people had firm eyes and looked at death with determination. Humans will win. Listening to the loud noise that was getting closer and closer, finally, a mushroom cloud rose into the air a second before it was discovered by the 4th Order zombies. Chapter 84, Humanity's Operation Successful. Looking at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, the people from the Sunrise Organization stood still and saluted over there with solemn expressions. They knew that they admired. Alright, it's our turn next. Li Chenxi swept his eyes over the crowd with a serious expression on his face. Everyone moved forward at full speed. As the order was given, the 303rd rank simultaneously charged at full speed. The goal, to bring back the corpse of the 4th rank zombie. If not corpses, then let the other party become corpses. The result of the battle in Kyoto, Chen Fei only received the news the day after it ended. The shuttle made a special trip back just for this matter. Master, the humans successfully hunted down 2 4th Order, of which the 3 commanders of the Sunrise Organization teamed up to kill one, while the rest of them teamed up to surround and kill the other. The shuttle reported with a lowered head. Human casualties are less than 50. Shuttle briefly went over what had happened. The humans' combat was smooth throughout. It seemed like the human casualties were not small, but the humans were hunting the 4th rank with the power of the 3rd rank this time. Even if they had weakened a wave with missiles in advance, it was still 4th rank. Chen Fei and the zombie tiger fought for their lives that time. At the end of the day, Chen Fei only had 20% of his battle power left, was not something the 3rd rank could touch. At that time, Chen Fei was still only a 4th Order floor in the eyes of the zombie tiger. The gap between the 4th and 3rd Order was even greater than the gap between the 3rd and 1st Order. The main thing was that the 3 commanders of the Sunrise Organization had killed a 4th Order zombie with serious injuries. It was evident that the strength of all 3 commanders was far from an unusual 3rd rank. It shouldn't take long for humans to deduce the path to the 4th Order. Chen Fei was doing bench presses with the large orb, analyzing calmly within himself, summoning the strongest people so far in advance and acting so quickly. The timing is just right. Is there some sort of special means? Divination? Or prophecy. Chen Fei was not worried about the fact that quite a few Fourth Order would pop up in the near future for humans. Instead, he was more interested in whether or not humans had a special existence. Very well, Chen Fei gave an appropriate word of encouragement, go to my courtyard and get some high-quality ores before you go back. Fei's shuttle was thrilled, subordinate understands. Compared to the resources, Chen Fei's recognition pleased Fei's shuttle even more. It was motivated to work. Recently, several war general dependents had retrieved quite a few good quality ores for Chen Fei. Some of them could no longer be called ores. It was more apt to say crystals. Blue and green crystals were the most abundant, and there were also a few purple ones. It was a bit like the game, where the color of the crystals had a certain relationship with the quality. But the fact was that the darker the color, the higher the energy concentration. Those crystals were piled up in Chen Fei's room. Those high-quality ores from before should be dealt with, or else the courtyard will be filled up again. Then treated as a reward for these few dependents that follow their orders directly. Completed plate bench press X233, plus 1 attribute point. Points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 1472 continuously improving. Strength, 1472 continuously improving. Spirit, 1471 continuing to improve. Race, zombie. Rank, early third order, rank, early third order, rank, early third order, rank, early third order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3452. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown. Recently, Chen Fei had maintained a rate of 50 to 60 points per day. During this period, several attempts were made to peer into the origin of alien energy. Without exception, they all failed. By the way, he also found a few late second stage zombies and had them try to cross the heart bridge. As a result, those late second stage zombies couldn't even see the heart bridge. Chen Fei was undoubtedly exceptional. Wait for the full attributes to break through 2000 points before hunting the Fourth Order. Chen Fei had a decision in his mind. I think that the early Fourth Order should not be able to run away by then. In fact, right now Chen Fei felt like he could hold down the zombie bear at that time and even had a certain probability that the other party would not be able to escape. But this was not stable enough. Creating his own cultivation method was the long-term goal, and hunting the Fourth Order was the short-term goal. Crazy exercise plus eating and drinking was the current status quo. Another 10 days passed. During this period, the shuttle had returned 3 times, respectively sending back some knowledge on human cultivation. In order to avoid being suspected, Wang Zhou had copied a copy by hand. Chen Fei began the path of learning while exercising. At the same time, the shuttle brought back news that Wang Zhou participated in the derivation of the Fourth Order path. Li Chenxi's deduction of the cultivation method was not out of thin air. Just like when the Third Order path was deduced, someone needed to be the guinea pig. This time, the guinea pigs were undoubtedly those human powerhouses in the late Third Order. For a short period of time, Wang Zhou could only stay in Kyoto. Phantom brought back news. The expansion of the 5 war generals under his hand had hit a bottleneck. The speed of expansion was too fast, the territory was too large, and the available morning was not enough. So the 5 generals began to fully exploit the resources in their territories and accelerated the cultivation of the zombies under their hands. The number of Third Order zombies continued to increase. There were also quite a few zombies that were already third ranked that had successfully advanced. Blade was in the late 3rd stage 5 days ago. He was still a temporary war general. Morning Biao stayed in the village during this time. These days, Morning Biao did not have a seizure and looked normal. It caused Chen Fei to wonder if he was overthinking things. As for the outcome of the betting fight between the 5 battle generals a few days ago, Chen Fei had also heard a little about it. Tai Ta won. After digging for so long, this guy had dug his way out. Coupled with some luck, he managed to take it. The best quality purple crystal in Chen Fei's room was the one that Tai Ta had sent back. Obtaining a large amount of resources, the strength of the zombies under Tai Ta increased most rapidly. The number of Third Order was catching up to the army of Morning Biao. At this moment, Phantom was reporting the recent situation to Chen Fei. Is there any sign of Blast Wind advancing in rank? Hearing this news, Chen Fei was slightly surprised, pleasantly surprised. It was also expected. After all, Blast Wind had always been the highest realm amongst the dependents. He had been stuck at the late 3rd stage for quite some time. You go tell Blast Wind to come back. Chen Fei carried the orb for exercise. Nowadays, it felt like hundreds of tons of weight was just that. Therefore, he merged the 2 orbs. The method was simple, smash them together. Over 1,000 tons, barely enough. Yes. Phantom led the order and left. A few hours passed. A figure with a slightly stooped figure arrived sharply from the distance. Kneeling on one knee, boss. He rushed back the first time he was summoned. The zombies under his hand were handed over to Qing Qiu for temporary management. Chen Fei sensed Blizzard's state and nodded slightly. Indeed, on the verge of advancing, you'll advance in the village and take the resources you need from my side. These dependents did not keep high-quality resources for themselves, they were prioritized to send them back to Chen Fei. The 20% that the latter received was even more valuable than the 80% in the hands of the dependents. It was also with this in mind that Chen Fei had called Blast Wind back. It couldn't be because the resources didn't work that it caused problems for Blizzard's advancement. Of course, Chen Fei also had the mindset of observing the advancement process. At the same time, he was looking forward to the appearance of a fourth rank among his dependents. Once Sizzling Wind had reached the fourth rank, there was no need to wait for his 3 attributes to break the 2000 mark. He will directly join forces to deal with the fourth order zombies. It would be best if they could be subdued, and if they couldn't be subdued, they would be subdued orally. Thank you, boss. Blizzard's gratitude came from the bottom of his heart, just short of kowtowing to Chen Fei. Chapter 85, A New Prophecy. Blast Wind's advancement place was chosen in a small 2-story bungalow in the village. Chen Fei asked Morning Biao to fill the room with crystal ores in advance. Several thick layers. The first time I saw a third order zombie advance to the fourth order, I had no experience. Resources and whatnot can only be more but not less. Chen Fei just sat on the side and watched you start. This observation of Blizzard's advancement might be helpful for his own advancement in the future. Yes. Sizzling Wind didn't mind either. The dependents were all absolutely loyal to Chen Fei and extremely trusting. The boss would definitely not be unfavorable to himself. Even if he was unfavorable to himself, it would definitely be because he was at fault first. Blizzard sat in the center of a pile of crystals, his blue, green, and purple colors flashing. He no longer suppressed the throbbing of advancement within his body. It was like opening the floodgates. The energy in those crystals turned into wisps and drilled into Blast Wind's body. This devouring speed was becoming faster at a speed visible to the naked eye. A faint green-colored shield seemed to appear around Gale, protecting it. In Chen Fei's perception, the strength of this shield was able to withstand the attacks of a mid to late third stage. Advancement protection? Chen Fei was slightly surprised. He had thought that the advancement rank was a pure target, or the papier-mâché kind. Although to Chen Fei there was no difference between this shield and papier-mâché. But to other zombies this protection was still useful. With Blizzard as the center, the color of the crystals around them was fading. The closer the crystals were to Gale, the faster they were absorbed. Until the crystals by Gale's legs were completely reduced to ordinary stones. The impact was still spreading. Even Chen Fei had the feeling that the other party wanted to devour the energy in his body. It was only that Chen Fei's physical body was too strong for that devouring force to be able to do anything about it. 6 hours passed. Half of the crystals in the room lost their luster. That devouring force was also slowly weakening. Just like a person who eats a buffet until he is 7 or 8 minutes full, the next eating speed will slow down. The aura on Blizzard's body was still pulling up. It was already not at all the intensity that a third stage should have, but it was not yet fourth stage. Seemingly reaching a certain point, Blast Wind's body produced some sort of change, and the intensity of his breath violently doubled. The rate of increase then began to decline. The rate of decline was very gentle, giving off a very smooth feeling. At the rate this continued, it would take at least another day or two before it ended. It's shorter than expected. Chen Fei stroked his chin and looked towards the crystals on the ground. Could it be because enough energy will save some time? Rather, there was not a small possibility. After all, this was where half of Chen Fei's resource reserves were placed. Even if it wasn't used up in the end, it was still a not insignificant amount of energy. It was more than enough to normally sustain a few third-order zombies. This was only one zombie that had been promoted from the third stage to the fourth stage. Doing the math, even if Chen Fei gathered all the resources, it was estimated that there would only be enough for 7 or 8 dependents to be promoted to the fourth rank. What a money burner! Chen Fei lamented. However, it was not considered heartbreaking. This resource thing was mined out to be used. Even if Chen Fei ate day and night, he still couldn't catch up with the speed of his subordinates in mining resources. If there were more fourth-order dependents under his hands, it would be his own battle force. And the acquisition of resources would become faster and faster. This was a virtuous cycle. Almost done observing, Chen Fei got up and left the room, walking outside. Separating out a portion of his spirit to sense the state of Blast Wind, he could always know when something went wrong. Chen Fei looked at the thick snow on the ground and felt the temperature of about 20 degrees below zero. It was slightly cool. The snow had stopped a long time ago, but this snow would not melt away for a while. This experience was still a bit chic. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Sunrise organization in Kyoto. It's done. Li Chenxi felt the majestic power in his body and showed a joyful expression. Fourth order ability sublimation is equivalent to the second awakening of the ability. No wonder the fourth order is so much stronger than the third order. Li Chenxi felt that the power in his body was incomparably strong, dozens of times stronger than at the third rank. This was not a simple superposition of power. Only when he reached the fourth rank did he realize that the third rank was indeed like an ant in front of the fourth rank. Studying the remnants of 2 fourth-order zombies while allowing 30 late third-order powerhouses to cooperate with the deduction, he finally took this final step. Before, it was like looking at flowers in the fog, but now it was a bright light. Many questions naturally had answers in Li Chenxi's mind. Only with Li Chenxi's promotion, the energy in the remnants of those 2 fourth-order zombies was sucked up. Even the 30 late third-order powerhouses were affected in no small way. Advancement requires a large amount of energy as support. Li Chenxi quickly figured out the key to this: without enough energy it won't be able to support the ability to sublimate. Perhaps it's still too much to take for granted to want to mass-produce fourth order. Resources are the key. Congratulations to Commander Li. The crowd had just regained their senses and immediately came forward to express their joy. Just now, they almost thought they were going to be sucked dry. That devouring power was something they couldn't resist at all. It was good that it stopped in time. Now that they felt the powerful aura on Li Chenxi's body, the crowd was envious. Thank you all, you guys take a rest first. I found out that there are some drawbacks in the previous alien ability cultivation method. After modifying it, perhaps it can allow ordinary people to become awakened by relying on the cultivation method. Li Chenxi was excited. I also have an idea about the path of the fourth order, and I'll be able to give you all a result within 3 days. He had a lot of epiphanies on the way to promotion. Now was the perfect time to improve the alien energy cultivation method. The crowd did not dare to disturb Li Chenxi at this time. Li Chenxi walked into the quiet room on the side. He had just entered with his front foot when a figure violently broke through the door. What is it? Wu Kuei frowned. As the commander, he also participated in the deduction. After all, he was closest in strength to Li Chenxi and was more suitable to cooperate with the latter. It was a good thing that Li Chenxi had entered the quiet room, or else he would have interrupted the other party's thoughts, and this period of time's efforts would likely have been in vain. The visitor was Lu Yu, looking slightly flustered, yet scanning the people present. It seemed inconvenient to say in front of everyone, pulling Wu Kuei into another quiet room. The rest of the people were confused. What's going on? There's a new prophecy? Wu Kuei smoothly closed the door of the quiet room and lowered his voice. He could only think of this possibility. And this prophecy wasn't positive, otherwise the other party wouldn't be in such a hurry. Looking at Li Chenxi's successful promotion to the 4th rank, the road to the 4th rank was about to be opened. Humanity should have ushered in a moment of turnaround. Could it be that there was still a crisis that could not be solved by the 4th rank? Lu Yu let out a long breath to make himself as calm as possible and nodded slightly. The new prophecy instructs that we will face a life and death crisis in the near future, and the way to break the situation is in the south. This time the prophecy is very vague, almost no useful information except for the direction. The next words didn't need to be said. The prophet had said that the more vague the information of his prophecy, the worse the situation would be. Bang! Wu Kuei slammed his fist on the table. His anger was filled with unwillingness. Is it a life and death crisis even if we have already found the path of the 4th order? Is the south the 3rd forbidden land? The 3 forbidden lands were to the south, west, and north of Kyoto. The distances varied. The south side seemed to be only the number 3 forbidden land as well. No matter what, the organization had to respond. Prophecies were just prophecies, one of thousands of outcomes. Not unbreakable. Only that it might take a lot to get to that point. However, humanity had no choice. Chapter 86, Sizzling Wind, 4th Order. Blizzard's advancement was very smooth. The whole process was silky smooth and without accidents. When he woke up, his hunched figure became erect. For the first time, he stood up his chest as a zombie. His face was also more three-dimensional, and he looked full of power. Although still short, but gives a sharp and incomparable feeling. As if a sharp sword about to be sheathed. The breath was powerful, unlike just being promoted, but instead the realm was solid. The resources hadn't been spent in vain. The first time Blast opened his eyes, he saw a field full of ore crystals that had lost their energy. Only 1/5 of them still retained energy. When he thought about how he had advanced but used up so many of his boss's resources, Blast Wind was ashamed. To be more attentive and loyal to the boss. Awake? Chen Fei suddenly appeared, and even Blast Wind did not react. The latter knelt down on one knee, devoutly, "Many thanks, boss." At the same time, he sighed in his heart at the power of the boss. Even if he himself was already at the 4th rank, it seemed that he wasn't a match for the boss. How does it feel to be at the 4th rank? Chen Fei sized up Blast Wind with interest. The latter replied matter-of-factly, "It feels strong." Can you hear some sort of compelling whispers? Chen Fei was interested in this. If the other party could hear it and was one of his own dependents, what would happen? Thinking back to the 3/4 order that he had perceived from chasing the zombie bear earlier, the odds were that he and his dependents could also coexist peacefully. It does seem like there is. Gale scratched his head, but the compulsion is very weak, and even as long as one doesn't deliberately pay attention to it, that kind of whispering will disappear. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei was slightly surprised. Could it be that the zombie tiger and zombie bear lied to me? That's not right. Do zombies need to find this kind of excuse to do battle with each other? With his head spinning rapidly, Chen Fei finally locked his gaze on the system panel. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 1702 continuously improving. Strength, 1701 continuously improving. Spirit, 1701 continuously improving. Race, zombie. Rank, early third order, rank, early third order, rank, early third order, rank, early third order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3452. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood pact remnant. To say that the difference between Blast and other zombies is nothing more than becoming one's own dependent and having received an increase from the flesh and blood pact, or twice. The effect of the attachment skill is only to make the attachment absolutely loyal, with no additional effects. Super regeneration is passive. That leaves only the third skill, Flesh and Blood Pact. In the introduction, there was, can grant others some of the host's own characteristics. Could it be that the resistance to whispers has increased because Gale has gained some of my traits? Chen Fei wondered. It always felt like he was not simply as simple as a zombie. But without key information, he couldn't guess why. Forget it, Chen Fei shook his head to shake off the thought, whatever the truth is, it's never a bad thing. Perhaps when he was stronger, certain questions would naturally be answered. Turning to look at Gale, he grinned, let's go catch the fourth order. There were obviously more important things than using one's brain. Gale obediently nodded. The two funerals then disappeared at the same time. Toward the southwest. While the 5 battle generals expanded, Phantom and Shadow gathered quite a bit of intelligence. Among them was the location of a 4th rank zombie. Originally, if Chen Fei's territory expanded further, it would soon come into contact with the other party's territory. Conflicts would be inevitable at that time. But recently, it so happened that all 5 armies had stopped expanding and were recuperating. This time, Chen Fei's target was that 4th rank. The blizzard had clearly just been promoted, but its speed was even faster than when the zombie tiger had not burned its life. It was barely able to keep up with Chen Fei. Soon enough, the two zombies ran out hundreds of kilometers. Not long after Chen Fei left the territory, he realized that the temperature was rising and the snow was gradually disappearing. It was like a gradual change from snow to green forest. Weird and confusing, yet it felt reasonable. On a high mountain, the huge-sized zombie wolf was munching on the third-order zombie it had just hunted. The wolf's fur was greenish-white and exuberant. A mouthful of sharp teeth stained with rotting blood was so regal that one had no doubt that it could easily bite off the neck of its prey. Compared to the snowy landscape in Chen Fei's territory, this side looked like spring. Just over 100 kilometers had 2 completely different seasons. The mineral veins are finished absorbing. I'm still quite a bit short of the mid-4th stage, the zombie wolf lamented. Recently, those mole crickets are about to expand here, so I'll find some time to knock them out. By the way, collect a wave of scavenging. Think of it as the other party collecting resources for themselves and saving themselves the trouble. The existence of zombie bears it was aware of. The distance between their territories is not very far, and they all know each other. During this period of time, the zombie wolf discovered that the original zombie bear's territory was occupied by another group of zombies. And the latter has also expanded a lot. This means that the bears have lost. Although we have not seen the owner of those zombies, but the strength is certainly stronger than the zombie bear. The zombie wolf was not worried about this. It thought it was a lot stronger than the zombie bear. Even if the new 4th rank was stronger than the zombie bear, at most it would be about the same as himself. And he has no power, he can fight and run. Fearful. The zombie wolf that was planning how to knock Chen Fei's man and beautifully harvest a wave suddenly opened its eyes violently and turned its head to the side. Who? Poof. Before he could finish his sentence or even make a defense, the zombie wolf only felt a sharp pain in the wolf's head. The jaw seemed to want to leave the house. The huge body of more than 5 meters tall flew out uncontrollably backwards, spinning madly in mid-air. Just as it was about to stop, another figure swept into the air above the zombie wolf, and the short figure erupted with tremendous power. Boom! The zombie wolf folded at the waist and smashed down hard. The mountain shook, the earth cracked, and the soil and rocks flew. Some of the surrounding trees were overturned by their roots. The zombie wolf's location had a large pit. It was dumbfounded, and then it gritted its teeth and roared, "Damn, I will let you know the generation of sneak attacking me." Bang! Again, it didn't wait for it to finish speaking. Even though it was already retreating at full speed, it was still caught up by a green-colored figure and smashed away with a punch. The huge body seemed like it had no weight and flew backwards at extreme speed. It was unable to slow down the slightest bit even after crashing through dozens of giant trees. Chen Fei's face was indifferent as his figure moved again, catching up in an instant. Before the other party could land, he stomped down. There was a muffled thud, followed by an explosion. The entire zombie wolf was set into the earth. Earth and rocks flew about, like a brittle chocolate being hammered from the center. Rotten blood oozed out from between the zombie wolf's sharp fangs. The momentum it had just built up was broken by a single move. Chen Fei raised his hand to give his opponent another punch. "Stop, I admit defeat." The zombie wolf roared, his eyes shining with terror. He was afraid that if he voiced out any later, he would be killed by the other party. Full of desire to survive, Chen Fei's strength was completely above the zombie wolf, and he had taken advantage of the sneak attack, plus there was blast wind taking the hand. Full crush. Whoosh. Sizzling wind appeared, with an aura not much weaker than the zombie wolf. Boss, can you let me practice? This battle was fast out of blast wind's expectation. Sizzling Wind thought he could properly try out the power of the 4th rank, but it turned out that the zombie wolf surrendered after only a few hits. How spineless. Throw morning. Instead of being angry, the zombie wolf was even more terrified. No, why did the 4th order act together? The one stepping on himself is not the 4th order, but the early 3rd order? The zombie wolf was confused again and again. He was being held down by the early 3rd order? Wait a minute, the 4th rank called out to the 3rd rank's boss. Zombie wolf felt like his CPU wasn't enough. Practice for you then. Chen Fei nodded his head and stepped off the zombie wolf, kicking the ladder. Be serious, and eat you if you lose the fight. Obviously Chen Fei's body wasn't big, but the moment he came down the zombie wolf felt like it had unloaded a huge mountain. Hearing the former's words, the zombie wolf fiercely climbed up and howled as it rushed towards Blizzard. Chapter 87, Hunting the 4th Order. The zombie wolf didn't have time to analyze why he was being held down by an early 3rd stage zombie. Anyway, it was right to know that the other party was much stronger than himself. If he had sensed the other party's arrival at the first time, he might have had a chance to escape. Now, he could only resign himself to his fate. It did not doubt Chen Fei's words. Zombies inherently devour each other, and eating powerful zombies can lead to better evolution. The zombie wolf's ability to get to this point was also due to constant devouring in exchange. Shoo! The zombie wolf waved its huge claws and attacked Blast Wind at an extremely tricky angle. The latter's eyes stared and his figure moved, instantly disappearing from the zombie wolf's view. The zombie wolf pounced. However, it wasn't panicked at all. Speed species? Even if it was injured by the sneak attack, it was still confident in dealing with the Blast Wind zombie wolf. The giant claw swung to the side. It was right up against Blizzard's sharp claws. In comparison, Blizzard's claws were very small. Yet he didn't take half a step back. It's actually a sharpshooter species? Blast Wind was slightly surprised. The zombie wolves that he had encountered before were all of the strong body species, and a few of them were of the speed species. This was the first time he had seen a zombie wolf of the sharp blade species. Compared to the strong-bodied species, the speed of the sharp-edged species was a bit stronger, second only to the speed species. Furthermore, most of the sharp blade species were good at actual combat. Even if their speed wasn't as good as Blizzard, they could still deal with the zombie wolves one-on-one. In fact, in addition to the spiritual species and special species, the rest of the species of zombies have their own strengths and weaknesses, and there is no absolute restraint relationship. The same kind of zombie is not the same. For example, Monolith and Dolly, both are strong body species. However, the Boulder has a strong defense and limited means of attack, while Vigorous is powerful and has relatively average defense. Spirit species are more extreme. Either my spiritual strength crushes you and you can't even resist. Either the spiritual attack is carried by the enemy, then you can pretty much wait for death. Needless to say, the special kind is a common occurrence. Gale and the zombie wolf fought back and forth. Soon the surrounding 500 meters of earth was plowed. From a distance the mountain looked like it had been gutted. This was still with Chen Fei watching the battle from the sidelines. The zombie wolves didn't dare to pull the battlefield too far away. Otherwise, the entire mountain could have been knocked bald. It was not because they were worried that Chen Fei would misunderstand that they were trying to escape from the battlefield. At that time, the two zombies together, the zombie wolf estimates that he will have to drink within 100 moves. Boom boom boom. The earth constantly trembled and chirped, seemingly soundtracking the battle between the two zombies. This battle lasted for a full 3 hours, and neither side could do anything about it. In the end, Chen Fei, who was tired of watching, stood out and directly stood in the middle of the two sides. A whip leg kicked the incoming zombie wolf and set it into the mountain. Alright, that's it. Saying that, he tore off a piece of meat from his arm. It wouldn't take a lot of words to be able to use a flesh and blood contract. The zombie wolf hadn't slowed down yet, and only felt a small piece of meat enter his mouth, and subconsciously swallowed it. The instinctive alarm didn't even have time to appear. Between breaths, the zombie wolf's wolf fur seemed to have become even softer, and not only did its size not increase, it instead shrunk by a large circle. In the end, it was only 3 meters tall. The breath only received a slight increase. It was not difficult to see that the current increase that Chen Fei's flesh and blood contract brought to the 4th order zombie was very limited. However, the increase was also not the main use of the flesh and blood contract. The zombie wolf looked at Chen Fei again and felt that the latter was very friendly. It seemed like its own family member. It hurriedly shook its head to shake off this strange thought. What family? I'm a lone wolf. However, its body betrayed itself. The first moment it climbed out of the deep pit, it was wagging its tail. subconsciously spitting out its tongue and rubbing its head against Chen Fei. The latter nonchalantly reached out and rubbed the other wolf's head. Attachment. Current attachment 3550. Lord. Man? The zombie wolf struggled slightly before finally choosing to give up its resistance. At this moment, it had more piety in its eyes and slowly prostrated itself. The Chen Fei in its eyes became infinitely magnificent, like a god. Well, you'll be called Green Tooth from now on. Chen Fei stroked the other party's silky wolf fur. Next, take me to the other fourth order zombies. Master, you sit on my back. Xingya's huge tail wagged with an expectant expression. I'll take you there. Chen Fei nodded and leapt onto the wolf's back. This was considered a mount for himself. Damn it, how dare you sneak attack me, all give me death. A white giant elephant that was over 10 meters tall roared in rage, the life in its body burning madly. The pair of eyes were translucent with scarlet red, killing intent boiling. It was the first to notice the approach of Chen Fei's 3 zombies and wanted to run away, but it was unable to match the speed of the other party as it was a strong-bodied species. It didn't take long to run before it was surrounded. The giant elephant thought that the 2 fourth order weren't completely incapable of fighting. As a result, that inconspicuous early third-ranked little dot actually broke its own defense with a single punch. Only then did it realize that Chen Fei was the strongest. 1 on 3, the giant elephant thought it would die for sure, and chose to burn its life at the first opportunity. Even if it died, it couldn't let these zombies have a good time. In an instant, the giant elephant's hill-like body erupted with a mountain-like aura. Even Chen Fei's face became a few points heavier. Judging from the intensity of the aura, the giant elephant's strength had already increased to a level close to Chen Fei's. This was no small increase. But fortunately, it was within a controllable range, just in time to serve as Chen Fei's accompanying trainer. The 4th rank having the trick of burning life into battle power is indeed troublesome. Chen Fei moved his wrist and let out a cackling sound, but burning life also means certain death. Burning life was irreversible, and was the final resort of a 4th order zombie when it knew it would surely die. Every zombie had its own mind, and not everyone was as afraid of death as Green Tooth. It's a pity, I was thinking of continuing to collect 4th order dependents. When one has enough 4th order dependents, the Forbidden Land can also be fought. Since this was the case, one could only give in orally. Do it! Chen Fei's pale eyes flashed with a cold aura, and with a movement of his body, he took the lead in rushing in front of the giant elephant. A fist slammed onto the opponent's right front leg. The giant elephant had just built up its momentum, but it felt its feet empty and its body swayed for a moment. Then, a sharp pain came from his back. It was the green tusks that had left several deep bloody gouges on the opponent's back. Put! Blizzard snapped off the opponent's right eye with a claw. Rotten blood splattered with it. The giant elephant roared in rage, its long trunk flung sideways and slammed into Blast Wind's back. The latter was jerked away uncontrollably. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, obviously suffering some injuries. Green Tooth dashed up to catch Gale. Boom boom boom. The 4 hooves of the giant elephant over there continuously stomped on the earth, like a piledriver that swung out of the shadows. It seemed like it wanted to trample that tiny green-colored figure under its feet. The earth shook and wailed. The earth and rocks crumbled and flew like no money, raising hundreds of meters of smoke and dust. However, Chen Fei easily dodged the other party's trampling and took the time to give the other party a few more punches. Dents continued to appear on the giant elephant's legs. Chen Fei's speed annoyed the giant elephant. But it had already burned its life, it couldn't run now. Give me death. The giant elephant's rage condensed into substance. It accelerated and trampled. At the same time, the long trunk flung out, carrying the power of destruction. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the giant elephant's right front leg snapped. Chen Fei capitalized on the momentum, grabbing the other party's trunk and twisting it in the air. The huge body of the giant elephant rose up in the air and smashed blatantly onto the ground. The earth left a deep pit. Before the giant elephant could react, its body rose into the air once again. Boom! Another deep pit was added. From the outside of the smoke, it was as if the giant elephant was wrestling itself. Chen Fei's tiny body was really inconspicuous. This piece of earth had already been ravaged beyond recognition. Tear! Chen Fei smoothly pulled a piece of meat from the giant elephant's trunk that was thicker than a human thigh and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 88 4th Order Centipede. Feeling the sharp pain, as well as the loss of some of the strength from his body, the giant elephant's heart was horrified while its eyes erupted with endless killing intent as it roared. The moment it was smashed down, it twisted its enormous body and thrust its 3 feet into the ground viciously. The nose curled around Chen Fei's arm and flung it blatantly. Chen Fei was thrown up in surprise. The giant elephant took the opportunity to twitch its trunk, seeming to flatten the green-colored figure in front of it. Put! At this moment, Blast Wind and Green Tooth arrived. One left and one right respectively left several bloody gouges on both sides of the giant elephant's body. Damn it! The giant elephant's movement stuttered. It was this pause that missed the best time. Chen Fei turned in the air in the blink of an eye and reached out to grab the elephant's nose. Put! Pinched with all his might, his 5 fingers disappeared into the flesh and blood of the big nose. After landing, he once again swung the giant elephant. The latter's 3 feet carried countless earthen rocks, and under Chen Fei's terrifying strength, it could not stabilize its huge body at all. It slammed into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Slamming again and again. The pit on the ground continued to expand. The giant elephant resisted several times to no avail. With Blast Wind and Green Tooth watching from the side, the giant elephant didn't stand a chance. Even though the giant elephant had already burned its life and received a not insignificant increase. But 1 against 3, it was still suppressed. 10 minutes passed. Feeling the giant elephant's vitality dissipate, Chen Fei let go. The elephant was already a bloody mess, barely visible as an elephant, its white skin all stained with rotting blood. Chen Fei did not mind and smoothly pulled another piece of meat from the other party. Just dead? Green Tooth was a bit confused, feeling a bit unreal. Although it had also participated, it inexplicably felt that a 4th-rank zombie burning its life was just like that. Sure enough, it was still because the master was too strong. Chen Fei was chewing on a piece of meat, chewing 2 bites and swallowing. The speed of eating was fast. You guys eat some as well, recover yourselves. Chen Fei greeted. Although the 2 dependents didn't consume much, they still followed orders. The 3 zombies feasted on the meat. In the end, a large portion of the giant elephant carcass remained. In order not to delay the progress of the hunt, Chen Fei had Blast Wind bring back the giant elephant corpse. He himself and Green Tooth went to catch the 4th rank first. Soon, Green Tooth led Chen Fei to the edge of a large canyon. The canyon was thousands of meters wide and tens of kilometers long. The canyon was overgrown with bushes and lush greenery. It was full of unusual vitality in this calamitous post-apocalyptic world. Master, the Lord here is a zombie centipede, the hidden species. Green Tooth's face was grave. My subordinate has suffered losses at its hands. Concealed species themselves were not good at head-on combat, but they were all extremely good at collecting their breath. Assassination and intelligence gathering were both good. Apparently that centipede was more like an assassin, and was an existence that could make a 4th-rank sharpshooter species suffer. It's mid-4th rank? Chen Fei let go of his senses and did not detect the aura of a 4th-order zombie. Qingye shook his head. No, but it is much stronger than my subordinate. Hearing that the centipede had not reached the mid-4th rank, Chen Fei had nothing to worry about. As for why he didn't sense the other party's presence, this was quite normal. If a 4th-order concealed species was really that easy to perceive, it wouldn't be called a concealed species anymore. Let's go. Chen Fei patted Qingye's wolf head. The latter was a bit terrified of that centipede, but once he thought of having his master around, his bottom line immediately rose high. Rushing down the canyon, he ran towards the center of the canyon. On the other side, the center of the canyon, a giant centipede with a body length of more than 10 meters coiled its body, and the black insect armor on its body looked hard. The densely packed centipede legs were like sharp knives, as if they could easily cut through stubborn rocks. Underneath was a pile of purple crystals. The energy in the purple crystals turned into wisps and drilled into its body. The giant centipede's 1,000 legs trembled slightly, enjoying it very much. Suddenly, the giant centipede raised its huge head and looked into the distance. It seemed to be able to see something across tens of kilometers. 4th stage? The giant centipede's terrifying mouth spat out a piercing voice like grinding iron. The scent is a bit familiar. It seems to be that stupid wolf that tried to steal my resources earlier. There's another early 3rd stage? Why does it feel like that early 3rd stage's aura is a bit off? Not being able to figure it out, the giant centipede didn't think too much about it, first digging a big hole with its legs like steel, pushing the crystals that hadn't been absorbed yet into it and burying it. Not good enough to cover up the traces of moving earth, it destroyed all the surrounding ground once. It was not afraid of the other party, but in case the other party stole resources. Obviously, Green Tooth was a thief wolf in the eyes of the centipede. If Green Tooth wanted to run away, the centipede couldn't stay. It was annoying to mourn. After doing so, the giant centipede slowly hid into the nearby bushes. Its huge body was only a few dozen centimeters high when it got down. When it moved, it didn't move at all. Not long after, Green Tooth brought Chen Fei down to where the giant centipede was before. Chen Fei jumped off of Green Tooth. He did not sense the presence of a 4th-order zombie, but he had sensed energy fluctuations on his way here, so he had Green Tooth come this way. The surrounding land had been turned over, and it was obvious that the 4th-order zombie centipede had been active in this area. Crystals? Chen Fei's mental strength far exceeded that of an unusual early 4th order, and he quickly realized that something was wrong. Green Tooth, plow it out. Yes. Wagging its tail, Green Tooth ran to the place Chen Fei pointed to with great interest, its 2 wolf claws rapidly planing, countless earth and rocks being flung away by it. Soon enough, a purple crystal was unearthed. The quantity was quite a lot. Swoosh. Chen Fei's eyes stared. He still didn't sense any other 4th-order zombies around him, but his instinctive sense of crisis made him react. Bang! Chen Fei turned around and swept his leg across. The visitor and Chen Fei simultaneously fell back tens of meters. How is that possible? The giant centipede was incredulous. Third rank so strong? Surprisingly able to detect me striking? Although he had heard that something was wrong from the conversation between Chen Fei and Green Tooth just now, the giant centipede did not believe that a third-rank zombie could enslave a fourth rank. Now it seemed that he was wrong. Just because one hadn't seen it before didn't mean that it wouldn't happen. Furthermore, this third-order zombie in front of him was not an ordinary third order at first glance, and I'm afraid that his battle strength was not even close to his own. Plus there is a fourth order. Not good. Dare to strike against my lord, Green Tooth roared and charged up. Die. It naturally knew that it couldn't win the fight, but it mustn't let the other party make a move against Chen Fei either. The master was sacred and cannot be desecrated. Very well, Green Tooth had become Chen Fei's shape. Dang Zilla. Green Tooth's sharp claws and the centipede's pointed feet came up against each other, first emitting a loud sound like a metal clash, and then triggering a burst of ear-piercing commotion. Chen Fei wasn't idle either, dodging to the centipede's side and slamming his fist into the other party. The centipede already knew that Chen Fei was not an unusual third rank, so naturally, he was prepared. It fiercely pushed back the green teeth and turned to bite at Chen Fei. The latter stretched out his left hand just in time to grab the centipede's sharp, knife-like fangs, and his right fist turned to slam into the side of the centipede's face. Ka-ching! Cracks like spider webs appeared on that seemingly hard insect armor, instantly spreading half of the centipede's face. Blood and flesh could be vaguely seen pulsing. The latter was horrified in his heart. Although his own defense was not as good as that of a strong body species of the same rank, it wasn't too far behind. This third-order zombie in front of him had such outrageous strength? The fourth-order strong body species was also inferior to the other party, right? This zombie is weird, we have to run. The centipede had a decision in its mind. With a click, it forcibly broke off the sharp teeth that were grabbed by Chen Fei. Using the force of the recoil, it flew hundreds of meters, then turned around and burrowed into the earth. Chapter 89. This zombie is very meticulous. The giant centipede's run was so sudden that Chen Fei didn't even react. The two sides had only just exchanged blows. Who would have thought that the former would be so cautious? Moreover, Chen Fei's perception was unable to lock onto the other party and could only rely on the naked eye to do so. Because of this, he did not immediately notice the other party's intention to escape. Chen Fei casually put the tens of centimeters long broken tooth in his pocket and dodged forward. His senses followed the hole made by the centipede and found that the other party had only drilled more than 100 meters into the ground before returning to the surface. This distance was only an instant for a fourth-order zombie. Only the direction the other party left happened to be thick with bushes, and the line of sight was completely blocked. There was even no sound of breaking ground just now. Chen Fei came to the other hole with a black face, and the centipede's figure was long gone. Green Tooth was just about to act. Don't chase after it, the other party has converged its aura, we don't even know the direction it escaped in. Chen Fei was slightly speechless. It was not very useful to chase in any random direction now, there was no need to waste time and energy. The ability of a fourth-order hidden species to escape was not generally strong. It was too meticulous. The green tusks were caught off guard, while the giant elephant was defeated by its lack of escapability. The former chose to surrender, while the latter chose to fight to the death. The giant centipede chose to run away at the first opportunity. It doesn't even want to fight with you. How could Chen Fei know? The zombie centipede's strength was not weak, but it had grown up to this point by relying on the 4 words of truth: bullying the soft and fearing the hard. It was considered one of the very few fourth-order zombies that did not value face. Running away when the situation was slightly wrong was its style of dealing with things. Plus, it was a hidden species that was extremely good at escaping. Once its breath was withdrawn, it could not be detected by the steps after running far away. Chen Fei returned to the battlefield, walked to the pile of purple crystals, and picked up one and threw it into his mouth. Kazi. A familiar flavor. The opponent running away wasn't all bad. In the perception just now, there were no other zombies in the area, indicating that the giant centipede did not cultivate its own forces. It was also more in line with what a hidden species could do. This type of zombie was more suited to traveling alone, and having forces would instead easily expose itself. No subordinates are secondary, the main thing is that Chen Fei perceived 3 places with extremely high energy concentration, perhaps these crystals came from these places. This run by the other party was a bargain for himself. Green Tooth, go back and make a trip, Chen Fei commanded while eating. Tell Blast Wind to bring some second and third order zombies over and bring the equipment for mining resources. He didn't make the trip himself. Prevent that centipede from folding back. With himself here, the other party should not dare to appear. As for whether or not the giant centipede will steal his but in the future, Chen Fei felt that there was no need to worry. There should be no fourth order zombie that would be stupid enough to run to a place where there are several fourth order zombies spreading their wildness. This time, it was also the fact that it ran fast, or else it would have been completely entangled by Chen Fei and Green Tooth, and most likely wouldn't have been able to get away. Not to mention adding another gale. Yes. Green Tooth wagged its tail as it led the order and turned around to run towards the north. It did not know where Chen Fei's base camp was, but it knew the territory of the zombie bears. It would almost be able to find Blizzard when it arrived there. Witnessing Green Tooth's departure, while he had nothing to do, Chen Fei laid down on the ground and started doing sit-ups, doing one and eating a purple crystal. The ones that were too big would be nibbled on a few more times. After the pile of crystals had been eaten by 1/3, Chen Fei sensed a stream of zombies coming this way. A short but upright figure arrived first. Blast Wind knelt down on one knee. "Boss, I've drawn that team of mine in." Chen Fei nodded. "Mine the 3 resources for a bit, and don't move the other low-grade veins. There were too many low-grade veins to mine, wasting time and transportation power." With that said, Chen Fei told Blizzard the 3 locations he had sensed. The latter led the order to leave. It was then that Green Tooth arrived, wagging its tail to Chen Fei's side. "You go help Blizzard." Chen Fei did not return his head. Green Tooth, who hadn't had time to salute, led the order to leave. Blizzard's team split into 3. Qing Xiu and Ninetails each led a team, and the last team was led by a mid-third stage zombie hedgehog. This hedgehog was a sharpshooter species, which Blast Wind had taken in during his previous expansion. Hundreds of zombies began to exploit the resources with all their might. Sizzling Wind and Green Tooth then patrolled the surrounding area to prevent the zombie centipede from killing back. Chen Fei continued to lie on his back and eat crystals. Complete sit-ups x23333, attribute point +1. Attribute points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 1751 continuously improving. Strength, 1751 continuously improving. Spirit, 1751 continuing to improve. Race, zombie. Rank, early 3rd order, rank, early 3rd order, rank, early 3rd order, rank, early 3rd order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3552. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood pact remnant, on cooldown. The points added to Chen Fei from the few battles were not as much as expected. The main reason was that none of the battles were long. Most of those points came from that battle with the giant elephant. Thanks to the latter's meat. After spending 2 days in the canyon, Blast Wind's team had finally finished mining the resources. More than 100 zombie beasts of varying sizes were carrying a large number of purple crystals. The team headed back with great vigor. Chen Fei, however, did not know that during these 2 days, the 4th order zombies within a 500-kilometer radius with the canyon as the center had successively received intelligence. There was a special 3rd order zombie that had 4th order combat power itself, and had also enslaved a 4th order. 2 4th order zombies joining hands is definitely a nightmare for zombies of the same level. Finished, these 2 zombies also hunted the 4th rank. The news was spread by the giant centipede Old 6. Of course, many 4th order zombies didn't believe this inexplicable information. They sent their subordinates to investigate. It wasn't difficult to find out about the missing zombie bear and the missing zombie elephant. There are still a few 4th order zombies who know about the former. But the zombie elephant is even stronger than the zombie bear, and it has disappeared for no apparent reason, and there are still traces of a fierce battle in the territory where it is located. Most likely, it was dead. 3rd order? Could it be the little dot that chased that stupid bear before? A 4th order zombie recalled the commotion from some time ago. At that time, Chen Fei's pursuit of the zombie bear had made a lot of noise, and it was normal for the 4th rank to notice it. It was just that no 4th rank appeared rashly. They didn't want to somehow get caught up in the fight. 2 4th rank zombies fighting and a 3rd suddenly appearing would most likely turn into a 3 zombie melee. Once the melee was over, the ending was hard to predict. If it's really that zombie, it won't be easy. A certain 4th rank zombie cow got worried. That zombie is belligerent at first glance. He chased and killed a 4th rank a while ago, and now he's enslaved a 4th rank and killed the giant elephant lord. I'm afraid that he'll soon find this place. No, it must be transferred. Although it was hard to let go of the territory, a small life was more important in comparison. No zombie thought they could deal with 2 of the same rank. Many 4th rank didn't understand why 4th rank zombies could come together. But the truth was that if they didn't run again, they could really be hunted. If they knew that Chen Fei's side was 3 4th order combatants, they would probably run even more skillfully. As for these zombies to jointly resist, I am afraid that we will not trust each other and may even backstab our teammates. Instead of betting on the sincerity of the other zombies, it is better to run far away. Chen Fei also realized this when he took Blast Wind and Green Tooth out for the 2nd time to hunt the 4th order. After walking in a 300-kilometer radius, how come we haven't found a single 4th order? Chen Fei was puzzled. Could it be that there are fewer 4th steps than I thought, just that I just happened to have a few gathered around me? Chapter 90, the 3rd Forbidden Land again. What else could one do if they couldn't find any 4th order zombies around? Chen Fei could only tearfully take in the huge territory. How could he not know? A 4th order zombie's means of retaliating against its opponents was not to defeat them, but to spread rumors. The sudden expansion of the territory meant more resources, and the previous number of minions was even more inadequate. Thus Chen Fei gave the order to expand his team. Though there was no need for him to specifically instruct his men to do it either is all. The zombies in the territory were all reserves, and if not, they could also be reserves. At the same time, Chen Fei urged the dependents to step up and become stronger. Blizzard is at the 4th rank, you guys can't fall too far behind. These were Chen Fei's exact words. Could they not work hard if their master said so? Thus the dependents began to roll strength. As time passed, the energy factor in the air became denser, and the veins containing energy would become more numerous. Now that the territory was so large, there was basically no need to worry about resources. Raising strength at full power was the main task. The high-quality ores in Chen Fei's courtyard piled up more and more. It couldn't be eaten up, it was completely inexhaustible. The 95th day of the calamity. The shuttle returned. It brought back the human's 4th order cultivation method, as well as all the knowledge on cultivation that Wang Zhou could find. This time, Wang Zhou had gone through a lot of trouble to deliver the information. There was not much cultivation knowledge. Humans were also starting from scratch and figuring it out step by step. A lot of knowledge seemed reasonable at the moment, but after a while, it was found to be wrong and had to be modified again. Presenting the things, the shuttle continued to report. The 3 major commanders of the Human Sunrise Organization have all reached the 4th rank, and there are 2 messenger chiefs who are in the process of breaking through. They don't seem to have enough resources and are crusading against the 4th order zombies around them. It feels like they're in a hurry, as if they're desperate to raise their strength. By the way, they have observed one more 4th order zombie in the number 3 forbidden area. Forbidden Land number 3 is south of Kyoto? Chen Fei noticed this intelligence. Is that really where the zombie bear ran into? That meant that the number 3 Forbidden Land currently had 5 4th order, with 1 mid-4th order among them. This was not a strong strength. That said, wasn't the Sunrise Organization a little too attached to the number 3 Forbidden Land? 2 times in a row, the information was about Forbidden Land number 3, and conversely, Forbidden Land number 1 and number 2 Chen Fei had yet to hear about them. As for the urgency of the humans, it was quite normal. Probably thinking that they would finally be able to turn the tide. It was estimated that the zombies around Kyoto were going to suffer old age. They've publicized the 4th order cultivation method? Chen Fei suddenly asked. Fei Shuttle didn't quite understand why his master was concerned about this, but shook his head. The intelligence passed on by Wang Zhou did not have anything about this. My subordinate will go back and explain. No need, Chen Fei waved his hand, not meaning to hold on to this point. Let Wang Zhou continue to look for something like that. Compared to that, Chen Fei was more interested in the thing that caused the calamity. The Sunrise Organization's means of keeping secrets was really strong. Wang Zhou was also considered one of the top batch of powerhouses in the organization, but as a result, he had never even heard of that thing. The more this happened, the more curious Chen Fei became. Tear. Chen Fei tore off a piece of meat from his arm and found a piece of cloth to wrap it in. You bring the meat to Wang Zhou. Although it wasn't very helpful, a little boost for Wang Zhou was a little boost, and it might be these boosts that allowed Wang Zhou to touch the 4th rank threshold first. The Sunrise Organization should be happy to see someone break through. As for the resources, it was thought that the humans would have their own way. The shuttle held the cloth bag in its mouth, its head a little dangling. It almost didn't hold back from swallowing the cloth bag in one bite. Both the shuttle and the paratrooper had received an increase from the flesh and blood contract once. Naturally, they knew that this was a gift from their masters. Longing, greed grew. However, once it thought of Chen Fei's explanation, the shuttle suppressed the evil thoughts in its heart. Can't ruin master's plan. Fei Shuttle's eyes gradually became firm as it recited silently in its heart. In the end, it managed to turn on sage mode. Holding the cloth bag in its mouth, it spread its wings and flew high into the sky, heading towards the northeast. How could Chen Fei know that Fei Shuttle had thought so much? It began to look through the Human's Cultivation Knowledge Basic chapter. While he was endeavoring to study, the combat conference room of the Z City Survivors Gathering Place erupted in joyous celebration. Just a moment ago, they had obtained news. Humans had appeared as a 4th order powerhouse and had successfully opened the path to the 4th order. This meant that humanity was going to stand up. The one who delivered the news was a messenger from the Sunrise Organization. The top management of the Gathering Place knew about the existence of the messenger, and the main reliance of the Sunrise Organization in contacting various places was the team of messengers. The Sunrise Organization promised that any strong person who reached the late 3rd stage could go to the organization's stronghold to apply for the 4th stage cultivation method. They would send messengers to review the application, and those who passed the review would be able to obtain it. The cultivation method shall not be spread without the permission of the Chaoyang Organization, or else don't blame the Chaoyang Organization for turning its back on you. Everyone understood the decision of the Chaoyang Organization. After all, even if others covered it up, there was nothing others could do. To be able to make it this far, it was enough to see the big pattern of the Chaoyang Organization. The modified version of the cultivation method for the 1st to 3rd stages was instead announced normally. This was a great thing for those who were unable to awaken before. But the Sunrise Organization's stronghold in this city is gone. How can we apply? Someone issued a sole question. At those words, the crowd's faces stiffened. The atmosphere became awkward. It seemed like there were no more strongholds of the Sunrise Organization in City Z. This news was still told to them by the messenger, otherwise they didn't even know. They only knew that one of them had been smashed by that special species. Why didn't you leave the messenger behind just now? Another person spoke up. The crowd turned their heads to look. Which ing pot are you not talking about? Cough, Chu Tianhui lightly coughed. It's fine, we can go to H City to find the stronghold of the Sunrise Organization to apply for the cultivation method. The cross-city operation was a bit dangerous, but that messenger from before was only in the middle of the third stage. He could do it, so could he and the others. So everyone shifted their gazes back to the two people who were whispering. Wu Junchang and Beard Flux. The two were talking and laughing. They had gotten close recently, the group understood. It was rumored that they all slept in the same bed at night. Being stared at by everyone, Bearded Flux's pretty face reddened, but she pretended to be angry. Why are you all looking at me? I've only just reached the late third stage, I'm not in a big hurry. It wasn't like she didn't listen to everyone's discussion at all. Bearded Flux had successfully crossed the Heart Bridge 2 days ago, which allowed her to cross into the late third rank. She was also considered a rare genius among the third rank. Wu Junchang and Chu Tianhui, who were in the same period, had been stuck in the middle of the third rank and didn't dare to break through. They could sense that the energy in their bodies was unstable and would likely go out of control once they broke through. Both of them tried to transition their heart bridges, but unfortunately, their progress was extremely slow. One could only take one step at a time. Ever since the cultivation method was popularized. Nowadays, there were 17 third-order powerhouses in the gathering place, but most of them were at the early third-order stage. The stronger ones had just reached the middle third stage. There was still a long way to go before the late third stage. Bearded Fluorescent was the only late third stage. If he obtained the cultivation method, he would be promoted to the fourth rank. At that time, the strength of the gathering place would rise a notch. Perhaps there was no need to fear the special species from before. Humans can gain more room for survival. Chapter 91, Being Pedantic. Commander Hu, since you are in the late third stage, it would be better to apply for the cultivation method earlier. Chu Tianhui coiled his walnuts and spoke in a calm tone as if he was stating a fact. His words were also reasonable. Beard Flux looked towards Wu Junchang, who smiled faintly and patted the other's hand under the table. It's fine, I'll accompany you. Although he was only in the middle of the third stage, as a perceiver, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Seeing that Wu Junchang wanted to accompany him, Bearded Flux also felt that there was nothing to running a trip. Consider it a trip. In the last days, it was also considered a luxury. In the end, it was decided that Hu Zilu and Wu Junchang would go to H City together, so they could take care of each other. There are no more third-ranked people that can be sent out. Other people may be dragging their feet if they go with them. The smaller the number of people in a cross-city operation, the more flexible the operation would be. Since Chen Fei promised to return the northeast side of Z City to the human race, they are committed to cleaning up the city zombies. This is a long-term work, destined to need a lot of strong people. After all, it's not like the zombies in other places won't come over after cleaning up the surrounding zombies. The number of survivors in Z City is limited, and their strength is not strong, so it's not easy to guard the surrounding area. Standing on the city wall, the crowd watched the two leave. A third rank snickered, so it looks like the young couple went on vacation, so enviable. After the calamity, Commander Hu lost her family and loved ones, and was almost bullied by a group of evil people. Fortunately, she awakened her abilities in time before she was spared, so she has always been grumpy to people. A female powerhouse side, I didn't expect that she would come together with Commander Wu. The early stage of the calamity was a chaotic stage where order did not exist and everything had happened. Bearded Flux was still considered lucky. There was a difference of 7 or 8 years between the two, and Wu Junchang's character was known to be relatively soft. It was logical that the latter should be more interested in finding someone who could give him a sense of security. Chen Fei was in the middle of reading the information when Blast Wind suddenly came back and knelt on one knee. Boss, there is something that needs to be decided by you. Oh? What is it? Chen Fei's eyes did not move, his tone sounding a bit perfunctory. It's like this, we've discovered quite a few extremely high-quality ore veins in the mountains north of the city, Blast Wind purposely reminded. But boss, you promised the humans before that the northeast side belongs to them, so we don't know if we should go over to mine the resources. Indeed, Chen Fei spoke in a calm tone, not waiting for Blast Wind to speak. His words changed. It's not like we have to ask for territory, just mine the resources. How could Chen Fei have thought about that much in the first place? He was not a pedantic person either. In the end of the world, who would still talk to you about honesty and trustworthiness? Not going to attack you would be good. Of course, Chen Fei didn't care about the survivors. The survivors of Z City are not capable of mastering the territory outside the city. Good resources could cultivate the dependents to be even stronger, and it would be a waste to leave them there. Subordinate understands. Blast Wind hemmed and hawed, he understood. Not long after Blast Wind had left, Shadow returned. Neither Shadow nor Phantom had anything important to do after they couldn't find any fourth-order zombies around. The main job was to help Chen Fei convey instructions. It had the feel of a messenger. Master. Shadow saluted first. Chen Fei nodded, glanced at the other party and continued to read the information. What is it? My subordinate discovered a late third-stage special species in the northern part of the city. Its ability seems to be corrosion, and it possesses a hiding ability comparable to that of a same-level concealment species. If not for the fact that it hunted just in time to be seen by my subordinate, I'm afraid that even if it struck out at my subordinate wouldn't be able to discover it. The Shadow looked as if he was having palpitations. He was only in the middle of the third stage now. How could he be a match for a special species in the late third stage? It was also good that the Shadow was able to turn into a shadow, otherwise it would have really been discovered by the other party. No one would doubt if there was a zombie in the shadows. Late third order special species? A flash of light flashed before Chen Fei's eyes as he raised his head and looked at the Shadow again. It wasn't that he didn't have special species under his command, but the strongest was just an early third order one. The speed of special species rank advancement was much slower than other zombies. Being able to reach the late third rank was not much easier than other zombies advancing to the fourth rank. You go find Green Tooth and ask it to capture that special breed and bring it back. Chen Fei was merely interested, but had no intention of personally taking action. It wasn't like it was a fourth-order zombie. A late third-order special species was still a third order. The probability of encountering a fourth-order zombie was that it would have to rest. The gap between these two orders could not be made up by special abilities. At best, the other party is invincible in the third order, except for Chen Fei. Just let Xingya handle it. Yes. The Shadow led the order and turned into a shadow and left. Quickly receiving the order, Green Tooth rushed out of the village with a wail, leaving Qin Shaohan, who was still playing with it just a moment ago, alone in the wind. Even if the big snowman was piled up halfway, it was still collapsed by this dog's roar. The young girl raised her mouth and silently cleaned up the mess, deciding that she would never play with Green Tooth again. At the same time, there was some loss. She knew that it was boring to absorb our energy alone again. Looking for Morning Biao? Forget it, Morning Biao had been crying in mourning lately. How could the young girl know how torturous it was for a zombie who was keen on collecting minions to stay in a village where she couldn't see more than a few zombies? However, Chen Fei's order was there, and Biao didn't dare to go out, so he could only cry all day long. There is nothing to do but to absorb the ore. Anyway, he was a war general, and the supply of resources was unlimited. Because of this, Morning Biao's strength increased a bit faster than the rest of the dependents. Nowadays, the 5 armies were huge. The amount of resources mined every day was terrifying. The rate of consumption simply couldn't catch up with the rate of extraction. In the mountain forest. Jun Chang, you run first, I'll stall it. Bearded Fluorescence had bloodstains hanging on his face as he stared grimly at a knee-high zombie ant in front of him. Black blood gurgled out of the bloodstain, and the surrounding flesh and blood seemed to be rotting and stinking. The zombie ant was clearly also in the late third stage, but in just one exchange of hands Bearded Floor was injured. Even Wu Jun Chang's perception couldn't lock onto the other party. Moreover, the other party had used their abilities, and Bearded Floor suffered this loss. There was no doubt that zombie ants were special species. No, I'll accompany you. Wu Jun Chang's eyes were firm, fearless of life and death. Leaving his woman to run, he couldn't do such a thing. You. Beard Fluorescence just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Wu Jun Chang, with a joke in his tone. I'm other fetal solo so far, can't just have a wife and put her in danger. Don't worry, we don't necessarily not have a chance when we join forces. The relationship between the two was a bit closer than the others thought, except that the law didn't exist now and there was no marriage registration. They didn't care about this formality, a private engagement would be fine. Oh, Jun Sung didn't say that perception gave him a hint that there were no surprises this time. Although he knew that he could only trust half of his ability, but this time the opponent really did not give him a sense of oppression that could not be resisted. It was far worse than the special species he had encountered at first. Shoo! The zombie ants wouldn't wait for the two to discuss. The speed was extremely fast, almost instantly arriving in front of Wu Jun Chang. Buzz! The air chirped, and an invisible sonic boom smashed into the side of the zombie ant, forcing the latter to switch from offense to defense. At this time, Wu Jun Chang also reacted, drawing out a pitch-black dagger and stabbing at the zombie ant. It's done? Wu Jun Chang's face was joyful. Plop! The scene he saw immediately afterward made his gaze freeze and his brain go down. Then he felt a huge force coming from his abdomen, and his entire body flew out backwards rapidly, the picture in front of his eyes gradually blurring. Vaguely heard someone's pleading general voice, please, run. Chapter 92, Heterokinesis Cultivation Method 2.0. After reading through all of humanity's current knowledge on cultivation, Chen Fei had an initial thought in his mind about creating his own cultivation method. A lot of this knowledge was not labeled with a source, but Wang Zhou's hand-copied version gave annotations. 90% of it was written as suspected to be written by Li Chenxi. One had to recognize Li Chenxi's supreme talent in cultivation. After digesting for a while, Chen Fei picked up the Alien Energy Cultivation Method 2.0. Alien Energy Cultivation Method 2.0. Introduction. The calamity has lasted for more than 90 days now, and the human race is still in a difficult situation, so I have modified the cultivation method with my perceptions and opened up the path to the fourth order. I hope that future generations will also create a new method in perfect the method of alien cultivation, so that they can continue to work hard again. Still a familiar flavor. Chen Fei had roughly read through the previous part, and there were indeed some changes. There were two main changes. The first was to create a cultivation path before entering the ranks, naming it the Alien Energy Guidance Technique. It can be considered an independent cultivation method. Its function was to allow ordinary people to achieve the effect of stimulating their potential by channeling energy factors into their bodies. The stimulation is very gentle, can ensure the safety of the premise of slow awakening. The probability is that everyone can cultivate. So humanity is immediately entering the era of universal cultivation? Chen Fei was slightly surprised. Compared to the path of the fourth order, the impact of this exotic guidance technique was even more far-reaching. It was only that no major effects could be seen in the short term. But in the long run, this step for humanity was simply a historic step. The second-order energy accumulation alteration, previously judged to have an upper limit of 499 energy units, can actually reach 599, or even higher. And the amount of energy accumulation directly affects the subsequent upper limit of strength. According to the new cultivation method, cultivators can try to reach the upper limit of their own tolerance. Expect all survivors to work hard to improve their strength. From the records, it could be seen that Li Chenxi placed great importance on the second stage. The entire cultivation method of the second stage had the longest length. Comparatively, the third stage had the shortest length. There were also no major changes. Continuously developing abilities and strengthening the origin of alien energy was the task of the third stage. It seemed that the third stage was to prepare for promotion to the fourth stage. So the reason why I was able to cross the ranks was because I accumulated enough at the second rank? Chen Fei still held doubts. The main reason was that the gap between his battle power and the equal rank was a bit outrageous. Perhaps this was the trouble with being open. Fourth order, ability sublimation, aka second awakening. When the awakened person reaches the late third stage, the ability to strengthen to the upper limit, then you need to complete the two steps can be promoted to the fourth stage. I've named them Breaking Confusion and Casting Spirit Platform. Breaking the confusion, similar to crossing a bridge to see the origin of an ability, but this time you need to analyze your own ability to achieve mastery, and then choose a suitable direction of sublimation to awaken your ability for the second time. The strength and characteristics of the same type of awakened person will differ to a different degree after the ability has been sublimated. The deeper the mastery in the step of breaking confusion, the stronger the sublimated power will be. Currently, the highest level of mastery is 95%. The highest level of mastery can reach 95%, and after the fourth level, one's strength will be almost unrivaled in the same class. A minimum of 60% control is required to proceed to the next step. Here, Li Chenxi didn't say who the 95% mastered fourth rank was. But Chen Fei subconsciously thought it was Li Chenxi himself. The latter's low profile was a bit excessive. Chen Fei continued to look. Step 2, Spirit Casting Platform. Note, naming is just naming, please do not be misled. After sublimation, the origin of the supernatural energy will appear, and at this time, it is necessary to have a strong enough container to hold it, or else the powerful supernatural energy riot will directly suck the life of the awakened person dry. Casting a spirit platform consumes a lot of energy, please make sure that you have enough energy before breaking through, otherwise the breakthrough time will be lengthened. The spirit casting table can be of any form, there is no fixed style, and it is considered complete if it can hold the origin of the supernatural energy. After observing the comparison of several fourth-ranked powerhouses, the more energy accumulated in the second rank, the higher the upper limit of the third-ranked alien energy enhancement, and thus the higher the degree of control of the perplexity breaking, which also indirectly affects the strength of the spiritual platform. Yes, the strength of the spiritual platform determines the amount of energy that can be used to break through. Speculation, the strength of the spiritual platform determines the upper limit of subsequent development and the speed of enhancement at the fourth step, so I hope that you will not be so hasty as to lose out on the big picture. The two steps are not consecutive, but try to start the second step within 3 days after completing the first step, otherwise the supernormal capabilities will probably be out of control. The following is the cultivation method for breaking the confusion and casting the spirit platform. Obviously the second step had made Li Chenxi more mindful. Really like the time of energy accumulation, the relationship is related to the future development. Li Chenxi didn't dare to lead a crooked path again. Although at that time, it was also due to the limited vision. Snap. Closing the information, Chen Fei smoothly threw a purple crystal into his mouth and cackled as he gnawed on it. After reading the Alien Energy Cultivation Method 2.0, Chen Fei only wanted to say 2 words: awesome. Li Chenxi is simply a demon. Only a few days after obtaining a 4th order corpse, not only did he advance to the 4th order, but he also came up with such a detailed cultivation method. Chen Fei let out a long breath. The sky wouldn't be the human party's son of luck, right? It felt like in such a comparison, the dog luck kid just had more dog luck. Previously, Chen Fei had thought that the human's path to the 4th stage this time was merely the kind that peeked around the corner and allowed one to barely pass through. Now it seems that perhaps in the near future humans will really have to blow the horn of counterattack. Chen Fei had nothing to worry about. This time period wouldn't be very short. By that time, the other party would really not necessarily be enough for Chen Fei to fight. It would be best if we didn't mess with each other. It was a pity that Chen Fei couldn't even peer into the origin of his powers, and there was even less of a process of strengthening and developing his abilities after the 3rd stage. It seemed like the ability did not exist on its own. Thinking about it, how could zombies and humans be the same? The human cultivation method can only be used as a reference and cannot be copied. Somewhat unfulfilled, Chen Fei picked up the information, intending to read it again. There was a hint of inspiration in his mind, and he always felt that if he could seize the inspiration, he would be able to create his own cultivation method. So Mr. Zombie turned on the hard study mode. H City, outside a stronghold of the Sunrise Organization. A man with cloudy, muddled eyes walked forward with swaying steps. Hello, may I ask if you're here to apply for the 4th order cultivation method? An inch-haired youth and a pretty woman blocked Wu Juncheng's path forward. The latter froze and looked up, his eyes gradually regaining clarity, yet not completely clear. Me? He did not know why he had come here. Even the memory was still stuck on that incomplete sentence. It seemed to be instinct. Or maybe it was the ability to perceive that got him here safely? Damn abilities. Once again, he'd been punked. And this time, he paid a price he couldn't accept. It was then that he realized that he was inexplicably at the late 3rd stage. It seems that just now he managed to cross the heart bridge. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Wu Juncheng laughed eerily, his eyes tearing down and becoming red. Regret, guilt, countless emotions mingled. Finally turned into infinite hatred, epileptic. Chapter 93 Fitness, breathing is important. After repeatedly studying human cultivation knowledge dozens of times, Chen Fei had been able to memorize it. During this time, he had tried to break through the confusion, and as a result, he had come directly to the end of the heart bridge. The feeling of seemingly nothing still existed. The human cultivation method did not seem to work for Chen Fei this time. It could also be because he was still in the early 3rd stage. Suddenly, he noticed the alien energy guidance technique. He had tried everything, but it seemed that there was still this abnormal guidance technique that he hadn't tried. It was a cultivation method for humans who hadn't yet entered the rank. Whether it was useful or not, it had to be tried. Feel, guide the energy factor in the air and make it walk around the body to slowly stimulate the potential. Chen Fei tried following the guiding technique. With his powerful mental power, it wasn't difficult to do this, and he could even observe many subtle changes. However, after he guided the energy into his body, the energy inexplicably disappeared. After a few more attempts, Chen Fei realized that something was wrong. It seems like it didn't disappear, but was absorbed by me? It wasn't that he couldn't do it by directly devouring the energy in the air, but the efficiency was too low, just like simply eating air. How could eating air top satiate? It was definitely far inferior to eating crystals. After all, no matter how much the concentration of energy in the air was elevated, it would not be more than what was in the ores and crystals. However, this time, Chen Fei realized that the efficiency of using the exotic energy guidance technique to absorb it was a bit faster than normally absorbing it on his own. It was roughly 10% faster. Crossing the heart bridge? Chen Fei recalled when he crossed the heart bridge. Although he could not see it himself, his subordinates could see it and reported back to Chen Fei afterwards. At that time, Chen Fei was the one who had crazily absorbed the surrounding energy, even causing a small area's energy concentration to decrease a bit for a short period of time. During that period of time, Chen Fei's attribute points had also increased particularly violently. But after crossing the heart bridge, Chen Fei never entered that state again. Nowadays, the human's alien energy channeling technique seemed to have a similarity with when he crossed the heart bridge. Don't look at the low absorption efficiency now. However, Chen Fei was keenly aware that his own self-created cultivation method could be tried in this direction. With a direction, Chen Fei began to try to recall his own state when he crossed the heart bridge. For the 10th time, he increased his absorption efficiency to the initial 115%. 50th time, 119%. 79th time, 118%. Trying in the wrong direction, Chen Fei made a note of it and continued to try. Slowly he realized that by plotting a route within his body he could significantly increase his absorption efficiency, this time directly increasing it to the initial 130%. Obviously it was still not enough, but Chen Fei knew that he had taken the most crucial step. These energies were like traveling cars, and their destinations were all at the core of Chen Fei's body. And Chen Fei's body was the city. All he had to do was plan the roads so that the cars could travel more efficiently. It was not a matter of sticking to a certain road, but rather opening up a city transportation network. This was undoubtedly very energy-consuming. Compared to eating meat and resources which were all about throwing energy directly into the core, it naturally boosted faster. Put. Chen Fei, who was in the middle of his attempt, suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of putrid blood. Just a moment ago, he had tried to speed up the car, and at first he was barely able to control it, but then it got stuck in a traffic jam. In an instant, Chen Fei felt like he had been hit by thousands of tons of force, and his breath shriveled for a moment. Fortunately, Chen Fei's self-healing ability was strong and he quickly recovered. Isn't it a bit too strong for such a small amount of energy to erupt? Chen Fei rubbed his chest. The injury was mostly caused by the energy being a riot in the body. Luckily, he had a thick skin. He continued to immerse himself in exploring the cultivation method. It seemed that he had completely forgotten about time, occasionally taking exercise breaks when he fell into a bottleneck. One couldn't be idle anyway. This process of creating his own cultivation method from scratch was somewhat addictive to Chen Fei. He discovered that placing some traffic lights in his body seemed to ensure that the energy traveled more smoothly. It really felt like urban planning. However, it was also easier to get hurt if they weren't placed correctly. Poof, poof, poof. Keep getting hurt, keep trying. By virtue of his superb self-healing ability, Chen Fei was fearless in trial and error. This route is not right. This route has gotten slower. When fully immersed in something, time passed exceptionally quickly. The sun rose and set, and several days and nights passed. When you are hungry, you eat crystals. Chen Fei suddenly eeped in surprise. This planning doesn't seem to affect normal actions when absorbing. Wouldn't that be an automatic enhancement? Nope, still need to spare some of my energy. After all, there were still traffic lights that needed to be controlled by Chen Fei, or else there would be another car accident. The current planning absorption efficiency was 300% of the initial one. At the time of activation, Chen Fei could sense the energy in the surrounding air converging towards himself. It was like a small vortex itself. It was already comparable to eating some unusual energy ores. This discovery made Chen Fei excited, like livering a game to finally reach an achievement. A milestone moment. Since he could act normally, Chen Fei decided to run the guidance technique plus exercise to try out the effects. Phew! The huge damper was carried on Chen Fei's back, and the deep squat went up. Completed weighted deep squat x 1000, attribute point +1. The moment he heard the beep, Chen Fei was overjoyed. Guiding technique plus exercise seemed to have formed some sort of chemical reaction, achieving the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. So it's true that breathing is important when exercising. Coach honestly doesn't deceive me. Chen Fei let out a sigh of emotion. The energy in the surrounding air drilled into Chen Fei's body at a faster rate. Put before, 1000 deep squats would definitely not add up to points. After all, adding points now was not as simple as it was in the beginning. A few days of hard work paid off. Chen Fei decided to reward himself for working out for 2 days and relaxing a little. It was at this moment that a 3-meter-tall figure came running, its green-colored fur fluttering in the wind. Green Tooth? What's wrong? Chen Fei didn't stop moving. Green Tooth stopped and prostrated itself on the ground, a slight fear in its voice. Master, I didn't catch that special species. It only said the result and didn't make excuses. In fact, in the end, it couldn't be blamed. When he found that special species, the latter happened to have finished advancing. An early 4th order special species, even if it had just advanced, was an extremely strong existence in its class. Green Tooth couldn't even suppress the other party. The result was that the other party ran away. It's at the 4th rank? Chen Fei naturally did not forget what he had explained down earlier, and thought of this possibility after a little thought. If not, Green Tooth would not have failed. Green Tooth's wolf mouth opened, sighing in surprise at his master's wisdom. Nodding the wolf's head, it was already at the 4th rank when I first found it, and it seems to have absorbed an entire ore vein. That mineral vein should have been the core of a certain 4th order's territory before. Needless to say, it was probably because that 4th rank had left for some reason, allowing that special species to pick up the slack. Considering the dangling abilities of the special species, Chen Fei did not blame it. It's fine, you go help Blast Wind. If you encounter that special species again, let Blast Wind come back and inform me at the first opportunity. The other party had run away, so Chen Fei did not make a special trip. Unless the other party had already left the area, there would always be a chance to see them again. Seeing that Chen Fei did not blame, Green Tooth was touched and secretly vowed to serve his boss with even more dedication. Chapter 94: Humanity's Big Move. Green Tooth led the order to leave, while Chen Fei continued to exercise. He had really worked out for 2 days. For Chen Fei, his brain was basically emptied when he worked out, which in a way was considered rest. Well, working out could really be addictive. especially when one could become stronger just by working hard. It was almost like eating hyunmai, you simply couldn't stop. More than 200 points had been added in 2 days. It was a lot faster than before. Exercising coolly, Chen Fei continued to try to improve the guiding technique. As a result, he tried for 2 consecutive days and kept failing, completely clueless. Encountered a bottleneck? Chen Fei sighed, still too little knowledge reserves. It would be nice if there was enough theoretical foundation. Don't think about the human side for now. What Wang Zhou could find must have already been sent back. For now, it could only be used like this for now. During this period of time, the dependents under Chen Fei had also almost finished exploring the high-quality ore veins north of the city. Half of them were being mined. As time passed, Chen Fei's team had expanded to nearly 20,000. The amount of resources being mined every day was a very terrifying amount, and anyway, Chen Fei's yard couldn't fit anymore and could only be piled up on the village road. There was a feeling of having so much money that you could just throw it away. Normally that strength of Qingya could also be a war general. However, the rules were set at the beginning, and the fights were held once every 3 months. There was still some time before the next time. Green Teeth is not very want to lead the team, but on the contrary, the relationship with the wind is good. The 2 dependents have nothing to do, they will spar. They urged each other to become stronger. Green Tooth realized that he rarely heard compelling whispers lately. There is good news, Tai Tai is going to break through. As usual, Chen Fei asked Phantom to notify Tai Tai to return to the village for his breakthrough. Observing Tai Tai's breakthrough, Chen Fei realized that he had another clue about improving the channeling technique. After failing thousands of times in a row, finally, the guidance technique was improved to the initial 315%. It seemed like a small improvement, but the increase in gains gained from combining the exercise was very obvious. This was followed by another bottleneck. But this time, Chen Fei had a new direction. Calamity Day 107. The shuttle returned, and this time, it was in a rare panic, and even lost its bearings a bit. Master. One could hear the shuttle's emotional instability just from its voice. Chen Fei's movement of exercising stalled slightly. What is it? Reporting back to Master, the Sunrise organization has already appeared as the 6th fourth-ranked powerhouse. Fei's shuttle tried to calm his emotions as much as he could to ensure that his speech was smooth. Just last night, the Sunrise organization declared an undeclared war against the number 2 Forbidden Land, and both sides have already fought. Forbidden Land number 2 was just north of Kyoto, the closest Forbidden Land to Kyoto. Forbidden Land number 2? Chen Fei froze for a split second. How strong are they? That said, weren't the humans more concerned about the number 3 Forbidden Land? How did they suddenly take action against the number 2 Forbidden Land? And it was too sudden. Even if there was a lack of resources, they shouldn't have made a move against the number 2 Forbidden Land. Humans can completely break down the 4th order zombies one by one, and then make a move on the Forbidden Land after they have accumulated enough strength. That would be stable and in line with the human style of behavior. What a feeling that the humans were in a hurry. My subordinate doesn't dare to approach. Shuttle shook his head, his tone not very certain. It seems like 4th order? After all, the shuttle was only in the late 3rd stage. Getting too close would be directly seconded by the 4th stage. The shuttle was too far away and could not sense it. Relying on the naked eye alone could not determine the specific situation. The reason for saying 4 was because before the shuttle left, it saw 4 huge beasts appear in the 2nd Forbidden Land. Chen Fei pondered. Unsurprisingly, the Lord of the Forbidden Land should be in the middle of the 4th stage. What made humans think that they could fight against the Forbidden Land now? Just by having 1 or 2 more 4th order? Or maybe a mid-4th rank level combatant has appeared among them. Li Chenxi. Chen Fei subconsciously thought of this name. Considering the possible existence of human prophets, the humans would more than likely succeed this time as well, and I'm afraid that the number 1 and number 3 Forbidden Lands would be next. Humans would definitely open the Great Purge afterwards. Previously, Chen Fei had thought that humans wouldn't make any big moves in the short term, but now it was good that others were directly ing the Forbidden Lands. Inexplicably, there was pressure to do something. You go and have Funeral Biao notify Blade, Lightning, Dali as well as Qing Qiu, let them first put down the work at hand and immediately return to the village, fully absorbing the crystal energy and striving for an early breakthrough. Chen Fei let out a long breath as he gave his instructions. After explaining to Funeral Biao, you'll go back to Kyoto side first and pay attention to the human movements. Have Wang Zhou inquire if there is someone on the human side who has awakened his prophecy ability, and what kind of prophecies he has carried out. For some reason, Chen Fei always felt that it would be difficult to develop peacefully next. It was quasi-correct to boost his strength anyway. These 4 dependents, together with Morning Biao, were considered the closest to the 4th rank under Chen Fei. The rest of the dependents were also in the late 3rd stage, but they were still a bit short of breaking through. Currently, there were only 4 4th order warriors on Chen Fei's side. It wasn't even as good as the 2nd Forbidden Place. And humans were like mad dogs right now, making any decision possible. Plan for the worst in everything. Maybe the humans would come to themselves after fighting the number 2 Forbidden Land? After all, Chen Fei's side didn't seem as strong as the Forbidden Land, but the territory was huge and also had a lot of resources. It was simply a big fat sheet. The Sunrise organization would be able to probe this side with a little bit of care. Everything was possible. The shuttle led the order to leave, and it didn't take long for the 5 dependents to return. Master Boss. The 5 dependents saluted reverently at the same time. Chen Fei had a serious look on his face. Flying shuttle should have spoken to you guys. Now you guys go to my courtyard to absorb the crystals and strive for an early 4th rank. Hearing the solemnity in Chen Fei's tone, the dependents each looked grave. Yes. The 5 dependents led the order to retreat. Chen Fei, on the other hand, exercised as usual. Aside from eating crystal stones, he did not stop. Improving the guidance technique was not something that could be accomplished overnight, so putting it aside for the time being, what Chen Fei needed more right now was strength. Completed weighted deep squat x 1234, attribute point +1. Attribute points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 2183 continuously improving. Strength, 2183 continuously improving. Spirit, 2182 continuing to improve. Race, zombie. Level, early 3rd order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3552. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown. The 3 attributes had reached such a point, yet the rank was still early 3rd stage. Chen Fei even began to wonder if he should need all 3 attributes to break 10,000 to advance to the 4th rank, right? That would be too Chao Dan. Although his strength seemed to have parted ways with the equivalent rank, it was still hard to watch as it remained unchanged. Chen Fei was in the middle of his workout when he suddenly looked up in the direction of downtown with an inexplicably familiar sense of summoning. It wasn't exactly the same, just about the same level of attraction to Chen Fei. On the other hand, outside the human survivor gathering place in Z City, a man whose body was stained with blood walked forward with a determined pace. The moment he saw the walls of the gathering place, there was some extra gleam in his eyes. Half of his body was corroded to the point where it was a bloody mess, and white bones could be vaguely seen. The breath of life was fading. It was like a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. Chapter 95, Going Home. Time was drawn back. Lin Fan and Ouyang Ling returned from Kyoto after participating in the roundup operation. They were quite lucky and did not suffer too many injuries during the operation. Lin Fan was already in the late 3rd stage, but had just made a breakthrough not long ago and had not been selected to participate in the derivation of the cultivation method. Today, he had just gone out on a mission when he ran into Wu Junchang. Seeing that the latter looked disoriented, they simply brought him back to the stronghold. After Wu Junchang was brought back to the Sunrise Organization's stronghold by Lin Fan and Ouyang Ling. The first time he applied for the 4th stage cultivation method. It just so happened that a messenger was at the stronghold and vetted Wu Junchang in passing. It was nothing more than determining the latter's origins and whether or not he might make a move to betray humanity. Selling out the human race? Wu Junchang hated to kill all the zombies. His only thought now was to hurry up to the 4th level and then go back to kill that special species. Unsurprisingly, Wu Junchang passed the audit. Dude, go for it. Lin Fan sighed and patted Wu Junchang's shoulder. Although he didn't know what the latter had gone through, Lin Fan was inexplicably able to empathize. Wu Junchang didn't give a damn about Lin Fan and left the stronghold after obtaining the 4th rank cultivation method. He wanted to quickly increase his strength and subconsciously activated his ability. The ability told him that there were paths in the mountains and forests. Although this broken ability was a pit, for Wu Junchang personally, the ability had not made any mistakes. At this point in time, there seemed to be no other way but to trust the ability. As a result, just after returning to the mountain forest, he sensed a large group of zombies rushing in a group. It seems to be carrying resources? One of the zombies gave Wu Junchang a familiar feeling. The subordinate of that special species? Wu Junchang remembered the special species that had stopped the army of the gathering place in its tracks. The latter's subordinates all seemed to have a similar aura. The root cause was the special species. Why are they here? Is that zombie trying to break the contract? Wu Junchang couldn't figure it out. At least these zombies didn't strike at the gathering place and were just moving around in the wild. Oh, Jun Sung didn't have time to think about that right now. Launching his ability again, the guidance became more obvious. Soon, Wu Junchang followed the guidance to a stone wall. There was a stone hole the size of a dog hole in the stone wall, and he drilled in without the slightest hesitation. At first the stone hole was narrow, soon Wu Junchang was able to bend down and move. Judging from the slope of his feet, it was obvious that he was going down. There was no light, and there was a strong and stable energy cluster ahead in his perception. Slowly, Wu Junchang was able to walk upright. Until he walked into an empty cave. In the center was a deep purple crystal stone the size of a small 5-story building, emitting a faint purple light. Under the illumination of the purple light, the scenery of the cave looked bizarre but beautiful. Dense energy filled the entire space. Wu Junsheng felt that his strength could be boosted by taking a breath of air. So he began to frantically swallow energy. In just 8 days, he felt that his alien energy enhancement had reached its upper limit. Breaking confusion? Wu Junsheng chose to use his ability first before taking this step. This time, the guidance was clearer than any other time before. Perception department, divination side, can break the confusion. He still chose to believe in it, in the damn ability. Wu Junsheng peered at the origin of the ability once again and saw an origin that emitted a pale white light. With guidance, he very smoothly took control of the alien energy origin. The pale white alien energy origin seemed to change quietly. The degree of control was 85%. This was Wu Junsheng's limit. It wasn't low anymore. It also had something to do with the fact that his second stage was a natural breakthrough. After all, he was just like what was described in the cultivation method, accumulating to his own upper limit at the second rank. It was just a pity that his upper limit was that high. After completing this step, Wu Junsheng didn't stop, but directly started the spirit casting platform. A terrifying power of swallowing and sucking erupted from his body. The energy that filled the cave was absorbed in no time. Immediately after that, the huge crystal had countless energies that turned into threads and drilled into Wu Junsheng's body. It seemed to connect the two. This process was much smoother than Wu Junsheng expected. On the 107th day of the calamity, Wu Junsheng was at the 4th rank. Divination side? He looked at his hand through the purple shimmering light. It somewhat understood why his ability was that special. It turned out that it wasn't mere perception. The crystal seemed to have lowered a bit due to Wu Junsheng's absorption of energy. But it was still incredibly dense. It felt like creating another 10 or so 4th stages wouldn't be a problem. If she's still alive. Remembering that scene, Wu Junsheng's heart was indescribably hard. That zombie ant had hidden its strength. The moment the two sides formally exchanged blows, it spewed out a large mouthful of danger-filled corrosive breath. Wu Junsheng thought he was dead at that time. However, Bearded Flux reacted extremely quickly and pushed Wu Junsheng away in time. The former, however, was inevitably hit. The delicate face was corroded and bloodied in the blink of an eye. What's more, he was pierced through his belly by a claw of a zombie ant. This was the last scene Wu Junsheng saw. After that, he inexplicably entered the trance-heart bridge state and even fled that way unconsciously. The ability had been punking him, but then again, it was the ability that saved him. Now it seemed that it was not the fault of the ability, it was himself as the possessor who was too much of a loser. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Wu Junsheng unleashed his ability. The ability gave him clearer guidance after the 4th rank. Northwest, 15 kilometers, second high mountain. At the same time, the ability warned Wu Junsheng, the probability of success on this trip is less than 50%, and the probability of death is 99%. He ignored the warning. Wasn't there still nearly half a chance of success? As for death, it wasn't a big deal. Wu Junsheng, who was in a sorry state, left the cave. Not long after, he arrived at the place where his ability guided him. At the first moment, his senses were fully open, locking onto the zombie ants that were feeding. 4th stage? No wonder the probability of death is so high. Wu Junsheng was only surprised for a split second, then his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Whatever, come die. The zombie ant that was already 1 meter and 3 feet tall was shaken. Looking up, it saw a 4th-order human killing towards itself. Human, leave now, I won't kill you. The zombie ant dropped the flesh and blood in its hands with an arrogant look. It felt that this human looked a bit familiar. It didn't matter if it couldn't remember. There was also a gap between the 4th rank, and it was certainly not weak in a fight at the same level. If not for the fact that there are still 4th rank looking for it, the fight is too noisy and easy to attract each other, all without nonsense. Wu Junsheng, however, did not respond, and smashed his fist on the head of the other party. The latter was confused. It had just made an evasive maneuver, but the other party seemed to be able to predict it. No, his own movements were completely detected by the other party. Bang! The zombie ant was sent flying tens of meters by a punch. Damnable human, you brought this on yourself. The zombie ant stopped its stance. It was enraged. No matter what else, first kill the human in front of it. The two collided together in the blink of an eye. Boom boom! Both sides exchanged 100 moves, and the mountain was rippled to the point of being completely destroyed. It was like a sandstorm had rolled up. Even though Wu Junsheng's control had reached 85% and he was even prepared for the other party's abilities, he still couldn't suppress the zombie ants. Suddenly Wu Junsheng's breath surged. Crazy, you actually burned your life, the zombie ant panicked, damn it. It tried to escape but was quickly entangled by Wu Junsheng. After the latter burned its life, it began to fully suppress the zombie ant. The zombie ant didn't choose to burn its life. It was not a wise move to die together. It still wanted to live. Plop! In the moment the zombie ant hesitated, Wu Junsheng's speed soared fiercely and his right hand pierced through the opponent's body. Boom! Wu Juncheng did not wait for the zombie ant to react and slammed it on the ground, smashing a deep pit. It was then held down dead. Ah! The zombie ant cried out miserably and angrily opened its mouth to spew out corrosive breath. The distance was too close to avoid, and the corrosive breath covered half of Wu Juncheng's body. The zombie ant tried to take advantage of the opportunity to break free, and its sharp claws kept waving, but they were taken down one by Wu Juncheng. The latter's killing intent did not diminish, his fists carrying the intent of destruction kept smashing down, ignoring the severe pain on his body, as well as the gas that was still corroding his flesh. Deadly suppression. He knew that the opportunity was not easy to come by and could not give the other party any chance. Carrying the corpse of the zombie ant, Wu Juncheng's breath was no longer very stable. Once again, he unleashed his ability. The guidance was simple: go home. Chapter 96, New Skills. Chu Tianhui's group of people ran out the first time they heard the news of Wu Juncheng's return. When they saw Wu Juncheng's miserable appearance, they could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. At this time, the city walls were also filled with people. Each and every one of them looked at this side with a solemn expression. Their hearts could not help but simultaneously produce the same horror. How did he survive this kind of injury? The latter was also carrying the corpse of a zombie in his hands. Wait, his aura isn't like the third rank, it seems stronger. Juncheng, you are at the fourth rank? Chu Tianhui couldn't help but look happy. The injury focus was fine, so many healers should be able to restore the other party. Yes, Wu Juncheng nodded his head, seemed to see what the other party was thinking. His voice was calm, like he was telling a small matter. I don't have much time left, healers can't cure it, remember the orientation. There are enough for no less than 10 people to advance to the resources of the fourth rank. After reporting the location, Wu Juncheng's body shook. A third rank immediately stepped forward to support him. Say, what's wrong with you? Where is Commander Hu? Zifla was killed by it. Wu Juncheng barely lifted the corpse of the zombie ant in his hand and coughed lightly. It seemed like his life breath had weakened a bit with the coughing. I burned my life to kill it. His corpse should be able to create a fourth rank as well. That special species before may break the contract. You guys escape as soon as possible. Without himself, it was impossible for anyone in the gathering place to be a match for that humanoid special species. Boom! A green-colored figure descended from the sky and smashed not far away, splashing countless gravel. The earth trembled for a moment. The crowd turned their heads to look, and all of them died. It was clearly an early third stage, yet they felt like they were facing an unrivaled existence. A powerful sense of oppression constantly stimulated them. Instinct told them to run away, but it was difficult to move their feet. It's you? Wu Juncheng's eyes glared when he saw the visitor, but he quickly calmed down. What should come, will come. Chen Fei was speechless. What's this all about, being a riddler, right? Sizing up Wu Juncheng, Chen Fei locked his gaze on the zombie corpse in the other party's hands. Something was inside it. Swoosh! A thumb-sized piece of debris suddenly detached itself from the zombie ant's body and smashed straight at Chen Fei. The latter had prepared for this and was the first to step out and pinch the fragment. Why is this fragment different from the previous one? Chen Fei suspiciously surveyed the fragment in his hand. It exuded wisps of strange fluctuations that actually affected Chen Fei's physical body. He could feel the parts of his fingers that came into contact with the shard decaying. However, the powerful self-healing power immediately repaired it again. The two parties pulled. It was obvious that it was still Chen Fei's self-healing ability that was a bit stronger. It smells good. Chen Fei inexplicably came up with this thought. However, based on the experience of the previous times, absorbing the fragment itself would fall into a deep sleep. This place right now was not suitable for slumber. However, the more one didn't want something, the more it came. The fragment actually directly merged into Chen Fei's fingers. The latter was horrified. A strong sleepiness surged in. And it was stronger than any time before. Chen Fei glanced at Wu Juncheng, who was pushing away the person holding him up, casually dropping the corpse of the zombie ant. His breath was climbing higher and higher, and his beard and hair were turning white with a gradual change in color as his life was passing at an accelerated rate. His eyes were firm and determined, as if he wanted to fight the last battle. Chen Fei had no doubt that Wu Juncheng would still be able to hold himself back for a while. This was not good news. With the crowd alerted to the point where every pore was standing guard, Chen Fei suddenly moved. Dodging forward, he snatched the corpse of the zombie ant and turned around to disappear from the sight of the crowd. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. It would be truly passive if he was really dragged until he couldn't suppress his sleepiness. Feeling that powerful sense of oppression disappear, the crowd was confused. No, you ran here to rob the corpse of a fourth-order zombie? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Seeing the disappearance of his strong enemy, Wu Juncheng's aura violently dipped, and his originally little vitality quickly dissipated. This was supposed to be his last hurrah, and it was impossible to go after the other party. This was because he had no confidence in defeating that special species in this very short period of time. In a trance, he seemed to be able to see a silhouette as she beckoned to him. Further away were Wu Junchang's friends and family who had already died in the calamity. One after another. Smiling and greeting, they seemed to be encouraging Wu Junchang. The corners of the latter's mouth curled up slightly as his eyes lost their vitality and looked up to the sky, yet he still stood there. This time, his ability is finally not considered a pit. Careless, this thing doesn't even need to enter my mind to fuse. Chen Fei was particularly speechless. I need to be more careful next time. The thing was good, but the problem was that this thing would put himself into a deep sleep. Fortunately, Chen Fei quickly returned to the village. No longer suppressing his sleepiness, he collapsed on the village road and fell asleep. The corpses of the zombie ants transformed into black energy that enveloped Chen Fei. There was no longer endless darkness, and there was a starry bright light in the void. Chen Fei was satisfied with his masterpiece. How many billions of attempts was this before it succeeded? It was already too much to remember. Time was the least valuable to him anyway. Wait, this is my masterpiece? Chen Fei's spirit lifted, then he was bewildered. Who am I? Forget it, what's the point of thinking about these meaningless ones? As long as you know that you seem to have found a solution to your loneliness, it's fine. In the endless darkness, with the bright light of the stars, it seems to have life. Well, this kind of should be vitality. Chen Fei slowly woke up. Scratching open the black cocoon was as simple as poking open a piece of paper. It was already dark outside. The time for each slumber isn't fixed? How troublesome. Chen Fei spat out. However, Chen Fei was surprised to find that there was no sense of loneliness like before at the end of this slumber. Instead, a happy emotion filled his heart. Could it be that he had dreamed differently? It did not matter. One did not remember anything anyway. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 2287. Strength, 2286. Spirit, 2287. Race, zombie. Rank, early third order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3552. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood pact remnant, on cooldown 4. Corrosion, consuming energy to release corrosive breath can corrode the enemy's flesh, and even their souls. Current strength, early 4th order. The increase in attribute points were secondary, the main thing was the addition of a new skill. And it was the first skill with a clear strength. Not only that, it also made up for Chen Fei's shortcomings of having a monotonous means of attack. It is indeed 2 fragments, or rather fragments carrying 2 skills. Chen Fei stroked his chin in contemplation. Could it be that the special species are all zombies that harbor fragments? He quickly dismissed his guess. If that was the case, there were special species under his own command as well, and they should have been detected by himself. In contrast, the zombie ants were most likely not special species themselves, but rather hidden species. After all, the Shadow had said before that the zombie ant's concealment ability wasn't weaker than a concealed species of the same rank, so why couldn't it be itself? A covert species with skills was mistaken for a special species. This situation could also be justified. By the way, that 4th order human. Chapter 97 Morning Puma's Change. After such a long time, that human should have dissipated its vitality. That was a 4th rank body, and the energy contained in its flesh and blood might even be enough for a certain dependent to successfully advance. Shadow. Chen Fei's voice was not loud, wrapped in spiritual power, and quickly spread tens of kilometers away. Shadow, who was directing the zombies to dig for minerals, suddenly shuddered. Master? He looked in the direction of the village. Recently, neither he nor Phantom had any important tasks, and Chen Fei didn't need them around at all times. So they came to part-time direct the mining. Phantom was even directly assigned to manage Lightning's team. He became a temporary war general. The position of war general came suddenly, and it was called a surprise. Master! The Shadow stepped out from the shadows and knelt on one knee in front of Chen Fei. You go check on the human survivors. Chen Fei's perception range was not enough to cover the survivor gathering place. He decided to let the Shadow probe the situation first, and when the time came, he himself would just go over and grab it and leave, saving a lot of trouble. The Shadow bowed its head in response and disappeared in the form of a shadow. An hour passed, and the Shadow returned, his face not looking too good. Master, the human survivors have all disappeared. Gone? Chen Fei frowned. How long did I sleep? The Shadow shook its head. Recently, no dependents had returned to the village, and Morning Biao's 5 dependents had been absorbing crystals in Chen Fei's courtyard. Indeed, no Morning knew how long Chen Fei had been lying there. Lightning and the others returned a few days ago? Chen Fei had already realized that he had most likely not slept for a few hours, but several days had passed. 3 days ago. The Shadow did not understand why his master suddenly asked this, but still answered the question honestly. Hearing this, Chen Fei understood. Good lord, he had slept for 3 days? What a long time. I'm afraid that the human survivors had long since run out of sight. Coupled with the occasional snowfall and wind, it was estimated that the evacuation traces had all been covered up. I have to admit that the human survivors acted quickly. Chen Fei didn't feel much pity either. A 4th order corpse was not something that had to be taken. It was at this time that a short figure rushed over and knelt on one knee. Master, Morning Biao and Blade are about to break through. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei was somewhat surprised. Funeral Biao was still understandable. Blade was actually faster than the other three dependents. This was the later coming up. Go! Observing together will be beneficial to you all as well, Chen Fei greeted, but you'll have to stand far away when the time comes. Considering the terrifying force of swallowing and sucking during the breakthrough, the rest of the zombies were no stronger than Chen Fei's physical body. They could only keep their distance if they wanted to observe. Even Morning Biao and Blade couldn't get too close, or else they might affect each other. Thus, the two dependents were placed at the entrance and end of the village. Chen Fei, on the other hand, watched Morning Biao break through on this side of the village entrance. Let's begin. Chen Fei sat on a courtyard wall with one leg dangling down. Purple crystals were spread around Morning Biao as he sat down on the ground, no longer suppressing them. A powerful force of swallowing and sucking spread out instantly. Chen Fei could clearly perceive that the swallowing and sucking power of Morning Biao's breakthrough was quite a bit stronger than that of Blizzard. The energy breath of those crystals shriveled at a rate visible to the naked eye. According to how you're sucking, I guess this amount of crystals isn't necessarily enough. Chen Fei did not hesitate and flashed away. He returned a few seconds later and threw a large pile of crystals at Morning Biao's feet. An hour passed. Seeing that only 1/10 of the crystal stones were left to consume, Chen Fei once again moved a pile and threw it over. He wanted to see how much Morning Biao could absorb. In just 6 hours, Chen Fei replenished the crystals 3 more times before Morning Biao's power of swallowing and sucking gradually eased. By now, the crystal energy absorbed by Morning Biao was already more than twice as much as what Blizzard had absorbed after completing its absorption. Thinking of the other party's frenzied appearance earlier, Chen Fei was certain that Morning Biao was special. It wasn't that the special species was special, but what he had experienced that night. I really wanted to dissect it open and take a look at it. Not knowing if it was because he sensed malice, Funeral Biao's body trembled slightly. But it did not affect the breakthrough process. Chen Fei just thought about it, but Morning Biao was his right-hand man. He could not slaughter him just to satisfy his curiosity. Blade's advancement was very smooth. After the 4th rank, his twin blades were even sharper, and his back even gave birth to several bone spurs. Just by looking at them, one would feel that they had the power to cut iron like mud. After Blade's successful advancement, he came over to take a look, and Morning Biao had just entered the finishing stage. The strength of the energy shield around his body was even able to resist the joint attacks of several late 3rd stage. This was something that the rest of the dependents did not have when they broke through. It could be said that if Morning Biao was thrown outside to break through, as long as he wasn't so unlucky as to run into a 4th rank, there shouldn't be any danger. Another day passed. Morning Biao's figure was even more robust, and his height hadn't changed too much. His skin actually took on a light greenish color, which was similar to Chen Fei's skin color. However, it felt obviously not as strong as Chen Fei's physical body. Only now, it seemed that among all the zombies, Morning Biao was more like Chen Fei in every aspect. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet eyes opened, the red light flickering between them filled with tyranny and demonic evil. Morning Biao sized up Chen Fei and the other group of zombies. Boss? Ridiculous griffins. The corner of his mouth curled up in a disdainful smile. I am the king. And aura did not look like he had just broken through, instead, he was about to be at the mid-4th stage. Swoosh. Bang. Morning Biao had just finished speaking and didn't even have time to get up. He only felt the left side of his face turn in severe pain, and immediately afterward, he flew out uncontrollably. Flying dozens of meters at a low altitude, the snow was plowed out of a furrow, revealing the earth. Just as he was about to stop, a green-colored figure appeared in the sky above and stomped down. Boom! The earth was overwhelmed and sunk. A large pit tens of meters in diameter appeared. The shockwave even blew the surrounding snow to melt, wrapping countless gravel flying. The earth shook. Won't talk properly anymore? Chen Fei frowned, looking down and locking eyes with Morning Biao's scarlet eyes. It felt like Morning Biao was not in the right state. For his part, Morning Biao was terrified beyond belief and hurriedly conceded, "Don't fight, boss, I was wrong." Morning Biao didn't know why he suddenly sure Lizhi and said such treacherous words. How dare to resist, can only beg for mercy. Morning Biao, you have fat guts, Blade roared and rushed in, dare to disrespect your master, eat my knife. Plop! A long bloody gash was cut directly into the side of Funeral Biao's butt. Don't underestimate the attack power of the sharp blade species. Let alone the fact that Morning Biao was still only at the early stage of the 4th rank, even if he was at the middle stage of the 4th rank, he would still have to suffer without any defense. Chen Fei did not stop the blade. Instead, he was thinking about what was going on with Morning Biao. Before, it could be said that he was mad. This time, he was clearly conscious and still wanted to defy himself. Could it be that his own attachment skills didn't work anymore? Or perhaps the Morning Biao just now was not Morning Biao. Even now, Chen Fei couldn't confirm whether Funeral Biao was the original him. It was a good idea to beat him up first. Thus, instead of stopping Blade, Chen Fei joined in. There were constant booms and miserable cries. Morning Biao regret he was so damn brainwashed. Chapter 98 The Second Forbidden Land, Destroyed. Morning Biao had just advanced to the next level and was viciously cleaned up. Chen Fei realized that the other party's scarlet eyes had no intention of disappearing. So the beating became even more vicious. In the end, even Blade retreated to the side with some trepidation. The dependents thought that Chen Fei was enraged. They didn't sympathize with Morning Biao, they only felt that this guy deserved it. The fourth rank had drifted away. The result was that Morning Biao was carried back to the village by a few familiars. Morning Biao had to thank Flying Shuttle. If it wasn't for the latter's sudden return, this treatment probably wouldn't have ended. Did the humans win? Chen Fei was the first to ask. Shuttle Heart, surprised at the master's anticipation, quickly nodded. The human died of Fourth Order, beheading the second forbidden area of Fourth Order, which Li Chenxi's solo battle Forbidden Area Lord successfully dragged to the rest of the Fourth Order Chiade. The shuttles and paratroopers were observing from a high altitude, and the entire battle situation was clear at a glance. The humans had deployed 3,000 people this time, of which 6 were of the Fourth Order, nearly 100 were of the Third Order, and the rest were all of the Second Order. Not all of them were from the Sunrise Organization. A large portion of the Second Order were from the Kyoto Survivor Gathering. The second restricted area, on the other hand, had 4 Fourth Order zombies, nearly 200 Third Order zombies, and the rest of the Entry Order zombies amounted to more than 30,000. Regardless of the quantity or quality, humans were the ones being crushed under the Fourth Order. However, the humans took out their newly developed weapons that were stronger than the initial new weapons. Anyone under the late Third Order could be dunked to death. The amount of ammunition the humans had was even more chilling to the zombies. The war started with direct fire coverage. The overall situation of the human race is even more directly complete zombies. The latter are scattered. Of course, the number is there. In the end, humans still paid nearly half of the casualties. That human named Li Chenxi is obviously still in the early 4th stage, but he seems to have used some kind of ability. His strength is no worse than that of the Forbidden Area Lords, and he was even able to harden himself against the other party's attack when the Lords were burning their lives. Shuttle recalled the scene she saw and couldn't help but feel a chill down her back. And because of that, the humans had only sacrificed a 4th-ranked powerhouse. Shuttle was pretty sure that he and the paratroopers had been discovered when they were high in the sky. Only at that time, Li Chenxi didn't have the energy to deal with it, and by the time the battle was over, the shuttle and paratrooper had already left. Although the humans had relied on a siege to kill the Lord of the Second Forbidden Zone, the latter had burned his life in the end, and with several times the increase, he had actually still managed to replace only one human Fourth Order. Ability? Could it be that his ability is of the increased category? Chen Fei was puzzled in his heart, while his face became grave. The humans were even more powerful and crazy than expected. Not only did they make a move against the Forbidden Land, they actually won the fight. The loss of a Fourth Order was a completely acceptable price for the humans. After all, the resources of an entire Forbidden Area was enough to cultivate 10 Fourth Orders. Humans still had so many late Third Order powerhouses. As long as there were enough resources, the next human 4th-rank powerhouses would spring up like rain. You go back and tell Wang Zhou to inquire about Li Chenxi's abilities. Chen Fei spoke in a serious tone. When you go, bring some Third Order flying zombies over there, and just have the paratroopers bring them over there to keep an eye on them. You come back and raise your strength at ease, and go out when you're Fourth Order. Humans were developing too fast, and it was already difficult for the Third Order to get close enough to scout. Cultivating the flying shuttles was imperative. Hearing this, the flying shuttle was excited, yes. It did not feel that Chen Fei was exerting pressure, instead, it felt that this was an opportunity. Seeing the flying shuttle leave, Chen Fei began to utilize his channeling technique and carried the damper for exercise. Forbidden Ground Number 3. The gray python spat out a huge snake letter, its eyes staring down at a centipede that was more than 10 meters long. The latter, who had accidentally trespassed into the giant python's territory some time ago, was surrounded by 3 4th ranks and didn't even have a chance to run. In the end, he was enslaved by the giant python. Are you saying that the giant deer lord was killed by a human? Emotions flowed in the giant python's eyes, not quite believing the news. Those who could be called lords by it were naturally existences on the same level as it. It was also the number 2 Forbidden Land Lord in the mouths of humans. The two zombies had run into each other when the python had just been promoted to the 4th rank. At that time, the giant stag had only just entered the 4th rank. The two sides fought and didn't win. Later, the python came to the south and the stag went to the north. After too far away from each other, they only occasionally let their subordinates spy on each other. After all, the beemas nodded, are thinking to see how the strength of the other side have the opportunity to eat each other. Previously this mission had been Zombie Mantis. After the zombie centipede joined it became its mission. After all, a hidden species was more suitable for spying. The zombie centipede didn't dare to meet the python's eyes, and its voice trembled. Yes, Lord, my subordinate was thinking of taking advantage of their 2 defeats before striking again, but there are still 5 4th rank humans left. At that time, it was very close to the battlefield and saw it clearly. That human man actually with the strength of the early stage of the fourth order hard against the middle stage of the fourth order. The gap between each stage of the fourth rank the zombie centipede knew all too well. He was no match for the Python Lord. It was still a recent event for humans to appear at the fourth stage, yet there was an existence that was so strong that it was terrifying. The white halo flowing from the opponent's body made the zombie centipede feel full of destructive intent. Humans suddenly made a move against the giant deer. I'm afraid that they will soon make a move against me. The giant python slowly raised that huge head and looked into the distance, and then scanned down at a few of his men. Starting today, gather all the zombies of the third rank and above in the surrounding area. If there is anyone who does not follow, kill. Several fourth order zombies led the order to leave. The giant python sensed it. It was the aura of crisis. Humans could kill the giant deer lord, then they could kill themselves. The python lord was not arrogant enough to think that the giant deer lord was inferior to himself. Moreover, the humans had gained a large amount of resources and would surely cultivate more powerful people. Before the other party arrived, more powerful zombies had to be recruited. With Lord Monty Python's mid-fourth stage strength, escaping was still possible. But there was something here that Python couldn't give up. It was the key to obtaining a more perfect evolution. If it was obtained by humans, it would be even more powerless. Come on humans, I have no fear to fight. The giant python's body twisted a few times, and in the end, its eyes flashed with killing intent, and it was determined. Looking at the back of the four subordinates leaving, he suddenly noticed the zombie bear's big butt. The python remembered the special species that chased the zombie bear before. If it ate the other party, perhaps its strength could be furthered. The thought lingered as soon as it appeared. Of course, for now, it was better to take in all the zombies around it. After all, it also knew that Chen Fei's territory was far from here, and the zombie bears had accounted for everything. When there was enough power, a special species was nevertheless also handy. Z City Survivor Gathering. Lin Fan and Ouyang Ling received a mission to come to Z City to receive the survivors to evacuate. This place was about to be surrounded by a zombie force and was judged by the Sunrise organization to be an unsuitable place for survival. But when the duo arrived here, they first saw a completely different scenery from H City. Feeling the temperature of more than 20 degrees below zero, Lin Fan was puzzled. How can it be so cold? It's also snowing heavily. Looking at the snow on the buildings. How could this white world look so dreamy? It was clear that the two cities were not far apart, but it felt like two worlds. How come no one is standing guard? Ouyang Ling noticed that there was not a single figure on the city walls. It was impossible for the survivors to be so careless. Unless the two of them released their senses at the same time. The result was not a single person. The two leapt onto the city wall and looked around. There were no traces of battle. Already evacuated? Lin Fan looked around. Forget it, go back and report first. The two looked at each other and jumped off the city wall. Chapter 99, Actions of All Parties. Completed responsible deep squat X1314, attribute points +1. Chen Fei was still exercising. Attribute points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 2500 continuously improving. Strength, 2500 continuously improving. Spirit, 2500 continuous improvement. Race, zombie. Rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3552. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood pact remnant 4. Corrosion. Seeing the level bar change, Chen Fei actually had a feeling of tears in his eyes. It was too hard. Strength had gone up quite a bit as well, but it wasn't the kind that had skyrocketed. It felt like it could be compared to a mid-fourth rank. These days, Lightning, Xingqiu, and Dali had successively advanced. Now Chen Fei had 8 fourth-order zombies under his command. Even if the humans really went crazy and fought over, they would still be able to tough it out. It was finally a bit of security. A huge figure descended from the sky and slowly retracted its wings. It was the paratrooper. Master. The umbrella soldier was very pious. After seeing it again after many days, the admiration for Chen Fei in its eyes increased instead of decreasing. It was even excited by the meeting. It and the flying shuttle were responsible for docking with Wangzhou. The shuttle had been responsible for running back and forth to deliver intelligence because it was stronger and faster. Tired it was, but occasionally they could see Chen Fei. The paratrooper, on the other hand, had been over in Kyoto. That was very much missing its master. What is it? Chen Fei's upturned corner of his mouth had yet to retract, not stopping his workout. Wangzhou is already at the 4th rank. Umbrella Soldier used his beak to take out a small book from his feathers. This is some information he found from the archive room after he became a high ranking. Boom! The damper was casually dropped by Chen Fei, smashing the earth and shaking it. He stepped forward to receive the small book. The paratrooper, on the other hand, lowered his head and continued to report, humans are going all out to exploit the resources within Forbidden Land number 2, and other than Wang Zhou, humans have 3 more Fourth Order. The number of Fourth Order in the Third Forbidden Land seems to be increasing recently. In response to this, the senior management of the Sunrise Organization held a combat meeting, and Wang Zhou judged that the next target should be the Third Forbidden Land. He said that he couldn't find any information about the prophets for the time being, but there's a mid-Third Order observer within the organization who can use his ability to observe the situation anywhere within 3,000 kilometers every once in a while. The probability is that the Sunrise Organization is relying on this observer to obtain some information, and the organization's protection of this observer is very strong. After listening to the paratrooper's report, Chen Fei slightly nodded his head and looked at the paratrooper. You go to my courtyard and bring some crystals back, enhance your strength properly and strive for an early 4th rank. From the breath, the paratrooper had only just reached the late 3rd rank. There was indeed some gap compared to the flying shuttle. Upon hearing this, the paratrooper was thrilled and thanked him repeatedly. Watching the big blue bird hopping into the village, Chen Fei opened the small book and looked down. Familiar handwriting. Human Renaissance I Research Program. Regarding the transformation of people into controllable zombies to solve the calamity crisis. The subject leader is academician Gu Boyong. Specifics unknown, suspected to have been artificially destroyed. Note, the whereabouts of Gu Boyong has not been found, and seems to be known only to the organization's top leaders and a few commanders-in-chief. Wang Zhou probably felt that this intelligence was more or less useful, which was why it was written on the small book. This did stir up Chen Fei's memories, the faceless zombies. To a certain extent Gu Boyong did succeed. If he could mass-produce faceless zombies, he would be able to fight against Fourth Order zombies by sheer numbers. Furthermore, the very nature of the zombie was destined to be more easily upgraded to the 4th rank. However, as the path to the 4th level opens up for humans, I'm afraid that we won't be able to use such an extreme way of becoming stronger. And before Gu Boyong's research included human experiments. I'm afraid that the Sunrise Organization didn't know how to deal with it internally. This should be a headache for humans. Chen Fei flipped to the next page. On whether the constant concentration of the unknown factor would affect the normal survival of humans. Paper author, Tu Qingshan. The unknown factor was created by the collision of those two things, combining the characteristics of both factors. As the concentration rises, some ordinary people with weak bodies have gradually been unable to withstand it. Is it true that at some point in the future, ordinary people will not be able to survive when the concentration of the unknown factor reaches a certain level? This piece of information may not seem useful, but Chen Fei noticed those two things. It was probably because Wang Zhou also realized this that he copied down the information. After such a long time, there were finally some clues. As for the question of whether ordinary people could not survive, this seemed to have been resolved with the emergence of the abnormal guidance technique. So it seemed that Li Chenxi had simply changed the human condition with his own power. Chen Fei was reading his small book when a group of Fourth Order zombies came this way from the east. There were a total of 4 Fourth Order, and the lineup was very strong. Among them were the zombie bears and zombie centipedes, as well as 2 new 4th ranks that had joined Lord Python's command. The Python Lord moved very quickly and his men were very efficient. The enslavement was completed before many Fourth Order zombies could react. The ones with hardpoints were eaten. So much so that the Fourth Order in the hundreds of kilometers around were captured and ran away. It was also the fact that there were no more 4th ranks around that the Python Lord remembered that strange special species once again. Some of the Fourth Order that fled from the west really wanted to curse. What's wrong with this world? There was no place for the Fourth Order to survive. In the west, there were zombies that hunted the 4th rank, but when they came to the east, they had to be caught. There were already as many as 13 Fourth Order under the Python Lord. This force was definitely not afraid of humans. When it was about to send its men to capture Chen Fei, the zombie centipede provided information. If it's that 3rd Order special species that's comparable to a 4th Order, my subordinate should have come across it. The zombie centipede was attentive. He also enslaved a 4th Order zombie wolf. Thus, the Python Lord sent out 4 Fourth Order, led by the zombie centipede. Twice the battle strength, it was enough to catch the other side. The rest of the 4th rank stayed in the territory to watch out for the humans. After all, the latter liked to engage in plots and tricks the most, and undeclared war was just the foundation. At the same time, as the number 3 Forbidden Land continued to expand, the survivors in the south gradually withdrew to the north. A great migration unfolded. Even if the humans wanted to deal with the number 3 Forbidden Land, they wouldn't be able to do it right away. But if the survivors in the south don't leave, they may be slaughtered by the zombies. The survivors in H City also received the evacuation order. The people of the Sunrise Organization all know. The second forbidden area was uprooted, and the north side was safer. This was to converge all the survivors. I heard that a new city is going to be created, and in the future, it will be used as the center to clear out the zombies. Yang Ling's beautiful eyes flickered. Perhaps it's not far from the end of the end times. She was deliberately looking for a topic. Lin Fan, on the other hand, returned a word very plainly, oh. To this he felt that it wasn't that simple. It always felt like the step above was a bit too big. For some reason, he had a deep sense of crisis. Couldn't help but raise his head to the northeast. Chapter 100 Beating Up Old Acquaintances. Chen Fei, who was in the middle of his workout, jerked his head up. His perception range was nearly 100 kilometers after the middle of the third stage. Even if he didn't deliberately release it, it would be difficult for an early fourth stage to approach him without a sound. Chen Fei detected the 4 fourth-order zombies the moment they entered his perception range. At the same time, a few dependents also entered Chen Fei's perception range. The alien fourth order had sort of entered the hinterland of Chen Fei's territory, and was naturally detected by Lightning, who was at the forefront in the east. The latter did not just go up alone by itself. Having suffered the loss of being surrounded many times, it was experienced. The first time it notified the rest of the fourth rank. Stop the Comer. Blade appeared in front of the 4 morning beasts with a seemingly gentle pace but with a burst of sonic booms, swinging his sword across. You came uninvited. Are you planning to start a war? On the path of the conspicuous pack he was getting further and further away. Blade wasn't weak at all. Because at the same time he appeared, 4 fourth ranks appeared around him. They were Blizzard, Lightning, Xingqiu, and Green Teeth. Morning Biao was still left in the village by Chen Fei. The place that Dali and Tai Ta were responsible for was north of the city, so they could not be notified in a short period of time. However, Lightning had already had the third-order speed species under him go forward to notify. Seeing that these alien fourth order were going to continue forward, they naturally had to stop them. The zombie centipede was shocked in its heart. It thought that the fourth order it had sensed along the way were the ones that hadn't escaped earlier. It had never thought that they were all subordinates of that special species. Moreover, the surrounding zombie centipedes had all been there before, and a few of the dependents made it feel very familiar. In other words, they were probably newly promoted fourth ranked. Being able to collect so many fourth ranks, could it be that the special species was the same as the Lord? If that was the case, it was only a matter of thinking long and hard. The zombie centipede just wanted to speak, but the zombie bear took the first step to open its mouth arrogantly and incomparably. We have been ordered to come and invite your master to join my lord's command. For your master this will be the supreme honor. You'd better be sensible, or else. Humph. The solicitation was just an excuse. In fact, the Python Lord wanted to eat Chen Fei. Nowadays, the Python Lord had 13 fourth order under its command, and there was no shortage of fourth order combatants. In comparison, it was more looking forward to the evolution that eating Chen Fei would bring. The blood and flesh of a third stage that was comparable to a fourth stage was bound to be a great tonic. There might even be unexpected gains. The zombie bear didn't feel that its tone was wrong. Instead, it had a feeling of raising its eyebrows. Let you chase me before. At those words, the 5 dependents were first stunned and then enraged. The zombie centipede, on the other hand, cursed the zombie bear for being a stupid boichi. The other party's dependents already had 5 fourth ranked before the Lord even appeared, plus the Lord was 6. Even if the other party didn't have any other fourth-ranked henchmen, it wasn't something that their own 4 could fight against. The zombie centipede that had fought with Chen Fei knew very well that no fourth rank on their side was Chen Fei's opponent. Although the latter was not as good as a mid-fourth rank, he was definitely at the top amongst the early fourth ranks. Of course, the zombie centipede did not realize that its intelligence was lagging behind. Swoosh! Blizzard transformed into a residual shadow, his face grim as he took the lead in launching his attack. The rest of the dependents followed closely behind. Words were not enough to do the job. Zombie bear you fool, zombie centipede cursed angrily, retreat. It was the leader. The remaining 2 zombies were the zombie pig, which was as big as a truck, and the colorful furred zombie chicken, which was more than 2 meters tall. Once the order was given, they simultaneously retreated backward except for the zombie bear. The zombie bear was confused. Why are you retreating? The advantage is in the nest. Boom! The green-colored figure was like a meteorite falling from a high altitude and stepped on the back of the zombie bear. The latter only felt like it was smashed by a huge mountain, and its body flopped down uncontrollably. Ka-ching! The snow was flying and the frozen earth cracked. It was like chocolate that had been cracked by a hammer. The powerful airwave even caused the snow in the surrounding hundreds of meters to melt. Lying down in the dirt pit, the zombie bear's eyes rolled over as a large mouthful of rotting blood snatched out of its mouth. Chen Fei didn't even look down at the zombie bear, instead locking onto the zombie centipede. Want to run? Times were different today. If one wanted to escape from Chen Fei's hands, the zombie centipede was not qualified. The cyan figure caught up with the 10-meter-long giant centipede in the blink of an eye, bringing up a gust of residual shadows behind it. The speed was much faster than the early fourth-stage speed species. Before the other party could react, Chen Fei grabbed the centipede's tail and violently flung it toward the sky. The giant centipede was thrown up defenselessly. On the other side, the zombie bear just felt the heavy pressure on its body disappear and was just about to climb up. A blackness appeared in front of his eyes fiercely. Headache. Plop. Blade's twin knives went straight into the opponent's eyes, stirring twice in the process. Rotten blood spurted violently. Dare to be rude to my lord, this is the price. Blade said viciously, pulling out his twin knives and wiping them on the opponent's body. The zombie bear wailed, while standing on its legs, a pair of bear claws slapped at Blade. The perception of the fourth rank was extremely strong, losing vision would not affect the battle too much. The green-toothed wolf's body flashed, biting the back of the zombie bear's neck and violently flinging it. The zombie bear felt its body rise up in the air and then slammed into the ground. The original deep pit once again sunk a few points. Blast, wind and lightning respectively caught up with the other two fourth order. At the same time a fourth rank aura arrived in a hurry. The huge fox killed from the side and flung its tail on the zombie pig that was escaping. The latter's movements stalled. It was this moment of pause that the blast wind sharp claws left several blood marks on the other party's body. Boom! The zombie centipede over there landed on the ground, smashing the earth and cracking it. The zombie centipede hurriedly begged for mercy. Lord, spare your life, we were ordered to come to make an alliance. That stupid bear offended more just now, please be magnanimous, great lord. Humans are gradually gaining momentum. If we do not join forces, we are likely to be broken by humans one by one. It spoke so fast that its mouth was smoking. By the end it was roaring out. However, Chen Fei's fist did not slow down at all. Bang! Ka-ching! The zombie centipede's insect armor only resisted for less than a second before shattering immediately afterward, revealing the bright red, bulging flesh underneath. Immediately, the flesh crumbled. Half of the centipede's head was blown apart. It was a hidden species which could not resist the damage. The zombie centipede only felt that it was crushed by an irresistible force, and its consciousness became chaotic. The 1,000 feet all went a few points softer. However, it was firmly clamped down by Chen Fei, and the powerful impact did not send it flying. Only a strong wind blew the snow behind the zombie centipede to melt. It was like a drawing on the snow. Alliance? Do you believe this yourself when you say it? Chen Fei sneered, tearing a piece of meat from his hand and stuffing it into the other party's mouth before reaching out and placing it on the other party's already miserable head. Favored. Failed? Chen Fei frowned. It couldn't be that his spiritual power wasn't as good as the other party's. It wasn't like the zombie centipede was a spirit species. Even if it was a spirit species, Chen Fei would still be able to successfully use the attachment. He thought of a possibility. The Lord of the Third Forbidden Land also possessed the attachment skill, which could be seen from the fact that the other party was able to enslave a fourth-rank zombie. A zombie could not be bound by two attachment skills. This was the only possibility. Put. Chen Fei directly ripped the zombie centipede's head off. Waste of my skills. He was well aware of the power of the attachment skills. The flesh and blood contract alone would inevitably not be able to control the zombie centipede. Then it would be killed. The zombie bear on the other side was suppressed to death by Green Tooth and Blade, and roared in anger as it was about to burn its life. Whoosh! Chen Fei arrived and slapped the zombie bear on its large head. The latter's face was askew, its chin and upper jaw about to fall apart. The entire body of the bear tilted uncontrollably to the side. The zombie bear's newly accumulated strength directly collapsed. Immediately afterward it felt its head empty. The body was burning for life, but it couldn't feel its head anymore. Blast returned dragging a severely injured zombie pig, while Qing Qiu went to help Lightning. Not long after, the severely injured zombie chicken was also dragged back. Chapter 101, The Eve of the Great Battle. This battle took less than 5 minutes from start to finish. The strength displayed by Chen Fei had created a crushing momentum against the early fourth stage. Following the zombie centipede and zombie bear, the remaining two fourth stages were also slaughtered. Offending the Forbidden Land? The other party had sent 4 fourth rankers, including 2 of Chen Fei's old acquaintances. The zombie bear's malice was even more undisguised. The word bad was almost written on their faces. Chen Fei wasn't a master who could swallow his anger. Blast wind, notify all the zombies above the second rank and prepare for the Eastern Expedition. Forbidden Area Lords? If the other party had a familiarity skill, they should be able to detect the death of their familiars. If this battle was inevitable, Chen Fei decided to strike first. It just so happened that he couldn't find a good accompaniment recently. There was also the option of waiting for the humans to fight the Forbidden Land and being the Yellow Bird himself. But there was no telling how long that would take. If the Forbidden Landlords sent a 4th rank once, it was possible that they would come a second time, and the next time would only be stronger. It was definitely better to take the initiative than passively wait to be beaten. As for whether or not the humans would take advantage of the opportunity to pick peaches, their observers couldn't monitor 24 hours a day. Even if they were to come, it was still time to catch up. Then again, there were paratroopers to keep an eye on them. Well, Chen Fei believed the paratroopers could. Yes. Excited in his heart, Blast Wind led the order to leave. In his opinion, Chen Fei was trying to expand his territory once again. Although Chen Fei's territory was already too big to manage at the moment, it could be fought first. Fighting territories was Blizzard's favorite. As for the rest of the dependents, as long as it was Chen Fei's order, they would naturally follow it unconditionally. While Chen Fei's army was gathering on his side, the Python Lord was suddenly raising his huge snake head to look to the west. All dead? The Python Lord was slightly alarmed. It didn't have such a thing as a panel, but it was still able to grasp the life and death of its subordinates. Just a moment ago, he sensed that the 4 fourth ranks sent to the west had died in succession. And the time between them was extremely short. Is that special species already this strong? The Python Lord's crystal-like eyes flashed with greed. The stronger you are, the more I look forward to what kind of evolution I will get from eating you. Mantis! The Python Lord shouted, and his voice quickly spread under the wrapping of his spiritual power. The zombie mantis that was absorbing the ore energy opened its eyes violently and immediately disappeared in place. Not long after, it appeared in front of the Python Lord, kneeling down on one knee. Lord, immediately gather all second order and above battle forces and prepare to follow me to the west. The Python Lord spat out its snake letters, its voice filled with majesty and coldness. It would not give the other party a chance to consume itself. If it wanted to fight, then it would go all out. Not only that, it would also blood wash the other party's territory. In this way, it would warn all its enemies of the cost of offending its Python Lord. Humans? When its Python Lord evolved to be stronger, there would be no need to worry about it. Yes. Mantis bowed his head and respectfully led the order, turning around and retreating. After giving the order, the Python Lord once again looked to the west, coldness flowing in his eyes. Chen Fei looked to the east, and behind him was the zombie army that had already assembled. There were nearly 20,000 of them. The zombies and zombie beasts were mixed together, in various forms and strange. As if the army of hell. Gathered in the mountains in great numbers, in the snow-hard point a large area of ink. Obviously the team has expanded a lot more in the past few days. And with the continuous exploitation of resources, the First Order zombies under Chen Fei are only a rare breed. Chen Fei had never monopolized the resources, much less suppressed his subordinates. It could be said that the zombies under his command had a very perfect environment for advancement. Boss, the assembly has been completed, and each zombie is carrying enough ore to absorb for 10 days. Blast Wind knelt on one knee and reported. Beside Blast Wind were the rest of the Fourth Order dependents. Behind them were the Third Order dependents and their men, as well as the vast army of zombies. Chen Fei nodded indifferently, his eyes flashing with a hint of excitement. Depart. The army started off in great numbers. Many trees in the mountains and forests were knocked down, hardening an avenue. In the village, Chen Xiaohan and Phantom stood side by side, looking at the mountains from afar. Although they couldn't see anything, they were both praying for Chen Fei. The Shadow and the Shadows had some hard feelings, being too weak to have the chance to accompany the army on the expedition. This time, Chen Fei's expedition was very sudden, and the army assembled very quickly. Many of the teams that were mining directly stopped working. Phantom and Shadow staying behind to guard the home was a directive given by Chen Fei. After all, there was still Chen Xiaohan and a flying shuttle that was still absorbing crystal energy at home. There was even the corpse of a zombie centipede left for the shuttle. The corpses of the remaining 3 Fourth Order zombies were brought by Chen Fei to eat on the road. The flying shuttle was sweating anxiously when it heard that its master had taken a bunch of zombies out on the road. Must hurry up the 4th rank. Fei's shuttle's eyes were incomparably determined. One could not be a useless bird. Almost at the same time that Chen Fei had finished assembling, the Python Lord's side had also assembled an army of zombies numbering close to 10,000 and similarly set off. The Python Lords were unlike the giant deer lords. Prior to the destruction of the number 2 Forbidden Land by the humans, the Python Lords hadn't cultivated any zombies below the 3rd rank at all. It was only recently that it began to absorb zombies under the 3rd rank. In just a few days, it had gathered nearly 10,000 Second Order zombies. The First Order zombies were directly used as rations for their subordinates. The Python Lord also had to thank Chen Fei. The latter had scared many of the zombies into leaving the territory, many of them coming to the east, resulting in a bargain for the Python Lord. On this side, 2 zombie armies were about to engage in a bloody battle. There was another place where a sizable battle was also erupting. The human survivors evacuating from H City ran into a large group of ranked zombies halfway through the city. The number was no less than 3,000. The channeling technique had only been popularized for a short while, and many survivors were still ordinary people. Ordinary people were unable to escape from the hands of the advanced rank zombies, so the human awakened could only meet the battle. At the same time, they have to protect the ordinary survivors. Very passive. The leader of this group of zombies was even a special species of late Third Order. At this moment, Lin Fan and 3 other late Third Order, and 5 mid-Third Order were surrounding this black cat special species. Be careful, its ability can compel people's hearts. Lin Fan, who had just recovered from his daze, reminded the crowd with a grave expression, don't ever look into its eyes. He relied on Berserk Increase to just barely hold off the zombie black cat's ability. Put. Before he could finish speaking, a late third order human powerhouse, his eyes dumbfounded, passed his azure dagger into the heart of a mid-third order member of the Sunrise organization. The latter was dumbfounded and looked down at the dagger in disbelief. He could feel his heartbeat first accelerating violently, followed by skipping a beat, and his hands and feet gradually going cold. Soon that compelled late third order was taken out of the battlefield by another late third order. The lineup that surrounded the special species only had one late third order and 4 mid-third order left in Linfan. With the lesson learned, everyone was more careful, but they also began to tie their hands. Xiao Dai, bestow blessings. Yang Ling shouted as she saw that the situation was not good. Xiao Dai on the other side of the battlefield knew that it was time to bestow blessings on Linfan when he heard this. He was now at the early stage of the third rank, and bestowing blessings could give Linfan a not-so-small boost. It could also bestow blessings on the other two at the same time. Linfan felt an even stronger power on his body, and his feet lashed out, instantly appearing above the black cat. The former's strength was vaguely beyond the third stage. Hold it back. Seeing that the black cat was about to dodge, Yang Ling eagerly shouted. Her ability was not suitable for frontal combat, but she still held a pitch-black dagger and used sneak to get close, wanting to block the black cat's retreating direction. The remaining few people followed closely behind. Ridiculous human. The black cat didn't panic at all, but instead sneered. Its body twisted strangely, dodging Linfan's attack. A demonic light flashed in the cat's eyes. It's fine if you don't meet your eyes? That was underestimating its ability. Yang Ling only felt an empty head, and her forward body stopped. Her eyes were stagnant, as if she would lose control of her body at any moment. She began to panic, afraid that she would strike out at Linfan. A second before she lost consciousness, she raised her dagger and stabbed into her neck. Chapter 102, Starting a War. In the middle of the territories of both Lord Python and Chen Fei, there was a dry riverbed. The temperature here was very high, with temperatures in the 50s. The sunlight was extraordinarily poisonous. It was like turning on a warm breeze in the summer. The ground rose with boundless heat waves. It felt like the earth was about to be baked, and the trees had long since dried up and died. You can even occasionally see grass that spontaneously combusted. If they could talk, they would definitely say, "Are you damned if you're going to fry at that high temperature?" The riverbed was thousands of meters wide, with no sign of water. The cracks were connected, covering the earth like a giant net. The hot wind that occasionally blew swept up tens of meters of dust. It was full of a sense of desolation. This entire area was an excellent battlefield. At this moment, two zombie armies faced each other on both sides of the river. Neither side expected the other to send an army. 8 Fourth Order? The Python Lord was slightly alarmed. It thought it had already overestimated the other side enough, yet it had still underestimated. It was fortunate that it had sent out its own nest this time, and did not send them one by one. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that it would be planted in the other party's hands. Moreover, looking at the other party's posture, this was the rhythm of crusading against itself. The guts were really big. Already in the middle of the third stage? The Python Lord's eyes, however, were permeated with greed and killing intent. I wonder how strong you can be at this mid-third stage. Chen Fei's face was similarly not considered good. He had thought that he would be able to besiege the other party, only to find out that his side instead had one less fourth-order dependence than the other party. This was still the case of slaughtering 4 of them in advance. It's also good that he chose to go on an eastward expedition, otherwise he would have been caught off guard by the other side when he stayed in the territory. At the same time, he spat out the unnecessary tacit agreement between the two sides. It's also good that it's faster to add points in single combat. He let out a long breath, the corners of his mouth rising. It seemed to treat the immense python as prey. The mid-fourth stage in Chen Fei's perception was still powerful, but not unbeatable. It was only that no familiar aura was perceived. Could it be that the other party did not have fragments? Kill. After a few minutes of confrontation, Chen Fei and the Python Lord gave their orders almost simultaneously. The second and third rank zombies under Chen Fei split into 2 groups from the center, killing the opposing army from both sides. The latter's ranks were significantly more disorganized. There was even a stampede when they charged. Thousands of meters in a circle became a battlefield for both armies. It brought up yellow sand in the sky. The hissing sound echoed continuously, as if it was going to reach the 9 heavens. The fourth rank was even more rapid in its actions. Chen Fei's dependents and the Python Lord's men instantly collided in the center of the riverbed. The earth trembled as if a meteor shower had smashed down. Only Chen Fei and the Python remained in place, sizing each other up. "You are very composed." The Python Lord's voice was not loud, but it reached Chen Fei's ears. "But in my opinion, it is nothing more than a mole cricket seeking decency before it dies." Chen Fei was able to single-handedly take on an early 4th stage at the beginning of the 3rd stage. The Python Lord didn't believe that he could really single-handedly defeat a mid-4th stage at the mid-3rd stage. This was a gap in rank that could not be ignored. "Oh? Chen Fei's voice came from far away, bringing up bursts of sonic booms around him as the air roared sadly. I can give it to you if you like decency. His tiny figure just appeared on the side of the python's head, slamming his fist down. The former was only even the size of one of the latter's eyes. The Python Lord was aware of it, surprised by Chen Fei's speed that was close to the mid-fourth stage, but still chose not to dodge. Bang! Chen Fei's fist wrapped in boundless power actually only left a shallow white mark on the python's head. Even the python only slightly shook its body. The bowl of scales reflected a demonic light, seemingly mocking Chen Fei's powerlessness. A strong body species? Chen Fei was not surprised. It would be strange for a mid-fourth rank to really be injured by a punch. Moreover, the Python Lord was still a strong-bodied species. The defense of this kind of zombie was no joke. The size alone was intimidating enough. Chen Fei landed violently, his legs powered up, stepping on the earth and then bouncing back up with another elbow. The moment he touched the Python Lord, Chen Fei was certain that the other party also possessed a fragment. Perhaps it was the fact that the other party had already absorbed it that caused it to not be perceived from a distance, but as soon as it came into contact, that familiar feeling came. And the Python Lord also lit up. It also understood why this particular species was able to enslave so many fourth-order zombies. Everyone had the same thing. After resisting dozens of Chen Fei's punches one after another, the giant python spat out its snake letters and swept its giant tail, lashing at Chen Fei's back. Boom! Only to see the green-colored figure turn into a meteor and fly hundreds of meters. The Python Lord's huge body twisted. It was actually incredibly flexible, seeming to swim on the ground, catching up with Chen Fei in the blink of an eye. The latter gritted his teeth and swallowed the sweetness in his throat, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Bang! Ka-ching! Chen Fei was once again jerked away. That giant tail directly jerked Chen Fei's hands until his bones cracked. The powerful self-healing power was again rapidly repairing Chen Fei's injuries. As his afterglow glimpsed the battlefield between Chen Fei and the Python Lord drawing further and further away, Blast Wind was slightly anxious. Quick battle! Blast Wind spoke in a low tone. It was clear that he was 1/4 rank less than his opponent, but he wasn't panicked at all. Morning Biao laughed out loud. Leave the extra one for me. Today I'll let you guys know why I'm the boss's #1 little brother. After saying that, Morning Biao directly pounced over and grabbed a zombie white tiger and a zombie sheep with both hands respectively and violently threw them out. The two zombie beasts didn't resist the huge force of Funeral Biao, and when they reacted, Funeral Biao's fists had already fallen. The two zombie beasts rushed to fend off, barely catching it. They retreated dozens of meters before stopping, and were shocked. It felt that the speed and strength of this humanoid zombie exceeded that of zombies of the same rank. It was equivalent to the combination of speed and strength. It wasn't as simple as just 1 + 1. At this moment, Morning Biao also finally understood why the boss was so strong. No, boss is balanced in all aspects, how can I compare to boss? Remembering the beating he received earlier, Biao hurriedly drove away the rebellious seed in his mind. The rest of the family members also chose their own opponents. However, they had all experienced the melee and knew that it couldn't be a simple one-on-one. Gale took on the only humanoid zombie on the other side. When his mind was inexplicably empty, Blast Wind knew that his opponent was a spirit species. Seeing that his spiritual attack didn't have much effect, the humanoid zombie was horrified. Help me! Whoosh! Blast Wind had already arrived and his right claw fell, but it happened to be blocked by another zombie dog. It was said that they were newly promoted to the 4th rank, but Chen Fei's dependents were all promoted without any lack of resources, and almost all of them had skipped the awkward situation of just entering the 4th rank. Blast Wind and Morning Biao were even the best of them. The former was able to fight with Green Tooth when he had just been promoted. Not to mention that Gale's own mental power had never been weak, and the attacks of the spirit species were far from enough to break his will. On the other hand, Blade and the zombie praying mantis faced each other, and at first, they were still equal, but as Blade's powerful attacks that gave up defense continued to increase in speed, the zombie praying mantis could only support itself painstakingly. The latter clearly felt that Blade's strength was comparable to his own, but he was just being pressed. In terms of cooperation, Chen Fei's dependents had been with each other for a longer period of time. Naturally, they had a better understanding. Green Tooth dodged and killed the humanoid zombie the moment Blast was blocked by the zombie dog. The sharp claws directly left several tens of centimeters long blood marks on the other party's body. If not for his mental trance at the critical moment, Green Tooth would have let the opponent split in two. Gale, are you any good? Xingye did not forget to taunt. Previously, when they sparred, they also liked to taunt each other, so that they could fight with vigor. After all, if they were too friendly they couldn't strike hard. Boom boom boom. Dolly grabbed the two horns of a zombie cow and directly swung it up to smash it. The zombie cow was dumbfounded. No, aren't we all strong-bodied species? Why are you so strong? The melee continued on this side, with Chen Fei's dependents having the upper hand. On the other side, Chen Fei and the Python Lord had already moved away from the battlefield 10 kilometers away. Chapter 103, Battle in Progress. Boom boom boom. The yellow sand filled the sky, and there were constantly loud booms spreading out. Like a missile detonating, the earth shook like an earthquake erupting. The earth and rocks splashed with a speed comparable to that of a bullet falling several kilometers away. And a huge figure could barely be seen in the yellow sand. And a tiny figure? Compared to the Python Lord's exaggerated figure, Chen Fei was indeed extremely inconspicuous. It was like a picture and a dot. It made one wonder how the latter was able to contend with the former. The Python Lord constantly twitched its tail. The tail that was even harder than a steel cable and comparable to the flying speed of a fighter jet brought up gusts of residual shadows. The earth continued to cave in as it was pumped. However, as time passed, Chen Fei slowly adapted. Small size has its advantages. At least the Python Lord wants to restrict Chen Fei's movement is very difficult. Every 2 to 3 moves Chen Fei exchanged, a beep sounded in his head. The more he fought, the more excited he became. On the way here, Chen Fei had already finished eating the corpses of the 3/4 order zombies. There was no need to worry about going hungry in a short period of time. Has this mole become stronger? The Python Lord was keenly aware of this. Combined with the information provided by the zombie bear earlier, this special species could really become stronger in battle. It was pretty sure that eating the special species in front of it itself would definitely result in an extraordinary evolution. Become a part of me. The Python Lord's twitching tail became even more rapid. The earth continued to roar in sorrow. And Chen Fei dodged a few points faster, and what he couldn't dodge, he carried hard. Obviously, his body was so small, his strength was surprisingly strong, unlike the beginning where he was easily jerked away. Instead, it can be stopped by retreating a few tens of meters. Completed fighting training, attribute points +1. Plus strength. Plus physique. Plus spirit. Chen Fei dodged with difficulty as the injuries on his body continued to accumulate and constantly healing itself. The opponent's huge body contains too much power. Taking the cold to return the opponent's punch. His fist could still only leave white marks on the Python Lord's body, and it seemed to be difficult to go any further. Adding points successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 2666 continuously rising. Strength, 2666 continuously improving. Spirit, 2666 continuously improving. Race, zombie. Rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3552. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown 4. Corrosion. Seeing the last column of the translucent panel, Chen Fei remembered that he still had a skill that he didn't use. Mainly because he was used to fighting with his fists and feet before. He forgot about it for a while. Once again, he dodged the Python Lord's tail, and the earth on his side was whipped out into a large crater. The earth and rocks splattered on Chen Fei's face, which he ignored as his right fist emitted a corrosive aura with a faint green light. Bang! A fist smashed into the side of the tail. Zip! The scales that hadn't been able to break through the defense before actually emitted the sound of being corroded. The corresponding scales took on a dark green color, gradually corroding and melting. The effect was better than expected. It seemed to be more than just the early 4th stage. Chen Fei could also clearly feel that a portion of the energy in his body was missing. What? The Python Lord was startled. Griffin. Retracting its tail, it opened its mouth to bite over. That big mouth was more than enough to swallow even an elephant. While approaching, a strong sense of crisis inexplicably appeared in the Python Lord. It violently shut up and twisted its head, while flinging its tail to whip at Chen Fei. It was like a long whip. The force was even swifter than before. Why do I feel like I'll die even if I eat him? The Python Lord was somewhat incredulous. This was unreasonable. Aren't zombies just devouring each other to become stronger? Although they could also swallow and absorb ores and crystals, the flesh and blood of high-level zombies contained more energy. At the 4th stage, only purple crystals can still have a significant effect, and the middle of the 4th stage is even more limited to purple crystals. Only by devouring an early 4th stage zombie could one get a more effective boost. Before the destruction of the 2nd sanctuary, the Python Lord had not had many 4th order men, mainly because it occasionally had to eat. The forces simply couldn't accumulate. As a result, it was now trying to eat a mid-3rd order special species, producing a strong sense of crisis? Could it still be poisonous? Then let's kill you first. The Python Lord had an idea. I don't believe that killing you I can't eat it yet. It guessed that Chen Fei had something on him that caused him to have a sense of crisis. Let's kill first. Chen Fei was about to use the blood-flesh pact when his opponent made a false move, still attacking with its tail. He didn't think much of it and threw a punch. Boom! Chen Fei was lifted several meters by the huge force, then landed violently, leaving 2 long gullies on the ground. He barely stopped his stance. And the Python Lord's scales were once again corroded. Both sides quickly returned to the initial fighting pattern. It was still the Python Lord that suppressed Chen Fei, yet he was unable to do so with a single strike. The latter occasionally counterattacked while dodging. New injuries continued to appear on his body, but they quickly healed themselves. The Python Lord had also seen Chen Fei's BT self-healing ability, coupled with the corrosive aura that could barely break through the scales. It slowly became cautious. While this side was in a stalemate, the other side of the dependence battlefield had already shattered the earth by hitting thousands of meters in a radius. The destruction generated by the Fourth Order battle was incomparably terrifying. Those low-rank zombies were staying away from this side. Damn it, die. The zombie mantis was suppressed with rage, and as it saw the injuries on its body getting worse and worse, it roared and its breath climbed up. Burning life. The battle had only been going on for less than an hour, and the first life-burning zombie of the fourth-rank battlefield appeared. It was the Python Lord's right-hand man, Mantis. Originally suppressed, it began to reverse the suppression of Blade. As Fourth Order, they could certainly escape and get away. But with their master's orders in place, they didn't dare and couldn't run. Then they could only fight for their lives. Tisk, burning your life to boost your strength, see what you can do to you. Blade's mouth was disdainful, but in reality, he was already sweating. He wasn't stronger than the zombie mantis in the first place, he just had a sharper fighting style. Now it was good, giving the other party a sharp fight and directly fighting for his life. Eyes. It was at this moment that a bull roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Dolly felt a huge force coming from the bull's horn in his hand. The zombie cow that was originally being dead and suppressed violently broke free and retreated hundreds of meters. Feeling the rising aura of the zombie cow, Vigor only said 2 words, "How weak." The corners of the zombie cow's eyes twitched, feeling humiliated, its nostrils spewed out hot breath. Since it can't live, let's die together. The 4 hooves stomped violently, and the already miserable earth was once again pounded. The zombie bull crashed into the ground, vigorously not flickering or avoiding, his legs fiercely rooted into the earth, his veins rippling. A thick sense of power covered the entire body. Boom! The two collided, erupting into a heaven-shattering roar. The zombie cow rushed forward against Vigor, and the latter's legs plowed a hundreds of meters long furrow in the ground, half of his body sank into the earth, and finally slowed to a stop. Compared to strength, Vigor hadn't been afraid yet. Green Tooth, why haven't you solved it yet? Blizzard's sharp claws pierced through the zombie dog's head, and he didn't forget to taunt. The zombie dog didn't even have time to burn its life. It was also caused by hesitation. Not all Fourth Order zombies could decisively fight for their lives, who would want to die if they could live. But unfortunately, sometimes hesitation leads to defeat. Although Green Tooth's side was suppressing the humanoid zombie, the latter kept changing its position, and every time it was about to be attacked, it would send out a spiritual attack to disrupt Green Tooth's rhythm of attack. Gradually, Green Tooth began to lose its spirit. A few more times and it felt like its spirit would collapse. Cut the ing crap and hurry to help. Green Tooth's wolf teeth clenched and charged up. The humanoid zombie that was already covered in injuries saw that Blast Wind was also rushing, his heart became desperate, and he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Strong spiritual fluctuations surrounded the area. Green Teeth's face changed dramatically, hurriedly stopped his forward form and turned to run. Gale, however, did not retreat, sharp claws stabbed at the humanoid zombie. Chapter 104, the Master said. The survivors of H City were all in a sorry state and were recuperating in a small town. Many of them still had stunned expressions on their faces. There were injured people wailing and healers treating them, the scene was barely organized. They had managed to survive the wave of zombies, but the awakened were more than 50% dead or wounded. It was likely that the entire army would be wiped out if they continued northward in this situation. They had no choice but to send a small team to apply to the headquarters of the Sunrise Organization for a Fourth Order strongman escort. In fact, before this, the Sunrise Organization had also considered that it would be difficult for the survivors to cross such a long distance to Kyoto, but those were the only fourth-ranked people in the organization, so it was impossible to take care of all of them. In addition to the expansion of the number 3 forbidden area, there was no telling when a conflict would occur, and fourth-ranked powerhouses couldn't be easily mobilized. Not all survivors had such bad luck. Even if they ran into some zombies, it wouldn't cause too much of an impact. After all, there were a few strong people in each urban area. There basically wouldn't be any problems if they didn't run into Fourth Order. The general distribution of Fourth Order zombies in the country is clear to the Chaoyang Organization, and the survivors' evacuation routes will try to avoid the Fourth Order territories. Who would have thought that not long after leaving H City, they would run into a late Third Order special species? If not for Lin Fan's final explosion, his strength touched the threshold of the Fourth Order, I'm afraid that more people would have died this time. At this moment, Lin Fan was sitting on the edge of a roof, his eyes slightly lost in thought. A figure kept surfacing in his mind. In Lin Fan's feeling, this person, Ouyang Ling, was a bit of a T. He did not like it. But when the other person committed suicide in front of Lin Fan, he had an indescribable feeling. At that moment, he couldn't suppress his emotions from rioting and entered a state of emotional loss of control. The strength was able to increase. He didn't know how he killed the special species. When he came to his senses, his body was already stained with rotting blood. There was also a group of people with horrified faces staring at him. After the ability was cancelled, Lin Fan felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. As long as the conditions allowed, he could break through any time. A good thing? He couldn't be happy, his mood was particularly complicated. Suddenly a powerful aura approached sharply. Lin Fan instantly got up and looked into the distance vigilantly. Actually found me so quickly? The young man surrounded Lin Fan with his senses with interest, about to make a breakthrough? The youth appeared in the middle of the survivors. Lin Fan saw that the visitor was a senior member of the organization, jumped down from the top of the 5th floor and went forward to greet him. Deputy Courier. The few remaining third-order powerhouses also went forward to greet him. I have to thank the deputy messenger for making the trip. It's no problem. The deputy courier waved his hand and was about to speak when he suddenly felt the earth tremble slightly. His face changed. Is it a battle commotion? His senses were fully open, but he found nothing. It meant that the place causing the commotion was tens of kilometers away. The vibrations that spread to this side were already small, but the frequency was high, so it couldn't be an illusion. An aftershock that could spread this far was unlikely to be done at the early 4th rank. Mid-4th rank? The deputy messenger denied his judgment. It's probably just a normal earthquake. Nowadays, everywhere was affected by unknown factors, and anything could happen. It was understandable for earthquakes to appear inexplicably. How few mid-4th order there were only 3 forbidden landlords known to the Sunrise organization at the moment. The ones in the sea don't count. If it was really a mid-4th order battle, could it still be the number 1 forbidden landlord in the northwest running this way to fight with the number 3 forbidden landlord? The number 1 forbidden landlord is staying comfortably in the northwest. There is really no need to come so far. In the end, the deputy messenger decided to escort the survivors back to the north first. Of course, corroborating suspicions was still necessary. Lin Fan, take the rest of the 3 orders one step ahead, and when you go over there, look for Commander Li and say that there might be a change in the south, and that he knows what to do. The deputy messenger instructed Lin Fan. Letting Lin Fan go one step ahead was also considering that he was about to break through. Going over earlier would also allow humanity to have one more 4th rank powerhouse sooner. As for scouting the south, smooth sailing. The more you fight, the stronger you get? Is there no upper limit? The more the Python Lord fought, the stranger he felt. It was fine that this tiny as a mole cricket 3rd rank special species in front of him could get stronger in battle, but why did it keep getting stronger? It seemed like there was no upper limit. From the suppression in the beginning, it was actually a bit of a division now. Gradually, the Python Lord's heart gave birth to a desire to retreat. However, once he thought that after consuming for so long, it was impossible for the other party to not have anything at all. The previous efforts could not be in vain. Thus, it continued to attack. Anyway, even if the other party used that kind of corrosive breath, it could only barely break through the scale defense, not even a minor injury. When the Python Lord thought about it, he was completely invincible. Sensing that the 1/3 of his men had died, the Python Lord decided to withdraw before his men finished dying. At the mid-4th stage, if he wanted to run, the other side couldn't stay. ZZ. Every time he punched, Chen Fei used the corrosion skill, and he could feel the energy in his body rapidly draining away. This skill was good, but it just consumed a bit fast. Of course, no one would have thought that Chen Fei would use the corrosion skill as an enchantment. So damn hard. Chen Fei blocked the opponent's flung tail, and the earth split apart under his feet. Once again, he used the corrosion skill to cover his fist and slammed it on the opponent's body. The latter's massive as a mountain shook slightly for a moment, and only for a moment. The corrosive breath was able to barely break through the defense of the python's snake scales, but then returned with no success after touching the snakeskin underneath the scales. One could only say that Chen Fei was not as wretched as he was at the beginning, and was already able to fight the mid-4th stage 4-6. Continuing to fight, Chen Fei was confident that he could exhaust his opponent. Of course, if the other party escaped, Chen Fei did not have the means to stop them. The aftermath of the attacks from both sides had already smashed tens of kilometers in a radius into ruins, as if the ground had been washed by artillery fire. The battlefield was still shifting. This side was still in a battle of attrition. Over there, the battlefield of the ranked zombies had already decided the winner. The Python Lord's zombies were only half the number of Chen Fei's, and when the number reached a certain level, half the difference was a world of difference. Not to mention the fact that many of Chen Fei's dependents had experience in big battles. The Python Lord's newly absorbed entry rank zombies, however, came from all over the place, and many of them had no experience in large-scale combat at all. Go help. Monolith was concise. Even if it was difficult for the 3rd rank to get involved in a 4th rank battle, there were enough of them to hold back 1 or 2. Of course, that would result in more deaths and injuries. But if one could hold back a 4th order, it would be a great influence on the battle. Red Ghost, however, shook his head. That side is not something we can get involved in. Let's see what happens. If a seriously injured 4th order wants to run, we'll surround it. He was happy to do such a thing as beating up a fallen dog. A different opinion appeared, and everyone subconsciously looked at the one-eyed zombie, mind's eye. The latter froze. Why are you looking at me? I'm not a war general. Master said that you spirit species have good brains. Big Wolf gave the answer. The mind's eye was speechless, but silently endured the other party's praise, and his tone became serious. Listen to the Red Ghost, we only need to keep an eye on the battlefield. If any seriously injured Fourth Order wants to run away or get knocked out, we'll go all out to encircle and kill them. Their side had the advantage, and they didn't want to let any of them escape. The master had also said that cutting the grass to get rid of the roots. Chapter 105 Familiar Sense of Danger. Hoo. Blade gasped out loud as he lay on the tattered ground with at least hundreds of wounds of varying sizes on his body. The smaller wounds had begun to heal, but at a slow pace. The larger wounds were still gurgling blood. At this point, his breath was no longer as strong as it was initially. But he was smiling happily because the zombie mantis was finally being dragged to death by him. Burning one's life meant fighting to the death, but if one failed to kill the enemy during the period when one's strength had been increased, it would be no different from committing suicide. I am Blade, and I will behead the enemy of the fourth rank today. Blade roared out freely. Boom! Ka! Blade's wind was forcibly interrupted after only a few seconds. Over there, Vigor grabbed the horns of the zombie cow, directly threw them up, and violently smashed them on the ground. The ground cracked like a spider web spreading in all directions. Immediately, Vigor hugged the cow's head and directly twisted it off. Vigorously standing on the corpse of the zombie cow with dozens of holes all over his body, his gaze exuded boundless wariness. Dragging the enemy to death? Since the other party wanted to wrestle, then Vigor would never back down. However, compared to other strong body species, Vigor's defense ability was really poor, which led to an extremely appalling injury. His state wouldn't be much better than Blade's. On the other side, Xingya, who was far away from the humanoid zombies, pounced on Biao's circle. The latter's 1 against 2 actually had a bit of an advantage at the beginning, and it was basically only a 50-50 split in the aftermath. The addition of Green Tooth broke the balance, and the zombie white tiger and zombie sheep were caught in a bitter battle. As for the wind, eyes slightly cloudy, carrying the humanoid zombie head over. The latter's eyes were filled with horror and incomprehension before he died. After a Fourth Order spirit species burned its life, its spiritual power could even cause an average early Fourth Order spirit to collapse and die in a very short period of time. However, he ran into Blast Wind. The latter happened to be a zombie whose mental strength was not low. Taita, Xingqiu and Lightning's opponents decisively chose to burn their lives once they saw that the situation was not good. Either way, one would die, and there had to be a price for the enemy to pay before they died. Surround and kill. Blizzard's voice was icy cold as he gave the order. Although Chen Fei and these dependents were all fourth ranked, in the past not a short period of time Blast Wind had been the little boss of the other dependents. In Chen Fei's absence, it was basically Gale and Biao who had the idea. Even most of the zombies here were under Chen Fei's command by Blast Wind and Morning Biao. The moment Blast Wind gave the order, even the severely injured Blade stood up and surrounded the remaining enemies. Feeling his enslaved men die in battle one after another, the Python Lord began to panic. The main thing was that this tiny as a mole cricket figure in front of him had actually reached a point where he was able to be on par with himself. It had only been less than 2 hours since the war started. Chen Fei's speed of becoming stronger simply refreshed the zombies' 3 views. Can't fight any longer, the Python Lord's heart was alarmed while its afterglow glanced to the east. It has to escape back. It could have chosen to run in another direction, but then it would have given up its territory to the zombies. If it really let this special species in front of it obtain that thing, I'm afraid it wouldn't have the chance to take revenge in the future. In an instant, the Python Lord had made up his mind, although the failure rate of absorbing that thing is very high now, and it's not the best time, but if it can't even get through this hurdle in front of it, everything will be for nothing. There was a bit of regret. But whoever put in that position of Python Lord would choose to send their men to capture this special species. After all, for zombies, evolution was definitely the most important thing. Just who would have thought that a third-order special species could have such strength and power? Boom! The Python Lord's power increased violently. Chen Fei had prepared for this, yet he was still lifted tens of meters by a tail. Looking up, the huge figure was actually fleeing in a hurry. It's running away? Chen Fei froze for a second. Landing on his feet, he stomped on the earth and dented it, his body transforming into a residual shadow as he chased after it like he was flying against the ground. Let's not talk about the fact that the other party was a good sparring partner. Until now Chen Fei was having a hard time breaking through the opponent's defense. The latter would indeed be a headache if he was alone and bereft, engaging in a sneak attack or something. The Python Lord was clearly able to continue fighting, yet he chose to escape. Chen Fei could only think of one possibility. His own dependents had won. Although they were outnumbered, Chen Fei had more confidence in his own dependents in terms of individual combat strength and coordination. Especially with the presence of Blast Wind and Morning Biao. Afraid of being surrounded? Chen Fei felt that this was most likely. No matter how strong a mid-4th rank was, it would be just as hard to drink hate when surrounded by so many early 4th ranks. Not to mention that the current Chen Fei had already been elevated to the point where he was strong enough to resist a mid-4th rank. Rumble. The two figures quickly rushed out of the arid region and entered a mountain forest. Countless giant trees were crushed like grass by the Python Lord's massive body. Even if Chen Fei chased after them with all his might, he was still slowly being pulled away by the other party. Luckily, this situation ended in no time. From afar, Chen Fei saw the Python Lord begin to slow down, and then dive headfirst into a huge hole in the ground. Chen Fei just wanted to chase after it, but he felt a sense of danger underground. This feeling was somewhat familiar. That feeling from the night of the supermarket? Chen Fei's pupils shrank. He was certain that this feeling was exactly the same as the feeling at the night of the supermarket back then. It had not even weakened in the slightest. In other words, even if his current self was somehow stronger than he was at that time, if he ran into that thing, 80% of him would still die. In the end, what is it? Obviously no one could give Chen Fei an answer, and he was about to run away. Suddenly, that feeling of danger began to diminish. What's happening? Chen Fei's footsteps lurched. Could it be that the big snake had eaten that kind of thing? He thought of Morning Biao again. It seemed like that was the only possibility. So something really existed in Morning Biao's body, which caused Morning Biao to be more special. Yet it didn't have dangling abilities like the special species. To put it bluntly, he really was a bit like Chen Fei. The only difference might be that the spiritual power wasn't strong enough, not as all-powerful as Chen Fei. Roar. A roar, mixed with anger and tyranny. It emanated from the hole in the ground, and the sound was loud enough to pierce the eardrums of a first or second order awakened. Chen Fei's hairs stood on end. The sense of danger appeared again, but this time it was different. It wasn't some sort of thing, but the feeling of a strong enemy. This big snake has gotten stronger. Chen Fei cursed and turned to run. It was already difficult to fight, but as a result, the other party drilled a hole and became stronger. How could this be fought? That said, does that big snake eat and digest so quickly? Whoosh! A huge black shadow appeared 100 meters in front of Chen Fei in a flash. Although he had never seen a mid-4th order speed species, Chen Fei was certain that the other party's speed should be at the level of a mid-4th order speed species. The original gray python turned black at this time, and its size decreased rather than increased, leaving it only about 30 meters long. However, its body gave off a feeling of being as sharp as a sword. It seemed that as long as it wanted to, even mountains could be chopped off. When this feeling fell on Chen Fei, it felt like every inch of his skin was alarmed. The Python Lord's eyes were permeated with killing intent, but on its lips, it said, "Griffin, I also have to thank you for allowing me to make this decision. I have gained a more perfect evolution, and now, you will become a part of me as well." Chapter 106. The Battlefield of the Dependents. With the Python Lord's henchmen dying one after another, even if the several 4th-rank zombies behind them were burning their lives, they still failed to replace any of Chen Fei's dependents even if they had to go at least 1-on-2. Only the latter wasn't doing too well either. Blade's injuries were already so severe that he was having trouble moving. Dolly was about the same. Green Tooth was mentally drained, and Blast also appeared to have dull eyes from time to time. Obviously that spirit species from before had caused him quite a bit of damage. Lightning and Qingqiu were also not lightly injured. The only ones in better condition were Morning Biao and Tai Ta. "Everyone, let's eat some 4th order zombie meat first and go help the boss after recovering a little." Blast Wind's tone was solemn. The battle commotion was still going on in the distance, proving that Chen Fei and the Python Lord were at least still in a stalemate. None of the dependents were in good shape, so even if they rushed over now, they wouldn't be able to help. The best option was to recover a bit of strength first. The dependents nodded their heads. As long as the zombies ate enough energy, their injuries could be recovered quickly. Of course, trying to recover to full strength was not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Not long after they had just rested, Blast Wind and Bereavement Biao simultaneously raised their heads and looked to the east. How come the movement is getting smaller and smaller? Blast Wind was puzzled. Could it be that the boss is impossible? It should be that the movement is getting farther and farther away. Funeral Biao looked over. What now? What else can we do? Follow me to support the boss. Blast Wind's face sank, turned to look at the zombie army outside the 4th order battlefield. Mind's Eye Elbow Blade, you guys stay here to clean up the battlefield. High order battles, these low order zombies couldn't help much. Mind's Eye nodded. Don't worry, I'm here. At this moment, the feeling that the Python Lord gave Chen Fei was not at all like the level of threat that a mid-4th rank should have. However, the equal rank was indeed still a mid-4th rank. Combined with the changes that had occurred in this short period of time on the other side, Chen Fei came to a conclusion. He was not an opponent. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran in the other direction. Swoosh! The black tail lashed directly towards Chen Fei's head, and although it was not as massive as before, it was still as thick as someone's waist. The speed was more than doubled. Chen Fei quickly raised his hands. Bang! Ka-ching! He felt like he had been hit by a rapidly flying warplane, and his hands directly lost consciousness. His body also flew backwards uncontrollably. Surprisingly, you can still react? The Python Lord spat out his snake letters, slightly surprised, and then his killing intent boiled over, but it ends here. The body transformed into a black residual shadow. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Chen Fei, who was flying backwards, and lashed out with another tail. Chen Fei, whose body was airborne, could only barely raise his hands to resist. His hands, which had just been fractured and not yet healed, twisted once again as Chen Fei flew towards the side. Plop! This time, Chen Fei's hands were directly smashed, the flesh buds entangled with each other to recover from his injuries, but the next second the Python Lord reappeared. It came over Chen Fei, keeping in line with Chen Fei's speed of flying backwards, and its huge body slammed down. Boom! Chen Fei was set into the earth, his head blank for a split second. The earth around him rolled over, like waves of the ocean. A deep pit with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared, and the earth shattered into countless pieces. The surrounding grass and trees all flew away. Boss? An angry roar rang out, the sound coming from far and near. Morning Biao came rushing forward, his fist smashing into the black python. The latter froze for a split second. It wasn't that the visitor was powerful, but it sensed a familiar aura from the other party. He has that thing on him as well? The Python Lord's tail flicked and blocked in front of him. By eating all of you, I will surely step into the late fourth stage. At that time, I will become the king of this continent. Humans? Humans possessed the ability to kill a mid-fourth rank, but would never be a match for a late fourth rank, even if the humans poured out their nests. The strength between each stage of the fourth rank was vastly different. Besides, the Python Lord was not what it used to be. It couldn't be treated as an ordinary fourth stage. The moment the Python Lord swallowed that thing, it understood. This world needs a king, and he will be the only king. All zombies would become stepping stones on their own evolutionary path. Bang! Morning Gao's fist didn't even manage to shake the Python Lord's tail in the slightest. In the next second, two short figures appeared, one on the left and one on the right, their sharp claws stabbing at the Python Lord's eyes. It was blast wind and lightning. They both had varying degrees of injuries on their bodies, and they could also feel a mountainous oppression from the Python Lord, but they still chose to strike. Bang bang bang! The Python Lord continuously flung his tail, directly sending the three great dependents flying out. At this time, hundreds of meters away, a piece of ground violently broke open, and a green-colored figure appeared. There was still blood at the corners of his mouth, his hands were rapidly healing themselves, and he looked woefully unimaginable. However, his gaze was incomparably determined. The opponent's speed was too fast, and he simply couldn't escape. If one could not escape, then one should fight. All fourth stages, kill with me! Chen Fei roared, leading the way and charging straight towards the Python Lord, no life burning unless I order it. It wasn't to the point of needing to burn lives just yet. The Python Lord sneered, ridiculous griffins, even if you have more fourth ranks, you can't make up for the gap in strength. It just wanted to fling its tail, but found that it was being held by a huge force. Dali and Taita held onto the Python Lord's huge tail, their feet dug into the earth and pressed down extremely hard. The blood vessels on the two dependents' bodies all began to rupture. Xingya and Xingqiu simultaneously hollowed out the 7 inches of the Python Lord. Blade dragged an injury and appeared over the Python Lord, shouting, I am Blade, today. The Python Lord slammed his head violently, and Blade flew out backwards, bringing up a line of blood. It flew out hundreds of meters and then landed on the ground, smashing a large pit in the ground. Lying in the deep pit, Blade still wanted to stand up, but couldn't move. Blade? Taita's afterimage saw this scene, and just as he wanted to increase his force, he realized that his body was airborne. He and Vigor were thrown out at the same time. Ding! Green Tooth and Green Hill got it, but not exactly. Green Tooth was a bit better, it was a sharp-edged species and at least left a white mark on the black scales. Cyanchu didn't even leave a white mark. It also had a bit to do with the fact that they were overly consumed from the previous battle. But it still proved the Python Lord's power. Blast Wind, Lightning, and Morning Biao once again came to kill. Chen Fei's fists carried a corrosive aura as he bombarded the opponents with his fists. ZZ. The corrosive chi was still effective, only that it was much less effective than before. Chen Fei's power had also increased quite a bit from the very beginning and still managed to injure the Python Lord. The latter was not surprised. It had already gotten used to the BT aspect of the special species in front of it. Boom boom boom. Waves of air were constantly scattering as several dependents cooperated with Chen Fei and kept attacking. After being sent flying, as long as they didn't completely lose their combat power, then they would get up and fight again. If not for Chen Fei's orders, I'm afraid that they would have to burn their lives. There was no hope at all if they fought on like this. It was also thanks to the superiority of numbers, or else any of the dependents would not be able to make it through 3 moves against the Python Ganoderma alone. Sure. At this time, the sky resounded with a loud and clear birdsong. A black dot fell from the sky, getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 107, something that combines the two. The incoming shuttle. The wingspan was nearly 20 meters. A pair of sharp claws attacked the Python Lord. There's a 4th rank? The latter was slightly alarmed. Wait, that big bird seemed to have just recently advanced in rank. Could it be that these fourth ranks were all cultivated by the other party? It's really ridiculous to expend energy and resources to cultivate your subordinates. The Python Lord's tone was mocking. No wonder you're only in the middle of the third rank even now. Obviously, in the Python Lord's opinion, the reason why Chen Fei was at a low rank was because he spent too much time cultivating his subordinates. This was undoubtedly putting the cart before the horse, and being strong in one's own right was fundamental. How did it know that Chen Fei not only didn't put much effort into cultivating his men, but even had to hand over 20% of the resources that his dependents mined? Or the highest quality 20%. As for the dependents to promote the use of crystals. Since the expansion of the territory, the consumption of that point cannot catch up with the speed of the accounts. Chen Fei has always been a shirker. He would not explain it either. Boom! With a sweep of the snake tail, the surrounding dependents were once again blasted away. Immediately afterward, the snake tail slammed into the sharp claws of the flying shuttle. The shuttle's sharp claws that looked like they could crack mountains and rocks were actually unable to injure the Python Lord in the slightest. Bang! Chen Fei slammed his fist carrying a corrosive aura onto the Python Lord, followed by successive punches. Each punch struck the same location. Feeling the pain, the Python Lord's eyes changed as his body twisted, wanting to wrap around Chen Fei. The latter dodged in time. Just be able to deal damage, I thought you were invincible. Chen Fei's mouth grinned. Thanks to the cooperation of the dependents, Chen Fei wasn't suppressed and powerless like before. As the battle continued, the fatigue of the dependents became more and more severe. The injuries on their bodies also accumulated to a certain extent. One by one, they reached the point where they had to exit the battlefield. On the other hand, Chen Fei's attribute points were increasing by leaps and bounds. A balance was formed in a way. Completed fighting training, attribute points +1. The headquarters of the Sunrise Organization, the laboratory. The laboratory was tens of thousands of square meters. The main tone was white. An empty space was cleared out in the middle, and 2-meter-tall vessels and instruments were situated in the center. It appeared somewhat monotonous. A group of people were standing dozens of meters away. What is this thing? Li Chenxi tried to concentrate on the thing in the vessel that he could see but couldn't describe in words or characters. Why do I perceive a higher level of energy from it? The vessel could not stop it from emitting energy at all. From the surface, what the thing emitted should be a strong unknown factor. But Li Chenxi could see something deeper. This thing, it had life? No, it should be an illusion. That higher level of energy was confusing his perception. This thing was discovered from the core of Lord Zhulu's territory. In order to transport the thing back, Commander Wu Kuei had suffered considerable injuries. It was a good thing that the energy emanating from this thing did not target anyone. Otherwise, the intensity of this energy alone would have been enough to kill a fourth-ranked powerhouse. It was also the fact that it had been emitting energy that the researchers were unable to get close enough to observe. From Li Chenxi's reaction, it was easy to see that he didn't know about the existence of the two things that led to the calamity. After all, he wasn't a member of the Sunrise Organization before the calamity. A few people in white coats on the side looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Why does this thing still exist? Didn't it disappear? Someone muttered in a low voice, no, it's not that thing. Apparently he had underestimated the 5 senses of a fourth-ranked powerhouse. Li Chenxi turned his head. You know where this thing came from? Being stared at by Li Chenxi like that, the man trembled. He was just about to say that he didn't know, but he felt wrapped in countless cold auras, and his hair stood on end. However, he tightly closed his mouth and stopped speaking. Li Chenxi was a high-ranking member of the organization, but there were some things that were so involved that he didn't dare to talk nonsense. You guys don't say anything thinking that there is no way for me to find out? Li Chenxi changed from his previous days of treating people kindly. His breath erupted, pressuring the crowd's legs to go limp, and they all fell to their knees. They were at most first or second rank awakened, and they didn't have the slightest power of resistance in front of Li Chenxi. Commander Li rest his anger, it's better for me to speak. An old man walked into the lab. The visitor was Tu Qingshan, the host of the 4th Order Zombie Hunting Combat Meeting. Upon hearing this, Li Chenxi withdrew his aura. Soon, Tu Qingshan told the general original story. To summarize, it was that 2 indescribable things collided, causing the calamity to occur, and those 2 things disappeared in the collision. It was possible that the thing in the vessel today was the product of the collision of the 2. Li Chenxi let out a cold snort after hearing this, once again scanning the crowd that had just stood up. If you guys don't take Mr. Li as one of your own, you could have said it earlier. Things had come to this point, the calamity could not be reversed. At least the Sunrise Organization's intention was good. If not for that, Li Chenxi wouldn't have joined in the first place. As for the calamity, was that really something that could be caused by human power? It was just brought forward by these people. Without this, the plague would have happened just the same. Humans do not have the means to predict it. Not to mention the countermeasures that would have been arranged in advance. These Li Chenxi can understand, but the heart of the diaphragm. As for whether the other party was deceiving himself, he still had this judgment. There is no need to talk about the erosive nature of the unknown factor. The crowd watched the nose and heart. No one dared to touch Li Chenxi's mold now. To put it in an exaggerated way, the hope that mankind could see a turnaround was facilitated by Li Chenxi. Otherwise, it was likely that the human race was still being troubled by the path of the Third Order. It was at this moment that a silhouette walked into the laboratory. Commander Li. Commander Lu. Li Chenxi slightly eased his emotions and turned his head to look at the visitor. What is it? The deputy messenger asked a person called Lin Fan to bring back a message saying that there might be a change in the south. Lu Yu hesitated. The observer ability can't be used yet. Is it possible to send the fourth rank to take a look? The south? Li Chenxi's eyes became solemn, and energy came out through his body and turned into a barrier to separate the two. You go and ask the seer to predict the outcome of this trip to the south. It had to be taken seriously. It was possible that this time it was related to the previous prophecy. The matter just now would be discussed afterward. The matter concerning survival was more important. Lu Yu nodded. Then I'll go find the prophet first. Li Chenxi withdrew the isolation energy and watched the sinister shadow leave. He turned his head to look at Tu Qingshan, his tone serious. Elder Tu, go and notify Elder Zhou that once our fourth order leaves the base, you will first hide in the pre-arranged shelter. After saying that, without explaining too much, Li Chenxi turned around and left. All get ready. Tu Qingshan's pair of eyes were as sharp as knives as he looked at the crowd. Remember to watch your mouths closely in the future. There was no need to say more. Li Chenxi, as the head of the organization's commander, sooner or later had to know these hidden secrets. There was nothing wrong with knowing it earlier. But if someone else was present this time, then the situation of the Sunrise organization would be awkward. Even some powerful combatants would part ways with the organization as a result. At least as far as Tu Qingshan knew, Wu Kuei would definitely not be as nice as Li Chenxi. These researchers had their foreheads sweating as they nodded in response. Not long after, the fourth-rank powerhouses within the organization assembled and rushed towards the south. Chapter 108 Reverse Guidance Technique, White Airflow. Completed fighting training, +1 attribute point. Attribute points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 2983 continuously improving. Strength, 2984 continuing to improve. Spirit, 2678 continuing to improve. Race, Zombie. Rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3552. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown 4. Corrosion. From the beginning of the siege, all of Chen Fei's attributes were added towards strength and constitution. These two had the most obvious boost to strength. At this point in the battle, the only dependents still in the battlefield were Blast Wind, Morning Biao, and the recently promoted Flying Shuttle. Luckily, with Chen Fei's increased strength, the balance of evenly matched had not been broken. The roar caused by the battle continued to spread, and the earth had been shaking continuously for more than an hour. If someone was in the distance, they would definitely think that this was an earthquake. The mountains underneath their feet had been shortened by several meters by the aftermath of the battle. The grass and trees had even been shattered long ago, mixed in with the earth and rocks, and were raised. From the sky, the bare patches were especially conspicuous in the mountains. Not all of the dependents who had lost their combat power were unable to move. Those who could move brought those who could not move away from the battlefield. They could no longer participate in this battle. The shuttle itself was in full strength when it joined the battlefield, plus it had the advantage of the air. With the enemy on the ground, the Python Lord couldn't spare much energy for the shuttle in the air. Otherwise, with the shuttle's strength, it wouldn't be able to hold out now. The Python Lord's body was corroded in many places at this time, and the flesh under the scales was even sunken and cracked by Chen Fei's fist. These injuries merely looked horrifying, but in reality, they were barely minor injuries for the Python Lord. It could naturally sense that Chen Fei had become much stronger again. It had slightly surpassed the Python Lord at the very beginning. A proper mid-fourth stage battle power. He's absorbing the energy around him? The Python Lord had thought that he was mistaken at first, but now he was sure. But the question was, what was that little bit of energy in the air enough for? Chen Fei was well aware that this was a protracted battle. There was no chance for the blood-flesh contract to be used, and the Python Lord was incomparably cautious. It wasn't like Chen Fei was able to climb on the other side to eat meat. If this continued, the probability of losing was extremely high. Since this was the case, it was time to divide some of his energy into running the guidance technique. Give the attribute bonus points a boost. Exercise plus guidance technique could increase the speed of adding points, so it was only right that combat plus guidance technique would be the same. It was just that before, Chen Fei had been fully focused on the battle, and did not have the extra energy to run the guidance technique. Now once he used it, it was so fragrant. The effect was even better than expected. I wonder what the effect will be when the energy detonates on the opponent. Chen Fei suddenly rose to this remembrance. Then the thought lingered. Based on the previous experience of improving the channeling technique, even a very small amount of energy could explode into a considerable amount of power. The difference was only in the way the power was utilized. Was it possible to use this as a basis to create something similar to the skill? The more Chen Fei thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Although he did not have enough theoretical foundation, if he did not seek a change, just relying on the increased speed of adding points from the guidance technique would not be enough to turn the tide of battle. Then let it go. Chen Fei tried to mobilize the energy in his body while dealing with the Python Lord's attack. Previously, apart from enchanting his fists with the corruption skill, he had relied on his strength and physique to fight. Now it was like taking a brand new path. There was a muffled bang. The energy in Chen Fei's body was slightly disorganized, but fortunately, he had prepared for it and it did not affect the fight. The Python Lord, however, was pleasantly surprised to find that Chen Fei's desire to attack wasn't as strong as before. Could it be that he's reached his limit? Excitement flashed through a pair of crystal-like snake eyes, while at the same time, he sighed in relief. Looks like you can't get infinitely stronger either. Thinking so, the Python Lord's attacks became even sharper. Take your life while you're sick. Boom! Gale was blown away by hundreds of meters. Morning Biao, you take Gale out of here first. Chen Fei's voice was calm. Shuttle you too. Chen Fei's strength and physique attributes were close to 3,000, not so much so that he was beaten by the Python Lord without a fight. It was only a return to the initial strength comparison. Perhaps the gap was even greater than it was then, but as long as he could deal with it, even if he was suppressed, Chen Fei had the confidence to turn the tables. It was all possible to fight without being seconded. Boss Master. Morning Biao and Flying Shuttle shouted at the same time. However, seeing that Chen Fei was already in a battle with the Python Lord, they could only follow orders. After fighting for so long, the main pressure was borne by Chen Fei, with the rest of the dependents only playing a supporting role. However, it was precisely because of the support of the dependents that Chen Fei had survived the toughest period. It was only because of the support of his dependents that Chen Fei had survived the toughest of times, that he now had the strength to face the battle alone. Even if the dependents burned their lives to gain a certain amount of strength, they weren't much of a threat to the current Python Lord. Just like for Chen Fei, an early 4th stage zombie burning his life was not much of a threat. At most, it would go from a few seconds to a few dozen abusive kills. The early 4th stage is still the early 4th stage with 2 or 3 times the increase in strength, and there is a fundamental difference between the middle 4th stage. It was with this in mind that Chen Fei had delayed giving the order to burn his life. After all, he could not let his men die in vain. These could all be his own lovely working mourners. Without those underlings of yours, you are no match for me. The Python Lord's body transformed into a remnant and slammed into Chen Fei. The energy in the latter's hand converged, but it was unstable and dissipated extremely fast. A fist slammed into the opponent. Boom! Waves of air tumbled, and Chen Fei tumbled out. You're absorbing energy from the air? The Python Lord snorted and attacked Chen Fei sharply. Don't waste your efforts, this amount of energy isn't enough for you to fight against me. It didn't understand Chen Fei's intentions, and didn't bother to stop Morning Biao and the Flying Shuttle from leaving. This was because as long as the special species in front of them was killed, the other 4th order zombies were not enough to worry about. It was a lie to say that it was not panicking. Chen Fei's strength had gone from barely touching the mid-4th rank threshold at the very beginning to being slightly stronger than the Python Lord at the very beginning. This was merely a matter of more than 3 hours. If it dragged on any longer, the Python Lord felt that he would have to run even if he became stronger now. It was good that the other party looked like it had reached its limit. It was already looking forward to what kind of evolution it would gain from devouring the other party after killing it. This running route is wrong. Chen Fei didn't reply, separating a portion of his mind. How about if you think of the outside world as the inside in the first place, and think of the inside as the outside? Deliberately running the wrong route, detonating the moment it touches the enemy. Chen Fei's head raced, feeling that something was up. This was how he himself was blown up in the first place. He stopped the absorption of external energy and began to reverse the mobilization of the energy within his body, releasing it outwards. A pale white airflow surrounded Chen Fei's hands, and without hesitation, he slammed his fist at the incoming Python Lord. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound, louder than any of the previous battle movements. The surrounding earth and rocks were lifted up, swooping around like a tsunami. Plop! Flesh and blood flew across the room, shaking and dispersing into a bloody mist under the waves of air. Chen Fei looked at his fist that was nothing but white bone and was pleased instead of shocked. Because the opponent's strong physical body was broken by his own punch. And a fist-sized crater was punched out that was gurgling blood. It looked like Chen Fei was even more miserable, but he didn't care at all. Even if he hurt the enemy by 1,000, he would be happy to lose 10,000. After all, the damage dealt by this punch was worth the previous minutes of effort. With some more adjustments, the effect might be even better. How is it possible? His strength has increased again? The Python Lord's eyes flickered. No, could this be his ability? It was normal for special species to have dangling abilities, except that Chen Fei had used corrosion before, and now he had come up with a whole white airstream. How does the white air flow? Feel like it has heard of this thing somewhere. It snapped back to the information the zombie centipede had brought back, that humans move? Chapter 109 Victory. Exchanging dozens of moves, the white airflow in Chen Fei's hands grew thicker and thicker. Although it wasn't very controllable, Chen Fei was gradually getting used to it. As long as it hit the Python Lord's body before the energy riot, the move would be flawless. After receiving a few more moves, the Python Lord looked at his scarred body and cursed BT. It turned around and ran. It couldn't figure out how it had already gained a more perfect evolution and still ended up in such a sorry state by a third-rank special species. It even began to wonder if the feeling that it would become a king after swallowing the treasure was an illusion. A king could be forced into such a state by an opponent a whole rank below him? Chen Fei could let his opponent run a second time? A bold idea appeared as he transferred the white airflow to his legs. ZZ. Both legs were overwhelmed and cracked open with a bloody gash, rotting blood spilling out. And Chen Fei could feel a stronger power in his legs. He knew that as long as he perfected it, this white air current would definitely become a powerful tool for him. Strength would take a qualitative leap. But right now, Chen Fei didn't have the time to improve it. It was just a slight injury, so he would just use it. Boom! Chen Fei transformed into a residual shadow and disappeared before a shocking explosion was heard from the original spot, the earth cracking and sinking. It was like being shelled. In a few breaths, he caught up with the Python Lord who was escaping. Sensing Chen Fei chasing after him, the Python Lord's speed increased by a few more points and was about to throw Chen Fei off again. The latter directly jumped onto the Python Lord's back. He wanted to continue forward but felt a stronger airflow pressing down on him. In addition, the Python Lord was not moving in a straight line. It was difficult to advance at all. He could only turn his hand into a sword, and the white air current wrapped around it. The airflow was not affected by the wind pressure at all, wearing down and destroying Chen Fei's flesh and blood. Plop! Both hands plunged into the Python Lord's snake body. A large opening was ripped open with a tear, and Chen Fei directly drilled headfirst into it. Not caring in the slightest about the rotting blood soaking his entire body. Hiss Griffin, how dare you! The Python Lord wanted to turn back and bite Chen Fei to death, but that familiar sense of crisis appeared again. It didn't understand it, yet it didn't dare to try with its little life. It could only frantically fling its body in an attempt to throw Chen Fei out. The huge body wreaked havoc in the mountains and forests, countless trees collapsing and earth and rocks tumbling. It was like a lawnmower cutting through a lawn. At this point, the Python Lord's disadvantage of not having claws was infinitely magnified. Chen Fei didn't care what the other party thought. The white airflow wrapped around the hands that hadn't completely healed themselves and continued to drill into the other party's body. It was like digging a hole in the ground. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of Chen Fei, the Python Lord's tail stabbed straight into the wound. Plop! Chen Fei felt his body being penetrated as the tail attempted to rip Chen Fei out. The latter directly tore apart the place where it was penetrated, leaving a fifth of the entire torso connected to the upper and lower body. The tail only brought out a piece of flesh and blood. It was violently flung off. Countless flesh buds grew on Chen Fei's torso, rapidly healing themselves. It looked like the wounds were hugging each other. Using the white chi flow was extremely consuming. Hunger surged to the surface. Chen Fei bit off a piece of snake meat from the side and continued to drill into it. Today, Chen Fei was going to be a worm and bring down the Python Lord from the inside. Other than that, Chen Fei couldn't think of a better way to kill the other party. The white air current was strong, but Chen Fei didn't think he could kill the Python Lord with this move alone. It was even difficult for Chen Fei to prevent the other party from escaping. If the Python Lord was more ruthless and directly fought Chen Fei to the end, the latter would most likely lose. However, the former did not know what state Chen Fei was in, and the latter was even less likely to show it. Not even the slightest bit of decadence could be shown, it was just dry. Tear and pull. Chen Fei felt that he had torn open a layer of mucous membrane, and he knew that he was already inside the Python Lord. He could also touch the internal organs that were pulsing. The Python Lord's body was not as large as it was at the beginning, and the moment Chen Fei entered, the surrounding flesh walls squeezed. He could only crawl inside the other party. Sensing something squirming inside his body, the Python Lord was furious, his tail stabbing directly at where Chen Fei was. Plop! The black tail pierced through Chen Fei's body that had yet to heal itself like a siege crossbow. Chen Fei didn't have much room to dodge in the other party's body. Luckily, as long as he moved his body back and forth, he could at least avoid having his vitals attacked. The Python Lord's attack was not enough to escape Chen Fei's mental lock. As for injuries, more would be good. Snap! My power is draining away? The Python Lord panicked. It knew that this was not an illusion. Even if it was faint, the power was indeed flowing away. Even if the flesh and blood were being eaten, it shouldn't be essentially losing power. This was the feeling of the upper limit being lowered. Just now, the Python Lord was afraid of injuring itself too much, but now it couldn't care less and accelerated to stab out its tail. Poof, poof, poof. The middle section of the Python Lord's torso was stabbed with 1,000 holes. Chen Fei was still moving, even with half of his body gone, yet he was still alive. And those injuries were being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Fei wasn't a living target, he would dodge the vitals and then just eat like crazy. By the way, try to move on. It was best to only be able to reach the opponent's head and pick their brain marrow. The Python Lord also realized this and naturally wouldn't give Chen Fei a chance. What kind of monster is this? The Python Lord was shocked and furious. Gritting its teeth, it continued to attack. Chen Fei, on the other hand, continued to eat. Rumble. Without realizing it, half of the Python Lord's body was cut off by his own tail, and his tail lost control, jerking wildly on the ground. It was like a piledriver pounding the ground one by one. And Chen Fei was still inside the Python Lord. With half of its body cut off, the Python Lord's breath withered quite a bit. It knew that it was afraid that it would have to be accounted for here today. Until now, it felt baffled. What should have been an advantage turned out to be a desperate path for itself. I will not lose, I am the king. The Python Lord's eyes erupted with tyranny and madness as its life breath burned. Flesh buds grew in the originally truncated location, actually regenerating. What, it can regenerate as well? Chen Fei turned back to see the truncated spot in the back and could not help but be shocked. He only knew that zombies could quickly recover from their injuries through devouring, but he had never seen a second zombie that could regenerate a severed limb. Today, he has seen it. Not entirely, the Python Lord's wound grew downward a bit and then began to close. A huge force began to squeeze Chen Fei. The force grew larger and larger, and his flesh began to wail as the sound of bones breaking continued to emanate. Is this going to squeeze me into a meat cake? Chen Fei had the feeling of being ghosted. Clearly his spirit could command, but his body was indifferent. Super regeneration was still repairing Chen Fei's injuries, but it was not as fast as the destructive force of the squeeze. Snap! Chen Fei's mouth opened wide, swallowing the squeezed flesh and blood in one gulp. He didn't know why this mouth of his was fine. Just eat and be done with it. A tough mouth wasn't without its benefits. Outside, the Python Lord coiled his body, looking like he was winding something, yet nothing. It even had blood spilling out of its eyes from overexertion. It could still feel the power draining away. Not from burning life. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. And half an hour passed. The Python Lord despairingly realized that the power it had gained from burning its life was fading. And the special species in his body that should have been crushed into a meat cake long ago was still alive. Even if its life breath had weakened quite a bit, it was indeed still alive. I am defeated? No, I am the king. The Python Lord's life gradually dissipated, his eyes lost their vigor, but his body remained taut and entwined. The power did not disappear. Chen Fei felt that the squeezing force did not increase anymore and hurriedly gnawed out a piece of space. Unexpectedly, he directly gnawed through it. Bright light fell on Chen Fei's face from the hole, and he was still a bit bewildered. I won? Chapter 110, Human Powerhouse, Coming and Going? This time, it took half an hour for Chen Fei's body to regenerate to the point where no injuries could be seen on the surface. He had indeed been crushed into a meat cake before. In addition to his skull, the entire body was crushed and fractured. Chen Fei himself sighed with a sigh of relief that his head was truly iron. At the same time, he once again had a clear understanding of his tenacious vitality. The phrase undefeatable little strong man really wasn't blown out of proportion by the system. When placed on any zombie, this would be a fatal injury. Chen Fei climbed out of the Python Lord's body and looked down. The Python Lord's body was less than 10 meters long, seemingly due to the fact that it had compressed its flesh and blood. The scales were covered in rotting blood. It was like external blood caused by ruptured capillaries due to extreme compression. There was also half of the other party's body in the distance. At first glance it felt like the two sections of the body were not from the same zombie. The battlefield was a mess. It was as if it had undergone a baptism of cannon fire. Chen Fei sat on the Python Lord's corpse and smoothly tore off a piece of flesh from the Python Lord's body and stuffed it into his mouth. One piece after another. It didn't take long for the Python Lord's corpse to be eaten by Chen Fei by a tenth. The meat is faggier than before, kind of like beef jerky. Chen Fei tasted it as such. At the same time, he let go of his senses, ready for being impacted by debris. However, this time, no debris appeared, much less anything else magical and strange. It seemed like Chen Fei was being overly concerned. No? Even if there are no fragments, there should still be something it swallowed before. Chen Fei covered the two segments of the Python Lord's body with his senses. Inch by inch, he examined them like pulling out silk from a cocoon. Yet, nothing was found at all. Chen Fei remembered that the faceless zombie had also absorbed the fragments, but they appeared as usual after killing it. The zombie tiger was even more so. As for the zombie ant, it was not killed by Chen Fei, so the specifics were unclear. But without exception, fragments would appear after the death of these zombies. As a result, this time, the Python Lord became an accident. Rather, it felt like the other party's flesh and blood smelled better than the average fourth-order zombie. Snapping. Chen Fei's movement of eating the meat gave a start as he thought of a possibility. The fragments and that thing were incorporated into the flesh and blood of this big snake? Being able to notice this was also thanks to the panel's soaring values. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 3,123 rapidly rising. Strength, 3,122 rapidly rising. Spirit, 2,818 rapidly improving. Race, zombie. Rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3552. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood pact remnant, on cooldown 4. Corrosion. 5, unknown to be named, skillful use of energy to deal more powerful damage, difficult to control, easy to injure the enemy and hurt themselves, to be improved. In rapid enhancement was the first time Chen Fei had seen it, and he himself hadn't eaten anything indiscriminately. If there was, it would have to be snake meat. Could the blood and flesh of a mere mid-fourth stage have such a powerful effect? Chen Fei was more willing to believe that the Python Lord had fused the fragments with what was in the hole in the ground. Then the question came. No sleep? Chen Fei was confused. He was all prepared to take a nap. As a result, he didn't feel sleepy until his internal injuries were almost recovered. It was considered a good thing, after all, when one slept one had no perception of the outside world and was equivalent to a living target. However, Chen Fei always felt a bit uncomfortable not sleeping. As his attributes improved, the fast in the panel also changed back to continuous. It was like taking an anti-drug. Dragging the remaining meat of the serpent, Chen Fei headed back. Just as he sensed the weak aura of his dependents, a few fourth-order auras from the north entered Chen Fei's range of perception. The latter seemed to be searching for something and were spread out rather thinly. The traveling speed was not too fast either. This aura is human? Chen Fei's face sank as his pale eyes flashed with killing intent. Since you have come to die, I will give you a ride. There was still a difference between the aura of a human and a zombie. And at the fourth level of hierarchy, there should be no zombies acting in a group except for the Forbidden Land. Originally, everyone's territories were far apart and they were at peace with each other. But if the humans wanted to pick the peach, Chen Fei didn't mind knocking the humans back to pre-liberation. As for the fact that humans had the ability to kill mid-fourth stage, this Chen Fei wasn't worried in the slightest. Even if there was another Python Lord, Chen Fei would still do the same. Aside from Li Chenxi, who was considered a mid-fourth stage combatant, the rest of the humans would probably not be able to make it more than 3 or 5 moves in Chen Fei's hands. Unless there were enough of them, there was no difference between these people in sending food to Chen Fei. Obviously, the number of human fourth-order powerhouses was not enough to pose a threat to Chen Fei. Gone? Chen Fei was just about to go forward to respond, but as a result, those several fourth-order auras turned around and left towards the north, quickly disappearing from Chen Fei's perception range. There was no delay. Even if the other party had a fourth-order perceiver, it couldn't possibly be farther than Chen Fei's perception range. The probability of Chen Fei being discovered was extremely low. Even if he was discovered, humans were not going south at this time to return without success. Most likely, they were going to come and compete with Chen Fei twice. Now that they had turned north, it was likely that something big had happened, and it was necessary for these fourth stages to go back in order to do so. Of course, what had happened to the humans had nothing to do with Chen Fei at all. He arrived at the place where the dependents were resting. Master Boss. The dependents' eyes glowed one by one as they hurriedly saluted. They had recovered for a while, and their mobility was still there. The dependents all marveled at Chen Fei's power. Although there was no need to prove it, there was no doubt that the latter's image was even more magnificent and invincible. Following such a master boss, the future was bright. You guys can share these snake meat. Chen Fei smoothly tossed the snake tail to the dependents. Recover as soon as possible. The huge snake tail landed in front of the crowd of dependents with a loud bang. Chen Fei wasn't sure if the humans would still come. It was best to be on guard. The snake meat was not as effective for him as it was in the beginning anyway. Consider it a reward for the dependents. This time, it was thanks to these dependents, or else Chen Fei would have had to face the strengthened Python Lord alone in all likelihood. This is the pattern that one must have as a higher power. This is the pattern that one must have as a superior. Only then can the team go further. Many thanks, Master Boss. They all gulped one by one, not hiding their desire for blood and flesh. Chen Fei did not complain even if he did not give it to them. The former's actions had undoubtedly moved the dependents greatly. Blade cut off a piece of snake meat and put it in his mouth, tears of emotion flowing from the corners of his mouth. Master is too kind. I, Blade, am willing to go through fire and water for my master. Slap. Blizzard slapped Blade on the back of his head. You can't go through fire without this meal? Blade's eyes glared and he wanted to curse. As a result, he turned around to see that it was blast wind. Forget it, he can't win. Besides, sizzling wind hadn't said anything wrong. To them, serving Chen Fei was not something they needed to seek rewards for. It was like a devout believer facing their god. Believers did not always get to meet the gods they believed in. Blizzard and their gods were right in front of them. A snake feast went on happily. The humans on the other side were not so pleasant. Sunrise headquarters, in ruins. Chapter 111, Enemies from Overseas. Time went back to when Li Chenxi finished assembling the Fourth Order. Personnel are all here, this action is related to survival, all give me 200% spirit. Li Chenxi swept his eyes at the strongest people, his tone solemn, depart. Although the prophecy given by the seer this time indicated that going south this time was a good choice, Li Chenxi remained vigilant. After all, this was another prophecy with very few hints. Perhaps it was the crisis that caused the prophecy to be vague. Good choices did not mean a good ending. This point was clear in Li Chenxi's mind. Nowadays, humanity already had 10 Fourth Order powerhouses. 9 of them came from the Sunrise Organization and 1 from the Kyoto Survivor Gathering. Of course, the latter was also promoted with the help of the Chaoyang Organization. In fact, the relationship between the Sunrise Organization and the Kyoto Survivor Gathering place was very close. Many of the combatants in the organization were from the Kyoto Survivor Gathering. Therefore, it was impossible to simply distinguish the two as two forces. Human beings are like this, the relationship is complicated and intricate. Wang Zhou was naturally in the team for this operation. As a 4th-ranked powerhouse, there was no reason for him not to participate. I also don't know if the paratroopers have found any anomalies. Wang Zhou secretly pondered. He did not know about Chen Fei's eastward expedition with his men, thinking that the organization was going to the south to deal with Forbidden Land number 3 this time. The last time they dealt with Forbidden Land number 2 was also very sudden. It made sense to have another surprise attack. After resolving the number 3 Forbidden Land, there was only the number 1 Forbidden Land left. This was followed by a major cleanup. Wang Zhou felt the need to inform Chen Fei of the information. Moreover, when the time came to fight, Wang Zhou would hide some of his strength and try to behave similarly to the other 4th ranks. No one knows that Wang Zhou's strength after the 4th level is slightly stronger than the average 4th level. It's not just because his control level reached 84% when he broke the confusion. He had gained the increase of the blood-flesh contract twice. Obtaining Chen Fei's traits wouldn't necessarily show up in strength immediately, but as strength increased, certain traits did increase strength to a certain extent. For example, the items were more balanced. The upper limit of a single attribute might remain unchanged, but when the rest of the weak items were pulled up, the battle strength would naturally increase. It's kind of like the barrel principle, but it's not simply a matter of increasing the amount of water in the barrel. An island is approaching from the sea east of Kyoto. The surface of the water alone is more than 200 meters high. If one were to stand on the shore, one could see a small black dot enlarging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the mountainous black figure crashed onto the coast, shaking the ground. Seemingly slowly, but with great speed, it raised its huge forelimbs and slammed down. It was actually a mountain-sized turtle. Boom! The earth trembled, a powerful airwave swept away, blowing away countless grains of sand. At the same time, there was an invisible fluctuation spreading at great speed. The sandy beach was directly slapped with a huge pit tens of meters in diameter. The giant turtle looked up to the west. Are there strong people in the west? A voice came out from the back of the giant turtle. Several small zombies appeared. They might all be several meters tall, but in comparison to the giant turtle, they were no different from ants. Very well, old turtle, you wait here, let's go meet the strong people of this continent. A 4-meter-tall zombie kangaroo's gaze was filled with wariness. I hope they won't let me down. Previously, that anointed nation's strongman was weak, and it didn't let them fight to the fullest at all. With that said, they directly leapt off the giant shadow, their legs firing. The powerful force trapped the beach, and countless grains of sand lifted up like a curtain before falling. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the beach. The west was naturally in the direction of Kyoto, and when these zombies arrived in Kyoto, they didn't perceive any 4th Order powerhouses. Instead, there was a place with a familiar aura. King's aura? Kangaroo was puzzled, he had only ever sensed this kind of aura on the king's body. No, this aura has not grown yet. Go take a look first. Several zombie beasts looked at each other. 10 seconds later they arrived outside a huge research institute. During this time, they passed by a human gathering place and directly ignored it. In the past, they would have been interested in eating people, but after submitting to the king, they preferred to pursue power. Weak humans could not provide them with powerful energy. In contrast, the zombies in the Anointed Kingdom, where they had previously traveled, actually kept humans in captivity just to satisfy their appetites. There was no motivation and the pattern was too low. The zombie lords of the Anointed Country were only ordinary mid-4th stage. Naturally, he didn't let the soon-to-be late 4th Order zombie kangaroo have all the fun. At this time, most of the Sunrise Organization had already evacuated to the shelter, but a group of people had also been left behind. After all, they couldn't transfer something like that without a 4th Order powerhouse. Because they had to deal with the life and death crisis, Licenzi was in no hurry to transfer that thing. One less Fourth Order warrior was one less point of hope. Compared to the crisis, that unknown thing seemed inconsequential. Do it! The zombie kangaroo's voice was indifferent. It didn't bother to find out where the thing was, it would naturally find it by directly smashing the place. For the fourth rank, wreaking havoc was simply not too easy. Boom boom boom. Terrifyingly loud sounds spread out, and the earth crazily trembled with grief. The walls of the research institute that were hard enough to resist ordinary missiles shattered like tofu. Several zombies of various forms wreaked havoc. Those who stayed behind didn't have time to escape and were directly taken away together. In the distance, Tu Qingshan and the others, who had just recently evacuated, sensed the commotion and sent a small team to investigate the situation. The zombie kangaroo didn't care about the mole cricket's reconnaissance behavior, and instead expected the other party to find strong people to fight with them. Conquering the world is the order of the king. The zombie kangaroo thinks the best way is to subdue or kill all the strong people. At present, more often than not, they are killed directly. The reconnaissance team scoped out the situation and returned to the evacuation team with grim faces. How's it going? A third-ranked strongman asked anxiously. There are 8 Fourth Order zombies wreaking havoc on the headquarters, which has already been reduced to rubble. The leader of the scouting team had panic in his eyes. There's still one zombie kangaroo that hasn't made a move. At those words, the crowd was alarmed and realized that something was wrong at the same time. Even an ordinary fourth rank could have discovered their whereabouts. Why were they still able to come back safely? For a moment they thought of numerous possibilities. The scouting team's behavior of coming straight back was very risky. It was good that those Fourth Order zombies didn't follow them, or else if all the Fourth Order powerhouses of the Sunrise organization weren't here, they would only be dead. One might still be able to die, but 8 of them are not something that a low-level awakened person can fight against. Tu Qingshan's face sank. It was a good thing that the organization was cautious enough, or else they would have ascended to heaven with the Institute by now. That said, why were there Fourth Order zombie kangaroos? Furthermore, the Fourth Order around Kyoto had basically been cleaned up. These Fourth Order zombies appeared too suddenly. In the end, they decided to go south for help. No matter what thoughts these zombies had, the fact that they were in a hostile relationship with humans would never change. In order to avoid greater casualties, it was extremely necessary to recall the Fourth Order powerhouses. Soon several speed-type Third Order awakened squads set off south. After approaching the south, they split into different directions to look for Licenzi and the others. Luckily, one of them successfully found Licenzi and conveyed the message. Chapter 112, inviting you all to die. 8 Fourth Order zombies? The first time Licenzi received the news, he was dumbfounded. Could the existential crisis be this? That's not right. Since the crisis was at the headquarters, why was the prophecy's tip in the south? The more he thought about it, the more confused his mind became. The main thing was that the information they had was too little. It wasn't as if the 8 fourth ranks couldn't be fought, and even if the other party's leader was on the same level as the Lord of the Forbidden Land, that wouldn't be enough to become an existential crisis for humanity. Perhaps this isn't the crisis mentioned in the prophecy, but it's still necessary to go back. Licenzi looked at Liu by his side. Notify everyone to gather. 8 fourth ranks were too many. If they didn't go back, it was possible that all the humans in Kyoto would be slaughtered. There were quite a few elites of the Sunrise organization there. If all of them really died, it would affect the path of human revival. Liu nodded her head in response, her mental fluctuations spreading. Her ability after the 4th rank was able to spread information in the form of spiritual power, and it was the quickest way to deliver news. It wasn't long before the 10 4th ranks of humanity arrived. Licenzi briefly explained the situation in the north, and everyone's face changed dramatically. How come there are still so many 4th order zombies? Wu Kuei frowned. Could it be from further north? This guess was not impossible. Of course, there was another possibility, coming from the opposite side of the sea. The probability of this possibility was relatively low. After all, according to observations, the number and strength of zombies in the sea was even more terrifying. Even the Forbidden Land lords didn't dare to say that they crossed the sea. Let's go back first. No matter where they come from, they must pay the price. Licenzi had killing intent in his eyes. Thus, the human 4th order powerhouses traveled north to support the south after just a short time. After destroying the headquarters of the Sunrise organization, the zombie kangaroo held something in its hands that could not be described in words. It could feel the energy emanating from this thing attacking itself. However, this kind of mindless attack was not enough to cause injury to the zombie kangaroo. Rabbit head, take the thing back to Old Turtle. This thing should be useful to King. The zombie kangaroo threw something to a huge black zombie rabbit. The latter caught it, but was not too affected by the energy. It was considered the second strongest among the group on this trip, not much weaker than the zombie kangaroo. In addition to the two of them, there was also a zombie bag badger that had just been in the middle of the 4th stage. The latter was covered in black hair, with a white hair in front of its chest, looking a different kind of fashion sense. As for the giant tortoise, its rank was also mid-4th stage, but its defense was comparable to that of a late 4th stage. Because of this, they were able to gallop across the sea. If not for the fact that the giant tortoise's body was too large and conspicuous, and its mobility on the shore was not even as good as the early 4th rank, it wouldn't have been brought without it. The zombie rabbit ran towards the east with its stuff and disappeared from the zombie kangaroo's perception in a short while. There are no strong people here, let's take a walk to the south. The zombie kangaroo looked to the south. It can't be that such a large continent can't be compared to a tiny island country, right? It was disbelieving. The discovery of that magical thing in human territory meant that this continent probably had zombies or humans with the qualifications to become a king. Subduing such an existence would be more fulfilling. If there was nothing in the south, go to the west or north. The continent is big enough to explore slowly. The Central Plains. In the place where the torrential river flowed, two strong parties faced each other across the bank. Behind the zombies in the north are signs of spring, while behind Lichensi in the south are autumn leaves. Obviously separated by only 1,000 meters or so, they presented two different seasons. But no one cared about this now. Because Lichensi was surprised to find that among the 7 Fourth Order zombies on the other side, 2 of them were at the Forbidden Lord level. And the other party's lineup looked a bit inexplicably vestigial. And yet, he couldn't recall it. That zombie kangaroo gave Lichensi a very dangerous feeling. It was by no means an ordinary mid-4th rank. 2 mid-4th order acting together? Wu Kuei's face became even more ugly. Compared to that, a few more 4th order on the human side was like a joke. Retreat! Lichensi ordered through gritted teeth. Whoosh! More than 1,000 meters of the river, the zombie kangaroo leapt over, instantly coming to Lichensi's heels. The zombie kangaroo naturally realized who was the leader of the group. Lichensi's aura was much stronger than the surrounding people. Lichensi's body was surrounded by white air currents as he roared, spread out and run. He knew that his side had no ability to counterattack at all. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. It was only at this time that Lichensi realized that the existential crisis might be from these zombies, not the number 3 Forbidden Land. As for the south side of the prophecy, this was also the south side of Kyoto. More than that he couldn't guess. The path to life? Didn't see it. Instead of fleeing, Lichensi swung his fist against the zombie kangaroo. Boom! The powerful airwave swept up countless grasses and trees, and the river behind the zombie kangaroo was cut off in a large chunk. Put! Lichensi only retreated 3 steps, the corner of his mouth spilled blood, but his eyes were incomparably determined. Oh! This ability of yours is very interesting. The zombie kangaroo's eyes gained a bit more interest. If you were in the middle of the 4th stage, perhaps I wouldn't be your opponent, but it's a pity. Lichensi's strength had improved fast enough, and he was not too far from the middle of the 4th stage. But it was this gap that caused him to be unable to fight against the zombie kangaroo that was close to the late 4th stage. At this time, no one was also concerned about why the zombie kangaroo was speaking the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Just like how humans still didn't understand why zombies could speak once they reached the 3rd rank. There seems to be no learning process. Compared to the occurrence of the calamity, all the magical strangeness seemed trivial. Let's pretend that these zombies used to live in the Dragon Kingdom. A lot of zoos would raise kangaroos and other animals before the calamity. The human party's 4th-ranked powerhouses scattered and fled, but were stopped by the zombie beasts. Only 3 people managed to escape. Wang Zhou didn't know if he was lucky or what, he was among the 3. Wu Kuei faced the mid-4th-rank zombie bag badger. The former's forehead was already starting to sweat. He wasn't like Lichensi, who possessed the ability to fight across levels, merely being stronger in the early 4th stage. Bang! Unsurprisingly, after exchanging less than 10 moves, Wu Kuei was directly hammered away. What followed was being fully suppressed. The rest of the human 4th-rank powerhouses that were being held back were also caught in a bitter battle. Also at the early 4th rank, these zombie beasts had more experience in actual combat. Because in their place, those with insufficient combat power would eventually be reduced to rations. Only by constantly fighting and improving themselves could they be recognized by the king. In order to live. The team that went out on the battlefield was full of strong people who had been killed from countless zombies. It was normal for human strongmen to be unable to win a one-on-one fight. Damn zombies, even if you die today, you guys don't want to live well. Wu Kuei roared, his breath climbing up. Burning life. However, there was ultimately a difference between the early 4th stage and the middle 4th stage. Wu Kuei was only able to fight with his opponent for the first few minutes of his increased strength, but later on, he gradually fell into a decline. Commander Wu. Luyu clenched her silver teeth, her spiritual fluctuations increased dramatically, and for a while her opponent was suppressed into a mental trance. We are no longer able to escape, so please all of you burn your lives to open up a path of life for Commander Li. Mr. Lu is here, begging everyone for once. Anyone could die, only Lichensi could not. The big deal for the other 4th ranks to die here was that all this time's efforts were wasted. And Li Chenxi dying here would likely mean that the upper limit of humanity was at the 4th rank. How would they cope with bigger crises in the future? Buzzing. Knowing that they were bound to die, the crowd did not hesitate for a second. A life fluctuation burned, as if the flower of life was blooming. Only for this short period of time of splendor. Chapter 113, Mankind's Miserable Defeat. The zombie kangaroo sat in the devastated battlefield playing with the head of a human female. The latter's eyes were filled with boundless hatred and killing intent before she died. It seemed to be eager to eat the enemy alive. However, the dead silence in her pupils proved that she had already passed away. I didn't expect these humans to be quite decisive. The zombie kangaroo's tone was more or less admiring, and that human who used the white airflow actually really let him get away. It's also good to become stronger, otherwise it's less interesting. It began to look forward to it. It held respect for these humans as well. The strength might not be much, but the will was strong. Of the 7 4th rankers left behind, all but Li Chenxi burned their lives. This determination was not something that anyone could have. They clearly could have tried to kill their opponents, but at the same time, they chose to open up a path for Li Chenxi. The latter also wanted to fight to the end. But reason kept telling him that dying here would mean nothing. One still had a more important mission. Currently, humans had only opened the path to the 4th stage, and the cultivation method after the 4th stage was not perfect. Compared to zombies, humans were still at a disadvantage. The white airstream he was experimenting with at the experimental stage had yet to be released. At least he couldn't die before humans acquired this powerful means. However, watching his comrades burn their lives one by one, Li Chenxi's heart was like a knife, and boundless hatred filled his heart. After killing an early 4th stage zombie rabbit that was blocking his way, Li Chenxi managed to break out. With the enhancement of the white airflow, his speed was no worse than that of a mid-4th stage. He soon disappeared from the perception range of the zombie kangaroos. With Wu Kuei and the others burning their lives to block them, the zombie kangaroo rat and zombie badger couldn't really get away for a while. The rest of the early 4th order zombies to chase and kill, most likely just to send food. In the end, the human race was defeated 6-1. Good choice? It seems that we can't say that it doesn't count. If Li Chenxi and the others didn't leave the headquarters at that time, perhaps the battlefield was there. How many people would have survived at the Sunrise headquarters? And would Li Chenxi have chosen to flee? Perhaps the prophet's prediction wasn't wrong, it was just a pity that humans knew too little information. Everything was the fault of weakness. There was also the pot of arrogance. Thinking that they could deal with the predicament by beating the path of the 4th stage, they turned out to be nothing more than salted fish that had turned over. Put. The zombie kangaroo crushed the head in his hand and let the blood and flesh splatter on his body before looking to the south. I wonder if there are still any strong people. The zombie kangaroo revealed an evil smile, not caring in the least that a 4th order died in the group. This continent might be more interesting than expected. The zombie kangaroo badger gave a timely reminder, Kangaroo Lord, it's fine for you to be keen on fighting, but don't forget the king's mission. They were only the advance force, and their main task was to gather intelligence. To prepare for the subsequent smooth taking of this continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to control such a large continent with just this amount of combat power. If it was just an island country, it would just be a zombie kangaroo messing around. Now to such a continent, and then messing around may affect the plan. Kangaroo Lord, pay attention to your tone. Zombie kangaroo gaze through the cold. I am the leader. How to complete the task? I have my own plan. Sensing the killing intent, the zombie kangaroo snorted coldly and stopped talking. The team continued southward. During the period when the humans and the zombie beggar were fighting, Chen Fei had already brought the zombie army into the territory of the Python Lord. It was also known as Forbidden Territory No. 3. The core of the territory was the previous battlefield, causing the scene to be miserable. However, there was not much of a problem. There were more resources here than expected. It was probably because the Python Lord didn't have too many men before, so the mining speed wasn't fast and the consumption wasn't too great. The Python Lord wasn't relying on crystals to boost his strength after reaching the mid-4th stage either. Regardless of what had happened before, the third Forbidden Land was now Chen Fei's territory. There were no other 4th order around either. From the west to the east, if the southern coast was taken down again, Chen Fei's territory would occupy a third of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps the territory was too big to take care of, but as long as the resources within the territory were controlled, Chen Fei didn't care which zombie took over the rest of the country. The ones that were really jumpy would just be killed directly. Blast Wind, you guys continue to recover, and leave the matter of resource mining to Mind's Eye and the others. Chen Fei gave a special command. The injuries of these dependents were not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. Considering that the humans would come again at some point, a little bit of recovery for the dependents was a little bit. One could not leave everything to Chen Fei, the chief. Yes. Blizzard and the other dependents responded, finishing their snake meat feast and starting to absorb the crystals. And Chen Fei had already finished eating the upper half of the Python Lord's body. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 3423, continuously improving. Strength 3422 continuously improving. Spirit 3118 continuously improving. Race zombie. Rank mid-third stage, rank mid-third stage, rank mid-third stage, rank mid-third stage. Flame resistance 49%. Skills 1. Attachment 3552. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant on cooldown 4. Corrosion 5. Unknown to be named. With 3 attributes breaking 3000, Chen Fei felt his strength come to a new level. Even if he ran into a powerhouse of the Python Lord's level again, he would be able to suppress it. To put it simply, there were not many mid-4th rankers that could fight in front of Chen Fei. The 5th skill Chen Fei planned to name it after it was improved. There was always a feeling that this skill had not been fully developed. He was looking forward to the day he perfected the skill. Chen Fei frowned as he sensed a 4th rank approaching. This time it was not a human, it was a zombie. 2 mid-4th order and 4 early 4th order? Chen Fei was a bit confused. There are stronger forces in the country besides the Forbidden Land? Why didn't the humans realize? Wait, the humans left before shouldn't be because of these zombies, right? From the direction the other party came from, it was not hard to see that even if the humans were not aiming for these zombies, then they would definitely run into them halfway. Well, a second of silence for the unlucky humans. Whether they died or not had nothing to do with Chen Fei. Chen Fei got up and disappeared in place with only one sentence: "You guys recover from your injuries first, and don't worry about it if you hear battle commotion." It was clear that Chen Fei was already prepared for battle. The Python Lord's territory had been fought down with great difficulty, so he couldn't give up just because a group of 4th order zombies suddenly appeared. Moreover, the strongest person on the other side was only a mid-4th rank. It wasn't enough to scare Chen Fei. The zombie kangaroo that was running suddenly reached out its hand to signal a halt, while looking ahead with great suspicion. Mid-3rd order? But he moves at speed. Could it be that he has a means of hiding his strength? The zombie kangaroo's eyes flashed with excitement. From the other party's speed alone, it was considered a very powerful existence in the middle of the 4th order. This was a very good opponent. Sensing that the other party was coming towards his side, the zombie kangaroo did not continue to advance, but waited in place. Boom! A green-colored figure landed on the ground with an incomparable majesty in his voice. "Those who surrender can live." Chapter 114, The Whole World Speaks Dragon Kingdom. What a big mouth! The zombie kangaroo revealed a meaningful smile, his body's breath poised to explode. "Let me see what exactly makes you say such words." With a sonic boom, the zombie kangaroo rushed towards Chen Fei. The speed of the zombie kangaroo was not much worse than the enhanced Python Lord. How does a kangaroo speak Dragon Kingdom? Chen Fei was slightly puzzled and used his afterglow to look at the zombies such as the beggar again. Chen Fei, who often watched the animal world, quickly recognized that these were animals from the goat state. To say that they came out of the zoo and happened to come together, Chen Fei couldn't help but feel that the possibility was not high. Could it be true that the whole world was speaking Dragon State, as the saying goes? Bang! White air currents appeared in Chen Fei's hands, and his fist locked with the zombie kangaroo. The latter's pupils shrank as he felt a huge force before being blasted back dozens of meters. "Why are you using human moves?" The zombie kangaroo barely stopped its stance, its voice horrified. "And you're really a mid-3rd stage?" Even if there was a means to hide his strength, he shouldn't be able to hide it after a fight. However, under the contact just now, the zombie kangaroo was certain that Chen Fei was a mid-3rd stage. Human moves? Chen Fei didn't know what the other party was talking about. "Since we're doing it, let's all stay here." Even if the other party did not make the first move, Chen Fei would not be soft. Between 4th stage zombies, unless they had a familiarity skill, where were the other zombies to be polite? It's all over when you're done. Cripple it and then try to subdue it. White airflow covered Chen Fei's legs. The airflow cut through the flesh and blood of the legs, and the flesh and blood embraced each other. Chen Fei's figure violently disappeared. Put! An early 4th stage zombie had its heart and lungs ripped out by Chen Fei. The head was also removed by hand. Until then, the place where Chen Fei was before resounded with sonic booms, and the ground cracked like a spider's web. Alarm bells rang in the zombie bag badger's heart, and he yelled, "Surround him with all your might." Shouting, the right front paw stabbed to the side. It was right up against Chen Fei's fist. Boom! The bag badger was directly lifted off by the huge force along with the earth and rocks, and his right front paw was in a bizarre twist. Blood flowed like a stream and it trembled continuously. It was only then that the zombie kangaroo realized that he was facing a zombie that was even stronger than himself. The main thing was the white airflow, which simply made the zombie's scalp numb. The zombie kangaroo's previous words were correct. If it was at the mid-4th stage level of combat power, coupled with the white airflow, even it was no match. Just who would have thought that the words printed so quickly? Very good. Think I can become stronger by defeating you. The zombie kangaroo had no intention of retreating, and its battle intent was violently elevated. The opponent was slightly stronger than itself, and this was exactly the kind of opponent it craved. It evolved in battle and was eager to challenge the strong. Once he challenged the king, he was abused for a few moments, and then he submitted. However, the zombie kangaroo dares to touch anyone but the king. Its speed was a few more points faster. It managed to grab Chen Fei's wrist just as he was about to lay his hands on another early 4th stage zombie. The latter backhanded a fist at the zombie kangaroo. The white airflow carried the intent of destruction. At the same time, a kick was sent to the side. The zombie kangaroo badger that had just attacked was jerked away by a kick, its nose rotted. The killing power of the white airflow was as terrifying as it was. Chen Fei and the zombie kangaroo once again exchanged punches. With the two as the center, the earth around them crumbled, and a lot of dirt and rocks were thrown high into the air under the sweep of the airwaves. Afterwards, they blatantly landed hundreds of meters away. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides kept punching against each other, their fists turning into residual shadows. Neither of them actually retreated half a step for a while. The only thing that was left were the airwaves and aftermath of the constant bombardment destroying the surroundings. The earth collapsed, and the soil and rocks were like cotton wool blown away by the wind. Chen Fei's entire body was constantly being destroyed by the white air currents, blood and flesh flying. Yet, it healed itself at an extremely exaggerated speed. The zombie kangaroo realized that Chen Fei's means were different compared to that human, which had the ability to even harm itself. Perhaps the same point was the terrifying destructive power. Of course, having seen Chen Fei's self-healing ability that could be described as BT, the zombie kangaroo instead felt that the damage from the white airflow was not considered a great disadvantage to the other party. The zombie kangaroo's body was cut by the airflow with a single bloody gash. Its body was covered in rotten blood, and its appearance was miserable. However, it didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. It knew that if it retreated now, it would face a more violent attack from the other side. The only way to win the battle was to hold on. The zombie badger's several attempts to enter the battlefield were whacked away by Chen Fei. If it wasn't for the mid-4th stage resistance, it would have been killed by Chen Fei's hand. As for the other early 4th stage zombie beasts, they also attempted once and were honest after receiving minor injuries. The white airflow released by Chen Fei didn't care who you were, as long as you were close enough, he would let you taste the power. If it wasn't for this, Chen Fei would have really fallen into the same situation as the Python Lord being surrounded. Completed fighting training, +1 attribute point. Hearing the system beep, Chen Fei became more and more energized the more he fought. Would the Python Lord be tired after just fighting it? It didn't exist. A zombie kangaroo was such a perfect sandbag that it definitely needed to be utilized. The rhythm of his attacks has slowed down, is he having trouble following up? The zombie kangaroo realized that it wasn't as overwhelmed as it was in the beginning. Although it was being slightly suppressed just as it was now, it was at least not in much danger. The white aura on Chen Fei's body was intermittent, and it truly looked like energy depletion. It seemed reasonable. No matter what, it was still only a mid-3rd stage. It was even if the outburst was stronger, it couldn't last for a long time as well. However, it soon realized that the energy in the surrounding air was drilling into Chen Fei's body. It was like a vortex, absorbing all the energy around it. It even began to try and devour the energy within the zombie kangaroo's body after the concentration of energy around it dropped. Looking at Chen Fei again, his pale eyes kept changing. From surprise to confusion, then to sudden realization. Chen Fei realized that he seemed to have entered a state similar to breaking through the 4th stage. The effect of the channeling technique had directly doubled. It was simply an unexpected delight. Moreover, the channeling technique and the white airstream switched more smoothly. The appearance of the white airflow was the result of Chen Fei's reversal of the channeling technique, which technically should be the same skill. Normal operation sucked energy, reversed and took the wrong route to become white airflow. The white airflow would be attached to Chen Fei's body for a period of time, which was equivalent to enchantment. If you switch smoothly, you can take advantage of the gap to run the channeling technique in the right direction and gain points faster. As for the consumption of mental energy from frequent switching, it wasn't much of a problem for Chen Fei. Little kangaroo, you're simply my lucky star, Chen Fei grinned. It just so happens that I haven't tasted kangaroo meat, so it's cheap for you. Upon hearing this, the zombie kangaroo felt humiliated, and a wave of anger rose up. You really think you're invincible? You few burn your lives. The latter words were said to the rest of the zombie beasts. It didn't give them a chance to hesitate at all. If we don't kill him, we'll all die here, and even if you guys manage to escape and spoil the king's business, you'll die just the same. You guys don't want to be chastised by the king either. These words seemed to be effective. The 3 early 4th stage zombie beasts directly burned their lives. Compared to being punished, they were more willing to die in battle. King? Chen Fei's emotions fluctuated slightly as he took a serious look at the zombie kangaroo. It seems that you are not the leader either. Chapter 115 Exhausted. King? Upon hearing this word, Chen Fei knew there was a stronger existence behind this group of zombie beasts. The idea of taking the zombie kangaroos under his command might have to go out the window. Of course, if one could subdue the zombie kangaroos, one could try. No one said that the only means to control a fourth-order zombie was the favored skill either. Trying it wouldn't be in the way. As for the king mentioned by the other party, it gave Chen Fei a certain amount of pressure, but not much. Leaving all these zombie beasts behind, then no one would know that Chen Fei had moved. There wouldn't be any zombies who would suspect a harmless third-order zombie for no reason. Perfect. With this thought, Chen Fei stopped switching his channeling techniques, and the density of white airflow around his body slowly rose. The offense became even sharper. The rampant white airflow seemed to be trying to choose someone to devour. The zombie kangaroo's pressure skyrocketed. And the zombie pouch badger hesitated for a split second, its aura climbing. Several zombie beasts rushed into the battle circle. With the help of a few beasts, the zombie kangaroo was able to catch its breath. For a while, both sides battled back and forth. They were even able to occasionally inflict considerable injuries on Chen Fei. However, these injuries had little effect on Chen Fei. It wasn't as big as the damage caused by the white airflow. Instead, it made Chen Fei fight more and more vigorously. After the battle with the Python Lord, Chen Fei's attributes had increased a lot, and now that the white airstream was even stronger, it made no sense that he wouldn't even be able to suppress an opponent of comparable strength to the Python Lord. Even if the opponents were two mid-fourth stage. He seems to have gotten stronger during the battle? Was the powerlessness that followed just now feigned? The zombie kangaroo's eyes shifted. It was certain of its judgment. The opponent wasn't like himself, who sought out strong people to fight and then ate them to become stronger. Instead, it was getting stronger while fighting. This kind of zombie, not to mention the zombie kangaroo, had never seen it before, it had never even heard of it. With the speed and self-healing ability of the other party, the zombie kangaroo thought that even if he burned his own life, he would not necessarily be able to replace the other party. After all, Chen Fei was really durable. Allowing it to grow, it was likely to ruin the king's plan. Besides, everyone dies here who delivers the intelligence? We must bring the intelligence back. The zombie kangaroo thought a lot in a flash and looked at the zombie kangaroo badger that had already burned its life. It seems like it can only rely on me. It also wanted to fight soundly, but compared to that, the king's plot was more important. It was cheap for the bag badger lord. If the latter knew this thought of the zombie kangaroo, it would probably curse. Put. Chen Fei slammed his fist out, and the position where the zombie kangaroo should have replenished its defense was missing, and the life-burning early fourth-order zombie grey wolf was directly punched through its head by Chen Fei. Kangaroo lord? The zombie kangaroo badger was stunned, then roared, Before he could finish, he saw Chen Fei leave the battlefield behind and directly chase after the zombie kangaroo. Chen Fei naturally saw the zombie kangaroo rat fleeing. The other zombie beasts could be ignored, they were destined to not live long anyway by burning their lives. Only the zombie kangaroo could not be let go. The latter found Chen Fei chasing after him and shouted, "Lord Kangaroo, stop him, he can get stronger in battle and grow up to become a great danger, the information must be brought back." As soon as he heard that the other party was going back to deliver the intelligence. Even though the zombie bag badger was furious, it still gritted its teeth and rushed forward to hug Chen Fei, successfully slowing down Chen Fei's speed of pursuit. At the moment, the zombie bag badger was in a state of burning life, and speed was its strong point. It was not difficult to catch up with Chen Fei in a short burst. It wanted to attack Chen Fei's head, but the latter was on guard, so it had to settle for second best. Immediately afterward, the remaining two early fourth-stage zombie beasts also pounced on it, one on the left and one on the right. In the way. Chen Fei's face sank. With one hand, he grabbed one of the pouncing zombie beasts and violently slammed it into the 1-meter-tall zombie bag badger that was hugging his waist. The two zombie beasts simply couldn't even react in time. The zombie bag badger was about to gnaw on Chen Fei's flesh and blood, but a strong sense of crisis surged in its heart and froze. As a result, his head was suddenly slammed, and his consciousness was disoriented. Subconsciously, he clung to it, not letting go. Chen Fei continued to slam, his attack speed was like stacking goat knives. It was faster than the next, and more violent than the next. The white airflow was even more crazy and rampant. However, even if the head had already been smashed beyond recognition, white bones were visible. The body was even cut out by the white airflow with countless blood gouges, unable to find a few pieces of good meat, but it still didn't let go of its claws. Instead, the rear claws tried to grab the ground. Until a certain moment it couldn't feel the existence of its front limbs. Put. Chen Fei discarded the two early fourth-stage morning beasts that were no longer alive. Using his hand as a blade, the white airflow sliced off the front paw of the bag badger. At the same time, a white air current smashed into the latter's neck. If the zombie bag badger had a clear head, it would still be able to react, but it had already been smashed unconscious. It was dumbfounded before it died. The kangaroo in perception had already run out tens of kilometers, extremely fast. Chen Fei's legs were wrapped in white air currents as he charged forward. The distance between the two sides was slowly closing. Catching up with the kangaroo was only a matter of time. Unconsciously, both sides passed through the river and stepped through several urban areas. The distance of thousands of kilometers seemed to be just as long as the runway. Decelerating? Chen Fei sensed the other party slowing down, and at the same time sensed two other mid-fourth order auras. There are still mid-fourth order? Vigilance could not help but rise. This direction. Chen Fei realized that he had chased half of the Dragon Kingdom, as if this was now the north. And the other party's location should be the coast. The powerful spiritual power allowed Chen Fei to quickly determine his direction. It didn't take long for Chen Fei to arrive at the coast, but he saw that a huge figure was moving away from the coast, already more than 10 kilometers away. To chase or not to chase? After hesitating for 2 seconds, Chen Fei chose to go home. Who knows what horrors existed in the sea? Furthermore, Chen Fei didn't have the confidence to defeat 3 mid-fourth stage in the sea, forcing the others to burn their lives at the same time. There was a real possibility of exchanging lives with Chen Fei. This time, letting the zombie kangaroo go was a wake-up call for Chen Fei. He was not strong enough. Behind the other party was at least a late fourth order zombie. Might it even be a fifth order? How many days had it been since the disaster, and how had such a powerful zombie appeared? Thinking about it, it made sense. Yangzhou was sparsely populated, rich in resources, and had an extremely large number of wild animals. It was simply a zombie beast's paradise. On the other side, Wangzhou kept on changing directions and running. For a moment he didn't know where he was running. It wasn't until he heard a bird song in the sky above that he stopped. Paratroopers? Wangzhou was surprised. Wangzhou, why are you running around? Luckily I predicted the right direction, otherwise I couldn't catch up with you at all. The paratrooper landed and panted heavily. Those zombies aren't chasing you, you don't even sense it. There was some complaining in his tone. It was following Wangzhou alone, and was relatively far away in order to prevent being discovered. It didn't know who the human was fighting with, and saw Wangzhou running blindly anyway. If it was not afraid of losing Wangzhou, it would have gone back to resume its orders. The good thing is that the other zombie birds in Kyoto should have passed the information back. It did pass it back to the village, but that zombie bird came back only to hear Phantom say that Chen Fei had marched east and could only move to the east once again. As a result, he managed to find the mind's eye in the east, and followed the mind's guidance to find Blast Wind. However, the latter said that Chen Fei had already left, seemingly to deal with the incoming enemy. This zombie bird had gone back to report after the departure of the human fourth stage, and was unaware of the existence of the zombie kangaroo. Combined with Chen Fei's behavior of marching east, it assumed that Chen Fei was now fighting with the humans. The timing seemed to be barely right. When it arrived at the battlefield, the fight had just ended. Seeing Chen Fei chop off the bagger's limbs and head from afar, it was confused for a moment. Not a human? Where did the zombie come from? And Chen Fei was so fast that he only left behind a residual shadow as he chased after it to the north. The zombie bird was now flying north. It was exhausted. If I had known, I would have stayed in the north and not come back. I would have had to go back after making a big detour. Chapter 116, Xianguan Guiding Technique. Chen Fei, who was running towards the south, suddenly sensed the aura of a third-order zombie in the sky and looked up. Although the zombie bird was not Chen Fei's dependent, the latter's memory had improved as his mental strength increased. There was still an impression of the zombie bird. Recognizing it as one that had followed the paratroopers in the north to scout for intelligence. How did it come from the south? Chen Fei was puzzled, a bit unable to figure it out for a while. The big bird landed, and although it was tired, it still saluted respectfully. Lord, there is intelligence. Speak. Chen Fei's tone was calm. Humans are going south. Amount. It then realized that its intelligence seemed to be a bit outdated, and hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, humans from the Sunrise Organization seem to be evacuating. I don't know the exact reason. I see, Chen Fei nodded. You'll go back to the Kyoto side to keep an eye on it first after taking a break. With Chen Fei's understanding of the Sunrise Organization, this was nothing more than a cautious move by the other party. With the Fourth Order all heading south, there were no strong people at the headquarters, so it was their normal operation to temporarily stay put. After saying this, Chen Fei continued to run towards the third forbidden area. The zombie bird was left alone in the wind. After flying for so long, the result was a conversation that lasted only a dozen seconds. It rested for a period of time to return to Kyoto, only to see that the Sunrise Organization was destroyed. The bird has a headache. The paratroopers are not there. That's even if the other zombie birds aren't there either. It had to make another trip. When Chen Fei learned of the information that the headquarters of the Sunrise Organization had been destroyed, it was already the next day. And at the same time, he also received information from another zombie bird that the members of the Sunrise Organization's headquarters were moving west, and even the survivors of Kyoto had begun to move west as well. The probability is that they are worried that the zombie kangaroo will go to Kyoto again, so they just move their residence. It doesn't necessarily work, but it can be delayed for some time. At least let the human race catch their breath and gain time to develop. This crisis has poured cold water on humanity. There was Li Chenxi in the team of the Sunrise Organization. Other than him there were only 2 fourth-order powerhouses. Chen Fei realized that the zombie kangaroos had destroyed the headquarters of the Sunrise organization. Combined with what the other party had said earlier about human moves and such, it was likely that the human powerhouses had fought with the zombie kangaroos. Just before they met up with Chen Fei, it was obvious that the humans had lost. Humans came and went, and ended up running into a line of zombie kangaroos. Really unlucky Wang Zhou? When he returned to Kyoto, the team of the Sunrise organization had already gone far away, just as the survivors were evacuating, so he made company with the survivors. Wang Zhou also did not expect, this time with the wrong team directly back to Li Chenxi's team. One of the Kyoto survivor evacuation teams. Commander Wang, it's fortunate that you're here, or else we would probably have suffered heavy losses when we ran into the zombie wave before. A middle-aged man dressed appropriately walked beside Wang Zhou with a smile, slightly half a body length slower. The title of Commander Wang was added to Wang Zhou by these survivors. After all, it was not good to call him by his first name. Small matter, Wang Zhou calmly waved his hand and looked at the center of the group. Why is that person covered tightly? He noticed it a long time ago. If one were to say that his identity was honorable, then he wouldn't be so tightly covered. However, if his status was not high, it was impossible for him to be protected by everyone in the center. This team of Kyoto survivors was 50,000 people. To be protected by 50,000 people with Wang Zhou in the center, unless there were more than 2 fourth order, it would be very safe. There was more than one survivor evacuation team. It was common sense not to put eggs in one basket. After accepting the southern survivors, the number of survivors in Kyoto was around 600,000. Considering that 600,000 people was too large, it was easier to attract zombies when they acted. And the larger the size of the group, the greater the pressure on defense. It would be better to divide the group into smaller groups for more security. If there were enough fourth-order powerhouses, there would be no need to consider this. Unfortunately, humans are not that strong. Of course, there was no need to evacuate Kyoto if there were enough fourth order. The middle-aged man touched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, Commander Wang, his identity is a bit sensitive. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. Wang Zhou didn't hold on to it, otherwise he would look suspicious. He released his perception. There were no other fourth-rank powerhouses here, no one even noticed Wang Zhou's small movements. Mid-third order? Wang Zhou stroked his chin and pondered, not exactly a weak person, and he still needs so many people to protect him? Could it be some high-level figure? Wang Zhou had not heard of the existence of such a character even during the time he stayed in Kyoto. In the last days of the disaster, the status before the disaster is no longer honorable, but now it is also not worth mentioning. There are basically 2 types of human beings who hold higher status and resources. The first is naturally a high-level awakened person. The first type is naturally the high-level awakened person. The second type is the high-precision scientific research talents. Compared to them, those so-called leaders are slightly worse. This is also why Li Chenxi has so much power within the Sunrise organization. No other fist big. The good thing was that Li Chenxi was not a person who did what I did, which was a fortunate thing for the human survivors. So should it be a scientific research talent? Wang Zhou quickly figured this out. As for the other party's identity, it could be explored one day. There was no hurry. On this side, humans were moving westward in great numbers, while on the other side, Chen Fei's men were diligently mining resources. What to do if you don't have enough men? We'll just take in the zombies when we come across them. Chen Fei's team was expanding at a rapid pace. The dependents were also almost recovered, and one by one, they returned to their own teams. Commanding production. It wasn't all about mining resources in the number 3 Forbidden Land, and Deathstroke Biao stayed by Chen Fei's side, continuing to observe. Lightning and Tai Ta, on the other hand, led their teams back to the village side of the territory. Chen Fei gave the order to accelerate resource extraction and accelerate getting stronger. Everyone was enthusiastic. The king behind the zombie kangaroo was putting pressure on Chen Fei. If it was a late 4th order zombie, it would be fine. If it was a 5th order zombie, there was no telling what the characteristics of a 5th order zombie would be. He might not even be able to run away. It was best to raise his strength as much as possible. If he could raise himself to the 4th rank, he would at least have the power to defend himself. He didn't expect himself to be able to fight across large ranks all the time. It could be seen from this time when a mid-3rd rank nearly failed to defeat a mid-4th rank Python Lord. The further back one went, the greater the gap in strength between the ranks would become. While his men were mining resources, Chen Fei was improving the white airstream. The white airflow could barely hurt him faster than the speed of the super regeneration. Chen Fei could try it for a long time and then rest for a while, waiting for his injuries to recover to continue the improvement. Resting of course meant exercising. Chen Fei could let himself be idle? As an old hamster man, stopping for even a second was a disgrace. After the channeling technique was strengthened, Chen Fei would put piles of crystals around him when he worked out, and the workout effect was much stronger than before. Although the difficulty of obtaining attribute points would become higher as the attribute points increased, the speed of obtaining points became faster instead after the effect of the guidance technique was doubled. In one word, cool. The 130th day of the calamity. After an unknown number of attempts, Chen Fei finally eliminated the damage done to himself by the white airflow. He also finally gave his channeling technique a name: Xianguan Channeling Technique. Chapter 117, The Unintelligent Number 1 Forbidden Land. Completion of weighted stretching, attribute points +1. Attribute points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 3933 continuously improving. Strength, 3932 continuing to improve. Spirit, 3932 continuing to improve. Race, zombie. Rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage, rank, mid-third stage. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3552. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant, on cooldown 4. Corrosion 5. Xianguan guidance technique. Chen Fei was dragging a small cruise ship on a walk. Every time he took a step forward, he stepped out a deep pit. The steel cables wrapped around the cruise ship rattled. The thigh-thick steel cable was diagonally across Chen Fei's body. To say that the cruise ship was small was just a relative term. Chen Fei was still very inconspicuous in front of the cruise ship. As the territory expanded, the east side had expanded to the seashore, and an entire cruise ship from the harbor was not a difficult task. This is what Chen Fei dragged over from there. The damper really pulls the crotch. Chen Fei can't get a good workout with that thing when he goes back. Otherwise, it is not as bad as running to the beach. Good thing there are a lot of cruise ships of different sizes docked in the harbor. Now this is the smallest one. When this cruise ship fails, it can be replaced by another one. A few days ago, the paratroopers came back and said that Wang Zhou had found a hidden guy among the survivors, who should be an important person. The paratrooper was specially told to come back and seek advice from Chen Fei, whether or not to remain with the survivors. Chen Fei's reply was, then stay with the survivors. As for the thing that caused the calamity, this was Wang Zhou's long-term mission and did not require Chen Fei to remind him too much. The paratrooper came back. Chen Fei did not let it go back to Wang Zhou's place, instead the shuttle took over. At this time, the paratrooper was absorbing crystal energy. It was thought that it wouldn't be long before Chen Fei was able to add another fourth-order dependent. Incidentally, the monolith and mind's eye had already reached the 4th rank. Chen Fei's fourth-order dependence had broken through double digits, and with the presence of the mind's eye, the fourth-order team was even more diverse. Boom! The cruise ship being dragged triggered a roar, and wherever it passed, the earth looked like it had been plowed. I thought it would be no problem to grow some vegetables. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and landed next to Chen Fei. Master. The visitor was flying shuttle. Chen Fei glanced at the other party and nodded. The pulling continued. Wang Zhou has already probed the identity of that human. Shuttle followed behind Chen Fei and reported respectfully, that person is Professor Gu Boyong of the Sunrise Organization. That's the academician who was very accomplished in basic biology. Not forgetting to remind him. At the same time, Fei's shuttle noticed that the energy within his own body around Chen Fei was a bit agitated. Careful perception would reveal that the surrounding energy was drilling madly into Chen Fei's body. And the restless energy in his body was also affected by this. It was a good thing that the shuttle was already at the 4th level, or else just being close to Chen Fei would have to withstand a lot of pressure. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei's movements slightly lurched. This name could be too impressive for him. After all, that random book had given Chen Fei a great cognitive impact. Why isn't he in the Sunrise Organization, but instead appears in the survivor ranks? Chen Fei subconsciously asked, continuing his pull. Shuttle hopped 2 steps forward. Gu Boyong seems to be cooperating with the human survivors in some sort of research. Research on the transformation of humans into zombies? Chen Fei remembered the faceless zombies, but was puzzled. Humans have already beaten the path to the 4th order, there's no need to take such an extreme route. Perhaps it's other research. Fei's shuttle could not quite understand Chen Fei's words and did not interrupt Chen Fei's thinking. A few moments later, Chen Fei's tone became a bit more serious. Have Wang Zhou continue to approach that Gu Boyong. Who cares what kind of research the humans were doing, it had little to do with himself anyway. On the contrary, this Gu Boyong most likely knew the whereabouts of the 2 things that caused the calamity. Chen Fei also had some more speculations in his heart. That's right, notify the next to expand towards the northeast as well. Chen Fei remembered this. Humans had withdrawn from Kyoto, and the 2nd forbidden territory had been destroyed. Such a large piece of territory could not be wasted. The territory was all secondary, the main thing was the resources in it. If one wanted to develop and grow quickly, more resources were definitely better. As for whether or not they encountered a 4th rank along the way, it was thought that the dependents under them would take care of it. Yes. The shuttle led the order to leave. Perfection didn't bother to care that Morning Biao, who was not far behind the cruise ship, was looking up at it with an envious face. With the speed of the shuttle's fourth rank, it quickly conveyed the orders into place. After doing so, the shuttle flew in the northwest direction. Blast Wind, who received the order, had a bit of a headache. He admitted that he liked the territory, but the problem was that the south side hadn't been completely taken, and there were quite a few fourth-rank lords waiting to be dealt with. Now it was time to expand to the north. The step was a bit big. The boss had been uncharacteristically proper lately. But Chen Fei's order blast could only be carried out. So the 4 battle generals and Blade, the temporary battle general, discussed the matter and decided to keep only one team in the existing territory. Taita took on the arduous task of mining. Blade and Lightning were in charge of clearing the south and pushing all the way to the sea. Blast and Power then led the team north. Green Tooth, the Free Wolf, still followed Blast. Blade's team had Boulder and Mind's Eye, the 2 newest 4th rankers, and their overall battle power was the second highest among the 5 teams. Morning Biao wasn't counted. So there was no need to worry about the expansion in the south. Alright, everyone, bring your teams and start moving. Blast's tone became serious and looked towards Blade and Lightning. I hope to hear news of your success in taking control of the south before I reach Kyoto. No problem. Blade agreed with a relaxed face. The warlords glanced at each other and left one after another immediately afterward. Chen Fei's men began a major expansion operation. The Sunrise organization on the other side did not fare too well. They had wanted to station themselves in a city in the northwest and develop at ease. As a result, the number 1 Forbidden Landlord directly sent an emissary to drive them away. My lord sent word that the northwest is my lord's territory. A 4th order zombie eagle hovered in the sky above with arrogance in its voice. My lord kindly gives you one chance to get out or go to war. The number 1 Forbidden Land was different from the other 2. In its cognizance, it was in complete control of the northwestern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Those 4th order zombies within the territory were nothing more than reserve food. The arrival of the humans was undoubtedly provoking the Forbidden Landlord as the owner of this place. If it wasn't for the 4 4th-ranked strongmen on the human side, the Forbidden Landlord wouldn't be polite and would directly come to the buffet. The newest 4th-ranked human in this period of time is Lin Fan, who has been in control of the world for a long time and is in a state of confusion. And his level of control in broken confusion has reached a staggering 93%. The strength was second only to Li Chenxi. Obviously, the number 1 forbidden place did not know what happened in the number 2 and number 3 forbidden places. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have touched Li Chenxi's mold at this time. Starting a war? Li Chenxi's expression was serious while his tone was wrapped in strong killing intent. Just by you guys? The Dragon Kingdom has always had only one master. You zombies are trying to get your hands on it. Then today, Li will chop off your hands. Chapter 118 Lin Fan who eats indiscriminately. The 131st day of the calamity. The Sunrise organization officially declared war on the number 1 Forbidden Land. Both sides had equal numbers of 4th order. The lord of the number 1 Forbidden Land thought that he was in the middle of the 4th order and would surely abuse the humans. As a result, Li Chenxi single-handedly defended himself against the Forbidden Landlord and broke through to the mid-4th level during the battle. After several hours of fierce battle, Li Chenxi managed to unscrew the head of the number 1 Forbidden Landlord. Humanity had won a great victory. The previous oppressive atmosphere eased a bit. At the same time, there was another person who performed brilliantly. This person was Lin Fan. He was also at the early 4th stage, and he was suppressing his opponent throughout the entire fight. Even if his opponent burned his life at the end, he was still suppressed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan's image of getting stronger and stronger was deeply rooted in people's hearts. As a result, he became the second commander of the Sunrise organization. Wu Kuei and Lu Yu died in the hands of the zombie kangaroo. The vacant position has to be occupied by someone. As Lin Fan was strong, he was undoubtedly a very suitable candidate. The position of the third commander is temporarily vacant. This is Li Chenxi's intention. The commander needs to be strong, otherwise how can he convince the public? Not just any 4th order strongman can be. It's better to have a few than a few. After the war, Lin Fan went into seclusion. Only Li Chenxi and a few others knew the details. Inside the room. Commander Li, what's wrong with him? A middle-aged woman wearing a white coat and holding information in her hands observed Lin Fan on the bed for a while, but still couldn't hold back from asking. She was called to check Lin Fan's condition, and now that it was well, she couldn't see any problems at all. The latter was just like sleeping normally. The rest of the few people were also confused and couldn't see a reason. Li Chenxi's face was grave as he waved his hand to lay down a barrier. He ate that thing that caused the calamity. No, it should be something that combines the two. He was also puzzled as to why there was more than one of that thing. But now was not the time to delve into that. Originally, that thing was what the number 1 Forbidden Landlord was going to eat, but it was intercepted by Lin Fan who had come to support Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi also took the opportunity to seriously injure the Forbidden Landlord. The latter could only burn his life. Although he didn't know why the Forbidden Earth Lord wanted to eat that, Li Chenxi felt that the credit for winning this battle against Lin Fan was definitely not small. It was only that this guy ate indiscriminately and fell into a deep sleep after the fight. Even obtaining the title of Commander Lin Fan himself didn't know about it. The woman thought she heard wrong and looked at Li Chenxi. That thing can eat? She was one of the people who witnessed the collision experiment and knew how evil those two things were. Not to mention eating them, it would be dangerous for ordinary people to even get close to them. At that time, the organization also spent a great deal of effort to transport the things to the Dragon Kingdom. Now that I think about it, I shouldn't have let those two things collide in the first place. Seeing this expression on the woman's face, Li Chenxi knew that the other party most likely couldn't see a reason for it either. His eyes deepened, and everything around him seemed to become different in his eyes. Letting out a long breath, he withdrew the energy barrier. Alright, you all go back first, I'll just watch from here. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and bid farewell to Li Chenxi. The latter looked at the closed door of the room, found a chair to sit down, and began to meditate. He needed to perfect the white aura as soon as possible, only then would humans be considered to truly have the strength to fight against zombies. When Chen Fei received the news that the number 1 forbidden area had been destroyed, the entire morning was a bit confused. Humans are so rigid? 3 forbidden places were exterminated too by them. Chen Fei even had to admire the swiftness of human action. Just arrived in the northwest on the whole big action. It's still you guys. It was also a good thing that the humans ran to the northwest so that Chen Fei could develop in peace. At the moment, he wasn't quite sure if he could deal with the late 4th stage, but just the mid-4th stage on his side was much worse than the zombie kangaroo side. Even if Chen Fei had the strength to fight against the king that the zombie kangaroos talked about, his dependents would be as cold as if they were blown away. That was why it was important to make his dependents strong. Running away is the next best thing. It is better to kill the other party, so that there is no threat. The problem was that Chen Fei couldn't seem to do much. How about getting a zombie-specific cultivation method? Chen Fei rose to this thought. Since he could use the cultivation method, there was no reason why other zombies couldn't. Using himself as a template would be difficult enough. Chen Fei was still a little bit concerned about his own specialness. Have to find a zombie for experimentation. It is best that the strength is not bad. Chen Fei turned his gaze to the distant Morning Biao. The latter could not leave Chen Fei's 1,000-meter range during this time. It was just in case this fellow had a seizure. Although he couldn't see any problems for the time being, this fellow had a previous record. Calling himself a king. That said, the python zombie had also shouted something king. The one above the zombie kangaroo was also a king. So a zombie that absorbed that thing would consider itself a king? Chen Fei made a note of this trait. Suddenly feeling gazed upon, Funeral Biao turned his head to look at Chen Fei. Boss? Seeing Chen Fei smiling and waving at him, Morning Biao ran over, kneeling down on one knee with a smile. Boss, see that there's nothing else for me to do, just let me lead the team. He was dying of boredom. Now that the team was expanding like crazy, a guy like Morning Biao, who was keen on collecting minions, couldn't be idle at all. It's not impossible to let you lead the team, Chen Fei said, the corners of his mouth lifting up a few points more, as long as you cooperate. Upon hearing this, Morning Biao didn't even consider that much, hurriedly nodding his head and slapping his chest. Boss, what do you command? Just say it. Slap. Chen Fei raised his hand and patted the other party's shoulder, nodding his head in delight. You're very good. Next I'll inject energy into your body. You just need to memorize the route of energy operation, as well as tell me how you feel after operation. Don't worry, I will only inject a little bit of energy. It was also deliberately emphasized. Being praised by Chen Fei in such a way, Morning Biao scratched his head in some embarrassment. Upon hearing Chen Fei's request was so simple, he immediately agreed. Chen Fei's fingers condensed a small stream of white air, easily cutting through the skin on Morning Biao's shoulder and drilling into it. At first, Morning Biao was calm. This bit of energy was not a problem at all. Immediately afterward, Morning Biao's ears and nose sprayed blood at the same time, looking at Chen Fei with an incredulous face. Boss is going to kill me? That's not right. If the boss wants to kill me, why would he need to play tricks? But why was that white airflow filled with destructive intent after entering his body? How does it feel? Chen Fei asked at the right time, interrupting Morning Biao's inner celestial battle. Morning Biao was a bit confused and answered simply, just pain, then I got hurt. It's fine, I can understand if you're more obtuse, just try it a few more times. Chen Fei had a kind face and did not blame the other party, continuing to condense the white airflow. Morning Biao's siren sounded wildly in his heart when he saw this. Instinct told him to run, but Chen Fei's order was like a heavenly constitution that made him unable to resist. Tangled in the middle, Morning Biao once again sprayed blood, this time from all 7 orifices. The next master and servant 2 funeral-friendly exchanges continue to be staged. Chapter 119 Destroy. Looking at the green-colored airflow flowing in his hands, Morning Biao cried out in joy. It wasn't the joy of success, but the fact that he finally didn't have to continue. There was no zombie who knew what he had been through in the last few days. Constantly injured and recovering. Even a zombie would go crazy from the torture. Boss, I've succeeded. Morning Biao waved the airflow in his hand, desperately trying to prove something. Now I can go. Not waiting for him to finish, Chen Fei grabbed Morning Biao's waving hand and put it in front of his eyes to observe. How come it's cyan in color? No, I was trying to create a cultivation method. How did you get an attacking means? Attack means even so, this thing felt just a notch weaker than the white airflow. Come, Chen Fei let go of Morning Biao's hand, attack me with all your might. At those words, Morning Biao's heart thumped. This isn't too good. Orders were orders, but this was attacking Chen Fei. It was like asking a believer to attack a god. How could this be done? The problem was, the one giving the order was a god. For a time, Morning Biao's heart was filled with contradictions. It was not a good idea to strike, nor was it a good idea not to strike. Fight when you're told to, remember to use the green-colored aura. Chen Fei's tone was serious. If you don't fight, don't even think about leaving. Morning Biao gritted his teeth, seemingly making some sort of difficult decision, and fiercely threw out his fist to smash at Chen Fei. The latter did not flash or evade, and threw out his palm to catch it hard. Boom! Waves of air churned and huge smoke and dust rose up in the surroundings. The earth beneath his feet was also overwhelmed and cracked inch by inch. Increased strength by 20%, Chen Fei's heart was clear. Casually throwing Morning Biao out, fighting at a higher level is unlikely, but it should be able to occupy a not-so-small advantage in the same level. Thinking that this was the result of his 5 days of hard work, Chen Fei had a sense of loss. At the same time, after these few days of trying, he gradually realized that creating a zombie-specific cultivation method was unlikely. Essentially, zombies could evolve as long as they devoured energy. Any energy that entered a zombie's body would be absorbed, and it was simply too late to plan a route of operation. It could not be expected that all zombies could possess such specialization as Chen Fei. Even Chen Fei used the guidance technique to assist in his workouts, rather than relying solely on the guidance technique. Figuring this out, Chen Fei did not intend to continue trying. Dependents had their own blessings, and he had already done his best. The funeral puma that was thrown out was still a bit confused after landing. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly ran over and asked cautiously, "Boss, can I go now?" Chen Fei was thinking and casually waved his hand. "Well, you go. Don't go crazy again, or I'll just have to beat you to death next time." The tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Morning Biao trembled and immediately gave a serious assurance, "Don't worry, boss, absolutely not." He did not doubt for a second that Chen Fei would do that. Sensing that Funeral Biao had already run away, Chen Fei pulled on the cruise ship to continue his workout. That said, after so many days have passed, that kangaroo should have returned to Sheep Island long ago. Chen Fei was somewhat puzzled. How come there's no movement at all in the East Sea? For this reason, Chen Fei sent Phantom and Shadow to keep an eye on the East Sea. During this period of time, there was no news at all. It couldn't be that those zombies from Yangzhou came across the sea just to travel. Furthermore, the words of the zombie kangaroo also surfaced that the zombies from the sheep continent had thoughts about this side. He couldn't figure it out, and neither could the zombie kangaroo. It brought the strange thing back and gave it to the king, but the latter didn't show up again after getting the thing. What's wrong with the king? The zombie kangaroo was a bit anxious. Is he not going to that continent? It had reported Chen Fei's situation. With the strength that the latter had shown, it was feared that if he really grew to the 4th stage, he would be invincible at the 4th stage, and even the king would find it difficult to subdue him at that time. With this kind of unstable factor in place, surely the sooner the war started, the better. How could one give the other party time to develop? I don't know, the zombie rabbit shook his head. Why don't you go and take a look? If you want me to die, just say so. The zombie kangaroo shuddered and glared viciously at the other. The king's lair simply had no zombies other than it that could come out of there alive. It was an absolute forbidden place for all the zombies in the entire sheep continent. The zombie kangaroo was brain dead before it went to explore it. Then don't be in a hurry. The zombie rabbit had a disinterested look on its face. Anyway, no matter what strong enemy, it's nothing more than a mole to the king. We just need to act according to the king's will. By the way, tell me again how you were hanged by that third order zombie? Looking at the zombie rabbit's look, the zombie kangaroo hardened its fists. On this day, the third lord and the fourth lord under the king of Sheep Island fought, and the third lord narrowly won. However, the fourth lord remained unconvinced, and his mouth kept saying that the other party was a piece of trash that had been hung by the third order zombies. No one would have thought that the king of the sheep continent was in seclusion in its lair. It was originally at the late 4th rank, on the verge of breaking through. After getting that thing, the bottleneck of the equal rank loosened, so it went back to the lair to prepare for a breakthrough. Naturally, it wouldn't explain anything to its subordinates, and there was no need to. Compared to a strange third-order zombie, it was definitely more important to improve its own strength. Once it stepped into the 5th order, when the time came, wouldn't it be crunchy and messy to kill? Dragon country? Continent? But it's just a bag of tricks. That continent was going to become its new paradise sooner or later. Nowadays, the entire southern and northeastern side of the Dragon Kingdom had become Chen Fei's territory. The latter's men were limited in number and naturally couldn't manage to come over, and even though Blast Wind and other dependents had collected quite a few minions along the way, it likewise couldn't change the situation where zombies were scarce in a wide area of land. So Blast Wind and the others are still the same as before, only occupying resource points, and will not ask about other places unless there are 4th order zombies. There was no time, nor was it possible to wipe out all the zombies. Instead, the dependents sent back 3 early 4th order zombies. Among them were a humanoid zombie, a zombie honey badger, and a zombie cat. All of them were accepted by Chen Fei as dependents. The rest of the 4th order zombies encountered were either hardcore and just to the end. If you were used to being a lord and suddenly say that you want to be a little brother to another zombie, and the one you were talking to is only an early 4th order zombie, you will definitely not be happy about it. Either that or they received the news first and fled early. There were the 4th order zombies that were at the beginning of Z City. The most miserable ones were the ones that fled to the east, and then were scared by the Python lords and hid in the central plains, and as a result, they had to continue to run for their lives. Now it's good, there's no place for them in the Dragon Kingdom. To be whisked around by a 4th-ranked powerhouse, this world had truly gone mad. Of course they didn't dare to stay within Chen Fei's territory, after all, even if the latter couldn't manage it anymore, dealing with the 4th rank was still possible. It was also that they ran fast, otherwise apart from becoming dependents there was only the path of becoming rations. However, blessings come without a curse. The 4th order zombies that ran out of Dragon Country's territory from the north were thinking that they could breathe a sigh of relief when they bumped into a group of 4th order. No, how come there are hordes of 4th order zombies everywhere? This zombie boar's eyes were filled with despair. It hadn't had any peace during this period of time. Destroy it, this Chao Dan's world. Chapter 120, Enemy from the North. 2 days ago, beyond the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom. There were no low temperatures here, rather it was like a sign of spring. A spring that did not belong here, everything revived and grew vigorously. The lush grass was eerie but beautiful. It gave people a feeling only found in a dream world. A white-furred zombie bear that was more than 10 meters tall stood on a hillock looking to the north and seemed to be able to see the north coast more than 10 kilometers away. At this time, a 4th order zombie wolf appeared from the darkness and prostrated itself on the ground, its tone respectful. "Lord, as you expected, the sea is still expanding." When he went there, he only saw the scene of the sea swallowing the land. Although it is not the first time to see, but every time feel incomparable shock. Looking into the deep sea is to feel a chill straight to the sky. The sea is bound to have a horrible existence, and now all the abnormalities are probably related to each other. As for the rising temperature causing the glaciers to melt, so the sea level rises and so on. The average elevation of this place can be quite a bit higher than the rest of the world, and if it can really flood this place, I'm afraid that the whole world doesn't have much land left. However, the zombie white bear also sent his men to the south side of the probe. The result is that the sea is all normal. It is because everything is normal is not normal. According to this speed, sooner or later the sea will flood this place. By that I am not necessarily a rival. The zombie white bear was calculating in its mind. At least it didn't think it had such great power. The zombie white bear suddenly had a thought and looked at the zombie wolf. Notify all zombie beasts of the 3rd rank and above to prepare to move south. Giving up its territory was also a helpless move. Anyway, with its late 4th rank strength, it was not difficult to gain a foothold in the south. As for only retreating a distance or something, it had already retreated once before, and it had retreated from the extreme north to this current grassland. Yet the sea had no intention of stopping. This time, it was a direct step, saving it from making a 3rd trip. Even if the sea continued to devour the land, that would take quite a bit of time. Maybe by then one's strength will be further advanced. There would be no need to be afraid. Perfect plan. Southward migration zombie white bear only take more than 3 orders of zombies. 1 or 2 orders of zombies will be the rations on the road. As for the resources in the territory. Anyway, there is nothing to enhance the effect on the zombie white bear. His men will mine it themselves if they need to, so there is no need to worry about it. Yes. The zombie wolf led the order to leave. On the second day, the zombie white bear's subordinates were assembled. There was 1 newly promoted mid-4th rank, 9 early 4th rank, and more than 1,000 3rd rank. It was thanks to the white zombie bear's recent advancement to the late 4th stage that it was able to have mid-4th stage subordinates, or else it definitely wouldn't have allowed its subordinates to appear enough to threaten its own existence. Even if it was certain that it had enslaved these subordinates. Unlike the Dragon Kingdom, the far north region to the Dragon Kingdom border 100 kilometers had long been unified by the zombie white bear. There was an unlimited supply of resources, and it had even eaten a lot of early 4th stage zombies. So the strength of the zombie white bears will increase faster than the forbidden territories of the Dragon Kingdom. The army started, and wherever it passed, countless zombies retreated. The zombie white bear led the army to the border of the Dragon Kingdom, and just after arriving here, he bumped into a 4th order zombie boar. 4th order? Zombie white bear's tone was calm. Go, capture it. Without saying who would go, the 4th ranked beasts under his command all led the way, almost simultaneously rushing towards the place where the zombie boar was. The latter sensed several 4th order auras approaching. Immediately the pig's face collapsed. How come there are hordes of 4th order everywhere? Cursing, it turned its head and ran. Escaping and whatnot, the zombie boar was very experienced. It was a pity that this time there was a mid-4th rank that was chasing after it, and the zombie boar wasn't able to run far before it was stopped. Mid-4th stage? The zombie boar also just reacted and trembled. Don't fight, I admit defeat. From the heart only. If it was an early 4th rank, even if there were more it would have a chance to escape. But the problem was that the other party had a mid-4th rank, and it admitted to being personally subdued by such a strong person. Well, count on you to be sensible, the mid-4th rank zombie brown bear nodded in satisfaction. Come with me to see the Lord. Master? Hearing this word, the zombie boar somewhat failed to react. Could it be that this mid-4th stage powerhouse wasn't the leader of this group of zombie beasts? Then how powerful in existence should the other party's lord be? Surrendering didn't seem to be a disadvantage. Soon, the zombie boar met the zombie white bear. The powerful aura emitted by the latter gave the zombie boar an unrivaled sense of oppression, and it was very sure that this was a strong person of the late 4th stage. It hurriedly bowed its head. My subordinate has met my lord. As for the compelling whispers in his ears, to hell with it. It couldn't do anything that would send it to its death. Well, the zombie white bear was calm, stretching out his huge bear paw and placing it on top of the other party's head. I see that you seem to have run over from the south. Tell me about the situation in the south. The zombie white bear hadn't been to the dragon country, but the zombie boar in his previous perception did run from the dragon country's territory. And it was obvious that there was some panic. It meant that something had happened there. Before entering the dragon country, there was more or less a need to understand it. Lest they would lose out against the strong people inside at that time. Reporting back to the Lord, the worship in the zombie boar's eyes was about to overflow. My subordinate was in the southwestern part of the Dragon Kingdom, but a strange third-order zombie appeared over there to hunt the fourth order, so my subordinate could only run to the southeast. As a result, the Python Lord in the southeast has started to go on a rampage again to capture the fourth order. The zombie boar roughly recounted his experience, which was nothing more than running and running. It didn't know about the battle between Chen Fei and the Python Lords, and it didn't know about the battle between Chen Fei and the Kangaroo Lords. Even the westward migration of humans it didn't know about. It just knew that it was being whisked away. In the eyes of the zombie white bear, the other party spoke a bunch of nonsense. The Dragon Kingdom you mentioned, is there a strong person of the late 4th stage? There was some impatience in the zombie white bear's tone. The zombie boar hurriedly shook his head. As far as my subordinate knows, the Python Lord is a mid-4th rank. Then it went on to talk about the specifics of the Python Lord. The strongest person it knew was the Python Lord, and it didn't know anything about the rest. The zombie white bear pondered slightly. Continue south. A mid-4th stage could make so much noise in the Dragon Kingdom, so he thought that there were no late 4th stage powerhouses here, or else he should unify this area just like himself. Of course, the zombie white bear also keenly noticed one thing. That is why the Python Lord suddenly began to capture Fourth Order in a big way. If it wasn't a need to advance in rank, then there was a strong enemy outside. Why was the zombie boar whisked all the way here? A strong enemy in the middle of the 4th rank is only in the middle of the 4th rank. The zombie white bear revealed a smile of determination. Dragon Kingdom? It's just my bag. At this point, the zombie white bear's army entered the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Completed weight stretching, attribute points +1. Chen Fei, who was exercising, looked to the side. Shadow? There's a situation in the East Sea? No, master. Shadow knelt down on one knee. Blast Wind asked me to come back to deliver the news that a group of high-rank zombies have entered the territorial boundaries in the north. Chapter 121 Late Third Order. Blast Wind's first reaction to sensing a strong enemy invasion was to retreat first. After all, he sensed the aura of a mid-4th rank in that group of zombies. The latter naturally discovered Blast Wind as well. It was only that Blast Wind was a speed species, and the two sides were separated by more than 10 kilometers. The zombie brown bear was not confident that he could catch Gale. It simply didn't care. An early 4th rank speed species could not pose a threat to them. Their current task was to scout if there were any mid-4th order level powerhouses nearby, as well as prying for recent information within the Dragon Kingdom. As for the zombie white bears, they were in the second forbidden area before. This level of destruction should have been caused by two mid-4th order powerhouses battling against each other. The zombie white bear slightly raised its cautious heart. There are a bit too many mid-4th order in this Dragon Kingdom. A simple calculation showed that there were at least 4 mid-4th stage level powerhouses. There were 2 here, the Python Lord in the south, and the latter's possible enemies. Even if the Dragon Kingdom had a large landmass, the number of mid-4th rank was slightly too much. As for whether or not one side died in a mid-4th rank battle, the zombie white bear felt that it was unlikely. A zombie that can grow to this point is not a cutie. If the zombie can't beat them, can't they run? If a mid-4th order zombie wants to run away, I'm afraid it's hard for a strong person of the same level to leave the other side behind. Judging from the traces of destruction, this battle was some time ago. Maybe the two who fought against each other have advanced to the late 4th order. The zombie white bear was stationed here. It felt that it was necessary to be careful when coming to an unfamiliar place. Anyway, there was no rush, so it asked its men to find out the situation here first. At this time, Gale and Dolly had already run to Kyoto, and their men had also evacuated here in batches. With the absence of humans, the entire Kyoto has become a temporary residence for the zombies such as Gale. Sensing a familiar aura, Gale and his dependents turned their heads to look. A green-colored figure appeared. The dependents simultaneously knelt on one knee. Master Boss. Chen Fei nodded slightly. Where are the zombies from the north? Shadow had already said that there were mid-4th order zombies among those high-rank zombies, and there were quite a few early 4th order ones. This kind of lineup was indeed not something that Blizzard and the other dependents could contend with, and the latter's choice to evacuate was undoubtedly the most correct decision. On the contrary, Chen Fei didn't put the mid-4th stage in his eyes. Completed long-distance running training, attribute point +1. Attribute points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 4169 continuously improving. Strength, 4169 continuously improving. Spirit, 4168 continuing to improve. Race, zombie. Rank, late 3rd order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3852. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood contract remnant 4. Corrosion 5. Xianguan guidance technique. Chen Fei was in the late 3rd rank when his 3 attributes broke through the 4,000 mark. He had never seen a late 4th rank, but Chen Fei felt that he could fight. Mid-4th order was even more of a cakewalk in front of him. Blast Wind replied respectfully, they seem to be slowly exploring to the south, the exact location is not clear. He did not dare to get close to the other party, or else if he was truly caught up by a mid-4th rank, he feared that there would be a grueling battle. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei did not blame the dependents, but instead gave an inexplicable command. You guys capture some humans and come back, remember to keep them alive. After Chen Fei finished speaking, his figure disappeared. There were quite a few small survivor teams that hadn't joined the survivor gathering for various reasons. The large forces of human survivors were all migrating to the west. These small teams of survivors, however, did not necessarily follow. They didn't even want to come into contact with the large group. All they needed to do was to find the small survivor teams that had been left behind to complete their mission. It wasn't exactly a difficult task. Doesn't the boss dislike eating people? Blast Wind was a bit confused. Forget it, let's catch them first. He didn't know exactly how many to catch. Soon they found a small team of survivors in the outskirts of Kyoto. The leader of the latter was an early 3rd stage awakened who was enjoying the services of 2 beautiful women. As a result, he was directly caught by Blast Wind and other dependents in a row. The human's leader was directly pinched and exploded his head by a strong force just because he subconsciously counterattacked. Seeing that the leader was killed and his body was stained with blood, the 2 women didn't have much of a reaction. Their eyes were numb and lifeless. Afterwards, the survivor team, except for the few who resisted, all brought back a total of 112 people. Until they were brought back to the temporary quarters of Blizzard and his dependents, many humans were still confused. They did not dare to resist. Many of the awakened realized that there were a few zombies that gave them a sense of oppression that was like a god of death. It seemed like the other party could crush their heads at any time if they wanted to. The atmosphere of despair was spreading. What else could a zombie capture do besides eating? They could already see their end. There were also quite a few people who were relieved instead, even revealing a weird smile. On the other side, Chen Fei had already found the zombie brown bear that was rushing. With a sonic boom, Chen Fei appeared in front of the zombie brown bear, blocking the way. A 3rd order zombie? The zombie brown bear stopped in its tracks, followed by several 4th order zombies behind it. It didn't underestimate the visitor, instead, it remembered the words of the zombie boar from earlier. Could it be that you're the zombie that hunts 4th order zombies? The zombie brown bear could indeed feel the sense of oppression from Chen Fei. Even the speed displayed by the other party was terrifying. But again, the late 3rd rank equivalent could not be faked. It was truly strange. Just advanced to mid-4th rank? Chen Fei did not reply to the other party's words, sizing up the zombie brown bear. You don't seem to be their leader, take me to see your leader. Something could be seen from the fact that the other party's early 4th stage zombie didn't show any actions to protect their leader after his appearance. Just with you also want to see my lord? Griffin. Bang. Put. Before the zombie brown bear could finish speaking, a green-colored figure appeared on its side. A fist smashed on the latter's chin. The zombie brown bear's body flew out uncontrollably in the air, skidding hundreds of meters on the ground, knocking off many trees before coming to a halt. Getting up with difficulty, his jaw was already broken, and rotting blood spewed out like no money. How is it possible? The zombie brown bear's heart was unbelievable, with panic in its eyes. To say that the late 3rd order special species was powerful enough to resist the early 4th order was still understandable, and what he had learned from the zombie boar's mouth was that Chen Fei and another 4th order had cooperated to hunt the 4th order. At that time, the zombie brown bear was thinking that the strange 3rd order zombie was at most an early 4th order warrior, so there was no need to care. Even if Chen Fei's speed was very fast just now, the zombie brown bear had only thought that the other party's strength was comparable to his own. Now the other party was showing enough strength to crush a mid-fourth order? What kind of monster was this? The rest of the early fourth stage zombies then reacted, but they retreated a few steps and stood in wait. But they didn't dare to make a move. The mid-fourth stage was killed by a single move, and they didn't even see the other party make a move. To make a move was to send them to their deaths. Can you take me to see your leader now? Chen Fei's tone was indifferent for a few moments, and white air currents began to flow in his hands. Just now, he had not used it because he was afraid of killing the other party with one move. If the other party still didn't know better, then they would all be slaughtered. Looking at the white airflow that exuded the meaning of destruction, the zombie brown bear's hair stood up all over his body. Chapter 122, Just Do It. In the end, the zombie brown bear still chose to show Chen Fei the way. In the former's opinion, Chen Fei's move was undoubtedly looking for death. At the end of the day, he was only in the late third stage. Could he really fight over a whole big stage? Coupled with the fact that the task explained by the zombie white bear was also to find the whereabouts of a strong man. The zombie brown bear thought that if he directly brought it back, wouldn't it be an overfulfillment of the task? Witty brown bear. Although it wasn't captured back, let's just say it wasn't brought back. Chen Fei didn't care how much the other party thought about it, he was already prepared for needing to face a late fourth stage. Panic? Couldn't panic a bit. Instead, it was a bit of anticipation. Chen Fei didn't think about being able to have a friendly exchange with the other party. Let's do a fight first and then talk. Before going over, Chen Fei had severely injured those early fourth stage zombie beasts, avoiding these guys from interfering with his fight with the other party's leader. The mid-fourth rank zombie brown bear was not in very good condition either, covered in wounds, with all of its limbs broken. It was dragged along by Chen Fei. When Chen Fei approached the second forbidden land, he had already sensed a strong aura. Sure enough, it's a late fourth stage. Chen Fei was not surprised but pleased, the corners of his mouth grinning upwards, this evil smile sending chills down the zombie brown bear's back as he looked at it, not much of a sense of oppression, perhaps a good chaperone. Saying that, Chen Fei dropped the zombie brown bear and flashed away from the spot. The only thing left behind was the powerful airflow blowing the zombie brown bear's fur wildly. The speed displayed in that instant made the zombie brown bear's heart skip a beat. The latter then realized that Chen Fei had not been using his full strength before. It seems like I'm in trouble? The zombie brown bear began to worry. It didn't take long to hear an earth-shattering roar spread in the distance. The zombie white bear naturally sensed a zombie rapidly approaching it. It was all a bit confused when it realized it was a late third stage zombie. The opponent's speed was no weaker than a late fourth stage. Without waiting for it to think too much, the green-colored figure appeared. That provocative smile caused the zombie white bear's inexplicable anger to surge. It slapped down with a claw, the claw that was bigger than Chen Fei wrapped in a huge force that seemed to destroy everything. Chen Fei, on the other hand, wrapped his entire body in white airflow and threw out his fist to receive it. Boom! The earth shook. The mountain that had already been ravaged by the battle between the humans and the number 2 forbidden landlords had once again collapsed a few points. Huge rocks flew in all directions as if they didn't need money. The zombie white bear roared, "Damnable mole cricket, you will pay the price for provoking me." This roar sound wave alone was enough to quell an ordinary entry rank zombie. The late fourth stage was stronger than the mid-fourth stage by more than half a star. The zombie white bear's other paw followed, and its power was even stronger. There was no time to be surprised that a third-order zombie could resist a blow of 80% of his own strength, and he had to solve this inexplicable guy. At the same time, he was a bit thankful. Fortunately, he didn't expand rashly. The Dragon Kingdom was so big, there really existed some strong people. Both sides kept on bombarding each other, like two comets constantly colliding between the mountains. Every time they collided, the earth could be heard roaring in sorrow. Boom boom boom. The mountains kept collapsing, and the earth and rocks turned into a meteor shower, drawing parabolas in the air and smashing into the foot of the mountains hundreds or thousands of meters away. The ruins of the battlefield continued to expand. Completed fighting training, +1 attribute point. Chen Fei frequently switched between channeling techniques, and his attribute points were gained at a much faster rate than his usual workouts. The more he fought, the more energized he became. The zombie white bear, on the other hand, became more and more alarmed the more he fought, and was no longer as confident as he was at the beginning. "This lord, we didn't have any grudges before, so why don't we sit down and talk?" The compelling whispers in his head were suppressed by it. The zombie white bear was eager to eat the other party, but the problem was that both sides were evenly matched. Fighting like this wouldn't yield results. Talk? Chen Fei dodged to the side of the other party and slammed his fist out, aiming straight for the bear's waist. "But you invaded my territory first." The obviously small fist gave the zombie white bear a feeling of facing a meteorite blast. Invading territory was just an excuse. Even if the other party didn't invade Chen Fei's territory, as long as Shadow said that there were mid-fourth stage zombies over here, Chen Fei would still make this trip. The zombies from the sheep continent didn't know when they were coming yet. Before the other side arrived, it was definitely better to gather as many battle forces as possible. After arriving, he realized that the other party was a late fourth stage. That's what gave rise to the idea of using the other party as a sparring partner. The zombie white bear, however, had a headache. It knew too well the significance of a territory to a lord. In another case, if there was a strong enemy invasion in its territory, it most likely wouldn't be polite. I did not mean to do this. The zombie white bear blocked Chen Fei's fist with a claw, the powerful airwave blowing the bear's fur flying. If there is any offense, I can withdraw. The zombie white bear had grown all the way up to be more cautious, never wanting to offend a strong enemy. Fighting to the end of both losing instead is not good for anyone. There's a voice in your head that keeps telling you to eat me, right? Chen Fei didn't mind pointing it out. In that case, do you think I would believe you? This sentence was quite reasonable. When this whisper existed, it seemed impossible to dissolve the suspicion between everyone. Humph. I've already given you face. The zombie white bear saw that the other party was giving face, and then it let out a cold snort as it continued to attack. Since I can't communicate, I'll use my strength to speak. It didn't believe that a late third stage zombie could still be very durable while having strong explosive power. As for the energy that the other party seemed to be absorbing from the surroundings, the zombie white bear didn't care at all. This amount of energy was also not enough to affect the battle. Listening to the loud noise that erupted in the distance as the earth continued to shake, the zombie brown bear's bare face became more and more crumpled. It was already certain that it was in trouble. The fact that the battle had lasted for so long meant that the third order zombie really possessed the strength to fight against the late fourth order, and this kind of strong enemy had been brought back by itself. In fact, with Chen Fei's means, even without the zombie brown bear leading the way, it wouldn't take much effort to find the zombie white bear. As long as the latter was still within the Dragon Kingdom. The zombie brown bear's guidance saved Chen Fei some time. Not to mention this side, even Blast Wind and his dependents in Kyoto could feel the earth tremble slightly. They didn't know how far away the movement was coming from, but they could guess that it had something to do with Chen Fei. Going to help? The dependents turned their heads to look at Blizzard. The latter, in turn, scanned the dependents. Dolly, Green Tooth, Ching Xiu, as well as the newly added zombie honey badger Flathead and zombie cat Fat Orange. The cat was an orange cat, so large that it was about the size of an adult northeastern tiger. But it was indeed a cat, all right. Can we together resist the middle of the fourth stage? Blizzard asked with a sentence of soul torture. The rest of the dependents were confused and looked at each other. That was a very reasonable statement. Blast Wind then looked to the north and let out a long breath. Don't go and cause trouble for the boss, keep catching humans. How many have been captured now? Upon hearing this, Qing Qiu immediately reported, all of the humans in Kyoto have been captured, currently 367, and they are exploring the next city center. Blizzard nodded. Following the instructions given by Chen Fei when he left would be the end of the matter. Chapter 123, Come Back Tomorrow. Northwest, G City. Human survivors were stationed here. After resolving the number 1 forbidden landlord, the humans began to work on cleaning up the zombies in the city. This place would become a new city for the human survivors. Wang Zhou's willingness to stay in the survivor team was something that many of the higher-ups did not expect. It also gave Wang Zhou more power and status. After all, their only 4th-ranked strongman before died in the operation to the south. Nowadays, they were really in need of strong men. The Sunrise Organization side didn't express any objections when they learned of this news. Everyone lived in the same city, just tens of kilometers away from each other. The influence of where a 4th-order strongman was not that big. As for why the Sunrise Organization didn't live with the large group of survivors, many people didn't understand, but it had always been this mode of getting along after the calamity. Everyone got used to it as well. The survivor gathering place, inside the temporary laboratory. Gu Boyong, who was recording data, heard a movement and his hand moved. Closing the data, he looked up. Professor Gu, Wang Zhou walked into the lab. No one stopped him. This is a late third-order special species that was just captured. The ability is to split. Every time you create a split, the strength will drop a little, but with the strength in numbers it can be called invincible in the same level. Saying that, Wang Zhou dragged a humanoid ice sculpture in and placed it in front of Gu Boyong. The latter nodded his head very calmly, tough on Commander Wang. The two became acquainted with each other stemming from a zombie tide they encountered on their way to the west. At that time, the tide of zombies came from the west in very large numbers. Even Wang Zhou was somewhat overwhelmed. The third rank that was protecting Gu Boyong was held back. He himself wasn't very good at fighting. At that time, someone shouted out to protect Professor Gu, plus Wang Zhou had seen the other party on TV and had a bit of an impression. So the identity was established. It was good that Wang Zhou made a timely move, otherwise Gu Boyong would have to die in the zombie tide. After this zombie tide, the team died with only 20,000 people left. Wang Zhou was specially assigned to Gu Boyong's side. There were no more twists and turns, and the team successfully arrived in G City. After arriving in G City, Wang Zhou did not leave, but chose to stay in the survivor team. The capture of special species and the acquisition of some special materials depended on Wang Zhou, a fourth-ranked powerhouse. In addition, Wang Zhou had saved Gu Boyang's life, so there were occasional exchanges on the way. The two sides got to know each other over time. I see you've been tinkering with these all day. What exactly are you researching? Wang Zhou asked seemingly offhandedly. Gu Boyang shook his head. There are some things I'm sorry I can't say. He was not going to keep his mouth shut because the other party had saved him. If it works out, you will know later. Gu Boyang added. He was unaware that he had already glimpsed the headlines and subheadings of the information in the other party's hand when Wang Zhou asked. Never underestimate the fifth sense of a fourth-rank powerhouse. I'm just curious. I can't understand even if you cultured people are messing with this even if you say it to me. Wang Zhou waved his hand with a disinterested face. I'll leave first. I heard that there's another special species in the northern suburb. His heart was not as calm and indifferent as the surface. Gu Boyang also just watched Wang Zhou leave in silence. The latter walked out of the lab and smiled in response as he ran into a few people greeting him along the way. Soon after, he came outdoors. He very subtly gestured to the sky above and then headed to the northern suburbs as if he was on a normal mission. Nowadays, as the only fourth-order powerhouse in the base, he basically didn't need to bring teammates on missions. Those third-order awakened acting with him would be a drag instead. Nor would anyone suspect that a fourth-order powerhouse would be unfavorable to the survivors. After all, if he really wanted to have an idea, there was no one in the survivors who could resist. Arriving at the northern suburb, Wang Zhou froze a special species in the middle of the third order into an ice ball, and the overflowing cold air covered dozens of meters in a circle with a layer of frost. The special species only had time to release its ability for a moment before it was sent away. From its eyes, it could still see the emotion of panic and despair. When Wang Zhou left, he dropped a paper ball in his pocket by accident. When Wang Zhou left, a huge figure slowly landed on the ground. Picked up the note and put it into the feather, then flew towards the south. Gu Boyang had just thought out the late third-order special species and was about to unfreeze it for research when he heard the door of the lab being opened. Subconsciously putting down his tools, he turned his head to look. Professor Gu, Wang Zhou smilingly pointed to an ice ball with a diameter of more than half a meter in his hand. This zombie is interesting. The ability is actually tampering with memory. Luckily, I'm a fourth order and was only affected for an instant, otherwise any third order would have a hard time escaping death when they encountered it. This was not true. In the middle of a battle, it would suddenly tamper with your memory, and you would even forget what you were going to do next and why you were here. You'd be a living target. That's why it's true to say that the special kind's ability is weird. Hearing this, Gu Boyang brightened up and hurriedly jogged over, looking at the small canine-sized zombie tiger peak in the ice sculpture, hurrying to receive the ice ball. Wang Zhou naturally noticed the other party's change in mood, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. The original second Forbidden Land Center Hill. The roar here had already lasted for almost 6 hours. The battle at the late fourth order level was getting fiercer and fiercer. The mountain was smashed into tens of meters. It wouldn't be a problem to flatten the mountain with further fighting. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. Currently remaining attribute points, 602. Shen Fei was not adding any points at all. He was afraid of scaring the other side away. This time, both sides were evenly matched from the start of the battle. Unlike previous battles, Shen Fei was at a disadvantage in the beginning and had to add points to strengthen himself. The zombie white bear was now having a headache, cursing furiously in his heart. How is this third stage zombie so persistent? I'm already starting to feel my strength failing me. If the fight continues like this, it won't take half a day for the zombie white bear to feel that he will be consumed to death. The battle between the fourth order zombies would last for a long time and not keep on fighting like now. There was no intermission. This was a zombie that wanted to die of exhaustion. Boom! As both sides collided again, they fell back hundreds of meters, looking at each other in the air. The zombie white bear was missing a lot of pieces of hair, and there were a lot of bloody mouths on his body, but the overall injury was not big. Late fourth order strong body species, physical strength should not be underestimated. The zombie white bear found that the small green-colored figure did not strike again. The bear's eyes were filled with vigilance and doubt. That's all for today. Shen Fei shook his hand with a calm expression. Come back tomorrow. With that, without waiting for the zombie white bear to react, he had already disappeared into thin air. The zombie white bear was just about to say it's not up to you, but saw the other party disappear. The words that came to the bear's mouth did not come out. As for the other side said tomorrow? Who is afraid of who? The other party chose to leave means that it is also close to the limit, then the advantage is in their own. Zombie white bear really do not intend to go. It is impossible for it to go back to the north. The east is the sea, and it can't get by with Chen Fei in the south. West? Who knows if there would be a stronger existence in the west? At least the Chen Fei that it has encountered so far it is still sure to deal with. In a very short period of time, the zombie white bear considered a lot. All fight to this point, always have to have a victory or defeat. The other party is afraid, naturally can occupy their own territory. Chapter 124. Even zombies need lessons. Master went to the north? The shuttle landed on the cruise ship and looked at the blackened zombie in front of him. The latter nodded. The shuttle had already turned around, and other than seeing the cruise ship parked in the mountains and forests, it really hadn't found Chen Fei's silhouette. It was fortunate that Shadow was there, or else it wouldn't have known that Chen Fei had gone to the north. The Shadow was also worried that the shuttle would wait for the zombie bird to return and not be able to find its master, delaying the information. That was why it stayed here to wait. The East China seaside had Phantom with some third-order zombies to keep an eye on it completely enough. When the shuttle arrived in Kyoto, Chen Fei happened to come back from the second Forbidden Land. The clothes on his body had long disappeared, and not a single piece of cloth was left. How one wished for a Hulk shorts at this time. On the contrary, no injuries could be seen. The main reason for ending the fight was hunger. Otherwise Chen Fei really didn't know what it meant to be tired. The first thing to do when he came back was to clank and eat purple crystals. Inside a large warehouse. The ground was littered with crystals of various colors, all of which were the fruits of the labor of Blizzard and the other dependents during this period of time. And Chen Fei was sitting beside a pile of purple crystal stones that were like a small mountain. What is it? Chen Fei took the time to ask while eating the crystal stones. The flying shuttle respectfully bowed its head and took out a not-so-eye-catching paper ball from its feathers. Master, this is the intelligence gathered by Wang Zhou. Chen Fei nodded and took the paper ball, opening it with one hand while eating at the same time at the same speed. Master, I have been informed of the contents of Gu Boyang's research. Subject: the differences and similarities between third-order zombies and humans. Subtitle: whether or not the thing that caused the calamity caused an impact on the soul level, thus causing the third-order zombies to take on some of their human characteristics. Seeing this intelligence, Chen Fei froze. Was what Gu Boyang was researching so profound? The soul thing didn't matter if it existed or not for now. How did the other party observe it, and how did they conduct research? Couldn't figure it out. Anyway, I'll borrow a copy and come back to read it when there are results. Continue reading. Commander Li Chenxi has developed something similar to a skill that allows the user to be entangled in a white stream of air, with the effect of the increase depending on the degree of mastery of the individual. The skill is currently categorized into 3 stages: initial mastery, proficiency, and mastery. It is rumored that reaching the level of proficiency can be achieved by crossing over, when Li Chenxi relied on this move to fight against the number 2 Forbidden Landlord at the beginning of the 4th stage. After reading the content of the intelligence, Chen Fei recalled that the zombie kangaroo said human moves. So that was what it meant. Himself and Li Chenxi had such a tacit understanding. Wang Zhou had copied a copy of that skill's cultivation method. Chen Fei compared it to his own Xianguan guidance technique. The core principles were the same. The differences allowed a flash of inspiration to pass through Chen Fei's mind. It would be of no small help to the subsequent improvements. Li Chenxi, as the creator of the Xianguan guidance technique, might have discovered all of this on the way to creation, but it was not published before it was perfected. Even after it was publicized, there were clear cultivation requirements, requiring at least a late 3rd stage strength to cultivate. As for Chen Fei's Xianguan guidance technique, the requirements for the physical body were even higher. Even if one possessed the cultivation qualifications, one would need at least a 4th-rank physical body to be able to do so. As for Gu Boyang's research topic, it was once again the case that there was an object that caused a calamity. It always feels like this Gu Boyang knows more than the others. Chen Fei inexplicably had this thought appear. Thus, he instructed the shuttle, when you go back, tell Wang Zhou to fully cooperate with Gu Boyang's research, and once the other party researches the results, find a way to obtain them. Regardless, this was a person who was able to lead a group to develop a potion just a few days before the calamity. Chen Fei had confidence in him. Shuttle led the orders and retreated. It was then that Blizzard appeared and knelt on one knee. Boss, as per your orders, we have captured 1,213 humans. Do we need to continue capturing them? So many? Chen Fei's movements in his hands paused for a moment, slightly stunned, followed by continuing to eat. No need. You go and tell those humans that those who are willing to be a teacher to teach knowledge can live. The others give a hard time. It seemed to be deciding the life and death of some ants. Suddenly remembered that this incident was also thanks to Morning Biao. Originally during that incident at the Twin Mansions, Chen Fei wanted to improve the cultural literacy of his subordinates. At the very least, they had to master the basics. These zombies above the 3rd order were strange, clearly not having a learning process, yet they were able to master language, and even some vocabulary could be spoken off the top of their heads. But you can't ask him to recognize words and write. It seemed to be in between illiteracy and non-literacy. This time, he let Morning Biao cooperate with the development of the cultivation method, and found that Morning Biao was obtuse. Mostly because the basic knowledge was too lacking. Thinking about it, even if he develops the green aura, Biao probably won't be able to teach the other dependents, and even if he lets Chen Fei teach him, it will take a lot of effort. It would be better to do it once and for all. Capture humans and let them be the teacher to teach these zombies above the 3rd order. Originally, Chen Fei only intended to capture a dozen or 2 dozen people, mainly to teach his dependents. As a result, Blizzard was too efficient. It's not a problem, so we'll teach them all above the 3rd level. Being a zombie couldn't avoid lessons either. Subordinate understands. Blast Wind bowed his head to receive orders. It is true that he is a bit confused, but it is correct to follow orders. Not long after, Gale and Green Tooth arrived at the cell where the humans were being held. It was an indoor stadium. Thousands of humans were gathered here, guarded by hundreds of zombies. No one dares to escape, and no one can escape. These hundreds of zombies are at least 2nd order. Any human who dared to make a move would be instantly smashed. The air was filled with oppression and despair. Blast's voice was irresistible and majestic in its flatness. Those who are willing to be teachers to teach knowledge can live. You have 1 minute to consider. Those who agree stand on the left, those who disagree stand on the right. Blast reached out and pointed to both directions. When these words came out, the crowd looked up at Blast Wind, and many were confused. No? What was a zombie doing looking for a teacher? They all almost thought they had heard wrong. Someone stood out and shouted, "These zombies are weird, they grab people but don't eat them, most likely they have a plan, we can't fall for it." Put. Just as this person finished speaking, Green Tooth appeared behind the other person and pierced his brain with a claw. Turning his eyes chile, he scanned the humans. Anyone else who talks too much will end up like this. When the crowd was swept by Green Tooth, all of them were scared out of their wits. The already oppressive atmosphere was on the verge of condensing out of water. They knew that there was no choice. A minute went by quickly. Most people chose to stand on the left. There were also quite a few who stood on the right and in the same place. There were more than 300 people with iron heads. Blizzard didn't know what those people thought and didn't want to know. Green Tooth, these people are all yours, move fast. Blast Wind didn't talk nonsense and turned to those on the left. You guys are coming with me to meet the boss. These people were still a bit confused. How come it seemed like the ones who chose the right side seemed to be fine? Could it be that this zombie's previous words were just intimidation? The next second, when they heard the desperate screams and commotion coming from the back, they realized that they thought wrong. At this point, the people who followed behind Blast began to rejoice. Regardless of what happened later, at least they were alive now. When these people were brought to Chen Fei, many of them couldn't believe their eyes. This is a 3rd order zombie? A 4th order shouting at a 3rd order boss? This world has truly gone mad. Chapter 125, Stepping into the 4th Order. Nearly 900 people, split into 5 teams organized into 5 war generals. Their mission was simple, to teach the basics to zombies above the 3rd rank. Enhance the cultural literacy of the zombies. As for how to teach, it would need to be researched by these people themselves. However, Chen Fei also said that the results would be checked periodically, and if they were not satisfied, then half of that team would be killed. Randomly picking the lucky ones. With this in mind, I don't know how much more effective it was than a pie-in-the-sky incentive. It was expected that no one would touch the fish. In order to prevent any zombies from gluttonously eating the teacher, Chen Fei deliberately ordered, "Tell all zombies," but whenever there is a situation where a zombie eats a teacher when the teacher is teaching without any problems, then remove that team's war general. Humans shouldn't be so desperate as to make their own deaths. Chen Fei didn't need to control all the zombies, as long as he could control the main few dependents. Xingya, you guys as well, although you didn't join any of the teams, if you dare to mess around, break your wolf legs. Chen Fei also didn't forget about free mourners like Xingya. Being specifically named by Chen Fei, the movements of Xingya, who was licking its fur, stopped. It was confused. Why did you break my wolf's legs? Are we that unreliable a wolf? We were already tired of eating at the stadium. The ones to guard against should be Flathead and Fat Orange. In order to avoid getting its legs broken, Green Tooth decided to keep an eye on Flathead and Fat Orange. The following day, Chen Fei arrived at the former number 2 Forbidden Land as promised, now the zombie white bear's lair. When the zombie white bear saw that Chen Fei had truly come, the bear's head was a little too big. In order to recover its state, it had eaten an early 4th stage henchman. Could it be that he ate his henchman as well? The zombie white bear felt that its guess was correct. What a lunatic, since you want to fight, then I will accompany you to the end. It still didn't believe that it couldn't defeat the other party. Little white bear, I'm here again. Chen Fei had a teasing face, come and fight. This inexplicable name made the zombie white bear burn with rage. In the end, who was the smaller one couldn't tell. The two figures were like comets colliding, and waves of air surged. The center of the second Forbidden Land, which had been calm for a night, once again emitted a roar. The originally hundreds of meters high mountain was smashed and collapsed tens of meters. If it continued like this, the mountain would have to turn into a basin sooner or later. The zombie brown bear that had long ago hid away shivered. It had a premonition that if it fought a few more times, its master would eat itself. The zombie brown bear even began to pray. It hoped that Chen Fei would lose quickly and stop tossing and turning. But it was destined to be disappointed. 9 hours later, a provocative voice spread out, "Little white bear, you've gotten a little stronger, but not enough, that's enough for today, come back tomorrow." As the voice fell, a green-colored figure left from the battlefield. The zombie white bear wanted to leave Chen Fei behind this time, but his speed was really no match for the latter, so he could only watch. The angry zombie white bear's bare nose was a big circle. Damn. Today, the zombie white bear ate another early 4th stage subordinate. The consumption of the battle was too great, and relying on its own recovery alone, it would definitely not be able to reach its full strength by the next day. Even the zombie white bear had begun to give birth to the intention of heading west. However, just as such a thought appeared, it realized that Chen Fei had stopped at the edge of its perception range. He was instantly alert. Realizing that the other party did not kill back, he actually subconsciously sighed in relief. "Staring at me? Afraid that I will run away? You underestimate me too much." The zombie white bear was enraged, and his earlier intentions were directly thrown out of his mind. Then it would fight to the end. Mainly because Chen Fei was faster, the zombie white bear would definitely be caught up even if it wanted to run now. It had no doubt that the other party would do that. The zombie white bear subconsciously thought that Chen Fei was also eating his subordinates in order to recover so quickly. How did it know that Chen Fei was just clanking and eating crystals after he stopped? Blizzard and other dependents then transported the crystals this way. If there is not enough, then speed up the mining. The mining team could not keep up with Chen Fei's eating speed. After all, the output of purple crystals has never been high. Then go to the south and ship them in. Vigorously took on this honorable task. Subsequently, Chen Fei looked for the zombie white bear to fight 3 more times, and the latter's strength had indeed increased quite a bit from the very beginning. It might have been caused by eating the 4th stage, but one had to thank Chen Fei for helping with the digestion as well. Only that this guy had no gratitude at all, and every time he fought with Chen Fei, it was like dealing with a father killer. On the 6th day of coming to the capital, Chen Fei once again appeared in front of the zombie white bear. These days he was also certain. The zombie white bear had absorbed the fragments, and that feeling could not be faked. However, it had not absorbed something like the Python Lord. Otherwise, the battle power would definitely be stronger. Little white bear, looks like it's time to end today as well. Chen Fei shook his head helplessly. The attribute points gained yesterday were already less than desirable. Sure enough, the system still didn't have a bug card. Even though Chen Fei had been accumulating attribute points and not using them, it felt like every time was an evenly matched battle, yet it would still reduce the rate of gaining attribute points. Already converging on the usual workout edition, there was really no need to continue consuming it. The only way to maintain the rate of improvement was to keep looking for stronger enemies to fight. The zombie white bear roared angrily, "In that case, let's make an end today." It had long been annoyed. Yesterday, it had even eaten all the 4th ranks other than the zombie brown bear. Not only did it recover its consumption, but its strength also went further. Why not eat the zombie brown bear? This is not to give himself a way out. The zombie white bear is confident that Chen Fei will not dare to come back in today's battle. As for killing Chen Fei, it is not very confident. Chen Fei's speed did have the advantage. System, full attributes added to 5,000 points. Chen Fei's heart was ancient. Points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 5,000 continuously improving. Strength, 5,000 continuously improving. Spirit, 5,000 continuously improving. Race, zombie. Level, early 4th order, level, early 4th order, level, early 4th order, level, early 4th order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, attachment, 3852. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood pact remnant 4. Corrosion 5. Xianguan guiding technique. Current remaining attribute points, 12. A wave of warmth covered his entire body, and Chen Fei could only feel unimpeded. Although there wasn't that leap in strength that other 3rd order zombies had when they advanced to 4th order. However, the strength doubling several times was indeed there. Now, not to mention the late 4th stage, he felt that the 5th stage was not impossible to touch. The powerful strength gave Chen Fei unrivaled confidence. The zombie white bear that was just about to attack was confused. 4th rank? How is that possible? How could any zombie advance in a second? This guy definitely hid his strength, and came here just to pit himself. Run, must run. The zombie white bear's confidence just now was gone. Chen Fei late 3rd order zombie white bear can also play a comparable, now the former 4th order, zombie white bear only feel hairy. The 10-meter tall white bear turned and ran. The corner of Chen Fei's mouth rose, revealing an evil smile. "Little white bear, you can't run away." With that, Chen Fei transformed into a shadow, instantly catching up to the zombie white bear that had already run thousands of meters. Bang! Before the zombie white bear could see who was coming, it only felt a pain in its waist as it violently slammed to the side. Boom! The side of the mountain was smashed out into a cave tens of meters in diameter and hundreds of meters deep. The entire mountain shook. Chen Fei himself was a bit confused, forgot to turn off the Shenguan guidance technique, shouldn't I have killed it? Chapter 126, a new favorite. Chen Fei's worry was superfluous. Late fourth order strong body species, not to mention anything else, the strength of the physical body was absolutely nothing to speak of. This strike was indeed powerful, yet it was not enough to take the life of the zombie white bear. Boom! The zombie white bear that had collapsed a large chunk of its waist dug through the mountain and fled from the other end. Its expression was incomparably panicked. On the way to escape, it knocked down countless large trees and trampled the earth. It knew that it had guessed correctly, that it was not an opponent at all, but preferred that it hadn't guessed correctly. This damn early fourth order terror is a bit too much. Said to be in the face of the fifth order zombie white bear feel credible. Although it has never seen a fifth order zombie is. It's fine if you're not dead. Chen Fei grinned and dashed to catch up. The speed of tens of Machs kicked up a gust of wind. The wind pressure alone plowed a wide furrow. This was still because Chen Fei had turned off his Shenguan guidance technique, or else the damage caused would have been even more exaggerated. Bang! The zombie white bear was simply too late to react, only feeling a pain in his back. The entire bear body was overwhelmed and slumped down. The forward charging figure was also forcibly stopped. The earth collapsed into a large pit. The zombie white bear only felt like it had a huge mountain on its back. Without waiting for it to speak, Chen Fei lifted his foot once again, seemingly casually, but containing a boundless force as he stepped down. Boom! The pit expanded again and collapsed several meters. Plop! The zombie white bear took a large mouthful of rotting blood out of its mouth, also mixed with fragments of internal organs. Don't! Boom! The zombie white bear didn't even have a chance to speak. Chen Fei stuck his hands in his pockets and stepped on a few more feet. The zombie white bear clenched its teeth, only feeling stars flashing in front of its eyes. It seemed to see too much milk. What is too much milk? Chen Fei leapt to the zombie white bear's head and reached out to grab the other party's huge teeth. Ka-ching! Casually crushed. Chen Fei tore off a piece of bloody meat from his arm and threw it into the zombie white bear's mouth. The latter didn't even have a chance to refuse or resist. The piece of meat smoothly entered the zombie white bear's body. In the next second, the zombie white bear's eyes glared. The original 10-meter-tall body slowly contracted while its injuries were being repaired. The Chen Fei in its eyes was so kind, like a family member? Bah! The zombie white bear hurriedly shook its head. I've been brainwashed? This guy still has such bizarre tactics, damn it. It tried to imply that Chen Fei was an enemy, but its head subconsciously approached Chen Fei and rubbed against him. The move was intimate. Seeing that the flesh and blood contract was having an effect, Chen Fei had a kind smile on his face. Little white bear, become my dependent. Chen Fei had never tried to attach to a zombie with attachment skills. It wouldn't hurt to try anyway. The result was surprisingly smooth. Current attachment, 3950. So the object bound by attachment can no longer use attachment skills, but even if the object has fragments, it can still be taken as an attachment? Chen Fei felt that this was not difficult to understand. Just like the attachment of a dependent is not a dependent, the same reasoning. As for the fragments on the zombie white bear, they stayed within the zombie white bear. Compared to adding a few more squares to the attachment skills, the battle power of the late fourth rank was more important. From now on, you'll be called Xiongde. Chen Fei patted the other party's large head, and that henchman of yours will be called Xiong'er. That brown bear's aura Chen Fei could still sense. It was still mischievously named. Those fourth ranks that were eaten by the zombie white bears weren't a pity, at least they were transformed into the zombie white bear's battle power. Many thanks to Master for the name. Xiongde had an indescribable feeling, but it still prostrated itself and bowed to the ground. It clearly knew that it was enslaved by the ability, yet it still felt that Chen Fei was incomparably tall and magnificent, like a god on earth. It was also considered to have tried the power of the attachment skill. Furthermore, this green-colored figure in front of him was so powerful. What was wrong with being the other party's servant? Xiongde successfully convinced himself. Alright, Chen Fei turned his back to Xiongde and raised his head 45 degrees to look up at the sky, his tone deep and mysterious. Soon we will be facing a powerful enemy. Your next task is to go to the north and help me to collect battle power. Chen Fei believed that the other party was from the north, so he must have a clear understanding of the situation there. It would be more than appropriate for Xiongde to go. In this way, this was considered an international force in its own right. Yes. Xiongde led the order. It didn't understand why Master wanted to go to the north by himself to subdue those 3 melons and 2 jujubes. After all, the fourth rank in the north before coming either became its dependents or were eaten. A few hid well, but not many. But once he thought that it was his master's order, or the first mission given to him, Xiongde was full of energy. Well, without realizing it, Xiongde slowly became Chen Fei's shape. In the next second, Chen Fei frowned and looked to the west. Is it my illusion? Why does it feel like someone was watching just now? Chen Fei let go of his senses, only to find that there was no abnormality. G City, the new headquarters of the Sunrise Organization. The original G City government. Li Chenxi, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Lin Fan, who was lying flat on the bed. The latter's fingers moved, followed by his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes, somewhat confused. This is, where? Finally woke up, Li Chenxi let out a long breath, a pleased smile on his face. I didn't expect to be blessed by a disaster, mid-fourth stage. At those words, Lin Fan sat up violently. Commander Li? Only in the next second did he realize that he was indeed in the middle stage of the fourth rank. And the life force in his body was very majestic, not like a newbie. You have been guarding this? Lin Fan was a bit incredulous that a legendary figure was guarding his bedside. It was a bit flattering. Li Chenxi, however, did not care and half joked, don't be so polite, you are now the second commander. And I didn't ask you about your will. If you don't want to be this commander you can say so. Don't want to be? That was impossible. But commander of the Sunrise organization was a symbol of strength and power. Lin Fan was about to speak, but in the next second, he and Li Chenxi looked at the door at the same time. The door to the room was pushed open, and a 27 or 18-year-old female fourth-rank powerhouse ran in. She was also a newly promoted fourth rank in the past 2 days. Commander Li. Commander Lin, you're awake? The woman was a bit stunned, and for a moment, she forgot the purpose of her visit. Li Chenxi nodded. What is it? Lin Fan was still a bit uncomfortable with this title, and nodded slightly in greeting. The woman looked at Lin Fan and then at Li Chenxi. Her expression changed for a moment. Two commanders. Just a moment ago observers saw two powerful zombies appear in the direction of the original number 2 Forbidden Land. One of them is in the late fourth stage, a zombie white bear. The other one was only in the early stage of the fourth order, but it seemed to have been detected by the other party when the observer was observing them, so the observer terminated his ability in advance. Naturally, he was afraid that the other party would follow the trail and find this side. A late fourth order zombie was appalling enough. That early fourth order zombie was actually able to detect the observer's ability, which was stranded thousands of kilometers away. It was a bit too outrageous. Chapter 127, The Real King. Sheep Continent, within a huge canyon. A strong aura of life rose up to the sky. It instantly covered the entire canyon. The grass and trees impacted by the aura actually began to flourish. However, in less than 10 minutes, all the grass and trees within a radius of 100 kilometers withered at the same time. Life dissipated, turning into flying ash and dissipating into the air. Even the earth lost its vitality and became barren. The originally lush green canyon became a lifeless Jedi. An evil laughter came out from the canyon. Is this the fifth rank? With this power, this world will finally be mine, and I am the true king. Only at this stage did it realize how ridiculous it was to call itself king at the late fourth rank. The promotion of the fourth rank to the fifth rank might not have had as exaggerated an increase as the promotion of the third rank to the fourth rank, but it had gained a certain characteristic. It was this characteristic that gave the Sheep Island king unrivaled confidence. The zombie kangaroos and zombie rabbits that were sparring in the distance stopped their movements and looked in the direction of the canyon at the same time. It's the king? The king has become even stronger. The zombie kangaroo's eyes were filled with admiration, incomparably yearning for that powerful force. At this time, a zombie emu or meow with an ostrich-like appearance that was nearly 10 meters tall and a zombie kangaroo badger that was more than 3 meters tall appeared. The aura emanating from the two were both in the late fourth stage. They were the first and second lords under the King of Sheep Island, and the first zombies to follow the King of Sheep Island. Has the king already succeeded? The zombie emu's eyes flickered. A huge black giant shadow descended from the sky and landed not far away. His voice was incomparably majestic. Gather the army and prepare to march with me. After advancing to the fourth rank, it was difficult for Chen Fei to find a suitable companion. The late fourth rank Xiongda would only be abused in Chen Fei's hands. Chen Fei had no choice but to return to the south and haul out one of the largest cruise ships from the harbor. Thanks to the increase in the concentration of the unknown factor, the ground was also much stronger. Otherwise, even if Chen Fei had the strength, he would not be able to drag the cruise ship away. Even so, Chen Fei advanced 1 foot at a time. A large cruise ship was barely enough for exercise, but when the time came, he would drag several cruise ships at the same time. Can a live mourner still be suffocated by urine? Daily exercise increases attribute points. Be a self-disciplined zombie. There were a few good news in the past few days. 1. Morning Biao and Blizzard have advanced to the middle of the fourth rank. Secondly, Paratrooper is now at the fourth rank. After the fourth rank, they were arranged by Chen Fei to work with the shuttles to collect intelligence, which was their old specialty. At the same time, there were several dependents that had followed Chen Fei in the early days that had entered the breakthrough state. Among them was Phantom. The number of fourth order under Chen Fei's command continued to grow. It was a pity that the Shadow was only in the late third rank at the moment, or else his abilities would definitely be better used when he reached the fourth rank. Compared to the other dependents, Shadow's rank advancement had not been fast. Even though he and Phantom's resources were considered an unlimited supply, they still progressed at a slow pace. One should know that initially, Phantom and Shadow were at the same starting line. The dependents had their own blessings, so Chen Fei didn't worry too much about it. He took the time to examine the learning situation of the dependents. The results were surprisingly good. Except for a few such as Funeral Biao, the rest of the dependents' learning ability was very strong. Even those humans marveled at the learning ability of the zombies. There were quite a few who even felt that they couldn't be taught too quickly, or they would definitely be eaten when they were useless. Thus the situation of grinding. There was no need for Chen Fei to remind the war generals of this situation as they knew what to do. Kill 1 to warn 100. After all, Chen Fei had said that the teacher teaching no problem cannot be eaten, but there is a problem, it is not up to these humans. At the same time, the various fourth order dependents had also begun to learn the zombie guidance technique and were beginning to see results. On top of that, Chen Fei had improved the Xianguan guidance technique some more in the past few days. Buzz. A cracking sound in the sky above. Chen Fei knew who had returned without looking up. The shuttle slowly landed, first saluting and then reporting, "Master, based on my recent observations, the Human Sunrise Organization seems to be attempting to reach out to the Western human forces. And they have already appeared as second mid-fourth order powerhouse, with an aura that is a bit stronger than Li Chenxi. Human fourth order powerhouses are appearing at a fast pace, and it's now catching up to when they were in Kyoto. With the addition of 2 mid-fourth rankers, the strength of the humans had been added quite a bit more than when they were in Kyoto. Obviously, there were only that many humans left, but the number of strong people was not small at all. Perhaps this was the advantage of the humans. They had Li Chenxi to provide systematic cultivation methods, and they also had a decisive enough decision-making layer. It was just that I didn't know if the human survivors abroad were also like the Dragon Kingdom. Any idea who that newly appeared mid-fourth rank is? Chen Fei dragged the huge cruise ship forward, stepping out large pits but not caring. The shuttle shook its head. My subordinate doesn't dare to get too close to observe, but I heard someone in the periphery address the other party as Commander Lin. Lin Fan? Chen Fei subconsciously recalled this name. Dog Luck Kid. With the latter's rate of strength increase, reaching the 4th rank at this time now wasn't a difficult task. Coupled with some dog luck, it might even make him a commander. Dog Luck Kid plus Son of Luck, the combination of these two is a bit powerful, but it didn't seem to have much to do with himself. Just don't come to mess with yourself anyway. Right now, I'm having a headache about the sheep continent. If the humans dared to come, Chen Fei would first make the other party go back to liberation. Well, you continue to keep an eye on the movements of the Sunrise Organization, Chen Fei spoke in a calm tone. If you can, go to the west and check out the situation there. Just like how Xiongde came from the north, in case there were powerful zombies over there as well, Chen Fei would also be able to take a step ahead to subdue them. That said, why did Xiongde come to the Dragon Kingdom? It was reasonable to say that zombies were obsessed with territory. Unless they encountered a life-threatening situation, it was rare for them to abandon their territory. Chen Fei hadn't been paying attention to it before, but now that he thought about it, it was bizarre everywhere. Before you go to the west, go to the north and find a late 4th stage white-haired zombie bear and tell him to come back and meet me. Chen Fei felt the need to understand the situation in the north. Yes. The shuttle led the order and flew to the north. Boom boom boom. A few hours later, an earthly roar came from a nearly 10-meter-tall zombie white bear rampaging through the mountains and forests, forcibly opening up the road. It seemed like there was 100,000 urgent matters. The moment it saw the shuttle, it knew that this was also the master's dependents, its own colleagues. Flesh and blood contracts have been increased by the dependents have a similar breath. When he heard the shuttle say that his master wanted to see him, Xiongde directly left the 4th order zombie that he had just taken in and came straight to the south. According to the shuttle, if you see a huge cruise ship, you will be able to find your master. What the cruise ship was Xiongde didn't know, just remember that the thing was huge. Master. Xiongde stopped in his tracks and hurriedly knelt with all 5 bodies. The corner of Chen Fei's eye twitched. Following Tai Ta, another fellow with a different salute pattern came out of his dependence. Tell me, why did you leave your original territory and come to the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 128 A Million Armies. Xiongde said everything he knew as simply as possible. The sea in the north is devouring the land? Chen Fei somewhat wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Listen, is this a normal sentence? But put it in the present moment of the calamity. All 4 seasons could be in chaos, with varying degrees of abnormality appearing everywhere. It wasn't incomprehensible that there seemed to be a situation where the ocean was swallowing the land. After all, there was only more outrageous, not the most outrageous. The ability of human acceptance is to be expanded step by step, and so is the zombie. In Xiongda's speculation, the drastic change in the ocean should be due to a certain powerful zombie. It sensed a deadly threat from the sea. The judgment should be a 5th order zombie. 5th order? Chen Fei's face grimaced for a few moments. If it's really 5th rank, this is a bit too strong. Previously, he had felt that he could compete with the 5th order, but from the description in Xiongda's mouth, he was likely to be seconded by the 5th order. After all, Chen Fei currently did not have that kind of greatness. Even if he was allowed to let loose and destroy, it was impossible to do that. It seemed like he still needed to be more careful of the ocean in the future. Perhaps the danger in the sea isn't from powerful zombies? Xiongde wasn't very certain as he uttered these words. It could be seen that it didn't know much about the situation either. A guess was just a guess. Xiongde did not want to disturb Chen Fei's judgment because of its own guesses. Alright, it's fine, you continue collecting battle power. Chen Fei waved his hand and reminded in passing, remember to go over to Blizzard's side and bring a teacher before going to the north. Blast Wind is just a bit north of the bearing we fought on earlier, mid-4th rank. Don't think that just because you're in the late 4th order and are operating out in the open that you can skip class. None of the dependents could run away. Previously, Chen Fei had neglected Xiongde, and this time, he had instructed him in passing. Xiongde didn't understand why he had to bring a teacher, but acted as ordered. Seeing Xiongde leave, Chen Fei let go of his perception and conveyed the message with his spiritual power. This was Chen Fei's new tactic after his spiritual power reached a certain level after the 4th stage. Similar to voice transmission, there was no need to speak as before. Have Phantom keep an eye on the coast north of the Dragon Kingdom. It was also Xiongde who gave Chen Fei a heads up. This continent had more than just the Dragon Kingdom to the north. It wasn't like the Sheep Continent really had to land from the coast of the Dragon Kingdom. Anyway, there was no harm in being careful. The shadow that was patrolling the seashore was suddenly energized, then kneeled on one knee, yes. Blizzard sensed a late 4th order aura approaching and was immediately like an enemy. However, it soon sensed a familiar aura from the other party. Is this the opponent of the previous boss? Gale looked up at the tall-bodied Xiongde and couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect that even this kind of powerhouse would submit to the boss. The boss was truly becoming more and more unfathomable. In comparison, zombies such as himself seemed to be gradually unable to catch up with the boss's footsteps. You are Blizzard? Xiongde sized up Blast Wind twice and nodded slightly in recognition. Master told me to take a teacher with me. Hand over the teacher. Spoken as if a teacher was some sort of thing. The two familiars stared at each other, and Gale reached out and gestured to the nearby Qingqiu. Soon, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses was brought by Qingqiu. The woman's legs went weak and her face turned white the moment she saw the bear. This was the most massive zombie she had ever seen. Compared to this, Qingqiu and Xingya were much cuter. Xiongde scooped up the still shocked woman with one palm and was about to leave when he heard Blast Wind reminding, don't eat the teacher, or the boss will break your bare legs. It was kind, but how it sounded was awkward. Humph. Got it. Xiongde sprayed out a snort, stood upright, and ran towards the north with his legs open. The running posture was a bit funny, but the speed was fast. Xiongda's learning journey began today. Compared to the smooth development on Chen Fei's side, the Sheep Continent side faced a more troublesome problem. They were preparing to cross the sea, but they were blocked by a group of sea zombies on their way out. From today onwards, this sea is my king's territory, you may not set foot in the ocean again, or else it will be considered a declaration of war. A huge black whale as large as a small island spewed out a water column hundreds of meters high from the top and spat out human words. The voice was filled with dominance and arrogance, and under the wrapping of spiritual power, it spread throughout the Sheep Continent's army. Yanzhou side has already gathered millions of zombies, densely covered the entire beach, different forms like a magic army. It has even lined up several kilometers outside the beach. At the front, many huge zombie turtles were ready to go down to the sea, but they were locked by the killing intent. Even though their defense was strong, they still didn't dare to go down to the sea rashly. Your king? A cold aura flashed in the zombie emu's eyes. Do you know that your actions are also provoking my king? Humph. So what? The giant whale snorted coldly, not giving the slightest bit of face. The aura of the late 4th stage erupted out. Countless sea zombies showed their heads, densely spreading over an entire sea area. The number of zombies was even greater than that of the Yanzhou zombies. It seems that they want to give the Sheep Continent zombies a warning. The ocean is the place with the largest number of creatures. After the disaster, the killing in the ocean was more tragic than the Sheep Continent, and more powerful people appeared. That's why they don't look at the land. Whoosh! Pust! A black shadow ran through the zombie giant whale at a speed it couldn't catch, a tentacle as thick as 3 people's rings. The tentacle seems to be infinitely long, spanning over 10 miles. It was as easy as slicing through a whale's body as if it were a knife cutting through tofu. Obviously this tentacle compared to the giant whale's body is not eye-catching, but a blow to make the giant whale breath withered. Immediately the tentacle slowly retracted. The huge black shadow stood in the Sheep Continent zombie group, could not see what kind of creature it was. Its body was wrapped in black, and its overall size resembled an inverted bowl. An incomparably majestic voice emanated from it. This is a warning, if you dare to block again, I don't mind killing you all first. If you are not convinced, you can have your king appear to confront me. The Sheep Continent king was confident and domineering at the same time. The zombie giant whale was seriously injured by a single move, and its rotting blood stained a large area of water black and red. It was incomparably horrified in its heart. That was definitely not an existence that it could fight against. Even if its own king had recently been promoted to the 5th rank, it would most likely have to suffer a loss coming here. Perhaps the two kings were of the same rank, but the Goat Island king gave the giant whale a stronger sense of oppression. But the latter was unable to admit that his king was inferior to the other. His own king was the incomparably magnificent existence. Suddenly, it sensed some sort of fluctuation, its heart was clear, and it opened its huge mouth. All sea zombies, retreat. The zombie giant whale didn't realize that it was just a pawn that was pushed out to test the strength of the king of Sheep Island. To the dependents, following orders would be correct. Watching the sea race zombies gradually dive towards the deep sea, King Yangzhou coldly snorted, "All zombie sea turtles, go down to the sea." As soon as the order came out, thousands of sea turtles with huge bodies went down to the sea one after another. The rest of the zombies rode on the backs of the sea turtles. Sheep Island King did not ride on the sea turtle. Its body was not smaller than the sea turtle, and it was even heavier. It is not smaller and heavier than the sea turtle, so the sea turtle may not be able to carry it. Only to see that huge black figure slowly pull up, in the gaze of countless zombies, the body suspended in the empty. Chapter 129, There's Old 6. The 142nd Day of the Calamity. Ever since observing that there were late 4th Order zombies in the direction of Kyoto, as well as an early 4th Order zombie that could detect the observer's ability, the Sunrise Organization had begun trying to contact the human survivors in the West, seeking cooperation or support. They knew deep down that just relying on the current survivors of the Dragon Kingdom was not enough to fight against a late 4th Order zombie. Not to mention there was a strange humanoid zombie. It would be best if there were strong people in the West. If there wasn't, then the Sunrise Organization would be considered to have broken their hopes. The worst-case scenario was that the Western human race did not exist. When he heard about the special species with green skin, Lin Fan inexplicably remembered Chen Fei. A long time had passed since the last time the two sides met. But Lin Fan still couldn't forget the other party. He even wanted to go over to seek revenge on the other party after the 4th stage. But once he thought that he was not the only one who was getting stronger, Lin Fan gave up. If it is really the same, and the other party's 4th Order, perhaps he must be 5th Order to be able to kill it. Recalling the scene when the other party's late 2nd Order killed the early 4th Order, Lin Fan still had an unreal feeling. It was only when he reached the 4th rank that he realized the gap. At this moment, Lin Fan was leading his team over the mountain range to the west. This mountain range had produced some sort of change after the calamity, cutting across the north and south and bisecting the continent in two. It was also the main reason why the Sunrise Organization had not obtained any news about the West so far. The team consisted of 3 4th-ranked powerhouses, with Lin Fan as the junior leader. It was clear that they were all 4th-ranked, but their speed of advancement while going over the mountain range was about the same as an ordinary person climbing a mountain, and they could even tell from their faces that they were very strenuous. It was not that they were acting. Rather, this mountain range was special. People or zombies who entered here would have their strength greatly suppressed. The 4th rank could still act here, but the 3rd rank entering the mountain range could not even walk, let alone climb the mountain. This was the 3rd time that the Sunrise Organization had tried to go over the mountain range, and they had failed the 2 times before that. Fly over? The human flying machines had long since become unusable. Even if there were still flying machines that could be used, it wouldn't help. They also tried to use a flying zombie to send a message, and flew to a very high altitude, but by the time they found the zombie again, it had already been dropped into a paste. A 3rd order flying zombie being dropped to its death, I'm afraid no one would believe it if they said it out loud. Commander Lin, further on is the gravity zone. The young female powerhouse next to him spoke out to remind him. She had participated in the last operation over the mountain range. The last time, the squad had stopped at the periphery of the gravity zone. Gravity zone, as the name suggests. The gravity of this area had greatly increased, doubling the difficulty of climbing the mountain. However, this is still less than halfway up the mountain range, and we don't know how long the depth of the gravity zone is. I only know that the mountain range that runs across the north and south has not found a gap in the gravity zone. This was already the shortest part of the mountain range. Yet it was still more than 5,000 meters high. It was like a dragon ridge rising in the middle of the continent. Well, Lin Fan nodded bashfully, if you guys can't support yourselves next, go down the mountain, don't worry about me. This time, the organization had allowed Lin Fan, who was a mid-4th stage powerhouse, to come here and had the idea of trying one last time. The Sunrise Organization needed to determine if there were still survivors in the West, what the latter's situation was, and if they could join forces against the enemy. Looking in the direction of the mountaintop, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with an unwavering light. Goryeo Peninsula. Thousands of huge figures slowly traveled from the distant sea. Only the 2 largest of these turtles were of the 4th rank, but the remaining 3 ranks were all nearly 100 meters in size. Their backs were densely filled with zombie beasts. The smaller turtles were escorted by the 4th Order turtles, giving them a sense of vision of a large aircraft carrier battle group. However, this carrier made of flesh and blood, the sense of oppression is even greater. There was even a mountain hovering above them. When the turtles docked, like an ant nest exploding, countless zombies of different shapes and sizes jumped down and landed on the shore, hissing and charging forward. A certain mid-fourth order special species from Goryo was feeding at its nest. The first time it sensed countless auras moving this way, it was just about to check the situation when several figures appeared and surrounded it. Submit to my king, or else, die. The zombie kangaroo's tone was cold and arrogant, while its eyes flashed with wariness. It could sense the threat from the other party. This was one of the few existences that could give it a sense of threat at the same level. With you guys? The zombie, which was considered to be humanoid, revealed a disdainful smile, and its body slowly faded away, surprisingly disappearing in front of the eyes of several zombie beasts. Even the zombie emus failed to sense the other party's presence. What kind of ability is this? The zombie emu was slightly surprised. It had been locking onto the other party all along. Even a mid-fourth stage concealment species wouldn't be able to hide in front of it. Now it was fine, the other party had directly disappeared. Don't look for it, weaklings don't deserve to make me submit. The voice came from nowhere, yet it seemed to be everywhere, invading my territory. The next time we meet, I'll remove your heads with my own hands. The voice faded away. Even the sheep continent king, who was far above the army, had a mood swing. It realized that it couldn't lock onto the zombie either. This ability is indeed a bit tricky, but that's all. The sheep continent king snorted coldly. The purpose of its trip wasn't just a single zombie either, but this entire continent. There was no need to care about the weak ones in hiding. Choosing to land from here was also because it wanted to take the Dragon Kingdom by surprise. Resolve the battle more quickly. Of course, the Yangzhou king didn't know that he ran into Old Six this time. The more he thought about it after the mid-fourth order special species left Goryo, the more angry he became. His own territory was just occupied by a group of inexplicable zombies. I heard that the territory of the Dragon Kingdom has been occupied by an army of zombies. It should be interesting for these two sides to fight. The corners of this special species' mouth rose. When the time came, it would reap the benefits itself. It knew more or less about the situation in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the other side was about to reach the edge of its territory if it expanded any further, so it would naturally be concerned. Now that the territory is gone, it is just the right time to make trouble. So it found the wind that was north of the second Forbidden Land did not appear, but left a sentence: Goryo country has a zombie army to attack. Perhaps the target is you. Who cares if it is or not, as long as the information is given. This zombie would definitely go scouting, and at that time, the two sides would inevitably clash. Who? Blizzard and the other dependents were instantly alert and released their senses, but they didn't find anything unusual. If not for the fact that everyone heard it, they would have thought that they were hallucinating. Goryo? Blast Wind, who had already learned a lot of basics, also knew where Goryo was, and looked to the east. I'll go and take a look. You guys retreat to the south first, go back and inform the boss. Empty holes don't come with wind, it's always good to be careful. Soon Blast Wind was sure that the intelligence was true, thanks to him sensing it and running away, otherwise he was likely to be left behind. At that time, there were several mid to late fourth stage auras chasing after him. It is also thanks to the other party did not chase to the end. Chen Fei, who was exercising, stopped his movements and looked at the petite figure kneeling on one knee. Goryo? Sure enough to come this way. Chen Fei's tone solemnized a few points. Now, gather all the zombies. Notify Blast Wind that they should retreat to the south first and join the army. It was a good thing that the possibility of the Yangzhou zombies landing from elsewhere had been considered before. Otherwise, they would really be caught off guard by the other side. Now, converging the large army. Chapter 130 Departure, going north. Not long after Phantom left, Green Tooth ran back from the north. Master, there is a change in Goryo. Green Tooth was prostrate on the ground, looking a bit flustered and panting heavily. It could be seen that it had rushed back with all its might on this journey. Oh? How did you guys receive the news? Chen Fei was slightly surprised. He had stopped exercising and was eating crystal stones on the cruise ship, his hands turning into stumps. The crystals piled into a small mountain shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Phantom who was responsible for informing Blizzard had only just left. It was obvious that there was not much of a time difference between Blast Wind and the other dependents and the Phantom obtaining the group's information. Seeing Chen Fei say this, Xingye guessed that Chen Fei already knew everything. Sensing his master's wisdom in his heart, he wagged his tail and replied, a being that couldn't be seen while we were exploring the vein said that, and Blast Wind has already gone to ascertain the situation. They weren't even sure if the other party was a zombie. Not to mention the strength of the other party. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei stroked his chin in contemplation. He did not remember having such a henchman. The Goryo country was invaded, and the Old Six who passed on the information. That Old Six most likely ran out from within the Goryo country. Mentioning the Goryo country, Chen Fei recalled the information he initially obtained from the radio, and the strange zombie that appeared after the nuclear explosion did not know whether that zombie still existed. Thoughts run too fast. Chen Fei thought of a lot of things. Unsurprisingly, this is the rhythm of the evil water to the east. There is an opportunity in the back to definitely make that old six pay the price. In an instant, Chen Fei guessed the general situation. Mental power strong brain is good to use. Chen Fei looked towards Qingya and stroked its large head. Qingya, you go around to the north to find Xiongde and tell it to come back to meet the enemy. The latter rubbed it in enjoyment and turned to lead the order to leave. It would take some time for the Sheep Continent army to move south. Chen Fei knew that this time would not be very long. Luckily for the Fourth Order zombies, this time was enough for them to circle around and return to the rear. After arranging everything, Chen Fei flashed and disappeared in place. Before the army assembled, he had to go to the front to determine one thing. This matter determined whether to fight or withdraw. That was whether or not the Yangzhou king was of the 5th rank. If it was, could he or she just fight the other party? After all, so far Chen Fei didn't know exactly how the 5th rank was. If his strength really soared like the 3rd rank advancing to the 4th rank, then Chen Fei didn't have the confidence to fight across the great ranks. At that time, if he couldn't fight, he could only withdraw, and the direction of retreat was only to the west. Chen Fei does not know yet. He arranged to go to the west to explore the situation. Shuttle is being blocked by the mountain range. Want to fly through the sea, but feel that the sea is more dangerous. After several fruitless attempts, the shuttle had no choice but to return to the skies above G City and continue to keep an eye on the Sunrise organization. The paratroopers then cooperated with Wanzhou. King Yangzhou led his army all the way south after coming out of the Goryeo territory. It had traveled nearly 100 kilometers without encountering a single decent resistance, not even a single Fourth Order zombie. This situation was undoubtedly very bizarre. The Dragon Kingdom occupies nearly half of this continent. It is impossible to not even have a decent strong man. The zombie kangaroo's intelligence work was not done properly. When the army came to Kyoto, it found that half of the human breath was absent. Kangaroo Lord, where are the humans you mentioned? The king of Sheep Island floated in mid-air, his voice obviously somewhat displeased. The zombie kangaroo hurriedly knelt down and bowed to the black shadow in the sky above, cold sweat pouring out. Honorable king, my subordinate absolutely did not lie. It's just that the humans here are more cautious, and most likely evacuated this place a long time ago. It was tempted to say that the main target this time should be that particular species. Humans were not enough to worry about in comparison. But the zombie kangaroo didn't dare to retort. It was normal for the leader to like to catch some of the finer details. Talking back at this time was going to be bad. Humph. Then continue southward to the territory of the zombie, you said. I would like to. Before finishing, the voice of the king of the sheep continent paused. Its huge mountain-like body turned, seemingly looking towards the south. 200 kilometers away, Chen Fei stood on a mountain. 5th rank can fly? Or does that big monster itself know how to fly? Chen Fei was more inclined towards the 5th rank being able to fly. After all, that huge body in perception did not have anything resembling wings at all, and was completely suspended in mid-air. At the same time a steady batch. According to this logic, it was highly likely that the sea in the north devouring the land was not the work of a powerful zombie. For one thing, there really are so strong zombies should fly out like the king of Sheep Island to directly dry down the land powerhouses. Why have to be so troublesome? Secondly, Chen Fei did not feel a fatal threat from the king of Sheep Island, not even as big as the sense of oppression when facing the strengthened Python Lord in the middle of the 3rd stage. The only thing that Chen Fei cared about was the incomparably rich life breath contained in the other party's body. This was something that no 4th Order zombie had. It was obvious that this was related to the characteristics of the 5th rank. At the same time Chen Fei perceived the Sheep Island king, the latter also perceived Chen Fei. It was as if the two sides were sizing each other up face to face. Early 4th rank? No, your life aura is very strong, the Sheep Island king muttered to himself. Perhaps you are also of the 5th rank, but the means of hiding your strength is very clever. However, the powerful life force of the 5th rank cannot be concealed. I think that by eating you, I will become even more powerful. Apparently it had mistakenly thought that Chen Fei was also of the 5th rank. The Sheep Continent King, which had only come to conquer the continent, instantly felt that it had made a worthwhile trip. In the next second, it sensed the other party turn around and leave. However, the Sheep Continent King was not in a hurry at all. It could sense the battle intent from Chen Fei's aura just now. And it was going to invade the other party's territory itself. A battle between the two sides was inevitable. Chen Fei continued to eat crystals after returning to the south. At this time, the army had already assembled one after another. The 5 war general teams of Morning Biao, Blizzard, Lightning, Iron Tower, and Vigorous were all present. The patrol team led by Phantom and Shadow played a huge role. Standing at the top of the mountain, he looked at the dense zombies in the mountain forest below, stretching over 10 kilometers away. The preliminary estimation was as large as 1,000,000. The zombies of various shapes and sizes were like legions of hell, exuding an oozing aura. Chen Fei also did not expect his dependents to collect minions so quickly. Looking at the high-end battle force again, there were Funeral Biao and Blizzard in the mid-4th Order, and a total of 16 in the early 4th Order. It was a bit worse than the Yangzhou King side, but the difference wouldn't be huge. It was at this moment that several figures came running from the northwest. The first to be seen was the white-furred zombie bear, Xiongde. The latter ran over and directly threw himself on the ground. The ground was smashed and caved in by tens of centimeters. Master, subordinate is back. Green Tooth and other zombies also arrived one after another. The three new dependents of Xiongde saw their master actually kneeling down and worshipping a small figure, and it was also the early stage of the Fourth Order. They couldn't believe their eyes. Xiong'er is more understanding, ran behind Xiongdi and learned how to bow to the ground in a decent manner. What is the master's name? Forget it, it's better to shut up. Saying less is less wrong, saying more is more wrong. Well, Chen Fei nodded his head like recognition, set out, north. Chapter 131. The battlefield is like a meat grinder. Not long after entering the gravity zone, the two early fourth-stage powerhouses traveling with Lin Fan eventually could not bear it and chose to descend the mountain one after another. In fact, they also knew that their trip was mostly fruitless. Instead, they had some intention of giving Lin Fan the road. The latter was now in the gravity zone, his forehead sweating coldly. Lin Fan now felt like an ordinary person climbing a mountain with hundreds of pounds on his back. At first it was fine. Gradually the 100 pounds increased to 200 or so. The higher up the mountain the stronger the gravity became. If not for the fact that Lin Fan was already in the middle of the fourth stage and had a majestic life force in his body, it was estimated that he would not be able to support himself to go down the mountain. This mountain range was simply a natural barrier. There is still half left. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, determination in his eyes. We must head to the west. He also knew about the existence of the seer after becoming the commander. The reason why the Sunrise organization chose to try to contact the humans in the West this time was because of the prophecy given by the prophet after he was promoted to the third stage. Soon humanity would face another crisis, and this time the way to life was in the West. According to the core law that the more vague the prophecy, the greater the crisis. This time it will be a crisis of life and death again. The last crisis ended not long ago, and even ended inexplicably. The beginning was also inexplicable. Who would have thought that the crisis is not from the third forbidden land, the way of life in the south of the meaning of residence? Surprisingly strong people to travel to the south to have a way of life. It was good that the humans' choice was not wrong. Even if they were very confused, at least they were still alive. Lin Fan always felt that this prophet's prediction was a bit pitiful. In any case, at the thought of the human race facing another crisis, Lin Fan's mood swings gradually became stronger and stronger, and he actually used the berserk increase in the mountain range of the forbidden demon. Perhaps they were wrong. They could have used their abilities here, but the early fourth stage had been suppressed to the point where they couldn't even use their abilities. The previous information had been wrong. Although the effect of the increase was weak, it had greatly reduced Lin Fan's pressure. And under the constant flushing of the ability, Lin Fan did not notice that his strength was slowly rising. I don't know how long had passed, when Lin Fan stood at the top of the mountain with his eyes somewhat numb. It was actually not joy, but relief. The mountain was very high, but there was no ice or snow. Instead, it was overgrown with flowers and grass, and was full of greenery. Without knowing it, one would think that this was on a small hill in the south. But only Lin Fan knows that this mountain is no less difficult to climb than an ordinary person climbing Mount Everest in one breath. Really, Chow Dan? Lin Fan took a break and headed down the opposite mountain. The road down the mountain was easy, even Lin Fan felt comfortable and had an urge to stay here. But once he stopped, the heavy pressure came, even stronger than before. Not to mention turning back. I'm not going to be unable to go back, am I? Lin Fan had begun to worry. But he didn't realize that as he descended the mountain, there was invisible energy drilling into his body around him and his strength was rapidly increasing. When he left the gravity zone, he was surprised to realize that he had already reached the late fourth stage at some point. Looking back at the gravity zone, Lin Fan gave birth to inexplicable thoughts. This mountain range was not a Jedi, but a blessed land? The Goat Continent zombie army continued to move south, and not an inch of grass grew wherever they went. Literally. The zombies were all very large and inevitably destroyed the vegetation as they advanced. Most stepped directly into the earth and turned into nutrients. And the range was 10 or so kilometers wide. Looking down from a high altitude, the army was like locusts crossing the border, and like shaving the mountains and forests. When the vast army crossed the great river and came to a mountain forest full of woeful autumn colors, the king of Sheep Island signaled to stop. The zombie kangaroo felt that this place looked familiar. Oh, wasn't this the place where he had fought the human powerhouses? Obviously not much time had passed, but it gave the zombie a feeling that things were different. On the opposite side of the ruins, Chen Fei slowly appeared with an army of zombies, and the earth trembled. The same stretched for more than 10 kilometers, millions of zombies. Compared to the army, Chen Fei was inconspicuous, his powerful aura yet extremely eye-catching. Chen Fei only had the king of Yangzhou in his eyes, and the latter was largely the same. However, neither side made a rash move. Instead, after several minutes of silent confrontation, they ordered almost simultaneously, kill. The order was given, and the armies of both sides were like athletes who heard the starting gun, the waves of the sea rushing towards each other. Within a few moments, they mingled together. The sounds of killing shot up into the sky, seemingly tearing the canopy apart. As a king, the king of the sheep continent was not in a hurry to make a move. It could wait for its subordinates to split the victory and defeat before settling the other's king. This was the pride of being a king. In the eyes of the king of the sheep continent, Chen Fei had already been treated as an opponent of the same level. Yet, it was still confident. I have absorbed 2 pieces. I'm afraid that you have only absorbed 1 piece of this life force. The king of the sheep continent's tone was teasing, his voice ignoring the battlefield shouts and killings coming into Chen Fei's ears. I'd like to see how long you can hold your breath. What 2 pieces in 1 piece, 1 piece and 2 pieces? Chen Fei was too lazy to respond to the other party. He certainly guessed what the king of Yangzhou was referring to. The Fourth Order battlefield erupted with a loud noise, and the earth, which was already in ruins, continued to collapse. The earth and rocks tumbled like missiles washing the ground. Although there was a difference of 1 on Chen Fei's side in terms of late Fourth Order combat power, there was 1 more on Chen Fei's side in the middle Fourth Order. The difference in numbers between the 2 sides at the early 4th stage was not great. In a melee, the difference between 1 or 2 early 4th stage was negligible. Not to mention that Chen Fei's side had an early 4th stage like Blade. Unsurprisingly, Blade was still the same conspicuous pack. I am Blade under my master's seat, come and fight. After shouting, this guy directly held down a zombie of the same rank. Even if the sheep continent zombie has been through 100 battles, it can only resist with difficulty. Only his shouting caused the surrounding Fourth Order zombies to move away from this side. It always feels like this guy is destroying the atmosphere, and it's a shame to stand with him. It's better to play with Blade less in the future. It might affect the IQ. Xiongde versus the zombie Inu, the height difference between the 2 sides was not much, and Xiongde had more meat. The zombie Inu is a speed species, and will not be able to break Xiongda's defense for a while. The late Fourth Order zombie Bag Badger realized that there was no second late Fourth Order zombie on the side of Chen Fei's dependence, thinking that he was going to start a chaotic killing mode. As a result, he was stopped by Morning Biao, who was covered in green-colored air currents. Don't look, your opponent is me. Morning Biao grinned, his figure flashed, and he directly charged. It was as if he was the one with superior strength. It was true that the green-colored airstream did not possess the strength to fight across levels, but Morning Biao himself was not comparable to a zombie of the same level. The 2 items were superimposed and could fight across levels. The zombie Bag Badger continuously struck out, thinking that it could quickly resolve the battle, only to find that it could only slightly suppress Funeral Biao. A moment of annoyance rushed to his brain. As the second lord under the king, how could he be held back by a zombie weaker than himself? The first lord was not weak against enemies of the same level. Is it? Perhaps only the zombie Inu himself knew how tricky the white zombie bear in front of him was. How is its defense so strong? It's even about to approach the king before the breakthrough. The zombie Inu had the urge to curse, I specialize in speed, maybe I can. What are you thinking, chick? The bear roared and slapped his claws. This speed was completely unlike what a strong body species should have. The zombie Inu barely dodged, turned around and raised his leg to stab a claw at bear's neck. But it was blocked by the thick fur. The attack that was enough to crack mountains and rocks was like scratching an itch for the other party. For a time, the zombie Inu's face was gloomy. Chen Fei's dependents also had a certain advantage in the early Fourth Order melee, and with the zombie guidance technique, they were more powerful at the same level. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yangzhou zombies were more warlike, I'm afraid this would have been a one-sided battle. At the same time, looking down from the sky, the rest of the zombies were like 2 streams of water converging and merging. The sound of killing was constant, and the bloody atmosphere spread. The saying that a battlefield is like a meat grinder seemed to be fulfilled at this moment. Chapter 132, Even Shadows Can Cross the Heart Bridge. A village on the outskirts of Z City. In a small 3-story house, Shadow was playing cards with Chen Xiaohan. This time around, the former was again placed at the back by Chen Fei. Instead, it was Phantom who followed the army to the front line of battle. Even those humans that were captured went to the front line. After all, there were no zombies guarding the rear, so going to the front line as cannon fodder could still be somewhat useful. Compared to the victory, the death of 2 people only. To be honest, the Shadow was very envious, more than once blamed himself for the strength is too low, cannot help the master too much help. Late Third Order put in the past is still considered a combatant, put in the present is also a bigger cannon fodder. I'm out against A. How are you out against 5 Ah? Shadow, do you know how to play? Chen Xiaohan beamed somewhat angrily, not playing, ha. Saying that, she threw the cards in her hand, turned around and picked up a purple crystal and started absorbing it. She wasn't stupid, it wasn't that the other party didn't know how to do it, but that they didn't play with themselves seriously. Of course, the more reason for the anger was that Chen Fei seemed to have forgotten her in the village. Food and drink were not a worry, Z City could still find a lot of supplies by casually looking around. The only drawback was that it was too boring. Chen Xiaohan had almost nothing to do other than cultivate every day. The zombies outside weren't as obedient and understanding as Chen Fei's men. It wasn't fun at all. Now that Chen Xiaohan was in the late third stage, she wanted to tell Chen Fei that she could go out and fight as well. Yet, she rarely got to see Chen Fei. Ever since the Eastern expedition to overthrow the Python Lord, Chen Fei had indeed rarely returned to the village. All sorts of things came one after the other, not giving Chen Fei much of a chance to catch his breath. Furthermore, the follow-up exercise with a cruise ship really pulled back in case you accidentally give the village smashed without it will be interesting. Watching the young girl gamble, the shadow silently packed up the cards. Sensing the strength of the other party's late third stage, it felt even more solid. I'm such a loser. Shadow was a bit emo. With the cultivation method that Chen Fei had his men sent back, Chen Xiaohan didn't need to worry too much about her cultivation path. Putting away the cards, Shadow looked at the small book on the ground. The Law of Alien Energy Cultivation 2.0 Modified Version. Not only was it Li Chenxi's cultivation method, but it also incorporated some of Chen Fei's epiphanies and experiences. It was written on the book in the form of annotations. Inexplicably, Shadow picked up the book and flipped through it. Thanks to Chen Fei arranging for teachers to teach the dependents knowledge, Shadow wasn't the kind of school dregs that Morning Biao was. After a long time, when Shadow finished reading, a few more moments of clarity emerged in his heart. And it felt as if he could also use the cultivation method. Shadow began to run the cultivation method. Crossing the Heart Bridge. It seems like he can really see a bridge. Battlefield. The Yangzhou king was in no hurry and subconsciously assumed that Chen Fei was calm. However, the more the latter looked at the battlefield, the more itchy he became. There was no telling how many attribute points fighting against the 5th rank could provide him with. At the thought of being able to increase his strength, Chen Fei's entire body was surging with white air currents and his legs were slightly bent. Boom! The earth collapsed into a large crater as Chen Fei rose into the air like a rocket, transforming into a reversed meteor that slammed into the Sheep Continent King suspended in the air. The latter's emotions visibly fluctuated for a moment, and then his voice contained a sneer, so quick to sulk? It is I who overestimates. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Chen Fei's body was like a grenade, blatantly smashing into the Yangzhou king. The latter couldn't stop himself from retreating hundreds of meters into the sky before stabilizing himself. Not that he was injured. 4th stage? The Sheep Island King was a bit unbelievable. How is it possible? Why are you really at the beginning of the 4th rank? It could clearly sense Chen Fei's rank from close contact. It completely dared not believe that this was true. A zombie at the early stage of the 4th rank yet possessed a life force comparable to the 5th rank. Not only that, the other party's strength and speed were also completely at the 5th rank level. The white airflow wrapped in the intent of destruction gave the Yangzhou king a strong sense of threat. It was just outrageous. However, now was not the time to think about this at all. Chen Fei had already grabbed onto the Goat Island King's body. It was like a climber scaling a cliff face. What kind of creature is this? Chen Fei was puzzled, and then he grinned. Whatever you are, smashing you to pieces should be enough to kill you. Saying that, Chen Fei's feet violently stabbed into the opponent's skin, which should be the cortex. His right fist was wrapped in a thick white airflow and smashed down blatantly. With a loud boom, an additional dimple appeared on the Sheep Island King's body. The crater cracked out countless gaps, just like a sledgehammer smashing a wall. However, compared to its huge body that was hundreds of meters tall, this was simply the same as a normal person being bitten by a mosquito. Whoosh! A tentacle that was as thick as a 3-person ring threw out the sound of breaking wind and smashed towards Chen Fei. The latter's legs powered up, once again leaping a large distance upwards, easily dodging it. Looking back, the injuries inflicted just now were actually rapidly healing themselves. 5th rank, life force powerful. How does it feel? A bit familiar. Chen Fei recalled his second skill. Could it be that the one he had encountered was a special species? Or was it a characteristic possessed after reaching the 5th rank? Obviously now was not the time to analyze this. Completed fighting training, attribute point +1. In a matter of moments, Chen Fei had already arrived at the head of the Yangzhou king. If only this inverted bowl had a head. There were dozens of tentacles all around, and each of them didn't interfere with each other, constantly pumping towards Chen Fei. He didn't care about the tentacles hitting him. The strong physical body of the Goat Island King really gave it enough backbone. Chen Fei, on the other hand, by virtue of his small size and fast speed, dodged what he could, and dodged what he couldn't, and blasted what he could. For a time, the tentacles in Chen Fei were transformed into shadows. Even if the 4th order zombies were here, it was difficult to capture the figures of the two. Can only feel the hurricane brought up under the rapid speed like a knife tearing the surrounding air. Chen Fei took the time to give the Sheep Island King's body a punch, regardless of whether the effect is big or not, first try say. Before coming here, he had eaten a lot of crystals, enough for Chen Fei to fight for a long time. The Yangzhou king found the tiny figure above his head difficult to deal with. Even if he managed to injure the other party with great difficulty, the latter would heal itself at an extremely exaggerated speed. Why is it that he is not of the 5th rank, yet he possesses the characteristics of the 5th rank? The Yangzhou king got serious. Could it be that as long as the life strength is sufficient, one could have the indestructible trait? Is this really the calamity end times? Lin Fan suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. He actually saw a prosperous and lively city. The only difference from pre-catastrophe was that there were a lot less technological products. Soon Lin Fan realized that something was wrong. This city had taken him some effort to find, and there were quite a few battle traces in the wilderness. Although the traces were from a long time ago, they really weren't caused by hot weapons. The unknown factor in the air was just as low, and there was even something more. That something made Lin Fan feel uncomfortable. The Westerners walking on the road gave off the feeling of puppets on strings even though they were all smiling. The eyes were all filled with piety? Weird piety. Every now and then someone inexplicably kneels down to pray. The more he looked at it, the more it had a kind of horror valley effect, and Lin Fan's sweaty hair stood up. It's so damn evil. Chapter 133 Western Survivors Anomaly. G City, the headquarters of the Sunrise Organization. Sensing a late fourth stage aura approaching, Li Chenxi's eyes instantly became grave. Immediately rushing out of the room, he stood on the roof of the building and looked out. Upon seeing that the figure coming at breakneck speed was Lin Fan, Li Chenxi was visibly relieved. At the same time puzzled, she jumped down from the roof of the building. Lin Fan saw Li Chenxi waiting for him at the front door and slowly stopped his figure. Why did you come back so quickly? Li Chenxi was puzzled. Could it be that you couldn't get over the gravity zone either? If that were to happen, I'm afraid that the survivors really wouldn't be able to survive the next crisis. This was something Li Chenxi could not accept. No, Lin Fan let out a long breath, his heart palpitating. I've found a survivor city in the west, but just as I started communicating, I was hunted down by the other side. Lin Fan had learned a pretty good foreign language in college, and simple communication was still possible. As a result, he had just exploded his identity and felt the other party full of killing intent. He would definitely run without saying anything. By the way, it seems like I heard them say something about the plague being caused by us, that we are devils, and that killing us is the only way to get true peace or something. What a bunch of lunatics. Lin Fan said what happened roughly once, and didn't forget to spit. It was good that he was already at the late fourth stage. Even if the other party also had two late fourth stage powerhouses, it was still quite difficult to leave behind Lin Fan, who had his abilities fully open. The other party stopped after Lin Fan entered the mountain range, seemingly quite jealous of the mountain range. He didn't understand it, but it was fine to get out of the trap. Upon hearing this, Li Chenxi's face changed. He didn't expect it to turn out like this. Lin Fan would actually be hunted down directly after he made his identity known, and it was obvious that the survivors in the West knew that the collision experiment had taken place in the Dragon Kingdom. The mouth of the Sunrise Organization branch over there was not strict enough. The Sunrise Organization had become the devil in the other side's mouth. That said, what are the survivors over there praying for? Who are they praying to? Why are they scornful of the mountains? What was that extra something Lin Fan sensed in the air? Why are there no zombies in the West? Were they cleared out? There were too many doubts and what seemed like a lot of information. Li Chenxi felt as if he had grasped some important point, but was in a fog because he knew so little. How did you get to the late fourth stage? Li Chenxi shook off her thoughts before bringing this up. It hadn't been long since Lin Fan had just reached the middle stage of the fourth rank, and this speed of strength increase was a bit too fast. Being reminded of this, Lin Fan immediately got excited. The mountain range gravity zone is a blessing. As long as you go over the gravity zone you can get a huge boost, but there is only one chance. And you can't turn back after going down the mountain after overturning it. Because of this, Lin Fan almost thought he couldn't turn back. Luckily, when he entered the gravity zone for the second time, he realized that it was still possible to climb and the difficulty of climbing was greatly reduced. It was a pity that the second time he went down the mountain his strength didn't gain a boost. Otherwise this would definitely be an experience room for rapid upgrades. Blessed land? Li Chenxi pondered for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Perhaps the prophecy refers to the West as a mountain range, not the survivors in the West. Based on the last prophecy, it seemed that this possibility was quite high. There might be a shortcut there from the mid-fourth rank to the late fourth rank. If the humans had two more late fourth order powerhouses, they would have a bit more confidence when dealing with a crisis. However, at the next moment, a silhouette came running, flustered. Commander Li. Commander Lin? She almost forgot what she was going to say again. Fortunately, this time, she quickly reacted. The observer has once again activated its ability, and saw two zombie armies of millions fighting in the central location. The last time the observer interrupted his ability, so the cooldown was quite a bit shorter. Observing again today, he was instantly attracted by the violent movement in the southeast. Without seeing it, one look almost shook his soul apart. That huge number of entry rank zombies was not to mention first, and the melee of nearly 44th ranks was barely acceptable. The problem was that he saw two zombies fighting in the sky, and that huge black thing flying in the sky had no wings or anything like that, it was completely hovering. Just by looking at it, the observer was shocked to the point that his spirit almost collapsed. Fifth order? Other than the fifth rank, the observer couldn't think of any other possibilities. There was also the fact that half of those zombies possessed the characteristics of the animals of the goat continent, the little cuties. It was also possible to associate the zombies with the enemy from Sheep Island. The previous zombie kangaroos are probably the same. Let's not consider why the foreign zombies are speaking the language of the Dragon Kingdom. They just realized that there is actually a group of zombies in the country that have the strength to fight against each other. It is also strange that they previously placed most of their energy on the 3 forbidden places. And who would have thought that Chen Fei's development speed was so fast? Upon hearing this, Li Chenxi and Lin Fan's faces became heavy at the same time. Just now, they had thought that the late 4th rank would be able to deal with the crisis, but as soon as they heard that a 5th rank existed, they knew it was impossible to resist the crisis without going out of the 5th rank. Li Chenxi let out a long breath. Commander Lin, I have a bold idea that needs your cooperation. Perhaps it will cause you some harm, but... Without waiting for him to finish, Lin Fan earnestly responded, Commander Li, feel free to command, I will definitely cooperate fully. There was no time to think about that much now. If there was a way, hurry up and make it. Thus, Li Chenxi entered the mountain range. And on the same day, he successfully crossed the mountain range, reaching the late 4th stage in strength. Immediately after that, Li Chenxi and Lin Fan entered the infinite sparring mode. Li Chenxi constantly used various means to stimulate Lin Fan, prompting the latter to stimulate the ability to constantly increase, in order to see the realm of the 5th order. Afterwards, Lin Fan didn't remember anything else, but he remembered that Li Chenxi's mouth was quite poisonous. Normally, it was completely unnoticeable. This was the so-called sense of contrast. He decided to try not to provoke Li Chenxi in the future, or he would have to be sprayed to death. Even as Chen Fei and the Yangzhou king were fighting, they sensed that someone was spying on this side, so both of them released their spiritual pressure at the same time. With a muffled buzz, that peeping sensation disappeared. It seems that the last sensation was not wrong. Chen Fei's mind was enlightened. This peeping sensation is mostly a human observer, and the ability is indeed heaven-defying. If not for Chen Fei arriving at the 4th level, I'm afraid that even if the other party observes the color of his own underwear, he would not be able to discover it. In the next instant, several tentacles covered Chen Fei like a dragnet. Boom! Chen Fei's white airflow surged wildly, and his fist blasted away the tentacles. Both sides were at a level where no one could do anything about it. Chen Fei's strength was slowly increasing. However, compared to the Sheep Island King's BT's defense and self-healing abilities, this enhancement didn't seem to affect the battlefield. And the Goat Island King couldn't even seriously injure Chen Fei if he wanted to. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't find where the other party's mouthpiece was, Chen Fei would have more or less thrown a piece of meat to the other party. It wasn't entirely a bad thing, at least there was an additional mobile training room. Completed fighting training, attribute points +1. Attribute points added successfully. Host, Chen Fei. Physique, 5275 continuously improving. Strength, 5275 continuing to improve. Spirit, 5274 continuing to improve. Race, zombie. Rank, early 4th order. Rank, early 4th order. Flame resistance, 49%. Skills, 1, favors, 3852. Super regeneration 3. Flesh and blood pact remnant 4. Corrosion 5. Xian Guan guidance technique. Chapter 134, the art is Patrick. You're not weak, but you're not a match for me yet. The zombie kangaroo was full of playfulness as it sized up the bruised Gale. The latter, even with the increase of the zombie guidance technique, was still only just promoted to the mid-4th rank. Compared to a zombie like the kangaroo, the difference was still too great. And the zombie kangaroo's combat experience was even richer. Completely as a fighting maniac. Gale did give the zombie kangaroo a certain amount of injuries, but not enough to establish the victory. On the contrary, Gale's own injuries are more serious. On the other side, Bear 2 was even held down by the zombie rabbit. If it wasn't for Xiong'er's thick skin as a strong body species, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even so, Xiong'er cannot hold out for a long time. The surrounding is still countless killing sound. The bloody atmosphere stimulates all the zombies have forgotten everything, only focus on fighting and killing. A river formed by rotting blood appeared. The perfect interpretation of blood flow into a river. Many of the dead zombies even had their bodies crushed and turned into nutrients that blended into the earth. The ground is mud? Mud made of blood and flesh. This meat grinder has not been weakened by the increase in the number of zombie deaths, but instead has become more powerful. In less than half an hour of fighting, hundreds of thousands of zombies have fallen. Other zombies went forward and followed. Like moths to a flame, they rushed towards the war vortex. Glory? The desire for victory? It's not as good as the fervor for blood and fire. In front of the horrifying number of zombies, even the 4th order zombies had to be piled to death. The aftermath of the battle caused a field to be cleared in a radius of tens of kilometers. The mid-4th order battlefield was at a disadvantage, while the late 4th order battlefield was at an even keel. Chen Fei's dependents slowly showed their advantages in the early 4th order melee. Not as experienced as the other side? Then make up for it in this battle. The zombies that possessed the zombie guidance technique, such as Blade, undoubtedly possessed the cost of trial and error. Not to mention the fact that Blade had been pressing his opponent. Even if there were other enemy fourth ranks entering the battle circle in the melee, they still couldn't stop his crazy offense. Being a temporary war general for so long wasn't for nothing. Buzz. At this moment, a loud noise came from the sky. It felt dull, yet deafening. It was wrapped in an aura of destruction. Immediately afterward, a white light descended from the sky. The sounds of the crowd of zombies fighting were all muffled for an instant. Everyone subconsciously glanced at the sky above, completely unaware of how much impact the falling white light illuminated. Impossible. How could the king be injured? The zombie emu was in complete disbelief. It saw it, and so did everyone else. The huge body of the goat continent king high in the air was missing a small piece. It was a small piece to it, but it was still a wound that was more than 10 meters in diameter. Rotten blood spilled out, seemingly confirming the fact that the goat continent king had been injured. An exasperated voice spread out, "Damn it, die." Injured or not, the sheep continent king's aura didn't weaken at all. Instead, his attacks became even more rapid. Flesh buds grew on the wounds and were rapidly healing themselves. Time was drawn back a bit. Chen Fei was in the middle of a fierce battle with the sheep continent king, and he realized that no matter how much he increased his power, he still couldn't inflict much injury on the other party. A pit several meters in diameter was as harmless to the Goat Island king as digging a small hole in the mountain. Even the speed of causing injuries could not catch up with the speed of the other party's self-healing. Chen Fei had also experienced those powerful zombies that felt powerless in the face of themselves. He was able to injure them, but he could only watch the other party heal itself. It was really frustrating. However, Chen Fei soon realized one thing as well: the injuries caused by the white airflow were a bit stronger than mere strength. An inspiration appeared suddenly. Why is the channeling technique only a means of enchantment? Chen Fei began to think, his desire to attack lowered, his evasive stance unabated. Initially, the white airstream had the effect of detonation. Did I make it too docile during the improvement? If other zombies heard this, they would probably roll their eyes. You call this white airstream wrapped in destructive intent tame? Chen Fei continued to think. Perhaps the current channeling technique was a bit stronger than the white air current that had harmed even himself at the very beginning. But it also had less of a sharp will. Could one improve on this foundation of the channeling technique and create a skill that was even further powerful? Together with the inspiration from watching Li Chenxi's cultivation method earlier, Chen Fei was like opening Pandora's box. The operation route of the guidance technique quietly changed, and the white airflow that should not have harmed him once again took on the trend of destroying everything. Even though Chen Fei's fleshly body was even stronger after the fourth stage, he was still cut to the bone. This time, Chen Fei did not suppress it, but instead thought about how to make the detonation of the white airstream more powerful. Chen Fei recalled human explosives and even nuclear bombs. The essential principle was the same. It was also to release all the heat of a substance in a very short period of time. And what Chen Fei had to do was to make the white stream of air in his hands release all the energy in a very short period of time. Before that, to gather enough energy. Bang bang bang. The white airflow in his hands seemed to become violent. The airflow slowly converged and formed a pure white sphere the size of a basketball. The energy was still pouring in, but the white sphere decreased in size instead of increasing, only remaining the size of a palm. Holy, untainted by dust. Yet it was full of destructive intent. Chen Fei kept dodging the attacks of the young Zhou king. He felt that the white ball in his hand was at risk of exploding at any time. The process, however, went smoothly somewhat to Chen Fei's surprise. So I'm more talented in destruction? Chen Fei was somewhat speechless, followed by a hideous smile on his face. Art is pai to xing. Whoosh! Chen Fei transformed into a staggering shadow and pressed the white ball in his hand down on top of the sheep continent king's head. Immediately afterward, a blinding white light, a few shades brighter than the sun, grinded out everything around it. The range of abrasion was still expanding. It was like a dog scattering after breaking free from control. Chen Fei hurriedly ran. He didn't want to be blown up and injured by his own skill. Buzz! Zip! The white ball expanded crazily, and there seemed to be a vortex flowing within it, easily disintegrating the sheep island king's flesh and blood. It was easier than a sand blower grinding down an ordinary object. The young Zhou king felt a sharp pain. The tentacles that had been attacking Chen Fei hurriedly turned to slap the white ball, and the tentacles were constantly being worn down. Yet another tentacle slapped away. It was able to slap a section of it away and grazed against the side of the Goat Island king. A gaping hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters was rubbed out. To say the least, all of this was just a flash of lightning. Chen Fei was just about to continue his attack, but was surrounded by more tentacles. The Goat Island king was terrified while his anger surged. Damn it, die. That white ball landed on the ground, the blinding white light bloomed completely, and the surrounding hundreds of meters turned into a dead zone. I don't know how many unlucky zombies died from this move. Not even dregs were left, half resistance and no movement. A huge curved deep pit also appeared on that piece of ground. The cut was as smooth as a knife. This power, even a glimpse of Chen Fei was startled. What kind of thing is this whole thing by himself? However, the consumption of this move was also really not low. Chen Fei felt that he would have to starve himself if he used it 8 or 9 more times. Wasting my skills, big guy. Damn you. Chen Fei had a displeased look on his face as he took the initiative to meet his opponent's even more furious attack. Chapter 135 Gubo never fits. Sensing that Chen Fei did not continue to use his killing move, the Yangzhou king concluded that Chen Fei's move was not something that could be used easily. That kind of killing move would be used once more at most. At the same time, it was fortunate that the other party, silly boy, did not take advantage of his carelessness to use it. Otherwise, the Yangzhou king felt that he would at least be seriously injured. Even if the 5th rank has a strong life force, can quickly self-heal, but the loss of energy is a real loss. The Goat Island King's attacks became even swifter, and Chen Fei's counterattacks became even sharper. Both sides seemed to be entering the previous state of fierce battle again. Chen Fei could of course continue to use that move, but for one thing, the other party was on the defensive, and for another, he himself was just short of a sparring partner. With this mobile training room in place, how could he just demolish it? Completed fighting training, attribute points +1. Seeing that the battle in the sky above was still indistinguishable, the zombie emu breathed a sigh of relief. As it said, the king is invincible. Just at this moment, Bear's huge body pounced up. The zombie emu faced disdain, is about to use speed advantage to dodge. As a result, a faint green-colored air current wrapped around Bear Big's body, and his speed increased by a sliver. It was this slight increase that allowed Xiongdi to successfully grab the right leg of the zombie emu. Caught you, I'll see how you can still run. Xiongdi grinned. No one knew how much it wanted to kill that human female. Learning from learning, its bear head got big. The good thing was that it wasn't completely unproductive, at least through the knowledge it had learned. It had initially mastered the zombie guiding technique. This moment of knowledge to change fate materialized. Zombie emu a shock. Not waiting for it to respond, Xiongdi lifted the other swing a circle to the ground. Repeat this action like a machine. Boom boom boom. The earth continuously collapsed and shattered. Xiongdi swung out of the shadow. No skill, all emotion. The most primitive violent output. The late 4th stage's physical body was powerful, but constantly enduring such a huge power bombardment, even the zombie emu was a bit mentally deranged. With one mistake, the latter completely entered Xiongda's rhythm. On the other side, Funeral Biao had many wounds all over his body, but his fighting spirit was high, constantly bombarding with the zombie bag badger. The latter had already accumulated quite a few injuries on his body. What kind of monster is this? Why do I sense the aura of a king from him? The zombie bag badger couldn't believe his perception. It was fine that Morning Biao wasn't injured in the beginning, but after he was injured, that familiar feeling made the zombie bag badger doubt Morning Biao. It was indeed a unique aura that only existed when the king was at the 4th stage. What the hell? Isn't the king of this group of zombies meeting the battle from above? How could 2 kings appear in a group of zombies? I am the blade of the Lord will cut down the enemy, come and fight. A roar came from the distance. The surrounding battlefield was attracted to it. It was the conspicuous pack of Blade again. This set had long been in use even by Funeral Biao and Blizzard, and only Blade was happy to do it. It even did the same thing. At this time, there were only a few wounds on Blade's body, and his right blade went through the head of a zombie wombat, lifting up the several-meter-high body and flinging it out. In the next second, a loud noise came from above. White light fell. Blade, who was not handsome for more than 3 seconds, was a bit stifled. Every time he made a splash, he was interrupted. It's this move again. The Sheep Island King's voice was filled with horror, yet it was incomparably firm. You definitely can't use it a 3rd time. Who said I can't? I can still pull off 7 or 8 more moves. Chen Fei had a serious face. Ha! The Yangzhou king expressed his disbelief. Well, that's how it was these days. No zombie would believe it if they told the truth. This time, the wounds on the Sheep Continent King's body were tens of meters in diameter and looked exaggerated. At the same time, the flesh buds were growing and the injuries were rapidly repairing. It wasn't completely unaffected, at least the majestic life force of the Sheep Island King was reduced by a few points. So it seemed that the 5th rank was not invincible. It was true that the Goat Island King's battle power hadn't changed much, but Chen Fei had a vague feeling that it would take wearing out the former's life force to kill it. To do so would undoubtedly be a massive project for Chen Fei. There was no rush. Eating so many crystals before coming here was to prevent encountering a protracted battle. The meat grinder below was still running, and the number of dead and injured zombies had reached an extremely horrifying figure. The earth was covered with a layer of blood and meat. The zombie army that was still alive stepped on the blood and meat and continued to fight. Slashing open the zombie's abdomen, Gu Boyong was calmly fiddling with the organs inside the zombie and observing. Occasionally, he picked up a notebook and pen to record. Rarely, Gu Boyong allowed Wang Zhou to observe from the side. The latter could not understand anything. Basic biology? Why did it feel like Gu Boyong was being anatomical? I know that Commander Wang's purpose for you staying here is not pure, Gu Boyong suddenly spoke, his tone very calm. Are you sent by the other two factions to spy on me? Or are those old men not willing to kill me and want to know something from me? The previous sentence really gave Wang Zhou a fright, thinking that he had been exposed. It even gave birth to the idea of killing the other party. It was good that Gu Boyong did not speak with much breath. Professor Gu was joking, I am not a member of any faction. Wang Zhou was sincere. He really wasn't. Although he had always heard that there were 3 factions within the organization before, after spending so much time at the headquarters, he hadn't seen any signs of the organization splitting. Instead, it had become more and more united after experiencing several incidents. Before this, Wang Zhou had always thought that it was just blackmail. Now it seemed that it was really true. There's no need to hide it, Commander Wang. Gu Boyong seemed to be very confident in his judgment. The information from last time should have been sent back. At those words, Wang Zhou was startled. He subconsciously thought of the subject and subheading that he had glimpsed earlier. He did not expect that it was the other party who deliberately let himself see it. This guy has a deep heart. What does Professor Gu mean by this? Wang Zhou's tone became serious, and there were strange emotions flowing in his gaze. In case the other party and the Sunrise organization matched intelligence, he would not be exposed. Gu Boyong continued to record. I want to make a deal with Commander Wang. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. I know that the survivors will be facing another crisis, regardless of whether they can get through it this time or not. I feel that the path that humans are taking now is chronic death, and it won't work after all. Apparently even here he had the means to gain information. Humanity needs more options. If Commander Wang helps me escape from here and takes me to the south, I can provide Commander Wang with the resources he needs to enhance his strength. It's a higher level resource than purple crystals. Gu Boyong stopped his hand movements and turned his head with incomparably serious eyes to stare at Wang Zhou. Why do you think I will help you? Wang Zhou was puzzled by the other party's inexplicable confidence. Gu Boyong, however, answered without hesitation, because you have your own ambitions, Commander Wang. People with ambition were scary, but they were also more suitable for Gu Boyong's current object of cooperation. This was the conclusion Gu Boyong had drawn from his observations of Wang Zhou over these days. After 10 seconds or so, Wang Zhou let out a long breath, seemingly shaken. Before that, I would like to ask a few questions. I hope that Professor Gu can tell me truthfully. If I can, I'm not only willing to help you escape, I can even join your faction. You ask. Gu Boyong whirled around and nodded with a smile. Wang Zhou also looked serious. The thing that caused the calamity, where is it? Chapter 136, The Mystery of the Zombie Talking. Upon hearing this question from Wang Zhou, Gu Boyong was certain that the other party was sent by the organization's senior management. In order to lower his suspicion, he even deliberately sent a free man without a faction position. In order to minimize his suspicions, he even sent a free man with no affiliation. He appeared in a reasonable form and even saved himself once. Luckily, I was cautious before, or else I would have been caught and returned. At that time, it would not be easy to monitor. Gu Boyong seemed to fall into reminiscence, with helplessness in his tone. I was indeed the first to wake up after the collision experiment, but when I woke up those 2 things had indeed disappeared. Regardless of whether those guys believe it or not, it's impossible for me alone to hide those 2 things. If he really had the ability to hide those 2 things, he wouldn't have been able to return to Kyoto after escaping from Z City. But even so, the top brass of the Sunrise organization still didn't trust Gu Boyong. However, the latter was placed among the survivors when they were evacuated from Kyoto. This was something Gu Boyong couldn't figure out. Now that he had a showdown with Wang Zhou, he realized that everything before was a blindfold. It was merely a means to make himself lower his guard. It was a pity that it was useless to try anything that wasn't there in the first place. Gu Boyong wouldn't know either. The organization let him out, not a test. Rather, those at the highest level of the organization really knew where the thing that caused the plague had gone. There was indeed a misunderstanding before, but the less people knew about some information, the better, so the organization didn't purposely inform Gu Boyong. The latter's previous experiments were destined to have an awkward status. Placed within the organization, many people had a hard time looking at him, so they simply threw it to the survivors' gathering place. The latter gladly accepted. The result was what was happening now. Both sides did not explicitly say, but also have their own judgment. Wang Zhou's expression changed, and for a while, he was somewhat speechless. The master is looking for something actually disappeared? Then this period of time efforts. Really grass. Next question, Wang Zhou forced himself to remain calm. Is your research during this period of time a barricade? If not, why did you research it, and what was the result of the research? You're counting 3 questions. Gu Boyong half-jokingly eased the atmosphere, and counted himself relieved that at least the other party didn't hold on to the previous questions. The research was not faked. As for the cause, it was the highest leader of the survivors who approached me, probably thinking about whether or not his zombified daughter had the possibility of recovery. Unfortunately, after my research over this period of time, the zombie's soul is in a chaotic state and does not possess an original soul. The probability is that it is affected by the chaos factor. Speaking of this, Gu Boyong explained the chaos factor and the depravity factor in passing, as well as the unknown factor in the air today. He then continued on, third-order zombies possess some human characteristics. More explicitly, they possess the characteristics of Dragon Country people, but their souls are refuted, and it wouldn't be too much to say that they are fused from tens of thousands of soul fragments. They possess the most basic common sense of the Dragon Kingdom people, such as the ability to speak and the language habits of most people, but do not possess the memories of any of them. Not even a deeper store of knowledge. Gu Boyong did not hide anything, dragging out the entirety of his research results during this period of time. As for why it was the sole characteristics of a dragon nation, the probability was because the collision experiment took place in Dragon Country? With the population base of the Dragon Kingdom, the number of soul fragments was completely enough for a global third order or higher zombie. The chaos factor was more inclined towards the soul, and the fallen factor was more inclined towards the physical body. If a single depraved factor caused the plague, it would have been a group of zombies with no consciousness and only instincts, and humans could have cleaned it up slowly. It wouldn't have to come to this point. If it was a single chaotic factor, it would have created a group of lunatics. It was because of the combination of the two that created a certain change. It is because of the combination of the two, a certain change has occurred, leading to a high level of intelligence in zombies above the third stage. They will plan the way to become stronger. Developing power and tapping resources are all routine operations. With the characteristics of the zombies to devour and evolve, this is absolutely enough to make the human race desperate natural disaster. The fact is also true. Compared to the zombies, it seemed to be an incredibly difficult path for humans to surpass the zombies just by improving their strength. It was also the chronic death in Gu Boyong's mouth. It was a good thing that the zombies were not completely united, or else the human race would have perished long ago. Of course, about these conjectures Gu Boyong did not say. Cultural people are more rigorous. He chose to remain silent about things that were not accurate. After listening to Gu Boyong's words, Wang Zhou only felt his head buzzing. It took a long time to slow down, and his worldview was violently impacted. Next, Wang Zhou asked a few more questions. Gu Boyong also answered what he could. That afternoon, the survivors realized Commander Wang was gone, and at the same time, Gu Boyong was also gone. How is it possible? Why are you still able to use this killing move? The Yangzhou king felt like his zombie outlook had been refreshed. Chen Fei's move must have required a lot of energy judging by the destructive power it displayed. How could it be possible to use it 3 times in a short period of time? Even if he used it, as a result, the strength of that green-colored figure wasn't affected much, but instead, it got stronger and stronger as it fought. What the hell is this BT? This ing reasonable? The Yangzhou king thought that he had grown up all the way up, but today he realized that he was just fooling around. Chen Fei had an innocent look on his face, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. I said I could still use it 7 or 8 times. You didn't believe me. Now well, half of my head is smashed. If that was the other party's head on it. Said also shrugged his shoulders. The next moment continued to condense the pure white orb. The sheep continent king had the urge to vomit blood. It was now like an upside-down bowl missing a fifth. Rotten blood spilled like it didn't need money, and the flesh buds grew wildly. Such a huge wound could not be repaired in a moment. The life breath had dropped by more than a little, and if it weren't for the indestructible trait of the 5th rank, this kind of injury would have been enough to kill the zombie. It was obvious that Chen Fei's body was that small, but the moves he made were terrifyingly excessive. You must be bluffing, I don't believe it. The king of Sheep Island roared as countless tentacles slammed into Chen Fei. Saying that he didn't believe it, he tried to stop Chen Fei from using his killing moves. Chen Fei naturally wanted to have the practice room continuously. It was a good time to add points. However, the pressure given by the Yangzhou king was increasing. There was no way around it. First weaken the opponent a bit and then fight slowly. If the Sheep Continent king knew that Chen Fei was thinking this way, it would probably vomit blood. Had it known this, it shouldn't have gone all out. The rotting blood of the Sheep Continent king fell from the sky, and many of the zombies that were fighting were doused with it, but they didn't care and continued to kill each other. The battle lasted for an hour, with nearly half of both armies dead or wounded. And this meat grinder was still running. Current attachment, 3750. Current attachments, 3650. When he heard the system beep, Chen Fei was generally expected. The rhythm was not affected. There is no such thing as a war that doesn't involve death and mourning. Not to mention that many of Chen Fei's dependents are still in the third order. In front of an army, the death of a third-order zombie really couldn't make much of a splash. Chen Fei let out a long breath, his eyes incomparably determined. It was still not strong enough. If it was strong enough, this battle wouldn't be a stalemate, but rather a crushing one. I'm in a bad mood. Chen Fei's tone was calm, so I can only treat you to another round. Kill my tool morning, then I'll beat up your king. The king of Sheep Island froze for a split second, and half a sentence came out of his mouth.